Funjing Wenbun. Oh my god. The once magnificent and dazzling dome of the Stark Industries Expo in New York now lies in ruins, reduced to a twisted, deformed skeleton of steel. It juts skyward like a monstrous beast bearing its claws, reaching toward a sky stained in brilliant hues by explosions and fire. Wave after wave of shock waves slam into my chest, each one hitting so hard that my vision darkens and the metallic tang of blood floods my throat. A piercing ringing fills my ears, drowning out everything, even the distant screams of the crowd and the thunderous crash of collapsing buildings. I'm like a fish stranded on land, helplessly flailing amidst the scorching metallic wreckage. Searing shards of metal pierce my arms and thighs, each movement sending fresh waves of agony through me. Blood seeps from my torn clothes, pooling beneath me in a dark, crimson puddle. The air is thick with dust, oil, and the smell of blood, enough to make anyone faint. My vision blurs, and my body teeters on the edge of collapse. High above, two blinding streams of light twist and clash amid the smoke, writhing like giant serpents locked in combat. One blazes gold and red, sharp with the brilliance of human technology. The other pulses with a deep, violent purple, radiating destruction and fury. Each collision echoes with a deafening crash, and the shockwaves sweep across the ground like enormous invisible hands, obliterating everything in their path. Oh God, Iron Man, that purple lunatic. The words barely escape my lips, so faint that even I can hardly hear them. I never imagined that an ordinary office worker like me would be swept up in the fierce battle between superheroes and villains. Death feels like an invisible hand, clamping tight around my throat. Just as I'm about to lose consciousness, a glimmer catches the corner of my eye. Not even half a meter from my left hand, beneath a twisted sheet of metal, a narrow gap reveals two objects glinting strangely in the glare of the explosions. One is a shard of metal, no bigger than a palm, its silver-gray surface etched with mysterious patterns that shimmer with ancient power. The other is a ring-shaped device, about the size of a fist, made from an extraordinary material that flows like liquid mercury. Blue threads of light swirl and crackle inside it, emitting a low, pulsing hum, as if the thing were alive. Driven by a fierce instinct to survive, I let out a guttural growl, summoning the last of my strength to reach out and seize both the metal shard and the ring device. The moment I touched the ring, a surge of icy energy burst forth like a raging flood, racing up my arm and slamming straight into my brain. It felt as though my head had been thrust into an enormous particle accelerator. Countless flashes of light, sounds, and streams of information crashed into my consciousness. My scream was quickly drowned out by the roar of explosions. The torment was far from over. A second, even fiercer force erupted from the shards of metal. This was Kryptonian biotechnology energy, burning as hot as a star's core, stabbing into every one of my cells like 1,000 steel needles. It felt as if giant shears were slicing through my DNA, each cell burning as though caught inside the sun. The old structure was being incinerated, while a new, stronger one forced itself into existence through unbearable pain. My bones cracked and snapped, muscles swelled with unnatural speed, and beneath my skin it felt as if molten lava was flowing. The agony was beyond anything a human mind could fathom. I felt myself being dismantled and reassembled. Every blood vessel throbbed and bulged with a strange light. Sweat evaporated the instant it formed, and vapor seemed to rise from my skin. My consciousness began to blur, and I blacked out completely. I had no idea how much time passed, perhaps only a second, or maybe an entire year. Suddenly, I shot awake and opened my eyes, discovering a world sharper and clearer than I had ever imagined. Hundreds of meters away, I could see a mouse, the tremor of its whiskers, the dust flung up by its tiny paws, all in perfect detail. The dust motes suspended in the air, their shapes and trajectories, I could track each one with flawless precision. Distant sirens from fire trucks, the groans of the wounded, the crackle of flames. Every sound reached me like a masterfully woven symphony. Instinctively, I glanced down at my arm. The shards of metal that had been embedded in my flesh were now being forced out by some invisible power. Around the wounds, my muscles knit themselves together like swarming nanobots, and the traces of blood vanished almost instantly. So, this is power? I stared at my hand, opening and closing my fist. My bones gave a satisfying, clear snap, and my body brimmed with inexhaustible strength, so much that I felt I might float away. I tried to move a chunk of concrete several meters away with my mind. The moment I focused, the debris rose smoothly into the air, as if grasped by a giant, unseen hand. I could sense the texture of its surface, the structure within, even the tiniest cracks. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, several razor-sharp shards of spinning metal shot toward me like bullets, aimed straight at my head and chest. Danger! The thought flashed through my mind in an instant. My body reacted even faster than my mind. Instead of trying to dodge, I straightened up. In an instant, a nearly invisible barrier of energy wrapped itself around me, like an incredibly elastic film. Bang! 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 Metal shards, powerful enough to tear through tank armor, slammed hard into the force field. It was as if they'd struck solid rock. The energy absorbed every ounce of impact. The fragments twisted out of shape and clattered to the ground, while faint ripples shimmered across the barrier. I stood where I was, completely unharmed, though a few strands of my hair fluttered gently in a shockwave. Through the settling dust, several dark figures leapt from behind a shattered wall, as swift and lethal as panthers, and quickly surrounded me. They wore black combat suits emblazoned with silver eagle emblems on their chests. Their weapons glowed with a cold blue light, every barrel aimed directly at me. The leader was a bald agent, his gaze sharp as a blade. He raised his weapon and barked, "Target individual, don't move. State your identification code immediately." Now, my heart tightened, and I instantly realized these people were from S.H.I.E.L.D. Names like Coulson and Fury flashed through my mind. I had just survived excruciating pain and gained superpowers, but in this world teeming with monsters and secret organizations, I was still just a nobody. Identification code. My throat was dry, but I forced myself to sound calm. "Sir, I'm just an unlucky tourist who got caught up in this. I need medical attention." I tried to raise my hands to show I meant no harm, but my newly strengthened body still moved a bit awkwardly. The bald agent's expression remained unchanged as he scrutinized me. When he noticed my wounds healing at an unnatural speed and the metal shards on the ground that should have been embedded in my body, it was clear he realized I was no ordinary person. "A tourist?" He sneered. "What kind of tourist walks away from an attack like that without a scratch?" His weapon gave a low, ominous hum, and the blue glow intensified. "Last warning. Do not resist. Surrender now." That humming sound was like the ticking of a death clock. The other agents tightened their grips on their triggers. I felt as if invisible ropes were tightening around me. Escape. I had to get out. The thought shot through my mind like lightning. If I stayed, I'd either become a test subject or be eliminated as a threat. That was not how I wanted this to end. I had just gained these powers. I hadn't even had a chance to truly experience them yet. Just as the bald agent prepared to give the order to fire, I didn't rush forward or back. Instead, I launched straight upward. With a burst of strength, the concrete beneath my feet exploded like it had been hit by a bomb, leaving a deep crater. I shot skyward like a rocket. "Open fire," the bald agent shouted. Several streaks of ghostly blue high-energy particle beams shot toward the spot where I had just been standing, crackling like lightning. The ground was instantly scorched, leaving behind several deep, blackened holes. But I had already soared 10 meters into the air, and the beams only grazed my feet as they passed beneath me. "Lock onto him." The bald agent reacted swiftly, immediately raising the barrel of his weapon, trying to track and fire at me again. But my mental focus moved faster than his reflexes. As my strength was almost depleted, I summoned my telekinesis like an invisible, colossal hand and slammed it down onto the ground. A powerful shockwave burst forth, sending shards of stone, clouds of dust, and twisted metal fragments swirling upward. Like a tornado, they formed a dense, impenetrable screen of smoke. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were thrown to the ground by the force of the blast. The bald agent was flung aside as if struck by a speeding truck, hitting the ground with bone-jarring force, his weapon flying from his grasp. Chaos erupted at the scene, the thick smoke cloaking everything from view. Using the recoil, I shot upward again. With a flick of my mind, I kicked off the empty air as though climbing invisible stairs, my body rising swiftly. After several powerful leaps, I was already dozens of meters above the ground, leaving the chaos and shouts far below. The night wind was icy and sharp, stinging my cheeks. I gazed down at the ruins of the expo, ravaged by war. Everything below was shattered and broken. In the distance, two beams of energy clashed fiercely in midair, painting the night sky in dazzling colors. The exhilarating freedom of floating high above the ground left me both thrilled and anxious. I stared at my fist, feeling the impossible power coursing through my body. "I can't stay here," I whispered, my words swept away by the wind. Suddenly, a powerful urge welled up inside me, to leave this place. To go somewhere without S.H.I.E.L.D., without superheroes or villains. The idea took root deep within me, growing ever more irresistible. While I was lost in that thought, the Kryptonian fragment in my hand and the telekinetic enhancer ring around my wrist suddenly started to vibrate, growing hot. My vision began to twist and spin, as though some mysterious force was distorting the very fabric of space. The ruins, the burning city, and the flashes in the sky swirled together like paint in a blender, blurring into one another. A powerful suction pulled from the center of the vortex, as if trying to draw out my very soul. What's happening? Panic seized me. I tried to struggle, but my strength was nothing before this mysterious force. In the next instant, the world flipped upside down. I was swallowed by the spatial vortex, vanishing into the night sky above New York. When I finally came to, my feet found solid ground. I snapped my eyes open, instantly alert, and scanned my surroundings warily. Here, there was no haze of war, no shattered ruins, nor the shrill wail of alarms. The air was as crisp as lemonade, tinged with a faint trace of sandalwood incense. All around, a dense forest stretched in every direction, towering trees interlacing their branches overhead. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, scattering dappled patterns across the forest floor. Beneath my feet lay a thick carpet of fallen leaves and soil, soft and silent under every step. The sounds of insects and birds filled the air, and in the distance, I could hear the gentle murmur of a stream. Compared to the apocalyptic battlefield I had just left behind, this place felt like the dividing line between heaven and hell. Where is this? My nerves eased, if only slightly, but my mind brimmed with even more questions. I tried moving my body and found that the iron-like strength and psychic force were still with me, which brought some comfort. Just then, a faint rustling reached my ears, a sound that stood out from the symphony of nature. My body reacted before my mind did. I darted to the side in an instant. Crack, crack, crack. 3 bullets whistled past my neck and ribs, burying themselves in the trunk of the tree behind me. Bark exploded outward, leaving 3 fresh, smoking holes. Guns! My eyes widened as a chill raced down my spine. The report was different from modern firearms, more like the shot of an old-fashioned rifle. I steadied myself, eyes sharp as radar, locking onto the direction the bullets had come from. About 20 meters away, 3 men in gray short jackets burst out from behind a cluster of bushes, staring at me in open astonishment. They held antique rifles, smoke still curling from the barrels. Clearly, they hadn't expected me to react so quickly. This kid's not easy. All together now, barked the leader, a man with a scar slashed across his face. The 3 tossed aside their rifles, drawing machetes and hatchets from their belts and backs. They fanned out in a triangular formation and charged at me like a pack of hungry wolves. My eyes grew cold. I had just escaped the clutches of S.H.I.E.L.D., only to run into bandits? Did they really think I was someone to be bullied at will? I didn't unleash my full powers. I simply nudged a thought into motion. Invisible psychic threads, like a spider's web, instantly snared their ankles. They were mid-charge when, all at once, they stumbled and crashed to the ground like dominoes, their blades and axes flying from their hands. What's going on? Dazed and battered, they struggled to rise, but their limbs felt glued to the earth, pinned by a force so powerful they couldn't even lift their heads. Their eyes brimmed with terror, as if faced with something beyond comprehension. I walked closer, step by step, looking down at the 3 men bound and struggling on the ground by my psychic force. Bending over, I picked up a short axe that had fallen nearby. The blade gleamed coldly under the sunlight. Calm, almost chillingly so, I tapped the scar-faced man's head with the flat of the axe and asked, "Speak. Where's this place? Who are you people?" Feeling the axe pressing against his scalp and catching the indifference in my eyes, the scar-faced man nearly lost control of his bladder in terror. His voice quivered as he begged for mercy. "Please, spare me. This is Sangjo, Black Wind Ridge. We're just following Master Lee, the mountain gale, trying to get by. We didn't know this was your turf. Please let us go." Sangjo, Black Wind Ridge, mountain gale. The names made my brow furrow deeply. Everything about this felt soaked in the atmosphere of the old martial underworld. My suspicions grew ever clearer. This was the world of traditional martial arts, the world of dragon and snake romance. Just then, a powerful sense of danger surged through me, far more intense than when I'd had a gun pointed at me. It was as if some unknown force had locked onto my very soul. Every hair on my body stood on end. I unleashed my full psychic strength, my body shooting backward like a cannonball. Almost the instant I moved, a muffled gunshot rang out from the woods to my side, low and thunderous, carrying an oppressive force that made my heart skip a beat. A specially crafted bullet, swirling with spiral energy, tore through the air toward my temple like a flash of lightning. Too fast, even faster than the 3 bullets from before. My eyes widened. No matter how quickly I retreated, it was impossible to dodge completely. I could only twist my head desperately. The bullet grazed past my temple, searing hot, slicing off a lock of hair, the wind from its passage stinging my cheek like a blade. And yet, a cold smile curled at the corner of my mouth. My psychic force, like a master manipulator, seized the bullet at the very instant I ducked. I didn't try to stop it outright, but instead guided its path, just as a Tai Chi master uses softness to overcome strength, redirecting force with finesse. Under my mental guidance, the bullet's trajectory shifted ever so slightly. It didn't miss its mark. Instead, it drilled directly into the scar-faced man's forehead, just as he began to raise his head. His face froze in that instant, a bloody hole blossoming at his brow, the back of his head exploding in a spray of gore. The light in his eyes vanished instantly, and his body crumpled to the ground. The two remaining companions collapsed in terror, paralyzed with fear, gazing at me as if I were a demon incarnate. I ignored them, my gaze sharp as a blade, cutting through the woods toward the direction the shot had come from. About 50 meters away, on the branch of a large tree, stood a figure. She was dressed in a crisp, white martial outfit, sleek, clean, with an air of effortless elegance. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, loosely pinned up with a wooden hair stick, revealing the graceful line of her neck. Her beauty was enough to take one's breath away, but her eyes were icy cold, laced with a trace of disdain. She seemed like a celestial maiden who had stepped down from the moonlight. Her bearing was cold, elegant, and utterly out of place amid the blood-soaked chaos before her. She cast only a fleeting glance at the scar-faced man's corpse on the ground, then fixed her gaze firmly on me, her expression as if she were looking at some repulsive monster. She parted her lips slightly. Her voice rang out clear as a bell, yet carried a chill sharp enough to cut through bone. Each word landed in my ears with perfect clarity, commanding objects with divine power, disrupting the natural order. You walk the path of evil. A wave of killing intent, cold and tangible, surged toward Chun Mo from atop the ancient pine 50 meters away, locking onto him with unyielding force. Tang Zichen's eyes were so piercing, it felt as if she could see through one's very soul, her wariness and rejection blatant and undisguised. An evil path? Chen Mo sneered inwardly. He had just clawed his way back from the brink of death, his newfound power raw and unstable, leaving him hypersensitive and on edge. Now, this woman arrived, attacking him without warning and labeling him a criminal. His gaze turned frosty, the Kryptonian energy within him growling low in his veins, while invisible psychic force eddied around him, poised to explode at a moment's notice. It was as if the air itself had frozen over. Only the trembling whimpers of the two bandits on the ground and the distant murmur of the creek broke the silence. Though Tang Zichen hadn't moved, the pressure she exerted felt as heavy as a mountain, bearing down relentlessly. She stared at Chun Mo as if weighing the threat of some strange, dangerous artifact. At last, she seemed to reach a conclusion. The killing intent remained, but the sharp edge of her hostility softened just a touch. Perhaps, in her eyes, Chun Mo's powers, though bizarre, were still within her control, not yet worthy of her full strength. She no longer spared so much as a glance at the two terrified bandits at her feet. Instead, her gaze returned to Chun Mo. Her voice remained composed, now carrying an unyielding certainty. You have strayed from the righteous path. No matter how extraordinary your power may seem, if your foundation is unstable, it will always be nothing more than an empty shell. That sentence struck Chun Mo's heart like a heavy hammer. Foundation? Chun Mo faltered for a moment. The way he'd gained his abilities had been nothing short of brutal, forced transformations powered by Kryptonian fragments and psychic amplifiers. He had ended up with an indestructible body and formidable psychic strength. But did he truly understand how these powers worked? What was their essence? How could he develop them further? He had not the faintest clue. He was like a child who'd suddenly been handed a priceless artifact, possessing treasure, yet utterly ignorant of how to wield it. Tang Zichen's words hit the very core of his unspoken doubts. The power within him was immense, yes, but also alien and untamed. He could feel it surging inside him, wild and overwhelming, as though he were trying to tame a beast that could break loose at any moment. Follow me. Tang Zichen left only these 3 words, saying nothing more. With a lightness that seemed to defy gravity, she floated down from the pine branch. She didn't display any astonishing speed, just walked briskly, her steps carrying a rhythm that was hard to describe, blending seamlessly with the surrounding wilderness. Chun Mo remained rooted to the spot, wrestling with himself. Should he follow? This woman was exceedingly dangerous. She had nearly shot him just moments ago. Yet, if he chose not to, he would remain utterly ignorant of this world and clueless about the powers he had gained. He would be like a blind man, lost in a primeval forest with treasure in hand. At any moment, he could be devoured by a stronger beast or undone by his own treasure. He watched Tang Zichen's figure grow smaller as she disappeared into the thicket. Her silhouette was solitary and cold. It seemed to beckon him down a path toward the very essence of power. Take a risk. Opportunity always walks hand in hand with danger. Chun Mo gritted his teeth, a flicker of resolve sparking in his eyes. He needed knowledge. He needed to understand his abilities, and he had to find a foothold to survive in this unfamiliar world. Tang Zichen was for now his only lead. No longer hesitating, he pushed off the ground. His body shot forward like an arrow loose from a bow, cutting through the air at speed. He didn't attempt to imitate Tang Zichen's harmony with nature. Instead, he relied on his enhanced physique, each stride leaving a deep imprint in the soft earth. But he was in no way slower. The two of them moved one after the other through the lush mountain forest. Tang Zichen kept a steady distance, neither too close nor too far ahead of him. She never looked back, nor did she quicken her pace to shake him off, as if certain he would keep up. Chun Mo's attention was razor sharp, his heightened senses sweeping the surroundings like radar, constantly alert for any sign of danger. At the same time, he watched Tang Zichen's every movement intently. Her breathing was deep and steady, her steps appearing casual but actually precise to a fault. With each subtle shift of her balance, her entire body seemed like a bow perpetually drawn, poised to unleash tremendous power at any moment. This was a style entirely different from Chun Mo's own, which relied on brute strength and mental force. Hers was agile, vibrant, a different way of wielding one's energy. He had no idea how long they had been walking or how many ridges they crossed, but suddenly the view ahead opened up. A secluded mountain valley appeared before them. In the center was a small clearing, and nestled against the cliffside stood a few simple yet immaculately tidy thatched cottages. In front of the houses, a modest vegetable plot had been cultivated, with stone tables and stools set nearby. A clear stream ran through the valley, its waters singing a gentle, pleasing melody as they flowed. The air here seemed fresher, more alive than outside. This was Tang Zichen's temporary abode. Tang Zichen walked down to the stream's edge and stopped beside a smooth, blue graystone. At last, she turned around, her gaze calm and steady as she looked at Chun Mo, who had hurried after her. At this moment, Chun Mo was so tense that his breathing was slightly ragged. The chi within you is very peculiar, Tang Zichen began bluntly, wasting no time on pleasantries. This force is as heavy and dense as lead and mercury, yet it's chaotic and impure, laced with a wild, restless energy. This shun you use to influence the world is completely at odds with your chi. It's as if you're trying to force water and fire to mix. Such a cultivation method may bring swift progress at first, but within 3 years, it will inevitably rebound on you, destroying your foundation and ruining both body and mind. Her words were calm and precise, as sharp as a surgeon's scalpel, exposing the hidden dangers in Chun Mo's body with chilling clarity. Chun Mo was shaken to his core. He had never imagined that the power he'd gained through his stroke of fortune could harbor such a terrifying risk. 3 years, body and mind ruined? Cold sweat instantly soaked his tattered clothes. Tang Zichen's level was far beyond anything he had imagined. She had seen through his condition so clearly with only a glance and brief contact. Please teach me, senior. Without hesitation, Chun Mo clasped his hands together in a respectful salute and bowed his head. He set aside all pride and doubt. Right now, the only thing that mattered was survival and seizing control of his own power. Tang Zichen studied him, her gaze as frosty as ever, and did not answer immediately. It was as if she were weighing something in her mind. After a brief silence, she finally spoke, her tone still cool. The martial arts of Tang's sect. Value temperament and foundation above all else. The hostility within you hasn't faded, and your foundation is a mess. Do you truly wish to learn? Ido. Chun Mo replied without the slightest hesitation. He lifted his head, his eyes burning with a fierce will to survive and a hunger for power. He fought to suppress the restlessness that came with his newfound strength. As long as I can stay alive and truly master this power, no matter how bitter or difficult, I am willing to learn. Good. Tang Zichen uttered just that single word. She pointed to the center of the clearing. Go stand over there. Chun Mo followed her instructions and took his place in the middle of the clearing. The foundation of martial arts lies in standing stake. The stake is your root, the vessel that will carry you across to the far shore. Tang Zichen's voice was clear and steady, ringing with a cadence that drew the listener in. Forget those techniques that depend on borrowed strength. Now, follow my instructions. Stand with your feet apart, shoulder width, toes angled slightly inward, like an ancient tree digging its roots into the earth. Tang Zichen began explaining the key points of the stance, her words carrying a special rhythm that made it easy to focus. Knees slightly bent, as if sitting but not sitting like you're riding a horse. Keep your spine straight, running through your body like a dragon, crown of your head lifted toward the sky, chin slightly tucked. Chest gently drawn in, back relaxed, shoulders sinking, elbows dropping naturally, waist loosened, hips lowered. Press the tip of your tongue to the roof of your mouth. Gaze steadily into the distance, seeing, yet not truly seeing. Breathe. Let it be natural, steady, fine, and deep. Don't force it. Instead, use your awareness to guide your breath. Feel the strength of the earth slowly rising from the soles of your feet, flowing through your entire body. Each instruction was delivered with striking clarity. Following Tang Zichen's guidance, Chen Mo adjusted his posture. His physique resembled forged steel, possessing extraordinary stability and control. His muscles and bones could easily align to the precise angles Tang Zichen demanded, and he could remain motionless far longer than any ordinary person. But trouble soon arose. When Tang Zichen spoke of using intention, not brute force, and feeling the power of the earth, Chen Mo found himself at a loss. How was he supposed to use intention? How could he sense the energy of the earth? His body was simply too powerful, muscles dense, bones hard as iron, nerves firing with lightning speed. This body was more like a finely tuned, unfeeling machine brimming with energy. But how could a machine feel? How could it use intention? He stood there, his posture textbook, perfect, as if he were a model from an instructional diagram. But there was a strange stiffness about him, an absence of vitality. He resembled a statue, sculpted from tempered steel and perfectly ergonomic, yet missing that one crucial breath of life. Tang Zichen frowned slightly. She could tell at a glance that Chen Mo's physical abilities far surpassed ordinary people, even exceeded every martial artist she had ever seen. Yet his stance was all form without spirit. On a microscopic level, his muscles remained tightly wound, always primed to explode into motion, utterly incapable of grasping the fundamental relaxation at the heart of Zhanzhuan. His mind was equally restless, unable to find focus. "Relax," Tang Zichen said softly. Though her voice was gentle, it carried a subtle force that struck directly at Chen Mo's spirit. Chen Mo did his best to comply, but his idea of relaxing was merely lowering his exertion from full strength to 80%, then 70%. The way his body was built, along with his altered neural reflexes, left him unable to comprehend what true relaxation meant. It was as if a high, revving engine suddenly tried to idle, only to sputter, unable to truly settle down. "I'm not telling you to let your power drain away. Your muscles, fascia, bones, even your mind, they all need to be in a state of fluid readiness, both relaxed and grounded, like a river, brimming with water, or a bow fully drawn yet steady. Relaxed but not slack, tense but not rigid. Do you understand, you blockhead?" There was a hint of sternness in Tang Zichen's tone. Never before had she taught a student so stubbornly unyielding. A fine sheen of sweat broke out on Chen Mo's forehead. He could shatter boulders with a single punch and lift cars with the power of his mind. Yet at this moment, he couldn't even manage the simplest act of relaxing. The stark contrast left him increasingly frustrated and irritable. Even the blazing Kryptonian energy within him seemed disturbed, growing restless beneath his skin, where faint dark, golden patterns began to shimmer. "Calm your mind. Focus." Tang Zichen's voice rang out again, cold and sharp as ice water thrown in his face. "Restless emotions are the bane of cultivation. Try again." Chen Mo drew a deep breath, fighting to suppress his agitation as he attempted the exercise anew. Closing his eyes, he worked to clear his mind, striving to feel the earth beneath his feet. His mental power unconsciously spread outward, like an invisible radar scanning the ground, analyzing the soil's composition, density, and structure. Yet this detached analysis was completely at odds with what Tang Zichen meant by feeling the power of the earth. Tang Zichen let out a cold, dismissive hum. She instantly sensed the surge of invisible, chaotic mental force from Chen Mo, like a formless net cast out to capture information from his surroundings. This was precisely the method she despised most, using willpower to control the world outside. In her eyes, it was a path that strayed far from the true way. She stepped forward, though her movements seemed unhurried. In a blink she crossed several meters, appearing right before Chen Mo. Her pale hand shot out like lightning, swift and silent, pressing toward the center of his chest, the Tanzhong acupoint. The strike was utterly silent, yet so fast that it defied reaction. Chun Mo's reflexes might have been sharp enough to sense danger, but Tang Zichen's attack was so masterfully unpredictable, it was as if she could foresee every possible dodge he might attempt. An invisible aura closed in around him, forcing upon him the chilling certainty that escape was impossible. Her palm landed gently on Chun Mo's chest. There was no thunderous crash. Instead, an incredibly gentle yet overwhelmingly powerful force surged through, like a jet of high-pressure water, piercing straight through Chun Mo's toughened skin and muscle, slipping past his solid breastbone and seeping with uncanny precision into his body. Ugh! Chun Mo grunted, his face draining of color in an instant. It felt as though a red-hot steel needle had stabbed straight into his chest. That supple, infused force roiled violently within his resilient organs, churning and twisting, not causing direct damage, but delivering a shockwave of agony. For the first time, his body of steel tasted an indescribable pain from within. It was as if an invisible hand had suddenly clenched his heart and organs, sending his blood and energy surging chaotically. A bitter taste rose in his throat. He nearly coughed up blood. The restless energy inside him, already unstable, was instantly provoked into a frenzy, rampaging through his meridians and energy channels, tearing at him from within with savage pain. Chun Mo staggered back 3 steps, each footfall leaving a deep impression in the hard ground before he finally managed to steady himself. Clutching his chest, he stared in shock at Tang Zichen, who remained as calm and composed as the moon. So this is the hidden force of traditional martial arts? A power that ignores external defenses and strikes directly at the internal organs. The steel, like body he so prided himself on, had been rendered utterly useless before that single palm strike. This completely overturned everything he thought he knew about strength. Did you feel it? Tang Zichen withdrew her hand, clasping both behind her back, her gaze cold and unwavering. You may have an indestructible exterior, but inside you're a tangled mess, fragile and easily shattered. No matter how great your outward strength, it's nothing more than a rootless duckweed, water without a source. You can't even master the most basic principle of relaxation and sinking, nor can you withstand the flow of hidden force through your body. How could you possibly hope to control your chaotic power, let alone truly step onto the path of martial arts? Her words were icy and direct, each syllable lashing him like a whip, leaving Chun Mo's heart stinging with pain. Never before had he felt such a crushing sense of defeat. On the battlefields of the Marvel world, he had braved storms of bullets and powerful energy weapons without flinching. Yet now, with a single effortless palm from this woman, his vital energy was in turmoil, and he was left reeling, utterly humiliated. He understood with perfect clarity. He needed to truly master his own power. He needed to grasp the real meaning of relaxation and sinking. He needed to learn the profound art of traditional martial arts. A fiercer light than ever before blazed in Chun Mo's eyes, not just a thirst for strength, but a will that refused to admit defeat, now fully awakened. Fixing his gaze on Tang Zichen, he spoke each word with unwavering resolve. Please, master, teach me from the beginning. This time, he set aside his pride, but his voice was stronger than ever. Tang Zichen regarded him in silence. In her eyes, there burned not only fire, but a tightly restrained impatience. After a moment's pause, she finally walked slowly over to the stone table and sat down, pouring herself a cup of clear tea. Foundational stances. We'll start over. Begin with the method of relaxation. Only when you can truly relax, when you can stand and draw out that living breath, will we talk about the next step. She lifted her teacup, her gaze drifting to the distant mountains, no longer looking at Chun Mo. Stand there until the sun sets. If you can't even stand steady, then leave. Her tone was cold, utterly merciless. Chun Mo took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm the frustration in his chest and the restless energy within his body. He stopped thinking about his steel body or the manipulation of psychic force. He compelled himself to forget all those superhuman powers. Like a true beginner, awkwardly and with great difficulty, he resumed the posture of the 3-body stance. This time, he no longer chased after perfect form. Instead, he focused all his attention inward, struggling, sometimes painfully, to relax that powerful yet rigid body. For the first time, his sweat was not the result of fierce combat, but of this arduous internal search. Beads of perspiration slowly traced down from his brow and temples. The valley was utterly silent, broken only by the gentle murmur of the stream and the occasional call of birds. A man with strength bordering on the superhuman now resembled a toddler learning to walk, beginning the most basic and most grueling training under the cold, impassive gaze of a master of the martial arts. The path beneath his feet had only just begun. Time in the valley slipped by quietly, marked by the sun rising and setting, and the changing winds, frost, rain, and snow. The first 3 months became the most painful and mind-shattering ordeal Chunmo had ever endured in his life. Tang Zichen's teaching methods were cold, direct, even bordering on cruel. She never explained the principles behind the training. Results were all that mattered to her. Each day, he was required to practice standing meditation for hours on end. Despite Chunmo's body being as tough as steel and his endurance astonishing, it was precisely the fundamental relaxation and rootedness that he could never quite achieve. Too stiff, like a block of dead wood. Tang Zichen's scolding cracked through the air like a whip beside Chunmo's ear. Use intent. This isn't about brute force grappling with the earth. Feel its support. Breathe. Are you forging iron here? Your breath must be fine, even and deep. Unfocused. If you keep this up, I'll break your legs myself. Whenever Chunmo tried to rely on his formidable strength to hold his posture, or couldn't resist using his psychic sense to cheat by sensing his surroundings, Tang Zichen would always appear at his side, as if out of nowhere. Sometimes, with pinpoint accuracy, she would jab a finger into a joint or acupoint, sending a searing numbness through him that instantly shattered his force stance. Other times, she would land a palm on his shoulder or back, seemingly gentle, yet heavy as a mountain, driving him into the ground like a nail, making his blood and energy surge and his organs nearly shift out of place. He was forced to muster every ounce of strength to withstand that pressure that seemed to penetrate to his very bones. And it was under these extremes that he came to understand, more clearly than ever, the marvel of drawing power from the earth. Again and again, Chunmo collapsed in agony and frustration, his clothes soaked through with sweat, caked with dirt, looking utterly battered. The body he once took such pride in now felt like a heavy shackle before Tang Zichen. Yet, each time he fell, the defiant light in his eyes only burned brighter. Gritting his teeth, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and, with great effort, stood up once more, returning to that seemingly simple yet brutally challenging training stance. During these 3 months, Tang Zichen didn't only teach him stance training. Whenever Chunmo was exhausted to the point of collapse, she would demonstrate some fundamental martial movements. The cloud hands of Tai Chi, the 3 body bung quan of Xingyi, and the mud stepping walk of Bagua. Her movements were smooth and fluid, as natural as flowing water, yet every transition was filled with explosive power. She told Chunmo to observe closely, to listen with his mind to the flow of energy within each movement, and to experience that realm where intention, not brute strength, guided the body. Jin is not mere strength. Strength is dead. Jin is alive. It begins at your feet, led by the waist, and expresses itself at your fingertips. The whole body moves in harmony. One part moves, and all follow. Tang Zichen's words were etched deeply into Chunmo's heart. He clumsily tried to imitate her, his movements often stiff, sometimes even tripping himself. Tang Zichen merely observed coldly from the side, only stepping in to correct him when he made a serious mistake. Over these 3 months, through Tang Zichen's occasional explanations and the yellowed ancient books scattered in the valley, Chunmo gradually pieced together the outline of this world. He realized he no longer belonged to the familiar time and space he once knew, but had arrived in a realm called Dragon and Snake, a world of martial arts. Here, countless schools of combat flourished and masters abounded. Levels of martial cultivation he had only read about in novels. Bright Jin, Dark Jin, Transforming Jin, Elixir Jin, Gang Jin, Breaking the Void, Invulnerable to Gods, now stood before him as reality. Factions like the Tang Clan, Hongmen, Qingbang, the military, and more, wove a tangled web of power. Martial arts here was not only a path of personal cultivation, but a vital tool in the struggle between nations and peoples. In this world, the character for martial was pushed to its extreme. Individual strength could split mountains and stones, even shape the course of an era. 3 months later, on a misty morning, Tang Zichen stood by the stream at the valley's edge, still dressed in her plain white martial attire, her aura as cold and pure as moonlight. Your foundation is barely adequate now, she said quietly, watching Chunmo, who had just finished his morning practice. His body still radiated heat, but his gaze was no longer restless. Remember the words, relaxed and sunk. They are the root of your martial cultivation. The road ahead, you must walk on your own, shutting yourself away is meaningless in the end. Only by stepping into the world, facing trials in life, or death struggles, can you truly come to know yourself. She offered no further words. With a flicker, her figure seemed to merge with the morning mist, vanishing swiftly into the emerald wilderness, leaving no trace behind. The valley returned to silence, leaving Chun-mo standing alone. Chun-mo bowed deeply toward the direction in which she had disappeared. The 3 months of tempering, though painful, had cleansed him of impurities and planted within his wild strength the very first root of true martial cultivation. Not long after, a quiet and nimble mountain dweller began to appear regularly at the outskirts of the valley. He would silently deliver enough supplies for daily living, then slip away without a word. Chun-mo understood this was Tang Zichen's arrangement. Composing himself, he embarked on the path of true ascetic cultivation. His ambition was singular: to gain complete mastery over his body, to unearth the true essence of martial arts that lay hidden within this formidable physique and the latent power of his mind. Day after day, year after year, stance training, the three-body stance, the Hunyuan stance, the Wuji stance, these forms of training gradually became the heart of his life. No longer fixated on outwardly perfect postures, he devoted himself fully to the practice. Through endless cycles of tension and release, his muscles developed a unique resilience and elasticity. Sometimes, a faint resonance would echo from deep within his bones, a sign that his strength was condensing at an even deeper level. He could clearly sense the eternal pulse of the earth beneath his feet, feel the vitality brought by sunlight and rain, and within himself perceive the searing Kryptonian energy slowly being tamed and guided in a state of profound relaxation, fusing ever more closely with his flesh, blood, and sinews. His psychic power was no longer just a force to be unleashed outward, but had become an inner eye, guiding his perception and control over every subtle current of energy flowing within. Boxing. He ceaselessly practiced the foundational boxing techniques passed down by Tang Zichen, while striving to infuse them with his own understanding and power. His boxing had moved far beyond brute strength. It now embodied a weighty, unbroken rhythm. Each punch no longer simply cut through the air with a sharp crack, but carried a deep, resounding tremor, like a heavy stone plunging into deep water. Though his speed remained swift, there was now a roundness and elusive changeability in his movements. The ancient rocks and towering trees of the valley became his training partners, their surfaces marked with fist impressions, palm prints, and finger holes of varying depth. Countless clashes with these unyielding targets never harmed his body. Instead, the repeated tempering of internal force made his power more restrained and concentrated. Internal force. This was his greatest challenge: how to blend softness with strength and project power through the body itself. Chun-mo experimented with many methods. He used his mind's eye to observe the flow of energy and blood within. He stood beneath waterfalls, feeling the impact of water to experience the hidden strength within gentleness. He plunged his hands into scorching sand and gravel, attuning himself to the penetration of heat. There were countless failures, endless bouts of internal backlash that sent his energy and blood surging wildly. Yet, thanks to the Kryptonian body's extraordinary ability to recover and the precision of his psychic perception, he pressed on, breaking through each limitation. 3 years slipped quietly by. The valley remained tranquil and secluded, but the Chun-mo who now stood by the stream was a man transformed, his very presence utterly changed from before. The sharp edge and restlessness he once flaunted had long since been reined in, like a legendary blade returned to its sheath. His posture remained upright and proud, yet now it carried a mountain-like steadiness and calm. His skin glowed with a warm bronze hue. His muscles were smoothly contoured yet restrained, no longer exaggerated, but brimming with a quiet vitality and strength. His gaze was deep and tranquil, reminiscent of a still pool. Yet every so often, a sharp glint would flash through when he focused his eyes. Slowly, he raised his right hand, fingers slightly curved, aiming at a waist-high boulder by the stream. He pressed gently down through the air. There was no sound of wind, not even the faintest rustle. From within the stone, a low, muffled tremor seemed to echo. At once, starting from where his palm aligned, a web of fine cracks spread rapidly across the boulder, covering its surface in an instant. Tiny stone dust drifted silently to the ground. Deep within those fissures, a searing heat flickered, traces left behind by the sudden eruption of condensed inner strength, which had shattered the stone's core. This hidden force, invisible, traceless, could transmit power through the air. Chun-mo drew his hand back slowly, his face expressionless. 3 years of grueling cultivation, honed day after day, had finally borne fruit. He had stepped through the threshold of traditional martial arts, initially integrating the iron body he'd brought from another world into the intricate system of martial energies. Now, the merging of his psychic power and physical body was more refined. It was no longer just about moving objects at will, but also aided his internal awareness, adjusted his vital energies and blood flow, and in critical moments, allowed him to gather his focus and elevate his intent with a punch. It's time to see what wonders this world holds. Chun-mo gazed beyond the valley, his eyes alight with anticipation and the thrill of battle. Leaving the valley behind, he stepped into the world of men. Taking the name Chun Xian, he began his journey. At times, he resembled an ascetic monk. At others, a martial artist in pursuit of his limits. His footprints traversing the vast expanse of the land. He visited reclusive, old masters hidden among famous mountains and rivers, sparred and shared insights before ancient ancestral halls, delving into the mysteries of different schools of martial power. The pounding fist, the drilling fist, the crossing fist, and the cannon fist of Xingyi, the spiraling force of Taiji, the flowing palm of Bagua, the close-quarter strikes of Ojikwan. Through countless real battles, his mastery of hidden force grew ever more refined, his control of power ever more precise. His steel, like body, fused with pure hidden force, made him nearly unbeatable among opponents of his level. He also wandered into bustling cities, witnessing the brutality of underground fight clubs beneath the neon lights and swirling nightlife. There, strength was the only law. His arrival hit like a thunderclap, overwhelming all challengers and earning him the notorious nickname The Rock. Yet he sought neither fame nor glory, but rather that fleeting moment of insight found only on the razor's edge between life and death. He had once been ambushed by gangs, stared down the barrel of a gun, and fallen into carefully laid traps. Each crisis pushed him to his absolute limits. In those pivotal moments, his telekinesis became his trump card, deflecting deadly bullets, unsettling his opponents' minds. Combined with his increasingly fearsome close combat skills, allowing him to break through encirclements time and again. Amid the relentless battles, a name began to surface more and more frequently: Wang Chao. That boy by the Yangtze River, Wang Chao. His fighting style is ferocious, and his progress is astonishing. I heard he's become the disciple of Tang Zichen from the Tang sect. What a stroke of unexpected fortune. Recently, he stirred up quite a commotion in Southeast Asia, defeating and even killing several renowned masters. Chun-mo felt a faint tremor in his heart. Tang Zichen's disciple? That Dragon King, destined to shake the world in the future? A ripple of emotion stirred within him. He had always remembered Tang Zichen's kindness, and now, learning of this young man's connection to her, he couldn't help but feel a heightened sense of curiosity and attention. By chance, Chun-mo found himself caught up in a sudden raid against a mysterious force in a bustling port city along the southern coast, a place teeming with all kinds of characters. Amid the chaos, he spotted a familiar figure. It was Tang Zichen. She seemed injured, her movements less fluid than usual, surrounded by a group of fierce, exceptionally skilled fighters. Their style unmistakably foreign, and her situation perilous. At the edge of the fray, a young man with a determined gaze and razor-sharp fists was fighting desperately. Youthful energy radiating from him as he tried to break through and rescue Tang Zichen. This was Wang Chao. A chill surged through Chun-mo's heart. His mentor was in grave danger. He didn't hesitate for a moment. Like a slumbering beast suddenly awakened, he unleashed his power. The solid pier cracked beneath his feet as he launched himself forward, his figure blurring into a near, invisible streak, tearing through the air and charging into the battle with overwhelming force. With a low roar that thundered like a storm, Chun-mo ignored the blades and fists coming his way. His arms swept out wide, movements both serpentine and soaring, like a python twisting or a great rock spreading its wings. A surge of unstoppable energy exploded from him. Thud, thud, thud. The experts attacking Tang Zichen were struck as if by a speeding train. Chun-mo's internal force penetrated their bodies, and with his almost inhuman strength, the sickening crack of bones and agonized cries rang out in unison. Several assailants were sent flying, blood spraying from their mouths as they crashed into shipping containers and slid limply to the ground, instantly losing all fighting strength. This sudden intervention threw the attackers into disarray. The pressure on Wang Chao eased. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a flurry of Xingyi cannon punches, dropping two opponents in an instant. At last, he broke through to Tang Zichen's side, catching her as she nearly collapsed. "Master!" Wang Chao's voice was hoarse, thick with worry. Tang Zichen's face was deathly pale, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. She was clearly gravely wounded. She looked at Chun-mo, who had suddenly appeared. In her cool, distant gaze flickered a subtle ripple. It was hard to tell if she was surprised or if she had somehow anticipated his arrival. She gave a slight nod, a quiet greeting. Chen-mo didn't waste words. He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Tang Zichen and Wang Chao. His eyes shone with a piercing intensity as he scanned the hesitant enemies, alert and unyielding. The aura radiating from him was like that of an ancient beast awakened from slumber, heavy, cold, and suffused with a suffocating intent to kill. His body, hard as steel and driven by inner force, seemed to emit waves of searing heat that warped the air around him. "Anyone who stands in my way will find only death," he declared, his voice ice-cold and resolute, brooking no argument. The oppressive force of his presence stunned their adversaries. None dared make a move. "Go now," Chen-mo ordered in a low voice, shepherding the two of them swiftly toward the edge of the docks. Wang Chao carried Tang Zichen on his back as Chen-mo brought up the rear, an unbreakable barrier against the waves of pursuers. Each time he struck, it was like a hammer blow, his inner force cutting through all opposition, unstoppable and unmatched. At last, the three managed to shake off their pursuers, slipping into the shadows of an abandoned, secluded warehouse. Wang Chao gently set Tang Zichen down, hastily checking her injuries. Tang Zichen crossed her legs and sat, closing her eyes to steady her breath, though her face remained ghostly pale. Chen-mo stood guard nearby, outwardly calm, but inwardly a storm of emotion. Seeing Tang Zichen wounded, a surge of rage and murderous intent welled up within him. Over the past 3 years, this cold yet steadfast mentor, who had given him his foundation in martial arts, had become the person closest to him. Now, the will to protect her burned within him, fierce and unstoppable, like molten lava flooding his veins. And just as this fierce determination reached its peak, something inside him suddenly changed. A wisp of Kryptonian energy, the same power that had once been tamed by his martial discipline and hidden deep within his very cells, was suddenly, violently awakened. That vast star-born energy clashed with the burning will he had forged over 3 years, the fire of his heart, and the pure, honed inner force, the water of his kidneys, that now surged to its limits. In the depths of his core, these 3 forces erupted in a cataclysmic collision. Chen-mo felt as if his dantian had become a volcano on the brink of eruption. Heat and cold, heaviness and explosive force, opposing powers, each equally overwhelming, raged and tore at one another inside him. Agony engulfed him, far worse than when he had first fused with fragments of this energy. His bronze skin flushed an angry red, turning feverish and burning to the touch, while dark golden patterns beneath the surface writhed and shimmered. Sweat beaded instantly, only to vanish in a steam, shrouding him in a haze as if his whole body were a furnace ablaze. "Ah!" Chen-mo let out a low, guttural roar, his body trembling violently, fists clenched so tight his nails bit into his palms. "Brother Chen!" Wang Chao cried out in alarm, turning toward him, fear in his eyes. Tang Zichen, who had been meditating to regulate her breathing, suddenly snapped her eyes open. Her gaze was sharp, her expression more grave than ever before, with even a hint of shock. Water and fire blending, dragon and tiger converging? No, that's not it. This power, it's wild, chaotic, and violent. Is he forcing the condensation of his inner core? Holding the core, sitting firm, blood and energy united as one. This is the hallmark of a master at the peak of Huajin, attempting to break through to the Danjin realm. But at this moment, Chen-mo's state was far more frenzied and chaotic than that of any ordinary challenger, an extremely perilous process. Even the slightest loss of control could shatter his dantian, with life and death hanging by a thread. Chen-mo felt as if his body and soul were about to be torn apart by this raging force. Yet his will only grew more unyielding amidst the agony. To protect, to grow stronger, to take control, to survive. These primal instincts, as steady as a pillar in the stormy sea, anchored his consciousness at the heart of the swirling chaos. Entering the way, in one desperate chase, cornered with no way out, Chen-mo was forced into the heart of a primeval rainforest, a place untouched by human presence. The killer's murderous intent pressed on him like a shadow. He gritted his teeth against his injuries, pushing through the slick, muddy undergrowth. His energy was in turmoil, his internal force sluggish, the injuries from his forced breakthroughs throbbing with pain, and the prolonged use of his psychic power had brought him to the brink of collapse. At the very moment his strength was spent, and he slumped, gasping for breath, against the tangled roots of an ancient tree, a clear, distant bell sounded. The chime resonated through the rain-soaked wilderness, weaving its way faintly into his ears. There was something inexplicable in that bell's tone, a quietude and a cleansing power that seemed to wash away the turmoil in his heart. Chun Mo's spirit lifted as he followed the direction of the bell, pushing aside layers of tangled vines. Suddenly, the dense rainforest opened up before him. Hidden deep within, there stood a humble, ancient Taoist temple. The temple was small, its blue bricks and dark tiles covered in moss that crept along the eaves and corners, lending the place an air of profound tranquility and peace. In front of the temple, beneath the gnarled branches of an old pine tree, an elderly man sat cross-legged, dressed in a plain azure robe. His white hair framed a youthful face, eyes gently closed. As he rested in meditation, his presence radiated a gentle calm, blending seamlessly with the natural surroundings, as though he were a living part of the ancient trees and the rainforest itself. Chun Mo's arrival roused the old man from his quietude. Slowly, the elder opened his eyes, clear as a mountain spring, as if able to see straight into one's heart. His gaze swept over Chun Mo's blood-stained, disheveled figure, sensing the wild, wounded animal energy that surged beneath the surface. Understanding flashed in the old man's eyes, yet there was no surprise or fear. Boundless heavenly honor, the old man greeted in a serene, steady voice, as gentle as a breeze stirring through the trees. You are shrouded in baleful energy, your blood and chi in turmoil. Although you have achieved a breakthrough with the elixir within you, your mind remains unsettled. If you continue down this path, you risk burning yourself out. This is a place of peace. For now, you may stay here to rest and calm your spirit. Meeting the elder's penetrating gaze, Chun Mo felt an aura utterly different from Tang Zichen's, a depth and serenity that reached far beyond. Against his will, his wariness softened. He realized he was in the presence of a true master. This mastery was not measured by martial prowess, but by a transcendence in the very essence of life. I am Chun Mo, he said, bowing deeply with utmost humility. Driven here, while fleeing from pursuers, I have trespassed upon this place. I beg you, master, to grant me shelter. At this moment, what he needed was not another fight, but a sanctuary for reflection and recovery. The elder smiled gently, sweeping his horsetail whisk with a graceful motion. I am Xianjun, he replied. The Tao follows nature, and fate has brought you here. Since you have arrived, come in. Time flows slowly in the mountains. Chun Mo's stay became 5 long years. He shed his old identity as the Rock, leaving behind the bloodshed and strife of his past. Under the guidance of Master Xianjun, he embarked on a path utterly unlike his former martial training. Immersing himself in Taoist classics, sitting in quiet meditation, attuning his senses to the subtle changes of nature. Master Xianjun did not teach him any mystical arts or secret techniques. Instead, each day, Chun Mo swept the courtyard, chopped firewood, drew water, and recited the Tao Te Ching, the Zhuangzi, the Yellow Court Classic, and other ancient texts. In moments of leisure, he would sit beneath the old pine, listening as the master explained the cycles of heaven and earth, the interplay of yin and yang, and profound principles such as attaining utmost emptiness, maintaining resolute stillness, and man follows the earth follows heaven, heaven follows the Tao, and the Tao follows what is natural. In the beginning, Chun Mo found it exceedingly difficult to adjust. Once accustomed to wielding power and battling for his life, he now faced principles that seemed as incomprehensible as an ancient, cryptic script. The restlessness left in his body from forcing a breakthrough, along with the immense force of his inner energy, only grew more unsettled in the tranquil environment, like a wild beast unable to find peace. His mental strength, too, became sluggish without the stimulus of external challenges. Taoist Master Xuanzhen remained patient and unhurried. He simply had Chun Mo recite the scriptures again and again, encouraging him to sense the ancient wisdom woven into their lines. He urged Chun Mo to observe the changing seasons, the withering and flourishing of grass and trees, the shifting patterns of clouds, so that he might feel the rhythm of nature itself. He instructed him to sit in silence and regulate his breath, attempting to sink his awareness into the restless elixir at his lower abdomen, not to command it, but to observe it as one might gaze up at a solitary star in the night sky. 5 years slipped quietly by, accompanied by the morning bell, the evening drum, the glow of an oil lamp, and the scent of old books. The hostility and sharpness that once clung to Chun Mo gradually washed away. The once turbulent inner energy under the nourishment of Taoist scriptures, and a newfound calm, became more harmonious and reserved, gentle as jade. His mental strength, which had once reached outward like probing tendrils, transformed into an inner clarity, a refined spirit, allowing him to observe himself more clearly, to sense the most subtle shifts in his vital energies, and even faintly perceive those delicate yet essential nodes deep within his body that define the essence of life. He came to understand the resilience and power of water, grasping the principle that gentleness overcomes strength. He realized the true meaning of cultivating oneself, to keep a humble mind, a full belly, a gentle will, and strong bones. Taoist thought, like a spring of sweet water, nourished the heart that had grown parched from the rapid surge of his power, and mended the cracks left by his forceful advance, granting him a new and essential understanding of his strength. A body as hard as steel was merely a vessel. Inner energy was the function. Mental force was the spirit. And the Tao itself was the foundation that contained and governed them all. When his mind truly found peace and resonated with the Tao, the elixir in his core seemed to come alive, forming a mysterious harmony with the breath of heaven and earth. One day, the mountain was sealed beneath a heavy snow. Chun Mo sat alone in meditation at the edge of a cliff behind the temple, facing the boundless sea of clouds, his mind sinking into a realm of pure clarity and stillness. All the scriptures he had recited over the 5 years, the wisdom he had gleaned, his battle experience, and the insights of his cultivation converged. In his silent contemplation, brewing and rising to a new height like myriad rivers flowing into the sea. His inner vision was no longer confined to the strength of his muscles and bones, the surging of his vital energies, or the grandeur of his internal force. Under the Taoist method of observation, his spirit became exquisitely fine, like a probe piercing the barrier of flesh and blood, delving into the very essence of life itself. He saw it. He saw the countless tiny structures that make up muscle fibers, the intricate honeycomb-like pores inside the bones, the complex and fragile network of nerves between the organs, and the ceaselessly flowing particles in the blood carrying the essence of life. He could even distinctly sense the opening and closing of the heart valves with every beat, the gentle expansion of alveoli with each breath, and the faint currents of bioelectricity sparking with every new thought in his mind. This was not a vision seen through a microscope, but an all-encompassing, three-dimensional insight into life itself that transcended ordinary sight. Every organ, every bone, every muscle fiber, every nerve ending, even the activity of each individual cell was vividly presented to his consciousness. He could sense where vitality surged, where hidden injuries lurked, where strength found its core, and where life was at its most fragile, all of it within his grasp. He had not encountered a true deity, but had instead gained an unprecedented understanding of the mysteries within his own flesh and blood, meridians, acupoints, and internal organs. His comprehension of the essence of life reached its absolute limit. From this moment on, his physical abilities were developed to the theoretical zenith of humanity, and his control over his body rose to a level bordering on the divine. Any minor injury could be instantly detected and repaired. Any surge of power could be executed with flawless precision, and his potential was fully unleashed. Chun Mo slowly opened his eyes. In his gaze there was neither joy nor sorrow. Instead, his eyes were as deep as the starry night, reflecting boundless seas of clouds. He exhaled gently, and the breath condensed into a straight, silvery stream that shot dozens of meters ahead, lingering in the air for a long time. The aura around him faded into utter tranquility, as unremarkable as a solitary stone in the mountains, yet subtly merged with the rhythm of nature itself. Martial arts tournament, astonishing the world. 5 years later, a letter from Wang Chao shattered the mountain's peace. By now, Wang Chao had earned the title of Dragon King, his fame resounding across the land. He invited top masters from all regions to an unprecedented martial arts tournament, aiming to test each other's skills and reach new heights together. Chun Mo bid farewell to Master Xianzhen. The old Taoist nodded with a smile. Your worldly ties are not yet severed. Go forth. The way lies beneath your feet. Never forget your original heart. At the tournament, heroes from every corner gathered. Experts of internal strength were as numerous as clouds. Grandmasters of advanced techniques appeared as if in a downpour, and few formidable fighters with unfathomable power stood out, some even brushing the threshold of shattering the void and attaining invincibility, an extraordinary spectacle of grandeur. Chun Mo arrived quietly, drawing little attention. After 5 years hidden away in the mountains, his sharpness had faded, his presence withdrawn. Amidst so many martial artists radiating overwhelming energy, he seemed remarkably ordinary. But the moment he stepped onto the stage, everything changed. No matter if his opponents wielded the power of Ming Jin and Jin or the mastery of Hua Jin, before him they were as helpless as children. He didn't even need to exert his full strength. With his profound understanding of force and his flawless command over his body, he could effortlessly neutralize any attack, sending his challengers tumbling off the stage with the simplest of gestures. His movements flowed with such natural grace, without a hint of hesitation or waste, yet all who watched felt a chilling, unfathomable aura radiate from him. In the end, nothing stood in his way as he ascended to the final arena. Awaiting him, there were two figures, Wang Chao, the dragon king at the height of his fame, and the leader of the God organization, a man whose presence was lofty and remote, cold as a deity. Wang Chao and the God leader each embodied one of the two ultimate pinnacles of the martial arts world. Wang Chao's fists fused the agility and strength of both dragon and serpent, bearing the weight of familial loyalty and the courage to break every shackle. In contrast, the God leader's strikes symbolized absolute authority and divine indifference, driven by an unwavering will and pursuit of ultimate evolution. For two such supreme masters to join forces was the highest testament to Chun Mo's strength. It elevated this martial arts tournament into an unprecedented clash at the summit of the art. In a heartbeat, the battle erupted. Wang Chao's fists surged forward like 1,000 galloping steeds, their momentum boundless and overwhelming, as if intent on shattering the very heavens. The God leader's blows, in contrast, flashed as swiftly as lightning and crashed with the weight of a mountain, each strike carrying a merciless force of judgment. The two fought in perfect harmony, their attacks relentless as a torrential storm, pressing Chun Mo on all sides with unyielding intensity. Against this onslaught, enough to shatter any master of Danjin or Gangjin in an instant, Chun Mo finally began to move. He no longer concealed his presence. Instead, he unleashed the full might of the invincible spirit realm. His body became as precise as the most intricate machine in the universe. Every cell operated at peak efficiency, releasing an unimaginable surge of power. Danjin was no longer just a momentary burst, but flowed within him like a mighty river, endless and unceasing. Mind, spirit, and internal force became one, fusing into a godlike perspective that laid bare every nuance of Wang Chao's intent and exposed every subtle flaw in the God leader's technique. Chun Mo's movements seemed unhurried, yet at the most crucial moments, he struck with uncanny precision at the weakest points in their joint assault. Sometimes, with just the gentlest deflection, he would redirect Wang Chao's earth-shattering power off course. Other times, a flick of his finger would tap the most vulnerable part of the God leader's fist, dissolving even the most overwhelming force with subtle mastery. He was like a steadfast rock in a raging tempest, yet at the same time, he danced at the heart of the storm with the poise of a god. With the smallest emotions, he unraveled the fiercest of attacks. Under the protection of the invincible spirit realm, his body became truly unbreakable and impervious to harm. When the wind from a stray punch brushed his skin, it left only the faintest mark, one that would vanish almost instantly, leaving him as untouched as before. Impossible. For the first time, a crack appeared in the God leader's usually cold and indifferent expression. His eyes brimmed with disbelief. He felt as though every punch he threw either struck empty air or was perfectly anticipated and neutralized by his opponent. He's too strong. Is this his true power? Wang Chao was equally shaken deep down. The level and control Chun Mo displayed far surpassed anything he had imagined. Yet rather than dampen his spirit, it only ignited his. Fighting will further. The intent behind his dragon snake fist surged to its peak. His movements became even more fluid and fierce, twisting and striking like a dragon or a serpent, his attacks growing ever more relentless. Hundreds of moves flashed by, and a sharp glint flickered in Chun Mo's eyes. He stopped defending and launched a counterattack instead. With a single step, his figure seemed to blur as if he had teleported, suddenly appearing right between the two opponents. His left hand opened into a palm, moving with deceptive slowness that was actually incredibly swift. In his palm shimmered a chaotic light, the fusion of highly concentrated internal force and mental energy, imbued with a softness as fluid as water, gently meeting Wang Chao's ferocious dragon-shaped punch. At the same time, his right hand formed a fist, its motion simple and unadorned, yet carrying the primal force of nature itself. as if striking with the power of the world at its creation, directed squarely at the core of the god leader's divine defense. Two muffled thuds sounded almost simultaneously. Wang Chao felt as if his surging fist force had crashed into an endless, all-encompassing ocean, one that silently dissolved and absorbed all his power. He was unable to resist that gentle yet immense energy. His entire body was blasted backward, landing only after staggering more than 10 steps before he could steady himself. His blood and energy churned inside, but he suffered no real harm. The god leader, meanwhile, felt his divine will struck head-on by an unstoppable force drawn from the very origins of heaven and earth. His cold, untouchable divine shell instantly fractured, riddled with cracks. A heavy, life-infused energy pierced through his body, shaking him to his very core. He let out a low, involuntary groan. Fresh blood welled at the corner of his mouth, the divine light in his eyes dimming for the first time. He staggered back 7 or 8 paces, each step leaving a deep imprint in the hard ground beneath him. Everyone stared in shock at the figure, standing motionless atop the ring, as immovable as a mountain. Facing 2 top masters at once, he had repelled both with ease in just a handful of moves. What kind of realm was this? Chun Mo withdrew his energy, standing calmly as his breathing returned to normal. He looked at Wang Chao and the god leader, giving a slight nod. Thank you for letting me learn from you. At this very moment, the experience of defeating 2 formidable masters, his mind and strength perfectly united at their peak, brought about another transformation in Chun Mo's spiritual state. In the past, the so-called indestructible spirit was an insight into the very origin of his own consciousness. But now, under the influence of Taoist philosophy and the stimulation of an intense battle, his spirit began to break free from the confines of the flesh, attempting to enter a state known as sitting in oblivion, to sense the vastness of the heavens and the universe. His awareness seemed to detach from his body, rising up and gazing down upon the entire martial arts arena, and even the mountains and rivers beyond. He could see the energy particles flowing in the air, feel the undulating patterns of the earth's veins, and even witness the shimmer of starlight raining down. A profound sense of being in harmony with all things, breathing and thriving together with the world, filled his heart. His body remained standing upon the stage, yet his spirit was soaring through boundless space. This was the realm of sitting in oblivion, a state where the spirit is freed from the shackles of the flesh, and one begins to comprehend the very laws of nature. At Mount Legu, where the free-spirited seek the Tao, the echoes of the martial arts tournament had yet to fade, but Chun Mo had already slipped away unnoticed. Ever since attaining the initial stage of the sitting in oblivion realm, his perception of the world grew ever sharper and more profound. In the depths of his consciousness, he sensed a faint pull from across distant time and space, a ripple caused by the fragments of krypton within him and the lingering spatial waves of the psychic amplifier. Following this subtle pull, Chun Mo ventured deep into a secluded mountain forest, far from human paths. Suddenly, space twisted and spun once more. This time, instead of resisting, he guided his spirit, now steeped in the sitting in oblivion state, to merge with the shifting reality. When the world righted itself again, Chun Mo landed steadily on solid ground. The air was crystalline and vibrant, brimming with a life force far beyond the ordinary. Before him rose a lofty mountain, its peaks shrouded in clouds and mist. Along the mountainside, he could faintly make out the sweeping eaves and elegant pavilions, structures fit for immortals. Chun Mo climbed the mountain at an unhurried pace. Though the path was steep and rugged, it offered no challenge to him. Reaching a broad terrace midway up where the legendary Lega Mountain chessboard was set, he saw, beneath a towering ancient pine, a stone table upon which an unfinished game of chess awaited. Seated at the table were 2 figures. One was a handsome, poised young man, Wu Yazi. The other was an elder clad in a flowing, plain white Taoist robe. His hair and beard were as white as snow, yet his face glowed with the freshness of youth. His eyes were clear and fathomless, as if containing the mysteries of sun, moon, stars, and the very workings of the universe. He sat in tranquil silence, his presence ethereal, as if at any moment he might merge with the world itself. When Chun Mo extended his psychic senses toward the old man, it was like casting a stone into the sea. There was no response at all. This was none other than the founder of the Xiaoyao sect, the legendary Zaiyozi. Wu Yazi caught sight of Chun Mo, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Clearly, he had sensed that Chun Mo's aura, restrained and profound with inner power, suffused with the essence of sitting in oblivion, was unlike anything found among the martial artists of this world. Just as he was about to speak, Zayayozi's gaze had already settled on Chinemo. That look seemed to pierce through flesh and bone, reaching straight into the depths of his soul, where his pulsing Dan resided. His meditative spirit lingered, and the hidden energies of Krypton and the wellspring of psychic power, so different from this world, flowed within his veins. For the first time, genuine interest flickered in Zayayozi's eyes, as if he had discovered a rare, unpolished gem. Stroking his beard with a gentle smile, he spoke, his voice clear and warm, echoing directly in Chunmo's mind. Marvelous! Your body is as resilient as diamond. Your spirit roams the boundless void. Your Dan contains a starlight from another realm, and your mind connects with the very fabric of heaven and earth. Young friend, though your foundation does not stem from my Xiaoyao lineage, it resonates with the very essence of the way of freedom. The laws of this world may restrain your physical strength, but they cannot conceal the transcendence of your spirit. He paused briefly, his gaze sweeping over Wyazi before returning to Chunemo. Now his tone carried a firm, unquestionable resolve. Wuya, this young man and I are destined to cross paths. Though his roots differ from ours, he is worth nurturing. From this day forth, he is your junior brother. Zayayozi's words seemed to settle all matters. Chunmo's heart trembled with awe as he gazed at this Taoist master, whose presence felt as unfathomable as the heavens themselves. Without the slightest hesitation, he lifted his robe and bowed deeply. Disciple Chunmo pays his respects, master. Then, turning to Wyazi, he offered the same respectful salute. Greetings, senior brother. Wyazi regarded his newly arrived junior, sensing an air of mystery about him that even he could not discern, then glanced at the rare look of anticipation in their master's eyes. Suppressing the swirl of emotions within, he returned the gesture with cupped hands. There's no need for such formality, junior brother. Zayayozi smiled and nodded, lightly flicking his horsetail whisk. Rise. In our Xiaoyao lineage, we honor the true heart and are not bound by convention. Your foundation is unique. There is no need to abandon your former ways. Come with me. I will first explain to you the chi of this realm, and how it differs from and relates to the Dan and spirit within you. Your true path of cultivation begins now. Rising to his feet, Chunmo felt a rare clarity within. From the battlefields of the Marvel Universe to the path of martial cultivation, from the quietude of Taoist practice to his first success in meditation, he had finally, at the summit of Drum Mountain wreathed in clouds, become the disciple of the legendary Zayayozi. The path ahead would lead to ever wider worlds, and its starting point was right here, amid the swirling mists atop this peak. Zayayozi's words were like a gentle breeze brushing across the tranquil surface of Chunmo's heart. Rising respectfully to his feet, Chunmo finally understood, after their exchange, that he had somehow traveled back in time, decades, before the events of the Heavenly Dragon story began. In this era, the legendary Jinlong chess game atop Drum Mountain had yet to capture the attention of the martial world's heroes, and Wyazi was not yet the crippled master trapped in a secluded valley. Instead, he was a young man in his prime, brimming with curiosity and passion for martial arts and the affairs of the world. The Xiaoyao sect itself was newly established with only 3 disciples under Zayayozi's tutelage: senior sister Wu Xingyun, who would become Tianshan Tonglao, second brother Wyazi, and third sister Li Qiushui. And now, Chunmo had become the 4th disciple of the Xiaoyao sect. Zayayozi's gaze was as sharp as lightning, and after conversing with Chunmo, his delight only grew. Chunmo had spent 5 years in secluded Taoist cultivation, delving deeply into the Taoist classics, the Tao Te Ching, the Nanhua Jing, the Huang Ting Jing, and his insights were profound, even offering Zayayozi, a grandmaster of the Taoist path, refreshing perspectives that resonated with deeper truths. Most impressive was Chunmo's understanding of Xiaoyao, to be unfettered by external things, unbound by the physical form, to let one's spirit roam the heavens and earth, pursuing freedom and transcendence at the core of existence. Zayayozi admired this greatly. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Zayayozi stroked his beard and laughed heartily, his voice echoing through the forest and stirring the mists into swirling waves. Montakia, though, you are not of this world, and your foundations differ entirely from our sect's martial heritage. Your grasp of the Tao, your true comprehension of the essence of Xiaoyao, and your extraordinary talent and resilience, all of these set you apart. The highest internal art of our Xiaoyao sect, the art of riding the wind, is not merely a technique. for swift movement. It is a supreme method of refining spirit and energy, communing with the universe, and mastering all things. Today, I shall pass this art on to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Zayayozi brought his fingers together like a sword and, from a distance, pointed toward the center of Chunmo's brow. In that instant, a torrent of information, vast, pure, as elusive as clouds, yet as nimble as the wind, flooded into Chunmo's consciousness. The principles of the art of riding the wind, its breathing secrets, key movement techniques, and the profound mysteries of refining the spirit, harnessing energy, and channeling the forces of heaven and earth were all engraved upon his mind as if branded there. This transmission bypassed words entirely. It was a direct infusion of spiritual will, wondrous beyond description. To Chunmo, it felt as though a door to a new world had swung open within his mind. The internal method of the art of riding the wind focused on guiding the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the body and refining it into the purest form, the Northern Sea true chi. Its core lay in mastery over energy, over wind, over oneself, and ultimately over all things. Strangely, this method resonated perfectly with the pill within him, a fusion of Kryptonian energy, martial discipline, and Taoist spirit, as well as his transcendent, meditative state. It offered him a new path forward, a fresh way to integrate and elevate all that he had learned. Atop Tianshan, the spirit hawk rides the wind by force of thought. After the initiation ceremony was completed, Master Xiaoyao led his newly accepted fourth disciple back to the current stronghold of the Xiaoyao sect, Lingzhou Palace atop Misty Peak. Lingzhou Palace sits at the very summit of Tianshan, surrounded by a sea of clouds. Its palatial halls and towers evoke the splendor of a celestial realm, adorned with intricate carvings and painted beams, exuding an air of grandeur. Upon arriving, Chunmo was immediately awestruck by the palace's exquisite architecture and the thick, vibrant spiritual energy permeating the place. The potency of the spiritual essence here far surpassed that of Drum Mountain, offering extraordinary benefits for cultivating the Xiaoyao windwalking technique. Thus, formal cultivation began. Refining chi into spirit. Seated cross-legged atop the highest stargazing terrace of Lingzhou Palace, Chunmo followed the mental discipline of Xiaoyao windwalking, seeking to draw in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. His state of selflessness and formidable strength of will now became his greatest assets. The spiritual energy that ordinary martial artists would labor for years to barely sense or awkwardly guide was, under the command of his powerful mind, summoned as if by call, streams of pure essence continuously converging. Around him, his mental power acted as an invisible funnel and filter, refining the chaotic energy before channeling it into his body along the path of the Northern Sea true energy. Yet, the process was far from smooth. The pill within his body brimmed with immense power. Forceful and domineering by nature, it instinctively repelled the newly generated and comparatively gentle Northern Sea true energy. When these two forces collided within his meridians, it was as if cold water met boiling oil, resulting in constant turmoil. Chunmo had to cautiously manipulate and harmonize them with his mind, as though treading a tightrope along the edge of a cliff. Each cycle of energy brought with it searing pain, as if his meridians were being torn apart. However, having reached the impervious to divinity realm, he could precisely control the limits of his body, and the Kryptonian bloodline granted him remarkable powers of recovery, swiftly repairing any damage. Progress was slow, yet every advance was firm and steady. Streams of refined Northern Sea true energy gradually formed a peculiar symbiotic flow around the domineering pill in his dantian. Mind's lift, first steps in windwalking. The movement techniques of Xiaoyao windwalking are exquisitely crafted, emphasizing the use of wind currents to ride the air, allowing the practitioner to move like a phantom, elusive and unpredictable. Instead of following convention by first practicing basic lightness skills, Chunmo made a bold attempt, directly employing his psychic abilities. He stood at the edge of a cliff, with a bottomless abyss at his feet and swirling clouds below. With a single thought, his formidable mental power enveloped his entire body, generating a powerful force that lifted him upward. At the same time, he activated the energy guiding method of Xiaoyao windwalking, seeking to connect with the mountain winds swirling all around. On his first attempt, he shot up several yards in the air like an awkward marionette, his movements stiff and unsteady. A sudden gust nearly swept him off the cliff, sending him tumbling back to the ground in a rather undignified heap. The second time, he tried to combine his telekinetic lift with the art of riding the wind. Instead of forcing himself upward with sheer will, he mimicked the gentle support of the breeze, focusing intently on sensing its flow. His ascent became a bit steadier, but his movements were still sluggish, as if weighed down by some invisible burden. The third time, the fourth time, he endured countless failures and faced many moments that teetered on the edge of danger. Wu Xingyun once stood atop a distant tower, watching her junior brother rise again and again from the cliff's edge, only to fall. Each time, her face was a mixture of curiosity and concern. Wuyazi often played his zither nearby, the melodious notes washing over the air with a calming, reassuring power. Li Qiushui would sometimes pass by, chuckling softly as she teased, "Little brother, it seems your wind-riding technique has turned into a falling with the wind art." Yet a trace of worry flickered in her eyes. Chun Mo remained calm and composed, utterly absorbed in his practice. He brought his mystical, introspective ability to its fullest, observing every use of telekinesis, every flow of inner energy, every subtle interplay between muscle movement and shifting air. His mind worked like a high-speed computer, constantly analyzing and refining every detail of each action. At last, after countless attempts, Chun Mo finally sensed a subtle point of balance. No longer did his telekinesis simply command his body's movement. Instead, it became a layer of invisible, exquisitely fine force clinging to his skin, dramatically reducing air resistance and providing just enough anti-gravitational support. At the same time, the wind-riding technique from Carefree Soaring was operating at full capacity, uniting the energy of the northern darkness with his spirit, as keen as the hand of a master helmsman, able to sense and guide even the faintest shift in the air currents around him. His body became astonishingly light, as if he truly merged with the wind itself. Chun Mo seemed to lose all weight, gliding effortlessly on a mountain breeze. He was no longer simply rising or falling. He traced a graceful, fluid arc through the air like a bird in flight. His robes fluttered in the wind, his hair streaming behind him. Below, the clouds rolled in endless waves. Beside him, snow-covered peaks towered majestically. Sunlight poured down, casting a golden halo around his figure. He had done it. Telekinesis became his foundation, and the wind his wings. Wow! Wu Xingyun's delighted exclamation rang out from the distant tower. Wuyazi's music took on a new note of exhilaration. A bright gleam danced in Li Qiushui's eyes as she murmured softly, "This little fellow." Brotherhood in the Tianshan Mountains. The days spent in Lingzhou Palace were a rare period of peace and warmth for Chun Mo since journeying across the worlds. His three senior siblings each had their own temperament, but all showed the utmost care for this little brother who fell from the sky. Astra's senior sister Wu Xingyun, Tong Lao. At this time, she still appeared as a young girl, her character yet to solidify. She carried the dignity expected of a senior disciple, which she strove hard to maintain, yet her heart brimmed with innocence and an insatiable curiosity. Fascinated by Chun Mo's extraordinary abilities, his telekinesis and steel-like body, as well as his unique perspective, she often pestered him with endless questions. "Little junior brother, that trick of yours flying without using inner force, what exactly is it? Can you teach me? Was there really an iron bird in your old world that could carry people into the sky? Was it truly faster than our master's wind-riding technique? Come, taste this plum blossom dew pill I just concocted, though it might be a bit bitter." And then she would watch in awe as Chun Mo swallowed her experimental pills without the slightest concern. Pills that would make even Wu Yazi frown, his steel-like constitution rendering him immune to all poison. Her eyes shone with admiration. Chun Mo, for his part, enjoyed sharing select tales and curiosities from his other world, carefully filtered and adapted. He would occasionally use his telekinesis to help her cheat by plucking rare herbs from impossible cliffs, or shield her with a force barrier when her alchemy experiments threatened to go awry. Wu Xingyun might grumble about his meddling, but the smile on her face always betrayed her delight. She, in turn, taught Chun Mo everything. She knew of medicine, poisons, and the foundational martial arts of the Xiaoyao sect, all under the pretense of testing you on behalf of our master. Asterisk second senior brother Wu Yazi. In the prime of his youth, he was remarkably talented, proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, medicine, divination, astronomy, and all manner of esoteric arts. Among the Xiaoyao disciples, he was the true polymath. He found particular kinship with Chun Mo, whose breadth of knowledge and unconventional thinking matched his own. The two of them would often sit together in the Spirit Vulture Palace's library or atop a snowy peak, brewing a pot of fine tea and setting up an intricate chessboard. Though Chunmo grasped every possible variation, he never revealed the answers, instead offering analysis from novel perspectives, and their conversations could last the whole day. Wu Yazi was frequently astounded by Chunmo's seemingly outlandish yet deeply insightful views, whether discussing the mysteries of the cosmos or the subtleties of microscopic life. In return, Chunmo thoroughly studied the diverse disciplines of the Xiaoyao sect under Wu Yazi's guidance, finding particular inspiration in formations and mechanical arts, which greatly broadened his horizons and skills. Wu Yazi's effort in imparting the essential principles of the sect's martial arts, such as the core techniques of the Northern Darkness divine skill and the intricate variations of the minor formless skill, explaining them in a way that made even the profound seem accessible. The two were not merely fellow disciples. They were true kindred spirits, sharing a friendship that ran deep and true. Third senior sister Li Qiushui. By now, Li Qiushui had blossomed into a graceful young woman, her striking beauty matched only by the enchanting charm that radiated from her every movement. Lively and cheerful by nature, she possessed a playful wit and quick intelligence. She delighted in teasing her junior apprentice brother, a boy who, despite his calm demeanor, sometimes revealed a disarming innocence, as if he came from another world. "Little brother, what do you think of the Lingbo dance I just created?" she would often ask, deliberately performing her ethereal, floating steps. Around Chunmo as he practiced, her figure light as a fairy, trailing a faint, delicate fragrance that danced in the air, clearly aiming to distract him. At times, she would even use a secret voice-transmitting technique to whisper mischievous words into Chunmo's ear, hoping to catch him off guard. Yet Chunmo's mind remained tranquil and his will unwavering. Protected by his mental barrier, he would usually just glance at her with calm composure and carry on with his practice. This left Li Qiushui both slightly bored and secretly impressed by his remarkable self-control. Of course, Li Qiushui was more than just a playful trickster. She was a master of music and illusions, and had once used the hypnotic notes of the celestial demon Zither to help Chunmo steady his mind and resist external distractions, even if, at first, her motives were simply to observe his reaction. Upon discovering Chunmo's unique talent for object manipulation, she grew genuinely interested, taking the initiative to discuss with him the art of controlling power freely as taught in White Rainbow Palm Force. Through her guidance, Chunmo's telekinetic abilities grew more refined and versatile, his techniques becoming imbued with newfound agility and finesse. Though Chunmo was a man of few words, he deeply valued these rare bonds of brotherhood and sisterhood. He lent his mental powers to help Wu Xingyun collect the purest snow lotus dew for alchemy, aided Wu Yazi in restoring ancient mechanism diagrams, and when Li Qiushui hit a bottleneck in her cultivation, he offered fresh, modern perspectives, ideas that often led to surprising breakthroughs. His indestructible body and formidable strength also made him the ideal sparring partner and human shield for his senior brothers and sisters, who frequently called upon him to test the might of their latest techniques. Under the broad-minded and insightful guidance of Master Xiaoyao, accompanied by senior brothers and sisters who were both friends and mentors, and within the secluded haven of Lingjiu Palace, a place reminiscent of a paradise untouched by the world, Chunmo's internal power system underwent an even deeper fusion and transformation. His beaming true qi grew ever stronger and purer, gradually merging with the life-bound yuan pellet within his dantian, infusing his body with a unique aura of carefree transcendence. His mental power, tempered by both Taoist methods of refining the spirit and the heart technique of free and easy riding the wind, became more refined and agile, blending ever more closely with his mind. Not only did his range of control expand and his precision sharpen dramatically, but he could now faintly draw upon the spiritual energy of the world, letting it gather around his will. The realm of sitting and forgetting, nourished by the Xiaoyao sect's pursuit of freedom and the soaring of the soul, became increasingly deep-rooted and unshakable within him. Meanwhile, his iron body, gently refined by beaming true qi and the ceaseless wash of heaven and earth's spiritual energy, underwent subtle and mysterious changes, his cells growing ever more vibrant, as if gradually adapting to and absorbing the very laws of this high martial world. Atop the snowy peaks of Tianshan, amidst drifting clouds, the Spirit Vulture Palace became a cradle for Chunmo, a place to settle his spirit, fuse his powers, and ascend to new heights. He was no longer that stranger struggling for survival in a foreign world, but had truly become. A member of the Xiaoyao lineage, the mysterious and powerful fourth disciple beneath Master Zayaozi upon the ethereal misty peak. Whatever storms and changes the future might bring, whatever challenges from myriad world awaited, he was ready to face them with a renewed self. On the summit of Tianshan, time flowed quietly in the shifting mists and the gentle sound of turning pages. Zayaozi returned once more, this time bringing with him a bright and ethereal young girl, Li Qiushui's younger sister, Li Canghai. Her arrival breathed even more life and vitality into the spirit vulture palace. As her fourth elder brother, Chun Mo naturally took up the responsibility of guiding his new junior sister. Li Canghai, in turn, was filled with curiosity and reliance toward this quiet, all-knowing senior who could seemingly produce things from thin air, though in truth, it was his mental power at work. Yet beneath this peaceful surface, a delicate undercurrent, like the hidden flow beneath a snow lotus on Tianshan, began to stir quietly among Wu Xingyun, Li Qiushui, and Master Wuyazi. Most of Chun Mo's days were spent immersed in cultivation and the exploration of his own powers. The beaming true qi within him grew ever more potent and refined, flowing like a gentle stream into the depths of his dantian and merging with the lifebound Yuan pellet, lending it a lively, far-reaching aura. This made the eruption of his vitality force more enduring and resonant. Through the joint tempering of Taoist spirit refinement techniques and free and easy riding the wind, his mental power became ever more condensed and pure. His control now able to extend 100 yards or more with exquisite precision, even capable of drawing thin threads of spiritual energy from the world and weaving them into spirit threads of thought. Nurtured by the Xiaoyao sect's philosophy of transcending worldly concerns, his state of sitting and forgetting grew ever clearer and more tranquil, his sensitivity and insight into the world's energy growing sharper and deeper with each passing day. However, Chun Mo could clearly sense an invisible barrier, the limit of the acquired realm. His physical body, having fused the might of a Kryptonian physique with the indestructibility of Taoist cultivation, and his spirit, tempered in the state of sitting in forgetfulness, had both long surpassed the boundaries of this world's acquired realm. Yet, the core of his internal energy, the natal core, while intrinsically powerful, was still constrained by the laws of this world and had yet to fully transform into the true essence acknowledged by this realm. As a result, its total quantity remained capped at the peak of the acquired stage. What he needed was a complete metamorphosis to wholly transform this foreign golden core into a higher energy form recognized by this world. Only then could he shatter the shackles of the acquired and step into the enigmatic and unfathomable innate realm. Seclusion for breakthrough, spiritual tides surging. Having made up his mind, Chun Mo went to inform his master, Zayaozi. Seeing Chun Mo's restrained aura and vigorous spirit, Zayaozi understood that the time had come. He gave his approval for Chun Mo to enter deep seclusion in the Xianbing Cavern, the place within Lingzhou Palace where the spiritual energy was most abundant. Inside the Xianbing Cavern, the cold was bone-piercing. Millennia-old profound ice cast a faint blue glow, and the walls were studded with countless crystal-clear ice crystals. The dense, spiritual energy in the air was so thick it was nearly liquid. Chun Mo sat cross-legged atop a massive slab of ancient jade at the center of the cave, his mind fully immersed within his dantian. This time, he would not merely guide the flow of energy gently. He was going to undertake a complete refinement and transformation. With a single thought, he unleashed the full power of his sitting in forgetfulness state. His formidable spiritual sense, like an invisible giant hammer, struck down fiercely upon the dense, weighty natal core within his dantian. The core trembled violently. The fused energies within, Kryptonian power, martial cultivation, and Taoist spirit, erupted all at once, unleashing a wild, destructive force that burst forth like a volcano long held in check. The surge was so fierce that it instantly shattered the delicate balance Chun Mo had maintained, sending waves of power rampaging through his resilient meridians. A muffled groan escaped his lips, his face turned pale in an instant, and dark golden patterns flickered beneath his skin like flames, as if they would burst forth at any moment. Agonizing pain stabbed through him, as though 1,000 steel needles pierced his body all at once. This was the backlash and conflict at the deepest level of his power. At the same time, he activated the Xiaoyao wind-riding technique with all his might. The abundant spiritual energy within the Xianbing Cavern was drawn to him, pouring into his body in torrents, forming a vast, visible vortex of spiritual energy that swirled around him, engulfing him completely. As the spiritual energy entered his body, it immediately collided with the erupting power from his core. The two forces clashed violently, like boiling oil dashed into ice water. The unyielding strength of Kryptonian energy, the penetrating force of martial cultivation, the burning intensity of Taoist spirit, all stood in stark contrast to the gentle, pure energy of heaven and earth. Within Chunmo, they waged a fierce tug-of-war, each striving for dominance. Chunmo's body had become a chaotic battlefield. His meridians were torn again and again by the rampaging energy, only to be painfully repaired, each time by the Kryptonian cell's formidable regenerative powers and a nourishing flow of beaming, true chi. The cycle of tearing and repair, repeated endlessly, the agony as relentless as the torments of hell. Beads of blood began to seep from the 7 orifices of his face, and his body burned as hot as a searing iron, so much so that even the ancient Xianjie beneath him was scorched, leaving shallow depressions. Condense. Transform. Chunmo cried out silently from the depths of his soul. Even as his body endured the agony, the spirit, in a state of meditative oblivion, clung to a last sliver of clarity. He pushed his willpower to its very limits, shaping it into countless fine chisels and furnaces, forcefully organizing, guiding, and compressing all the turbulent, conflicting forces within him. With all his might, he gathered these energies at the core of his dantian, following the method described in the carefree, sovereign wind for returning the acquired to the innate, striving to refine and transform them into a wholly new form of energy, one that would better suit the laws of this world. Innate true essence. This was a perilous undertaking. The slightest misstep could reduce his dantian to ruins and spell total annihilation of body and soul. Time lost all meaning in the endless waves of pain and struggle. No one could say how long it lasted. At last, when both Chunmo's spirit and flesh teetered on the brink of collapse, a turning point emerged. Thanks to the meticulous control of his will and the absolute focus of his meditative mind, all the raging forces within him were compressed to their utmost limit at the core of his dantian. At that critical moment, quantity gave way to quality. A deafening boom. It was as if a primordial explosion echoed through Chunmo's very soul, the birth cry of a new universe. The restless, destructive life core in his dantian vanished utterly. In its place appeared a minuscule speck, radiating an aura of eternity, purity, and boundless power, a single point of light. This faint glow seemed to hold the mysteries of creation and destruction within the universe. The instant it appeared, it exuded an irresistible pull. All the chaotic, clashing energies inside him rushed toward the light like rivers returning to the sea, instantly consumed and assimilated. The meridians that had been torn apart began to mend and expand. At a visible pace, nourished by this newborn force, growing tougher, clearer, and shining with a gentle, jade-like luster. The elemental energy of heaven and earth, which had previously surged painfully into his body, now no longer conflicted. Instead, it yielded willingly, drawn in and transformed by the light, becoming nourishment for its growth. Thus, the innate true essence was born. That spark of innate true essence quickly flourished, sprouting countless threads of chi, each one as lustrous and supple as jade, yet brimming with immense power, instantly spreading through every inch of Chunmo's body, connecting every vital point. His body felt utterly purified, every cell exulting and greedily absorbing this higher-order life energy. The shackles of the acquired realm shattered completely in this instant. Chunmo had at last attained perfection in the innate stage. He slowly opened his eyes, and within them shone a deep, reserved brilliance, as if the vast expanse of the stars was reflected in their depths. His entire aura was now flawless, seamlessly merging with the rhythm of nature itself. He lifted his hand gently. At his fingertip danced a strand of innate true essence, warm and lustrous as jade, yet containing a terrifying power. With a single thought, the true essence flowed freely and nimbly, no longer hindered in the slightest. At last, he had succeeded in breaking through, stepping into the innate realm. The power within his body had undergone its most crucial transformation and sublimation, laying down a solid foundation for him in this world. Emotions entwined, seeking help under the moon. When Chunmo emerged from the ice cavern, his mind clear and his aura profound, he was greeted not only by the adoring gaze of his junior sister, Li Songhai, but also by the hesitant, conflicted presence of his two senior sisters. Wu Xingyun still tried hard to maintain the dignity befitting a senior sister, but the persistent worry between her brows and the fleeting plea for help in her eyes when she looked at Chun Mo betrayed the turmoil within her heart. Li Qiushui, on the other hand, seemed less lively than usual. Behind her charming eyes flickered a hint of unease and apprehension. Night had fallen. The moonlight, gentle as water, bathed the gardens of Lingzhou Palace. Chun Mo sat quietly beneath the gallery, savoring the mysteries of his new realm. Suddenly, the faintest sound of footsteps reached his ears. Junior brother. Wu Xingyun's voice carried a trace of barely perceptible tension. She walked to his side, not meeting his gaze, her eyes fixed instead on the snow lotuses blossoming. In the courtyard, in the moonlight, her profile appeared especially cold and fragile. Your seclusion is over? It seems your cultivation has made great progress. Congratulations. Thank you, senior sister, Chun Mo replied calmly. Wu Xingyun fell silent for a moment, her fingers unconsciously twisting at the hem of her robe. At last, she summoned her courage and spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. You've been spending a lot of time with second senior brother lately. Has he mentioned anything to you? Though her question was vague, the hope and caution in her tone were unmistakable. Chun Mo understood her intentions and was pondering how to respond when a light, fragrant presence approached. Oh, senior sister is here too? Li Qiushui, beaming, took a seat on Chun Mo's other side. Her beautiful eyes danced between Wu Xingyun and Chun Mo, full of curiosity and intrigue. Junior brother, you've come out at just the right time. I've been feeling a bit troubled lately and was hoping to talk with you. She spoke lightly, yet her body instinctively leaned a little closer to Chun Mo, a trace of reliance in her tone. Do you think some people are like the bright moon in the sky? Everyone sees them as radiant and beautiful, but no one truly knows who they hold in their hearts. Her words carried a hidden meaning as her gaze drifted toward the place where Wu Yazi lived, her eyes clouded with confusion and a faint sorrow. Upon hearing this, Wu Xingyun's body tensed ever so slightly. She bit her lip, offering no retort, but simply looked in the same direction, her eyes filled with both longing and uncertainty. Chun Mo glanced at his two senior sisters, one usually stern, the other captivating, who now, softened by matters of the heart, turned to him, their junior, for answers. His heart brimmed with emotion. He understood the tangled, century-old tale of the original Chun Mo, a story that ended in tragedy, and so he cherished all the more these rare, tender moments within Spirit Vulture Palace. Senior sister, third sister. Chun Mo's voice was gentle as he broke the silence. The bright moon hangs high in the sky, its clear light shining everywhere, not just into one person's courtyard. It bathes the mountains and rivers, nourishes the grass and trees. All living things can feel its glow. Such is the way of nature. He paused, looking sincerely at the two women. Second brother is gentle by nature and treasures all that is good in the world. Whether it's senior sister's steadfast clarity or third sister's lively brilliance, each is a unique radiance in his eyes. He is not heartless. It's just that, perhaps, like the moon, he does not wish to favor one above the other, nor does he know how to choose, afraid, perhaps, of hurting anyone in the process. With these words, Chun Mo revealed Wu Yazi's nature and struggles, affirmed the unique worth of each of his senior sisters, and subtly hinted that they were both cherished in their own ways. Wu Xingyun and Li Qiushui stood there in stunned silence. Chun Mo's words rippled through their hearts, opening up a perspective they had never considered before. The possessiveness that once tugged at them seemed to dissolve, quietly soothed by the image of the moon shining on all. Then, little brother, what do you think we should do? Li Qiushui couldn't help but press, her eyes filled with hope. Wu Xingyun, too, looked at Chun Mo with nervous anticipation, waiting for his reply. Chun Mo smiled gently, a touch of serenity in his tone. What matters most in love is sincerity and the meeting of true hearts. If two people truly understand each other, why be bound by the world's conventions? We of the carefree sect value freedom above all. As long as we are true to ourselves and do not hurt others, why not simply let things take their natural course? He never explicitly said, you may marry both women, but phrases like follow your heart, act with sincerity, and live freely and unrestrained shone like lanterns, instantly dispelling the doubts lingering in Wu Xingyun and Li Qiushui's hearts. They were disciples of the Xiaoyao sect. Why should they be shackled by the rules of the mundane world? As long as Wu Yazi cherished them both, and their feelings for him were true, why shouldn't the three of them pursue freedom and happiness together? The two senior sisters exchanged a glance. In each other's eyes, they saw sudden clarity and relief, along with a silent, mutual understanding. The Xiaoyao sex blessing, a joyous union. A few days later, under Chun Mo's subtle guidance, Wu Yazi finally summoned the courage to confess his feelings for both Wu Xingyun and Li Qiushui before their master, the venerable Zaiyozi. With great care, he voiced his hope that the three of them could be together. Seated high upon a cloud platform, Zaiyozi listened to Wu Yazi's somewhat nervous confession. His gaze lingered briefly on Chun Mo, who stood calmly to the side, and a knowing, slightly helpless smile flickered in his eyes. He stroked his beard in thought for a moment, then laughed heartily. Silly child, in the Xiaoyao sect, we value the natural course of things and the pursuit of freedom. Affection is born from the heart. If all three of you are willing, and there is no violation of righteousness, why would I object? However, he paused, his tone turning grave as he looked straight at Wu Yazi. Love is both fate and responsibility. You must treat each partner with true sincerity and fairness. You must not disappoint anyone, nor should you neglect your cultivation for the sake of emotion. If you do, I will be the first to hold you accountable. Relieved, Wu Yazi bowed deeply in gratitude. Master, I will remember your teachings. I will never fail my senior and junior sister's feelings, nor will I let down your expectations. With Zaiyozi's tacit approval, everything unfolded smoothly. Before long, Spirit Vulture Palace was decorated with red lanterns and festive banners for a simple yet heartfelt ceremony. Wu Xingyun and Li Qiushui, one dressed in vibrant red, the other in radiant robes, became Wu Yazi's wives together, witnessed by their master Zaiyozi and blessed by Chun Mo and junior sister Li. Songhai. There was no clamor of the outside world, only the sincere congratulations of their fellow disciples. Wu Xingyun shed her usual coolness, her face glowing with the shy contentment of a bride. Li Qiushui beamed, her eyes brimming with happiness and fulfillment. With his beloveds at his side, Wu Yazi's face was alight with joy, tinged with a hint of incredulous excitement. The tangled saga and tragedy that had haunted the original story for a century was quietly altered by the gentle flutter of Chun Mo's butterfly wings, and the tale finally found its happy conclusion. Journeying down the mountain, exploring the mortal world, watching the senior brothers and sisters getting along in harmony, Chun Mo felt a deep sense of comfort as the Spirit Vulture Palace grew ever more warm and peaceful. Now that he had broken through to the innate realm, the power within him had become thoroughly stabilized and fused. Yet, he could feel a calling from a world far vaster than before. His master, Xiaoyazi, seemed to sense this summons as well, and so, taking his youngest disciple Li Songhai, he set off to wander the world, seeking to comprehend the Tao of heaven. Before their departure, Wu Xingyun and Li Qiushui came together to see them off. At this moment, both women had shed much of their youthful confusion, replaced by the gentle maturity of wives, though Wu Xingyun still strove to maintain the dignified presence of a senior sister. Little junior brother, Wu Xingyun handed Chun Mo a jade bottle, her tone striving for calm. This is the icy heart pill refined with snow soul. It can calm the mind and ward off evil influences. The world below the mountain is nothing like Spirit Vulture Palace. People's hearts are complex, so you must be cautious. Her words were brief, but full of care. Li Qiushui smiled as she offered a delicate sachet. Inside is my specially blended 1,000 mechanisms guide. It's colorless and scentless, useful for tracking and warning, and can briefly affect the minds of anyone below the innate realm. The road through the martial world is long. Keep this for your protection. If you encounter anyone interesting or see anything exciting, remember to send us word. She winked, playfully, her tone carrying a hint of mischief. And don't be like second senior brother was, leaving home and forgetting about us entirely. Chun Mo accepted the pill and sachet with solemnity, feeling the deep affection they carried, his heart filled with warmth. Thank you, senior sister, third sister. I will remember your words. At last, he glanced back at the distant pavilion, where Master Wu Ya and his wife played music and painted together, the scene filled with harmony. Enjoy. Then he turned to face the Spirit Vulture Palace, bowing deeply in farewell. With that, he set off down the mountain, his steps resolute. Behind him, the wind and snow of Tianshan howled, while below, the bustle of the mortal world could already be faintly heard. Chun Mo, dressed in a simple azure robe, concealed his aura like an ordinary Mun. Only his deep, penetrating eyes reflected the snow of Tianshan and the vast landscape of the Great Song. Beneath his calm exterior lay a thirst for the unknown and a quiet anticipation for the future. Great Song, here I come. All the myriad scenes of the world, the shifting tides of the martial realm. These are the landscapes that cannot be missed on the path of cultivation. As the Tian Shan snows gradually gave way to the gentle rains of the south, Chun Mo, clad in his blue robe and walking at ease, strode along the lively streets of Luzhou City. He was like a beautiful jade polished by flowing water. The immortal air of Spirit Vulture Palace now faded away. His presence had become even more restrained and serene, blending perfectly into the bustling life of the city. Along the way, Chun Mo encountered several bands of mountain bandits. Mistaking him for a frail scholar, they attempted to rob him. The outcome, however, was predictable. Without even drawing upon the innate true energy within him, Chun Mo relied solely on his robust physique, tempered by primordial qi, and his refined martial skills to effortlessly subdue every bandit. He struck with the swiftness and ferocity of a tiger leaping into a flock of sheep, disabling the bandits' martial abilities before handing them over to the local authorities who arrived soon after. These actions earned him a modest reputation as a chivalrous hero in the counties he passed through, though no one could possibly connect those thunderous deeds to the gentle, refined scholar before their eyes. Upon entering Luzhou City, Chun Mo was quickly drawn in by the topic that dominated the city's conversation. It turned out that the prefect's son, Gongsun So, was widely praised for his extraordinary talents. Not only was he a master of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but he also had a classmate whose abilities matched, and perhaps even surpassed, his own Bao Zheng. Although Bao Zheng came from humble origins, he was remarkably intelligent, well-versed in scholarly pursuits, and especially gifted in reasoning and solving cases. His integrity and fearlessness in the face of power won him deep respect, while his vast learning and rigorous logic were the talk of the town. Bao Zheng, Gongsansu, musique, chess, calligraphie, painting. The name stirred something within Chun Mo, and a vision of a vaster world began to unfold in his mind. He realized that this realm was not only home to the martial heroes of the Tianlong rivers and lakes, but also intertwined with the historical era of young Justice Bao. Here, Confucian culture flourished, the law was clear and strict, music and ritual shaped the hearts of the people, and the imperial examination selected the brightest talents. Society was a complex tapestry of human affairs and social networks, a far cry from the carefree, vengeance and righteousness-driven ideals of the Xiaoyao sect. Deep inside, the innate Yuan pellet, a fusion of the powers of many worlds, quivered, as if thirsting for new nourishment. The distilled wisdom of Confucianism, the character-molding influence of ritual and music, the essence of law that upheld order, and an identity that would allow him to integrate into this world through the imperial examinations. To read 10,000 books and travel 10,000 miles, this too is the way of freedom. One must understand the ways of the world, cultivate the mind, and establish oneself upon the path. Chun Mo resolved inwardly. He needed a fitting identity, one that would grant him rightful access to Confucian classics, the study of music and etiquette, participation in examinations, and the opportunity to observe the many facets of society, all while drawing closer to the key figure, Bao Zheng. With this in mind, he made his way to the most renowned academy in Luzhou, the White Deer Academy. With his elegant calligraphy, imbued with the spirit of carefree soaring on the wind, and his unique insights into the Confucian and Taoist classics, blending the wisdom of Master Xuanzhen, the transcendence of the Xiaoyao sect, and the essential teachings of Confucianism passed down by Wu Yazi, Chun Mo easily passed the academy head's evaluation. Thus, he was admitted to White Deer Academy as a special student, a wandering scholar, his new identity opening doors to the world he sought to explore. Life at the academy was austere, yet was fulfilling and meaningful. Chun Mo devoted himself wholeheartedly to his studies, his goal crystal clear, to enter officialdom through the imperial examinations, and to establish himself in the world according to the principles of Confucianism, understanding the classics and exploring subtle meanings. Before dawn had even broken, Chun Mo, along with the other scholars, would gather before the Hall of Enlightenment, reciting the 4 books and 5 classics in unison. His voice was gentle and clear, and thanks to the natural vitality within him, his tone carried a soothing cadence that seemed to calm everyone around. Chun Mo never recited mechanically. Instead, he approached the scriptures with a tranquil mind, striving to grasp the deeper meanings within the texts, with particular devotion to the Book of Rites and the spring and autumn annals. He regarded the rituals and harmony described in the Book of Rites as the key to understanding the rules governing society, while the moral judgments and distinctions between Praise and censure in the spring and autumn annals resonated deeply with the discernment he needed when investigating cases. He often engaged in profound discussions with his teachers, exploring the union of theory and practice and principles such as investigating things to attain knowledge and sincerity and rectification of the mind. Together, they analyzed the differences between the kingly way and the hegemonic way, between righteousness and personal interest. Chun Mo's insights always struck at the heart of the matter, earning his teacher's admiration as someone capable of applying scholarly wisdom to real-world problems. His teacher encouraged him to focus on his preparations for the imperial exams, cultivating character through music, expressing principles with instruments. Chun Mo deeply understood the importance of music among the 6 arts of Confucianism. Not only could it refine one's temperament, but it could also guide hearts toward virtue. Aware of Senior Wiyazi's superb skills with the qin, Chun Mo took the initiative to seek instruction from a reclusive music master at the academy, renowned for his expertise with the guqin and his aloof temperament. At first, the master doubted Chun Mo, believing him past the ideal age for learning the instrument and suspecting his motives were purely for examination purposes, rather than true passion. However, Chun Mo, aided by the heightened perception and focus bestowed by his meditative state, demonstrated remarkable skill in pitch accuracy and fingering imitation. He could even sense the subtle vibrations of the strings and the flow of breath with his mind. When the master performed Wen Wang's Lament, Chun Mo listened with total concentration, feeling a resonance with the music that allowed him to quickly grasp both the virtuous spirit and the playing techniques woven into the piece. When his turn came to play, though his fingers were still somewhat unfamiliar, the melody he produced was solemn and steady, already evoking the dignity of courtly music. Most strikingly, when Chun Mo infused a trace of his innate vitality into his fingertips and played, the music became crystalline and profound, as if it possessed the power to purify the soul and illuminate the mind. Even the birds outside the window fell silent, listening intently to the transcendent sound. The musician was greatly astonished, but then overjoyed, regarding Chun Mo as an exceptionally gifted student. He poured all his knowledge into teaching Chun Mo without reservation. Under his mentor's guidance, Chun Mo's mastery of the zither grew day by day. At the same time, he began to study the bamboo flute. The reason he chose the bamboo flute was its clear, ethereal tone, a sound that resonated with the Taoist longing for carefree freedom, and one that better conveyed the emotions of a scholar. Whenever night fell, or when he found himself alone in a quiet bamboo grove, Chun Mo would play the zither and the flute. The music of the zither was like pine winds sweeping through mountain ravines, while the flute's song echoed the lonely cry of a crane soaring high in the sky. Chun Mo wove together the Confucian ideal of harmonizing the temperament with music and the Taoist belief that music embodies the great way, creating not only beauty but a subtle resonance with the world itself. His music cleansed the spirit, bringing clarity and peace of mind to those who listened. Each time Bao Zheng and Gong Sun heard him play, their worries seemed to melt away, their thoughts sharpened, and their understanding of the classics deepened. Before long, a saying began to circulate through the academy: listening to one song by Chun Mo is worth more than 3 days of hard study. Asterisk forming friendships with Bao Zheng and Gong Sun, studying law and justice together. Chun Mo's profound grasp of the Confucian classics and legal statutes, combined with his exquisite musicianship and gentle yet unfathomable demeanor, quickly drew the attention of Bao Zheng and Gong Sun. Bao Zheng, steady and upright by nature, with a piercing gaze, was curious about this new classmate. Gong Sun, by contrast, was open and quick-witted, skilled in music and painting. He especially admired Chun Mo's command of the zither and flute and considered him a kindred spirit. The three would often gather after class in the academy's library pavilion or a stone gazebo nestled in the bamboo grove, where they discussed scholarship, enjoyed music, and studied law and famous cases together. Asterisk academic discussions. Bao Zheng excelled at citing the classics and building rigorous arguments, frequently analyzing cases from the perspectives of ethics and legal principles, often relying on works such as Spring and Autumn Annals of Judgments and the Tang Code with commentary. Gong Sun, a man of broad knowledge and sharp tongue, was a master of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, always able to contribute unique and insightful perspectives. Chun Mo, meanwhile, often approached problems from a loftier vantage point, blending Taoist theories of yin and yang, Buddhist ideas of cause and effect, partly inspired by Wuyazi, Confucian teachings on ritual and music, and even some forward-thinking concepts of law. He would propose novel interpretations. For example, when discussing the chain of evidence, Chun Mo observed, a single piece of evidence is not enough. Only when multiple pieces are linked together in a self-consistent logic can a solid conclusion be reached. His rigorous thinking won Bao Zhang's wholehearted approval. Asterisk investigating cases. Strange cases began to occur one after another in Luzhou City and its surrounding areas. The case of the stolen calligraphy. A treasured calligraphy scroll by a renowned scholar from the previous dynasty was stolen from the Academy's collection, with a masterfully forged replica left at the scene. Using his unique perceptive abilities, Chun Mo detected subtle differences in the brushwork between the copy and the original, and noticed traces of a distinctive pine soot ink lingering in the air. Alongside Bao Zhang's investigation into a down-and-out painter suspected of the crime, the three eventually identified the true thief and successfully recovered the lost masterpiece. The serial drownings. One after another, bodies were discovered floating in the river outside the city, appearing at first glance to be accidental drownings. Chun Mo's keen observation revealed that beneath the victims' nails were remnants of a rare aquatic plant, nearly dissolved by the water, which only grew in a certain deep pool. Combining this with Gong Sun Su's findings about the victims' last known locations, they pinpointed the culprit, a criminal who exploited the hidden dangers of the deep pool to orchestrate a series of murders made to look like tragic accidents. The golden secret of the ancient temple. This was a case shrouded in the mystery of imperial treasures lost to time, with clues leading to an abandoned temple on the outskirts of the city. Traps and riddles lay in wait within the ruin halls. Chun Mo employed his telepathic sense to probe for the mechanism's weak points, deftly avoiding hidden dangers. Bao Zhang deciphered coded messages inscribed on weathered stone tablets, while Gong Sun Su, drawing on his family's scholarly legacy, distinguished genuine treasure. Maps from clever forgeries. Working in seamless harmony, the three not only unearthed the lost riches, but also unraveled a family feud buried for decades. Throughout their investigations, Chun Mo relied on his meditative focus and telekinetic finesse, granting him extraordinary insight. He could detect clues that escaped ordinary notice, such as uncommon fibers, lingering scents, or subtle differences. In soil, he had an uncanny ability to sense the slightest shifts in breath, heartbeat, and muscle tension, perceiving the cracks in a suspect's story or the tremors of concealed emotion, as if he possessed a human lie detector's instincts. This keen observation became the most decisive evidence and a vital breakthrough, complementing Bao Zhang's logical deductions. The trio's synergy was impeccable. Chun Mo provided pivotal clues and direction. Bao Zhang wove the threads of reasoning into a coherent chain, and Gong Sun Su marshaled resources and verified details. Together, they cracked case after case, earning widespread fame throughout Luzhou, where the townsfolk began calling them the Academy's three heroes. Laurels in the autumn examinations, a rising star of the Confucian world. The seasons turned, and soon the autumn provincial exams, the Xiangshi, were approaching. Chun Mo devoted himself to his studies at the Academy, applying the self-discipline of the Xiaoyao sect to the arduous practice of the eight-legged essay. With a mind trained in serene detachment, he immersed himself in the sage's teachings, using his mental acuity to grasp the structure of each essay. Every sentence was crafted with precision and clarity, each argument logically sound, and all were imbued with the pragmatic wisdom and upright character rarely seen among ordinary candidates. On the day of the provincial examination, the examination compound was under strict guard. Chun Mo sat quietly in his assigned cell, his mind tranquil and composed. When the exam questions were distributed, he pondered for a brief moment, letting his thoughts flow freely. The structure of his essay took shape at once. He began to write, his calligraphy elegant and smooth, imbued with the unrestrained spirit of the Xiaoyao school. His essay drew from classical references, with rigorous arguments and a powerful opening, exuding an impressive momentum. He skillfully wove together the essence of Confucian benevolent governance and Taoist non-action, proposing a philosophy for ruling the nation, govern the country with law, transform the people with virtue, guide conduct with ritual, and harmonize hearts with music. In doing so, he displayed insight far ahead of his time. On the day the results were announced, the city of Luzhou was abuzz, its streets empty as everyone gathered to hear the news. Chun Mo's name stood proudly at the very top. He had taken first place as the provincial champion of the Luzhou exam. When word reached Bailu Academy, the entire school erupted in celebration. The headmaster and the teachers were elated and deeply proud. Even Bao Zheng and Gong Sun Su came in person to offer their congratulations, genuinely delighted for him. Congratulations, Brother Chun, on achieving first place. Bao Zheng said solemnly, bowing with sincere respect. Your essay was magnificent and grand in scope. Reading it was truly inspiring. This honor is well-deserved. Champion Chun, this is truly wonderful news. Gong Sun Su beamed, his tone half-teasing. Now that the three talents of the Academy can work together on cases, we'll have even more confidence. I imagine the officials of Luzhou will have to show you extra respect from now on. Chen Mo bowed modestly in return, not a trace of pride on his face. It was but a stroke of luck. Without the Academy's nurturing, the guidance of my teachers, and the encouragement of you two, how could I have achieved even this small success? The imperial examinations are merely a beginning. What truly matters is how we conduct ourselves and serve the world. He understood fully that passing this exam was not just recognition of his scholarship, but a vital step towards integrating into the cultural fabric of this world and establishing his place within it. He could even feel the vital energy within him, strengthened and tempered by the scholarly fortune he had gained. A new storm rises, the call of the Tian Shan. Just as Chun Mo was basking in the joy of his success, planning to immerse himself once more in study while awaiting next year's metropolitan exam, a pure white carrier pigeon of extraordinary bearing cut through the clouds and landed precisely on his desk. He untied the bamboo tube from the pigeon's leg and found inside a letter in his eldest senior sister, Wu Xingyun's own hand. Her elegant script carried both urgency and gravity. Junior Brother Mo, I write as if we were face to face. Master has not yet returned from his travels, and undercurrents are stirring within Lingzhou Palace. Third sister Li Qiushui's whereabouts are unknown. She has repeatedly made secret contact with master fighters from Xixia's Yipentang and Planet Spies. Within the palace, her intentions must not be underestimated. Senior Brother Wiazi and I have tried our best to keep the situation stable, but her martial prowess grows ever stronger, and her influence is spreading. I fear the situation may soon change. Rumors swirl within the palace, and people's hearts are unsettled. Senior Brother and I must remain on Misty Peak and cannot spare ourselves. I hope you can. Return as soon as possible, discreetly investigate Third Sister's movements, uncover her plans with Xixia, and help stabilize the situation within the palace. The situation is urgent. Return at once. Personally written by Xingyun. Chun Mo set down the letter, his eyes sharpening in an instant. There was trouble at Lingzhou Palace, and Li Qiushui had secretly allied herself with Western Xia. This was no trivial matter. The Xiaoyao sect was the foundation of his life and cultivation. His master's kindness weighed heavily on him, and the bonds with his senior brothers and sisters ran deep. He could not allow anyone to disrupt this peace, nor could he let the Xiaoyao sect become a pawn for foreign powers. He gazed out the window at the bustling streets of Luzhou, a flicker of conflicting emotions crossing his face. He had only just embarked on the path of scholarly success, the serenity of the academy and the camaraderie of Bao Zheng and Gong Sun Su were difficult to leave behind. Yet, how could he stand by when his sect was in peril? The Xiaoyao sect was his true anchor in this world. Taking a deep breath, Chun Mo immediately picked up his brush and replied, Senior sister, do not worry. I have received your letter. Matters of the sect come before all else. I will depart at once and travel through the night to Tianshan. He must uncover the whereabouts of his third senior sister, stabilize the situation within the palace, and quietly await the return of his master. Lowering his head in a formal bow, Chun Mo retied the bamboo tube to Shuling's leg. He watched as the snowy feathered messenger soared away, becoming a streak of white against the sky. While packing his things, he chose only the most important Confucian classics and his treasured bamboo flute. He then went to see the headmaster and his teachers, explaining that his family had suffered a sudden misfortune and that he needed to return home immediately, humbly requesting that his place at the academy be reserved. The headmaster, though regretful to lose such talent, could see the gravity of the situation in Chun Mo's expression. He readily gave his approval, urging Chun Mo to handle his family affairs well and return soon, so as not to waste his promising future. At last, Chun Mo went to find Bao Zheng and Gong Sun Su. Brother Bao, Brother Gong Sun, Chun Mo said solemnly, an urgent matter has arisen at home, and I must leave at once. I do not know when I will return. I have come today to bid you farewell. Bao Zheng's sharp gaze discerned that this was no ordinary family issue. He said gravely, Brother Chun, if you find yourself in trouble, do not hesitate to speak. Though Gong Sun and I may not be able to do much, we will help however we can. Gong Sun Su, setting aside his usual cheerful demeanor, added sincerely, Indeed, Brother Chun, our friendship runs deep. There's no need for such formality. Moved by their kindness, Chunmo bowed and replied, I will never forget your friendship. But this matter is far from ordinary and cannot be resolved by worldly means. I have my own plans. Please do not worry. I only hope that, should fate allow, we shall meet again one day, share drinks, and discuss music together. He did not disclose the troubles of Xiaoyao sect, fearing that involving ordinary people would only bring them harm. Bao Zheng and Gong Sun Su exchanged a glance, understanding that Chun Mo's mind was made up and that this was no common affair. They said no more. Take care, Brother Chun. Farewell, scholar. May you return soon. Chunmo bowed deeply one final time, then turned and walked away, his figure steady and resolute. Leaving the Bailu Academy behind, Chunmo walked to a secluded spot where few people ever passed. He turned for one last look at Luzhou City, a place that had witnessed both his scholarly pursuits and cherished friendships. Within him, true energy surged through his meridians, and, as he summoned all his mental power, his figure transformed into a barely discernible streak of azure light, shooting skyward, guided by the art of free and easy wind riding, and buoyed by his psychic strength. He moved with the swiftness of lightning, tearing through the vast sky toward the distant, mist-shrouded peak of Tianshan in the northwest. The days of dust and worldly affairs at the academy, the pursuit of titles and honors among the Confucian scholars, had come to a temporary close. Now, the gales and snows of Tianshan and the looming crisis facing his sect awaited this newly crowned provincial champion and fourth disciple of the Carefree School, Chunmo. Bearing the honor of his scholarly achievement, with a heart clear as spring water and the mastery of his wind-riding technique, he set out for home, determined to turn the tide. His azure silhouette carved a brilliant arc across the sky, facing the biting winds of the northwest head-on. Chunmo pushed the free and easy wind-riding technique to its very limits. Lifted by his psychic force, he became a stream of light, racing across thousands of miles with a speed no mortal could match. The anxiety gnawing at his heart for his sect's peril was kept in check by his tranquil, meditative state, transforming into calm resolve and unwavering determination. At last, the majestic peak of mist reappeared before his eyes, the Lingxi Palace half veiled in clouds, a scene of ethereal beauty. Yet Chunmo immediately sensed the air was charged with far greater tension and vigilance than before. Without alerting the outer guards, his movements as weightless as a falling leaf, he slipped soundlessly into the depths of Lingxi Palace. He headed straight for the listening snow pavilion, where senior sister Wu Xingyun and second senior brother Wu Yazi awaited. Senior sister, second senior brother, I've returned. Chunmo's voice shattered the oppressive silence inside the pavilion. Wu Xingyun spun around. Her usually composed features instantly melted into joy and relief. Junior brother Mo. She hurried to his side, looking him over with anxious eyes full of concern. It's good to see you back safe. Was your journey smooth? Wu Yazi also set aside the formation diagram in his hands, a gentle but worried smile appearing on his face. With you back, we can finally rest a little easier. But the troubles in the palace. Chunmo raised his hand, signaling for them to be at ease, and for once, allowed a rare, relaxed smile to show. I made you worry. The journey was uneventful. In fact, I have good news to share with you both. He paused, then solemnly produced a document bearing the official seal of Luzhou from within his robe. The provincial exam in Luzhou has just concluded. By some stroke of luck, I took first place. I am now the GUN. First place in the Luzhou provincial exam. Wu Xingyun and Wu Yazi cried out almost in unison, all the heavy worries on their faces instantly swept away by joy. Wu Xingyun snatched the document and examined the notes and the list with intense focus. Her face lit up with an incredulous excitement. You really are the top scorer. Junior brother Mo, you really passed the exam? And you placed first. She was so overwhelmed that her words tumbled out in a rush, her eyes shimmering with tears. In her heart, this brilliant and diligent junior brother had now brought even greater honor to their sect by excelling in the imperial examinations, a feat that filled the Xiaoyao sect with immense pride. Wu Yazi also clapped his hands joyfully, showering Chunmo with praise. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Junior brother, you truly are both a scholar and a warrior. Among the 4 disciples of the Xiaoyao sect, having won the title of top scholar. This is a once-in-a-century event for us. We must celebrate. His gaze toward Chunmo brimmed with pride and gratification, as if he himself had been awarded this honor. This sudden good news was like a ray of morning sunlight piercing through thick clouds, momentarily dispelling the gloom that hung over Lingzhou Palace. Wu Xingyun immediately ordered fresh spiritual fruits and fine wine to be prepared, and the three of them held a simple yet heartfelt celebration for Chun Mo in the listening snow pavilion. After a few cups of wine, the atmosphere grew warm and convivial. Only then did Chun Mo gently steer the conversation back to urgent matters. Senior sister, in your letter you mentioned something about third senior sister. Could you tell me more about it? Chun Mo set down his cup, his expression turning serious once again. The smiles faded from Wu Xingyun and Wu Yazi's faces. Wu Xingyun sighed and began to recount what she knew in detail. Third sister's recent activities have indeed been highly suspicious. Several times, people have seen her secretly meeting late at night with formidable individuals who clearly bear the features of foreigners, most likely Tangut warriors. We tried following them in secret and discovered that these people always vanished into a hidden path leading toward Western Xia. What's even more worrying, Wu Yazi added, his tone grave, is that some key positions in the palace have quietly been filled with new servants and guards. People we barely know but who obey Third Sister's every command. Lately, rumors have begun to spread. They say that Third Sister, frustrated by our master's long absence, is planning to strike out on her own. Some even whisper she's plotting something illicit with Western Xia. We confronted Third Sister directly, Wu Xingyun said, pain flickering in her eyes. At first, she flatly denied everything her words evasive. When we pressed her, she claimed she was dealing with some family matters and told us sharply to stay out of it. Family matters? Chun Mo caught on to the phrase instantly. Third senior sister's family. Wu Xingyun and Wu Yazi exchanged a glance, and Wu Xingyun lowered her voice, finally revealing a secret few in the palace knew. This matter has long been taboo here. Hardly anyone is aware. In truth, both Third Sister and Sister Canghai are descendants of the Southern Tang imperial family. Southern Tang? Chun Mo felt a jolt in his heart. Southern Tang was the kingdom in the south that was eventually conquered by the great Song founder, Zhao Kuangyin. Renowned for its refined culture and abundant wealth, it ultimately fell when the city of Jinling was breached, and its last ruler, Liu, mourned his lost homeland under the moonlight with the lament, "I cannot bear to recall my old country bathed in moonlight." That's right. Wu Xingyun nodded. Although Southern Tang perished, the Li clan did not vanish completely. Some of its collateral branches changed their names and lived in hiding, quietly amassing strength, waiting for a chance to restore their dynasty. The family of our third sister and the Canghai family are among the most significant of these. They have concealed their identities for decades, their influence deeply entrenched and far-reaching. Wiyazi added, his voice heavy. As for Western Xia, it was actually a power secretly nurtured by these exile branches, meant to restrain and sap the strength of the Song. The Tangut Li clan, the family of Li Yuanhao, rose with the constant support of the Southern Tang's surviving bloodline. They provided gold and silver, secret arts, even martial arts manuals, and talented individuals. At that moment, everything finally became clear to Chun Mo. The connection between Li Qiushui and Western Xia lay at the root of her family's mission. She had not joined them of her own free will, but bore an immense burden. The establishment of Western Xia's first-rank hall must have required peerless martial skills like those of the Xiaoyao sect, and as one of its most prominent disciples, Li Qiushui naturally became the focus of her family's pressure. So what is third senior sister's attitude now? Chun Mo pressed on, unwilling to let the matter drop. That is exactly what worries us most. Wu Xingyun's eyes flickered with a complex mix of emotions. Third sister. Ever since marrying second brother, especially after becoming pregnant, Chun Mo noticed a flicker of tenderness and concern cross Wiyazi's face. Her personality seems to have changed dramatically. She confided to me in private that she's grown weary of it all and only wishes to live a quiet life with second brother and their child, never wanting to be caught up in those bloody struggles again. But the pressure from her family is like a set of shackles. She simply can't break free. Those Western Xia experts who interact with her are actually sent by her family to assist her. Ostensibly, they're there to help, but in truth, they're keeping close watch and forcing her to serve Western Xia and to help establish the first-rank hall. Wiyazi's fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white, his eyes brimming with both love and rage. Qiushui is torn between her family and her sect, between the past and the present, suffering terribly inside. She doesn't want to betray our sect, nor hurt any of us, but she cannot defy the deep-seated mission of her bloodline. What she fears most is that her family might harm her child. Right now, she's living as if walking a tightrope above a chasm. A midnight conversation beneath the moon, sisters' heartfelt confessions. Chun Mo now understood. The root of the problem lay within Li Qiushui's family. If he truly wished to help her, he would have to sever those binding chains. Senior sister, senior brother, leave this matter to me. Chun Mo's gaze was steady and calm, carrying a quiet strength that inspired trust. I want to speak with third senior sister. Perhaps there's a way to find a solution that is best for everyone. That night, the moonlight shone like silver, spilling over a secluded, stargazing terrace on the mountain behind the Lingzhou Palace. Chun Mo stood with his hands behind his back, his spiritual sense flowing out like water, alert to every movement in the surroundings. Before long, a slender figure appeared quietly. It was Li Qiushui. She was as beautiful as ever, but her brow was clouded by lingering sorrow and exhaustion. In her eyes, wariness mingled with a barely perceptible glimmer of hope. Junior brother, Li Qiushui's voice was tinged with hoarseness. Why did you want to see me? If it's to persuade me to turn back, you don't need to say any more. You misunderstand, senior sister. Chun Mo turned to her, his gaze gentle. I'm not here to lecture you. I want to help you, to resolve your family's problems once and for all. Li Qiushui's body trembled slightly, surprise flashing in her eyes. How much do you know? Descendants of Southern Tang, pawns of Western Xia, shackled by your family's chains. And Chun Mo's gaze drifted to her still flat abdomen. His senses could discern the faint presence of new life. What you truly wish to protect is second senior brother, and the future you both share. Li Qiushui seemed struck by a heavy blow. Her face turned deathly pale as she staggered against the cold stone railing. Tears welled up in her eyes. Years of suppressed pain, fear, and grievance finally bursting forth. You know everything. I really have no way out. They used the bonds of blood to threaten me, the grand cause of restoring our country to pressure me, and even my unborn child to coerce me. Her voice choked with sobs, unable to continue. All the radiance she once had was gone, leaving only a fragile woman crushed by unbearable burdens. Chun Mo waited quietly until her emotions had settled a little, then spoke in a low, steady voice. Senior sister, the dream of restoring the nation faded long ago, lost in the storms of Jinling. The true lineage of the Li family is gone. The fate of Southern Tang is sealed. To support Western Xia now is nothing but drinking poison to quench your thirst. It will only plunge more of our kin into endless war and hatred. The elders of your clan are simply pitiful souls blinded by their own obsessions. His tone suddenly sharpened, each word carrying a force that struck straight to the heart. They always claim they do this for the nation, for the family. But have they asked if today's people are willing to sacrifice everything for that distant, unreachable dream? Have they ever asked you if you're willing to give up your husband, your child, your sect, just to satisfy their never-ending desires? This isn't protection. It's selfishness. It's emotional blackmail against you. Li Qiushui's whole body trembled, as Chun Mo's words crashed over her like thunder, shattering the fog of self-deception that had clouded her heart for so long. Yes, her family. When had they ever truly cared about her feelings? She was nothing more than a tool to be used. But what can I possibly do? Tears streamed down Li Qiushui's face, her voice brimming with despair. Their power is vast, their network all-seeing. I can never escape. Don't be afraid, senior sister. Chun Mo's voice softened, a reassuring steadiness in his tone. As long as you make up your mind to break completely with that decaying past, I will find a way to protect you. And I'll keep senior brother and any future child safe as well. He looked intently into Li Qiushui's eyes, speaking each word with measured clarity. To break free from your chains, you need not draw sword against sword. The best way is to remove the firewood from beneath the cauldron. All you need to do is this. With a lowered voice, Chun Mo carefully outlined his plan. As Li Qiushui listened, the despair in her eyes gradually gave way to astonishment and disbelief, until at last, a faint spark of hope reignited in her gaze. Removing the firewood, the jade disc lifts the curse. A few days later, a top-secret memorial, stamped with the official seal of the Luzhou Prefecture and coincidentally obtained by the newly appointed Chun Mo, out of deep concern for the nation, submitted it, was delivered by discreet means, with utmost speed and secrecy, to the upper echelons of the Song Empire's Privy Council. The memorial's contents were staggering. It laid bare the century-old conspiracy of the Southern Tangsley clan, who had secretly supported Western Xia, infiltrated the Song Empire, and plotted to overthrow the court. The document detailed a host of hidden clues, secretly provided by Li Qiushui and verified by Chun Mo's unique abilities, including aliases of key figures, and the locations of several secret bases maintained by Li Qiushui's family within Song territory. It also pointed out, in no uncertain terms, that Western Xia's Yipentang plan was a vital part of this conspiracy, with the Li clan supplying essential martial arts secrets from the Xiaoyao sect to bolster Western Xia's strength. This memorial landed like a boulder in a tranquil lake, sending shockwaves through the highest ranks of the Song government. The Southern Tang survivors, the martial arts of the Xiaoyao sect, the Western Xia Yipentang. Each name alone was enough to ignite the court's fury. Almost simultaneously, deep within the imperial palace of Xingqing, capital of Western Xia, Chen Mo, assuming the identity of a Xiaoyao sect representative, with a forged Zaiyozi token and secret help from Li Songhai, sent a harshly worded ultimatum to Western Xia's ruler, Li Yuanhao. This letter, delivered by covert channels, mysteriously appeared on Li Yuanhao's desk. The ultimatum was cold and unyielding, directly accusing Western Xia of secretly approaching and coercing a member of the Xiaoyao sect, Li Qiushui, into serving them in a plot to steal the sect's supreme martial arts and establish the first-class hall. This was described as a grave provocation and desecration against the Xiaoyao sect. The letter warned that although the sect leader was traveling abroad, an expert within the sect, Chen Mo, had already seen through everything. Should Western Xia persist in meddling with Xiaoyao disciples or covet their martial arts, the Xiaoyao sect would henceforth regard Western Xia as an enemy, and the consequences would be dire. At the end of the ultimatum, a fragment of the Northern Darkness Divine Skill Energy Circulation Chart was attached, imprinted on a black iron with formidable internal energy, primal innate energy. The content was authentic, yet only covered the introductory stage and deliberately contained several fatal flaws. This served both as intimidation, proving that Xiaoyao sect truly possessed peerless martial skills, and as a warning that reckless practice would bring ruin upon oneself. After reading the ultimatum, Li Yuanhao was left both shocked and furious. He had long heard of the Xiaoyao sect's legendary reputation, knowing it was a power far beyond the ordinary. Now that he had drawn the attention of such a mysterious and formidable force, he realized the consequences could be catastrophic. What unsettled him most was that the other side had uncovered his secret dealings with the Li clan's descendants and his schemes to seize their martial arts. The martial arts chart both fueled his desire and filled him with dread. He immediately understood that the Li clan's descendants had become a burning brand, one that might well bring disaster upon Western Xia itself. When the dust settles, Lingzhou rises anew. The Song imperial court, though enraged, acted swiftly to rally the elite forces of the imperial city department. Guided by clues provided by Chen Mo, they struck with overwhelming force against the strongholds of the Li clan's descendants within Song territory. Several key bases were utterly eradicated, scores of core members captured, and countless secret messages and riches confiscated. Thus, the intelligence and financial network that the Li clan had painstakingly built in the Song for years was completely destroyed. As for Western Xia, after weighing the risks, Li Yuanhao, facing the immense threat posed by the Xiaoyao sect, decisively chose to sever all ties with the Li clan's remnants. He not only ordered a halt to the first-class hall project, but also quietly purged officials and martial artists closely linked to the Li clan, steering clear of any association with them. As a result, the Li clan's influence in Western Xia suffered a devastating blow, stripped of its most vital external support. Meanwhile, within Lingzhou Palace, under Chen Mo's secret arrangement, Li Qiushui accidentally intercepted a covert letter sent by the dwindling remnants of the Li clan, in truth, a forgery by Chen Mo, though uncannily lifelike in tone. The letter was laced with accusations, condemning Li Qiushui for betraying her family and leaking secrets, thus bringing the clan's years of effort to ruin. It threatened retribution, warning her that she would pay the price, and even went so far as to menace the child she carried. Li Qiushui, clutching the so-called family letter, put on a display of deep grief and indignation before Wu Xingyun and Wu Yazi, pouring out her anguish over the heartlessness and cruelty of her kin. In front of them, she tore the letter to pieces, vowing to sever all ties with the Li clan from that moment on. She declared that henceforth, she would see herself only as a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect, the wife of Wu Yazi and the future mother of their child, with no further connection to the shattered royal family of Southern Tang. Wu Xingyun and Wu Yazi, upon seeing the letter seething with resentment, utterly convinced of its authenticity, felt a mix of anger and sorrow, growing ever more protective of Li Qiushui. Any lingering doubts in their hearts vanished. Wu Yazi pulled Li Qiushui into a close embrace, comforting her. "Don't be afraid. With me here, With our fellow disciples by your side, no one can ever harm you or our child. At this moment, Chun Mo also stepped forward, his voice brimming with righteous fury as he declared that the honor of the Xiaoyao sect was inviolable. He vowed to personally track down the remaining members of the Li clan to eliminate any potential threat, though in truth his real intention was to keep them under discreet surveillance, ensuring they could never endanger Li Qiushui again. Wu Xingyun likewise pledged to mobilize the full strength of Lingjiu Palace to guarantee Li Qiushui's safety. At last, the turmoil that had plagued Lingjiu Palace for so long was finally and completely resolved. The invisible shackles that had bound Li Qiushui were shattered by Chun Mo's resolute action, harnessing the power of the Song Court and devising clever strategies to keep Western Xia at bay. At last, she shrugged off the shadow of her past and could look forward to a peaceful life with Wuyazi, ready to welcome the new life growing within her. Double happiness, everlasting harmony. A few months later, Lingjiu Palace was awash in lantern light and festive decorations, brimming with a joyful spirit. The first happiness. Li Qiushui safely gave birth to a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. The boy was named Li Xiaoyao, chosen by Wuyazi in honor of Qinmo's contributions, and the girl was named Li Lingyun, a name given by Wu Xingyun. These adorable infants filled the ethereal summit with a joy and vitality never known before. The second happiness. Chun Mo achieved first place in the imperial examination, bringing literary honor and prestige to the Xiaoyao sect. Though the master of Xiaoyao had not yet returned, thanks to Chun Mo's extraordinary efforts, Lingjiu Palace had weathered the storm and emerged into a new dawn of hope. Wu Xingyun cradled little Lingyun in her arms, while Wuyazi gently hugged young Li Xiaoyao. Li Qiushui nestled by her husband's side. Though still frail from childbirth, her features glowed with the serenity and happiness of someone finally unburdened. The youngest disciple, Li Tsanghai, played with the infants, her eyes brimming with tenderness and affection. Chun Mo stood quietly to one side, watching this scene of warmth and reunion, a gentle smile on his lips. He took out his bamboo flute and began to play a soft melody. Thus, Lingjiu Palace celebrated a double blessing. The cries of the dragon and phoenix twins and the honor of the examination champion weaving together into a moving symphony. Yet even as he stood amidst this peaceful mountain haven, Chun Mo's heart was not wholly at rest. The tangled affairs of the world below, his lingering ambitions on the scholar's path, and his promise to Bao Zheng and Gong Sun, so all tugged at him like invisible threads, drawing his thoughts ever onward. When it came time to bid farewell to his senior brothers and sisters, Wu Xingyun, though reluctant to part with her junior, understood that Chun Mo's heart was set on the world beyond. Wu Yazi presented him with a few scrolls containing the exquisite formation diagrams of the Xiaoyao sect, along with rare healing elixirs. Li Qiushui, with her own hands, sewed a multicolored pouch for him, filling it with several of her secret concoctions, poisons, sleeping powders, and antidotes. In a soft voice, she warned, "Little brother, the world beyond is fraught with danger. These may save your life, but use them with great caution." Chun Mo accepted her gifts with solemn gratitude, his heart full of thanks. This time, Chun Mo chose to enter the mortal realm in a way wholly different from before. He disguised himself as a beggar. Shedding his ornate robes, he donned garments coarse and ragged, patched and stained. Guided by his innate, true energy, he adjusted his muscles and bones until his body bore a slight stoop. With a special medicinal paste, he smeared his face to a sallow, withered hue. His gaze turned dull, his steps unsteady. He used his mind to suppress his aura, making himself nearly indistinguishable from any ordinary soul, just another forgotten stone by the roadside. Only in fleeting glances did a trace of fathomless spirit flicker in his eyes. He mingled among the vagrants and beggars, eating what he could find, sleeping under the open sky. Sometimes he disguised himself as a street vendor, quietly observing the lives of Song Dynasty's commoners, experiencing firsthand the hardships endured by those at the lowest rungs of society. This immersion in reality gave his heart newfound steadiness and deepened his understanding of the Confucian ideal that the people are the foundation of the nation. A reunion in Luzhou, undercurrents stirring. A few months later, Chun Mo arrived in a bustling southern city, Jiangning Prefecture, modern-day Jinling. The moment he entered the city, his powerful spiritual sense instantly detected several familiar presences: Bao Zheng, Gong Sun Su, and a lively, spirited young woman with a hint of chivalry, Chu Chu. The three were traveling in haste, their destination seemingly the hidden village on the outskirts of town. Chu-Chu's home. Hidden village. The word sent a sudden jolt through Chun-Mo's heart. He immediately recalled the infamous switched prince case from young Justice Bao. A scandal that rocked the imperial court and involved hidden secrets of the royal family. Events that originated in Chu-Chu's homeland. The hidden village. Outwardly, the village appeared peaceful and idyllic, but beneath the surface, perilous currents surged, drawing in powerful ministers like Lord Pang and the shadowy intrigues of the imperial harem. Bao Zhang's arrival here was, in truth, a step into grave danger. Without hesitation, Chun-Mo followed from a distance, silent as a shadow. Disguised as a true beggar, sometimes huddling in a ruined temple by the roadside, sometimes crouched beneath an ancient tree at the village entrance, his eyes dull and unassuming, he appeared utterly detached from the world. Yet in reality, he was watching over the entire hidden village with the keen vigilance of his spiritual sense. A perilous night. The 8 fiends emerge. As soon as Bao Zhang and his companions arrived at Chu-Chu's home, an oppressive and sinister atmosphere began to spread through Hidden Retreat Village. Chu-Chu's adoptive father died suddenly under mysterious circumstances. His death shrouded in suspicion. Strange incidents followed one after another in the village, and there were subtle signs of formidable figures lurking in the shadows. Relying on his sharp insight and keen powers of deduction, Bao Zhang gradually unraveled the truth, eventually touching upon a monumental secret buried for 2 decades. Years ago, when Consort Li gave birth, Consort Pang, the daughter of the Grand Preceptor, secretly swapped the newborn prince with a wildcat. The true crown prince was rescued by a loyal servant and vanished among the common folk. As it turned out, Chu-Chu's adoptive father was one of the crucial witnesses who knew the truth. The Grand Preceptor's influence ran deep. He had already laid layer upon layer of traps throughout Hidden Retreat Village. Just as Bao Zhang was about to reveal the pivotal piece of evidence, the true identity of the swapped prince, now living as Chu-Chu's unassuming neighbor, a deadly threat descended without warning. The night was thick, and moonlight filtered through the shadows. 8 figures silently surrounded Chu-Chu's small courtyard. Their movements were eerily precise, their murderous intent concealed but unmistakable. It was clear these were elite assassins, each one meticulously trained. They were the 8 fiends, secret operatives groomed by the Grand Preceptor himself for missions such as this. 1. Ghost Shadow, a master of stealth, swift and deadly in assassination. 2. Iron Wall, a powerhouse with unbreakable defenses and overwhelming strength. 3. Venom Heart, an expert in poisons, his methods insidious and impossible to guard against. 4. Siren, wields sound as a weapon, her haunting melodies clouding minds and sowing confusion. 5. Thousand Hands, unmatched with hidden weapons, launching poison projectiles in a relentless barrage. 6. Soulbreaker, a swordsman with a lethal style, capable of breaking even the strongest defenses. 7. Earthsplitter, adept in earth-burrowing techniques, striking unexpectedly from below. 8. Windchaser, peerless archer, his arrows finding their mark from impossibly long distances. As one, the 8 fiends launched their assault. Ghost Shadow darted straight for Bao Zhang inside the house. Iron Wall crashed through the courtyard wall with brute force. Venom Heart released a cloud of invisible poison. Siren's flute sounded, sending shivers through the soul. Thousand Hands filled the air with a storm of poison darts. Soulbreaker's blade thrust toward Zhang Zhao, who had just arrived in the village following clues, intent on protecting Bao Zhang, while Earthsplitter burst from the ground to ambush Chu-Chu, and Windchaser took up a vantage point. His bow aimed at every possible escape route. Their coordination was flawless, determined to wipe out Bao Zhang, Chu-Chu, and the Crown Prince's last witness in a single, ruthless strike. Inside the house, Bao Zhang, Gong Sun's suit, Chu-Chu, and the others turned pale with fear. Zhang Zhao fought desperately to parry Soulbreaker's sword. The situation grew ever more perilous, and doom seemed inevitable. At that critical moment, a low, chilling snort echoed through the courtyard, deep and commanding, like thunder on a winter's night. Though not loud, it carried an irresistible pressure, drowning out Siren's flute and sending a tremor through the hearts of the 8 fiends. A hunched figure seemed to materialize out of thin air, standing firm in the breach of the collapsed wall. It was the old beggar who had been lingering at the village entrance these past few days. Facing the 8 fiends' fierce onslaught, Chun-Mo's eyes shone with clarity, his gaze sharp as lightning. In an instant, his innate energy erupted in a devastating wave. A barrier of psychic force unfolded in an instant, like an invisible crystal shield, sealing off the entire courtyard of the Chu family. The poisonous mist was kept at bay, and a rain of hidden weapons clattered sharply against the barrier before tumbling uselessly to the ground. Chun Mo brought his fingers together like a sword, sending forth a blade of innate sword energy, swift and solid, striking precisely at the tip of the Ghost Shadow's dagger as it lunged toward. Bao Zhang! Ghost Shadow felt a tremendous force surge through him. The dagger shattered inch by inch, and he was hurled backward, coughing up blood as he crashed helplessly to the ground. As Iron Wall charged in like a raging beast, Chunamo stood his ground without flinching, launching a single punch. Though it seemed unremarkable, the blow carried the force to shatter mountains and split the earth. Fists collided, and the bones and sinews Iron Wall so prided himself on gave a sickening crack. His enormous body was sent flying, crashing through half of the neighboring house. Mei-yin, panic-stricken, raised her soul-stealing flute to her lips again. Chunamo opened his mouth, and a clear, sonorous dragon's roar cut through the night sky. Pure and righteous, it swept away her sinister music in an instant. Mei-yin reeled as though struck by a heavy blow. The flute slipped from her grasp, blood streamed from her ears and nose, and she collapsed, motionless. Lai Di burst from beneath the earth, razor-sharp claws lunging for Chu-Chu's ankle. Chunamo tapped his foot lightly, channeling a surge of pure vital energy deep into the ground. Lai Di shrieked in agony, his arm instantly blackened and scorched, forcing him to retreat in disgrace beneath the earth. A deadly arrow from Chue foam whistled through the air. Without even glancing at it, Chunamo reached back and seized the arrow, which was sharp enough to pierce steel. With a casual flick of his wrist, he sent the arrow hurtling back even faster than before. A muffled cry came from the rooftop. Chue Feng's shoulder blade was pierced by his own arrow, and he plummeted from his vantage point. The hidden weapons of Qian Shou and the sword of Duan Hun proved utterly useless against Chun Mo's psychic shield and his movement. So swift it defied the eye, all their attacks missed their mark. In the blink of an eye, the once feared 8 scourges, whose names had struck terror across the martial world, were reduced to helpless weaklings before Chun Mo, either slain or gravely injured, utterly routed in an instant. The entire battle happened so quickly, it was almost impossible to see what had transpired. Everyone in the courtyard stood rooted in shock, as if turned to stone. Bao Zheng stared at the stooped figure standing amidst the ruins, whose presence was as unfathomable as the abyss, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Was this truly the ragged, old beggar from the village entrance? His martial arts surpassed the limits of mortal men. Chunamo did not linger, nor did he spare a glance for Bao Zheng or the others. His form wavered, then vanished into the boundless night, leaving behind only chaos and the stunned, trembling crowd. The harrowing battle just now seemed no more than a fleeting, unreal dream. The truth had come to light, and the trial of a true master had been revealed. The annihilation of the 8 fiends was like severing, in a single stroke, the menacing hand Grand Preceptor Pang had extended toward Hidden Village. It also bought precious time for Bao Zheng. With the help of Zhang Zhao, Gong Sun Su, and others, Bao Zheng relied on his extraordinary wisdom and courage to finally uncover the full truth behind the civet cat for Crown Prince case. He found the key witnesses and crucial evidence, and successfully protected the lost prince who had been living among the common folk. At last, this monumental case was solved. The news swept through the imperial court and beyond like a raging storm. The Pang faction was thrown into panic, left in a state of constant dread. Emperor Renzong of Song was both shocked and furious, ordering a thorough investigation into Consort Pang and all her accomplices. A tremendous political storm was brewing on the horizon. Yet, Grand Preceptor Pang had spent years building his power at court, his influence running deep. How could he yield so easily? With his crimes on the verge of exposure and his family facing utter ruin, he played his final card, the most formidable warrior under his command, the scarlet-clad Marquis, Shui Yiren. Shui Yiren. His name existed only in the palace's secret files and the whispered legends of the martial world. It was said he was once the chief shadow guard of the previous dynasty's royal family, born with extraordinary talent in martial arts. Later, he was lured by Pang's vast wealth and became the sharpest blade in Pang's arsenal. Shui Yiren was reclusive and cold-hearted, having devoted his entire life to the path of killing. His skills had reached their zenith, and he was especially known for a sinister and overwhelming technique, blood fiend demon arts, drawing power from slaughter, and strength from spilled blood. His fearsome reputation spread far and wide. His prowess had long surpassed that of ordinary masters. With one foot, he had already stepped into the realm of grandmasters. On the route Bao Zheng had to take to escort the vital witnesses and ironclad evidence back to the capital amid the desolate ruins of an ancient battlefield, Shue Irin appeared, cloaked in a crimson robe. As if he had stepped from a pool of blood, he silently blocked their path. He stood alone, carrying only a single sword, yet exuded a suffocating aura of menace, as though he had survived countless bloody battles. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of blood. Even the elite imperial guards trembled under the pressure, their warhorses kneeling with anguished cries. Zhang Zhao, sensing the deadly threat, gripped his mighty juk sword with both hands, cold sweat beading on his brow. It felt as if he was about to be swallowed by a raging, endless sea. Hand over the witnesses, leave the evidence behind, and take your own lives. Otherwise, none of you will leave here alive. Shue Irin's voice was low and grating, like metal scraping against stone, utterly devoid of emotion. Bloodbath on the wasteland, breaking the cocoon to become a master. In this moment that teetered on the edge of despair, that familiar frail figure appeared once more, like a phantom, stepping between Shue Irin and Bao Zheng. You again? For the first time, surprise flickered in Shue Irin's blood-red eyes. He recognized the mysterious beggar who had defeated the 8 fiends. Deep within, he sensed a profound and unfathomable power in this opponent, an aura vast, upright, and utterly different from his own. It's me. Chun Mo slowly straightened his back, and the filthy disguise on his body fell away like a discarded shell, revealing his true, handsome, and upright appearance. He unleashed all of his inner strength, radiating like the first light of dawn, dispelling the chill and murderous intent brought by the man in the blood-red robes. The aura of integrity and strength he exuded resonated with the righteous energy that Bao Zheng had cultivated by upholding justice. No words were wasted. The life-and-death duel erupted in an instant. The blood sword of the crimson-robed man flashed from its sheath, its blade gleaming like a river of blood flowing backward, echoing. With a mournful wail, as if countless tormented souls clung to its edge. His demonic blood fiend technique surged at full force, thick blood mist swirling around him, with every step blighting the grass and trees, the ground beneath his feet corroding to blackened ruin. His swordplay was vicious and swift, each strike infused with a dark, corrupting power and a razor's edge that sought to erode the mind. Chun Mo, wielding his fingers as a sword, moved with the ethereal grace of the wandering wind technique. Innate sword energy danced around him, imbued with Taoist tranquility. He shielded himself with a barrier of mental force, resisting the assault of the blood mist. At times he soared like a great rock, dodging fatal attacks. At others, he darted forth like a swimming dragon, his sword energy aimed precisely at the weak points in the fiendish technique. Their figures flashed and clashed like lightning, sword energy and bloody light colliding with a cacophony of ringing steel and explosive bursts of power. Sand and wind whipped across the wasteland as the ground split open with deep, jagged scars. Zhang Zhao and the Imperial Guard had already retreated far away, stunned. This battle had long surpassed the limits of mortal men. The crimson-robed man's blood fiend technique was bizarre and tyrannical, not only devastating in force, but able to corrode an opponent's spirit and taint their vital energy. Though Chun Mo's foundation was strong, facing this nearly grandmaster-level evil art, he felt enormous pressure. His mental shield began to waver under the relentless assault, and the flow of his innate energy noticeably faltered. Even more terrifying was the murderous will, slithering like a venomous serpent, again and again battering at his consciousness, seeking a way into the deepest recesses of his mind. How long can your righteous spirit endure? Before this endless sea of blood, you will be swallowed whole. The crimson-robed man cackled, his attacks becoming more ferocious. The blood sword split into countless shadows, surging and engulfing Chun Mo from every direction. In this moment of crisis, Chun Mo's gaze swept to Bao Zheng, standing not far behind him. Despite the peril, Bao Zheng stood tall, his eyes unwavering as stone. The noble spirit he radiated for the sake of truth, justice, and the safety of the people was like a torch in the darkness, igniting the clearest, fiercest hope within Chun Mo's heart. To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a destiny for the people. The maxims of Mencius, the fearless courage of Confucianism, and the world-embracing compassion of Taoism resonated within Chun Mo's soul as never before in this very instant. Within Chun Mo's body, the innate primal core, infused with the righteous energy of Confucianism and the carefree spirit of Taoism, suddenly trembled violently under The surge of this overwhelming internal and external will. It was as if invisible shackles were being ignited and burned away by the force of moral rectitude. From the depths of his soul, Chun Mo let out a furious roar. No longer on the defensive, he faced the surging sea of blood head-on. He gathered his entire mind and spirit, all of his strength, and his unwavering belief in the way of righteousness, focusing it into a single fingertip. This time, his fingertip no longer emitted an ordinary sword aura. Instead, it burst forth with a beam of light, supremely pure and brilliantly radiant, as if containing the very principles of heaven and earth itself. That single point of light pierced unhesitatingly into the very heart of Shwe Iran's turbid river of blood. There was no thunderous explosion. Instead, it was like boiling water poured onto snow. The ferocious, rampant, all-consuming demonic blood energy shrieked in agony. The instant it touched that pure light, as if meeting its natural nemesis, it began to dissolve and dissipate at a startling speed. No, impossible. Shwe Iran screamed in utter despair. The blood demon arts that had won him his fearsome reputation were pitifully fragile before this radiance. The light not only purified his demonic aura, but seared directly into the very roots of his soul. He felt it with agonizing clarity. His will, his strength, even the foundation of his existence, were unraveling rapidly. The blood mist surrounding Shwe Iran evaporated completely, revealing his face twisted in terror and pain. The blood sword in his hand snapped, inch by inch. In that instant, it was as if all his life force had been drained away. He aged decades in a heartbeat, collapsing to the ground, a shadow of his former self, left with nothing but overwhelming fear and confusion. Chun Mo, meanwhile, stood quietly in place. Light flowed around him, and his aura underwent a complete transformation. No longer restrained, it blazed like the midday sun, vast and brilliant, yet as deep as the ocean. An invisible domain radiated from him, causing the spiritual energies of heaven and earth to gather around him, as if subjects kneeling before a king. With a single gesture, he seemed to command the very forces of the world. The realm of the Grand Master, everything had come together naturally. The cocoon broken, a butterfly emerged. At this critical moment, defending justice, locked in a life-and-death struggle with evil, Chun Mo, stirred by the powerful resonance of Confucian righteousness and his own Taoist resolve, finally broke through his limits and ascended to the highest realm of martial arts, the Grandmaster's domain. Henceforth, he could resonate with the universe itself, his words shaping reality, truly wielding the power to change the world around him. Bao Zheng gazed at that figure bathed in radiant light, as though witnessing a god descend to the mortal realm. Grandmaster's domain, a union of heaven and man. Chun Mo departed the central plains, embarking at last on a genuine journey through all the heavens. He was no longer confined to the borders of a single dynasty, but traveled the world on foot, seeking to understand the universe with his heart and soul. He took the mountains as his bones and the rivers as his veins, and from this vision, he created the universal Genesis fist. Chun Mo ascended to the summit of Kunlun, gazing far into the horizon. Countless peaks gathered before him as if in reverent worship, and the mighty, weighty energy of the earth surged toward him. The biting winds, sharp as blades, could not shake his masterful body. Instead, they honed his muscles and bones, deepening his understanding of the fist's intent, unmoving as a mountain. He sailed along the Yangtze and Yellow rivers, drifting downstream to feel the overwhelming force of the racing waters, then battling upstream. He grasped the tenacity of water against the current. Chun Mo realized the dual nature of water, resilient yet unyielding, ever-flowing and all-embracing. Watching the crashing waves break against the shore, he comprehended the fierce power of splitting stone and earth. Gazing at the gentle trickle of a stream, he discerned the silent, penetrating force that nourishes all things. Between mountains and rivers, Chun Mo continuously reflected and fused his insights, aligning his martial art with the greater ways of nature. His fist technique was no longer mere combat. It became an art in harmony with heaven and earth. Deep within the primeval forests of Yunnan and Guizhou, he sensed the vitality and competition of the wilds, blending the spirit of untamed nature into his martial intent. Standing at the eastern seashore, he watched where sky met sea, feeling the rhythm of tides and the passage of sun and moon. From this, he grasped the wisdom that the sea accepts all rivers and becomes vast, in the ceaseless cycle of yin and yang. After years of cultivation and contemplation, Chun Mo wove together all he had witnessed and learned, whether the strength of national martial arts, the grace of moving with the wind, the precise control of thought, the uprightness of Confucianism, or the mysteries of Taoism. At last, within his heart was born a comprehensive martial art that touched the very source of heaven and earth, the 36 forms of the universal Genesis fist. This style had no fixed techniques. It emphasized intent over form. Wherever his mind led, the spirit of the fist followed. It could be as weighty as a mountain pressing down, or as light as a breeze caressing willow branches, as fierce as thunder, or as delicate as spring rain nurturing life. With a single strike, he could summon the force of the world itself, holding within it the secrets of heaven and earth, a perfect expression of the Grandmaster's realm. Chun Mo never ceased in his pursuit of truth, exchanging wisdom far and wide, drawing upon the strengths of every school. At the sacred altar atop the holy mountain in Liao, Chun Mo faced the esteemed high priest, Shaman Wushu. The altar stood at the mountain's peak, encircled by dense forest and drifting mists, merging with the heavens and earth in an air of profound mystery. Wushu was clad in splendid shamanic robes, crowned with antlers, and wielded a staff symbolizing authority and the unknown. His face was hidden behind a mask, leaving only a pair of deep, piercing eyes visible, eyes that spoke of the shaman's dignity and wisdom. In contrast, Chun Mo wore a simple Taoist robe, his posture tall and composed, his expression calm. His gaze was clear and tranquil, like the still waters of a deep pool, concealing boundless wisdom and strength. In this mysterious atmosphere, the two men began a profound conversation about the Tao and the divine. Wushu was the first to speak, his voice deep and resonant, as if it could pierce straight to one's soul. All things possess a spirit, and all power returns to heaven and earth. We draw upon the great forces of nature, acting in accordance with the will of the gods. In his view, everything in existence holds a latent spirit, and this force ultimately returns to the world itself. Shamans commune with nature, harnessing its powers to fulfill the will of the divine. Chun Mo smiled gently and said in a measured tone, "The heart of heaven is my own heart. All things dwell within me. There is no need to seek outwardly. Only by turning inward can one discover the truth. When my heart mirrors the heart of heaven, true freedom and transcendence are within reach." To him, the heart of heaven and the human heart are intimately connected. The essence of all things resides within the inner world of man. One need not rely on external power. By looking inward and letting the heart reflect the universe, one attains genuine peace and liberation. Their views seemed to stand in opposition, yet both contained a deep understanding of the universe and of life itself. Their exchange was like two mighty currents of spirit clashing, each striving to persuade the other with the force of their beliefs. As the discussion grew more intense, Wushu suddenly invoked his shamanic powers, summoning the surrounding spirits of nature. In an instant, fierce winds howled and thunder crashed, and a wild, overwhelming force surged toward Chun Mo like a raging tide. Yet faced with this tempest of natural energy, Chun Mo remained serene and unshaken. His meditative mind was as vast as the open sea, absorbing and dissolving the violent energies without being disturbed in the slightest. Witnessing this, Wushu was inwardly astonished. He had not expected Chun Mo's spiritual mastery to be so profound, able to neutralize the unleashed spirits of nature with such ease. In that moment, Wushu regarded Chun Mo with deep respect, silently calling him a walking sacred mountain. Upon the golden rooftop of the Patala Palace, sunlight poured down, illuminating this sacred and mysterious place with dazzling brilliance. Chen Montauk stood at the summit, the breeze gently tugging at his robes as he gazed at the distant snow-capped mountains, his heart filled with a profound tranquility. Just then, a monk in a red robe approached at a measured pace. He was none other than Ganga Rinpoche, the living Buddha of the great snowy mountains of Tibet. The Rinpoche smiled warmly, his eyes radiating wisdom and compassion. He and Chun Mo stood facing each other, bound by a silent, unspoken understanding. "Honored guest, our meeting here today is surely a matter of destiny," the Rinpoche said, his voice calm and gentle, flowing like a pure spring into Chun Mo's heart. Chun Mo returned the smile and replied, "To meet the living Buddha is my great honor." With palms pressed together, the Rinpoche said, "I can see that you possess an extraordinary presence. Surely you have some understanding of the Dharma. Perhaps we might discuss together the meaning of emptiness and existence?" Chun Mo nodded respectfully. "Very well. I am eager to learn from your wisdom." The living Buddha took a deep breath and began to explain his understanding of emptiness and existence. Form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. All phenomena arise from the mind. Every attachment should be released. All things in the world come into being through the meeting of causes and conditions, having no fixed substance. Everything is fundamentally empty. We ought to transcend our attachment to the material and grasp the illusory nature at the heart of all things. Shenemo listened quietly. When the living Buddha finished, he replied slowly, "What you say is absolutely true, but I believe that emptiness is not complete nothingness, and existence is not truly real. The mind can influence the external world, just as the world can temper the heart. The turmoil of life itself is a field for spiritual cultivation. Attachments can be broken, but they can also become a source of strength." Hearing this, a flicker of surprise appeared in the living Buddha's eyes. He gazed intently at Shenemo, as if trying to see straight into his thoughts. Shenemo continued, "Emptiness and existence are not opposites. They are interconnected, able to transform into one another. As we live in this world, we should not only pursue liberation in emptiness, but also experience the wisdom of emptiness within our daily lives." With these words, Shenemo closed his eyes and focused his mind. A surge of powerful intent radiated from him. In the space before him, a vivid flower began to bloom, its petals soft and delicate, its center exuding a faint, refreshing fragrance. Yet just as the flower reached full bloom, it withered in an instant, petals drifting down like snowflakes until not a trace remained. This extraordinary sight made the living Buddha's eyes widen. He could clearly sense the formidable power of Chunmo's mind, as well as his profound understanding of Buddhist teachings. Chunmo opened his eyes, looked at the living Buddha, and said with a smile, "This is the realm of a single thought brings forth a flower. A single thought lets it fall." The transformation between emptiness and existence happens in the span of a single thought. The living Buddha was silent for a moment, then spoke slowly, "Your insight is truly unique and deeply thought-provoking." Chunmo went on to explain, "Beyond that, I invoke the birth and passing of life itself through the cosmic creation fist. This, too, is a manifestation of the inseparability of emptiness and existence." As he finished speaking, Chunmo lightly moved his hands. A powerful force surged around him, the vitality of life entwined with a sense of quiet extinction, blending together into a unique atmosphere. Sensing this force, the living Buddha was deeply moved. He realized that Chunmo's comprehension of Buddhist doctrine had far surpassed that of ordinary people, reaching a realm almost unattainable. At last, the living Buddha pressed his palms together and spoke with sincere admiration. "You have already attained great freedom. Buddha and Tao are, in truth, one and the same. Our exchange today has been of immense benefit to me." Chunmo responded with a gentle smile. "You flatter me, living Buddha. I have only grasped a little understanding, that's all." The two of them exchanged a smile, their conversation seeming to transcend time and space, leaving behind profound and unforgettable memories. The sage of yoga from India, Madhava. On the banks of the Ganges, Chunmo encountered the legendary yoga master. Mahadava's physical form, honed through years of arduous training, had reached an unimaginable realm. His spiritual strength was so profound it seemed to have merged with the very essence of Brahman. Whenever Mahadava performed his yogic techniques, his body twisted and moved at will, his joints cracking with thunderous intensity, as if he had already surpassed the limitations of mortal flesh. The force of his spirit pressed down like a vast ocean, attempting to draw Chunmo into the eternal silence of oneness with the Brahman. Yet, in the face of such a formidable opponent, Chunmo showed not the slightest trace of fear. He unleashed the cosmic creation fist, its intent shifting, at times suppressing Mahadava's supple movements with the weight of Mount Sumeru, at others surging forward like the mighty flow of the Ganges, battering his adversary's mental defenses. Each punch contained boundless power and endless variations, astonishing even Mahadeva himself. But that was not all. Chunmo's mind transformed into a blade of wisdom, slicing through the spiritual shackles that bound Mahadeva. This sword was peerlessly sharp, as if it could pierce through all illusions, causing Mahadeva's spiritual strength to vanish in an instant. At last, Chunmo confronted Mahadeva's most powerful body technique, the dance of Shiva, meeting it head-on with the indomitable body of a Kryptonian. It was a clash that set hearts racing, a battle where their powers collided midair in a deafening explosion. In the end, Chunmo, relying on his superior strength, forced Mahadeva back and claimed victory in this epic duel. This battle gave Mahadeva a newfound understanding of the path to sanctification through the body. He began to respect the cultivation method Chen Mo had chosen and expressed his heartfelt admiration for Chen Mo's strength. Before St. Peter's Basilica in the Vatican, sunlight poured down upon the ancient stone pathway. Chen Mo stood quietly, facing the Grand Master of the Knights of the Holy See, Saint Roland. This legendary knight was clad in gleaming silver armor and wielded a sacred sword wreathed in pearly white holy flames. His imposing figure exuded the aura of a war god descended from myth to the mortal world. Each step Roland took was resolute and powerful, his entire being radiating a solemn and sacred presence. This aura sprang from his unwavering faith and loyalty to justice. As he swung the holy sword, its blade traced a graceful arc through the air, sending the holy flames roaring toward Chen Mo like a dragon unleashed. Confronted with this overwhelming assault, Chen Mo remained composed. With a simple lift of his hand, a transparent barrier of mental force shimmered into existence before him. The holy flames crashed against the barrier with a sharp, ringing burst, but the shield held firm, repelling the searing fire completely. Seeing this, a flash of surprise crossed Roland's eyes, but he did not relent. He shouted a powerful command and swung his sword again. This time, the holy flames surged forth even more fiercely, crashing toward Chen Mo like a furious tidal wave. Chen Mo took a deep breath, his body leaning back slightly, then stepped forward. His hands moved with a dancer's grace, tracing smooth arcs through the air as he unleashed a sequence of martial moves. This was his signature technique, the universal Genesis fist. Within this fist technique lay the fluid transformations of Taiji, and every movement Chen Mo made guided the energy around him skillfully, dissolving the fierce power of the sacred flame. His figure weaved effortlessly through the blaze, emerging unscathed each time. Roland's attacks grew ever more ferocious, but Chen Mo countered strength with gentleness, effortlessly neutralizing every assault. Gradually, Roland's breath grew ragged, beads of sweat breaking out on his brow. Yet Chen Mo never retaliated. He simply demonstrated his strength with a calm, measured stance. In his fists, there was no hint of malice, only a profound understanding of natural law and a pursuit of inner balance. At last, Roland halted his attack. He gazed at Chen Mo, the surprise in his eyes giving way to deep respect. Withdrawing his sacred sword, Roland dropped to one knee and offered a formal knight salute. Your power is pure and mighty. You are neither foe nor servant to my lord. May the Lord's glory walk beside you on your path. Roland's voice rang out before the great St. Peter's Cathedral, expressing his respect and recognition for Chen Mo. Out on the vast African savanna, the sun blazed fiercely, as if intent on baking the earth dry. Here, Chen Mo, the traveler from the distant east, unexpectedly became a figure revered as a walking spirit by a local tribe. This tribe believed deeply in the presence of ancestral spirits, convinced that all things possessed their own soul. The high priest, Njari, served as the bridge between the spirit world and the living, skilled in natural magic, able to commune with animals, foresee changes in the weather, and even heal the sick. The first time, Chen Mo demonstrated his ability to move objects with his mind and displayed his indestructible body. The entire tribe was left in utter awe. Njari immediately realized that this mysterious guest from the east possessed a power the tribe had never before witnessed. Chen Mo was soon invited to the heart of the tribe to engage in a deep conversation with Njari. There, he came to understand the tribe's unique perspectives on totemic power and the resonance of life. Njari explained that a totem was more than a symbol. It was a conduit that could awaken the hidden potential within a person. Deeply fascinated by this ancient wisdom, Chen Mo began to study the tribe's war dance. The dance was brimming with primal energy, allowing him to experience a wild vitality that blended perfectly with his own martial arts. As time passed, Chen Mo's status within the tribe continued to rise. Not only did he help resolve many of their challenges, but he also passed on his knowledge and skills to the younger generation. To honor Chen Mo, the tribe decided to build a totem in his name. This totem would symbolize his strength and wisdom, and also stand as a testament to the deep bond between him and the tribe. From that moment on, Chen Mo was respectfully called the Undying Sunwalker, becoming a revered figure among the people. His name spread far and wide across the grasslands, turning into a living legend. Enlightenment beneath the Arctic aurora. On the desolate Arctic tundra, Chen Mo gazed up at the night sky, mesmerized by the ever-shifting auroras. The dazzling ribbons of light painted the heavens like strokes from a brush wielded. By nature itself, fluid and mysterious. Deeply moved, he found his free wind, movement technique ascending to new heights in the freezing silence. Mingling with the aurora's dance, his silhouette seemed to merge with the flowing lights, as he used his mind to draw upon the thin spiritual energy of heaven and earth. His speed and agility soared, reaching unprecedented realms, until it felt as if he himself had become part of the light. At that moment, his technique truly broke through to the legendary realm known as Streaking Light, Vanishing Shadow. An Australian counter, Secrets of the Sect *. Guided by a subtle intuition from deep within, Chunmo seemed to be led by an invisible force. He journeyed through endless mists, crossed mountains and rivers, and finally arrived in the remote heart of Australia. There lay a vast expanse of red desert, a landscape of utter desolation and silence. Under the sun, the ochre earth shimmered faintly, whispering secrets of time and the enduring spirit of the land. Chunmo walked slowly across the barren crimson terrain, absorbing the ancient and primal aura that filled the air. The mysterious and solemn power of this place struck him to the core. Immersed in the desert's stark and unique atmosphere, he suddenly noticed two figures in the distance. One was a man, the other a woman. The man was tall and slender, exuding a presence both extraordinary and aloof, a gentle glow surrounding him, as if he were a sage untouched by the mundane world. The woman stood with quiet grace, her demeanor serene and pure, as though she belonged to a realm beyond earthly cares. Chunmo looked closer and was instantly stunned. The man was none other than his revered master, Xiao Yaozi, and the woman at his side was his junior sister, Li Songhai. At this moment, Xiao Yaozi's aura was utterly transformed. He was no longer just the enigmatic martial master Chunmo once knew, but now radiated a deep and mysterious power, as if he had become one with the universe, ready at any moment to transcend its bounds. Li Songhai stood quietly beside him, her own presence more ethereal than ever, clearly transformed by tremendous growth and change during this time apart. You're here, Xiao Yaozi said, turning to Chunmo, his eyes filled with both satisfaction and a tangle of emotions. I see you have found your own path and become a grandmaster in your own right. Truly, you make us all proud. Chunmo was so overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing his master and junior sister that he could barely speak. He immediately bowed with deep respect. Master, Sister Songhai, how did you both end up here? Yaozi lifted his gaze to the sky, his voice heavy and measured as he revealed a tremendous secret. In truth, I am not originally from this world. I was once an inner disciple of the Wudang sect in the cultivation realm, known by the Taoist name, Wandering Cloud. Centuries ago, while exploring an ancient ruin, I was accidentally swept into a chaotic spatial rift and ultimately found myself in this world dominated by martial arts. Here, my cultivation powers were suppressed, but martial arts flourished. In my search for a way home, and to continue the legacy of my sect, I fused the knowledge of cultivation with the rules of this realm, thus creating the Xiaoyao martial path and taking you both as my disciples. Now, Yaozi's aura grew ever brighter, so much so that the very air around him began to ripple and twist. At last I sensed the opportunity to ascend. I am about to break through the barrier of this world and return to the cultivation realm. He fixed his resolute gaze on Chunmo and spoke earnestly. Your foundation is extraordinarily deep, and your fortune is rare beyond measure. Of all the disciples I have ever taught, you are the most outstanding. Within you lies a unique power, the bloodline of Krypton, whose potential is limitless. The journey ahead is long, and the future full of uncertainty. Now, I will impart to you the core cultivation manual of the Wudang sect, the Shanshin Codex. With a gesture through the air, Yaozi pointed at the center of Chunmo's brow. Compared to when he had shared the Xiaoyao cloud-walking technique years ago, this time the torrent of knowledge that poured into Chunmo's mind was even more vast and profound, touching upon the very source of the Tao. The Shanshin Codex was all-encompassing, covering cultivation methods from qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, all the way to even higher realms. It included essential teachings on talismans, formations, alchemy, artifact forging, and many other foundational arts. At its core, the Codex advocated aligning oneself with the heavenly heart, embracing clarity and non-action, cultivating the spirit to commune with the Tao, refining the energies of heaven and earth for one's own use, all in pursuit of longevity and true freedom. This technique you must comprehend and cultivate on your own. When Xingyun, Wuya, and Qiushui's realms are high enough, at least at the peak of Grandmaster, on the verge of shattering the void, you may pass the foundational teachings to them as well. The roots of the Xiaoyao lineage are in Wudang. I hope you will treat this legacy with the utmost care. With a final reminder, Zaiyozi's eyes lingered on Li Songhai, filled with both longing and hope. As his words faded, Zaiyozi's entire being was suddenly enveloped in radiant light, which shot up into the heavens in a dazzling pillar. Faint celestial music seemed to echo from within, surrounded by an aura of auspicious signs. He smiled and nodded farewell to Chunimo and Li Songhai, his figure gradually dissolving into the beam of light until both he and the light vanished between heaven and earth, as if he had never existed at all. In his wake remained only the stunned Chunimo and Li Songhai, and a lingering aura of mystery that still hung in the air. Retreat to Tianshan, legacy passed, in seclusion. Chunimo and Li Songhai returned to the Lingzhou Palace atop the Tianshan Mountains, still shaken and unwilling to let go. They relayed the news of their master's ascension and the origins of the Shangqing record to Wu Xingyun, Wuyazi, and Li Qiushui. Upon learning that their revered master was in fact a cultivator from the higher realms, everyone was struck with disbelief. At last, the long-standing mystery surrounding their master's background was unraveled. Chunimo did not conceal the extraordinary value of the Shangqing record, but he also spoke plainly about the perils of the cultivation path. Only those who reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level were qualified to begin its practice. Drawing from both the foundational techniques of the Shangqing record and the martial arts of the Xiaoyao sect, Chunimo compiled them into accessible chapters. He passed these on to his senior brothers and sisters, helping them solidify their foundations and catch a glimpse of higher realms. He placed special emphasis on the importance of cultivating one's spiritual power, the primordial spirit. Afterwards, Chunimo announced his intention to enter seclusion for intensive cultivation. He chose the deepest recesses of the mysterious ice cave, one of the ancient spiritual convergence sites left behind by the founder, Zaiyozi. 20 years in seclusion, a complete rebirth. This time, Chunimo remained in seclusion for 20 years. 1. The transformation of cultivating the Shangqing record. Chunmo's foremost task was to gradually reshape the complex and potent energy system within his body, transforming it into the true energy of the Shangqing record, in harmony with the great path of cultivation. Guided by his powerful Grandmaster-level spirit, and relying on the primal core in his dantian that fused the forces of myriad worlds, he drew in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, circulating it according to the profound routes detailed in the Shangqing record. This process was fraught with peril, akin to rebuilding a bridge on the edge of a cliff. The immense power of his Kryptonian cells, the refined energy of his martial arts, the essence of his psychic abilities, his unyielding righteous aura, and the free-spirited intent of the Xiaoyao sect, all these disparate forces had to be broken down, purified, then reforged and transformed in accordance with the cultivation methods of the Shangqing record. Fortunately, the dense spiritual energy within the mysterious ice cave, the aid of the spiritual convergence array, and his own profound foundation enabled this transformation to proceed slowly but steadily. 2. Awakening the Kryptonian bloodline and absorbing the power of the Sun Asterisk during his cultivation, Chunimo made a startling discovery. The pure spiritual energy guided by the Shangqing record, especially the essence of the sun within it, resonated powerfully with the Kryptonian fragments in his body. These fragments, like the cores of stars, began to actively and efficiently absorb the sun's essence. Nourished by this solar energy, his Kryptonian cells underwent further evolution. His physical strength, power, speed, recovery, and perception all soared at an astonishing rate. His skin shimmered with a faint golden sheen in the sunlight, while his bones became far denser and tougher than those of ordinary men. Gradually, he began to exhibit the qualities of a god among mortals. 3. Integration and transcendence. During his 20 years of secluded cultivation, Chunimo did far more than simply transform his power. He fused the essence of the cosmic creation fist into the embryonic form of the magical arts found in the Supreme Purity record. He condensed the very source of his psychic power into a purer, more formidable force known as divine sense. He transmuted the righteous energy of Confucianism into a literary core that safeguarded his Taoist heart, and he elevated the agility of the free wind movement into a higher, more profound technique of evasion. The Supreme Purity record became the backbone of his cultivation, while all his previous Achievements blossomed as the most radiant branches and leaves upon it. His level had long surpassed that of martial grandmasters, advancing steadily to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage in Daoist cultivation, now just a single step away from forging his golden core. Empowered further by the Kryptonian physique, his true combat prowess grew ever more unfathomable. The shifting world, a firmament of stars. Over the 2 decades of Chun Mo's retreat, the martial world underwent a dramatic transformation. Asterisk the old generation. Asterisk the 4 immortals of freedom. Wu Xingyun, Weiazi, Li Qiushui, and Li Songhai. Once guided by Chun Mo in the essentials of the supreme purity record, they may not have fully switched paths, yet each reached the heights of martial mastery. Wu Xingyun's dominion of 8 desolations and 6 directions reached completion, restoring her youthful appearance and earning her awe throughout the western regions. Weiazi, ever the eclectic, attained unfathomable depths in martial arts and maintained his seat as the master of Spirit Vulture Palace. Li Qiushui broke free from the shackles of her heart, growing more unpredictable and graceful in her skills. Li Songhai withdrew from the world, exuding an otherworldly aura, his strength shrouded in mystery. Together, these 4, known as the 4 Immortals of Freedom, were universally acknowledged as the pinnacle of the martial world. Asterisk the 3 Shaolin virtuosos. Abbot Xuanzi, renowned for his mighty Vajra palm, unmatched in sheer force. Master Xianbei, whose Kasaya, aim-subduing technique reached the peak of perfection, and Master Xuanku, whose profound Buddhist insight manifested in unparalleled one-finger Zen. The trio stood as the steadfast pillars of Shaolin Temple. Asterisk leader of Kong Tong, Mu Lingzi. Master of the Kong Tong sect's 7 injuries fist, he elevated the art to unprecedented heights. His strikes balanced hardness and softness, yin and yang giving rise to one another, and his profound inner strength resolved the art's inherent self-harming flaws, spreading his renown far and wide. Asterisk sword saint of Huashan, Feng Qingyang. Having brought the 9 swords of Dugu to the limits of perfection, he achieved a realm where no move is unbeatable. Living in secluded contemplation upon Huashan's cliff of reflection, his whereabouts are ever mysterious, and he is celebrated as a legend among swordsmen. Asterisk the new generation, the 4 great young masters. Asterisk Li Xiaoyao of the Western Freewind. Son of Weiazi and Li Qiushui, he inherited both his parents' talents and the martial arts of the Freewind sect, and in his youth, even received personal guidance from Chun Mo. His skills are ethereal and unpredictable, his actions unconstrained by notions of good and evil, yet always guided by a chivalrous spirit. Now presiding over the western branch of Spirit Vulture Palace, he is known as the Young Lord of Freewind. Asterisk Murong Fu of the South. The current head of the Murong clan in Gusu, he has mastered the art of shifting stars and changing constellations to the highest degree and has diligently studied various schools of martial arts. With an unwavering ambition to restore his ancestral kingdom, he possesses formidable martial skills and a deeply calculating mind, making him a pivotal figure in the martial world of Jiangnan. In this timeline, Murong Bo either passed away early or retired into seclusion, allowing Murong Fu to rise to prominence ahead of his time. Asterisk Xiao Feng of the North, also known as Xiao Feng, a descendant of the Khitan Xiao clan, yet raised from childhood in the Shaolin Temple of the Song dynasty. He is a master of the 18 dragon-subduing palms, known for his hardy and upright character, as well as his unwavering loyalty and sense of justice. Once the chief of the Beggars sect, he left the position upon learning the truth of his heritage. Now, he wanders the martial world as a chivalrous hero, famed far and wide. Asterisk Zhao Su of the East. Presently reigning as Emperor Zhizong of Song, he roams the martial world incognito under an alias. Gifted with intelligence and insight, he is trained in the secret arts of the palace as well as the essence of various schools of martial arts, endowing his skills with grandeur and power befitting his imperial bearing. Disguised among the common people, he seeks to understand their hardships and temper himself through adversity. His true identity is known only to a trusted few. Among the martial community, he is recognized solely for his exceptional skills and mysterious origins. Asterisk other masters. Throughout the martial world, Ding Chuanxiu, the head of the Xingqiu sect, is notorious for his sinister poison techniques, while Kamozi, the state preceptor of Tibet, wields the fearsome flaming blade, striking terror in all directions and coveting the martial secrets of the Central Plains. Duan Zhengquan of the Dali royal family is renowned for his profound mastery of the one-yang finger technique, as well as his charming and flamboyant personality. Beyond these, reclusive masters from sects such as Kunlun and Diansong occasionally make their presence known, casting ever-changing shadows across the turbulent martial world. Realm classifications, as explained by Master Xiaoyao before his ascension. Before his ascension, Master Xiaoyao gave Chun Mo a detailed explanation of how the realms of martial cultivation and Taoist cultivation correspond in this world. 1. Martial arts. Asterisk postnatal realm. Through dedicated physical training and cultivation of vital energy, one accumulates inner strength or true qi. This path is divided into 4 stages: initial understanding, entering the hall, mastery through integration, and the peak of postnatal. Asterisk innate realm. Focusing on the cultivation of internal breath to harmonize with the universe, one transforms true qi into innate primordial essence. This realm is further divided into initial entry, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and the pinnacle, Grandmaster. Asterisk Grandmaster, pinnacle of innate. Achieving unity between man and nature, the practitioner can develop a personal domain and begin to wield the power of heaven and earth. At this stage, one stands at the threshold of shattering the void, which is equivalent to the early foundation establishment stage in Taoist cultivation. Asterisk Great Grandmaster, beyond Grandmaster. With one foot already stepping into the realm of shattering the void, their primordial essence is elevated and their spiritual strength remarkably powerful, showing the beginnings of a nascent soul. The 4 immortals of Xiaoyao all dwell in this realm, which is already the stuff of legend in the mortal world. 2. Immortal Tao, Taoist cultivation. Asterisk Qi refining stage. By guiding the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the body and unblocking the meridians, the foundation is laid for future cultivation. This stage corresponds to the peak of postnatal through to the early and middle stages of the innate realm in martial arts. Asterisk foundation establishment stage. This is the phase of laying a solid foundation for the Tao. True essence transforms into liquid form. Spiritual consciousness begins to awaken, and one's lifespan increases dramatically. This stage is equivalent to the Grandmaster to Supreme Grandmaster level in martial arts, marking the onset of a fundamental transformation. At present, Chun Mo stands at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Asterisk golden core stage. In this stage, true essence condenses into a golden core. The practitioner begins to display supernatural abilities, is able to fly on magical artifacts, and can live up to 5 centuries. Only by shattering the void and ascending to a higher realm abundant in spiritual energy can one truly achieve the golden core's perfection. In this world, almost no one has ever reached this stage. Asterisk beyond this, there are even higher realms such as nascent soul and spirit transformation, but Master Xiaoyao did not elaborate further. Emergence. After 2 decades of silence, the heavy stone doors of the profound ice cave slowly creaked open. A solitary figure stepped out at a measured, unhurried pace. He wore a robe of deep blue, his demeanor as carefree as ever, yet his entire bearing had undergone a profound transformation. The sharp brilliance of his youth had been tempered into a deep, inscrutable calm, reminiscent of the boundless starry sky, serene, yet hiding infinite mysteries. His skin glowed with a warm, jade-like luster, faintly tinged with golden light. Whenever his eyes opened and closed, a subtle radiance flickered within, as if he could see through the myriad truths of the world. No trace of his aura leaked out, yet he seemed to merge seamlessly with the mountains and snowy plains around him, as though he were a natural part of this vast world. Chun Mo, cultivator at the peak of foundation establishment, the mortal god, endowed with an extraordinary physique, 4th disciple of the Xiaoyao sect, had finally emerged from seclusion. He gazed toward the direction of the Spirit Vulture Palace. His spiritual sense, as gentle and vast as the tide, silently swept outward, enveloping the entire ethereal peak in an instant. The steady, powerful presences of his senior brothers and sisters, the spirited shouts of disciples training in the palace, even the twin nephews, now renowned across the martial world as the young lords of Xiaoyao, all came vividly to his mind. 20 years, gone in the blink of an eye. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Chun Mo's lips, carrying both the calm of one who has weathered the storms of life and a hint of anticipation for what lay ahead. This land of rivers and lakes, this world itself, seems even more wondrous than before. He took a step forward, his figure dissolving into the wind. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared outside the listening snow pavilion of the Spirit Vulture Palace. A new era had dawned, and his story was about to unfold once more, right here. 20 years spent in the frozen abyss cave, and the world outside had already changed beyond recognition. As Chun Mo stepped out from the Tian Shan mountains, he felt the vastness of earth and sky. Yet beneath it all, a faint, unmistakable sense of rejection lingered in the air. It was not malice more, akin to a small pond struggling to contain a giant carp on the verge of transforming into a dragon. At the peak of Foundation establishment, his Kryptonian body's instinctive thirst for solar energy now clashed subtly with the limits of this realm. Deep down, he knew his days in this world were numbered. He made no show of mystical speed, nor did he soar through the sky on any magical instrument. At the marketplace at the foot of Tian Shan, Chun Mo traded a few copper coins for the most ordinary, even somewhat sluggish, old blue donkey. With a nimble swing, he mounted his steed and gave its flank a gentle pat. The old donkey snorted, then set off at an unhurried pace, carrying this inscrutable cultivator along the dusty road he had not walked for 20 years. No hurry, no impatience. He resembled a true, wandering ascetic, letting the donkey amble as it pleased. He watched the patchwork of fields and the bent backs of farmers at work, listened to the marketplace clamor, the cries of peddlers and porters, observed children at play and elders in leisurely conversation. After 2 decades in seclusion, it felt like a lifetime had passed. Everything before him was both familiar and strange. With the spiritual awareness of a Foundation establishment cultivator, keen as the finest scanner, he observed the bustle of mortal life, taking in the myriad forms of the human world without joy or sorrow. The ferocity of his rock persona and the scholarly grace of his top scholar days were now all hidden beneath a returned simplicity. Traveling at this slow, steady pace, he finally arrived at the capital, Bienliang. Towering city walls and bustling streets greeted him, the city even more prosperous than it had been 20 years before. Leading the old donkey, Chun Mo drifted with the crowd, heading towards that place which symbolized the dignity and authority of the Song legal system. Kaifeng Prefecture, The atmosphere at the prefecture gates remained as solemn and dignified as ever. The drum of redress stood silent and imposing, as though it had witnessed countless grievances and injustices. The guards at the gate, dressed in official garb, faces stern, kept sharp, hawkish eyes on all who approached. At that moment, a figure approached with deliberate calm. Clad in a plain blue robe, leading a donkey, his steps were steady and unhurried. This was Chen Montauk. He did not present a calling card, nor did he reveal his identity. Instead, he let a faint, almost imperceptible smile curve his lips. Yet behind this seemingly ordinary smile, a subtle but exquisitely pure wave of spiritual sense radiated from Chun Mo like a silent bolt of lightning. This spiritual wave was a master key, passing unnoticed through every barrier of the prefecture, directly touching the heartstrings of someone deep within, a man absorbed in reviewing case files. A reunion at the prefecture, years steeped like tea. In the quiet of the inner study, sunlight streamed through the window, falling across Bao Zheng's desk and illuminating the figure of a man lost in concentration over his documents. This was a complicated case file involving a land dispute, entangling the interests of multiple parties. The details were shrouded in mystery and confusion. Bao Zheng frowned deeply as he carefully leafed through each page, determined not to overlook even the smallest detail. 20 years had left their mark on Bao Zheng. The once sharp and impetuous young man had now entered middle age, and the passage of time had tempered him into a figure as steady as a mountain. Silver now touched his temples, and lines etched by wind and frost had appeared upon his brow. Yet, his eyes alone remained unchanged, still clear and penetrating, now carrying an even deeper insight into the affairs of the world, touched by a quiet compassion. His official robe was a shade darker than before, and the aura of authority he exuded had grown heavier, a testament to his current position as acting prefect of Kaifeng, the very image of justice and hope for the people in this land. Yet, as Bao Zheng immersed himself in the case files, an indescribable sensation quietly swept through his heart. It was a feeling at once tranquil and vast, as though it drifted in from some boundless distance, tinged with a familiarity that seemed to have traversed 1,000 mountains and rivers. Bao Zheng's hand paused for an instant. He looked up, gazing into the air, as if searching for the source of that elusive presence. "Is it him?" he murmured in a low, uncertain voice, almost as if speaking to himself. Suddenly, a flash of disbelief burst from his eyes. The writing brush slipped from his fingers and clattered onto the desk. He sprang to his feet, his chair scraping softly against the floor behind him. At that very moment, the door to the study, swung open, creaking quietly on its hinges. In the doorway stood Gongsun Su, clad in a long blue robe, striding into the room with measured steps, followed closely by another man, Chen Mo. Gongsun Su, now the chief advisor of the Kaifeng Prefecture, bore the clear marks of time. Fine wrinkles traced the corners of his eyes, and what was once jet black hair was now streaked with silver. Still, his scholarly grace and quick mind remained undiminished. Only now, tempered by the trials of life, he carried himself with greater poise and worldly understanding. When Bao Zhang's gaze fell upon Chen Mo, his own eyes widened in astonishment, as if confronted by an impossible vision. Chen Mo stood before him in a simple blue robe, looking exactly as he had 20 years ago at the Luzhou Academy in the wilds of the hidden village. His features were as youthful as ever, untouched by the passage of time. And yet, on closer inspection, there was something profoundly changed about his eyes. The profound calm that once existed had vanished, replaced by a depth so vast it seemed to encompass the whole of the starry universe. Beneath that tranquil surface, an overwhelming immensity and a sense of time-worn sorrow lay concealed, as if he had seen, through all the ups and downs, the glories and shames of the world. The aura he exuded was even more detached from the mundane, like an immortal gazing down upon the earthly realm from the clouds, utterly out of place amid the bustle and smoke of the yamen. Brother Bao, Brother Gongsun, it's been a long time. Chen Mo greeted them with a gentle smile, cupping his hands in salute. His voice was warm and low, yet carried a strange, penetrating power, as though it could reach straight into one's soul and stir the deepest recesses of the heart. "Ch Chun, Brother Chun." Bao Zhang's voice trembled slightly, as if he could scarcely believe his eyes. He hurried around the desk, stepping up to Chen Mo and staring at him wide-eyed, scrutinizing the man before him. Chen Mo smiled faintly, his tone soft. "Brother Bao, I hope you've been well." A multitude of emotions flickered in Bao Zhang's eyes. Shock, elation, and a trace of something complex and hard to describe. He murmured, half to himself, "It really is you. 20 years, a full 20 years. And you haven't changed a bit." 20 years is enough to carry a man from youth into middle age. Yet Chen Mo stood there, as young as the day they parted. Bao Zhang had braced himself for this moment, but seeing it with his own eyes, he could hardly contain the surging waves in his heart. Gongsun Su, too, finally came to his senses. Excitedly, he cupped his hands and said, "Master Chun, no, distinguished scholar, is this some immortal art?" No one knew Chen Mo's strength better than Gongsun Su. He still vividly remembered the awe-inspiring power Chen Mo had displayed in the hidden village and out on the wild plains. All those years ago, seeing Chen Mo now, unchanged by time, left him speechless with wonder. Naturally, he regarded Chen Mo as nothing less than an immortal walking the earth. "Just a stroke of fortune, a few secrets of health and longevity I stumbled upon. Nothing worth mentioning," Chen Mo replied with a serene smile. His gaze swept over the mountain of case files on Bao Zhang's desk, and a lingering fatigue and worry etched between Bao Zhang's brows. "But you, Lord Bao, you've braved 2 decades of storms, always standing up for the people, upholding justice. Surely the burden of Kaifeng Prefecture is far heavier than our old days in Luzhou." Hearing this, the sharp glint in Bao Zhang's eyes softened, replaced by a deep and heartfelt emotion. He invited Chen Mo to sit, while Gongsun Su personally poured fragrant tea for their guest. As the delicate aroma drifted through the air, it felt as if the 20 years that had passed were quietly flowing back between the three of them. Night talks by the hearth. Questions for the mortal world. That night, Bao Zhang set aside all official business. In a small, secluded hall behind the yamen, the three friends gathered around a clay stove, brewing tea and talking deep into the night. Outside, the moonlight spilled like water, while inside, the fragrance of tea curled gently through the air. On memories of the past, with deep emotion, Gongsun Su recalled the days of scholarly debate at the Luzhou Academy, the harrowing night in the hidden village, the miracles witnessed on the desolate plains, and the grand occasion when Chen Mo earned the highest honors in the provincial exams. "I still remember Brother Chen's words back then. Law is like the bones, sentiment like the blood. To this day, I hold those words as my guiding principle." Yet, he gave a wry smile and shook his head. "These bones feel far too heavy, and the blood too muddied. The path forward is hard indeed." Clearly, his years at the Kaifeng Yamen had exposed him to the endless intrigues of the powerful, the shifting warmth and coolness of human nature, and the many frustrations when justice must bow before circumstance. On the present Bao Zheng's expression turned grave as he spoke of the current state of the imperial court. Though the Emperor Renzong strove tirelessly for good governance, new and old factions were once again on the rise, echoes of the strife that followed Fan Zhongyin's reforms. The mighty Grand Preceptor Pang had fallen, but his followers and cronies remained entrenched, their influence woven deep into the fabric of the realm. Regional warlords grew ever more powerful, and threats along the borders, from Liao and Xia, remained as pressing as ever. As prefect of Kaifeng, Bao found himself at the heart of this storm, tasked with upholding justice, balancing competing interests, and solving a never-ending stream of extraordinary, often bizarre cases. Even, he hinted, some touched by rumors of the supernatural, though lacking any solid proof. The law shines bright, yet it struggles against the shadows of the human heart. Righteousness stands tall, but is often hemmed in by the barriers of power. Bao Zheng's voice carried a weariness, and beneath it, a faint note of uncertainty. Brother Chen once said, "Harmony is the meridian, blending strength and gentleness." But to truly harmonize, how difficult that path is. On Chun Mo**, pressed by his two old friends, Chun Mo did not dwell on the mysteries of the cultivation world. Instead, he spoke lightly of seeking out immortal isles beyond the seas, of discovering methods for health and longevity, and of spending many years in quiet contemplation. He mentioned, almost in passing, witnessing the shifting lights of the aurora and gaining insight into the art of movement, debating philosophy with sages from distant lands, broadening his horizons, wandering among the lowest rungs of society, tasting the joys and sorrows of the common folk. His words were detached, as if he stood apart from worldly affairs, yet tinged with a deep compassion for human suffering. Brother Chun, Bao Zheng looked into Chun Mo's eyes that seemed to see through all things, and finally voiced the question that lay deepest in his heart. With your present perspective, how do you see the laws of this world, the nature of good and evil, the rise and fall of dynasties? Is the righteous path truly possible among men? Chen Mo lifted a rough pottery cup and took a slow sip of tea. The tea was nothing special, and the water came from the Bian River, yet in his mouth, it seemed to carry the fullness of time and the thousand flavors of life. Lord Bao, Brother Gong's son, he set the cup down, his voice calm and deep as a still lake. To a mortal, 100 years is already an eternity. Dynasties rise and fall as surely as the seasons turn. Their fate is part of heaven's order. Law and principle are like the walls of Bianliang City. They may be worn by wind and rain, battered by war, but as long as the foundations remain and the people's hearts still yearn for goodness, there will always come a day for rebuilding and strengthening. Law is the bedrock of order, the shield of civilization, irreplaceable and ever essential. He shifted the tone of his words, his gaze growing profound. Yet, beyond human law lies the order of heaven. The order of heaven is impartial, treating all beings as mere straw dogs. Its justice absolute, taking from the excess to fill what is lacking. Human hearts are labyrinthine, full of schemes and rivalry. But in the eyes of heaven, such struggles are no more than ants fighting over crumbs, dust rising and falling. To cling too tightly to these things is to invite inner demons, as if sinking in a mire. He looked into Bao Zheng's eyes, seeing the stubborn resolve and weariness within them, and spoke slowly. You ask, is the righteous path of the world truly attainable? My answer: walk boldly along the road before you. Do not trouble yourself with what lies ahead. Only seek to live with a clear conscience, whether looking up or bowing down. Throughout your life, you have kept your heart as clear as a mirror, upheld the law as steadfastly as a mountain, and protected the common people of this land. It is you who sustain the fragile order and hope of the world. This, I believe, is the way you hold dear. In my eyes, it is the highest form of chivalry, to serve the nation and its people. Perhaps it cannot change the endless cycles of the heavens, nor cleanse every stain from the world, but like a solitary lamp in the night, it can cast light on a small corner, warming a few hearts. That alone is a great virtue. As for the outcome, if your conscience is clear, that is enough. He then turned to Gongsun Su. Brother Gongsun, you excel in strategy and the art of balance. This art of harmony is not about pleasing everyone, but about seeking the point of equilibrium between the letter of the law and the pulse of human feeling amidst tangled complexity. It's like walking a tightrope. Every step is perilous, yet it is a testament to true wisdom. Knowing it is hard and yet doing it, that too is courage. Bao Zheng and Gongsun so listened in silence, as if hearing the morning bell or the evening drum, a sound that awakens the soul. Chun Mo's words offered no rousing call, to arms, or grand schemes for the world, but instead a calm assurance born of seeing life's truths. That calmness, like a gentle spring, quietly washed away the burdens and gloom that had long weighed down their hearts after years of facing darkness. Walk boldly along the road before you. Do not trouble yourself with what lies ahead. Only seek to live with a clear conscience. Baozheng quietly repeated the words, his furrowed brow slowly smoothing out. The confusion in his eyes faded, replaced by a steadier, clearer light. He understood then. Chen Mo was not denying his path, but affirming its worth from a higher vantage, recognizing the value of his stubborn persistence, like the fool who moves mountains. Gong Sun Su, deep in thought, managed a wry smile. Brother Chun, your words are like a sudden clarity of mind. Yes, in our positions, we must do our duty. Whether it is harmonizing or strategizing, all of it is to ease the struggles of the law and to keep the lifeblood of humanity flowing. Difficult as it is, it must be done. Farewell under the moon. The donkey's silhouette fades. The night had grown deep, and the fire in the brazier was dying. Chun Mo rose to take his leave. He made no grand promises, nor displayed any mystical powers. He was simply an old friend visiting, now ready to depart. Bao Zheng and Gong Sun Su accompanied him to the back gate of the yamen. Outside, the old, lazy green donkey waited quietly. My friends, take care. Chen Mo cupped his hands in farewell, and with a nimble motion, mounted the donkey. Take care, Brother Chun, Master. Bao Zheng and Gong Sun Su bowed deeply. They knew that this farewell might well be the last. The familiar face before them, unchanged by the years, no longer belonged to their world. Chen Mo gently patted the neck of his old donkey. The donkey's hooves clopped softly as it set off, blending into the hazy moonlight of Bianliang City. Bao Zheng and Gong Sun Su stood at the steps, gazing for a long time at the distant figure in blue, riding away. Gradually, the silhouette blurred at the end of the long street, and finally vanished into the myriad lights of Bianjing and the silvery glow of the moon. Mr. Gong Sun, Bao Zheng's voice rang clear in the stillness of the night. Brother Chun is right. The road ahead may be hard, but as long as we are true to our conscience, we have nothing to fear. Tomorrow in court, I will personally preside over that land dispute case. Yes, my lord. Gong Sun Su responded solemnly, a renewed determination lighting his eyes. The moon shone cold and bright as the sound of the donkey's hooves faded into the distance, echoing like the plucking of time's strings. Riding on the donkey, Chun Mo's spirit drifted lightly across the sleepless city. He heard the music and revelry from grand mansions, the sighs from humble alleys, the rustle of files as Bao Zheng resumed his work in the yamen, and, farther still, the surging tides of the martial world, the storms of the court, and the growing sense that this world was rejecting him, an anomaly in its midst. A faint smile touched his lips as he looked up at the dazzling river of stars above. The mortal path, the journey of cultivation. Each has its wonders, each its hardships. Now that my affairs here are done, it's time to seek the true sea of stars. The old donkey seemed to understand his quiet words. Letting out a cheerful snort, with steady steps, it carried him toward the unknown. Behind him lay the dust and drama of the mortal world. Before him, the boundless heavens. The moonlit city and the flickering lights of the yamen slowly faded behind. Chun Mo rode his lazy old donkey, its steady hoofbeats tapping out a rhythm on the stone-paved road, as if knocking on the doors of time itself. He did not return directly to Tianshan, but let the donkey carry him as it pleased, wandering the heartland for months on end. He watched spring sowing and summer tending, autumn harvest and winter storage, listened to fishermen singing at dusk to the mellow notes of shepherds' flutes. With the heightened senses of a cultivator, he absorbed the breath and pulse of the land, etching the warmth of human life and the majesty of mountains and rivers into his heart, his final farewell to this world. At last, he reached the foot of Tianshan. The ethereal peaks were still shrouded in mist, and the Lingzhou Palace rose like a celestial palace among the clouds. Farewell at Tianshan, the bond of fate not yet severed. Chun Mo's return brought immense joy to the four immortals of Xiaoyao. Yet when he calmly explained that this world was beginning to reject him, and that his ascension was near, the brief joy was quickly overshadowed by sorrow. Inside the pavilion of listening to snow, the hearth blazed with warmth, and the fragrance of tea curled gently through the air. Yet beneath this tranquility lingered a subtle sadness. Wu Xingyun held Xiao Lingyun tightly in her arms. Though Lingyun had now grown into a graceful young woman, Wu Xingyun's eyes were tinged with red. She struggled to rein in her emotions, determined to maintain the authority of a senior sister as she said, "Junior, brother, Mo." Take care on your journey. Lingzhou Palace will always be your home. Before she finished speaking, she pressed an ice soul calming amulet, forged from the heart of 10,000-year-old mysterious ice, into Chun Mo's hand. In a gentle voice, she added, "Wear this. Perhaps it will help you keep a clear and peaceful mind." Wu Yaji stood quietly to the side, his presence deep and unfathomable, like the still waters of a bottomless pool. He gazed at Chun Mo in silence, then placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Thousands of words condensed into a single, heartfelt sigh. "Brother Mo, the path of enlightenment lies before you. As your senior, I am proud of you. The Shangqing record is a work of great subtlety. We must devote ourselves diligently to its study. Someday, perhaps we shall meet again." With that, Wu Yaji drew from his robes a hand-drawn, universal star map. Though the map was humble in its appearance, it contained the depth of his understanding and insights into the myriad stars of the heavens. Li Qiushui, too, set aside all her sharpness, as if she were gathering up the brilliance of a lifetime. Her expression softened with the warmth of a wife and mother, touched by the serenity that comes with having weathered many storms. She gently took Chun Mo's hand, eyes shimmering with tears and voice trembling. "Brother, without you, I would not have all I have today. This kindness, this virtue, I shall never forget it, and Xiao Yao and Ling Yun will always remember their fourth uncle." With those words, Li Qiushui produced a pair of spatial pouches she had sewn herself, each inscribed with intricate formations. Not only were they beautiful to behold, but their interiors offered vast storage. She handed the pair over to Chun Mo, her gaze full of worry. Standing quietly nearby, Li Songhai remained as serene and aloof as ever, her presence as ethereal as a goddess. She watched the scene in silence, then reached in her robes and offered Chun Mo a jade vial. Inside was the essence of snow lotus from Tianshan, refined together with the morning dew to create the rare and miraculous ninefold jade nectar pill, a peerless remedy for healing. As her eyes met Chun Mo's, there was no need for words. Their understanding was complete, unspoken yet deeply felt. Li Xiaoyao and Li Lingyun, the twin siblings, had now grown into remarkable young talents, each radiating an air of distinction. Both of them were filled with admiration and a deep sense of reluctance to part with their mysterious and powerful fourth uncle. Li Xiaoyao stepped forward and presented Chun Mo with a dagger forged from meteorite iron he had discovered himself. The dagger was razor-sharp, clearly a rare and precious treasure. Li Lingyun, meanwhile, took out a jade flute, exquisitely carved from the cold jade of Lingzhou Palace, and offered it to Chun Mo. Not only was the flute beautifully crafted, but its sound, when played, was pure and melodious, lingering in the air. Chun Mo accepted each of the gifts with a gentle smile, a wave of warmth welling up in his heart. Though these tokens were not lavish, the affection and sincerity they carried were beyond measure. Gazing at his elder brother and sister, along with his two nephews and niece, Chun Mo was overcome with emotion. Over the years, he had journeyed across countless realms, exchanged philosophies with mighty cultivators, witnessed myriad wonders, and gained invaluable insights and experiences. Now, he had resolved to impart all of this knowledge to them without reservation. From within his robe, Chun Mo produced an ancient, yellowed tome, the very manual of his cultivation, the Shangqing record. He opened its pages and, pointing to several key passages about, advancing beyond the foundation stage, began to explain in great detail. These were lessons distilled from years of practice, wisdom that, to his kin, would be an unparalleled treasure. He gave special instructions. They must solidify their foundation and temper their spirit, for these were the twin pillars of the cultivation path. Only with a strong base and a powerful spirit could one hope to travel far along the road of enlightenment. Chun Mo also spoke of two possible paths ahead, shattering the void, or turning to the cultivation method within the Shangqing record. He told them that whichever road they chose, immense effort and perseverance would be required. Yet, so long as they pressed forward, success would surely await. At last, Chun Mo raised his cup, his gaze sweeping over the gathering, and spoke with heartfelt emotion. "From here, the mountains are high, the rivers long, and the path ahead stretches into the unknown. May your hearts remain steadfast upon the Tao, and may you travel in freedom. Perhaps, beneath the sea of stars, we shall meet again." With that, he drained his cup in a single, elegant motion and lingered no more. Turning toward Lingzhou Palace, he bowed deeply to show his respect and gratitude to both the place and the people within. In the next moment, Chun Mo's figure surged forward like a flash of lightning, transforming into an elusive stream of light that melted into the eternal snows and winds of the Tian Shan Mountains, vanishing without a trace. First arrival in Tang, a mystery of identity. This time, the turbulence of spatial travel was greater than ever before. The world's barriers pressed against Chun Mo with the force of crashing waves, fierce and unyielding. Yet within him, the foundation stage true energy from the Shangqing record surged like an unbreakable dam, running at full strength to withstand this overwhelming power. The fierce collision between the two forces triggered a cataclysmic spatial storm. Wild, untamed energies raged through the void, forming enormous whirling vortices that seemed poised to devour everything in their path. Chun Mo stood at the very heart of this storm. His Kryptonian body, battered by the force of relentless rending, groaned under the pressure, yet he did not yield. With iron will and sheer physical strength, he resisted this terrifying power head-on. At the same time, his spiritual consciousness unfurled like a vast net, wrapping around his body and shielding every cell in his very soul. Amidst this tempest, as furious as a raging sea, he was like a lone boat, small and fragile, yet unshakably resolute. Time seemed to lose all meaning in that moment. Chun Mo had no idea how long he endured within the storm. At last, the agonizing sense of being torn apart vanished in an instant, and his body crashed down on his solid ground. The moment his feet touched the earth, a surge of spiritual energy several times richer than before washed over him like a cool spring, invigorating his entire being. This energy was not only brimming with vibrant life, but also carried a deep and powerful aura of history and culture, as if this place bore witness to countless ages and stories. The scene before his eyes opened up brilliantly. Gone were the snows of Tian Shan. Before him now stretched a lush, vibrant mountain range, alive with grandeur and mystery. Peaks soared, clouds wreathed the slopes, and between them he glimpsed Taoist temples with sweeping eaves and intricate roofs, half hidden amidst the verdant hills. The mountain gate stood tall and imposing, its lintel inscribed in ancient, vigorous script with three mighty characters, Lu Guan Dao, Lu Guan Dao. Chun Mo's heart stirred. This was a sacred Taoist site, said to be the very place where Laozi expounded the Tao Te Ching, holding a place of supreme reverence among Taoists. What startled him even more was the realization that he was no longer dressed in his simple blue robe. Instead, he wore a Taoist robe, of deep black, embroidered with silver clouds and the constellation of the Big Dipper, its fabric extraordinary, faintly shimmering with spiritual energy. At his waist hung a token, neither gold nor jade, inscribed with intricate runes. On the front were the two characters Lu Guan. In his hand, he held an ancient pine-patterned sword, its style simple yet bearing subtle traces of thunder. What is this? Chun Mo stared in astonishment at his own attire, the token, and the ancient sword. An indescribable feeling surged within him. Closing his eyes, he turned his spiritual sense inward, and suddenly, to his amazement, he found that his aura resonated subtly with the robe, the token, and the sword, as if they had accompanied him for many years. Just then, a flood of memory fragments that did not belong to him surged into his mind. Though scattered and indistinct, the information they carried left Chun Mo utterly shaken. From these fragments, Chun Mo learned of his new identity. He was now the contemporary Taoist envoy of Lu Guan Dao, bearing the name Xianjizi. As a Taoist envoy, he bore the weighty mission of patrolling the world on behalf of heaven, charged with overseeing the lineage of Taoist sects and safeguarding the fate of the Taoist tradition. When necessary, he could even speak on behalf of Lu Guan Dao, if not the entire Taoist community. Such authority spoke for itself. As for his background, Chun Mo had also learned that he was the direct disciple of Lu Guan Dao's secluded lineage. Since childhood, he had devoted himself to cultivation deep in the mountains, rarely appearing in the martial world. Thus, although his name was whispered in the world of rivers and lakes, precious few had ever truly glimpsed his real face. This time, Chun Mo had received his master's command and was formally leaving the mountains to undertake the crucial responsibilities of a Taoist envoy. So, I have an identity now, and one of such significance. A flash of understanding crossed Chun Mo's mind. He realized that the laws of heaven in this world were far more formidable and complete than those he had known before. Even as an outsider, the world's order had assigned him an identity that matched both his power, rooted in Taoist cultivation, and his level of mastery. More than that, this identity came with its own web of cause and responsibility. The robes he wore, the token he held, and the sword at his side all were tangible symbols, manifested for him by the laws of this realm. Chinemo studied the token in his palm, sensing the faint, refined resonance of the Tao within it, as well as a subtle connection to Loguan Dao's great protective array. A faint, intrigued smile curved his lips. Taoist envoy, Xuanjizi. How very interesting, Chinemo murmured. Judging by his new identity, it was clear that the Taoist sects held immense sway in this world. He had also hinted at undercurrents and hidden strife within the Taoist community itself. The Taoist envoy, first winds of change. Chinemo, now Xianjizi, held the Xiangui token as he walked unimpeded into the gates of Loguan Dao. Along the way, every Taoist priest he passed, regardless of age or rank, greeted him with deep respect and bowed low. Greetings, Uncle Master Xianji / Grand Uncle Master. It was clear that his status as a hidden heir and Taoist envoy placed him at the very pinnacle of the sect's hierarchy. He did not hurry to pay respects to the current sect leader, a reclusive elder known as Chong Su, if memory served, but first returned to a secluded and ancient cave residence deep within the mountain, suffused with spiritual energy. This, too, was an abode arranged for him by the order of this world. The cave's furnishings were simple: a meditation cushion, an alchemy furnace, a sword rack, and shelves lined with Taoist classics and geographical tomes. He sat quietly upon the cushion, his formidable spiritual sense fanned out like an invisible web, silently covering the entirety of Loguan Dao and reaching beyond, gathering scattered fragments of information carried on the mountain breeze. The disciples murmured among themselves about the He family jade, now resurfacing in the martial world. Rumors swirled that it held earth-shattering secrets, enticing ambitious factions from every corner to stir with restless intent. Some elders, their brows furrowed with worry, spoke of the new generation heir of Xihong Jingjai, Shi Feishuan, who had already descended from the mountain. Word had it she was destined to act as heaven's chosen to select the next emperor. Her momentum was so formidable it seemed poised to eclipse even the Taoist sects. Yet, the brightest stars of the martial world were two young men from humble origins in Yangzhou City, Ko Zhong and Su Xiling. By a twist of fate, they had acquired the peerless martial art, the longevity scripture, and now stirred the world into chaos. People called them the Twin Dragons. Meanwhile, Wan Wan, the infamous enchantress and holy maiden of the demonic Ingui sect, had a reputation that preceded her. She stood in sharp opposition to Shi Feishuan. Even within the Taoist ranks, unity was but an illusion. Beyond the direct transmission of Loguan Dao, there were other schools, the pure yang of Maoshan, the celestial masters of Dragon Tiger Mountain, and the Qingshang sect, each with their own heritage and philosophies, each differing in their ideals. The sway has lost its sacred deer, and now the whole realm chases after it. Buddhism and Taoism contend, the demonic sects lie in wait, and heroes rise from the wilds. What a magnificently turbulent era of great strife. A keen light flickered in Chunmo's eyes. This world was nothing like the orderly, law-bound society of the Northern Song, nor the passionate vendettas of the Heavenly River's martial realm. Here, naked, schemes and ruthless power struggles reigned, and the mysteries of martial arts, perhaps even the nascent forms of the immortal path, beckoned. He gently caressed the Xiangui token at his waist, feeling the weight of Taoist destiny and responsibility it carried. Since I am here, I shall embrace my fate. As Xianjizi, I will use this identity to witness the grandeur of the Great Tang, the struggle between Buddhism and Taoism, the shifting winds of the world. Let me see how the Tao of this world differs from the path I have cultivated. He rose, slinging the ancient pine-patterned sword, Jingzhe, across his back. His dark Taoist robes fluttered as if stirred by an unseen breeze, the vast yet unadorned aura of a foundation establishing cultivator radiating naturally from him. Thus, Xianjizi, the current roving representative of Loguan Dao, formally set foot in the stormy martial world of the Great Tang. His goal was clear. First, to visit Luoyang and see with his own eyes the legendary He family jade that had thrown the world into turmoil, to meet the chosen successor of Xihong Jingjai, heaven's candidate for the throne, and in passing to observe the two so-called ruffian twin dragons and find out what kind of men they truly were. It was in Luoyang, the very heart of the realm, that his journey through this world would officially begin. The old, lazy blue donkey, bearing Chun Mo, now Xianjizi in his dark Taoist robes, plodded with steady hooves through the eastern gates of Luoyang. At this time, Luoyang, newly established as the capital by Yang Wang, was a splendid blend of old and new, dazzling in its prosperity and unrivaled beneath heaven. Broad avenues bustled with carriages and crowds. Shops stood side by side, in endless rows, and foreign merchants came and went in a lively stream, every corner exuding the pulse of an imperial heart. Yet beneath this brilliant surface, Chun Mo's keen, spiritual sense easily detected the swirling undercurrents below. The struggles of the powerful, signs of the great noble clans, Yuan, Dugu, Li, and others, paraded through the streets in fine clothes, galloping on spirited steeds. Their eyes met in passing glances, each hiding sharp intent and veiled intrigue. Convergence of the martial world. People from every walk of life had gathered, their auras ranging from formidable to faint, many bearing distinctive marks of their homeland or sect. News that the legendary Husher Jade had resurfaced at the Pure Thought Zen Monastery in Luoyang had exploded across the city like cold water splashed in a boiling oil. The uproar was instant, and the topic became the hottest conversation in every alleyway and tea house. Taoist-Buddhist rivalry beneath the surface. In the city, the Buddhist temples were thriving, incense smoke curling thick in the air, with the Pure Thought Zen Monastery reigning supreme. Faintly, the grand and solemn chanting of monks could be heard, lending the air a sense of awe. In contrast, the few Taoist temples seemed quieter, more reserved, their presence understated. What chilled Chinamo even more was that his spiritual sense detected the hidden presences of several Taoist practitioners, not from his own Loguan sect, who seemed not only wary of the Buddhist surge, but were, to his dismay, subtly acquiescing to it. And then, there was the renowned Taoist grandmaster, the wandering immortal Ning Daoqi, who, rumor had it, had already been invited to the Zen monastery to preside over the coming Husher Jade gathering. Ning the Wanderer, willing to act as the Buddhist's hired hand. A trace of icy sharpness flickered in Chun Mo's eyes. As a traveling envoy of the Loguan sect, tasked with overseeing the realm's Taoist lineages and safeguarding the sect's fortune, Ning Daoqi's actions were nothing less than trampling the dignity of the Taoist world, lending the Buddhist order a hand in their quest to choose the heaven-appointed ruler. If such a trend continued where the Taoists stand, this was not a matter of personal preference, but a struggle for the very soul of the Taoist tradition. Yet Chen Mo did not hurry off to confront Ning Daoqi. Instead, leading his old donkey, he strolled at his leisure toward the city's most celebrated and best-informed tavern, the Manqing Hall. First meeting of the Twin Dragons at Manqing Hall. Manqing Hall was a marvel of painted beams and ornate carvings, music weaving through the air, and guests crowding every corner. Chen Mo, in his dark Taoist robes with his donkey in tow, stood out like a crane among chickens, attracting more than a few curious glances. He paid them no mind, and found himself a quiet corner by a window on the second floor, ordering a pot of fragrant tea and a few plates of light vegetarian fare. The old donkey was taken away by a waiter to be cared for in the back courtyard. His spiritual sense, invisible yet all-encompassing, swept over the bustling tavern, catching every word and every whisper. Soon enough, he locked onto his targets. Across by the window sat two young men. One was tall and broad-shouldered, his bushy brows and bright eyes radiating the unrestrained ambition of a rugged hero. He drank heartily, his gaze sharp as he scanned the room. The other was slender, handsome, carrying an air of relaxed nonchalance, but there was a spark of intelligence in his lively eyes, as if he was forever weighing and pondering. Their auras, though somewhat mixed, were deeply rooted within. Each of them surged two streams of pure internal energy, one yin, one yang, complementing and intertwining, brimming with vitality and endless potential. These were the famous twin dragons who would stir the fate of a world, Ko Zhong and Su Xiling. Chun Mo smiled faintly, raising his teacup in a silent toast across the room. Then, with a gentle yet unmistakable thread of spiritual intent, he sent his voice straight into their minds. Young friends, your innate talent is extraordinary, your fortunes remarkable. With yin and yang in harmony, you have already glimpsed the path to longevity. My congratulations. Ko Zhong and Su Xiling both felt a sudden jolt run through their bodies. With their current level of cultivation already approaching the peak of the Xiantian realm, they were nonetheless caught completely off guard as someone silently infiltrated their minds and spoke directly to their consciousness. Startled and alarmed, they turned to look toward the source of the voice. In the corner, they saw a Taoist in a dark robe watching. Then with a gentle smile, the man's aura was calm yet unfathomably deep, his eyes clear as crystal, as if able to see straight through to the heart. Ko Zhong, ever the impulsive one, blurted out in confusion. Who are you? Su Xiling, steadier by nature, stood up and cupped his hands in greeting. Your praise is too generous, senior. I am Su Xiling, and this is my brother Ko Zhong. Might we ask for your venerable name? And how is it that you know what martial arts we practice? I am Xian Jizi, a humble recluse of Loguan Dao, Chun Mo replied, his voice calm, yet carrying a confidence that inspired trust. The longevity canon seizes the very workings of heaven and earth, pointing straight to the origin of the Tao. That you too have grasped its essence speaks to your great fortune. However, he paused, his gaze shifting to Ko Zhong. Where does your heart truly lie? In the wilds of the martial world, or in the halls of power? Don't let the clouds before your eyes block your vision of the Tao. At these words, Ko Zhong's heart gave a violent thump. His ambition to rule the world had been laid bare by this mysterious Taoist in a single sentence. Su Xiling, meanwhile, was lost in thought, for Xian Jizi's words had stirred something deep within, a yearning for an even higher realm of martial cultivation. What do you mean by that, Taoist? Ko Zhong managed to steady himself and asked. The path lies beneath your feet and the choice within your heart. Chun Mo replied, taking a sip of tea. To vie for the world is a Tao. To seek longevity is also a Tao. Yet each path shows a different landscape, and the heart must be tempered. Accordingly, I hope you both can hold fast to your true selves. Do not lose your way, nor forget your purpose. He did not directly discourage Ko Zhong's quest for power, but merely pointed out that different paths require different mindsets. The two young men exchanged glances, unable to immediately digest the profound yet concise words of this enigmatic Taoist. Just as Ko Zhong was about to press further, a clear, warm, and melodious voice chimed in. What a marvelous saying. The path lies beneath your feet, the choice within your heart. Taoist Xuanji, your words truly resonate with me. Qin Chuan competes for the throne, Taoism rebuked. A young gentleman in a scholar's robe stepped forward with elegant composure. His features were refined and handsome, his bearing gentle and courteous, his eyes bright and filled with a sense of compassion that seemed to glow with a sacred light. Though dressed as a man, his breathtaking beauty and pure, flawless aura made it impossible for someone of Chun Mo's spiritual insight not to see through to her true identity. Shifei Xuan. I am Qin Chuan. Greetings to Taoist Xuanji, Brother Ko, and Brother Su. Qin Chuan, Shifei Xuan, offered a flawless salutation, her gaze lingering on the two young men, with a hint of scrutiny and an almost imperceptible note of guidance. Just now I heard Taoist's profound discourse, and I wholeheartedly agree. The world is in turmoil. The people suffer. It is time for a wise leader to arise and set things right. May I ask, gentlemen, what are your thoughts on the state of the realm and the choice of a true leader? Here they come. Chen Mo sneered inwardly. The farce of Cihang Jingzhai, acting as heaven's regent to select an emperor, had finally brought its main act to the stage. Ko Zhong's spirit soared. This was his chance to make a name for himself and realize his ambitions. Straightening his back, he proclaimed in a clear, ringing voice, today's world is ruled by a dim-witted, corrupt sovereign. The great clans have carved up the land, leaving the people in misery and despair. Though I, Ko Zhong, was born of humble roots, I have burning passion in my heart. I am willing to wield my sword and sweep away the chaos, to return peace and clarity to the land. A true sovereign? One should win the hearts of the people with virtue and talent, secure the realm with strength, not by relying on hollow proclamations and being anointed by the likes of you. His words were sharp as blades, leaving no doubt about his disdain for Cihang Jingzhai's so-called mandate from heaven. Su Xiling, however, frowned slightly. His concern lay more with the people's suffering, and he was unwilling to see Ko Zhong drawn into endless cycles of bloodshed. He interjected, the ruler of the world should be founded on benevolence, making peace his true strength. Whoever can lift the people from their suffering and bring stability to the realm, that is the true sovereign. Qin Chuan, Shifei Xuan, smiled gently, like a fresh breeze in spring. Her voice carried a strange, persuasive power as she spoke. Both of you, brothers, harbor such care for the world. It is truly admirable. But the authority of the realm must go to the virtuous. This virtue is not mere bravery, nor empty declarations of kindness. One must understand the tides of destiny, align with heaven's will, know when to advance or retreat, and carry the well-being of all people in their heart. Cihang Jingzhai upholds the righteous path. By observing the stars and reading the signs, we seek to choose a true son of heaven for the sake of all, to put an end to this era of chaos and needless slaughter. This is the great benevolence, not petty righteousness. Her words placed Sihong Jingjai atop the moral high ground, using the names of heaven's will and great benevolence to justify their role as kingmakers. What lofty words, heaven's will, great benevolence. Chinamo set down his teacup. His voice was not loud, but it was clear as the ringing of a jade chime, instantly silencing all. The noise within the tavern and reaching every ear. He looked at Qin Xuan, Fei Xuan, his gaze calm and unruffled, yet carrying a force that seemed to pierce through all pretenses. Prince Qin, he deliberately emphasized her true gender, causing a flicker of change in Qin Xuan's expression. Sihong Jingjai claims to choose an emperor on heaven's behalf, always speaking of heaven's will and caring for the people. But I must ask, where exactly is this will of heaven? Is it etched on the Heshabi in Jingnian Monastery, written in the secret tomes of Sihong Jingjai? Or is it merely a fleeting thought in the mind of one of your esteemed elders? Chun Mo's words were like a razor-sharp dagger, cutting straight to the heart of the matter, challenging the legitimacy of their mandate from heaven. The workings of heaven are vast and mysterious, following their own laws. How could mere mortals presume to interpret or speak for them? The hearts and wills of the millions across the land belong to themselves. The true will of heaven is the will of the people, the tide of the times. It is not for any one sect or faction to claim heaven's intent as an excuse to raise up puppets and manipulate the world. His gaze was sharp as lightning as he swept over Qin Xuan, whose expression had subtly changed. His voice grew ever more grave. And what is this so-called great benevolence? Is it to uphold your own ideals of Buddhism, to preserve the exalted status of your secluded order, while disregarding the right of all the world's heroes to choose their own path? Cloaked in the name of heaven's mandate, you suppress those who differ from you, stirring up even more complicated strife, for all the factions will fight to win your approval. This isn't great benevolence. It's utter hypocrisy. It's tyranny, dressed up in the robes of virtue. The ruler of the world should be chosen by the people, tested by the tides of history. The natural order should not be forced. Governance should be effortless, in harmony with the Tao. To interfere by force, to go against the currents of destiny, will only bring disaster. Your actions may seem compassionate, but in truth, you gamble the fate of all people upon your so-called will of heaven. This is not saving the world. It is the very source of calamity. Each word from Chun Mo rang out with the force of a tolling bell. Each sentence struck to the very heart. In a few devastating phrases, he tore the halo of heaven's chosen emperor from the Sihong Jingjai, exposing its true nature as an ambitious ploy by the Buddhist sect to expand its influence and meddle in worldly power. And more than that, it was a direct affront to the Taoist ideals of effortless action and natural order. On the second floor of Manqing Courtyard, not a sound could be heard, not even the faintest whisper. Everyone was stunned by the Taoist's earth-shattering words. Ko Zhong's blood was boiling with excitement. He could barely keep from pounding the table in admiration. Su Xilin's eyes shone with wonder, feeling that the Taoist's words spoke directly to his own soul. Qin Xuan, Fei Xuan, on the other hand, had gone pale as a sheet, her delicate form trembling. The clarity of mind and sword she had, cultivated since childhood, was violently shaken by Chun Mo's words, which struck at the very root of her faith. For the first time, cracks appeared in her flawless mask. You speak nothing but wicked nonsense, sowing confusion among the people. Qin Xuan, Fei Xuan, forced herself to remain calm, but her voice quivered ever so slightly. Whether it is nonsense or not, the world will judge, Chun Mo replied with a calm smile. He spared her no further glance, turning instead to the myriad lights of Luoyang flickering outside the window. I have said all that needs to be said. I hope you will act wisely. With that, he tossed a few copper coins onto the table, rose to his feet, and headed downstairs. Ko Zhong and Su Xiling exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes, they saw shock and a burning curiosity. This Taoist, Master Xuanji, was no ordinary wanderer. Almost as one, the two of them stood and hurried after him. On the long street, a first encounter of Taoist masters. Chun Mo, leading his old green donkey, had scarcely left the Manqing courtyard when he sensed a vast, refined aura, one that seemed perfectly attuned to the natural order of heaven and earth. It swept over like an invisible tide, slowly rolling in from the other end of the street. This aura was upright and tranquil, unfathomably deep. It embodied the true meaning of Taoist effortless action and naturalness, and yet Beneath the surface, there was a faint hint of uncertainty and hesitation. Chunmo halted, lifting his eyes to see who approached. In the center of the long street stood an elderly man, distinguished by his tall ceremonial hat and flowing robes, exuding an air of ancient, dignified elegance. His hair and beard were completely white, his figure imposing and tall. The wide sleeves of his Taoist robe fluttered lightly in a breeze, making him seem as though he were part of the very streets and skies of Luoyang itself. Yet at the same time, he gave the impression of someone who might ascend and vanish with the wind at any moment. His gaze was deep, akin to a bottomless well or a tranquil, unfathomable pool, as he silently observed Chunmo. This was none other than Ning Daoqi, the preeminent pillar of the martial world in the Central Plains, one of the 3 great grandmasters and a legendary wandering Taoist of the sect. Clearly, Chunmo's earth-shaking remarks at the Manqing courtyard had reached the ears of this grandmaster, who presided over the Pure Thought Zen Institute. Now, he had come in person to meet with this newly appointed wandering Taoist of Loguan, fellow Taoist Xuanji, the current representative of Loguan Dao. Ning Daoqi's voice was calm and measured, yet it carried a palpable pressure, like the steady weight of a mountain pressing down. I am indeed. Greetings, Master Ning. Chunmo replied with composed serenity, cupping his hands in salute as if he were greeting an ordinary peer rather than a grandmaster renowned across the land. The energy around him flowed naturally, and when that mountain-like pressure approached within 3 feet of his body, it simply dissipated, vanishing as if absorbed by the earth. A flicker of surprise crossed Ning Daoqi's eyes. He could sense the vast, unfathomable cultivation within Chunmo, as well as a profound and mysterious Taoist aura, so grand and righteous, yet elusive, that it gave him the feeling of facing the boundless sea. Your words at the Manqing courtyard were strikingly insightful, Ning Daoqi began, his gaze almost tangible as it settled on Chunmo's face. Yet, the workings of heaven are subtle and far-reaching. The Zihang Quiet Abode has a long legacy with its own place in the world. Serving as heaven's agent to choose an emperor is meant to bring an end to chaos and restore peace. How can you so boldly declare it a source of disaster? And why accuse me of acting as a henchman for the Buddhist sect? His voice grew more somber at the end, making it clear that Chunmo's critique had reached his ears. Chunmo met Ning Daoqi's gaze directly, his eyes clear and piercing. Master Ning, as a grandmaster of the Taoist tradition, you surely understand the true meaning of the Tao follows the natural order. The cycles of heaven are governed by their own laws. The rise and fall of dynasties are dictated by the flow of destiny. To forcibly intervene, to substitute human will for heaven's decree, is to go against the natural order. That is my first point. The Zihang Quiet Abode is a Buddhist sanctuary. When they choose an emperor, they seek one who aligns with Buddhist ideals and will aid the spread of their teachings. This is simply using imperial power to promote Buddhism's own interests. For our Taoist sect, so deeply rooted in the land of China, to willingly serve as their vanguard and cheerleader is nothing less than betraying our heritage and destroying our foundation. That is my second point. Master Ning, your cultivation reaches the heavens. You should stand as a pillar for our Taoist tradition, upholding and defending the Tao, forging ahead for its sake. Yet now you lend your support to the Buddhist sect. Where does that leave the dignity of our Taoist brethren? How can disciples of the Taoist tradition across the land not feel chilled and disheartened? This is to lose the way, and he who loses the way will see his Taoist heart clouded, his path forever blocked. Chunmo's voice resonated like a great bell, each word ringing with force, striking straight at the heart of Ning Daoqi's conviction. Ning Sanren, search your heart and ask yourself, in this moment, is your Tao heart truly calm and untroubled? Do you let things take their natural course? Or are you beguiled by the empty fame of the Heshabi, ensnared by the so-called righteous cause of Zihang Jingjai, seduced by the Buddhist promise of a transcendent status? Your pursuit of the Tao, does it serve the Taoist path, the common people, or are you merely weaving a grand design for others to wear? If your Tao cannot become the true Tao, how can you claim to walk the Tao? The final words, if your Tao cannot become the true Tao, how can you claim to walk the Tao? Crashed down on Ning Daoqi's spirit like thunder from the heavens, shaking him to his core. Ning Daoqi trembled violently. For the first time, his usually serene and impassive face was swept by a storm of emotion. Chunmo's words, sharp as the keenest blade, tore away the thin veil of self-consolation that had long hidden Ning Daoqi's true heart. All these years, he had run tirelessly on behalf of the Buddhist order, motivated by a public-spirited hope to end the chaos of the realm. But had he truly been free of private motives, using the influence of Buddhism to maintain his own lofty status? And what of his confusion about the higher realms beyond shattering the void? The secret lure of the Heshabi dangled by Tsihong Jingzhai. His Tao heart was clouded. His Tao could not become the true Tao. A surge of unspeakable turmoil and pain flickered in Ning Daoqi's eyes. The flawless, harmonious aura that once seemed to unite him with heaven and earth now roiled in disarray for the first time. He stood like a mighty mountain whose very foundation had begun to shake, on the verge of collapse. On the long street, even the wind seemed to halt. Ko Zhong, Su Xiling, and the other martial artists who had rushed out to witness the scene were all stunned by this invisible clash and by Ning Daoqi's sudden transformation. Chen Mo, seeing Ning Daoqi's aura in chaos and his Tao heart deeply shaken, said nothing further. He gently patted the old green donkey's neck, took the reins, and walked slowly past Ning Daoqi, making his way toward Jingnian Monastery. I go now to Jingnian Monastery to claim the Heshabi and to see with my own eyes what this so-called heaven's mandate truly is. Ning Sanren, take care to walk your own path. Leaving behind these calm but supremely confident words, Chun Mo's figure, together with the old green donkey, gradually melted into the bustling crowds of Luoyang beneath the setting sun. Only Ning Daoqi remained standing in shock, his Tao heart on the verge of shattering, while countless gazes of astonishment, awe, and complex emotion lingered in his wake. The name of Xianjizi, the wandering adept of Loguan Dao, spread far and wide, not by force of arms, but by a single exchange of words that shook even a grandmaster's Tao heart. The news swept through Luoyang like a thunderclap from the highest heavens. 10 days hence, at Jingnian Monastery, the Heshabi shall be claimed, and the Tao debated. Xianjizi's challenge exploded through Luoyang like thunder, igniting a storm throughout the city. Like wildfire, word of the coming debate spread across the land, from the great rivers of the south to the distant northern steppes. In an instant, Luoyang became the eye of the storm, the focus of the world's attention. First to react was the Buddhist order, incensed by the challenge. The great bell of Jingnian Monastery tolled long and loud, its echoes lingering over the city. Master Liaokong himself emerged from seclusion, sending out invitations far and wide to all eminent Buddhist monks to gather for this momentous event. The 4 great holy monks, Venerable Dixin, Master of Wisdom, Master Daoxin, and Master Jiaxiang, arrived together, taking their seats deep within the meditation hall. With their presence, the atmosphere grew even more solemn and dignified. The leader of CI Hang Jingzhai, Fan Qingwei, personally led Shi Feishuan to Luoyang. Alongside them, countless eminent monks from temples large and small, guardian Vajras, and chiefs of the Arhut Hall all gathered in great numbers. Inside and outside the meditation hall, the sound of chanting filled the air, sacred light flickered and shimmered, and a majestic presence rose up as if reaching the heavens. This grand event was not only a rare assembly for the Buddhist community in 100 years, but also a desperate stand to defend its dignity and its authority as heaven's chosen to select the emperor. The Taoist sects responded in kind. Chongshu Jinren, the current head of Loguan Dao, was a venerable old master with hair and beard, as white as snow, emanating a profound and mysterious aura. Draped in azure Taoist robes and holding a horsetail whisk, he radiated an immortal bearing that inspired reverence in all who saw him. Upon receiving news of Xuanjizi's 10-day debate, Chongshu Jinren led the 3 great elders of the sect, along with a host of elite disciples, and descended the mountain with great momentum. These 3 elders, each a grandmaster in their own right, held positions of utmost respect within the Taoist world, and their fame stretched far and wide. Their arrival added much luster to this great Taoist gathering. Moreover, leaders from the Shangqing sect on Mount Mao, the celestial masters of Dragon and Tiger Mountain, and the Qingsheng school all dispatched their top experts to lend support. Some were heads of their respective sects, others were venerable elders of great virtue. None could be underestimated. Even more astonishing, many old Taoist masters who had long lived in seclusion, devoted to their cultivation in remote mountains, were stirred by the magnitude of this event. Breaking through their years of isolation, they converged on Luoyang to show their support for the Taoist cause. Though they had not shown themselves for years, their cultivation and prestige still commanded deep respect and awe. After years of quiet, Xuanjizi's actions ignited a wildfire within the Taoist world, awakening its spirit and pride. For a time, incense smoke curled through the Taoist temples, bells tolled in the distance, and the chants of Taoist hymns intertwined with the Buddhist sutras standing in proud opposition. All eyes turned to Luoyang, where the currents of fate converged and drama unfolded. From the shadows, Zhu Yin of the Yingui sect led her disciples, Wan Wan, Bai Shouxuan, and other formidable practitioners, slipping into the city like phantoms. Their movements were ghostly and almost undetectable, yet their presence stirred unseen currents and subtle chaos. Most mysterious of all was the whereabouts of the evil king, Shi Jixuan. It was as if he watched everything from the darkness, his true intentions impenetrable. Representatives of the great clans, Li Shimin of the Li clan, Song Shidao of the Song clan, and Yu Chuhong of the Dugu clan, also sent their trusted agents to keep a close eye on the unfolding situation. Not only that, but Bai Xian, the martial lord of the Turks, and Fu Kalin, the master of the sword from Goguryeo, also sent their own people to Luoyang, their sharp gazes fixed on the ancient city. For time, a tide of wandering heroes, eccentric masters, and extraordinary figures surged into Luoyang, leaving the city bursting at the seams. Inns were packed, and the streets and alleys overflowed with swordsmen and warriors. The air in Luoyang was thick with tension, stretched taut like a bowstring ready to snap, threatening to unleash a tempest at the slightest spark. Wang Shichong, the lord of Luoyang, found himself both alarmed and enraged, his heart weighed down with anxiety. He was well aware of the magnitude of this contest between Buddhism and Taoism. No matter which side emerged victorious, the outcome would profoundly alter the balance of power across the realm. After carefully weighing the risks and benefits, Wang Shichong resolved to implement a series of measures to address the crisis. First, he mobilized heavy troops, establishing strong defenses around Jingyan Monastery and every strategic point throughout Luoyang, determined to safeguard the city's security and order. At the same time, he issued strict orders forbidding his soldiers from intervening in the Buddhist-Taoist dispute. They could only stand by and observe, awaiting the final result. The appointed day arrived in the blink of an eye. At the foot of the mountain below Jingyan Monastery, the great debate on the way of Buddha was about to commence. That morning, dawn broke faintly over the land. At the base of the precipitous peak where Jingyan Monastery stood, a sea of people had already gathered, heads densely packed as far as the eye could see. From the mountain's base up to its halfway point, crowds from every corner of the land pressed together, eager to witness the spectacle. The army held a cordon on the outskirts, long spears bristling like a forest and an aura of solemnity hanging in the air. At the foot of the mountain lay a broad, open plain, once a patch of wild, overgrown land. It had now been hastily cleared for the event. On this ground, one side was claimed by the Taoist faction, led by Xuanjizi. Xuanjizi stood at the very front, clad in a dark Taoist robe, an ancient pine-patterned sword, named Jingzhe, strapped to his back. His expression was serene, as fathomless as a still, deep well, betraying nothing of his true thoughts. His presence was deep and restrained, blending seamlessly with the environment and leaving an impression of unfathomable depth. Beside Xuanjizi stood a vigorous elder, Master Chongshu, the head of Loguan Temple. Though advanced in years, Master Chongshu's aura was calm and steady, showing not the slightest hint of decline. Behind them assembled the Taoist order's finest champions. Among them was Master Qingwei of Maoshan's Shanqing sect, whose mastery of talismans and mystic arts had reached an otherworldly level. Holding a horsetail whisk, he exuded the ethereal bearing of an immortal descended to earth. Then there was Zhang Tianshi, the contemporary celestial master of Longhu Mountain's Tianshi Dao, with thunder flickering faintly in his palm, hinting at limitless power. His solemn and dignified demeanor inspired awe in all who beheld him. And there was Chongqing Zi of the Qingshang sect, a swordsman whose technique was profound and whose sword energy remained veiled, as if ready to erupt with astonishing force at any moment. In addition, there were 3 reclusive Taoist elders whose presence was deep and serene, exuding an aura of returning to simplicity and authenticity. They stood quietly to the left and right, appearing ordinary at first glance, yet in truth, they were highly respected masters of the Taoist order. These 10 individuals embodied the strongest foundation of Taoism, revered as the 10 Taoist sovereigns. On the other side stood the Buddhist faction, led by Master Liaokong of the Pure Thought Monastery and Fan Xingwei of the Zihang Jingzhai. Master Liaokong wore a robe of vivid gold and crimson, its hem fluttering in the wind like flickering flames. In his hand, he held a 9-ringed staff crowned with a magnificent pearl that cast dazzling rays of light. His countenance radiated compassion, as if the sufferings of all beings could find salvation in his eyes. A faint aura of Buddha's light shimmered around him, his presence as deep and vast as the ocean, as unshakable as a mountain. Fan Qingwei was dressed in a robe as pure as freshly fallen snow. Her graceful sleeves drifted about her, casting her in the image of a celestial. Maiden descended to the mortal realm. An ethereal aura surrounded her, as if untouched by the mundane world. Her gaze was profound and luminous, holding within it boundless wisdom and the ability to perceive the true nature of all things. Behind her stood a woman with her face shrouded by a light veil. Though her features could not be seen, the purity and resilience radiating from her revealed her identity. She was Fei Xuan. The four great Buddhist monks, Emperor Exin, Wisdom, Daoxin, and Jiaxiang, stood side by side, each displaying their unique presence. Xin embodied compassion, as if able to embrace all sins of the world. Wisdom shone with exceptional insight, his eyes sparkling with penetrating understanding. Daoxin exuded unwavering resolve, his spirit forged like steel. Jiaxiang was calm and detached, reminiscent of a clear, tranquil spring. The combined force of these four powerful Buddhist auras fused into an indomitable will that commanded awe and reverence. 18 muscular Dharma protectors clad in bronze robes stood in formation, grasping their staffs with formidable authority. Their presence was fierce and imposing, forming a defensive line as solid as a wall of bronze, impenetrable and unyielding. Alongside them stood dozens of eminent monks and spiritual nuns, each radiating a potent Buddhist aura. Some chanted sutras in low voices. Others held sacred implements, and some meditated in silent repose. The gathering was grand and stirring, leaving onlookers in awe. The two factions faced each other from afar, their invisible forces clashing in the air and stirring up sudden gusts that sent dust swirling from the earth. The atmosphere was so tense, it seemed as if even the air itself might condense into water. Amipa. Master Liaokong pressed his palms together, his expression solemn and dignified. His voice, deep and resonant as a great bell, echoed through the mountains and fields, as if it could pierce the clouds and reach the very heavens. Fellow Taoist Xuanji, the 10-day deadline has arrived. The Husher Jade is destined by heaven, bearing upon the fate of all living beings. How could it be moved lightly? Why must you cling so stubbornly to this, stirring up such conflict and needless bloodshed? There was a trace of helplessness and regret in Master Liaokong's words. Xuanji's face was grave as still water. He gazed quietly at Master Liaokong and walked forward, step by steady step. Each footfall was so resolute, so unwavering, that it seemed as if the very earth trembled beneath his stride. When he finally stood before Master Liaokong, he stopped, then spoke in a calm and even voice. Master Liaokong, though your words carry reason, I must respectfully disagree. His voice was not loud, soft, even, but it carried with perfect clarity, effortlessly rising above the chanting of Buddhist sutras, reaching the ears of everyone present. The Husher Jade is nothing more than an inanimate object. Its symbolic meaning far outweighs its actual worth. What truly determines the fate of the people is the human heart, the principle of righteousness, and the right of every person to choose their own path, not the manipulation of fate by some faction hiding behind the name of heaven's mandate. Xuanji's words were as sharp as a sword, piercing straight to the heart of Master Liaokong. His gaze flashed like lightning as he swept his eyes over the assembly of Buddhist followers, then spoke in a clear, ringing voice. Today's debate is not driven by private grievances, but for the true meaning of the Tao. Buddhism speaks of equality for all beings. Then why do you claim to choose emperors on behalf of heaven, placing yourselves above the masses? You speak of compassion, yet why use the Husher Jade as bait, luring heroes from across the land into deadly struggle? You urge others to let go of attachment, yet cling so tightly to supporting those emperors that suit your interests, expanding your own influence. These are words at odds with deeds, a web of self-contradiction. We of the Taoist tradition honor the Tao, follows nature, and align ourselves with heaven and the people. The will of heaven runs its course. There's a reason for the rise and fall of dynasties, a flow to the tides of fate. To forcefully interfere, to replace heaven's will with human schemes, is to go against the natural order. Wu Wei does not mean inaction, but rather refraining from reckless action. It is to honor the cycles of life and death, and to allow the people to choose their own destinies, not, as you do, to cloak yourselves in the name of great virtue while practicing great deception, turning the lives of all into pieces on your own chessboard. Xuanji's words struck at the very heart of Buddhism's claim to choose emperors on heaven's behalf, exposing its contradictions and hypocrisy. At the same time, he articulated the Taoist ideal of governing by non-interference and respecting both nature and the will of the people. His voice rang out like a great bell, resonant with the cadence of the Tao, striking straight to the soul. Many among the onlookers, especially those long resentful of Buddhist dominance, found themselves nodding in secret, their hearts surging with excitement. Quibbling with sophistry. Abbot Fan Qingwei of Ci Hang Jingjai spoke, her voice as cool and pure as an icy spring, carrying a power that seemed to cleanse the soul, striving to dispel the weight of Xianjizi's words. The way of heaven is unfathomable, beyond the reach of the common mind. Our Buddhist order upholds the righteous path, using supreme wisdom to discern the will of heaven, choosing a worthy leader in order to end chaos and ease the suffering of the people. This is true compassion, a deed of great merit. How could such selfless acts be defiled by your accusations of manipulation? Xianjizi, your heart is clouded by obsession. You are slipping into darkness. Wake up before it's too late. Darkness. Xianjizi threw his head back and laughed, his laughter ringing out with both scorn and unrestrained pride. Who, I ask you, is truly in darkness? Who presumes, by their own will, to decide the fate of all under heaven? Who has placed the He Sure Bai, the very symbol of the Han civilization, within a Buddhist temple proclaiming Buddhist supremacy over the Tao? And who colludes with the outcasts of the Taoist order? Yes, I mean Ning Daoqi, to suppress their peers, seeking to make Taoism a mere vassal to your faith. Abbot Fan, you claim compassion and righteousness, yet your actions are those of domination and control. Such hypocrisy is far more terrifying than any true evil. Enough! The venerable Dixing's eyes blazed with fury, and his voice thundered through the air. Wicked Taoist, you insult the honor of our order and defile the true path. If we do not rid the world of evil and defend the righteous today, what dignity remains for the Buddhist way? At this point, debate turned to open confrontation. The clash of beliefs reached its boiling point, utterly irreconcilable like fire and water. Our paths diverge. There is no ground for alliance. Xianjizi's gaze sharpened, and an aura as vast as the starry heavens swept forth, dispersing the tranquil aura Fan Qingwei had conjured. Since words cannot bridge the divide, let us settle this by skill. We'll let our strength decide. The victor claims the He Sure Bai. Very well, let strength determine the truth. Monk Liao Kong's eyes flashed with fierce resolve. He slammed his staff to the ground, the sound booming like a drum. Form ranks. Expel the evil. Before the mountain monastery, Taoist and Buddhist powers gathered. The great battle erupted in full force. First round, Taoist talismans versus Buddhist chants. In this tense moment, Qingwei Zhenren of Mount Mao's Supreme Purity sect took the initiative without hesitation. With a graceful flick of his horsetail whisk, as if a celestial maiden were dancing, dozens of brilliant golden talismans shot forth like meteors, tearing through the sky and streaking straight toward the Buddhist ranks. In midair, the talismans transformed into myriad forms. Some became razor-sharp sword energy, gleaming with a frosty light that threatened to tear the very air. Others burst into roaring flames, surging forth like a ferocious dragon, claws bared and jaws agape, ready to engulf their foes. Still others solidified into massive walls of earth, impenetrable and steadfast as iron ramparts, shielding their allies from all assaults. This was none other than Qingwei Zhenren's signature technique, the 5 elements demon-subduing talisman array. Each talisman brimmed with boundless power, working in perfect harmony to create an impenetrable formation of overwhelming force. Facing such a ferocious attack, the wise master of the Buddhist order remained utterly unafraid. He began chanting a solemn Buddhist invocation, then slowly sat cross-legged, eyes closed tightly, entering a serene and ethereal state. Behind him, several eminent monks joined in, their chanting voices deep and resonant, echoing like mighty temple bells through the air. As their chanting rose, a majestic and sacred wave of Sanskrit hymns surged forth like a flood, transforming into tangible golden sound waves. These waves rolled forward, surging like a great tide to meet the onslaught of talismanic spells. The sound waves and the talismanic energies collided midair with a thunderous explosion that shook the heavens and the earth. The roar was as overwhelming as 1,000 storms, deafening and fearsome, sending shivers down the spine. Shock waves swept through the air, sand and stones flying, as if this immense power might tear the world itself asunder. Yet, Master Qingwei was undaunted by this formidable force. With rapid hand seals and muttered incantations, he suddenly changed his spell. The talismans, which had been bearing down on the Buddhist ranks, suddenly detonated as if ignited from within. In an instant, a shower of golden light burst forth across the sky, dazzling as fireworks. Each droplet of light brimmed with potent energy, capable of corroding even those substantial waves of sacred chanting. Witnessing this, the wise master's expression shifted ever so slightly. He had clearly not anticipated such a hidden move from Master Qingwei. He quickly intensified his chanting, the Buddhist invocations flowing faster from his lips, desperately striving to hold back this sudden onslaught of luminous rain. For a moment, both sides were locked in deadlock, neither able to break through the other's defenses. The second bout, Celestial Master's Divine Thunder versus the Saint Monk's Buddha Palm ****. In this thrilling second match, Zhang Tianshi of Dragon Tiger Mountain strode forward with steps of mystical power, his movements light and ethereal like an immortal. Forming arcane hand, seals for summoning thunder, he chanted in a low, mysterious voice as though communing with divine beings high above the clouds. Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder split the clear sky. A bolt of thunder, thick as a barrel, flashed down from his palm, like a silver dragon tearing through the air, striking toward Master Dixin with breathtaking speed. This thunderbolt blazed with blinding white light, slicing through the void and leaving a trail that crackled and sizzled with energy. Confronted with such a fierce attack, Master Dixin showed no fear. His beard and hair bristled as he let out a thunderous shout. Vajra subdues demon. With that, both palms thrust forward, conjuring two massive, radiant golden Buddha palms. Solid as mountains, they soared skyward, exuding an overwhelming force to clash head-on with the descending divine thunder. In that instant, heaven and earth seemed to change color. A colossal crash resounded, an earth-shaking, sky-rending roar. The deafening explosion was like the end of the universe arriving all at once, shaking everyone present to their very core, leaving their eardrums throbbing in agony. More, that a few were momentarily blinded by its intensity. The raging shockwave surged over the battlefield like a monstrous tidal wave, gouging a deep crater into the ground. Under this tremendous force, revered Emperor's heart staggered back 3 steps, each stride leaving a deep imprint in the hard flagstone, which cracked and splintered beneath his feet as though unable to bear such terrifying power. In the end, a trace of golden blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, a clear sign of internal injury. On Master Zhang's side, although there were no obvious signs of injury like those suffered by the revered Emperor's heart, his body swayed ever so slightly, his expression growing grave. Clearly, this strike had not left him unscathed either. This breathtaking clash, one side with a Buddha's palm, fierce and unstoppable, the other commanding divine thunder, overwhelming in its might, had ended astonishingly in a deadlock. Third match, Qingqing's Swift Sword versus the Guardian Arts. In a blur, Qingqing's elder Evergreen moved like a wraith. His long sword flashed from its scabbard, sending forth a streak of emerald light, shooting out like a rainbow, piercing the sun, aiming straight for the defensive formation of the Buddhist Guardian Arts. The sword light moved with lightning speed, so swift that no eye could follow its path, as if it had transcended the limits of time and space. Confronted by such a ferocious attack, the 18 Vajra Guardians roared in unison. Their ritual staffs spun like windmills, generating gales that merged into a wall of bronze and iron. The staff's shadows overlapped and intertwined, forming an impenetrable barrier, unyielding and formidable, as though nothing in the world could break through. And yet, Elder Evergreen's movements were as elusive as a phantom. He weaved through the flurry of staff shadows with uncanny agility, his form flickering unpredictably. Each strike of his sword was venomous and precise, darting out like a viper seeking its prey, aimed at the formation's most vulnerable points. The clash of sword and staff rang out in a relentless cascade, as sharp and frequent as a sudden downpour. The crisp, ringing impacts echoed across the battlefield, each collision showering sparks into the air, a testament to the formidable strength on both sides. Though Elder Evergreen's swordsmanship was sublime, the power of the Arhat formation was not to be underestimated. The 18 Vajra Guardians fought as one, their offense and defense perfectly coordinated, their energies flowing together to form an impenetrable whole. So, despite the relentless, storm-like assault of Elder Evergreen's sword, for the moment he could not breach the solid defense of the Arhat formation. As the first 3 matches reached a stalemate, the remaining masters from both sides paired off and plunged into battle. Taoist elders faced Buddhist monks. Sword energy clashed with radiant Buddha's light, and the thunderous roar of colliding chi echoed without pause. Chaos erupted in an instant across the field. At the foot of the mountain, dust and gravel whirled, and energy blasted in every direction, if not for Wang Shicheng's troops forming defensive lines at the perimeter to contain the stray power. The onlookers would have been swept up in the devastation. Just as the battle raged at its fiercest, with neither side able to gain the upper hand, Xianjizi made his move. He paid no heed to the chaos raging before him. His gaze pierced through the crowd, locking directly onto the bronze hall deep within the monastery, the very sanctuary where the He Shurbai was enshrined. With a single step, he moved forward, shrinking the ground to inches. Streaking light, vanishing shadow. In an instant, his figure seemed to dissolve from where he stood. The next moment, he appeared high above the heart of the melee, as if he had teleported. "Stop him!" Master Liao Kong and Brahma Qingwei shouted in unison, their voices sharp as thunder. 2 of the 4 eminent monks, Master Daoxin and Master Jiaxiang, along with 2 reclusive elders from the Zihong nunnery, instantly abandoned their opponents and soared skyward. The 4's auras intertwined, swiftly forming a compact 4 symbols Buddha array. Master Daoxin's palm struck with the weight of a mountain, powerful and unyielding. Master Jiaxiang's fingers sliced through the air like lightning, tearing open the void. Elder Zihong's sword aura arced like a radiant rainbow, pure and fierce. The other elders' prayer beads scattered, transforming into a myriad of golden rays, sealing off the space. For forces, each mighty enough to shatter mountains, converged from 4 directions, cutting off every route of escape for Xuanjizi and crashing down upon him with overwhelming force. A grain of rice dares to shine? Xuanjizi's expression remained indifferent as he uttered a cold rebuke. His words carried the force of law, the formidable spiritual will of a Foundation establishment master, fused with the arcane power of the supreme purity record, instantly wove an invisible net of laws. As those 4 earth-shattering attacks neared within 10 feet of Xuanjizi, they moved as if trapped in the thickest amber. Their speed slowed 1,000-fold. Wild energies turned sluggish and clotted. Without so much as a glance, Xuanjizi raised his hand, fingers like a sword, and pointed through the air. A sword aura, refined to the limit and brimming with the primordial force of creation, shot forth. The blade shimmered with chaotic hues, ignoring all barriers of space, and struck the very core energy node of the 4 symbols Buddha array in a flash. A faint, crisp sound, like the popping of a bubble. The seemingly indestructible Buddha array shattered at once. Masters Daoxin and Jiaxiang reeled as if struck by a sledgehammer, letting out muffled groans as blood spurted from their lips, and they were flung backward. The 2 Zihong elders fared even worse. Their swords broke, beads scattered, protective auras collapsed, and they tumbled to the ground in utter defeat. With a single blow, he broke the combined assault of 4 top-tier masters. The entire battlefield fell silent in an instant. Everyone was struck dumb with awe at the sheer terror of that move. These were 4 monk saints of the highest caliber, and yet they had been swept aside as if nothing. Xuanjizi's pace never faltered. He strolled onward toward the bronze hall, as casually as if walking through a garden. "Arrogant cur, you'll go no further." Master Liao Kong's eyes blazed with fury. He could no longer maintain his composure. The 9-ringed staff in his hands erupted with dazzling golden light, and his whole being took on the aspect of a golden-bodied Arhut descending to earth. With unstoppable might, he brought his staff crashing down towards Xuanjizi's back. That single strike carried the weight of his entire life's cultivation, drawing upon 1,000 years of accumulated Buddhist power from the pure thought monastery, distorting even the very air around them. Fan Qingwei struck at the same moment, channeling the highest technique of the compassionate sword cannon. A sword aura, pure and immaculate, as though able to purge all the world's filth, shot forth like a celestial being. Descending from the heavens, aimed straight at Xuanjizi's brow. Hot on her heels, Sure Feishuan drew the color emptiness sword. Though her sword aura was comparatively weak, it radiated a steely, unyielding resolve. Confronted with this lethal assault from both front and rear, Xuanjizi, for the first time, drew the ancient pine-patterned sword on his back. Jingzhe. The blade was unadorned, its surface traced with faint thunder motifs. At the very instant it left its scabbard, it was as if a spring thunderclap shook the heavens and earth. Jingzhe, 10,000 thunders summoned. With a subtle flick of his wrist, Xuanjizi sent Jingzhe arcing through the air in a mysterious, unfathomable path. Instantly, the winds howled and cloud churned. High above, thunderclouds gathered in the sky. Countless bolts of lightning, thick as great pillars and blazing with searing violet light, tore through the heavens at his command, crashing down in a furious onslaught. But the target was not Liao Kong or Fan Qingwei. It was the grand mountain-protecting formation of Pure Mind Monastery and the guardian monks and Vajra protectors who sought to resist him. Thunder crashed, one after another. A relentless barrage. The heavens rained lightning, as if Judgment Day had arrived. The monastery's vaunted protective formation, once its greatest pride, was shredded like paper before the might of the divine purple thunder, imbued with the laws of heaven and earth. The assembled monks and guardians, caught in the storm's wake, were hurled aside, bodies scorched and blackened, their anguished cries filling the air. Against this overwhelming tempest, the shadow of Master Liao Kong's Vajra staff and Fan Qinghui's purifying sword aura seemed utterly insignificant. Xuanjizi did not even glance back. With a casual backward sweep of his sword, he struck once more. This stroke, seemingly plain, concealed within it the boundless cycle of destruction and rebirth, a sword aura of primordial chaos that outpaced all others. The golden radiance shielding Master Liao Kong was pierced through, his staff flying from his grasp as he was hurled backward like a severed kite, striking the mountainside hard. His golden body dimmed, and blood bloomed across his robe. Fan Qingwei Swatoha was snuffed out in an instant. Horror overtaking her, the protective energy around her shattered by the sword's residual force. She staggered back, blood trickling from her lips. Shi Feishuan was swept off her feet by the shockwave and flung through the air. With a single stroke, the two great leaders of the Buddhist order were defeated. Xuanjizi sheathed his sword, as if what he had done was of no consequence. He paid no heed to the battlefield strewn with the wounded and the cries of suffering Buddhist disciples. In this battle at Pure Mind Monastery, Xuanjizi, wielding the power of Tao, suppressed the Buddhist order and seized the He's Jade. His reputation now blazed like the midday sun, shaking the world to its core. He tarried not in Luoyang, nor did he concern himself with the stirrings or probes of other factions. Wrapped in a stream of clear light, he returned directly to the Luoguan Taoist monastery on Mount Zhongnan. The great gates of Luoguan Taoist monastery stood wide open, with a resonant peal of bells and chimes ringing out in unison. The abbot, Chongshu Junren, led all his disciples to the entrance, bowing respectfully in welcome. Among the other leading figures of the Taoist world, such as Qingwei of Mount Mao, Zhang Tianshi of Longhu, and Changqingzi of Qinsheng, none had yet departed. All remained within the mountain, awaiting the outcome. With this display, Xuanjizi was not only elevating the prestige of Luoguan Dao, but also casting new light upon the Taoist tradition, which had lain dormant for years. Now, returning triumphant with the He Jade, he stood as the undisputed spiritual leader and pillar of Taoism. A council on the Zhongnan, a mandate for the House of Li. Within the pure serenity hall of Luoguan Dao, a solemn and heavy atmosphere filled the air. A high-level council was underway, one whose outcome would shape the fate of the realm. Xuanjizi entered the hall with measured, dignified steps, as if he bore the weight of the world upon his shoulders. Reaching the jade table at the center, he carefully placed the He Jade upon it. The jade lay quietly, its gentle luster flowing continuously, radiating an aura of profound peace and tranquility. Yet beneath that placid surface, one could sense a tremendous force, as if the stone itself was the heart of the world, holding dominion over the fate of all things. Gazing upon the jade, a flicker of reverence crossed Xuanjizi's eyes. He understood well that the jade's symbolic meaning far surpassed its actual worth. It embodied the destiny of the Chinese realm, and contained within it a hint of the laws governing heaven and earth. For any cultivator, such a treasure was a powerful temptation. Yet Xuanjizi harbored no intention of keeping the jade for himself. He spoke frankly to those gathered. Though this jade is a peerless treasure, its true importance lies in what it represents. It gathers the fortune of our land and holds a trace of heaven's law. Thus, it brings great benefit to those who cultivate the Tao. For now, I will borrow its power during my seclusion, hoping to glean deeper truths of the way from it. When I emerge, the jade shall return to the one truly worthy, who can inherit China's destiny and bring peace to the realm. Having finished, Xuanjizi swept his gaze across the hall and continued. The world is in turmoil, with countless contenders vying for power and factions clashing without end. For the sake of the people, we must analyze these forces thoroughly, so that we may choose our course wisely. Drawing upon his own powerful spiritual insight and the Taoist order's far-reaching network of intelligence, Zhuangzi began a precise and incisive analysis of the major contenders. Wang Shicheng, who holds Luoyang, is cunning and suspicious by nature. With a shaky foundation, he is unlikely to achieve great things. Dou Jianda, leader of the Hebei insurgents, is widely loved and supported by the local people. His rebellion is driven by resistance to the Sui dynasty's brutal rule, earning him deep popular support. Yet Dou Jianda's vision is somewhat limited. He lacks the boldness and resourcefulness required to unify the realm and establish an empire. While he may carve out a territory for himself, to truly seize the throne of the world will require far greater wisdom and strategic acumen. Du Fuwei was a formidable warlord in the Jianghuai region, renowned for his courage and martial prowess. His army held considerable strength across Jianghuai, yet Du Fuwei himself was somewhat lacking in strategic acumen. Although he could seize local advantages through sheer force, in a time of chaos such as this, valor alone was far from enough. What one truly needed was political wisdom and long-term strategic vision. Li Mi, on the other hand, was the leader of Wagong Stronghold, once a powerful force that shook the land. However, the Wagong army suffered from severe internal strife. Its generals vied for power and personal gain, which undermined the cohesion and fighting spirit of the troops. Moreover, Li Mi himself was obstinate and self-willed, refusing to heed others' advice, which often led to poor decisions. As time went on, Li Mi's downfall became increasingly apparent, and the influence of the Wagong army gradually waned. In contrast, the Li clan, led by Li Shimin, possessed numerous advantages. To begin with, their family had deep roots, belonging to the influential Guanlong aristocracy, and commanded vast political and economic resources. Moreover, the Li clan was rich in talent, with outstanding strategists like Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui offering their counsel. Furthermore, Li Shimin himself was a master of military strategy, repeatedly winning victories on the battlefield and displaying exceptional martial ability. Rarer still, Li Shimin was guided by benevolence and governance, harboring grand ambitions to end the chaos and usher in an era of peace and prosperity. In addition, his mother, Lady Dou, was a devout follower of Taoism, which created a natural affinity between the Li family and the Taoist sects, allowing them to draw upon Taoist support when needed. Zhuangzi's gaze slowly swept over the gathered Taoist leaders. His voice was low yet resonant, imbued with boundless wisdom and resolve. Today, the world is splintered and collapsing, and the common people suffer unspeakable misery, as if hanging upside down in torment. In such troubled times, though our Taoist sect aspires to transcend worldly affairs, we cannot stand aloof. Only by supporting a wise and virtuous ruler, and bringing this war to an early end to restore peace across the land, can we accomplish true merit. This is in keeping with our Taoist mission of benefiting the world and all living things. He paused, then continued. As for Li Shimin, this man is blessed with both remarkable talent and benevolence, truly the finest choice. Our Taoist order should support the Li clan in secret, aiding them in securing the realm. Zhuangzi's words resounded through the hall like a great bell at dawn or dusk, echoing in the ears of all present. The assembled leaders fell silent, each pondering his proposal with grave deliberation. After a while, Master Qing Wei gently stroked his long beard and spoke slowly. Well said. Li Shimin indeed has the bearing of a true sovereign. My Maoshan lineage can send disciples skilled in both military tactics and medicine to serve in his army, helping him achieve his great enterprise. Zhang Tianshi immediately nodded in agreement. Mount Longhu is willing to offer talismans and elixirs for his cause, and will reach out to Taoist temples in the south to secure his rear, ensuring he need have no worries behind him. Master Chongqing also rose to his feet and proclaimed in a clear voice, the Qingqing sect is willing to help monitor unrest throughout the martial world, rooting out those with sinister intentions and ensuring peace in this land. As the leaders of the Taoist sects each made their stance known, the collective power of Taoism, once a trickling stream, began to converge like a mighty river, gradually shifting in favor of the House of Li. When it came to discussing Ko Zhong and Su Xiling, the pair known as the Twin Dragons who had stirred the winds of destiny, Master Xuanji gave particular mention to Su Xiling. He remarked, this young man's temperament is naturally aligned with the Tao. His spiritual roots run deep, and the yin-yang principles of the longevity chant seem to resonate within him. His ambitions do not lie in the struggle for power, but rather in the pursuit of freedom and immortality. Such a person is especially suited to join our Loguan Taoist tradition, where he can be entrusted with the foundational teachings of the supreme purity record. In time, he may inherit our path and become a true emissary of the Tao. After observing Su Ziling's conduct in Luoyang, other Taoist masters, such as Chongshu Jinren, also came to see great potential in the young man. They gladly agreed to Master Xuanji's proposal. As for arrangements concerning Ko Zhong, Master Xuanji gazed at him, a glint of admiration in his eyes, and spoke in a measured tone. Ko Zhong, you're truly a born general. Your heroic spirit soars beyond the ordinary. Your ambitions reach far and wide. To confine you to these mountains would only stifle your nature, which would be a real pity. Ko Zhong, upon hearing these words, felt a stir in his heart. He had already grown somewhat restless with life in the mountains, and now, hearing such understanding from Master Xuanji, he felt as if he had finally met a kindred spirit. Seeing this, Master Xuanji smiled gently and continued, in my opinion, you should serve under Li Shimen. First, the vigorous energy you have, cultivated through the longevity chant, aligns perfectly with the fierce spirit of the battlefield. Amidst the chaos of these times, will sharpen your edge and help you achieve greatness. Second, your bond with Su Ziling, coupled with the silent support of our Taoist order, will surely make you a formidable sword in Li Shimen's hand, aiding him in sweeping away rivals and forging an empire like none before. After a moment's thought, Ko Zhong found Master Xuanji's words full of reason. This path would not only fulfill his own aspirations, but also position him firmly within the faction supporting the Li family, a double victory. With the decision made, it was as if a stone had been dropped into the still waters of a lake, sending ripples outward. The vast, ancient machinery of the Taoist sects, long dormant, was now beginning to turn once more, quietly, but inexorably, in support of the House of Li. Su Ziling, the young man chosen by fate, was then brought to the secluded rear mountains of Loguandao. The scenery there was enchanting, with pristine hills, clear waters, and mist curling like silk, truly a land of immortals. Master Chongshu himself received Su Ziling and conducted a thorough and searching examination. Master Chongshu's gaze was as sharp and piercing as a torch. He fixed his eyes on Su Ziling, as if he could see straight through to the depths of his soul. Su Ziling met his gaze without fear, his heart as calm and placid as a tranquil lake, unruffled by even the slightest ripple. After a careful examination, Master Chongshu nodded in satisfaction. He recognized the purity and uprightness in Su Ziling's nature, seeing in him the potential to become an exceptional disciple of the Taoist order. Thus, he chose to teach Su Ziling the introductory method of the Shangqing record, and gifted him several Taoist classics to aid in his future cultivation. Meanwhile, Ko Zhong, with a heart full of tangled emotions, set out on his journey to Taiyuan. In his hand, he clutched a handwritten letter from Xuanji Zi, a letter that would serve as his token of introduction to Li Shimen. Taiyuan bustled with prosperity and life. Though Ko Zhong walked through the crowded streets, his mind was a whirl of uncertainty and anxiety about the days ahead. Yet, all that changed the moment he met Li Shimen. Li Shimen stood tall and commanding, radiating an extraordinary presence. Ko Zhong was instantly drawn to his charisma, while Li Shimen, in turn, admired Ko Zhong's courage and strength. When Ko Zhong demonstrated the power of the longevity secret, Li Shimen was all the more impressed, seeing him in a new light. Coupled with Su Ziling and Ko Zhong's close bond, Li Shimen did not hesitate to appoint Ko Zhong as a valiant commander under his banner. From that day forward, Ko Zhong thrived under Li Shimen's command. His talents were put to full use, and he rendered illustrious service to the cause of the Li Tang dynasty. Secluded cultivation in the mysterious grotto, the jade resonates with blood. With all matters arranged, Xuanji Zi took the Heshi jade and entered the forbidden sanctuary of Loguandao, the mysterious origin grotto. This cave, nestled at the most spiritually potent node of the Dragon Vein in the Zhongnan Mountains, had stone walls naturally inscribed with yin-yang and 8 trigram patterns, shrouded in a mist of spiritual energy, an ideal place for secluded cultivation. The entrance to the cave was sealed by an intricate mystical formation. Xuanji Zi sat cross-legged atop the central yin-yang fish eye of the Taiji diagram, placing the Heshi jade before his knees. He did not immediately attempt to absorb its power. Instead, he first employed his formidable spiritual sense, at the peak of foundation establishment, to probe the mysteries of the jade with the precision of a master craftsman. As his consciousness immersed itself in the jade, his vision was transformed in an instant. The river of destiny asterisk, he seemed to witness a vast, boundless golden river surging onward without end, a torrent embodying the accumulated fortune of China over thousands of years. The rise and fall of dynasties, the legends of heroes, the fate and will of countless common folk, all churned and intertwined within this mighty river. The jade itself was a pivotal nexus and manifestation of this river of destiny. Law imprints. Delving deeper, he sensed several extremely faint yet profoundly mysterious imprints of the laws of heaven and earth. They pertained to the core order of things, the stability of a realm, the unity of the people's hearts, and the flow of destiny. These imprints were, in fact, a part of the fundamental laws that governed this very plane. The stirring of Kryptonian bloodline. At the very instant his consciousness touched those law imprints, a sudden change erupted. The dormant Kryptonian cells within him, as if called by a resonance of the same frequency, surged with an unprecedented, almost ravenous longing. From the deepest layers of his genes, an instinctive craving for order, stability, and the energy core surged forth, madly rushing toward the Heshabi. So it is. Xuanziji's heart filled with clarity. The law imprints contained within the Heshabi, those of stabilizing the realm and the turning of destiny, resonated intensely and fundamentally with the very instincts in his Kryptonian bloodline that sought stable evolution and the absorption of stellar energy, with the sun itself being a kind of energy core order. This jade disk could actually serve as a catalyst to awaken and deeply refine the latent potential of his Kryptonian heritage. Laws as the guide, bloodline reborn. Without further hesitation, Xuanziji activated the supreme heart method from the Shangxing record. 1. Drawing the power of the jade. Placing both hands lightly over the Heshabi, he channeled his pure foundational energy, merging it with his formidable spirit. Together, they formed a bridge, guiding the vast might of the jade's Chinese destiny and the profound force of its law. Imprints to flow gently into his body. The force of destiny surged, imbued with the will of the people, washing over his meridians and sea of consciousness. The law imprints, as precise as the finest engraving blades, began a subtle and wondrous interaction with the energy core within him. 2. Bloodline resonance. Stimulated by the law imprints, the Kryptonian cells awoke in full. Each cell became like a miniature golden sun, thrumming with eager anticipation. No longer passively absorbing, they became countless greedy mouths, actively and wildly devouring. Both the power of law and the pure destiny energy flowing from Heshabi. Deep within his cells, the gene chains that hailed from distant stars began to undergo a deeper transformation and expression, refined by the law's guidance and the nourishment of destiny's power. 3. Solar resonance. Though the Xianyuan cavern lay deep within the mountain, far from the reach of sunlight, as the fusion deepened, Xuanziji's pores opened wide, and an invisible force drew outward, piercing through the mountain and soaring into the heavens. Above Mount Zhongnan, beneath the clear noon sky, sunlight seemed drawn by an unseen hand. Countless golden beams, solid as pillars, poured down like waterfalls, penetrating the mountain's rocky skin, bypassing all barriers and streaming endlessly into the Xianyuan cavern, flooding directly into Xuanziji's body. In the midst of his secluded cultivation, he had, without conscious intent, awakened the ultimate ability of his Kryptonian bloodline to absorb the very essence of the sun. 4. The Trinity unites. Within his body, the sea of liquid true essence formed by the foundational cultivation of the upper pure record began to rotate, compress, and refine itself at an astonishing speed, nourished by the flow of fortune and the essence of the sun. Under the guidance of the imprinted laws, his Kryptonian cells grew ever more perfect in structure, their density rising without limit, fusing ever more seamlessly with the true essence. His spiritual consciousness, the nascent form of his primordial spirit, expanded and condensed at a breathtaking pace, sculpted by the collective will of the people and the enlightenment of universal laws. The upper pure true essence, the Kryptonian physique, and the foundational primordial spirit, under the harmonizing laws of the He's Jade disk and the forging blaze of the solar essence, began an unprecedented, profound fusion and ascension. 5. Astonishing omens. Outside the Xianyuan cave, the winds and clouds of Mount Zhongnan surged and transformed. Stars at noonday. Beneath the bright blue heavens, pinpricks of starlight pierced the daylight, raining their brilliance down and converging toward the cave. 30,000 miles of purple clouds from the east. A vast, majestic river of purple mist surged from the eastern horizon, stretching endlessly and bathing the mountain peaks in regal violet. Golden lotuses bloom from the earth. All around the cave, spiritual energy condensed and phantom golden lotuses blossomed from the ground, their petals swirling with the rhythm of the Tao. All beasts pay homage. Every spiritual bird and mythical beast of the mountains, great or small, bowed low in the direction of Xian Yuan Cave, their cries filled with awe and reverence. The echo of the Tao, a subtle, profound resonance of the Tao, deep and sonorous as temple bells, reverberated through the mountains and forests. All who heard it found their minds cleared and their cultivation advanced. Such miraculous omens shook the entirety of Mount Zhongnan. Even the Taoist masters standing guard outside, real Master Chongshu among them, were left. Thunderstruck and overcome with emotion, tears of joy streaming down their faces. This was the manifestation of the great Tao, a sign of the patriarch's blessing, breaking the cocoon, becoming the pill, a god among mortals. Within the cave, Xian Jizi's transformation had reached its critical moment. Asterisk within his lower dantian, the vast sea of liquid true essence, guided by the imprinted laws, refined by the solar essence, and supported by Kryptonian blood, was compressed to the very limit. At its core, a tiny point began to form, radiating boundless gravity and light. Asterisk. His Kryptonian cells across his entire body completed the final stage of optimization and reorganization. His bones now rivaled the core of a star in density. His muscles harbored apocalyptic might. His skin shimmered with a faint golden, immortal glow. His senses and spiritual perception became preternaturally sharp, their reach soaring to new heights. His ability to absorb and convert sunlight transcended all reason, becoming almost instinctual. Asterisk. In the sea of consciousness, the nascent primordial spirit fully solidified, transforming into a tiny golden figure that mirrored Xian Jizi's own visage, seated in meditative grace upon a cloud of swirling purple mist, radiating an aura of majesty. From the depths of his soul, Xian Jizi let out a Taoist chant so resounding, it echoed like the splitting of heaven and earth. A thunderous roar filled the cosmos, as if the universe itself had been born anew and the primordial chaos shattered. Within the dantian, the speck of light, compressed to its very limit, suddenly collapsed and erupted. At last, a golden core took shape, about the size of a dragon's eye, perfectly round and radiant, its entire being swirling with a haze of chaotic purple energy. At its heart shimmered a speck of eternal golden light, the essence of Krypton, while mysterious runes of the highest laws flickered over its surface. In that very instant the golden core was formed. A vast, majestic, sacred, and immortal aura burst forth from Xuanji, shattering the restraints of the Xianyuan cave in a single surge and soaring straight into the heavens. Above Mount Zhongnan, purple clouds, starlight, and golden lotus apparitions were instantly stirred by this mighty presence, transforming into a pillar of chaotic light that connected earth and sky. Waves of immense energy swept in all directions, causing the entire Zhongnan mountain to tremble. If it weren't for the protective Taoist formation, the mountain itself might have collapsed. Tribulation clouds gathered in an instant, thick and pitch black, spanning 100 miles around. The terrifying pressure sent all beings quaking in fear. Yet, before the destructive thunder within these clouds could descend, the newborn golden core within Xuanji spun once. From it issued a pull, infused with the supreme will of the highest laws. Astonishingly, the tribulation clouds, like a great whale sucking in water, were forcibly drawn in, devoured, and transformed by the chaotic golden core, becoming the final nourishment to stabilize it. This was the proof of Tao through strength, swallowing the heavenly tribulation whole. The golden core is formed, and thus, the gate to the path of immortality stands open. Xuanji, now more rightly called Xuanji Zhenjuan, true Lord Xuanji, slowly opened his eyes. Within them, chaos and clarity danced at the birth of creation. Galaxies flickered into being and vanished, as though the truths of the universe resided within his gaze. He gently clenched his fist, feeling the boundless, ever-renewing power within him, like a living star, along with a nearly indestructible Kryptonian body, perfectly fused with the law-forged golden core to create a force of absolute supremacy. He looked down at the Heshabi jade disk before him, its light dimmed yet still brimming with spirit, and smiled faintly. "Thank you for your help." The jade disk trembled gently in response, as if acknowledging his gratitude. He pushed open the long-sealed cave doors, stepping out into the pure sunlight and rich spiritual energy of Mount Zhongnan. The aura of true Lord Xuanji was now utterly restrained, returned to simplicity and truth, yet an overwhelming majesty, like standing before the vastness of the starry sky, radiated from him. Outside the cave, the leading figures of the Taoist sects, led by Master Chongshu, were already kneeling in reverence, trembling with excitement. We bid welcome to the true Lord's emergence. The golden core is perfected, and the Tao shines upon the universe. True Lord Xuanji cast his gaze over the assembly. His voice was calm, yet carried an unmatched authority. The road of the Tao stretches on without end. This is but a new beginning. The Heshabi should be returned to its rightful master. Send word to Li Shimen. He may come to Zhongnan to claim the jade. Affairs of this world are far from over. His gaze turned to the distant horizon, as though piercing through space itself, beholding by Xian beyond the frontier, Fu Kalen in distant Koryo, and those mighty figures of the demonic sect, manipulating destiny from the shadows. Now that the golden core was complete, a god among mortals had come forth. The tides of this Tang dynasty world would, because of his presence, rise to even greater heights, ushering in an epoch where mortals and immortals, Tao and demon, would clash in grand and sweeping waves. Within the cloud-shrouded Xian Yuan cave, Master Xuanji, after years of arduous cultivation, finally reached a pivotal moment in his life, the perfection of his golden core. This accomplishment not only signified that his cultivation had ascended to a new height, but it was also a crucial step on his path toward immortality. At the very instant his golden core was perfected, Master Xuanji felt a surge of formidable power coursing through his body, as if the entire universe was cheering him on. His body trembled ever so slightly, and even the air around him seemed to grow heavier in response to his transformation. As his mind gradually settled into tranquility, that immense power slowly withdrew, yet it did not disappear entirely. Instead, it lingered like a slumbering behemoth, ready to awaken at any moment and unleash boundless might. Master Xuanji slowly opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flickering within them. He drew a deep breath and then rose to his feet with deliberate calm. In his hand he held an unassuming, yet luminous Heshabi jade. The jade, cradled in his palm, felt as though it had merged with his very being, radiating an aura both ancient and enigmatic. With the Heshabi in hand, Master Xuanji strode out of the Xian Yuan cave, each step light as a feather, yet brimming with endless strength. The moment he crossed the threshold and stepped outside, the strange omens that had gathered over Mount Zhongnan faded away, as if the entire land was rejoicing at his emergence. Yet though the celestial signs had vanished, the resonance they left behind lingered on. This resonance, like the ringing of a great bell at dawn and dusk, echoed through every corner of Mount Zhongnan, allowing all who heard it to sense the greatness and sanctity of Master Xuanji. The Loguan sect, and indeed the entire Taoist world, erupted in excitement at Master Xuanji's return. Tales of his deeds spread far and wide, and he was hailed as a living immortal, a beacon of spiritual heritage. Yet Master Xuanji himself remained humble and unassuming, persisting on his path of Tao, ever seeking the boundless mysteries that lay ahead. The Tang dynasty was established, and the true Lord aids the dragon. Though Master Xuanji had already attained the bliss of immortality, he did not lose himself in it, for he understood that the karmic ties of this world had yet to be resolved. Without hesitation, he issued a decree to Mount Zhongnan. The Heshabi jade should be returned to its rightful owner. Li Shimen, king of Qin, you may come to Loguan Dao on Mount Zhongnan to claim the Heshabi. This decree, like a thunderclap, sent shockwaves throughout Mount Zhongnan. And far away, Li Shimen, upon hearing the news, was overcome with excitement beyond words. He immediately gathered his closest advisors, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Zhang Sun Wuji, so they could discuss the journey to Mount Zhongnan together. After a flurry of tense preparations, Li Shimen led Ko Zhong, who had now become a valiant general under his command with countless battle honors, and a squad of elite black armored cavalry, racing day and night without pause toward Mount Zhongnan. At last, they arrived at Loguan Dao on Mount Zhongnan. The scenery here was enchanting, with clear streams, lush mountains, and swirling mists, resembling a realm of immortals. Inside the pure serenity hall of Loguan Dao, the true Lord Xuanji sat in quiet meditation atop a cloud-shaped dais, his presence as unfathomable as the depths of the sea, inspiring awe and reverence in all who beheld him. Upon seeing the true Lord Xuanji, Li Shimen hastily bowed with deep respect, then received the He Shi jade disc from the immortal's outstretched hands. The moment his fingers brushed the surface of the jade, a gentle warmth surged into his heart, as if the stone itself possessed a living spirit. What astonished him even more was that the dignified, majestic aura radiating from the jade disc seemed to respond in subtle resonance with the imperial energy within. His own body, this wondrous sensation, moved Li Shimin deeply, confirming that the He-Shur jade was indeed a peerless treasure, bound to him by a profound destiny. This jade is the crystallization of the destiny of China itself, not a possession for any one person, the true Lord Xuanji intoned. Though his words were calm and even, each syllable landed on Li Shimin's heart like a heavy hammer, shaking him to the core. He continued, "Whoever holds this jade must always keep the people of the world in mind, rule with benevolence, cease all warfare, and usher in an age of everlasting peace. Should this resolve be broken, the jade will lose its luster, and heaven's mandate will pass elsewhere." Li Shimin listened, a chill running through him as he realized the immense weight of this responsibility and mission. Solemnly, he knelt in full obeisance, vowing that he would faithfully follow the immortal's teachings, never failing the people of the land, nor the precious jade in his hands. The true Lord Xuanji nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied with Li Shimin's sincerity. His gaze then drifted beyond the palace walls, toward the distant city of Chang'an. In a slow, measured voice, he spoke, "The title of crown prince has long been settled. Yet strife among brothers brings no blessing to the realm. Cherish harmony above all, and use the way to resolve all discord." Li Shimin understood completely. With the support of a living immortal, such as the true Lord Xuanji, the divine He-Shur jade, symbolizing heaven's mandate in his grasp, and the full backing of the Taoist sect, he now held an unassailable advantage. Most notably, Su Xiling, who had already begun to shine at Luoguandao, was making astonishing progress in his cultivation, an invaluable ally now added to Li Shimin's cause. Though the true Lord Xuanji did not intervene directly in court affairs, his very presence was like an anchoring pillar in a storm, exerting an invisible pressure and stability over the entire situation. Before long, a dramatic upheaval swept through the Chang'an imperial court. Under the subtle yet undeniable pressure exerted by the mysterious Lord Xuanji, the auspicious guidance of the He-Shur jade, the meticulous plotting of Fong and Du, and the Taoist sect's covert maneuverings behind the scenes, Li Yuan finally steeled himself to make a momentous decision. And so began a grand spectacle of abdication by concession, a silent revolution, played out without the clash of swords or the shedding of blood. Crown Prince Li Jiancheng, crushed by overwhelming pressure and tempted by Lord Xuanji's promise of wealth and nobility, a life as carefree as a wandering crane, ultimately bowed his head in sorrow and willingly stepped down. He was granted the title Prince of Carefree Leisure and forever distanced himself from the heart of power, embracing a life of ease and tranquility. Li Shimin, on the other hand, became the new crown prince as a matter of course. He began overseeing state affairs, setting foot onto the pinnacle of his destiny. Northern campaign against the Turks, striking down the Golden Wolf. With the Li Tang dynasty stabilizing internally, a grave threat loomed from the north. Taking advantage of the turmoil, the formidable Turkic Khagan, Jieli, led 200,000 elite horsemen southward, their lances pointed straight at Chang'an. Beacon fires blazed across the northern frontier, sending tremors throughout the central plains. Li Shimin was entrusted with supreme command in this desperate hour, personally leading the imperial army to war. This battle would decide not only the fate of the nation, but also serve as a crucial test for the new crown prince to establish his authority. Though Lord Xuanji did not accompany the army in person, his spiritual manifestation silently descended above the northern border, watching over the battlefield like a celestial deity. The two armies converged along the banks of the Wei River. The Tang troops were elite, but vastly outnumbered, and the Turks had the mighty martial lord Bai Xian commanding their ranks, his presence. Indomitable, Bai Xian, blazing like the noon sun on the grasslands, radiated fierce and unrestrained energy. Spear in hand, he strode before 10,000 men, challenging the Tang army and shaking their resolve. Just as Tang soldiers faltered beneath the weight of Bai Xian's awe-inspiring might, a calm, yet commanding voice thundered down from the heavens. "Barbarian lords, how dare you trespass upon China's sacred land?" No sooner had the words faded than a colossal, jade-like finger, seemingly carved from crystal, yet brimming with the power of the stars, emerged from the clouds above. It ignored all. Distance brushed aside the sun-blazing aura Bai Xian had forged with a lifetime's mastery, and, as effortlessly as pinning down an ant, pressed upon the center of Bai Xian's brow. Bai Xian's eyes widened in terror. An overwhelming, incomprehensible force, like the will of heaven itself, descended upon him. His vaunted fiery sun technique melted away like frost beneath morning rays. His protective aura shattered, piece by piece. No! Bai Xian's despairing scream tore through the battlefield. The phantom finger tapped gently against his forehead. There was no earth-shaking explosion, only silence. In an instant, Bai Xian's vibrant life force, along with his indomitable martial spirit, withered away like a punctured balloon. His body went rigid. The light vanished from his eyes as if his soul had been utterly extinguished, and he toppled from his horse without a sound. With a single finger, the martial lord was utterly vanquished. The vast Turkic army fell into sudden silence, their morale collapsing in an instant. Ashen-faced, Jili Khan looked utterly defeated. In stark contrast, the Tang soldiers erupted in thunderous cheers, their jubilant cries of "The true Lord protects us," echoing across the heavens. Seizing the moment, Li Shimin led his troops in a sweeping charge, utterly routing the Turks. Jili, barely escaping with his life, was forced to sign the Treaty of Weishui. With that, the northern frontier at last found peace, while Li Shimin's prestige soared to its zenith. The return of the demonic shadow, the emergence of the startling wild goose. No sooner had the conflict in the north subsided, with people barely having the chance to catch their breath, than a chilling, sinister undercurrent began to stir quietly within the martial world. Like a venomous serpent lurking unseen in the darkness, it bided its time, silently awaiting the perfect moment to unleash unprecedented chaos and destruction upon the land. At the root of this ominous tide stood the evil emperor Xiang Yutian, the most notorious figure within the demonic sect. Legend held that he had survived for centuries, his very name a forbidden taboo among martial circles. Having mastered the unparalleled demonic art known as the Great Dao Heart demon seeding technique, his power was without equal. Now at last, this supreme devil had returned to the world, and his sights were set upon none other than the leader of the righteous path, the true Lord Xuanji. Xiang Yutian's reappearance felt like the beginning of a nightmare. Wherever he went, carnage and bloodshed followed in his wake. Several small sects were annihilated overnight, their disciples' very life, force and souls devoured, leaving behind scenes of unspeakable horror. His movements were shrouded in secrecy, making him as elusive as a ghost in the darkness, appearing and vanishing without a trace. Even more shocking was the depth of Xiang Yutian's cultivation. His demonic powers had reached a level of terrifying perfection. Each of his moves brimmed with boundless malice and destructive force, so much so that he seemed almost capable of matching the golden core pressure of the true Lord Xuanji himself. This was an unmistakable warning. The martial world was on the brink of an unprecedented and cataclysmic clash between good and evil. Xuanji, your golden core is the perfect nourishment for my demonic seed. In this world, there cannot be two true gods. As this message, brimming with greed and destruction, resounded in Xuanji's mind, a surge of overwhelming power crashed over him like a raging tide, crossing 1,000 miles in an instant to assail his very consciousness. A tremor passed through true Lord Xuanji's heart, his expression growing solemn in a heartbeat. The intensity of this spiritual assault was beyond anything he had anticipated. His adversary's strength was truly terrifying, yet he remained undaunted. His gaze turned icy, and with a cold snort he replied, "A mere demon dares covet the path of immortals?" Before his words had faded, an immense aura erupted from Xuanji's body, as if a volcano had suddenly burst forth, colliding head-on with the invading spirit. In that instant, heaven and earth seemed to change color. Winds howled, clouds surged, lightning flashed, and thunder roared, as if the end of days had arrived. Just as the currents of energy between the two men pulled at each other, and a world-shaking battle seemed inevitable, a sudden and extraordinary change swept across the land. Deep within the vast grasslands, the ancient ruins of frightened Wild Goose Palace tore open the fabric of reality, without warning, and emerged into the world. This palace was immense, like a colossal beast that had slumbered for 1,000 years, now standing silently at the heart of the grasslands. Built from unknown monolithic stones, each block exuded an ancient and mysterious aura, evoking memories of primordial ages long past. Its architecture was solemn and austere, bearing the marks of countless eras, as though it had witnessed the rise and fall of dynasties through the mists of time. Above the palace gates, the three imposing characters, frightened Wild Goose Palace, radiated a mesmerizing brilliance, as if they contained the very principles of heaven and earth. One glance was enough to captivate the soul, drawing the beholder in with an irresistible pull. The War God Manual. These 4 words exploded across the martial world like thunder. Legend held that this supreme tome, containing the secrets to shattering the void and revealing the very source of the universe, was hidden within frightened wild goose palace. The news struck like a boulder hurled into a tranquil lake, sending waves crashing in every direction. All the top masters across the land felt their attention seized by this world-shaking treasure. Though Bai Xian had perished, other formidable warriors from the Turks still watched hungrily from the shadows. Far away in Goguryeo, Fu Kalen also sensed the call and coveted the War God Manual with burning ambition. The Devil's Sex experts could no longer restrain themselves and emerged in full force, vowing to seize the legendary tome. Even the elders of Taoist and Buddhist sects, usually above worldly desires, could no longer remain indifferent in the face of such a peerless treasure. For a moment, the martial world was thrown into turmoil. Forces everywhere stirred restlessly, and a tempest was about to sweep across the land, centered on frightened wild goose palace and the War God Manual. Yet, just as the storm gathered, the climactic duel between Master Xuanji and Xiang Yutian was abruptly interrupted by this sudden turn of fate. Locked in fierce combat, both warriors nearly simultaneously sensed the overwhelming summons of frightened wild goose palace, a force that transcended the very laws of this world. Frightened wild goose palace, an ancient and mysterious stronghold, shrouded in rumors of countless secrets and treasures. Deep within its halls, it was said, lay a peerless manual, the War God Manual, a treasure coveted by martial artists for generations. At this moment, Xiang Yutian stood before the palace, gazing at the tightly shut gates, his eyes alight with wild joy. He muttered under his breath, frightened wild goose palace, War God Manual. Heaven itself favors me. Xuanji, our battle shall be decided within these hallowed halls. Let us see whose path prevails, your immortal Taoist elixir, or my demonic power that swallows the heavens. As his wild laughter filled the air, Xiang Yutian's body began to tremble violently. A surge of overwhelming demonic energy burst forth from within him, instantly, engulfing his entire form. Wrapped in this sinister aura, his figure gradually twisted and contorted, as though he intended to merge with the very void itself. In the next instant, Xiang Yutian shot forward like a bolt of lightning, racing at astonishing speed toward the direction of the Palace of Startled Swans. Wherever he passed, his demonic energy tore through the fabric of space, unleashing a series of piercing, howling winds that echoed sharply behind him. Not far away, Master Xuanji stood in utter stillness, his expression calm and unwavering, resembling an unshakable mountain. Confronted with Xiang Yutian's provocation, he answered only with a slight, knowing smile, then took a single step forward. At first glance, this step seemed utterly ordinary, yet it contained unfathomable mysteries. In a blink, Master Xuanji's figure vanished from where he stood. The next moment, he reappeared directly in front of Xiang Yutian, blocking his path. Demon, today you shall learn the true difference between immortals and fiends. Master Xuanji's voice thundered through the air, deep and resonant like a great bell. A gentle aura of celestial energy radiated from him, standing in stark contrast to the oppressive demonic force surrounding Xiang Yutian. A flash of surprise crossed Xiang Yutian's eyes at this sight, but he did not slow his pace. Instead, he pressed on, charging straight toward the Palace of Startled Swans. The distance between them shrank rapidly. A collision seemed inevitable. At that critical moment, Master Xuanji suddenly extended his right hand and gave a subtle wave. A beam of pure white light shot from his palm, swift as lightning, heading straight for Xiang Yutian. Sensing the power of this light, Xiang Yutian hastily twisted aside to evade. Yet the beam seemed almost sentient, relentlessly pursuing him with unwavering precision. In the end, Xiang Yutian could not fully dodge the attack. The light struck him squarely. With a deafening explosion, his body was hurled backward like a cannonball, tumbling dozens of yards through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Oomph! With such meager skill, you dare contend with me for the War God Codex. Master Xuanji looked down at the fallen Xiang Yutian, his words laced with disdain. But Xiang Yutian refused to yield. Struggling to his feet, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glared at Master Xuanji with fierce determination. Xuanji, today one of us will fall. With that, he summoned his demonic energy once more. In a blur, his form shot forward like a black meteor, streaking straight for the grand entrance of the Palace of Startled Swans. Seeing this, Master Xuanji's lips curved into a faint smile. Unhurried, he followed in Xiang Yutian's wake, taking measured steps toward the palace. Two figures, one immortal, one demon, raced toward the ancient, enigmatic gates of the Palace of Startled Swans, each like a shooting star drawn irresistibly into its mysterious depths. Catalogue of Enlightenment, a contest of immortals and demons. Within the Palace of Startled Geese, a realm unto itself was formed. The space was vast, its corridors winding and intricate, filled with countless marvelously crafted traps and mechanisms, each one infused with the very laws of heaven and earth. Yet, for beings like true Lord Xuanji and Xiang Yutian, cultivators of their caliber, these obstacles were but trifling illusions, offering no resistance at all. Their objective was singular and unwavering, the very heart of the palace, the hall of the god of war. The hall was empty and cavernous, save for a single colossal stone stele standing resolute at its center. Upon its surface were not words, but 49 enigmatic and unfathomable bas-reliefs. These were the legendary catalogue of the god of war. The instant they entered the hall, both men found themselves spellbound by the 49 carvings. Each bas-relief seemed to come alive before their very eyes, brimming with the ultimate truths of creation and destruction, the cycling of yin and yang, the endless dance of time and space itself. True Lord Xuanji drew a deep breath, gathering his focus, and projected his golden core spirit outward. The moment his consciousness brushed against the catalogue, a torrent of overwhelming information surged into him, as unstoppable as a raging flood. It felt as though his very soul was drawn by an invisible force, plunging him into a strange new world. In this world, stars burned like radiant jewels in the infinite darkness, their motions weaving together into a tapestry of dazzling mystery. He witnessed the birth and evolution of life, from the tiniest microorganisms to colossal beasts of legend, each one following some hidden, guiding law. He saw the ebb and flow of energy, constantly transforming, arising and vanishing throughout the cosmos, giving rise to phenomena both wondrous and strange. What the catalogue revealed was not mere martial techniques, but a profound exposition of the universe's origins and the laws that governed all existence. It unveiled the mysteries of creation, granting Xuanji a deeper comprehension of the Tao. This revelation resonated with the golden core path of the Upper Clarity Codex he cultivated, as well as the Kryptonian bloodline's unique insight into cosmic energy. Each understanding affirmed and elevated the other, fusing into ever greater heights. His mastery over space, time, and energy began to break through the very limits of this world, reaching unprecedented realms. As his understanding of the catalogue deepened, his golden core blazed with radiant light, like a sun igniting within his body. The Kryptonian cells inside him, ravenous as wild beasts, greedily absorbed the ambient primordial energy swirling throughout the hall. Nourished by this overwhelming power, subtle transformations began within Xuanji's body. He felt himself evolving, as if ascending toward a higher dimension of existence. Meanwhile, Xiang Yutian unleashed his own devouring demonic intent, shrouding the world around him in an oppressive aura. In his eyes, the catalogue revealed not only the forces of destruction and rebirth, nor just the powers of plunder and dominion, but a vision of ultimate existence itself. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed the demonic Tao Heart cultivation method, attempting to forcibly devour and decipher the mysteries within the scroll. As the demonic seed surged wildly, his aura exploded upwards like an erupting volcano, while the demonic flames swirling around him surged and crashed like a raging tide, as if intent on swallowing the entire world whole. In that instant, Xiang Yutian felt his demonic arts had reached their absolute limit, and he seemed on the verge of breaking through this final barrier, transforming into a true celestial demon. Yet, just as he was about to cross that threshold, the righteous laws embedded in the scroll surged forth like a mighty torrent, relentlessly washing over his demonic nature. The force of these righteous laws was overwhelming. Not only did it ceaselessly erode his demonic essence, but also subjected him to a pain more intense than he had ever imagined. Still, Xiang Yutian did not retreat. Instead, he drove the demonic seed even more fiercely, engaging in a desperate struggle against the righteous power. Meanwhile, on the other side, his opponent was also immersed in his own profound insights, his aura soaring just as wildly, matching Xiang Yutian every step of the way. The collision of their energies sent ripples through the entire hall of the war god, space itself beginning to waver and distort, as if on the brink of collapse. Xuanji, prepare to die. Xiang Yuqian was the first to tear himself free from the scroll's bindings, demonic fire blazing in his eyes, threatening to burst forth. He felt himself on the cusp of his breakthrough, but needed to devour Xuanji's golden core to complete his transformation. With both hands, his demonic claws tore the very fabric of space, unleashing a devouring domain infused with the accumulated baleful energy of Jingyan Palace over millennia, all hurtling toward Lord Xuanji. This strike carried the full force of his life's cultivation and his twisted understanding of the scroll, its power enough to lay waste to the heavens and earth. At that moment, Lord Xuanji opened his eyes. In his gaze, chaos parted and the stars seemed to wheel in reverse. He had branded all 49 illustrations of the scroll into his heart, attaining an unprecedented understanding of the laws of the cosmos. Fiend, you have strayed too far. For that, you must be destroyed. With fingers poised like a sword, Lord Xuanji did not draw the Jingzhi blade. In this single gesture, he channeled his ultimate insight into the space and energy laws of the War God Scroll, blending the might of his golden core, the indomitable strength of Kryptonian flesh, and the supreme Tao resonance of the Shangqing record. With one motion, all the laws of creation seemed to respond. There was no thunderous explosion, only the purest annihilation of space and the obliteration of laws. Wherever his fingertip passed, the fabric of reality shattered like brittle glass, crumbling into nothingness. Xiang Yuqian's apocalyptic demonic domain, faced with this force surpassing the very laws of the realm, melted away like frost beneath the blazing sun. Impossible! Xiang Yuqian cried out, terror and despair in his voice. He felt his demonic seed, his body, even his very existence being erased at the source by that power. Xuanji's fingertip gently touched the spot between Xiang Yuqian's brows, where the demonic fire burned brightest. For a heartbeat, time itself seemed to freeze. In the next instant, the demon Emperor Xiang Yuqian, whose power had shaken the world for centuries, along with his surging demonic flames, vanished, without a trace from the hall of the war god, like a drawing erased by an invisible hand. Not even a speck of dust remained. He was utterly annihilated. The war god's manual shattered the void, and the white serpent made its first appearance. With a single gesture, the true Lord Xuanji obliterated Xiang Yuqian, wielding a force that had already surpassed the limits of what this realm could endure. Their unrestrained clash of power and laws within the Hall of the War God had long since weakened the very fabric of space. The moment Xiang Yuqian ceased to exist, the Hall of the War God, and even the entire realm of the frightened wild goose palace, lost all balance. Like a mirror struck by a hammer, reality itself collapsed with a thunderous roar. Countless black rifts tore through space, gaping like monstrous jaws, as wild, chaotic currents raged unchecked. Standing at the very heart of the storm, true Lord Xuanji remained calm and unruffled. He had already comprehended the ultimate truth of shattering the void from the war god's manual. Now, instead of resisting, he drew upon the full power of his golden core. His Kryptonian body blazed with eternal golden radiance, shielding him from harm as he channeled the final, most profound mysteries of spatial traversal inscribed in the manual. My fate in this world has run its course. Time to seek vaster horizons, he murmured. His figure transformed into an immortal stream of golden light, plunging willingly into the most violent of the space rifts. The swirling chaos of the void lashed at him like countless blades of steel, savagely tearing at his protective aura. If not for the combined defense of his golden core and Kryptonian physique, he would have long since been reduced to dust. Alone, he drifted through the storm like a solitary boat on a raging sea, directionless, timeless. Back in the Tang Empire, true Lord Xuanji was enshrined as the empire's patron deity, honored with daily prayers. No one could say how much time passed. Just as his golden light began to fade, a glimmer appeared ahead in the churning darkness. A flicker of radiance, carrying with it the breath of an entirely different world, thick with moisture, the fresh scent of grass and wood, and, faintly, a trace of demonic energy. Shun Mo's spirit sword. Summoning the last of his strength, he surged toward that distant speck of light. It was as though he had passed through a membrane of water. The howling void abruptly fell silent. Solid ground greeted his feet. Fresh, humid air, distinctive of a river town, filled his lungs. Around him rose a lively chorus of voices. The commotion of a busy street, called from street vendors, and in the distance the faint cadence of Buddhist chants. Steadying himself, Chun Mo withdrew his golden radiance and took in his surroundings. He found himself on a bustling street, steeped in ancient charm, Flagstone roads, whitewashed walls, black-tiled roofs, and small bridges spanning gentle streams. Passers-by were dressed in simple, old-fashioned clothes, resembling styles from the Song or Ming dynasties. Far ahead, a towering pagoda soared into the clouds, its golden exterior gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. The chanting emanated unmistakably from there. Leifeng Pagoda. As Chunmo swept his consciousness over the scene and caught the name of the tower, a ripple of emotion stirred within his heart. At that very moment, the sky grew abruptly dark, not from gathering storm clouds, but from the sudden appearance of a colossal golden alms bowl, its shadow vast enough to blot out the sun. The phantom vessel radiated boundless Buddhist light, and an overwhelming force of suppression, descending with authority over a refined and elegant residence not far away, the Bai Manor. Within the manor, two powerful and pure auras of demon energy erupted, surging forth with defiance and fury. Fiends, reveal yourselves at once and return with me to Jinshan Temple to face justice. A voice thundered across the heavens, deep and commanding, imbued with an unmistakable resolve to vanquish evil. Chunmo looked up toward the source of the golden bowl. There, standing upon the clouds, was an elderly monk, his face stern and unyielding, draped in a crimson kasaya, golden bowl in hand, bathed in radiant Buddhist light. His presence was awe-inspiring. This was none other than Fahai of Jinshan Temple. Jinshan Temple, Fahai, demonic energy at Bai Manor. Understanding dawned instantly in Chunmo's mind, and an intrigued smile tugged at his lips. So this is the world of the White Snake. He could sense that the spiritual energy of this realm was far more vibrant, and the power here was fundamentally different from martial arts, closer to the realms of immortals, demons and gods. Within him, the chaotic golden core began to slowly turn, while his Kryptonian physique greedily absorbed the sunlight, swiftly mending his wounds. The immortal path is long and winding, and this world seems even more intriguing, murmured Xuanji Jinjuan, Chunmo's true title, as he straightened his spotless Taoist robe. His figure blended seamlessly into the bustling crowd by the street, eyes deep and contemplative as he gazed toward the Bai Manor, where the battle between Buddha and demon raged, and to the distant, imposing Fahai above the clouds. A new legend was quietly beginning beneath the mist and rain of Westlake. The wind stilled, the waters calmed, yet the embers of conflict had not yet faded. Chunmo stood silently by the banks of the Qiantang River, his figure appearing solitary and insignificant against the vast landscape. His gaze remained fixed on the golden light left behind by Fahai, watching it streak across the sky like a shooting star before vanishing on the far horizon. At the same time, the aura of demonic, or rather celestial, energy that had enveloped the Bai Manor began to gradually withdraw. A scorched scent hung in the air, as if the world had just witnessed a fierce battle. Residual magical energy lingered, weaving a unique atmosphere throughout the surroundings. Amidst this lingering power, a single strand of energy stood out, so pure, so grand, so righteous. It was like a clear spring running through muddy waters, instantly capturing Chunmo's full attention. This spiritual power, Chunmo's pupils narrowed. His fingertips unconsciously rubbed together, as if trying to feel the essence of this unique energy. Within him, the Tao seed of the Shangxing record, usually dormant, responded for the first time with an unprecedented resonance, leaping to life like a flame newly ignited. The purity of this power far surpasses my own. Chunmo marveled inwardly. There's no way this belongs to any ordinary demon cultivator. And its Shangxing origin, it seems even closer to the ultimate Tao than any inheritance I have ever received. A powerful curiosity wound itself around Chunmo's heart like creeping vines, impossible to suppress. Bai Suzhen, the legendary serpent spirit of 1,000 years. How could she possess such pure Shangxing Taoist magic? This revelation ignited an even deeper fascination within Chunmo, a burning desire to uncover her secrets. At last, unable to restrain his impulse any longer, Chunmo resolved to visit the Bai residence himself and see the truth with his own eyes. At the entrance to the Bai residence, the vermilion doors stood tightly shut, exuding an air of solemn grandeur. Chunmo paused before them, raising his hand to knock gently. Yet just as he was about to do so, the doors suddenly creaked open with a sharp sound. With the opening of the doors, a figure dressed in brilliant green shot out like a gust of wind, cutting through the air with fierce momentum, heading straight for Chunmo. "Hey, where did this stinking Taoist come from?" The green figure shouted, her voice crisp and clear, yet so full of anger that it sent chills down one's spine. Focusing his gaze, Chun Imo saw that the figure was a young woman in emerald attire. Her willow-shaped brows were drawn in fierce lines, her eyes wide and bright, and in her hand she gripped a gleaming sword that flashed with a cold, sharp light. Clearly, she was a formidable opponent. Just chased off a bald monk, and now another reckless demon hunter appears? Take this! The woman, Xiao Qing, barked in fury, thrusting her sword with lightning speed at Chun Mo's throat, leaving him no chance to explain himself. It turned out the Bai residents had recently endured a fierce struggle, driving away a monk who'd come to capture spirits. Xiao Qing's anger had yet to subside, so when she saw Chun Imo, dressed like a Taoist, approach the manor, she instinctively took him for an enemy. Miss, wait, I'm not. Chun Imo hurried to explain, but before he could finish, the sword flashed toward him like a viper striking. With no other choice, Chun Imo swiftly flicked his sleeve, channeling a surge of powerful magic from within. A shimmering aura formed before him, naturally shielding his body from harm. A clear, resonant hum filled the air as the two opposing forces collided, sending out invisible ripples. Chun Imo, hoping to avoid further conflict, deliberately held back his power. He only wished to resolve the misunderstanding. Yet the pure wave of Shangqing magic he released was like a stone dropped into a still lake, instantly spreading through the entire Bai residence. Xiao Qing, stop! A voice rang out as a figure in white flashed into view, appearing between Xiao Qing and Chun Imo in the blink of an eye. It was Bai Susan herself, her graceful figure and fluttering sleeves giving her the look of a celestial being descended to earth. With a simple, casual wave of her delicate hand, she effortlessly dissolved the fierce energy behind Xiao Qing's sword. Bai Susan's gaze was fixed intently on Chun Imo, more precisely, on the gentle aura of pure light that still lingered around him. In her beautiful eyes flickered a complex glimmer, a mingling of surprise, confusion, and a trace of something uncannily familiar, impossible to pin down. This power! Bai Susan's lips parted ever so slightly, her voice soft but betraying a barely noticeable tremor. It originates from the Shangqing? Fellow cultivator, who exactly are you? Why is your magic so similar to the very foundation of my own cultivation, and yet, just subtly different? Seeing the legendary figure appear before him, Chun Imo dared not show a hint of disrespect. He swiftly reined in his power and offered her a deep, respectful bow. My name is Chun Imo. I've come here today unannounced because I witnessed your battle just now. I sense that your magic is not only pure and boundless, but also embodies the supreme path of righteousness. It is so closely akin to the teachings of the Shangqing record passed down by my sect that I couldn't help but feel drawn here, hoping to learn from you. As for the earlier misunderstanding, I assure you it was never my intention. At the mention of the Shangqing record, a faint change came over Bai Susan's expression. She repeated softly, the Shangqing record? Her gaze grew even deeper, as if she could see straight into Chun Mo's heart. She studied him in silence for a long moment, as though sensing something beyond the surface. At last, as if coming to a decision, Bai Susan spoke. This is not the right place for a conversation like this. If you trust me, Chun Daoist, come with me. There's somewhere I'd like to take you. Perhaps there, you'll find the answers you seek. Hearing this, Chun Mo's heart leapt with hope. He quickly asked, May I ask, where are we going? Bai Susan gave a gentle smile and replied, Mount Qingcheng, to pay respects to my master, the Lady of Mount Li. Clouds rolled and tumbled, shrouding the immortal peaks in ethereal mist. Deep within Mount Qingcheng, nestled in a sanctuary suffused with spiritual energy, stood a cave residence that seemed like a realm of the immortals. Outside the entrance, Bai Susan respectfully announced their arrival before softly pushing open the door, leading Chun Imo inside at a measured pace. As soon as Chun Imo entered, he was greeted by a wave of freshness that instantly cleared his mind and soothed his spirit. The interior held wonders beyond imagination. The walls glimmered with a subtle radiance, as if encrusted with countless jewels. The floor was covered with a plush carpet, so soft that every step felt like walking upon the clouds. At the very center of the cave sat a meditation cushion, upon which an elderly woman in a simple Taoist robe was seated. Her presence radiated kindness, reminiscent of a gentle grandmother, yet beneath that warmth lay a boundless aura of majesty. This venerable woman was none other than the famed and formidable Lady of Mount Li herself. Bai Susan walked up to the old mother of Mount Li and bowed respectfully before stepping aside. The old mother slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze first settled on Bai Susan, and in her eyes glimmered a trace of gentle affection. Then, Her attention shifted to Chunmo. At the very instant the old mother's eyes landed on Chunmo, a fleeting ripple crossed her otherwise tranquil and serene face. The ripple vanished almost immediately, so subtle that, had Chunmo not been watching her intently, he might never have noticed it at all. Yet the old mother said nothing. In silence, she extended her slender, withered finger, and at its tip, a spark of spiritual light flickered into being. As the light appeared, a mysterious, primordial bagua, the 8 trigrams, took shape before her, its shadowy image slowly spinning in the air. This illusion seemed to contain unfathomable secrets, its patterns shifting and morphing, as if probing the very roots of Chunmo's existence. However, the moment the bagua shadow came into contact with Chunmo's aura, it reacted as though a stone had been tossed into a placid pond. The image began to tremble violently. The once orderly ripples became wild and chaotic, spiraling out of control. At the heart of this disorder, everything turned utterly obscure, a swirl of confusion from which not a single clue could be discerned. Seeing this, the old mother's brows knit ever so slightly. A sharp glint flashed through her eyes, breaking their usual calm. Clearly, this outcome was beyond anything she had anticipated. But before she could ponder further, the mystical energy within Chunmo, rooted in the teachings of the Shangqing scripture, began to flow on its own, resonating naturally with the sacred atmosphere of the temple. Like a cool spring, this current of power coursed through Chunmo's meridians, and wherever it passed, it soothed the restless energies within him, bringing them to calm. At that very moment, the old mother's finger suddenly halted in midair. Her gaze, fixed on a swirling bagua, snapped to Chunmo, as if something had seized her attention so completely that she could not look away. Before their eyes, the once turbulent bagua shadow, struck by the force of Chunmo's spiritual energy, dissolved in an instant, scattered like mist before a raging wind. The composed mask on the old mother's face shattered as well, replaced by a shock so profound it seemed to reach through countless ages. Shangqing's origin, so pure, though not the complete Tao, this is the very foundation of the Jiejiao's true lineage. The old mother's voice trembled with barely contained excitement. Her gaze, piercing as lightning, bore into Chunmo, as if she wished to see through his very soul, desperate to uncover the hidden mysteries within. Child, where exactly did the Shangqing record within you come from? What is the name of the lineage you have inherited? At this moment, the old mother's voice became unusually solemn. Her gaze fixed intently on Chunmo, as if she were waiting for his answer. Chunmo dared not show the slightest disrespect. He drew a deep breath, steadied his nerves, and recounted in detail how he had obtained the jade slip in the lower world, and how it had been passed down from the Wudong sect. He told the old mother of Mount Li that the jade slip had been entrusted to him by his master, Dao Yaozi. Within the slip was a sense of ancient grandeur and sorrow, as though it bore the weight of countless ages and endless regrets. The will contained within it was unwavering and resolute, vowing to carry on the lineage at any cost. When he mentioned the name Wudong, the old mother's body gave a slight tremor. Her eyes grew distant, as if she had plunged into memories from a faraway past. Wudong sect. The old mother of Mount Li murmured the name softly, her voice suffused with an indescribable complexity. Within it were reminiscence, lament, and even a hint of relief. At last, all these emotions dissolved into a long, lingering sigh, as though a burden of eons had finally been set down. She slowly rose to her feet. The spiritual energy within the entire cavern seemed to respond, pulsing in steady rhythm. Her gaze passed through Chunmo, as if she could see into a time unimaginably remote. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. The old mother's voice carried a sense of profound understanding and melancholy. No wonder I could not divine your origins. Your legacy, it seems, is a fortuitous gift from beyond this world, born to meet this era's trials. No wonder, too, your power could resonate with Su Zhan's very essence. She turned to Chunmo, her gaze now tender and warm, suffused with a gentle and approving affection. Child, the Wudong sect you spoke of traces its roots back to the ancient Jiejiao, the very sect to which 10,000 immortals once paid homage. The Shangqing record you practice is none other than our Jiejiao's supreme, foundational scripture, personally transmitted by the Grandmaster of Tongtian himself. Chunmo felt as though thunder had struck him, his mind reeling. Jiejiao, the legendary greatest ancient sect of all? The old mother's eyes grew even deeper, as if they held the vastness of endless ages. As for me, she paused, and suddenly, the atmosphere around her changed completely. She was no longer the kindly old mother of Mount Lee. Instead, a saintly presence from the primordial era, a majesty, honed through countless calamities, began to seep forth, though she restrained it as best she could. Even so, both Chun-mo and Bai Sujin instinctively held their breath, awed by the revelation. My true self is known as the immeasurable Holy Mother, one of the 4 direct disciples of the Grandmaster Tongtian of the Jie sect. The old mother's voice carried an aura of supreme dignity. During the great calamity of the investiture of the gods, when a myriad immortals' formation was shattered, the lineage of the Jie sect was nearly destroyed. As the immeasurable Holy Mother, my true self bore the responsibility of preserving our tradition. Amidst countless perils, I escaped and left seeds of our legacy across the heavens and myriad worlds. She looked at Chun-mo, her words striking his heart with the force of a great bell. The immeasurable sect inheritance you received is precisely a branch of my own lineage, left behind by me, the immeasurable Holy Mother, in another world countless ages ago. And this Lishan old mother you see before you is in fact a benevolent avatar I created, cutting off a part of myself to evade disaster, guide the faithful, and protect this land. The cave fell into a profound silence, with only the echo of the old mother's, no, the immeasurable Holy Mother's benevolent avatar's voice, lingering in the air. Chun-mo was utterly stunned. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that a cultivation method he stumbled upon would be connected to such an earth-shaking legacy. He had become the heir, across the ages, to the direct lineage of a sage from the ancient Jie sect, and this kindly old mother before him was actually the fabled avatar of the legendary, immeasurable Holy Mother herself. Bai Sujin's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Though she always sensed her master's origins were extraordinary, this was her first time learning so clearly a truth that shook the 3 realms. She looked at Chun-mo with a newfound sense of camaraderie and the awe of a shared, fated bond. Chun-mo drew in a deep breath, suppressing the roaring waves in his heart, and bowed low before the Lishan old mother, the benevolent avatar of the immeasurable Holy Mother. This bow was his reverent salute, a disciple's heartfelt recognition of his ancestral teacher. Disciple Shen mon pays respect. To Grandmaster. His voice trembled with excitement and an unprecedented sense of belonging. In this instant, he felt a thread connecting him to the primordial times and the Jie sect's ancient lineage, binding him unshakably to his roots. Though the path ahead remained shrouded in mist, his foundation was now clear and his way forward illuminated. A weighty sense of inherited responsibility, as vast as the starry sea, now rested upon his shoulders. Lishan old mother, the benevolent avatar of the immeasurable Holy Mother, looked at him, her eyes full of gentle satisfaction. Softly she said, "Rise, child. Since you have obtained the true teachings of the Jie sect, you are one of our own. This Shangqing record you possess is but the foundation. The true path of the supreme purity is only just beginning." Even the spiritual energy within the cave seemed to hum with quiet joy, resonating with the rekindling of this timeless inheritance. At the summit of Mount Qinsheng, deep within the celestial cave, time flowed swiftly. Ever since the day Lishan old mother, the benevolent avatar of the immeasurable Holy Mother, revealed his true heritage, Chun-mo had taken root in the heart of Qinsheng Mountain, dwelling within the cave of supreme purity. This mystical domain had been carved out by the old mother with her boundless power, where the ambient energy was so dense it bordered on liquid. Wisps of purple aura condensed into spiritual springs, while rare flowers and enchanted grasses exhaled the breath of primordial purity. In the very center of the cave, a primordial spirit well gushed day and night with the purest essence of chaos. This was the place Lishan old mother had chosen as Chun-mo's sanctuary for cultivation. Revisiting the supreme scripture of Shangqing, returning to the source, reforging the foundation of the Tao. The matron of Mount Li did not rush to impart profound secrets. Seated cross-legged upon her cloud-cushioned throne, she tapped her finger, sending a ray of pure light straight into Chun-mo's brow. Instantly, a scripture far more vast and magnificent than the Shangqing register, the supreme scripture of Shangqing and the Great Cavern, was branded into the sea of his consciousness. Every word shimmered like a priceless pearl, each syllable carrying the weight of the Tao's true principles, radiating an ancient, formidable aura unique to the teachings of Jie sect. Emoer, the matron's voice was calm, cutting straight to the heart of things. The Shangqing register you cultivated before was but a fragmented remnant of our GSX lineage, scattered among mortals. Though it served as your foundation, it has been worn thin by the passage of ages. Its resonance with the Tao faded. Moreover, your cultivation in the mundane world has inevitably tainted your roots with worldly impurities and distracting thoughts. What seems solid is in fact mixed and impure, a tower built on shifting sands. The supreme scripture of Shanxing and the Great Cavern is the true teaching directly bestowed by the sect master himself, illuminating the very gateway to the primordial Tao. Its profound subtleties are beyond anything those remnants can offer. To inherit this scripture, you must first dissolve your former cultivation and reforge your foundations. Using the main principles of the true scripture as your crucible, you must refine your old strength and purge it of impurity until your power returns to its original, pristine clarity. Only then will you be worthy to glimpse the true mysteries of Shanxing. Chun Mo knew well that this was a supreme opportunity and a trial of rebirth through agony. Without hesitation, he sat cross-legged atop the mysterious origin spirit eye, palms open to the heavens. Dissolving and refining power, 0 to 3 years. The process was slow and excruciating. As Chun Mo circulated the purification and return to source formula, the opening chapter of the supreme scripture, the surging energies within him seemed to be cast into an invisible crucible. With painstaking care, he guided the process, stripping away, breaking down, and purifying every thread of his former power. Each separation felt as if his meridians were being torn asunder. Each refinement was like having impurities scraped from his very being, oozing out as foul, grayish sweat from every pore. Within his mind's eye, he envisioned the Shanxing realm, the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation, swirling and tumultuous until an unmatched current of pure energy rose from the void, dividing into yin and yang, giving birth to all things. The sheer grandeur and clarity of this vision helped him endure the pain, steadying his heart upon the Tao. For 3 long years, it was as though he endured an unending ordeal. His robes became soaked and crusted with filth again and again, his skin encrusted with thick, gray scales like stone. But when the very last trace of impure energy had been refined and reabsorbed, the power flowing within him became as limpid and flawless as crystal, shimmering with a cool, ethereal light. Though his cultivation level had fallen back to the pinnacle of the chi refining and spirit consolidating stage, the purity, density, and affinity of his power for the world's spiritual energy had increased tenfold. Opening his eyes, his gaze was now limpid and profound, devoid of any trace of impurity. Only at this moment did he truly understand how insignificant this Shanxing register was compared to the supreme scripture of Shanxing and the Great Cavern. It was but a single drop in an infinite ocean. Refining the spirit, returning to the void, knocking on the gates of immortality, years 3 to 7. With his foundation rebuilt, Chun Mo began to cultivate the main chapters of the true scripture, the 39 chapters of divine preservation and inner refinement. Each chapter corresponded to a mystical acupoint within his body or to the visualization and communion with an innate deity. He started with the Niwen Palace, envisioning the exalted Lord of the Void, focusing on his divine form and sensing the resonance of his Tao. Guided by the true scripture, pure spiritual power washed through obscure or previously undiscovered mysterious apertures within him. With each one unlocked, his primordial spirit grew stronger, and the scope and precision of his spiritual perception sharpened. He often found himself plunged into profound meditative states, his soul seeming to leave his body and roam within the illusory, great Luo celestial palace that unfolded in his sea of consciousness. There he traced the palace's walls, formed from countless Taoist sigils, and listened to the faint strains of celestial music of the upper purity. Sometimes his spirit would expand outward, piercing the restrictions of the hidden sanctuary, allowing him to see the ancient rings within millennia-old trees deep in Mount Qingcheng, hear the subtle pulse of spiritual springs trickling through mountain ravines, and smell the purest essence of qi drifting in the heart of the sea of clouds. On the night of a full moon in the 7th year, as Chun Mo visualized the Southern Pole Emperor of Longevity within the Crimson Palace of the Heart, meditating on the boundless vitality of that Taoist resonance, the 3 treasures within him, essence, energy, and spirit, suddenly surged with power. Atop his crown, 3 unreal azure lotuses, formed from pure radiance and poised to bloom, slowly emerged, their gentle light cascading down to envelop his entire body. The three flowers gathered above his head. An immortal light was born of itself. In that moment, everything came together, naturally, and he officially crossed the threshold into the realm of the immortal, achieving the stage of human immortal. From then on, the divide between the mortal and the immortal was clear. Peak of human immortal, calamity, clouds gathering, years 7 to 10. Upon stepping into the human immortal realm, Chun-mo did not relax his efforts. With constant guidance from the old mother of Lishan, who often preached the Tao while reclining on her cloud bed, her words like sweet nectar sinking into his soul, his understanding of the true scripture grew ever deeper. He began to guide the 5 elemental energies hidden within his organs: hearts, fire, livers, wood, spleens, earth, lungs, metal, and kidneys, water, attempting the 5 chi converging to the origin. Wisps of 5-colored elemental essence, like streams of living color, flowed into his dantian and spiritual sea, nourishing the 3 azure lotuses atop his head, making them more substantial. The veins on their petals became distinct, radiating vibrant life. At the same time, the protective divine arts recorded in the true scripture began to reveal their might. Celestial thunder of the upper purity asterisk with a flick of his finger, a needle-thin streak of thunder, dense and chaotic in hue, shot forth. Without a sound, it pierced through a block of black iron 100 feet away, leaving behind a smooth hole, its power far surpassing ordinary thunder arts. 5 elemental escape arts asterisk with a single thought, his body could transform into a wisp of wind. Wind escape, merge seamlessly with stone, earth escape, or slip away with the current, water escape, appearing and vanishing without a trace, wondrous and mysterious. Protective radiance asterisk at his command, a sheen as thin as a cicada's wing yet tougher than steel covered his whole body. Taoist sigils flowed faintly across its surface, rendering him impervious to ordinary magical treasures. After 10 years of seclusion, Chun-mo had reached the pinnacle of the earthly immortal realm. The power within him surged like a boundless river of stars, endlessly flowing. The radiance of his primordial spirit illuminated his sea of consciousness, revealing every subtle detail. The 3 spiritual blossoms atop his head were dense and resplendent, swaying with a graceful vitality. Silently, a weighty and majestic will of heaven locked onto him. Beyond his sanctuary, above Mount Qingsheng, an ominous tribulation cloud began to gather, dense and vast, spanning 1,000 miles, yet wholly undetectable to ordinary eyes. Deep within the clouds, arcs of purple lightning writhed like golden serpents, and muffled thunder rumbled, as if some ancient beast were roaring in the abyss. The air was thick with a sense of annihilation, causing the spirit beasts of the mountain to burrow and hide, and the very trees and grass to bow beneath its presence. This was no ordinary celestial tribulation. It was the fabled 9-fold tribulation. 81 bolts of heavenly lightning, each more terrifying than the last, the final 9 infused with the very laws of heaven itself. The arrival of this trial proclaimed that the one who faced it possessed limitless potential and an unshakable foundation. While it presented the harshest of heavenly tests, it also foretold a single truth. The path to the Deluo immortal was now within reach. Within the sanctuary, Mother Lishan sensed both Chun-mo's rise to his peak and the heart-stopping pressure of the tribulation clouds building. Outside, light flickered in her eyes, as if piercing time and space itself, holding a silent communion with her true form, the Wudong Holy Mother. For a long moment, her serene face remained unruffled. Then suddenly, a deep and heartfelt smile unfurled, like a glacier, silent for millennia, finally thawing in the sun. 10 years of arduous cultivation, such a solid foundation is rare indeed. His insight surpasses all, able to glimpse the shadow of the Deluo heavenly gate. During his inner refinement, rarer still is the way he naturally resonates with the path of the Jie sect, the spirit of seizing a thread of hope itself. This child is no ordinary talent. He is the true spark of hope for the revival of my sect. Mother Lishan realized. My true self shares this conviction. He is truly heaven's gift to Jie sect. When Chun-mo finished his final 49-day deep meditation and adjusted his state to its absolute peak in preparation for his tribulation, Mother Lishan's voice echoed gently in his heart. Come. Chun-mo straightened his robes and attire, then approached Mother Lishan's seat, bowing respectfully. She gazed at him, her eyes solemn yet filled with tenderness. Her voice was not loud, but rang through the entire Shanqing sanctuary with the force of a great bell. Chun-mo, For 10 years you have endured the pain of dissolving and reforging your cultivation, borne the loneliness of inner refinement, and comprehended the true meaning of the Tao of nature. You have fused the essential marrow of the supreme clarity, great cavern scripture, into your very blood and soul. Your Tao heart, perseverance, and insight embody the true teachings of our Jia sect. Today, as the benevolent avatar of the Wudong Holy Mother, I formally accept you as my personal disciple on behalf of my true self, the Wudong Holy Mother. You are now a third-generation direct disciple of the Jia sect, and your master is the Wudong Holy Mother herself. You are one of the inner circle. She paused, her voice growing even more solemn. Remember always the sacred command of the Grand Master of Tongtin. Education knows no class, and heaven's salvation is for all. Hold fast to righteousness to protect all living beings, and uphold the Tao to pass it on for generations. This is a duty no disciple of the Jia sect may ever forsake. Chen Mo's heart was shaken to its core. An indescribable surge of excitement, honor, and a weighty sense of responsibility flooded through him all at once, making his eyes sting with emotion. He drew a deep breath, lifted the front hem of his azure robe, and with the utmost reverence, performed the grand ancient ritual of 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows to the Lady of Mount Li, representing the Wudong Holy Mother. Disciple Chen Mo offers his deepest thanks for the grace of Master, the true form of the Wudong Holy Mother, and for the kindness of Master's incarnation, the benevolent manifestation of the Lady of Mount Li, who rebuilt and transmitted the teachings. His voice trembled with emotion, yet rang with unwavering resolve. Here and now, I, Chen Mo, swear, I will not fail the profound hopes of my sect. I will uphold righteousness, guard my heart, protect the way, and carry forward the teachings of Jia sect, no matter how many times I must face death. I will never turn back. His forehead struck heavily against the cold jade floor, producing a clear, ringing sound. In that moment, the mark of Jia sect upon him shone as brilliantly as the stars, and pressed upon him with the weight of a mountain. These 10 years were not a solitary journey for Chen Mo. Around the 5th year of his secluded cultivation, when he was reforging his Tao foundation, Bai Suzhen returned to Mount Qingqing with Shaoqing. After the fierce battle by the Qiantang River, enlightening Su Xian and coming to understand the origins of her own spiritual lineage, the Lady of Mount Li had also revealed some of her past to her. Bai Suzhen felt a calling in her heart. She now had an opportunity to refine her spiritual practice and needed to return to the mountain for quiet meditation and growth. The Lady of Mount Li arranged for their dwelling, Suzhen's cottage, to be set beside the Cloud Stream ravine, right next to the Upper Clarity Grotto Heaven. At first, the 3 each entered seclusion, minding their own cultivation without disturbing one another. But as time passed, listening together to the profound teachings of their ancestral master and cultivating the Upper Clarity lineage, for Bai Suzhen's own studies were also a pure, orthodox inheritance from the Wudong Holy Mother. Chen Mo and Bai Suzhen began to cross paths more frequently, especially when they discussed the Tao, solved confusions, or sought guidance from the Lady of Mount Li. Every 3 years, the matron of Mount Li would hold a grand assembly to expound the Tao. Her teachings were profound, unraveling the supreme mysteries of the Shangqing path. After each discourse, Chen Mo and Bai Suzhen would, as if by silent agreement, meet beneath an ancient, gnarled pine tree beside Cloud Brook. The stream whispered over the stones, and the air shimmered with spiritual energy. Chen Mo hailed from beyond the heavens, his mind unbound by the limitations of this world. His interpretations of the sublime perception of the profound void from the Shangqing Great Cavern Scripture were often unconventional, offering bold ideas such as housing the spirit within folds of space. Bai Suzhen, with 1,000 years of cultivation and deep-rooted wisdom, comprehended the principle of the Tao follows nature to her very core. She could illuminate the cycles of the 5 elements and the turning of yin and yang simply by tracing the path of a single falling leaf. They inspired one another endlessly, each often falling into contemplative silence or breaking into delighted laughter at the other's fresh perspective. Once, as they discussed the paradox of water's supreme softness and strength, Bai Suzhen gathered her qi at her fingertips, drawing the stream into the form of a sinuous water dragon. At times, it coiled gently around her hand, supple as silk. At others, it roared with a force that seemed to shatter stone, fully embodying the essence of water's power. Watching this, Chen Mo's understanding of the water escape technique soared to new heights. Their debates could span days, their spirits resonating in the cadence of the Tao, each sharpening the other's cultivation. Chun Mo admired Bai Sujin's gentle resilience and unclouded heart. Bai Sujin, in turn, was drawn to Chun Mo's insight, tenacity, and a natural kinship that arose from their shared path. Affection blossomed between them, pure and clear as a mountain spring, flowing quietly and unstained by the dust of the world. One night, Chun Mo struggled with a bottleneck while cultivating the higher mysteries of the Shangqing divine thunder, the yin-yang annihilation. Thunder. He found it almost impossible to grasp the delicate balance between annihilation and renewal. More than once, his attempts nearly harmed his own meridians. Deep in thought, he sat by the brook under a moon that poured its silver light over the water. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Sujin had appeared on a mossy stone nearby. She said nothing, simply lifted her slender hand toward the bright moon in the sky. A thread of purest lunar essence flowed down at her silent summons, gathering in her palm into a crystalline orb, icy, translucent, suffused with a chilling, annihilating power. Then, with a gentle turn of her wrist, that frigid force transformed into a wave of warm, vibrant vitality. The light scattered as sparkling dewdrops, nurturing the grass and trees along the brook, which instantly burst into lush new life. Having done this, she glanced at Chun Mo with eyes bright and knowing, then drifted away as quietly as she had come. In that moment, enlightenment struck Chun Mo like a bolt of lightning. Annihilation is not the end, but the very beginning of renewal. He immediately tried again, and succeeded in summoning a flicker of thunder that embodied the mystery of the cycle of life and death. This unspoken resonance and guidance, silent yet profound, meant more than 1,000 words and struck a deeper chord within his heart. Yet, there was always in the depths of Bai Sujin's heart a faint ripple that bore the name of Su Xian. Once, during a pause in their discussions, beneath the ancient pine, she gazed at the distant lights of the mortal world below and sighed softly before speaking first. "Brother Chun, what do you think of Su Xian?" Chun Mo set down the Tao patterns he had woven with his spiritual power and looked at her, his gaze calm and penetrating. "Senior sister Bai, is there still something weighing on your heart?" Bai Sujin gave a slight nod. Back then, at the broken bridge by Westlake, spring rain fell as fine as silk. He offered me an umbrella, and I have cherished that kindness ever since. My desire to repay his favor is sincere. There was a fleeting moment, moved by his earnestness, when my mortal heart wavered. But, senior sister, Chun Mo's voice was gentle, yet it cut straight to the heart of the matter. The debt has been repaid, and the bond fulfilled. Su Xian is but a mortal man, destined for a lifespan of no more than 100 years. The path of immortals and mortals diverge. If you stubbornly try to continue this relationship, will it bring blessing or calamity? Think carefully. If you insist on remaining in the mortal world, would those like Fahai let matters rest? When storms gather again, how could Su Xian, an ordinary man, cope with being drawn into conflict between immortals and demons? Would he not spend his days in fear, constantly on edge? Or worse, might your presence bring misfortune upon his family? Moreover, you carry the teachings of the Jie sect, and 1,000 years of cultivation is no easy feat if you become entangled by worldly love, clouding your Tao heart and hindering your progress. Would that not betray both our master's teachings and your own quest for enlightenment? He paused, then continued. For those of us who cultivate the Tao, the pursuit of longevity and freedom is true, but we must also understand the law of cause and effect and avoid being ensnared by mortal attachments, helping him to a life of wealth and health, free from illness or disaster, with a house full of descendants, granting him the complete happiness of a mortal, is already the best way to fulfill this karmic bond. To force a union would be a disaster for him and a shackle for you. Compassion is not limited to staying by his side. Helping him find fulfillment in this life is compassion as well. Bai Sujin listened in silence, and gradually the haze in her eyes began to clear. Chun Mo's words, like a fresh spring, washed away the last trace of uncertainty in her heart. She was, after all, a person of exceptional wisdom, her Tao heart pure after 1,000 years of cultivation, only momentarily trapped by her sense of gratitude and a touch of mortal longing. Now, awakened by his words and her own understanding, she felt her heart open up and become clear once more. "You speak truly, junior brother," Bai Sujin said, her smile blooming like snow melting under the spring sun, or the moon breaking through the clouds. "It seems I've been caught up in appearances." She rose to her feet and, with utmost respect, bowed deeply in the direction of the Lishan mother's cave. "I humbly beseech master's compassion. to help your disciple bring closure to this earthly bond. From within the Lishan mother's cave, a gentle voice responded, "Very well." With profound power and boundless compassion, the Holy Mother gently nudged the threads of fate within the mysterious workings of the heavens. Down in Qiantang, Su Xian received, in a dream, a celestial revelation that illuminated the essence of medicine. He also chanced upon a long-lost prescription, and soon his medical skills became renowned throughout Jiangnan. Kind-hearted by nature, he practiced medicine too, helped the world, and his family prospered year after year. In time, he married a gentle, virtuous, and well-matched official's daughter. Their marriage was harmonious, a model of mutual respect and deep affection. His wife bore him 3 sons and 2 daughters, all healthy and bright. The Su family flourished with generations of descendants, wealth, and happiness stretching on. Throughout his life, Su Xian suffered no grave illness or disaster. In his twilight years, surrounded by children and grandchildren, he passed peacefully in his sleep on a sunlit, gentle afternoon, a faint smile lingering on his lips. Now and then, in the haze of dreams, he would glimpse a white-clad woman beneath a paper umbrella along the misty shores of Westlake, her face forever veiled in mystery. Upon waking, he would feel only a deep, quiet warmth, as if caressed by gentle moonlight, though he could never recall the details. This mortal bond, in the end, dissolved like a wisp of breeze, vanishing without a trace in the river of time. The last lingering attachment in by Su Jin's heart faded away. Her spirit became clear as crystal. When she looked at Chen Mo, the friendship and quietly blossoming affection she felt became all the more pure and natural. The ultimate tribulation descends. Baptized by the Sea of Thunder, the foundation of the great Tao is set. After 10 years, the day Chen Mo emerged from seclusion was also the moment when the heavenly tribulation arrived. He stepped out of the upper purity grotto, standing atop the highest and most perilous peak of Mount Qingqi's sky-reaching peak. Fierce winds howled, whipping his azure robe so it billowed like a banner. Overhead, the storm clouds that had been gathering for ages now pressed down, dark and heavy as molten lead, blanketing the sky for miles around. The clouds sagged so low they seemed almost within reach. Inside them, bolts of violet, gold, and jet-black lightning writhed and surged. A million furious dragons roaring through a churning sea of clouds. The thunder was no longer a distant rumble, but the earth-shaking roar of heaven's wrath. The crushing pressure of annihilation forced every living creature in the Qingqing Mountains to cower and tremble before its might. This was the cataclysmic force of the ninefold tribulation. From afar, the Holy Mother of Lishan, Bai Sujin, and Shaoqing stood on a floating immortal isle, watching over him with grave concern. Shaoqing's face was pale as she clung tightly to Bai Sujin's sleeve. Bai Sujin pressed her lips together, her clear eyes fixed unwaveringly on the solitary figure atop the peak, worry and trust mingling in her gaze. Chen Mo's eyes were as calm and deep as an abyss. Within him, the great scripture of the upper purity grotto surged to its utmost, his vast and pure spiritual power roaring through his meridians with the force of a mighty river. Above him, 3 gleaming azure lotuses spun slowly, casting down countless rays of pure light to shield him. An indomitable, unyielding spirit soared to the heavens, brimming with vitality, a force that seemed to stand shoulder to shoulder with the oppressive power of the tribulation itself. A thunderclap split the sky, its fury shaking heaven and earth. The first tribulation bolt descended, a thunderclap as thick as a water vat, deep violet in color, ripping through space with a piercing shriek as it crashed down. Chen Mo stood his ground, unmoving, his fingers joined into a sword shape, stabbing forward as he commanded. "Break!" In that instant, a razor-thin bolt of lightning, condensed to the extreme and swirling with primordial chaos, the supreme, purifying divine thunder, soared upward against the heavens, striking the tip of the violet tribulation bolt with unerring precision. There was a sharp hiss, not a thunderous explosion, but the sound of the violet bolt collapsing like a punctured balloon. Its energy was swiftly unraveled and dissolved by the chaos lightning, vanishing without a trace. The second and third golden tribulation bolts followed in quick succession. Chen Mo's figure blurred, gliding across the narrow peak like a phantom. With a mysterious 5 elements escape technique, he dodged each core strike at the very last possible moment. Simultaneously, a shield of pure light shimmered around him, absorbing the scattered lightning. The light rippled under the onslaught, yet remained unbroken and resilient. With every strike, the bolts grew stronger, their color shifting from gold to dark gold, then to a soul-chilling pitch black. Soon, Chen-mo began to sustain injuries. By the 72nd strike, the lightning had become an inky darkness, radiating the aura of annihilation, the annihilating divine thunder. This bolt fell in utter silence, yet brimmed with the power to dissolve all things. With a low shout, Chen-mo summoned the protective treasure bestowed by the mother of Mount Li, a pearl the size of a dove's egg, swirling with chaotic energy, the primordial unity pearl. The pearl expanded instantly, growing as large as a small table, forming a barrier before him. A deep, corrosive hum echoed as the annihilating divine thunder crashed into the pearl. Its light faded rapidly, spiderweb cracks spreading across its surface. With a mournful cry, the treasure's glow was extinguished, shrinking back to its original size and tumbling to the ground. The residual annihilation force pierced through, and Chen-mo staggered, a groan escaping his lips. His robe at the chest disintegrated to ash, revealing scorched and blackened skin, a glint of golden blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet his eyes remained sharp as blades. Within, his spiritual power grew ever more solid under the tempering of the tribulation, and his soul shone clearer and more resilient than ever, forged in the crucible of destruction. The final 9 bolts. At the heart of the storm clouds, 9 blinding orbs of light ignited. Gold, green, blue, red, yellow, white, purple, black, and gray. 9-colored divine thunder. Each represented one of the most fundamental laws of heaven and earth. The terrifying pressure warped space and sent the mountain trembling, as if the end of days had come. Chen-mo drew a deep breath, and a brilliance never before seen burst forth in his eyes. Not only did he not retreat, he spread his arms wide, stepping forward to face the 9 world-shattering divine bolts head-on. He invoked the most profound and perilous secret art of his true scriptures. The myriad tribulations return to source. The way of severing heaven grants a sliver of survival. Let these countless bolts forge my foundation. Laws as fuel, temper my soul. Come, refine me. He was using his very body as a crucible, daring to swallow and refine these 9 bolts, each imbued with the laws of heaven itself. Thunder roared again and again, the 9 divine bolts descending one after the other, like 9 roaring dragons of law, crashing relentlessly into Chen-mo's body. A pain beyond imagination swept through every inch of his flesh and every thread of his soul in an instant, his entire being transformed into a blinding sphere of light, dozens of meters across, endlessly twisting and swelling. On the surface of this sphere, 9 colored bolts of lightning danced madly, weaving, colliding, and exploding in wild succession. His bones shattered and reformed with a sound that set one's teeth on edge. His flesh was caught in an endless cycle of burning to cinders and then being reborn anew. His meridians were torn asunder by the rampaging power of the laws, only to be forcibly repaired again and again. Even his very soul seemed to be cast into purgatory, tormented on the edge between annihilation and rebirth. With every flash of lightning, it felt as if the world was being created and destroyed anew. Chen-mo's consciousness wavered in the agony, only to be brought back time and again by his unwavering will, clinging desperately to that sliver of clarity in his sea of awareness. The visualization of the Shanqing realm, guiding the raging power of the laws, he forced them to circulate and refine themselves along the path set forth in the great Shanqing cavern scripture. In the distance, Bai Suzhen's heart leapt in her throat, silent tears streaming down her cheeks. Xiao Qing had already hidden her face in terror, hands covering her eyes. The old mother of Mount Li gripped her horsetail whisk a little tighter, her gaze filled with admiration. Hold on, refine it. This is the very foundation of your ascent to the Deluo realm. At last, the final bolt of divine thunder, a gray lightning infused with the primordial chaos and the return of all things to the void, was painstakingly refined into Chen-mo's body by sheer force of will, merging with the newly formed seed of law within him. In that moment, the terrifying sphere of light suddenly collapsed inward. The dense tribulation clouds that had blanketed the sky seemed to be swept away by an invisible hand, receding like a rapidly retreating tide. From the highest heavens, a magnificent, divine, 7-colored radiance cascaded down, enveloping the charred yet still upright figure standing atop Jietian Peak with pinpoint precision. The multicolored glow fell like sweet rain, nourishing Chen-mo's body, battered and riddled with wounds. Charred skin peeled away, inch by inch, revealing beneath it new flesh as lustrous as jade, softly aglow with a faint, precious light. Shattered bones were reformed in the radiance, ringing with a pure, resonant hum. The torn meridians within him healed and widened under the glow, growing tougher than before, as his flowing magical power became as thick and boundless as molten purple gold. Within his sea of consciousness, his soul bathed in the radiance and rapidly recovered, not only stronger and more refined, but now faintly marked with 9 obscure and mysterious patterns, the nascent imprints of 9 different laws. Above his head, 3 azure lotuses blossomed fully in the light, petals unfurling, crystalline and translucent, radiating a gentle brilliance and casting down auspicious clouds of blessing. An aura of transcendence, freedom, and unity with the very breath of heaven and earth surged forth from Chun-mo, accompanied by an immense wave of vital energy. He had successfully overcome the ninefold tribulation and officially stepped into the realm of earthly immortal. More importantly, through the ordeal of these 81 thunderstrikes, especially the final 9 bolts of divine law, his very being had been branded with the seed of a greater law. Both his spirit and body had undergone the harshest yet most perfect of temperings, forging a foundation so robust and a potential so vast that his future path toward the indestructible, peerless Deluo golden immortal realm now rested on unshakable, solid ground. Thus, the journey toward Deluo had truly begun. As the radiant clouds gradually faded, Chun-mo slowly opened his eyes. For a fleeting moment, his gaze seemed to hold the birth of chaos and the flicker of starry rivers, depths that hinted at the mysteries of the entire cosmos. He looked toward the distant immortal island, where 3 faces watched with concern and excitement. The kindly, gratified Lady Mother of Mountly, by Sujin, tears barely dry yet radiant with a breathtaking smile, and Xiaoqing, so thrilled she could hardly stay still. The corners of Chun-mo's lips lifted, revealing a smile born from surviving tribulation, a smile of relief, newfound strength, and unshakable confidence. It was a bright, pure expression, brimming with the power of renewal. On the peak of Mount Qingqing, the echoes of thunder still lingered in the air, but a new legendary chapter had already begun to unfold in the brilliance of rainbow clouds. The spark for the revival of the Jijiao sect, tempered to perfection by the ninefold tribulation, now blazed, with a light that illuminated all the heavens. And along the road of the great Tao, the feelings that first sprouted in philosophical debate, flourished under the moon, and were refined through hardship, became ever clearer and more resolute atop these celestial peaks and sea of clouds. In the days that followed, Chun-mo secluded himself within his cave to focus on cultivation. After long, dedicated effort, he finally stabilized his realm. Emerging from retreat in high spirits, he set out to find Bai Sujin and Xiaoqing. But when he found Bai Sujin, he noticed that something was amiss. Her face was clouded, troubled by thoughts she could not voice. Chun-mo, concerned, gently inquired about her worries, but Bai Sujin remained silent. Xiaoqing, unable to bear the silence, spoke up. Though my sister has repaid her debt of gratitude, there's still karma left unresolved between her and Fa Hai. Only by settling this karma can she break through to the realm of immortal. Upon hearing this, Chun-mo turned to Bai Sujin and said, "Senior sister, why didn't you tell me about this? Don't worry, after I pay my respects to Master, I'll accompany you to Jinshan Temple, so we can uncover the truth of this karma together." Bai Sujin nodded slightly, gratitude shining in her eyes. Chun-mo then entered the cave dwelling to visit Lady Mother of Mountly, explaining that he and Bai Sujin wished to go to Jinshan Temple to resolve her karmic ties. After a moment of thoughtful silence, Lady Mother nodded her assent to their request. With their master's permission, Chun-mo and Bai Sujin set off down the mountain together. Instead of using any magical arts, they chose to travel leisurely, exploring rivers and mountains and savoring the beauty along the way. Though their journey was slow, it granted them more time to converse, deepening their bond with every step. After several days of trekking, they finally arrived at Jinshan Temple. Standing before the temple gates, gazing at the long stone steps and the ground blanketed with fallen leaves, both Chun-mo and Bai Sujin felt a profound sense of tranquility and solemnity. In the distance, the sound of a bell echoed through the mountains, its deep resonance telling the story and history of the ancient temple. At that very moment, Fa Hai had already sensed their arrival. He stood firmly before the grand hall, holding his golden alms bowl. A cold, piercing light shone in his eyes, radiating an aura of immense power. "Demon, How dare you set foot in this sacred place? Fahai's furious voice thundered through the air. In an instant, a surge of formidable Buddhist energy erupted. Around him, shaking the very space itself. The golden swastika in his palm began to spin rapidly, glowing with a dazzling brilliance, almost as if it were alive. Faced with Fahai's accusation, Baisujin merely bowed slightly, her voice cool yet unwavering. Master Fahai, 1,000 years of grievances must come to an end today. In her words, there was a resolve that could not be shaken, as if she had steeled herself for whatever was to come. Fahai's gaze was sharp as a blade. He cast his eyes over Chun Mo, who stood beside Baisujin, noticing the ethereal aura swirling around him, a clear sign of his ascension to the immortal path. This sight only deepened Fahai's anger. To him, it was an affront to righteousness for a Taoist disciple to walk alongside a demon. You, a Taoist disciple, consorting with a demon. Today, I shall carry out heaven's will. Fahai's voice was as resounding as a great bell, ringing through the air. Before his words had even faded, he struck out. The golden alms bowl leapt from his hand, soaring into the sky, spinning rapidly as if imbued with its own spirit. In a flash, radiant Buddhist light cascaded from the bowl like a waterfall, transforming into countless chains of Sanskrit script. These chains, fierce and wild as beasts, unleashed, lunged straight for Baisujin and Chun Mo. Each chain shimmered with blinding light, brimming with boundless Buddhist power, as though determined to bind them utterly. Chun Mo's expression grew icy. With a sharp, dismissive grunt, he swept his sleeve, unleashing a surge of force that erupted from within like the primordial thunder at the dawn of creation. This was the peerless divine thunder described in the Supreme Purity Sutra, the celestial lightning of righteousness. At Chun Mo's command, that chaotic bolt of lightning shot from his palm like a streak of silver, crackling with destructive might as it hurtled toward the Buddhist chains, ready to shatter them with its unstoppable force. There was a thunderous explosion, so powerful it seemed to shake the very heavens and earth. The lightning clashed violently with the Buddhist chains, unleashing a deafening blast that echoed across the land. The force of the explosion was immense, so much so that the halls of Jinshan Temple shuddered violently, roof tiles shooting into the air and crashing down like a rainstorm upon the ground. With a muffled groan, Fahai staggered back several steps, unable to steady himself. His complexion turned ashen, and a trace of golden blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Clearly that single strike had dealt him a serious blow. Shock filled his eyes, impossible to conceal. It was evident he had never imagined Chun Mo's thunder magic to be so fierce, its power so overwhelming. You! Fahai roared in fury, his eyes wide with disbelief and anger as he fixed his gaze on Chun Mo. Yet even in his rage, he did not retreat. Instead, he pressed his palms together, began chanting, and recited the Diamond Sutra with unwavering focus. As Fahai's chanting filled the air, a mysterious force descended upon the entirety of Jinshan Temple. In an instant, countless streams of incense-powered wishes surged in from all directions, pouring ceaselessly into Fahai's body. These streams of faith and incense gathered around Fahai, coalescing into a colossal manifestation. The awe-inspiring great heavenly dragon, towering dozens of yards high, it radiated dazzling golden light, as if a true celestial dragon had descended into the mortal world. From its gaping jaws came an ear-splitting roar, a sound so mighty it threatened to rend the sky and earth asunder. Suddenly, the great heavenly dragon spread its massive arms, bringing with it an overwhelming sense of oppression, and struck down upon Chun Mo and Baisujin with unstoppable force. Baisujin, witnessing this, raised her slender hand, unleashing the power she had cultivated for 1,000 years atop Mount Qingshan. Above her head, a golden lotus blossomed, an omen that she was on the verge of transcending and becoming immortal. Brother Chun, do not panic. I will aid you. With a resolute cry, Baisujin streaked forward like a bolt of white lightning. Forming mystical seals with her fingers and chanting softly, she unleashed a mighty water spell. It surged from her body as a colossal dragon of water, roaring as it charged straight at Fahai's great heavenly dragon. At the same time, Chun Mo would not be outdone. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned his thunder magic once more. In a heartbeat, thunderclouds boiled across the sky, bolts of lightning flashing and crackling, each streak of violet electricity lashing out like silver serpents, striking fiercely at the great heavenly dragon. In that moment, chaos reigned above Jinshan Temple. Water dragon clashed against the heavenly dragon in the sky, their collision resounding with earth-shaking force. The two sides exchanged blow after blow, locked in a fierce contest, neither yielding an inch, the outcome undecided. However, just as the two sides remained locked in a stalemate, a sudden swirl of auspicious clouds appeared on the horizon. The clouds were soft as spun sugar, radiating a gentle golden glow. As they drifted closer, a serene Buddha's light descended from the heavens, bathing every corner of Jinshan Temple in its radiance. Everyone gazed intently, and there, descending slowly from the clouds, was Guanyin Bodhisattva. She held a pure water vase in one hand and stood gracefully upon a lotus pedestal. Her face radiated compassion, with a faint, gentle smile at her lips, as if all things in the world were under her benevolent care. Amit Ba, Guanyin softly intoned, her lips parting in a gentle sigh. With her words, she lightly waved the willow branch in her hand. Instantly, the murderous tension that had filled the air melted away without a trace, as if snow under the morning sun. When Fahai witnessed the divine appearance of Guanyin Bodhisattva, his heart surged with emotion. He immediately knelt to the ground, bowing deeply, and exclaimed, "This disciple pays homage to the Bodhisattva." His voice rang with awe and devotion. Guanyin smiled, her gaze settling on Bai Sujin. She nodded approvingly and spoke, "White snake, through 1,000 years of cultivation, you have finally achieved enlightenment today and attained the path of the human immortal. This is truly a cause for joy and celebration." Hearing these words, Bai Sujin was moved to tears of gratitude. She respectfully bowed to Guanyin and replied, "Thank you, Bodhisattva, for your guidance and grace. Your kindness is beyond measure." Guanyin then turned her gaze to Chinamo. A hint of admiration flickered in her eyes as she said, "Disciple of the Supreme Purity Sect, your foundation is profound. If you rejoin the Buddhist order, you would surely attain the rank of Arhat and realize the supreme Dharma." Yet before Chanamo could respond, a clear, cold female voice suddenly echoed out from the void, interrupting Guanyin's words. The voice seemed to descend from the highest heavens, cold and commanding, inspiring awe in all who heard it. When have disciples of the GS sect ever needed to enter the Buddhist order? The woman's tone carried a trace of disdain and challenge, making it clear she did not agree with Guanyin's suggestion. In an instant, a streak of azure light tore through the sky like lightning, shooting straight upwards. With its appearance, a powerful sword aura swept over the scene, sending a chill through everyone present. All eyes turned to see the source, an arc of sword light. And following in its wake, Li Mountain's old mother arrived, gliding upon auspicious clouds. She moved with the grace and majesty of an immortal. Her gaze was as piercing as lightning as she fixed her eyes on Guanyin. Within that look, there was both respect for Guanyin and a subtle, almost imperceptible hint of hostility. Guanyin offered a faint, untroubled smile, seemingly unbothered by the old mother's animosity. She simply looked at Fahai with calm composure, and said softly, "Fahai, your attachments run too deep. Today, the cycle of cause and effect comes to an end. It is time to let go." Upon hearing Guanyin's words, Fahai fell silent for a long time. Countless thoughts surged within him, colliding and intertwining in his mind. At last, he let out a deep sigh, pressed his palms together, and said, "Disciple understands." After returning to Mount Qingsheng, old Mother Lishan summoned Shenamo, Bai Sujin, and Shao Qing into her cave dwelling. Inside, the air was heavy with a sense of gravity. Old Mother Lishan's gaze settled gently on Shenamo, though within that gentleness there lingered a hint of solemnity. She spoke, slowly, "Imo, I have just received a message from my true form. I must take Sujin and Shaoqing back to the great desolate world." Chen Mo felt as if a mighty force had struck his heart, leaving him shaken. Instinctively, his eyes turned to Bai Sujin. He saw her gaze tremble slightly. It was clear she had known about this all along. At that moment, old Mother Lishan slowly extended her hand and drew from her robes a thunder hammer wrapped in crackling violet lightning. The hammer glowed with a deep purple hue, electric arcs dancing along its surface, radiating a power that made one's heart race. She handed the thunder hammer to Chan Mo, her voice gentle. "This is the violet lightning hammer, a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. With your ability to traverse worlds, this weapon can summon the purple heaven divine thunder against your foes. It also allows you to call forth the projections of GS sect disciples from the heavens of each realm you visit, granting you aid in times of need. However, remember, should you encounter other deities, do not wield this hammer lightly, lest you invite unnecessary trouble." Chun Mo accepted the violet lightning hammer with respect, feeling the tremendous power it radiated. A surge of ambition and courage welled up in his heart. Next, old Mother Lishan took a storage ring from her sleeve and handed it to Chun Mo. Inside this ring are some cultivation resources, as well as the coordinates for Jineo Island in the Great Desolate. Once you reach the level of Deluo, Golden Immortal, you may go to Jineo Island. There, many opportunities and treasures await, which may aid you on your path. Chun Mo accepted the storage ring with care, nodding solemnly. Disciple will remember your teachings, Master. Bai Sujin stepped forward, each stride laden with unspoken words. She stopped before Chun Mo, reached out, and gently embraced him. There was no hesitation in this gesture, as if she had long since resolved to do so. Brother Chun, until we meet again in the Great Desolate. Bai Sujin's voice was soft yet unwavering, like a feather drifting on the wind, settling quietly by Chun Mo's ear. Though brief, her words brimmed with the sorrow of parting. As he felt Bai Sujin's embrace, a swirl of complex emotions rose in Chun Mo's heart. He nodded slightly, gaze unwavering as he looked at Bai Sujin, and replied, Senior sister, when the day comes on Jineo Island, I will find you. His voice was low and resolute, carrying the weight of his promise. The matron of Mount Lee stood quietly by, watching the scene unfold. Her face betrayed little emotion, but in her eyes shimmered a trace of gentle satisfaction. She understood well that a unique bond connected these two young people, and that their parting was destined to be only temporary. At last, the matron of Mount Lee spoke no further. With a soft flourish of her sleeve, a surge of azure light burst forth, a force both swift and powerful that enveloped Bai Sujin and Shaoqing completely. The blue radiance shimmered, and in a blink swept them into the void, erasing every trace of their presence, as if they had never been there at all. Suddenly, the cave was cloaked in an uncanny silence, leaving Chun Mo alone, standing solitary in the middle of the chamber. His gaze lingered in the direction where Bai Sujin and Shaoqing had vanished, unmoving for a long while. He drew a deep breath, as though wishing to inhale every wisp of spiritual energy that lingered in the air of Mount Qingqing. Then, his steps light and measured, he wandered slowly through the expanse of the cave and its surroundings. His eyes were sharp and searching, sweeping across every corner and leaving no detail unnoticed. He examined the rare spirit herbs with care, some exuding a subtle fragrance, others glowing within uncanny light, each one captivating in its own right. With the utmost caution, he gathered these treasures, storing them in his own magical space, as if each were the most precious gem in the world. Next, he made his way to the repository of ancient texts. Books and scrolls were stacked high, every volume containing endless wisdom and hidden mysteries. He brushed his fingers gently over the aged pages, attuned to the centuries of history and culture preserved within. Eagerly, almost ravenously, he read through the tomes, imprinting their knowledge deep into his mind. When all the spirit herbs and ancient books had been secured, he closed his eyes and quietly tuned into the power of time and space flowing within him. This force coursed through his meridians like a cool spring, nourishing both body and soul. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, a glint of determination flickering within them. It is time to depart, he murmured, his voice echoing through the air, carrying with it an irresistible sense of purpose. He took a single step forward. At once, the very fabric of the void seemed to tear open, echoing with a sharp, cracking sound. In an instant, his figure dissipated, merging with the emptiness, vanishing without a trace. In his wake, only silence remained, as though he had never set foot there at all. Chun Mo plunged out of the chaotic currents of space-time, like a meteor streaking across the sky, crashing straight into a swirling mass of primordial clouds. The cloud churned and billowed, wrapping him tightly within its misty embrace, obscuring him from sight. On the earth below, Nuwa walked barefoot across the scorching rivers of molten lava. Her steps were light yet resolute, each stride leaving faint imprints upon the fiery surface. With her delicate hands, she gently picked up a handful of magical earth, which seemed to come alive in her grasp, trembling ever so slightly. At the very moment Nuwa molded the earth into the shape of a little clay figure, there came a crisp crack, like the snap of a twig in the still air. Astonishingly, the little earthen figure split its legs apart on its own, as if imbued with some mysterious power. Without hesitation, it dashed toward the rising sun, full of life and purpose. Seeing this, Nuwa's expression shifted subtly. She turned suddenly, her gaze sharp as lightning, shooting straight toward the swirling mists of primordial chaos. Tucked in her hair, a jade hairpin shimmered with a cool green light, as though issuing a silent warning. Who dares spy upon the act of creation? Nuwa's voice rang out, deep and resonant, echoing across heaven and earth with an undeniable authority. Within the churning cloud of chaos, Chun-mo heard Nuwa's questioning call, and his heart tightened. The aura of pure light still clung to his body, making him stand out amidst the swirling chaos. Steadying himself, he clasped his hands in a respectful salute and addressed Nuwa. I am Chun-mo, disciple of the Supreme Purity Sect. I have strayed into this realm by accident. I beg your forgiveness, Lady Nuwa. Nuwa's gaze drifted down to Chun-mo, and for a moment, time itself seemed to still. Her eyes were as deep as the starry sky, galaxies swirling within them, holding endless mysteries and wisdom. Chun-mo, under the weight of her gaze, found himself unable to meet her eyes, feeling as if all his secrets had been laid bare. Suddenly, Nuwa let out a soft laugh, bright and melodious as the ringing of silver bells, yet carrying a hint of inscrutable meaning. Her voice, ethereal and harmonious, drifted gently through the air. You carry the aura of my third senior brother. How interesting. Chun-mo's heart trembled at her words. He had no idea who this third senior brother might be, but from Nuwa's tone, it was clear that this Tongtian senior brother was a figure of remarkable power. As he was about to ask further, Nuwa continued, This is but a projection of mine in another world. She is unaware of the existence of the great desolation. But since fate has brought us together, I shall grant you a measure of merit. While I create humanity, you may assist me. As soon as she finished speaking, Nuwa's form began to shift. Her appearance and bearing changed completely, transforming into an entirely different person. Witnessing this, Chun-mo instantly understood what he had encountered just now was the true Nuwa of the great desolation merging with her projection. Now, the true self had withdrawn, leaving only the projection behind. Gathering himself, Chun-mo quickly spoke. I am but a practitioner, passing by this place by chance. Seeing you creating life here filled me with curiosity, so I came to take a look. I did not intend to disturb you, and for that I sincerely apologize. To make amends, I offer to protect your work as best I can, lending what little strength I possess. Nuwa listened, smiled gently, and said, That's wonderful. I'll be counting on you, my friend. And so, Nuwa began her magnificent endeavor of creating humanity. Through his assistance and contributions during this process, Chun-mo also received his share of merit. During the days he spent helping Nuwa, Chun-mo displayed his intelligence and kind heart. He not only assisted Nuwa in overcoming many challenges in the creation of mankind, but also offered valuable suggestions and ideas for the birth of humanity. It was during this period that Chun-mo met a man named Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun was a mysterious and powerful being, and his arrival brought Chun-mo both unexpected surprises and formidable challenges. 1,000 years later, deep within the Earth's molten caverns, flames blazed to the heavens and waves of scorching heat surged through the air. In this searing inferno, a red-haired man stood before a roaring giant beast, his gaze cold and resolute. The beast's skull was enormous, etched with fierce, sinister patterns, like a demon risen from the depths of hell. The red-haired man showed not the slightest fear. In his hand, he clutched a sphere of blood-red light, the power of a blood curse. With a sudden thrust, he drove the blood curse into the beast's skull. Instantly, a surge of tremendous energy erupted, and the beast let out a piercing, agonized cry that made the entire molten cavern tremble. Watching the beast writhe in pain, the red-haired man's lips curled into a cold smile. He turned to look at Jiang Chun, who was standing not far away, golden blood still glistening on his wrist. With a casual flick, Jiang Chun shook the golden blood from his arm, then tossed over a jug of fiery liquor. The jug traced an arc through the air and landed at the red-haired man's feet. Care for a drink? Jiang Chun's voice, swallowed by the heat, sounded hazy and indistinct amid the blazing atmosphere. In his hand, he held a cup filled with a pungent liquid, its sharp scent wafting through the air. Chun-mo, the red-haired man, stood by the edge of the lava, his whole body radiating heat. The molten air seared his flesh, yet he seemed unfazed, utterly focused on drawing upon the power of the magma and the giant beast to temper his body. Though Chun-mo's physical form had gained considerable strength thanks to the Kryptonian bloodline, it still had its limits. To push himself further, he began practicing a special technique designed to fortify the body. After long, arduous training, Chun-mo finally completed this stage of cultivation. He rose slowly, stretched his limbs, and felt the surging power coursing through him. At that moment, Chun-mo and his two companions sat together by the lava, watching its churning waves. Yet just then, a chill suddenly crept up Chun Mo's spine, as if something dreadful was about to unfold. He jerked his head up, only to see a colossal phantom of the heavenly tome manifesting in the sky, radiating a mysterious, otherworldly light. Standing beside this spectral tome was a figure draped in black robes, his finger pointing directly at the tribe of humankind that Niwa had just created. The black-robed figure spoke coldly. "Defiers of fate must be punished." His voice, chilling as though it had risen from the depths of the underworld, sent a shudder through everyone's hearts. Chun Mo was filled with confusion and couldn't help but wonder too. Himself, why has fate descended so soon? Was it because he had altered the course of Niwa and Jiang Chen's destinies, drawing the attention of fate itself? As he sank into contemplation, a sudden surge of powerful energy crashed toward them like a raging tide. In an instant, Chun Mo, Niwa, and Jiang Chen snapped to alertness. Without hesitation, each unleashed their unique abilities, striving to fend off this abrupt assault. For a moment, dazzling lights flashed and shockwaves rolled across the battlefield, their clash sparking a breathtaking and perilous conflict. Every collision thundered with overwhelming force, shaking the earth and making the mountains tremble, as if the whole world quaked. In response, yet amidst the fierce battle, a shadowy figure darted back and forth like a phantom, elusive and impossible to pin down. At that very moment, Fushi, who was teaching his people in the human tribe, sensed the disturbance and soared over without delay. Surprise flickered in his eyes as he took in the scene, but he quickly regained his composure. Seeing Fushi arrive, the black-robed figure seemed to realize his precarious situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a formidable spell. Like a streak of black lightning, he shot straight toward the territory of humankind. Chun Mo, Niwa, and Jiang Chun, witnessing this, urgently marshaled all their strength to stop him. Their attacks poured down like a relentless storm, but the black-robed figure, as slippery as an eel, deftly evaded their assault and pressed on toward the human domain. Seeing that the black-robed figure was about to break through their defenses, Chun Mo grew desperate. He suddenly summoned all the power within him, unleashing a radiant beam of light. Like the first rays of dawn, this light illuminated the entire battlefield in an instant. Caught off guard by the sheer force of Chun Mo's attack, the black-robed figure was driven back step by step. Seizing the moment, Chun Mo and his companions closed in, trapping him at the heart of their encirclement. Yet just as they prepared to bring him down in a single decisive strike, the black-robed figure suddenly performed an uncanny movement. Like a wisp of smoke, he vanished from their midst, leaving no trace behind. Chun Mo and the others exchanged bewildered glances, their hearts filled with confusion and doubt. Niwa and Jiang Chun began speculating about the identity of the figure in the black robe, while Fushi stood to the side, a subtle, indescribable expression flickering in his eyes. It was clear that he knew the truth behind the black-robed figure, yet he chose to remain silent. After a brief pause, Chun Mo and his companions decided to set aside their guesses about the mysterious figure for now. They returned to the human tribe and continued to teach and guide the people, for the progress of humanity was, after all, the most pressing concern. 10 years later, on a certain day, 10 enormous suns suddenly appeared in the sky. They hung high above the world, blazing with scorching light. The land cracked with drought, rivers ran dry, and all living things suffered terribly. Faced with such a devastating drought, Fushi stepped forward, leading his people with courage as they struggled against the forces of nature. In these harsh times, Fushi not only demonstrated exceptional leadership, but also displayed remarkable wisdom and creativity. He used this opportunity to patiently teach his people the art of archery, hoping that such skills would enhance their ability to survive. At this very moment, Fushi stood before a young member of the tribe, holding a longbow, his expression intent as he offered guidance on how to nock an arrow and draw the bow. "Let your heart be your eyes, and your thoughts the string." Fushi's voice was deep and powerful, resonating with boundless strength. He told the young man that only by feeling with the heart and guiding with intent could one truly unleash the power of the bow and arrow and pierce through all obstacles. Meanwhile, Niwa was also hard at work. Accompanied by Jiang Chun, she traveled tirelessly, mending the earth's veins to prevent the ground from splitting. Under the relentless drought, Niwa's figure moved across the land like a guardian spirit, and her tireless efforts brought hope to the people. Elsewhere, Chun Mo was performing a rain-calling ritual. Narrowing his eyes, he gazed up at the heavens and was startled to see that at the core of each of the 10 suns, patterns of bronze runes spiraled, glowing with a mysterious light. It was as if some overwhelming force was controlling them. They're puppets of fate. Chun Mo suddenly roared, his voice echoing across the land. He recognized the origins of those runes, and a wave of foreboding surged within him. Lightning crackled from the purple lightning hammer in Chun Mo's hand. Without hesitation, he summoned a bolt of thunder, hurling it at the golden crows within the 10 suns. Yet, to his astonishment, the lightning was swallowed by a transparent barrier the instant it touched the golden crows, leaving them utterly unharmed. Seeing this, Fushi drew the panga bow and swiftly loosed 9 arrows in succession, each one streaking through the sky like a shooting star toward the 9 suns. With a resounding response, 9 suns fell, leaving only a single golden crow blazing in the heavens. Fushi drew a long, steady breath. With the final arrow, he unleashed a shot as brilliant as a rainbow arching across the sky, straight toward the last golden crow. Yet, in this heart-stopping moment, as Fushi's final arrow sped like a meteor, about to strike the blazing golden crow, a shadow streaked through the air like a specter. In the blink of an eye, the figure in black robes appeared abruptly before the golden crow, moving with such speed it seemed to defy the very bounds of time. The black-robed figure stretched out a hand, pale and powerful in the sunlight. To everyone's astonishment, he caught Fushi's arrow barehanded, crushing it as easily as if it were a fragile sheet of paper. With a sharp, brittle crack, the mighty arrow shattered into countless pieces, scattering across the ground. The black-robed figure gazed coldly at Fushi, his voice echoing as if from the deepest abyss. Icy, merciless, and laden with unassailable authority. History cannot be rewritten. The words lingered in the air, carrying a weight no one could resist. Fushi, having expended all his mystical power in that final shot, collapsed helplessly to the ground. He could only watch in despair as his last desperate strike was effortlessly destroyed. Meanwhile, far away, Niwa was repairing the mountain shattered by the Golden Crow's rampage with Jiang Shun at her side, unable to arrive in time. Now, only Chun Mo remained to face this formidable foe alone. Though Chun Mo's strength was considerable, he was merely at the celestial immortal level, while his opponent, a destiny avatar, had reached the golden immortal realm. The gulf between them was as vast and impassable as a chasm. Nevertheless, Chun Mo did not flinch. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned every ounce of his power and launched into a breathtaking duel with the destiny avatar. Brilliant spells blazed through the air as they clashed, the very fabric of space trembling, the earth splitting open with jagged fissures at their feet. Time and again, Chun Mo unleashed the supreme purity divine thunder, one of his most potent techniques. But against the overwhelming might of the destiny avatar, his energy was quickly draining away. Just as he prepared to wield the violet lightning hammer and summon the phantoms of his fellow disciples to aid him, a sudden burst of chains, like flashes of lightning, shot from the void, wrapping tightly around his body. To his horror, Chun Mo found himself completely immobilized, trapped by an invisible force that left him powerless to resist. Seeing this, a cruel glint flashed in the Destiny Avatar's eyes. He strode forward, his blade gleaming coldly as he aimed straight for Chun Mo's throat. But the very instant the blade was about to touch Chun Mo, a sudden tremor surged through the Destiny Avatar's heart. The feeling was overwhelming, as if killing the man before him would mean his own erasure from existence. The Destiny Avatar froze, hesitation flickering across his face. In the end, he could not bring himself to strike. With no other choice, the Fate Incarnation was forced to wield the power of the Heavenly Tome, sealing Chun Mo away in a desolate, uninhabited place. In doing so, the plan would proceed undisturbed, while Chun Mo would be temporarily trapped, a solution that served two purposes at once. 1998, Hong Kong. The lights of Victoria Harbor shimmered on the inky surface of the sea, weaving a tapestry of brilliance that outlined the tireless silhouette of this eastern metropolis. In the penthouse of a Tsim Sha Sui high-rise, Chun Mo stood quietly before the floor-to-ceiling window. He wore a well-tailored casual suit, his posture was upright, and his features, cast in the glow of neon from outside, appeared slightly blurred, yet his eyes alone seemed to swallow the light, reflecting a depth and world-weariness far beyond this era. His fingertips unconsciously toyed with an old copper coin, a relic from the Republican era, pressed into his hand by Mao Xiaofeng on a rainy night in western Hunan. Even now, it retained a trace of warmth and a barely perceptible mark of spiritual power from the upright, yet warm-hearted Taoist known as Nan Mao. Mao Xiaofeng. A faint curve appeared at the corner of Chun Mo's lips. That exorcist, who nearly mistook him for a joncture of the drought demon lineage and pointed a peachwood sword at his nose, eventually became his first friend upon awakening from a long slumber. Had he not passed down the complete, Shanxing Great Cavern Scripture, Mao Xiaofang's lineage would likely have stalled at the level of ordinary Taoist arts. Sadly, Mao Xiaofang never came to Hong Kong with him. Instead, he stayed on the mainland to found the 749 Bureau for the nation, leaving only a few disciples in Hong Kong. As for Chen Mo, he remained trapped in a body whose powers had been sealed by the fate incarnation wielding the might of the heavenly tome. With his powers bound, it was as if a dragon had been stranded in a shallow stream. He could sense the vast, boundless strength dormant within him, roaring and surging, yet utterly frozen beneath a shell of cold, unyielding ice, a seal infused with the unique laws of the heavenly tome. Not even a trace of his power could be summoned, if not for his uniquely refined constitution prior to his journey here, and the primordial spiritual energy he had absorbed at the dawn of the Jiangshi era to temper his body. He might not even have retained this formidable physical shell. Now, all he could rely on was this body, tough as a divine weapon, and the one force not entirely sealed away, his immense mental power. Mental power, an extension of spirit and will. The Fate Incarnation's heavenly tome appeared more concerned with sealing his ability to command the energies of heaven and earth to perform divine arts, and less able to restrain his pure spiritual force, or perhaps simply unable to completely suppress it. It was through this power, superior to any ordinary mind, that Chen Mo navigated the financial markets with ease. Silent, unseen, he nudged key decisions and tipped the scales of probability, amassing a fortune vast enough to let him live comfortably and anonymously in this bustling city. Like a drop of water, he had seamlessly merged into the vibrant, ceaseless tide of Hong Kong. However, this was not what he truly sought. To break the seal, to regain his strength, to find his destiny and bring closure to that ancient, unfinished clash. These were his eternal goals. The decades spent in seclusion were not so much a way of life as a period of dormancy, of silent observation. One day, while dining in an upscale restaurant in Central, he noticed two women seated at the next table. One was young and radiant, dressed and stylish. Short skirt, her bright smile tinged with a playful innocence, the very picture of a city sweetheart. The other was her complete opposite, tall, strikingly beautiful, her features exuding a cold and noble allure. Her long legs drew the eye, and she radiated an unmistakable aura that warned strangers to keep their distance. In her expression, there was a subtle sharpness and vigilance, as if she were ready to spring into action at any moment. Chen Mo's gaze lingered on this cold and elegant woman for a heartbeat. It was not her beauty that drew him, but the unique aura she emanated, a bloodline power that was ancient, sacred, bound by powerful contracts, and laced with a chilling sense of lethality. A woman of the Ma clan, the Ma family of the Dragon Exorcists, absolute pillars of the modern storyline in the world of vampire promise. Chen Mo's heart gave an involuntary thump. At once, he suppressed his presence, reducing himself to little more than a shadow in the crowd. Yet his mind, sharper than the finest radar, silently extended its reach, delicately probing the woman for the slightest trace of energy escaping from her. As his mental senses brushed ever so lightly over the unremarkable jade bracelet she wore on her wrist, a piece that seemed to be some kind of magical artifact, something unexpected happened. Deep within him, the impenetrable ice seal, dormant for decades, trembled ever so slightly. Like a speck of dust dropped into a still lake, it sent out ripples so faint they were almost undetectable. Then, from somewhere within that seal, not so much a crack as a subtle loosening in the very molecular structure of the ice, a thread of warmth seeped out and flowed instantly through his entire being. Though this wisp of warmth was but a drop in his vast ocean of power, it was enough. A taste of freedom after years of drought, a glimmer of hope after endless confinement. Chen Mo's pupils narrowed sharply, and the ancient coin clenched between his fingers nearly dug into his flesh. He forced down the storm surging in his chest and maintained a mask of perfect composure, even raising his wineglass with a touch of elegance. But inside, his heart was in utter turmoil. To encounter a member of the Ma family, or perhaps to be drawn near the story events unfolding around them, could this truly shake the seal of fate? This realization was like a faint light flickering in endless darkness. Its glow was dim, yet it pointed the way forward. In the days that followed, Chen Mo's way of operating changed completely. No longer content with merely using his telekinesis to monitor the fluctuations of the financial markets, he now devoted most of his attention to that cool and striking long-legged woman, Ma Xiaoling, and the people around her. Like a masterful hunter, yet as patient as a seasoned chess player, he used the stealth of his abilities to weave an invisible web of information. He saw Ma Xiaoling's small exorcism shop, the Lingling Hall Cleaning Company, watched over her somewhat scatterbrained but kind-hearted friend Wang Jinjin, and glimpsed her great-aunt, Madonna, who had disappeared mysteriously for years and now seemed to be stirring, existing only as a spirit. He also overheard their conversations about various commissions, haunted old buildings, eccentric millionaires, vengeful spirits wandering at midnight. All these bizarre cases, so uncanny to ordinary people, were in Chen Mo's eyes perhaps only minor yet indispensable threads in the grand tapestry of fate. What he needed was an opportunity, a way to justifiably and deeply involve himself, but without arousing too much of Ma Xiaoling's suspicion. After all, he knew all too well the Ma family women's sensitivity toward zombies and all things supernatural. Mao Xiaofeng, back in the day, had been proof of that, and the opportunity arrived even sooner than he had anticipated. The news exploded everywhere. Yamamoto Kazuo, chairman of the Nitto Group, was about to hold a grand charity banquet in Hong Kong. Yamamoto Kazuo. The name struck Chun Mo's memory like an icy needle piercing a long-sealed chamber. That Japanese soldier who'd been bitten by Jiang Chun 60 years ago and became a second-generation zombie. He hadn't died after all, and now he was back with immense capital and even deeper schemes. Yamamoto's reappearance meant that fate's script had turned to a crucial page. The grand saga of zombies and exorcists, the Human King and the Holy Mother, was about to begin. This was truly a heavyweight plot event. Chen Mo understood he could not afford to wait any longer. He needed an identity, one that would give him a legitimate reason to appear at Ma Xiaoling's side, and perhaps even step into the very heart of the coming storm. With a burst of will, his powerful telekinesis zeroed in on Jia Building, the residence of Wang Jinjin and her mother, Ouyang Jia, and a place where Ma Xiaoling was often seen. A few days later, Ouyang Jia, owner of Jia Building, received an elegantly worded letter with generous terms from someone seeking to rent a property. The writer introduced himself as a discreet antique collector, an independent investor, newly returned from overseas, wishing to rent the long-vacant penthouse with the best views. Attached was a bank statement, the string of staggering numbers on it enough to quell any doubt. Delighted, Ouyang Jia immediately arranged to meet her new tenant. When Chen Mo appeared at the management office of the Jia Building, dressed in an impeccably tailored suit and wearing a gentle, courteous smile, he instantly won the favor of both Ouyang Jia and Wang Jinjin. He spoke with elegance, carried himself with calm composure, showed generosity, and showed no concern about the rent. He even said he would oversee the complete renovation of the penthouse himself. Everything about him was flawless, leaving nothing to be desired. Mr. Chun, you're so straightforward. We'll be neighbors from now on. If you ever need anything, just let us know. Ouyang Jia said warmly. Please, just call me Chanamo, Mrs. Ouyang, Miss Jinjin. Chanamo replied with a polite nod, his gaze casually drifting to Wang Jinjin, who was looking at him with curiosity. At last, his eyes settled on Ma Xiaoling, who had just entered the room, bringing with her a cool, crisp air. Today, Ma Xiaoling was dressed smartly in a professional suit, carrying a sleek tool case emblazoned with the Lingling Hall Cleaning Company logo. When she caught sight of Chun Mo, her steps faltered for a brief moment. Her sharp, striking eyes swept over him like searchlights, pausing on his face for 2 seconds, her brows tightening ever so slightly. Chun Mo could distinctly feel it. The moment his eyes met Ma Xiaoling's, the icy seal within him trembled ever so faintly once more. This time, the sensation was even clearer than it had been at the restaurant. A thread-thin current of warmth surged up again, as delicate as a strand of hair, still weak but enough to settle Chun Mo's heart. And this is? Chun Mo kept his flawless smile, asking a question he already knew the answer to. Oh, this is Ma Xiaoling, my good friend and also a resident here. She runs a cleaning company. Wang Jinjin introduced enthusiastically. Xiaoling, this is Mr. Chun Mo, our new tenant upstairs in the penthouse. A cleaning company? Chun Mo extended his hand, his smile impeccable. A plaisir, misma. I may be needing your services in the future. I'm quite particular about my surroundings, especially when it comes to the kinds of dust you can't see. Ma Xiaoling didn't take his hand right away. She looked at his outstretched hand, then studied his face more intently, the scrutiny in her eyes growing sharper. She could tell there was something unusual about this man. He lacked any trace of demonic aura. His vitality was unnaturally strong, yet there was something about him that felt not quite human. It wasn't the cold, lifeless sense of a zombie, but something deeper and older, as if he had weathered countless ages. It reminded her a bit of the world weariness that sometimes surfaced in her Grand-Aunt Madonna's eyes, yet it was also entirely different. "Mr. Chun, you're too polite." In the end, Ma Xiaoling extended her hand, gloved in sheer black silk, and touched Chun Mo's in a gesture of courtesy. From her fingertips, she felt the warmth and unusual steadiness of his palm, solid as a rock. "Lingling Hall only handles special cleanings, and our fees are quite steep." Also, her tone shifted, now edged with professional caution and a shade of barely perceptible probing. "I never back out a job. Once I accept it, I'll see it clean to the end. Are you certain you need this, Mr. Chun?" Her gaze locked onto Chun Mo's eyes, as if determined to pierce through his cultivated, gentle exterior and discern his true intentions deep within. The smile on Chun Mo's face remained unchanged. He met Ma Xiaoling's searching look with utter composure, though inwardly he was calculating with cold clarity. There it was again, a faint surge of warmth. The sensation of the seal loosening returned, ever so slightly. Each contact brought only a minuscule shift, but small changes accumulate, and in time, a tipping point would come. Besides, now that Yamamoto Kazuo, the original Jiangshi, had appeared, a series of major events was sure to follow in his wake. Absolutely certain. Chun Mo withdrew his hand, his tone calm and resolute, as if stating an indisputable fact. "I have a feeling, Miss Ma, that a truly big case will soon require your help. When the time comes, I hope we'll work well together." He saw the flicker of doubt and heightened vigilance in Ma Xiaoling's eyes, and knew his first step had succeeded. He had deftly placed himself, a single chess piece, at the very edge of fate's unfolding script. The real drama was only beginning, and within him, the seal on his powers that had lain dormant for over half a century finally cracked. Just the faintest, almost invisible fissure, but one that signaled hope and resistance, as he willingly stepped into the heart of this turbulent narrative. Chun Mo's move into the penthouse duplex of Jejia Tower was conducted quietly and efficiently. He declined the renovation crew recommended by Ouyang Jejia. In just 3 days, his new home, a seamless blend of modern minimalism and Eastern Zen, was completely transformed. To outsiders, Mr. Chun appeared a man of impeccable taste and considerable means. Only Chun Mo himself knew that within those seemingly ordinary design lines, he had meticulously etched countless tiny runes with his formidable mental power, runes to block detection, warn of danger, and gather faint spiritual energy. This place was now his frontline bastion against the fate-sealing curse. His neighborly relationship with Ma Xiaoling unfolded in a delicate dance of probing and caution. Each time he chanced upon her in the elevator, hallway, or at the building's entrance, Chun Mo could sense a faint, tingling shiver from that icy seal within him, like myriad tiny bubbles, forming and bursting beneath the frozen surface, sending the barest trickles of warmth through his body, though he was still far from truly breaking. The seal, this persistent loosening, like the constant gleam of starlight in endless darkness, filled him with a newfound hope and determination. He needed to get more deeply involved. The opportunity arrived sooner than expected, and in a most surprising way. Haunted, Wang Jinjin sat behind the pink desk of the Lingling Hall Cleaning Company, her face pale as paper and her voice trembling. "Xiaoling, do you mean our building is actually haunted?" Ma Xiaoling was touching up her lipstick in front of a mirror. At those words, her hand paused, and her calm profile was reflected in the glass. "Jinjin, don't scare yourself. Auntie Ouyang only said that some residents have recently reported hearing strange sounds at night, seeing blurry shadows, and even noticing objects moving on their own. It doesn't have to be ghosts. It could just be..." She hesitated, holding back from saying someone playing tricks, not wanting to frighten her friend. "Anyway, I've already accepted Auntie Ouyang's request. I'll go clean up tonight. Then can I go with you?" Wang Jinjin gathered her courage. "No way." Ma Xiaoling refused flatly. "You stay home and don't cause trouble. Oh, and tell Auntie Ouyang to remind everyone to lock their doors and windows tonight, and not to go out if they hear anything unusual." "Oh," Wang Jinjin sounded disappointed, but then another thought struck her. "By the way, Xiaoling, that new Mr. Chun, he lives on the top floor. Could be more dangerous for him. Should we warn him too?" Ma Xiaoling's hand stopped moving altogether. Chen Montak, that man whose calm demeanor seemed almost unnatural, whose vitality was far beyond ordinary, and whose gaze held a depth like centuries-old still water. She always felt there was something unfathomable about him, something that made her instinctively wary. Could these haunting incidents be related to him? I'll handle it, Ma Xiaoling said, putting away her lipstick, her tone leaving no room for argument. She had already decided. Not only would she cleanse the building of whatever was lurking tonight, but she'd also take the opportunity to observe the mysterious Mr. Chen a little more closely. Night fell, and silence blanketed everything. The Jejia building loomed like a slumbering beast. Only the dim, voice-activated corridor lights flickered on and off in time with the soft click of Ma Xiaoling's high-heeled boots. She carried a modified miniature compass, not with the usual pointer, but with a small, sensitive crystal embedded in it. The crystal glowed faintly, but its direction was unmistakable. The area with the densest resentment was right by the entrance to the rooftop. Ma Xiaoling's eyes grew sharp, and her footsteps quickened silently. Just as she was about to set foot on the staircase leading to the rooftop, a blast of icy, hateful energy erupted from above, chilling her to the bone. Suddenly, a female apparition appeared, a blur of long hair and twisted, indistinct features, dressed in white pajamas. With a piercing, soul-shaking wail, it lunged straight at Ma Xiaoling. Looking for trouble, Ma Xiaoling reacted in an instant. Her left hand formed a series of quick gestures, while her right hand pulled a shimmering golden talisman from her toolkit. Begone, evil! By command, submit! Golden talismans shot forth in a brilliant flash, striking the ghostly apparition of the woman with pinpoint accuracy. Yet the female ghost, her resentment boiling over, withstood the blow through sheer malice. Her form only stiffened for a brief moment, but the poisonous aura around her grew even more intense. Her shrill scream seemed almost enough to pierce one's eardrums, as the temperature in the stairwell plummeted. Ma Xiaoling's expression shifted slightly. This vengeful spirit was proving far more troublesome than she had anticipated. Without hesitation, she reached for a more powerful magical tool. In the blink of an eye, as tension crackled in the air, a figure appeared at the stairwell's corner. So silent and sudden it was almost ghost-like itself. It was Chun Mo. He wore loose, dark loungewear, as though he had just been woken by the commotion. A hint of sleepiness lingered on his face, tinged with mild annoyance at having been disturbed. He glanced at Ma Xiaoling, locked in her struggle with the ghost, then looked at the seething specter, his brows knitting together. In the middle of the night, how noisy can you get? His voice wasn't loud, yet it carried an uncanny clarity, cutting straight through the ghost's piercing wail. The ghost seemed drawn by Chun Mo's voice and jerked its twisted, hollow gaze toward him. In the next instant, it abandoned Ma Xiaoling, its rage flaring even darker, rushing at Chun Mo like a black, icy spear of pure resentment. Watch out! Ma Xiaoling gasped instinctively. The staff in her hand blazed with white light, ready to intervene. She knew too well the horror of such a spirit's assault. An ordinary person struck by it would fall gravely ill at best, or suffer soul-deep wounds at worst. But what happened next froze Ma Xiaoling's cry in her throat, her eyes widening in shock. Faced with the charging spirit, Chun Mo didn't so much as flinch. He made no move to defend or dodge, simply standing there, steady as a mountain. As the chilling apparition, wreathed in hatred, swept toward him, a faint, barely perceptible resonance rang out, as though echoing from the depths of the soul. There was no blinding light, no eruption of energy. But in Ma Xiaoling's heightened spiritual senses, she perceived an immense, pure, and ancient force of will, majestic and unyielding. Like a primordial mountain, radiating from Chun Mo, it was tightly contained, yet carried an overwhelming dominance. This was no magical power, but a field of pure, condensed mental force. The vengeful ghost, upon touching this invisible field, seemed to slam into a wall made of nothing but raw, implacable will. Its piercing shrieks twisted into a wail of utter despair. The ghost's form, forged from resentment, began to writhe, melt, and evaporate as though snow hurled into a blazing furnace. It struggled, desperate to flee, but the invisible force held it fast, as if the heavens themselves had locked it in place. Helpless, it could only watch as the hatred that made up its being was relentlessly purified and dismantled by a more primal, more powerful spiritual force. In just the span of 2 or 3 breaths, the fierce and malevolent spirit that even Ma Xiaoling found troublesome vanished before Chun Mo, as if it had never existed, not even leaving behind the faintest trace of a lingering soul. The bone-chilling cold and venomous resentment that filled the stairwell also disappeared in an instant, as though it had never been there at all. Throughout the entire process, Chun Mo simply stood there in silence. He hadn't so much as lifted a finger. Now, the only sound echoing in the stairwell was the faint click of the voice-activated light, flicking off and on in the quiet. Ma Xiaoling's hand froze midair, still gripping her demon-subduing staff. Her red lips parted slightly, and her beautiful eyes were wide with disbelief and shock. She had seen true masters before, but someone like Chen Mo, who hadn't used a single charm or tool, hadn't even stirred a ripple of magical energy, and she was sure she hadn't sensed any, had managed to obliterate such a powerful revenant in an instant, relying on nothing but an invisible force of will. It completely upended everything she thought she knew about exorcism. Was he even human? Or something far more terrifying? It was only then that Chen Mo seemed to notice Ma Xiaoling's stunned expression. He turned to her, the faint annoyance on his face from being interrupted fading away, replaced by his usual gentle demeanor, and even a touch of apology. I am sorry, misma. I might have caused a bit too much commotion. That thing was making quite a racket in the middle of the night and disturbing everyone's sleep, so I just dealt with it while I was at it. I hope I didn't scare you. Just dealt with it while you were at it? Ma Xiaoling's voice was a little parched. She looked at Chen Mo's unervingly calm face, as if he'd merely swatted a mosquito, and a chill ran from the soles of her feet straight to the crown of her head. This man was absolutely terrifying. She couldn't even tell if what he'd just displayed was merely the tip of the iceberg of his true strength, or some unknown power entirely. That's right. Chen Mo nodded, sounding perfectly natural. It seemed like you were having a bit of trouble just now, Miss Ma. For professional-like. Yourself, a spirit of that level shouldn't be too difficult, right? Maybe you're just not at your best tonight. He wore just a right touch of puzzlement. Ma Xiaoling was speechless. She felt a lump of frustration rise in her chest. Was this guy mocking her, or did he really mean it? She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Whatever Chen Mo was, he had indeed resolved the problem just now, and at least for now, didn't seem to harbor any ill intent. Mr. Chun, that was an impressive feat. Ma Xiaoling put away her demon-subduing staff, her gaze sharp as a blade, locking onto Chen Mo. But I must admit, your method of dealing with spirits is something I've never even heard of. May I ask which school you studied under? Oh, just a bit of basic mental cultivation passed down in my family. Good for the body, calms the mind, nothing worth mentioning. Chen Mo waved it off lightly, playing the role of the low-key mysterious tycoon to perfection. But Miss Ma, your demon-subduing techniques are truly formidable, worthy indeed of the Ma family, the Exorcist Dragon Clan. I am genuinely impressed. With that, he deftly steered the conversation away and even threw in a compliment to the Ma family. Ma Xiaoling was not swayed by him. Instead, her doubts grew even deeper. A family-inherited spiritual technique? Spiritual power capable of erasing a vengeful spirit in an instant? That was unheard of. She was about to press him further when her gaze happened to fall on Chen Mo's hand, which was casually tucked into the pocket of his loungewear. Between his thumb and forefinger, he seemed to be unconsciously rubbing something. In the dim light, Ma Xiaoling's pupils suddenly contracted. It was an ancient copper coin. The style was exceptionally old, its edges worn smooth by the passage of time, yet the faintly discernible seal script and a subtle but unmistakably pure Taoist energy lingering on it felt achingly familiar to her. It was the power of authentic Maoshan Taoist magic. And what's more, unlike any modern Maoshan artifact she had ever encountered, this aura was far more primitive and harmonious, closer to the very source of the Tao itself. How could this coin be in his possession? And that lingering energy? Ma Xiaoling's heart pounded wildly. Her grandaunt, Ma Danna, was an old acquaintance of Master Mao Xiaofeng, the Southern Mao of the famed duo Southern Mao, Northern Ma. She remembered her grandaunt mentioning that, in his later years, Master Mao's Taoist prowess had advanced at an astonishing pace, far surpassing those before him. Could it be? A bold and nearly absurd thought flashed through her mind, making her gaze toward Chen Mo all the more complicated and unreadable. Chen Mo, with his keen senses, immediately noticed the change in Ma Xiaoling's expression. Without missing a beat, he casually slipped the coin fully into his pocket, as if it were nothing more than a thoughtless gesture. Miss Ma, is there anything else? It's getting late. If there's no more cleaning to be done tonight, I'll head back and get some rest. And no, that's all. Ma Xiaoling managed to suppress the storm raging in her heart, giving Chen Mo a long, searching look. Thank you for your help tonight, Mr. Chen. Good night. She turned, her high heels striking the stairs. In sharp, hurried steps, their echoes ringing out as she quickly disappeared downstairs. She had to get home at once, to ask her grandaunt Ma Danna for answers. This Chen Mo was far more than just a mysterious, wealthy man. Watching Ma Xiaoling's retreating figure, the gentle smile on Chen Mo's face slowly faded, his gaze settling into a fathomless calm. He slowly raised his right hand, the one that had been rubbing the coin, and opened his palm. Resting there was the ancient copper coin that Mao Xiaofang had once given him, and swirling around it was the faintest hint of golden energy, so delicate it was almost invisible, drifting and fading away. That was the trace of pure spiritual power that had seeped out when he purified the vengeful spirit earlier, a sign that the seal within his body was loosening once again. Though still weak, it was more than he had ever managed to draw out before. And this time, he could feel it clearly. The tremor of the seal was far more intense than during any of his previous chance encounters. Involving myself in the events, immersing deeply, Chun Emo murmured to himself, a cold curve forming at the corner of his lips. Fate, your seal is not truly unbreakable. As long as I stir this vortex deep enough. He lifted his head, his gaze seeming to cut through layer upon layer of ceiling, reaching out toward the bustling, yet turbulent, Hong Kong night beyond the window. Yamamoto, Kazuo, Jiang Chun, and the soon-to-arrive Kwang Tianyu. These pivotal figures in the unfolding story. They're the very keys to shattering the seal. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows atop a high-rise opposite Jiaga Mansion, a burly figure in a black trench coat and sunglasses lowered his high-powered binoculars. He spoke in a low, measured voice in Japanese into the miniature communicator at his collar. Boss, the target, Chun Mo, has been confirmed residing in Jiaga Mansion. Initial observation. He has already made contact with exorcist Ma Shaoling. Just now, there was an anomalous energy fluctuation inside the building, suspected to be a wraith incident, but it was quelled almost instantly. The target displayed an unknown, formidable psychic attack, apparently erasing the wraith in a flash. His threat level must be reassessed. Additionally, the ancient relic of the Nanmao lineage was spotted in his possession, origin unknown. Over. A brief silence followed on the other end, before a voice replied, cold, commanding, and laced with a sly amusement. Psychic power? Erasing wraiths? The Mao family's relic? Interesting. Continue surveillance. Herman, find an opportunity to visit this enigmatic Mr. Chun. Probe his depths, see whether he's just another piece on the board, or an unexpected wild card. Yes, boss. A crimson, predatory gleam flickered in the eyes of the man known as Herman. The calm at Jiaga Mansion was nothing but the illusion before a storm, now thoroughly shattered. The whirlpool Chun Mo had stepped into of his own accord was beginning to spin ever faster. The gears of fate, set in motion by the faint, unceasing loosening of his inner seal, began to interlock, rumbling with a deep, breathtaking resonance. A tense, storm-laden heaviness saturated the air of Hong Kong. The sky was so overcast it seemed ready to ring out rain, dense clouds pressing low over the city, casting a stifling sense of unease. Chun Mo stood before Jiaga Mansion, his psychic senses taut as an invisible string, detecting the brooding vortex of gloom building within. At the heart of this vortex were Luo Kaiping and her son, clinging to each other for survival. Their lives were steeped in despair and helplessness, like a lonely island swallowed by darkness, utterly isolated. And the cold, twisted force, full of a young girl's obsessive resentment, was the vengeful blood of Yamamoto Mirai. It clung to the exhausted mother like a relentless parasite, feeding on her dwindling life. Ping Ma, a woman whose life has been marked by misfortune, is like a flower battered by the merciless passage of time, slowly losing its vitality and spirit. The crushing weight of her burdens threatens to overwhelm her, yet what she cannot let go of, above all else, is her son. Deep down, Ping Ma knows her health is rapidly deteriorating, her life quietly fading away along the endless stream of time. She fears that once she leaves this world, her son will become vulnerable to the cruelty and abuse of others. This worry clings to her relentlessly, gnawing at her heart every waking moment. It was Yamamoto Mirai who gave Ping Ma a drop of cursed blood, allowing her son Ping and to linger in the world of the living. Yet within her, it felt as if a demon had taken residence. This demon compelled her down a path of unending violence, dragging her soul deeper and deeper into the abyss of sin. Chun Mo, a man gifted with keen perception, could sense the agony and fear that consumed Ping Ma from within. It was a despair beyond words, as if the entire world had abandoned her, leaving her to struggle alone in a pit of darkness. Ma Shaoling, weary and travel-worn, rushed back to Hong Kong from Japan. A faint trace of exhaustion lingered between her brows, the aftermath of a long journey and countless ordeals. Yet beneath that fatigue, there seemed to be an even heavier burden, one she kept hidden from the world. No sooner had she set foot in Jia building than Ouyang Jia greeted her with infectious enthusiasm. Jieja eagerly introduced the new tenant, Kwang Tianyu. He was a man, with a brooding gaze and a quietly intense presence, shrouded in an air of mystery and depth. Ma Xiaoling recognized him at once as the Hong Kong policeman she'd met in Japan. Chen Mo stood off to the side, quietly observing Kwang Tianyu. With his acute senses, he detected within Tianyu a dormant, dangerous force, the aura of the zombie king, Jiangshun. Though this power was suppressed, its strength and peril were unmistakable. At the same time, Chen Mo could also sense the deep pain and inner struggle that tormented Tianyu, as if he were trapped by an inescapable, unspoken power. Each time Chen Mo brushed past Kwang Tianyu, he could feel the seal within himself loosening. This sensation was even more intense than when he was near Ma Xiaoling, as though the bloodline of the zombie king had a singularly corrosive effect on the fate that was sealed within him. Yet this fragile peace was not to last. Before long, two chilling murders shattered the quiet routine of the building. First, the lively and sweet-natured girl, Xiao Qian, was found dead in her room, her neck savagely torn open and her clothes soaked in blood. Soon after, BB, a young dancer living on a lower floor, was discovered lifeless in her home, her death equally horrific. The scene was thick with the stench of blood, tainted by a faint, sickening trace of something dark and evil. The police soon arrived to investigate. Panic spread like a plague. Ouyang Jieja was utterly lost, while Wang Jinjin spent her days weeping. Immediately, Ma Xiaoling threw herself into the investigation. Guided by her sharp intuition and the faint lingering resentment at the scene, she quickly identified a suspect, Ping Ma. That stubborn, lingering aura, a mix of decaying death and a sinister new force, led straight to the Luo Kaiping household. Kwang Tianyu, using both his police instincts and the heightened senses of a zombie, also picked up on the inhuman traces left behind. He invited Ma Xiaoling to join the investigation, and through their collaboration, a strange sense of trust and tacit understanding began to form between them. Meanwhile, Chen Mo watched from the sidelines with a cool detachment. His psychic abilities had already revealed all the hidden truths. Under the relentless corrosion of the vengeful blood, Ping Ma's mind had long since unraveled. She saw Xiao Qian and BB as temptresses, homewreckers, whores, and cursed children, luring her son astray, and attacked them with merciless fury. What Chen Mo awaited was for this tragedy to reach its peak, triggering an even greater storm in the unfolding drama. Yet, it was Jin Zhongzhong who first ignited the storm. Jin Zhongzhong, the son of Sister Jin, was an idle youth who spent his days aimlessly drifting about. He harbored an obsession with Taoist arts, but his intentions were far from pure. He often used his so-called magic for dubious purposes. When he heard rumors of haunting in the building, he felt not a trace of fear. On the contrary, he was thrilled. To him, this was the perfect opportunity to show off, to prove his so-called prowess in the supernatural. So, he secretly conspired with his mother, smuggling ritual tools and supplies into the building. They chose a night heavy with Yin energy, a triple break day, when the unlucky day, month, and hour all converged. In folklore, this was the moment when Yin and Yang collided, and the forces of darkness were at their strongest. That night, Jin Zhongzhong set up a makeshift altar in the middle of the building's courtyard. Gripping a peachwood sword, he traced ritual steps and chanted incantations, his face alight with feverish excitement and greed. Heaven and earth without bounds, let me borrow the powers of the universe. Spirits of the five ghosts, he might call, by my command, appear at once. As his chant echoed through the courtyard, a strange and sinister air filled the space. Fool! Stop this at once. At that moment, Ma Xiaoling, Kwang Tianyu, and the startled Chen Mo and He Yingxiu, a middle-aged man in a faded Tang jacket, his weathered face belying the sharp focus in his eyes, rushed in, their expressions darkening. He Yingxiu shouted a warning, instantly recognizing that Jin Zhongzhong's rites were not righteous magic, but evil sorcery meant to summon spirits and stir up chaos. But by then, it was already too late. Jin Zhongzhong's clumsy incantations, driven by greed, stood out like a beacon in the darkness. At the very peak of Yin energy on the day of the three breaks, countless wandering spirits, vengeful ghosts, and malevolent beings lurking nearby were forcibly drawn in. In an instant, the Jieja building was engulfed in a furious wailing wind, shadows flickering everywhere, and the temperature plummeted. Invisible forces battered the window panes with heavy thuds, the corridor lights flickered erratically, and a chorus of terrified screams erupted from the residents. Oh no! Ma Xiaoling immediately summoned the spectral dragon to shield herself, Wang Jinjin, and the others. Kwang Tianyu let out a deep growl, unleashing his zombie strength to shatter the attacking specters with his bare hands. He Yingqiu's face was tense as he formed hand seals, chanting protective mantras from the supreme clarity Dao Dong scripture. A layer of pure light flared around him, purifying and dispersing the ghosts that drew near. While sheltering the panicked Ouyang, Jejia, and the others, he glared furiously at the petrified Jin Jingzhou. You imbecile, look at the disaster you've caused. Amidst the chaos, Ping Ma, whose body had long been corroded by vengeful blood and was now overwhelmed by the dense, malevolent energy summoned by Jin Jingzhou, finally erupted. She let out a shriek that was inhuman, her withered frame bursting with terrifying strength. Eyes glowing blood red, and nails black and razor-sharp, like a demon straight from hell. Suddenly, she lunged from her home, charging straight at the paralyzed Jin Jingzhou. She was determined to tear apart the culprit who had drawn 100 ghosts and shattered her peace. Mom, don't! Luo Kaiping cried out, chasing after her in desperation, trying to stop her. Monster, you shall not harm anyone. Ma Xiaoling, Kwang Tianyu, and He Yingqiu struck as one. Golden light from the divine dragon, razor-edged zombie claws, and powerful Taoist talismans intertwined, blasting toward Ping Ma. A thunderous crash echoed through the building as their powers collided. Reinforced by vengeful blood, Ping Ma's body withstood much of the assault, letting out a howl of agony as the dark red aura around her churned violently. Seizing the moment, He Yingqiu flicked an ancient copper coin inscribed with runes, sending it whistling straight to Ping Ma's brow. Steady the soul, pacify the spirit. Begone evil, He Yingqiu intoned, his words ringing with authority. The copper coin burst forth with a brilliant, purifying light. Ping Ma's body instantly froze, the madness in her red eyes struggling against the force, as the tumultuous, vengeful blood within her was forcibly suppressed and cleansed by the pure Maoshan magic. Ah, Kaipei, my son. Ping Ma let out a blurred, sorrowful moan before collapsing limply to the floor, her evil energy spent. She reverted to a frail, barely breathing husk, quickly subdued with a talisman by He Yingqiu. Jin Jingzhou, having narrowly escaped death, crumpled to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. With Jin Jingzhou's dark magic broken and Ma Xiaoling's divine dragon, Kwang Tianyu's zombie aura, and He Yingqiu's Taoist light intimidating them, the 100 ghosts scattered in terror. The evil energy within the building dissipated swiftly, just as everyone thought the crisis had passed and began to clean up the aftermath. Mom! A piercing, heart-rending cry of utter despair tore through the night sky. It was Luo Kaiping. He had witnessed his mother being suppressed before his very eyes, endured the brutal deaths of Xiao Qian and BB, and survived the horrors of the night parade of 100 ghosts. All the grief, pain, despair, and resentment he had, bottled up against this world, now erupted like a volcano, especially with the lingering energy from the 3 breaks day still in the air. His overwhelming resentment instantly drew upon the sinister power of the Azura realm. It's you. You're the ones who killed my mother. You destroyed my family, my life. I'll have your lives in exchange. Luo Kaiping's eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted in madness. Suddenly, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, he spun around and charged madly toward the edge of the building's rooftop. The blood of his mother, Xiao Qian, and BB, still fresh on his body, mingled with the resentment of 100 ghosts lingering in the air, answering some dark summoning as tendrils of black and crimson mist wrapped around him. Kaiping, don't! Wang Zhenjin screamed, her voice cracking with terror. Stop him! Kwang Tianyao burst forward at full speed. Ma Xiaoling and Ho Yingqiu reacted instantly, unleashing beams of magical energy to seize Luo Kaiping. But it was as if some invisible force propelled him. Luo Kaiping's speed was astonishing. Consumed by boundless hatred and curses, he hurled himself from the very edge of the Jia building's rooftop. No! As the others watched in horror, something unnatural happened. Luo Kaiping didn't crash to the ground as he fell. The dense, energy and lingering grudges of the 100 ghosts, still swirling around the building, seemed to have found their outlet. Like a tidal wave, they surged into him. Countless shadowy spirits wailed as they were sucked into his body. Suspended in midair, he was enveloped in a roiling vortex of dark red and black mist. Resentment, blood, and evil energy fused together, forming a gigantic, terrifying maelstrom. At the heart of the vortex, Luo Kaiping's distorted face could just be seen. His body was mutating, infernal markings surfacing beneath his skin, and an aura of menace 10 times stronger than his mother's, spread outward in all directions. He threw back his head and let out an inhuman roar, the sound thick with venom and the promise of destruction. 7 days. In 7 days, you will all pay, every debt in blood. As the last word echoed, the massive dark red-black mist contracted suddenly, sweeping Luo Kaiping's fully demonized form away like a meteor streaking across the night sky, vanishing into the darkness. Only his cursed roar lingered, reverberating through the night. On the rooftop, deathly silence fell. Ma Xiaoling's face was ashen, her hand trembling around her demon-subduing staff. Azura. He's absorbed the resentment of 100 ghosts. He's become an Azura. A dangerous red light flickered in Kuang Tinyao's eyes. He could feel a threat greater than ever before. He Yingxiu gazed in the direction where Luo Kaiping had vanished, his expression more grave than ever before. On the day of triple destruction, he leapt from the building, using blood as his lure, drawing the resentment of 100 ghosts into himself. 7 days from now, when the Ashura returns, a cataclysmic massacre is inevitable. Wang Zhenjin and Ouyang Jejia had long since collapsed to the floor, paralyzed by terror. Jin Zhengzhong, even more ashen-faced, understood just how catastrophic a disaster he had unleashed. Chen Mo stood silently in the shadows, watching it all unfold with a calm detachment. Throughout Luo Kaiping's leap, the summoning of the vengeful spirits, and his transformation into an Ashura, the seal within Chen Mo felt as if it were a glacier struck by a colossal hammer. An ear-splitting crack resounded through his soul. A fissure, far clearer and more intricate than ever before, spread across the seal like a spider's web. A torrent of pure, overwhelming magical force surged forth, coursing through his limbs and bones, filling him with a sense of power unlike anything he had ever known. He could even sense that the magic now at his disposal was enough to wield true Taoist sorcery. His gaze swept over the others, who were still reeling in shock, before settling at last on He Yingxiu's somber face. He spoke, his voice soft but clear, cutting through the silence so that all could hear. The origin of this blood curse lies with Yamamoto Mirai. Ping Ma was under her control when she killed Xiao Qian and Bi. Jin Zhengzhong's day of triple destruction, opening the feast and inviting ghosts, lit the fuse for this disaster. Luo Kaiping, after witnessing the tragedy inflicted upon his loved ones, became tainted by blood and evil. On this day of resentment, he drew the wrath of 100 ghosts and became a demon incarnate. 7 days from now, he will return with a tide of vengeance and wash Jejia Tower in blood. Chen Mo paused, turning his gaze to He Yingxiu, a knowing look in his eyes. Fellow Taoist, your grandmaster, Taoist Mao Xiaofeng, is currently suppressing the ancient corpse fiend. That means all these cursed matters here and the Ashura calamity that will come in 7 days fall to us to face. Of course, we also have the Ma family and Officer Kuang here. We'll all need to join forces and face this crisis together. Chen Mo's words echoed like a chilling verdict, proclaiming the doom awaiting them in 7 days, while also revealing the earth-shattering secret that Mao Xiaofeng was alive but trapped on the mainland. He bound the fate of Ma Xiaoling, Kuang Tianyu, He Yingxiu, and even all within Jejia Tower to himself, the inscrutable variable at the heart of the coming Ashura bloodbath. Within him, the widening fissure in his seal hungrily drank in the mounting pressure, an ominous sign that his dormant power was on the verge of erupting from the shadow of destruction. 7 days passed, like the sword of Damocles suspended above the heads of everyone in the Jejia building. Fear and despair hung over every window, thick and tangible as storm clouds. Jin Zhongzhong had long since been placed under house arrest by He Yingxiu, guarded day and night by Sister Jean. Ouyang Jejia and Wang Zhenjin lived in constant anxiety, their days shadowed by dread. A suffocating, deathly stillness filled the entire building. Even the most boisterous children, usually a source of vibrant noise, now cowered in silence. In this crisis, He Yingxiu became the building's pillar of strength. He understood all too well the terror of an Ashura. Such evil was beyond the reach of ordinary magic. Together with Ma Xiaoling and Kuang Tianyu, he deliberated day and night, finally resolving to set up the secret Maoshan ritual, the Kitagarbha Samsara Grand Formation. This ancient array would require immense collective willpower as its catalyst, borrowing the boundless compassion of Kitagarbha Bodhisattva to forcibly open a gateway to the cycle of reincarnation, purifying and sending the Ashura to the underworld. At the heart of this formation lay the candle of the heart, to be ignited by those in the Jejia building who shared deep emotional bonds with Luo Kaiping. Each would hold the candle within the array, invoking the last traces of his humanity. "This is our only hope," He Yingqiu declared, his face grave with determination. In the courtyard at the building's center, he traced intricate, mystical symbols onto the ground with cinnabar mixed with his own blood, each stroke brimming with the pure power of the Shanqing Supreme Cave Sutra. Ma Shaoling brought forth treasured Buddhist relics from the Ma family, embedding them at key points throughout the formation to amplify its spiritual force. Meanwhile, Kuang Tianyu stood guard, his heightened senses as a Jiangshi tuned to the growing, oppressive aura of demonic power approaching. On the rooftop terrace, Chunimo stood alone, gazing coldly at the bustle below. His mind reached out, sensing the gradually completed formation and the white heart candle clutched firmly by Wang Xinjin at its center. He could feel a faint yet unwavering current of compassionate will gathering as the array neared completion, seeking to commune with the distant power of Kitagarbha. And deep within himself, the seal that bound his own power strained under the immense, gathering pressure. The edges of its fissures seethed and churned like molten lava, relentlessly battering the icy constraints that held it in check. On the seventh night, darkness fell as expected. There was no moon. Low, oppressive clouds pressed down from above, suffocating the very air around Jejia building. Even the insects had fallen silent, their chirping swallowed by the hush. Then, a chilling, violent force, saturated with boundless hatred and the stench of blood, came crashing in like a tidal wave. The sky was painted in ominous shades of dark red. From the distance, a figure, wreathed in raging, demonic flames tore through the shroud of night, descending with a thunderous roar above the courtyard. It was Luo Kaiping, utterly consumed and transformed. No, now he was truly an Azura. His form was even taller and more imposing than 7 days before, skin armored in dark red scales, jagged bone spurs jutting from his joints. His eyes blazed with an eternal fire of resentment and malice, and a single curved horn had sprouted from his brow. Waves of endless hatred and a cacophony of 100 wailing ghosts crashed over everyone below, battering their very souls. "Blood! I want blood! All of you must die!" Ashura Luo Kaiping roared with a thunderous fury, his terrifying voice shaking the very windows of the building until they buzzed with vibration. "Activate the formation!" Yingqiu's hair and beard bristled as he shouted, his voice sharp with anger. He formed seals with both hands, pouring every ounce of his magical power madly into the heart of the array. At the same time, Ma Shaoling cried out, her voice ringing clear as she thrust her demon-subduing staff skyward, summoning the spectral image of a dragon to guard the core of the formation. Kuang Tianyu let out a low, guttural growl, unleashing the full force of his zombie power as he planted himself protectively in front of Wang Xinjin, bracing to withstand the onslaught of the demonic aura. In an instant, the wheel of reincarnation formation was activated, golden Buddhist radiance intertwined with violet Taoist runes, swirling upward to create a giant, spinning swastika of light. Gentle chanting, full of compassion, echoed faintly, attempting to soothe the overwhelming tide of resentment. At the formation's heart, the soul candle in Wang Xinjin's hands was ignited by He Yingqiu's power from afar, casting a soft, warm, white glow, like a lighthouse in the dark, illuminating her pale, yet resolute face. "Ping, Kaiping, come back. It's me, Xinjin, your Aunt Jia. Don't let hatred control you any longer." Wang Xinjin and the others called out with all their might, their voices brimming with heartfelt emotion. That gentle white light, together with their emotional pleas, was like a splash of water in boiling oil, instantly provoking an intense reaction in Ashura Luo Kaiping. Jun. The massive head, shrouded in infernal flames, wavered slightly. In his burning eyes, a fleeting trace of confusion and pain appeared, a fragile shard of Luo Kaiping's humanity struggling to break free. But then no, lies, all lies. You tricked me. You killed my mother. That glimmer of humanity was instantly swallowed by a raging sea of demonic hatred. He let out an even more violent roar, and his enormous demonic claw, crackling with destructive, dark red energy, swept toward the spinning swastika of light and Wang Xinjin at the center of the formation, with enough force to rend the very air. A deafening crash like the world itself collapsing. The entire Jia building shook violently. More than half of the formation's runes, carved by He Yingqiu, shattered in an instant. He was struck as if by a mighty blow, spitting blood as his face turned ashen, and he staggered backward. The spectral dragon guarding Ma Xiaoling let out a mournful cry before fading into darkness, and she was hurled back by the force of the backlash, her staff flying from her grasp. Huang Tianyu grunted, crossing his arms to resist the shockwave, but even his body, hard as forged steel, split open with bloody cracks. He staggered back several steps before barely managing to steady himself. The wheel of reincarnation formation, under Ashura Luo Kaiping's wrathful assault, teetered on the brink of collapse. The soul candle in Wang Zhenjin's hands flickered, its light rapidly fading, as if about to be snuffed out at any moment. A chilling, deranged laugh burst from Ashura Luo Kaiping. Xidagarba can't save you now. You'll all be buried with my mother. The demonic flames surged, ever higher as he raised a second, even larger claw, filled with murderous intent, ready to crush everyone below, along with the entire building, into dust. Despair, cold as an icy tide, engulfed the hearts of Ying Qiu, Ma Xiaoling, and Huang Tianyu. They fought with everything they had, yet they couldn't withstand even a single blow. The gap in power was as insurmountable as a yawning abyss. At that critical moment, a figure appeared at the very heart of the crumbling formation, as if stepping through space itself, shielding Wang Zhenjin. It was Chun Mo. He didn't spare a glance at the demonic claw that blotted out the sky, nor did he pay heed to the grievously wounded, blood-spitting Ying Qiu and the others. Calmly, he extended his right hand, pressing his index and middle fingers together, and pointed gently at the monstrous claw descending from above. There was no earth-shattering flash, no overwhelming surge of power, only a sliver of golden sword energy, so pure and refined it sent a chill through the soul, burst from his fingertips. Though thin as a hair, this sword energy contained the supreme power to sever fate and shatter all sorcery, none other than the peerless killing technique recorded in the Shanshan Great Cavern Scripture, the Tai demon-slaying sword chi. A soft hiss rang out, sharp and clean, like a hot knife gliding through butter. The enormous demonic claw, seemingly indestructible and brimming with Azura's annihilating power, met that thread of golden light, and in an instant, it was pierced as easily as paper. Everywhere, the golden light passed. The dark red demonic flames were silently extinguished, and the malice and demonic power that formed the claw disintegrated and scattered as if meeting their nemesis. A roar of agony exploded from Ashura Luo Kaiping, so thunderous it shook the heavens. The claw, which could contend with dragons and the might of Taoist arts, was instantly crippled by a single, seemingly insignificant strand of golden light. Around the wound, golden light coiled and burrowed, relentlessly eroding the very source of his demonic body. For the first time, terror and disbelief flickered in his eyes. Chen Mo, having landed his blow, did not press the attack. The golden light faded from his fingertips as he stood with hands clasped behind his back, his gaze cool and steady as he looked upon the tormented Ashura. His voice, not loud, but carrying unmistakable authority, cut through the demon's howls with an air that seemed to pierce the netherworld itself. Luo Kaiping, you are burdened with blood sins and have become a demon. By right, you should be utterly destroyed, cast into endless darkness. Yet, your mother, Madame Ping, was manipulated by villains in her life and committed these atrocities against her will. Remembering that your filial heart is not fully lost, that a shred of humanity remains, today I grant you passage into reincarnation. Before his words faded, Chun Mo's left hand formed an intricate, mysterious seal, and he intoned in a low, commanding voice, heaven and earth grant me power, open the gates of the netherworld. Xidagarba guides the souls. The path of reincarnation is open. Be gone. In response to his invocation, the battered Buddhist formation of Xidagarba and reincarnation, moments from collapse, suddenly steadied as if commanded by a supreme order. It erupted in a brilliance never seen before. A golden pillar of light, 100 times mightier and more solid than before, surged upward, accompanied by thunderous Sanskrit chanting and the towering apparition of Xidagarba Bodhisattva, piercing the skies above Jeja Tower. A colossal, ancient gate, shrouded in the aura of authority and reincarnation, slowly materialized at the end of the Pillar of Light. This was none other than the infamous Ghost Gate of the underworld. With a thunderous roar, the Ghost Gate swung open. An overwhelming force of suction burst forth, its target locked on Ashura Luo Kaiping, who was gravely wounded by the Tai demon-slaying sword and whose demonic flames now flickered weakly. But just at that moment, an icy, imperious voice rang out from within the Ghost Gate, its tones official, impatient, and brimming with authority. Oof. An Ashura, steeped in boundless resentment and drenched in blood sins. The cycle of reincarnation is not for such evil spirits as this. To disrupt the order of yin and yang, an even graver crime. Scatter it at once, obliterate its soul, so that others may heed the warning. As the final word resounded, a towering specter appeared before the ghost gate. Clad in the ancient garb of an underworld judge, its face lost in shadow, it gripped a black chain that shimmered with a ghostly light. The oppressive force it radiated was so great that Ma Shaoling and the others could barely breathe. Ignoring the pillar of reincarnation, the specter, known as the guide, prepared to lash the chain directly at Ashura Luo Kaiping, intent on utterly annihilating him. The guide's refusal and murderous intent instantly plunged Wang Zhenjin and the others, who had just found a glimmer of hope, into an icy despair. Even the underworld would not accept him. Just as the guide chain was about to strike, Chen Mo, who had been silent all this time, finally lifted his head. His eyes were no longer gentle or calm, but now mirrored the depths of ancient, star-studded skies, cold, unfathomable, and commanding, radiating a sovereign aloofness that admitted no challenge. From him, a presence surged forth, far older and more immense than the demon's might or even the guide's authority, as if the terror from the dawn of time itself had awakened. Like a slumbering dragon roused, this force silently rippled outward, centering on Chen Mo. This aura was not directed at anyone in particular, yet the guide's spectral form was the first to bear its weight. His indistinct face changed dramatically. The chain in his hand trembled violently, as if confronted by its nemesis, echoing with a mournful wail. For the first time, he felt as if he stood before an ancient deity at the birth of the world. The pressure, reaching deep into the soul, left even this underworld spirit suffocating and afraid. Chinamo looked at the guide and spoke. His voice was not loud, but it rang like thunder from the highest heavens, embodying the ultimate laws of the Tao. It pierced the divide between yin and yang, resounding deep within the guide's very spirit. My word is this. This soul shall enter the underworld, to face judgment and reincarnation. My word is this. This is the original vow of Kitagarbha, to save all sentient beings. My word is this. You, receive and guide. Each sentence fell like a heavenly decree, absolute and irresistible. With every word, the very laws of heaven and earth seemed to resonate in response. The ghost gate shuddered violently, and the force of reincarnation swelled tenfold in an instant. The guide's spectral form flickered like a candle flame in a storm, and his shadowed face was twisted in utter shock and disbelief. Before these three proclamations, he felt as insignificant as dust, unable even to summon a thought of resistance. You are. The ferryman's voice trembled with uncontrollable fear. A forbidden name flashed in his mind, one that existed only in the oldest records of the underworld. It was a being who had discussed the mysteries of the netherworld with the very first king of hell, even before heaven and earth took form, and before the Lady of Earth transformed into the cycle of reincarnation. He dared not pursue the thought any further, nor did he dare show a hint of defiance. At your command, the ferryman's spectral figure bowed deeply in Shun Mo's direction, his posture as humble as dust itself. He no longer dared mention shattering the soul. With a flick of his chain, it turned into a gentle band of black light, winding itself around the weakened, humanoid soul enveloped in resentment. The true spirit of Luo Kaiping, now stripped of all demonic power by the pillar of reincarnation. With the utmost reverence, the ferryman guided it slowly through the wide-open gates of the underworld. The gates closed with a finality. The pillar of reincarnation faded away. The spectral image of Kitagarbha vanished from sight. The ominous blood-red clouds and terrifying demonic pressure that had hung over the Jia building dispersed as if they had never existed. Only the shattered courtyard and the grievously wounded remained, stark witnesses to the earth-shaking battle that had just ended. Absolute silence reigned. Ma Shaoling, Kuang Tianyu, Yingxiu, Wang Zhenjin. Everyone stood frozen in place, petrified as if turned to stone, their minds utterly blank. What had they just witnessed? Chen Mo, with a single gesture, had gravely wounded an Ashura. With a single reprimand, he had cowed the ferryman into submission, and with just 3 utterances, he had decided the fate of all, compelling the Ashura into the cycle of reincarnation. Those 3 proclamations, each imbued with supreme authority and the very laws of the cosmos, had utterly overturned their understanding of power, of Taoist arts, even of this world itself. No one felt this more deeply than Yingxiu. In those 3 sentences, he sensed a resonance with the Tao of his grandmaster, Mao Xiaofeng, but this was older, vaster, closer to that legendary source of all Tao. This was not something any ordinary cultivator could possibly achieve. Just who was this man truly? Chun Mo slowly withdrew his gaze, the dreadful aura that had shaken the underworld melting away, replaced once more by his usual calm. He glanced at the gravely injured He Yingxiu and Ma Xiaoling, then at the still-shaken Wang Jinjin and Ouyang Jejia. At last, his eyes fell upon Jin Zhengzhong, collapsed and powerless in the distant shadows. In a quiet voice, he said, "The calamity is averted for now. Make wise use of the peace." With that, he paid no heed to the stunned, awestruck stares of those around him. Turning away, his figure melted into the shadows at the stairwell leading to the top floor, vanishing into the night. Only the chaos left behind and the shattered spirits of those present bore witness to what had transpired, leaving them lost in shock, unable to recover for a long, long time. The bloodshed at Jejia Tower ended in a fashion far beyond anyone's wildest imagination. Yet within Chun Mo's body, the seal that had endured the immense strain of stirring the cycle of reincarnation, rebuking the spirits of the dead, and manifesting words in a law, did not heal. Instead, like a dam hammered open, its edges began to seep with a steady trickle of magical power. Though the flow was slow, it marked an irreversible awakening of the power that fate had once entombed in ice. And in the eyes of those around him, Chun Mo's image had transformed completely, from a mysterious tycoon into a terrifying figure, unfathomable in depth, suspected to be the reincarnation of some ancient, mighty being. The undercurrents of Hong Kong would only grow more turbulent and unpredictable with his presence. Although the blood-soaked tragedy at Jejia Tower had been brought to an end by Chun Mo's thunderous intervention, the shadow it cast and the shockwaves it sent through, the city lingered on. The residents gazed up at the door on the top floor with a mixture of awe, fear, and a sliver of gratitude at having survived this ordeal. Ma Xiaoling, Kuang Tianyu, and He Yingxiu fell into deep silence, each lost in thought. The sheer scale of power Chun Mo had displayed was utterly beyond their comprehension. His ability to command the supernatural with a mere word, to rebuke spirits with unassailable authority, made them wary even to probe into his true identity. Yet, a greater storm was gathering in the shadows. Yamamoto Kazuo, the king of vampires who had long lurked in the darkest corners of Hong Kong, finally stepped into the light. His control over the Nishigashi group ran deep, its influence touching every corner of the city. The Ashura incident, along with Chun Mo's intervention, had undoubtedly disrupted some of his schemes. It also sparked an unprecedented wariness, and perhaps fascination, towards this enigmatic Mr. Chun. He reached a decision to seek out Master Miaoshan. Miaoshan, said to have been born from a single tear shed by Guanyin upon attaining enlightenment, possessed the divine power to perceive past and future, and to resolve the doubts of all living beings. Her sanctuary was a holy place sought out by countless souls in search of guidance. Within the tranquil chamber, incense curled delicately through the air. Yamamoto Kazuo, shedding his guise as a ruthless business magnate, revealed the chilling essence of the progenitor vampire as he sat across from Miaoshan. Miaoshan's bearing was regal, her gaze imbued with infinite compassion. "Mr. Yamamoto, I already know what you seek," she spoke, her voice ethereal and distant. "You wish to create a world for vampires so that your daughter, Miss Yamamoto Mirai, might remain by your side forever and accept you." "That's right." A red gleam flickered in Yamamoto Kazuo's eyes. "Tell me, how can I succeed?" Miaoshan fell silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. "The past is the cause, the future its effect. The greatest obstacle in your heart lies in that night, 60 years ago, at Hongshi Village. Kuang Guohua, Kuang Tianyu, Yamamoto Mirai, resurrection. And you yourself, all your destinies turned at that point. If you wish to change the future, there is only one way. Change the past." "Change the past?" Yamamoto Kazuo's pupils contracted sharply. "Yes. Return to 1938, to Red Creek Village." Miaoshan's voice carried a weighty sense of karma. "There, you'll have a chance to change the fate of being bitten by Jiangchun. But keep in mind, the River of Time has its own laws. Changing the past might not bring what you desire. In fact, it's more likely to set off unpredictable chain reactions." And Miaoshan's gaze seemed to pierce through the walls, looking toward the direction of Jejia Tower. A new variable has entered the game. His very existence is already disturbing the threads of fate. Yamamoto Kazuo left Miaoshan's serene chamber, his mind made up. Change the past. For the sake of his ideals, for the sake of Jinjin, he had to take this gamble. And that variable, Chun-mo, a flash of icy resolve glinted in Yamamoto's eyes. Before traveling back in time, he had to eliminate this greatest threat. His sights were set squarely on Jijia Tower. Very soon, a storm of accidents swept over Jijia Tower. The building mysteriously lost power and water. Residents were repeatedly harassed and extorted. Ouyang Jijia and Wang Jinjin found themselves tailed by unknown figures. Sister Jin's stall was trashed, and Uncle Chio's arcade was hit by malicious reports. One incident followed another. Though none caused direct harm, an oppressive, suffocating atmosphere of terror descended, designed to force out Chun-mo, or at the very least, to wear him down and keep him running. Inside the tower, fear ran rampant. Ma Xiaoling and Kuang Tianyu were stretched thin trying to cope, and even He Yingxiu wore a grave expression. He could sense the cold, manipulative hand behind the scenes. In a duplex at the top of the building, Chun-mo stood quietly by the window, looking down at the commotion below. To him, Yamamoto's schemes were as childish as games. What truly occupied his thoughts were Miao Shan's prophecy and the soon-to-be-opened portal through time. Change the past. Red Creek Village. Jiangchun. A bright gleam flickered in Chun-mo's eyes. This was the moment he'd been waiting for, a chance to dive into the very heart of fate's script, to awaken Jiangchun, and perhaps even greatly weaken or shatter the seal within himself. The torrent of magical power in his body, sensing the imminent temporal disturbance, was already surging faster, and the golden light at the crack of the seal shone ever more brilliantly. If you want to play, then I'll join you on this journey down the river of time. A cold, thin smile curled on Chun-mo's lips. A few days later, with the guidance he'd received from Miao Shan, and an ancient artifact imbued with the power of time, or perhaps with Miao Shan's direct assistance, Yamamoto Kazuo forcibly opened a portal to Red Creek Village in 1938 at a secret underground altar owned by the Nito Group. Baika, Herman, and Yamamoto Mirai, under control, stood guard at his side. At the very instant, the portal opened and waves of temporal energy erupted. A shadow, swift as a phantom, ignored the layers of enchantments and guards Yamamoto had set up and appeared right at the edge of the altar. It was Chun-mo. Chen Montak. Yamamoto's shock turned to rage. How dare you? How can an event as grand as time travel go on without me? Chun-mo's voice was calm, but his gaze pierced through the swirling, distorted vortex of space and time, as if he could see the flames of war from 60 years ago. Rest assured, I have no interest in your so-called grand ambitions. I just want to go back and visit an old friend. The mention of this old friend sent a shockwave through Yamamoto Kazuo's heart. Without giving Yamamoto Kazuo any chance to interfere, Chun-mo took a single step forward. His figure vanished into the raging chaos of the temporal currents. His movement was so swift, so uncanny, that not even Yamamoto Kazuo had time to react. Damn it! After him! Yamamoto Kazuo's face turned ashen as he led his men into the passage without hesitation. 1938, Hongshi Village. War raged across the land. Mountains and rivers lay in ruin. The iron boots of the Japanese invaders trampled this soil, while the air was thick with the stench of gunpowder and blood. Kuang Guohua, the young Kuang Tianyu, was leading his guerrilla fighters and the villagers in a desperate resistance. Yamamoto Kazuo's elite Japanese squad, like wolves drawn by the scent of blood, launched a brutal purge against Hongshi Village. Chun-mo's figure appeared quietly on a high ridge outside the village, his cold eyes surveying the slaughter and suffering below. The violent pull of time travel tore at him, shaking the seal within his body to its very core, forcing out a groan of protest under unbearable strain. The crack in his seal, battered by the currents of time and space, widened visibly with each passing moment. More and more pure magical power surged forth like a dam bursting, flooding through him. He felt an unprecedented surge of strength awakening inside, a power that, though still far from his peak, already made him incomparable to the Chun-mo of Hong Kong. His gaze did not linger on the bloody battlefield. Instead, it pierced through layers of space, fixing upon the depths of the ancient, shadowy forest behind Hongshi Village. There, a terrifying presence lay dormant, like a primordial beast, Jiangchun, Yamamoto Kazuo arrived as well. He immediately locked onto Kuang Guohua, his eyes blazing with murderous intent and a fanatic desire to change fate. He ordered his men to attack with reckless fury, aiming straight for Kuang Guohua. Amid the chaos, Ashio, Kuang Guohua's beloved, sacrificed herself to save him. Overwhelmed by grief and rage, Kwang Guohua retreated into the back hills with her body in his arms. Yamamoto Kazuo pursued relentlessly, while Yamamoto Mirai, dragged back into the past by Kazuo, and Fu also fled into the hills amidst the turmoil. Like a ghost, Chun Mo followed silently, slipping into the primeval forest without a trace. Deep within the woods, all was silent and still. Towering ancient trees blotted out the sky, and the air was thick with a wild, ancient aura. At last, Chun Mo found the one he'd come all this way to see, his old friend, Jiang Chun. At this moment, Jiang Chun was not the elegant, mysterious progenitor of vampires who would one day seek the true meaning of love. Instead, he resembled a primordial beast, lost in the endless river of time. His towering figure was wrapped in tattered animal hides, and his long, silver hair hung tangled and wild, veiling most of his face. His gaze was empty and unfocused, like a savage creature yet to awaken to consciousness, drifting through the forest on sheer instinct. He was utterly indifferent to the slaughter and wailing around him, occasionally, letting out meaningless guttural growls. The oppressive aura that radiated from him was suffocating, but it was primitive and chaotic, brimming with wildness, utterly devoid of reason. A low, thunderous growl rumbled from Jiang Chen's throat as if the presence of Kazuo Yamamoto, Kwang Guohua, and the others had disturbed him. His hollow eyes swept across the group, cold and indifferent, as if regarding insignificant ants. When Kazuo Yamamoto saw Jiang Chun, his eyes were filled with searing hatred and a deep-rooted fear that seemed to well up from his very blood. He knew the pivotal moment to change his destiny had arrived. In a frenzy, he launched himself at Kwang Guohua, desperate to kill him before Jiang Chen's eyes. Kwang Guohua, cradling Axiu's lifeless body, was gravely wounded and on the verge of death, his eyes filled only with despair. Fuxing cowered, in terror, trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Yamamoto Mirai looked at her father's mad frenzy, her gaze clouded with pain and confusion. In the midst of this chaos, Jiang Chun seemed to be completely enraged. Or perhaps, the murderous energy radiating from Kazuo Yamamoto had awakened a sliver of primitive, predatory instinct buried deep in his muddled consciousness. He unleashed a deafening roar, and in a heartbeat, his figure appeared before Kazuo Yamamoto and Kwang Guohua, as if he had simply materialized out of thin air. He moved with impossible speed, so fast it defied the very sense of time. Kazuo Yamamoto saw only a blur flash before him before a sharp pain exploded in his neck. Two razor-sharp fangs pierced his skin without effort. In the next instant, Kwang Guohua was bitten as well, followed by Fuxing, who tried to hide at the side. 3 cries of agony, short, abrupt, and almost simultaneous, rang out. Jiang Chen's bite was swift as lightning, and with it, the raw, primal power of the Panga bloodline surged into all 3 of them. Yamamoto, Kwang Guohua, and Fuxing convulsed violently, their eyes instantly consumed by red and racked with pain. The warmth of human life was swiftly replaced by the cold, deathly stillness of the undead. Having finished biting the 3, Jiang Chun seemed to have completed a trivial task. He let go and watched as the 3 bodies collapsed to the ground like discarded sacks, left to endure the agonizing transformation of their first embrace. With vampire blood, his vacant, bewildered gaze swept over their writhing forms as if he were looking at lambs awaiting slaughter. He let out another meaningless growl, turned away, and was ready to vanish once more into his chaotic wandering. Just then, a calm voice rang out behind him, cutting through the fog of his mind with clarity. Jiang Chun awakened. Jiang Chen's massive form suddenly halted. He slowly turned around, and for the first time, those hollow, bewildered silver eyes found focus, settling upon Chun Mo, who had appeared some distance behind him without warning. Chun Mo stood with his hands clasped behind his back. There was no outward display of overwhelming power, yet in the depths of his gaze, it seemed as though the endless wisdom and ancient sorrow of the world since its creation resided. He regarded Jiang Chun without fear or hostility, only a calmness born of seeing through all things and a faint resonance, as if recognizing another ancient being. Haven't you grown weary of these aimless, muddled days? Chun Mo's voice carried an uncanny clarity, piercing directly into the deepest recesses of Jiang Chen's chaotic mind. Niwa created mankind and bestowed them with spirit. And you, god of war, were meant to protect the earth. Your duty is not yet fulfilled. How can you allow yourself to remain lost in oblivion for all eternity? Nu. Wa. Jiang Chun struggled to form the syllables, the words emerging clumsily and with effort. Yet this name, like a star cast into the depths of chaos, instantly flickered to life in the muddled darkness of his memory. A stirring deep in his blood awoke, a tremor, and a tangle of emotions too complex to name. The haze in his eyes receded like a retreating tide, replaced by a nascent, sharp, and ancient silver gleam. An immense godly power, dormant for millennia, began to awaken within him like the slow rise of the morning sun. Watching the growing clarity and the terrifying, awakening pressure in Jiang Chen's eyes, Chun Mo understood. He raised his hand, pointing toward the distant, rolling mountains and the vast expanse of earth. In this world, there is love and hate, creation and destruction. Nua's creations are now enduring their own tribulations. Since you have awakened, old friend, why not leave this chaotic, mortal world with me for a while, and watch how events unfold in quietude? When the dust has settled, then you may choose your path. Jiang Chun did not reply. His freshly cleared silver eyes gazed deeply at Chun Mo, as if weighing and assessing him. He could sense in this man an aura, just as ancient, perhaps even more profound. At last, Jiang Chun nodded slowly, a low, indistinct sound rumbling from his throat, signaling his agreement. A gentle smile appeared on Chun Mo's lips, and his figure transformed into a streak of light, flying toward the deepest part of the mountains, where an ancient, seldom-trodden cave awaited. Jiang Chun cast one last glance at the three newly turned zombies still writhing through their transformation on the ground. A flicker of complicated emotion crossed his gaze. Then his body, too, became a beam of silver light, following close behind Chun Mo. Two radiant forces, ancient and mighty, vanished into the heart of the mountains, as if they had never been there at all. Only the agonized cries of Yamamoto Kazuo, Kwang Guohua, Kwang Tianyu, and Fuxing, struggling through their painful metamorphosis into zombies, remained on the ground, accompanied by the distant, war-ravaged village of Hongxi, bearing silent witness to all that had transpired. The river of time continued its relentless flow. With endless resentment and unwillingness, Kazuo Yamamoto returned to the modern world, determined to resume his plan of creating a world of zombies. Meanwhile, Kwang Tianyao, now living under this new name, carried with him both guilt toward Ah Sao and the burden of his resurrection, and began a new life in Hong Kong. As for Chun Mo and Jiang Chun, they seemed to have vanished from the world without a trace, disappearing entirely from the sight and senses of all. The two had retreated deep into the Kunlun Mountains, secluded within a cave hidden by an ancient array. Inside, time itself seemed frozen. Nothing stirred but the ageless stone and the occasional sweep of a piercing mountain wind. Each day, Chun Mo sat in deep meditation, seeking to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. Harnessing the power of time and space, he continually washed away the seal within his body. The fissure was slowly but steadily widening, and his strength was gradually returning. From time to time, he would engage Jiang Chun in philosophical discussions, recounting tales of the world's creation, of Nuwa shaping mankind, and the ancient secrets of fate in the Panga clan. Jiang Chun, though largely silent, spent most of his days in stillness, digesting the power and memories awakened within him. The primal wildness in his eyes had long since faded, replaced now by profound contemplation and a distant, almost curious, observation of all things. His silver eyes would often gaze through the cave's entrance toward the sky, as if searching for a distant figure, Nuwa herself. 60 years passed for them in the blink of an eye, until that fateful day, a surge of boundless, majestic Buddhist power, radiant with compassion and purification, swept across all of time and space like the first light of creation. The great sun Tathagata, in an effort to halt Kazuo Yamamoto's mad attempt to destroy the world and to correct the ever more chaotic threads of causality caused by time travel, finally intervened. The purification mantra of the great sun Tathagata, golden Buddhist light, suffused the 3 realms and 6 paths, forcibly twisting and correcting the river of time. Kazuo Yamamoto's apocalyptic scheme was abruptly ended, and all the twisted strands of causality he had created in the past were soothed and reset beneath that supreme Buddhist might. Reality itself was rewritten, and a new timeline was born. Under the impact of this vast, law-altering power, the ancient array shielding the cave in the depths of Kunlun shuddered violently, nearly on the verge of collapse. Chun Mo, deep in meditation, snapped his eyes open, golden light blazing from within. The seal inside him quaked under the impact of the Buddhist force, the fissure widening several times over in an instant. An unstoppable torrent of magical power surged forth. It's finally here, Chun Mo whispered, his whole being radiating with 1,000 beams of multicolored light. He withstood the Buddhist force, battering against the cave's array, drawing it in and transforming it for his own use, accelerating the dissolution of the remaining seal. Beside him, Jiang Chen opened his silver eyes, a flash of understanding passing through them. He had sensed the source and intent of this great power, and felt the opening of a brand new timeline. As the world-altering radiance of the Buddha gradually faded, a new global order had already taken shape. Yamamoto Kazuo's scheme was thwarted, and for now, the world returned to its normal path. Inside the Kunlun sanctuary, Chun Mo felt the surging power within him and sensed the seal inside, now nearly broken. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He looked toward Jiang Chun, who had also risen to his feet. "It's time to go back," Chun Mo said, his voice calm but imbued with the force of someone in total command. "A new stage is set, and the script of destiny has turned to a fresh page. Old friend, let's see what surprises await us in this purified world." Jiang Chen's silvery eyes gazed at the sky outside the cave dwelling, a sky at once familiar and alien. He nodded slowly. Having lived in seclusion, quietly observing the changes of the world, he now found himself with more questions than ever before, and perhaps a new purpose. Two figures, one gold and one silver, streaked through the air like comets, tearing open space itself before vanishing in an instant deep within Kunlun, rushing toward Hong Kong, the heart of the swirling vortex of fate. Upon arriving at Victoria Harbor, Jiang Chun and Chun Mo parted ways. Jiang Chun resolved to experience the world as it now was, and to restore the power of Nuwa's primordial spirit. Chun Mo remained in Hong Kong. A new era had dawned, a new tide of change, and with the return of these two ancient beings, the world was now awash with even greater, more unpredictable waves. The power within Chun Mo, on the verge of breaking free, and the awakening of Jiang Chun, the god of war, would become the greatest unknowns in this unfolding tale of destiny. Returning from Kunlun, Chun Mo found Hong Kong as bustling and vibrant as ever. Yet the city was changed, subtly but unmistakably. 20 years had slipped by in silence. Jiang Chun had not entered the mortal world alongside Chun Mo, standing at the edge of Victoria Harbor, gazing at the steel jungle both familiar and strange. A searching curiosity flickered in Jiang Chen's deep silver eyes. "I was born in ancient times, a witness to the chaos of prehistory, but I have never truly experienced the joys and sorrows, the love and hate of humanity." Jiang Chen's voice was low and magnetic, tinged with a newfound curiosity. Nuwa created mankind and bestowed upon them spirit. Are the emotions born of that spirit miracles, or are they shackles? I want to see for myself. Chun Mo nodded in understanding. The god of war of the Pangu clan had slumbered for eons, and now, awakening with fresh awareness, it was only natural that he was curious about the intricate world Nuwa had fashioned. The mortal world is enchanting, but it also holds its own poison. Take care, and do not lose yourself. Lose myself. A barely perceptible hint of a smile curved Jiang Chen's lips, carrying the detachment and confidence of one who has seen the ages pass. Perhaps I am searching for my true self. As his words faded, his silvery form melted into the sunlight, vanishing silently into the bustling crowd, and thus began his journey to experience life as a mortal. Chun Mo chose to remain in Hong Kong, at the very heart of fate's swirling vortex. On a quiet street tucked away in the bustling Central District, he opened a metaphysics and feng shui studio called Xianwei Pavilion. The storefront was elegant in its simplicity, the air fragrant with sandalwood incense, and he only welcomed those whom destiny brought to his door. Over the course of 20 years, the reputation of Mr. Chun from Xianwei Pavilion quietly spread within select circles. He read destinies, interpreted feng shui, dispelled malevolent energies, his methods unfathomable. Yet he never revealed the full extent of his true abilities, and charged for his services as he pleased, as if it were all a game played amid the dust of the mortal world. These 20 years were a time of settling, but even more so, a time of restoration. Drawing on the lingering power of the space-time laws left behind after invoking the great sun Tathagata's world-purifying mantra and his own insights into heaven and earth's Tao, Chun Mo ceaselessly washed away the seals of fate within his body. The fissure within him spread like a spider web, though it had yet to shatter completely. Its core had already been pierced through. Pure, potent magical power surged from the cracks, nourishing the foundation of Tao that had lain dormant within him for so long. By the year 2000, his cultivation had fully recovered to the nascent soul stage. At the level of nascent soul, the primordial spirit becomes refined, able to connect with heaven and earth and begin to grasp the laws governing reality. Though still far from the heights of his ancient prime, at least not at the golden immortal stage or higher, within this age of dwindling magic in Hong Kong, he had become something akin to an immortal walking the earth. The power within him roared like a mighty river. His mind could sweep across the entire city in an instant, perceiving every subtlety and detail. His understanding of the laws of space, causality, and even a faint touch of time grew ever more profound. During these years, he did not completely cut himself off from the world. Ma Xiaoling's Lingling Hall Cleaning Company continued its business, and she remained the same fiery, sharp-tongued, but soft-hearted exorcist with long legs. Kuang Guohua, now going by the alias Kuang Tianyu, lived a low-key life as a police officer, fell in love with Wang Jinjin, and looked after the forever childlike Fuxing. Uncle Chio's arcade had become a regular gathering place for them all. Though Jin Jingzhong's talent was limited, he had officially apprenticed himself to He Yingqiu and become a disciple of Mao Shan. Chen Mo's interactions with them were both close and distant, like a thread that never fully ties a knot. From time to time, he would happen to run into Ma Xiaoling, offering a key piece of advice, just as she was handling a tricky, supernatural case, only to be met with her usual retort, "Stop pretending to be mysterious." He would offer enigmatic comments to Kuang Tianyu, who was troubled by his identity as a Jiangshi, hinting at a unique fate and otherworldly nature, leaving him deep in thought. Sometimes he would visit Uncle Chio's arcade, play a game of chess with Yingqiu, and talk about tales from the world of the arcane. Yingqiu always treated him with the utmost respect, addressing him as a disciple would a master, never daring to show the slightest disrespect. Everyone knew that Mr. Chun of Xianwei Pavilion was a man of unfathomable mystery, whose abilities seemed boundless, yet no one could truly see through him. He was like a deep, still pool, calm on the surface, but bottomless beneath. And so, time drifted forward to the summer of the year 2000. A sudden piece of news shattered the calm of Lingling Hall. While traveling in England, Wang Jinjin had accidentally come into possession of an ancient necklace called Angel's Tear. The necklace held strange, mysterious powers, but it also attracted the attention of those with ill intentions. Chief among them, a mysterious man named Riley. Riley stole the necklace from Jinjin and left behind a clue, hinting that he would return to England. Jinjin returned to Hong Kong in a daze, racked with guilt over losing the necklace. Ma Xiaoling, naturally outraged, resolved to set off for England at once to reclaim the necklace and teach this Riley fellow a lesson. As Jinjin's boyfriend, Fong Tinyao, insisted on going along. He would never let her face this alone. Even Fu Sheng clamored to join, eager to see the world. Yingqiu sensed something amiss and warned them all to be cautious. The Angel's Tear was far more than a simple antique. The web around it was vast and treacherous. Just as they were making preparations to depart, the figure of Chun Mo appeared at the doorway of Lingling Hall. "Mr. Chun," Ma Xiaoling was surprised. "Don't tell me you're here to talk us out of it too?" Chun Mo gave no reply. His calm gaze swept over the group, finally coming to rest on Fong Tinyao. Deep within his eyes, a glimmer of prediction flickered. Through his spiritual perception and the threads of fate, Chun Mo could see a terrifyingly dangerous strand of destiny, shrouded in deathly silence, tightly wound around Fong Tinyao, and its endpoint led straight to England. Kuang Guohua, Chen Montauk muttered inwardly. The name belonged both to the tragic guerrilla captain of Red Creek Village 60 years ago, and to the man now standing before him. This threat of death foretold that the identity of Fong Tinyao would come to its end in England. In his place, Kuang Guohua would finally break free of guilt's shackles and awaken to his true power. The script of fate had turned to a critical page. "No, I'm coming with you," Chun Mo said coolly, his tone leaving no room for argument. "What?" Ma Xiaoling, Fong Tinyao, Wang Jinjin, and Fu Sheng were all stunned. Chun Mo volunteering to join them? That was unheard of. The Angel's Tear is a matter of great consequence. Things are far more complicated in England than you realize, Chun Mo explained simply. Another hand means more eyes, more safety. Besides, he glanced at Fong Tinyao. "For you, this journey will be truly significant." A strange chill ran through Fong Tinyao's heart. He couldn't shake the feeling that Chun Mo's words held a deeper meaning. Though Ma Xiaoling was full of questions, Chun Mo's decision unexpectedly gave her a sense of reassurance. This enigmatic man, when it mattered most, was someone they could truly rely on. And so, The group arrived in the mist-shrouded city of London. A gloomy sky hung overhead, ancient buildings looming under heavy clouds. The air was thick with the dampness of centuries past, and laced with an elusive blend, a breath of sanctity. Entwined with shadow, guided by their clues, they quickly pinpointed Riley's hideout, an abandoned church on the banks of the Thames, its history stretching back hundreds of years. Inside, the church was vast and in ruins. Stained glass windows, shattered and dull, let in only a few pale shafts of daylight. Dust and the scent of decay filled the air. There, standing quietly before the pulpit, was Riley, a pale, melancholic blond man, clutching the teardrop-shaped angel's tear necklace that glowed with a gentle blue light in his hand. "Give back the necklace," Ma Xiaoling commanded, her demon-vanquishing staff raised, her voice sharp and forceful. Kuang Tianyu stood protectively in front of Wang Jinjin, his gaze razor-sharp. Chen Imo stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes sweeping over every corner of the church, brows furrowed. Something was off about this place, beyond the strange. Aura clinging to Riley, a presence neither human nor vampire. There simmered several powerful surges of energy, bright and iron-willed, the unmistakable pulse of holy power. "I'm sorry, but I can't give it to you," Riley replied, his voice heavy with exhaustion and sorrow. It would bring disaster. As the standoff stretched, a sudden change erupted. The church's heavy oak doors burst open with a thunderous crash. Blinding white light flooded in. Accompanied by the steady clang of ironclad boots, 3 knights strode in, each armored in gleaming silver plate, wielding immense cross-shaped swords or long spears, their very presence radiating an intense, sanctified light. Their breastplates bore bold crosses, and beneath their helms, their eyes glinted cold as blades, fixed squarely on the angel's tear in Riley's grasp. "Heretic, defiler of sacred relics, surrender the tear of the saint," boomed the lead knight, the tallest and most imposing among them. His voice rolled through the church like a great bell, shaking dust from the domed ceiling. Holy! Fire blazed along the blade of his great sword, its radiance almost suffocating. These were the church's elite, protectors of relics and scourges of heretics, the supreme force of the Holy Order, the Grand Knights. His codename, Mordred, lapdogs of the church. Fury and despair flashed in Riley's eyes. Suddenly, his aura shifted, turning cold and wild. Shadows of bat wings flickered behind him. He was a powerful vampire, one of ancient, noble lineage. No words were wasted. Battle erupted in an instant. Riley transformed into a streak of blood-red shadow, moving at blinding speed. His claws slashed toward Mordred, the air screaming in their wake. Mordred swung his great sword in a sweeping arc, a wall of blazing, holy fire rising to meet the attack. The other 2 knights moved at the same time. Their lances crackled with holy light, thrusting forward like dragons, their radiant spears sealing off every path of escape. The clash between vampires and the knights of the church unleashed a fierce battle between light and darkness. Waves of holy flame and explosive blood energy tore through the already ruined church, reducing the sanctuary to utter chaos. "Gong Tianyu, protect Jinjin. I'll help," Ma Xiaoling cried out, her voice sharp and resolute. The exorcism staff in her hand flared with golden light as she summoned a spectral dragon, launching herself directly at a paladin who was besieging Riley. She had realized Riley was not purely evil, and since the necklace was in his possession, she could not allow the church to capture him. Kong Tianyu immediately shielded Wang Jinjin, pushing her into a safe corner behind him. He let out a low growl, drawing upon the full force of his zombie strength, ready to leap to Ma Xiaoling's aid or intercept another knight at a moment's notice. Chen Imo stood motionless at the center of it all, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the leader of the knights, Mordred. This man's power was formidable, nearly reaching what the West called the sanctum level, on par with the pinnacle of the Eastern nascent soul stage. Especially daunting was his armor, infused with the force of faith and the enormous holy flame. Greatsword in his grasp, both deadly weapons against all things dark and sinister. But what concerned Chen Imo even more was a faint, nearly undetectable aura emanating from Mordred. An aura that sent a shiver through Chen Mo's very soul, the unmistakable scent of fate's interference. It felt as though an invisible hand was shaping the very course of this conflict. As Ma Xiaoling was locked in combat with one paladin and Riley was being overwhelmed by Mordred and another knight, Mordred suddenly unleashed his full might. The holy fire on his greatsword surged, swelling to several times its original size, and he unleashed a massive cross-shaped beam of light, forcing Riley back. At that very instant, his left hand conjured a holy light cross, a blazing construct of pure radiance, etched with intricate runes, which he hurled with astonishing speed toward the corner where Kong Tianyu and Wang Jinjin were hiding. Cleanse the heretic! The cross hurtled through the air, imbued with a terrifying, purifying power. Its true target was not Kong Tianyu, but Wang Jinjin behind him. The strike was vicious and cunning, designed to force Tianyu to take the blow head-on. Jinjin, Kong Tianyu's eyes widened in terror. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed every ounce of his zombie strength, crossing his arms to form an impenetrable shield, placing himself squarely between the attack and Wang Jinjin. A deafening crash erupted as the holy light cross slammed into Tianyu's barrier. Blinding white light and wild, purifying energy exploded all around. The clash between his undead power and the holy light sent a harsh, corrosive hiss through the air. Kong Tianyu grunted in pain, his arms searing with agony, as the protective shield was visibly eroded and unraveled. Tianyu! Wang Jinjin screamed in terror. Kong Tianyu! Ma Xiaoling's heart clenched with dread, but she was pinned down by her relentless opponent, unable to break free and help. In that split second, as fate seemed to hang by a thread, Chen Mo, who had never taken his eyes off Mordred, finally moved. There was no way he would stand by and watch Kong Tianyu, or rather Kong Guohua, fall at this crucial moment. Insolence! Chen Mo's voice rang out, cold and stern, cracking through the air like a sudden clap of thunder. With his fingers poised like a sword, he pointed from afar at the holy light cross that was just about to shatter Kong Tianyu's defenses. A strand of Tai demon-slaying sword chi, refined to the utmost and imbued with the essence of destruction, shot forth. Swifter than sight, it struck precisely at the core rune of the holy light cross. A crisp, shattering sound echoed throughout the chapel. That cross, brimming with terrifying, purifying power, was utterly shattered by the seemingly insignificant golden sword chi, splintering into countless motes of light that drifted away and vanished. Yet, at the very instant Chen Mo acted, a savage, triumphant grin flickered in Mordred's eyes. The holy light cross had never been his true trump card. Heretic, prepare to die. Seizing the brief moment when Chen Mo intervened to save his ally, Mordred erupted in holy brilliance, radiating like a burning sun. The giant sword of holy flame flew from his grasp, transforming into a roaring dragon of pure fire and light. With cataclysmic might it tore through space, surging straight for Chen Mo. This strike contained the sum of his life's cultivation and unwavering faith, far surpassing anything he unleashed before. His real target had always been this mysterious man from the east, who filled him with dread and unease. Confronted by the searing dragon of holy flame, powerful enough to boil seas and scorch the heavens, Chen Mo's gaze turned icy. He had intended to hold back, to test his foe, but it was clear now that his opponent wished him dead. Does a grain of rice dare to shine like a pearl? Chen Mo did not move. He simply raised his right hand, fingers splayed, and gently closed them around the oncoming dragon. Space. Imprisonment. As he spoke, the law answered. At the nascent soul stage, he had gained the first touch of mastery over the laws of space. Mordred and his two fellow paladins stared in horror. The very air within 10 meters of Chen Mo seemed to crystallize, as if the world itself were frozen solid. The roaring fire dragon slammed into an invisible wall of despair. Its speed plummeted, its form twisted, and it became utterly ensnared by an unseen force. Even its radiance and flame seemed locked in place, suspended in time. Shatter! Chen Mo's 5 fingers clenched abruptly. A deafening explosion tore through the chapel. The imprisoned space collapsed inward, detonating in an instant. The holy flame dragon, potent enough to reduce a mountain to cinders, along with the frozen space around it, was crushed like fragile glass, splintering into countless shards of light and fragments of space that burst outward. Wild, chaotic currents of energy ripped through the chapel, blowing what remained of the sagging dome clear into the sky. Mordred was struck as if by a bolt of lightning, spewing a mouthful of blood laced with golden sparks, backlash from his own sacred power. His aura withered instantly. He stared at Chen Mo in abject terror and disbelief. What kind of power was this? The very laws of space? Was this Eastern man a god? Chen Mo had deflected Mordred's deadly strike with apparent ease, but neutralizing and crushing an attack infused with such powerful holy force had drained him of considerable focus and magic. In that brief moment of distraction, heaven's blessing, Wang Jinjin's anguished scream pierced the air, raw and heart-wrenching. Chen Mo whipped around in alarm. In the corner, where the lingering shockwave from the Holy Light Cross's explosion had struck, Kwang Tianyu still held his protective stance over Wang Jinjin. Yet now, protruding from his chest, right where his heart should be, was a dagger, pitch black and wreathed in an eerie, cursed aura. The blade seemed forged from pure shadow, radiating a chilling sense of evil and foreboding. It was Riley. Amidst the chaos, Riley, forced back and gravely wounded by Mordred, had somehow slipped behind Kwang Tianyu like a specter and launched a fatal sneak attack. That dagger was the vampire's secret soul-slaying blade, a weapon crafted to shatter the defenses and souls of even the mightiest beings. Kwang Tianyu's body went rigid, the light in his eyes fading rapidly. He glanced down at the demonic blade lodged in his chest, then with great effort turned his head toward Wang Jinjin, whose face was contorted with grief. His lips twitched, as if trying to muster a reassuring smile, but it froze halfway. The crimson glow in his eyes faded, the chill of undeath that marked him as a zombie quickly dissipating, leaving behind only endless emptiness and, perhaps a trace of relief? No. Ma Xiaoling's eyes blazed with rage and sorrow. Without care for her own safety, she drove back her opponents and dashed toward Kwang Tianyu. Wang Jinjin collapsed onto Kwang Tianyu, her sobs wrenching the silence. Fuxing stood rooted to the spot, her face drained of all color. Riley's silhouette flickered through the shadows, his gaze complicated and unreadable, before vanishing through a gaping hole in the church wall. Chen Mo stared at Kwang Tianyu's rapidly fading body, his brows furrowed in anguish. He had foreseen Tianyu's moment of doom and Kwang Guohua's return, but never imagined it would unfold like this, at this very moment. That cursed blade had severed his spiritual senses, costing him precious seconds in his attempt to save him. His icy gaze swept across the grievously wounded Mordred and the two terrified holy knights. Mordred met Chen Mo's glacial stare and shuddered, terror rooting him to the spot. Not daring to linger, he drew desperately on his remaining holy power and barked retreat. The three transformed into rays of holy light, fleeing through the shattered church walls and vanishing into London's rain-soaked night. Within the ruined church, only Ma Xiaoling's anguished cries, Wang Jinjin's hopeless wailing, and the gradually cooling body remained. Chen Mo walked to Kwang Tianyu's corpse and knelt down beside it. He could sense an even older, colder, yet purer and more formidable power gathering deep within Kwang Tianyu. Or, rather, Kwang Guohua's silent body, welling up like a volcano on the verge of eruption. The cursed demon blade had severed all traces of Kwang Tianyu's vitality, but in doing so, it became a key that utterly unleashed the true power that had been sealed away for 60 years by guilt and regret, the power that belonged to Kwang Guohua, the gorilla, captain of Hongxi village. This was the terrifying might of a second-generation vampire at its zenith, infinitely close to the fearsome power of the very first generation. Kwang Tianyu was dead, but Kwang Guohua was about to return. Chen Mo reached out and gently ran his fingers along the jet-black demon blade, feeling the lingering traces of evil that belonged to both Riley and a deeper, more unfathomable presence. His gaze turned cold and bottomless. He looked at Ma Xiaoling and Wang Jinjin, both devastated by grief, then turned his eyes to the gloomy London sky outside the church and slowly rose to his feet. "It's time to come back," he murmured, his voice carrying a subtle, almost imperceptible note of anticipation. With the true awakening of Kwang Guohua, a new storm was only just beginning. And within Chen Mo himself, the seal inside him, after the battles in Britain and the fateful death of Kwang Tianyu, now glimmered with gold light, the cracks pulsing brighter than ever. The death of Kwang Tianyu, Kwang Guohua, was like a massive boulder thrown into the river of fate, sending tidal waves crashing through Hong Kong. Wang Jinjin was lost in overwhelming sorrow. Ma Xiaoling burned with a furious vow of vengeance, and Hing Xiu was weighed down by heavy anxiety. Yet Chen Mo and Jiang Chun, who truly understood the essence of Kwang Guohua's power, maintained an almost chilling composure. They knew that the end of Kwang Tianyu meant the imminent rebirth of a far stronger, purer Kwang Guohua, one who had broken free from the shackles of his heart. This was, perhaps, the indispensable turning point written into the script of fate. Yet an even greater calamity was silently approaching. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was growing restless and agitated. A wailing and terror, born from the very source of life, swept invisibly across the globe like an overwhelming tide. The sky often glowed an eerie shade of purple-red, while earthquakes, tsunamis, And extreme weather, disasters far beyond the ordinary, became commonplace. From the farthest reaches of the cosmos, an immense, icy will, bearing both the power of creation and destruction, was slowly drawing near to Earth, like a weary bird returning to its nest. Niwa has returned. She had sensed the filth, betrayal, war, and boundless greed of the human world. The human beings she had created and placed her highest hopes in had long since abandoned their original purity and goodness, becoming ugly beyond recognition. Consumed by immense disappointment and rage, she made her final judgment: apocalypse. The world would return to chaos, and from the void, be remade anew. This apocalyptic will was so clear and unyielding, like the sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of all living beings. Every sentient creature could feel it. Exorcists, cultivators, demons, spirits, and even ordinary people were all gripped by an immense, nameless terror. Inside the Xianwei pavilion, Chinamo stood silently by the window, gazing out at the strange purple-red sky. His eyes were as deep and unfathomable as the abyss. He could see, with startling clarity, a meteor wrapped in a brilliant, multicolored radiance and brimming with the power of creation, yet exuding an icy, lifeless aura. The true form of Niwa herself was streaking through the cosmic void, unwavering as it hurtled toward Earth. In its wake, stars dimmed and space itself warped. The countdown to destruction had already begun. At last, it's beginning, Chunmo whispered. The immense pressure of impending doom sent his spiritual power raging and surging within him. Along the edge of a sealed fissure inside his being, golden light flowed like molten lava. His vast, golden, immortal-level magic was ready to burst forth at any moment. Yet he held it back, restraining himself like a hunter waiting for the perfect moment to strike. At the same time, the force that had always hidden in the shadows, manipulating countless pawns, fate, itself, the will of the celestial tome, began its final and most frenzied gambit. It knew well that as Niwa sought to end the world, Jiang Chun would inevitably try to stop her. And Chunmo, the greatest wildcard of all, would never stand idly by. Fate intended to use this cataclysmic battle to resolve its two greatest threats once and for all, so it alone could seize the power of creation when the universe was reborn. It wove its trap with meticulous care, using the power of the celestial tome to amplify Niwa's disappointment and fury, while also planting seeds of doubt in Jiang Chen's heart, hinting that Chunmo's very existence was a key reason for Niwa's despair and the corruption of the human world. The doomsday meteor drew ever closer. Its terrifying pressure plunged the world into a suffocating, desperate silence. On the rooftop of the Tongtian Pavilion in Hong Kong, Jiang Chen's silver hair whipped in the wind, his robes billowing around him. He gazed up at the approaching star of destruction, eyes filled with agony, inner turmoil, and a love he could not relinquish. He could not agree with Niwa's decision to end the world, yet nor could he truly stand against her. Niwa. His voice was heavy with sorrow. At that moment, a figure appeared beside him without a sound. It was Chunmo. Jiang Chun. Niwa's resolve to destroy the world is absolute. Nothing can change it now, Chunmo said, his voice calm yet weighty. If we want to stop her, there's only one way: we must fight. Jiang Chun whipped around, a fierce gleam flaring in his silver eyes. Under the apocalyptic pressure, the seeds planted by fate began to sprout. Chun, Montak, if you hadn't meddled with fate and disrupted the natural order, perhaps Niwa wouldn't be so disappointed. Perhaps humanity could have been saved. A fleeting glimmer of understanding flashed in Chunmo's eyes. This was precisely what fate desired to see. He deliberately let his formidable aura seep out, his whole being radiating the faint but unmistakable power of a golden immortal, exuding a detached indifference, as if surveying all living things from above. Pangu Jiang Chun, he intoned coldly. You have let love blind your eyes. Is it truly worth it to protect this filthy, mortal world? Why not follow Niwa and return to chaos together? Silence. Jiang Chun was utterly enraged. Chunmo's chilling disdain felt like a profanation of his feelings for Niwa, and a belittling of his duty to safeguard the earth. In an instant, the terrifying pressure of the Pangu clan's god of war erupted. Silver brilliance burst forth, flooding the entire Tongtian Pavilion with a dazzling radiance like the midday sun. A thunderous roar, powerful enough to shake the void itself, tore through the air. Jiang Chen's figure vanished in a flash. The next moment, a colossal fist, entwined with silver runes and brimming with enough force to rend the stars, hurtled toward Chunmo, propelled by boundless fury and the might of Pangu. Golden light blazed in Chunmo's eyes as he met the blow with a punch of his own. His fist was charged with the overwhelming energy of a peak nascent soul practitioner, teetering on the threshold of golden immortal, and infused with his newfound grasp of the laws of space. It was as if two stars collided. The resulting shockwave of terrifying energy rippled outward from the heart of Tontian Pavilion, sweeping in concentric rings. The once impenetrable top floor of the pavilion was pulverized in an instant, reduced to dust. The entire city of Hong Kong shook violently. Countless fine black cracks split the fabric of space itself. Golden immortal force and silver Pangu power clashed and annihilated each other in a frenzy. Chen Montak, Jiang Chun, stop this, both of you, came desperate cries from afar. Ma Xiaoling, Kuang Guohua, now fully awakened and radiating vast power, and others, but they could not even approach the battlefield where the world itself seemed on the verge of destruction. Chun Mo and Jiang Chen's forms blurred as they clashed at blinding speed in the sky, each collision setting off tremors that rocked heaven and earth. Chun Mo deliberately held back, suppressing his power to remain just below the golden immortal level. With every exchange, he appeared to be barely holding on, even allowing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth under Jiang Chen's relentless onslaught, a deception. Of course, his breath came ragged and uneven, and he guided the battlefield ever higher, away from the city below, to spare innocent lives. Jiang Chun, you cannot stop Niwa, and you cannot stop me. Chun Mo shouted, his bravado masking inner caution. Once again, he was sent hurtling by Jiang Chen's fist, crashing through a floating mountain, a fragment of space conjured by the aftershocks of their battle, leaving him battered and seemingly at death's door. Just as Chun Mo, gravely wounded, was sent flying and Jiang Chun moved in for a final, fatal blow, two figures suddenly appeared at the edge of the battlefield. It was Fushi and the Holy Mother of the Jade Pool. Jiang Chun, cease at once, Fushi commanded, holding aloft an ancient tortoise shell symbolizing the authority of the Earth Tome. His face was etched with urgency and anger. Fellow Taoist, Chun Mo has come to prevent the world's end. Do not let yourself be blinded by fate. Fushi, you and Chun Mo are in league, betraying Niwa, and you still have a nerve to question me. The Lady of Jade Lake, now already secretly influenced by the force of fate, let out a cold, derisive laugh. An aura of icy resentment and venom radiated from her, while in her hand appeared a branch of the divine peach tree, a symbol of plague and curse, the manifestation of the human tome's authority. Today, I shall cleanse Niwa's house on her behalf. Before her words had even faded, she suddenly turned her attack. The peach branch erupted with a terrifying black light of curses, shooting straight at Fushi by her side. Yaozi, you! Fushi cried out, a storm of shock and fury on his face, utterly unprepared. In a desperate rush, he raised his tortoise shell to block the blow. There was a sickening crack. The cursed black light pierced through Fushi's defenses as if they were nothing, stabbing deep into his chest. Fushi let out a harrowing scream, his body tumbling down like a kite with its string cut, his vitality instantly fading away. Fushi, Jiang Chen's pupils shrank in alarm, utterly stunned by this sudden act of betrayal. A shrill, manic laugh rang out from the Lady of Jade Lake, now fully possessed by the will of fate. Her body shook violently, her once regal and graceful features contorted into a mask of twisted malice. An icy, ruthless will, ancient and calculating, utterly consumed her consciousness. Her aura surged higher and higher, breaking through some invisible boundary in an instant, as countless golden threads of fate began to whirl around her, a tangible manifestation of the celestial tome. At last, fate itself could no longer remain in the shadows. It had descended in person, seizing the Lady of Jade Lake's perfect vessel, one infused with the power of the human tome, ***. Jiang Chun, Chen Montak, and this foolish Fushi, the voice of fate, speaking through Yaozi, overlapped the Lady of Jade Lake's own, chilling and inhuman. Your existence is the greatest aberration. Today, before the end of all things, I will wipe you out completely. The destiny of this universe belongs to me alone. With a clap of its hands, it forcibly summoned and fused the powers of the celestial tome, will of fate, the earth tome, fragments of Fushi's tortoise shell, and the human tome, the Lady of Jade Lake's body. A force more terrifying than any golden immortal, one that brushed against even higher realms and could rewrite the very laws of the universe, began to coalesce. Over its head, a a colossal golden character. For Fate took shape, woven from countless shining threads, radiating an oppression that made all the worlds and heavens tremble. Now's the time. Fushi, who had seemed mortally wounded and falling, suddenly flashed with a razor-sharp light in his eyes. The wound on his chest healed in an instant. His aura not only returned, but surged even higher than before. The tortoise shell in his hand burst forth with an unprecedented earthen glow, transforming into a vast landscape of rivers and mountains that blotted out the sky and instantly locked down the space surrounding Fate. Yaozi. What? Fate? Yaozi cried out in a mix of shock and fury, realizing that it had been outmaneuvered by Fushi. The grievous wounds from earlier were nothing but a clever ruse. The power of the map of rivers and mountains had temporarily severed its connection with the world, slowing its assimilation of the three sacred books. Chinamo, my friend. Now, Fushi roared, straining with all his might to maintain the power of the map. Jiang Shun. Together. There was no trace of pretense left in Chunmo's eyes. The vast and ancient power that had long been suppressed. Within him, a force befitting a golden immortal of ages past, erupted like a dormant volcano suddenly awakened. Brilliant golden light soared skyward, tearing open the doomsday-hued, violet-red curtain above. The seal of Fate within his body, beset by the ultimate crisis, the crushing presence of Fate, and the resonant call of the three books, finally shattered like thin ice under the blazing sun. The power of the golden immortal was fully restored. But that was not all. The surge of laws unleashed by Fate's forced attempt to merge the three books became, for Chunamo, the clearest of textbooks. Each principle lay bare before his eyes. The Book of Heaven represented the laws of Fate. The Book of Earth stood for the rules of the material world, and the Book of Man embodied the karma of all living beings. When united, the three books became fragments of the universe's deepest, most primordial Tao. In the instant Fushi pinned Fate with a map, and, as Jiang Shun, burning with wrath, lunged to strike, Chunmo's primordial spirit began to operate at an unprecedented speed, deducing, comprehending, and absorbing. His golden immortal consciousness, boundless and insatiable, drank in the supreme essence leaking from the merging of the three books. So this is it. Fate, causality, matter, time. This is the very foundation of Tai. Visions of cosmic birth and destruction, of galaxies reversing course, seemed to flicker in Chunmo's eyes. His understanding of the great Tao soared to new heights in a single instant. Though he had yet to fully condense the Tao fruit of Tai, he had already touched its threshold and grasped its essential truth. To master one's own fate, to comprehend the laws of the cosmos, to transcend the endless river of time and space. Fate, your machinations end here. Chunmo's voice echoed throughout the universe, ringing with the authority of the Tao itself, no longer holding anything back. He gathered all the newly restored power of his golden immortal cultivation, along with his insight into the Tao fruit of Tai, focusing it at his fingertips. He aligned his fingers like a sword and, targeting Fate, Yaozi, who was pinned by the map and struggling desperately to merge the three books, struck through the void with a single point. This strike was no longer the sword chi of Tai's demon-slaying art. This was a strike infused with his understanding of the three books' laws, his insight into the threads of Fate, and his profound questioning of the universe's very origins. This strike was named severing Fate, an invisible, intangible thread, yet one that seemed capable of severing the karma of ages past and shattering all predetermined destinies, across the boundaries of time and space. Ignoring the golden threads of Fate boiling around destiny, Yaozi, and the mighty power of the three sacred books, it struck with unerring precision at the very core of Destiny's will, the point where it fused with Yaozi's physical form. No! Destiny let out a shriek of utter terror and despair. It felt a force beyond all resistance or comprehension, like a great eraser, forcibly wiping away every trace of its existence from the very records of this universe. The power of the celestial book it commanded, the vessel of Yaozi it inhabited, the countless threads of Fate it had woven. Under this single touch, all began to collapse, unravel, and dissolve into nothingness. A sharp, shattering sound, as if glass had broken, reverberated through the very soul. The colossal character for Fate, above Destiny, Yaozi's head exploded in an instant. The golden threads of Fate swirling around her snapped and faded away. The fleshly body of the Holy Mother of Yaozi crumbled like a weathered sand sculpture, swiftly turning to ash. from fingertips outward. Then a cold, ruthless, and endlessly calculating shadow, the true will of destiny itself, was forcibly ripped from the mortal shell, unleashing a silent wail. Under Chun Mo's fate-severing finger, imbued with the profound Tao of Tai, it melted away like ice and snow under a blazing sun, vanishing utterly from existence. The chilling will that embodied destiny was now completely scattered between heaven and earth. With its will gone, the Book of Fate dissolved into countless points of golden light, merging once more with the laws of the world. The tortoise shell of the Book of Earth dimmed and returned to Fushi's hands. The power of the Book of Humanity fell silent with the disintegration of Yaoqi's body. The apocalyptic pressure that had suffocated the world suddenly lifted with destiny's demise. Even the seven-colored meteor, Nuwa's true form, hurtling toward Earth, lurched to a halt in the emptiness above. Jiang Chen's attack froze mid-air. He stared in stupefaction at the vanished destiny and the stilled meteor. His gaze shifted to Chun Mo, whose aura now seemed as unfathomable and vast as the world itself, and complex emotions flickering in his eyes. Fushi withdrew, the map of rivers and mountains. His face was pale, but a smile of profound relief broke through. Ma Xiaoling, Kuang Guohua, and the others were already rendered speechless by this battle of gods and demons, a spectacle far surpassing anything they could have imagined. Nuwa's will, too, seemed to sense the fall of destiny and that supreme Tao capable of severing all fate. The urge to destroy the world began to fade, replaced by confusion, and perhaps the faintest glimmer of new hope. With the strings of fate severed and the shadow of annihilation lifted, the world slowly began to recover after its wounds. Accompanied by Jiang Chun, Nuwa started to rediscover the very world she once sought to destroy. She witnessed the reconstruction. After war, the mutual aid in the face of disaster, and the complexity and the brilliance of human nature. Jiang Chen's insights from 60 years of wandering among mortals were like gentle streams, soothing the anger and disappointment in Nuwa's heart. On a sunlit day, a most unusual wedding was held atop the summit of Kunlun. There was no bustle of the mortal world, only heaven and earth as witnesses, the sun and moon as honored guests. Nuwa wore a wedding gown woven from radiant, multicolored clouds, her beauty peerless, her eyes alight with a newfound gentleness. Jiang Chun had shed the sharpness of a war god. His silver hair was tied back, and he wore a simple, ancient black robe. His gaze was steady and filled with deep affection. Chun Mo stood upon the clouds, smiling as the sole witness and officiant of the ceremony. Fushi and the Holy Mother of the Jade Pool, whose remnant spirit, after the demise of fate, had been nurtured by Fushi's power and reborn as a pure spirit. Her strength now greatly diminished, but all her resentment gone. Also observed the proceedings nearby. Jiang Chun of Panga's line, Nuwa, here now, you are joined in eternal union. Chun Mo's calm voice resonated with the laws of heaven and earth, proclaiming this bond forged across ages. May you hold each other's hand, watch over heaven and earth together, and bathe in the stars as one. Jiang Chun and Nuwa exchanged a smile, their love flowing between them without end. In this moment, the goddess of creation and the war god of Pangu transcended millennia of distance and misunderstanding, finally coming together at last. After the wedding, amidst the drifting mists atop Kunlun's peak, Chun Mo prepared to part from Jiang Chun and Nuwa. With all things settled, karmic ties are now clear. Chun Mo looked at the pair before him, his smile serene. Cherish each other, my friends. Chun Mo, words cannot express our gratitude. Jiang Chun replied with a formal bow, his eyes filled with sincere appreciation. Were it not for Chun Mo, he and Nuwa might have perished together in the apocalyptic war. Nuwa nodded gently, her gaze clear. Your transcendence inspires awe. Please continue to watch over these realms. Heaven and earth follow their own path, Chun Mo replied, shaking his head, his eyes turning towards the endless void. My journey lies ahead. He said no more, with a nod to the couple, and to Fushi and the Jade Pool Holy Mother in the distance. He took a single step forward, his figure beginning to fade. Before him, space rippled like water, not torn, but parted as if an invisible door had been gently opened. Beyond the threshold lay not the familiar starry universe, but countless phantasmal worlds, ever shifting with strange and wondrous laws, a kaleidoscope of world bubbles. These were the projections of endless planes, the infinite multiverse itself. Within Chun Mo's body, the vast immortal force at the peak of Golden Immortal, already brushing the edge of the Tai Dao fruit, surged endlessly. His profound understanding of the laws of space, time, and causality had granted him the initial qualifications to traverse the multiverse. Though destiny may fall, the great Tao is boundless. Chunmo's voice carried a trace of hope and unwavering resolve as his figure fully merged into that invisible gate, vanishing from sight. All that remained were gentle ripples in the air and the timeless winds atop Mount Kunlun. He departed from the world of the vampires, embarking on a new journey to pursue greater Tao fruits and explore the endless planes of existence. Meanwhile, under the watchful eyes of Niuhua and Jiang Chun, and with the guardianship of Quang, Guohua, Ma Shaoling, and others, the story of the vampire world turned to a new chapter brimming with infinite possibility. As for Chunmo, his legend lingered on like an immortal myth, woven into the endless flow of this world's time. Within the boundless corridor of time and space, the shattered fragments of countless laws swirled like a rushing river of stars. Chunmo was shrouded in the golden immortal's aura, wrapped in the mysterious Tao resonance of the fledgling Tai fruit as he locked onto the coordinates of a world teeming with vibrant life, preparing for an extraordinary leap across realms. But just as he was about to reach the edge of his destination, a sudden upheaval occurred. A thunderous roar exploded without warning. A wild, unimaginable maelstrom of law erupted from deep within the time-space corridor. This chaos was no accident of nature. At its heart lurked fragments of an ancient, tyrannical will, as though some unfathomable and terrifying being had torn open a wound in time and space during a battle. It was like an invisible giant hand, crashing down on Chunmo's protective shield. Chunmo's pupils contracted sharply. The force of this chaotic torrent was far beyond anything he'd anticipated, powerful enough to threaten even his golden, immortal-level defenses. Caught off guard, the celestial radiance around him shuddered violently, and his carefully plotted trajectory was forcibly twisted and broken. A brittle, crystalline crack resounded deep in his soul. Chunmo felt an irresistible power seize him, like a lone boat in a furious sea, hurled mercilessly from the corridor of time and space, plunging into an expanse of unknown chaos. It was impossible to tell how much time had passed before that bone-deep trembling and the terrifying force threatening to tear him apart finally began to subside. Steadying himself, Chunmo calmed his mind and stabilized his wavering form. As he opened his eyes, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He was now suspended in an unimaginably vast, boundless expanse, with no end to heaven or earth in sight. This world was so vast that Chunmo's eyes could not even begin to glimpse its end. The sky stretched high and boundless, seeming to go on forever, while the land unfurled in an endless expanse, like a limitless ocean. Mountain ranges snaked across the horizon like colossal dragons, their ancient trees standing tall and proud, piercing the clouds above, lending the landscape an air of solemn majesty. The air itself was thick with a primal, untamed aura, yet beneath it pulsed a vibrant energy, a force of life so strong it was almost palpable. What shocked Chunmo even more was the structure of the laws here. Exceptionally solid, with barriers between spaces far sturdier than those in the world he had left behind. The spiritual energy of this place was so dense it was nearly liquid, and within it flowed an ancient, domineering source of power that made even Chunmo's heart tremble. What is this place exactly? Chunmo frowned slightly, pondering in silence. He decided he needed to understand his surroundings first, so he unleashed his vast, ocean-like spiritual sense without hesitation. Like an invisible net, it swept out in an instant, covering millions of miles. His consciousness scanned the heavens and earth with the precision of a radar, searching for any clue that might reveal his location and provide some basic understanding of this world. But just as Chunmo's spiritual sense spread outward, a force of overwhelming, terrifying power crashed down upon him without warning. A deafening hum echoed 3 times, each one fierce and resonant. In that instant, several mighty spiritual presences, each as vast and unfathomable as ancient beasts awakened from slumber, roared to life. They thundered and howled, overflowing with supreme authority and icy warnings. Like a torrent unleashed from every corner of this land, they surged forth with unstoppable might. These presences wove together at breathtaking speed, forming an invisible barrier as unyielding as steel. Under their assault, Chunmo's own spiritual sense flickered like a candle in a raging gale, on the verge of being snuffed out at any moment. Each of these presences exuded an overwhelming pressure. Some blazed like suns, scorching and brilliant, as if capable of burning all in their path. Others chilled the soul, cold as the deepest abyss, sending shivers through the spirit. Still others drifted like the will of heaven itself, ethereal and elusive, impossible to grasp or comprehend. Each of these beings was a giant within the realm of immortals, their strength unfathomable, perhaps even surpassing Chun Mo himself. Chun Mo grunted quietly, inwardly shaken by what he sensed. He quickly withdrew his spiritual awareness, pulling it back in to avoid provoking unnecessary conflict. Though the other party had only issued a warning without taking real action, the pressure contained within those strands of divine sense was as heavy as a mountain. Even with his cultivation at the golden immortal level, he found it difficult to bear. One of the presences, in particular, radiated an overwhelming will, a domineering power that looked down upon the ages, proclaiming itself sovereign above all. It felt as if the entire world was under its control. That force was so potent that even the embryonic form of the grand Tao fruit within Chun Mo stirred in awe, as if instinctively bowing in reverence to such strength. What a formidable world! What terrifying beings dwell here! Chun Mo's heart trembled, a fine sheen of sweat emerging on his brow. With only a preliminary probe, he had already experienced the unfathomable depths of this world, its waters far deeper and more treacherous than those of the corpse contract world he'd come from. The true rulers of this realm, hidden in the shadows, must be beings of power far beyond the golden immortal class, existing at heights he could scarcely imagine. Although he had been forced to retreat, in that fleeting instant before his consciousness was pushed back, Chun Mo managed, like a flash of lightning, to seize several crucial pieces of information. From what he glimpsed, this region bore a special name, the Desolate Domain. The name stirred his curiosity and filled him with even more questions about this place. Not far from where he had landed, nestled amid encircling mountains, was a small village. The village exuded a rare tranquility and peace, as if utterly cut off from the chaos and clamor of the outside world. At the heart of the village stood a massive willow tree, its trunk charred and blackened, a clear testament to some grave injury in its past. Yet to Chun Mo's astonishment, despite its battered state, several tender green branches still clung to life, stubbornly reaching skyward, radiating an indomitable vitality. What struck Chun Mo most was that the willow tree, though faint and subtle, emanated an aura of extraordinary purity and transcendence. The ripple of energy from it seemed to contain the very essence of life itself, a will to protect that stirred deep emotions in all who sensed it. At the same time, Chun Mo's awareness caught sight of a figure within the village, a child, sturdy and bright-eyed, no more than 3 or 4 years old. Yet his life force-burned, with remarkable vigor, more like a young beast than any ordinary boy. Hidden within that small body was an unimaginable potential, hinting at a future that promised greatness. Willow tree, young child, desolate land. These few key words circled endlessly in Chun Mo's mind, as if there was some mysterious code waiting for him to decipher. Suddenly, a spark of realization flashed in his eyes. He seemed to have recalled something of great importance. He quickly compared the locations of those terrifying divine senses with the information in his memory, and vaguely caught fragments of names like the Butian Pavilion and the Mountain of Eternal Youth. These fragments pieced themselves together in his mind, finally coalescing into a single, earth-shattering name, Perfect World. That name tolled in Chun Mo's heart like a great bell at dawn and dusk, making his pulse race uncontrollably. He now understood. This world was the very land where the peerless, desolate heavenly emperor, Sure Hao, rose to power. It's actually here. A storm of emotion surged within Chun Mo. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that the chaotic currents of space and time would sweep him into such a vast and terrifying realm. A world where might made right, where prodigies rose in droves, and where cataclysmic battles could shake the very heavens. What shocked him even more was that he seemed to have landed right beside the birthplace of the protagonist himself, near Stone Village. This discovery left Chun Mo both excited and anxious. He thrilled at the chance to witness the rise of the desolate heavenly emperor, Sure Hao, with his own eyes. Yet, beneath that excitement was a knot of tension. This world brimmed with unknown dangers and challenges. One careless misstep could spell his doom. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning, as he weighed the risks and rewards. First, in this world, the strong were as numerous as clouds, their powers unfathomable. They were decisive and ruthless, never hesitating to kill. For an outsider like him, a single mistake could mean the end of his journey, his very soul scattered to the winds. Especially with his origins unknown, he could easily be mistaken for an invader or prey. This alone placed him in great peril. Yet at the same time, this world held boundless opportunities. Its laws were complete, spiritual energy abundant, and even the very essence of the Tao could be found here, a veritable paradise for any cultivator. If he could focus on cultivation in this realm, not only could he solidify his golden immortal foundation, but he might even be able to form a Tai Tao fruit, a monumental leap on his path of cultivation. More importantly, this was the very place where the desolate Heavenly Emperor's journey began. The desolate Heavenly Emperor was a figure of legend. If Chen Mo could forge a positive connection with this world, who knew what limitless possibilities might await him in the future? As for his current state, though he possessed the cultivation of a golden immortal, he was after all a newcomer to this realm, and had yet to fully adapt to its laws. And just now the clash of divine senses with that mysterious being had left his own consciousness slightly shaken, mostly from sheer shock. For now, he needed some time to collect himself and restore his condition. Meanwhile, Stone Village enjoyed the protection of the mysterious willow tree, revered as the willow deity, which made it relatively safe. The village itself exuded a simple, honest atmosphere. Its people were kind and welcoming. Without a doubt, this was an ideal place to settle for a while and quietly observe. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Chen Mo made his decision. He drew a deep breath and gathered up all of his celestial radiance and imposing aura, tucking them away so completely that it was as if they had never existed. His presence faded to an almost imperceptible level, no different from the cultivators of the blood transformation or cave heaven ranks in this world, roughly beneath the rank of a revered master. Not only that, he secretly cast a unique arcane technique, simulating the exhaustion of a long journey and giving himself a few subtle, lingering internal injuries. This disguise made him appear like a seasoned traveler, battered by hardship and carrying silent wounds. At the same time, his once splendid robe of the immortals began to change in a curious way. It seemed as though it had been weathered by the passage of years, its original luster slowly fading, transforming into a simple blue tunic, faded and threadbare from many washings. The old garment looked worn and humble, perfectly matching his current guise, making it nearly impossible for anyone to connect him with the powerful immortal he truly was. Once everything was in place, Chen Mo's figure wavered slightly, and he strode toward the tranquil stone village with the unhurried steps of an ordinary mortal. His gait appeared heavy. Each step seemed a burden, as though he carried the weight of the world upon his shoulders. Stone Village nestled beside mountains and streams, its homes built from great slabs of stone. Ancient, gnarled trees stood watch at the entrance, while in the center of the village, the most striking sight was a scorched black willow tree. Evening had fallen, and wisps of cooking smoke curled into the air. From within the village came the laughter of children at play and the shouts of adults returning home, a scene brimming with the raw, unadorned rhythms of daily life. Chen Mo's arrival did not go unnoticed. Several sturdy, bronzed children, strong as young calves, were playing near the village gate. They quickly gathered around, their curiosity piqued. Leading the charge was a round-faced, bright-eyed little boy, his spirit lively and bold. This was none other than Sure How in his childhood, affectionately called Little Stone. "Who are you? Where did you come from?" Little Sure How tipped his head up, his voice sweet and childish, eyes shining with curiosity and not a hint of fear. "My name is Chen Mo. I am a wandering cultivator," Chen Mo replied, offering a gentle smile and speaking in a calm, reassuring tone. "On my journey, I was attacked by a savage beast and suffered some injuries. I lost my way and ended up here. Your village seems so peaceful. I was hoping I could rest here for a few days to recover, if you would be so kind." As he spoke, he made a point of revealing just a hint of weakness and fatigue. A wandering cultivator? A burly, bronze-skinned man, carrying a massive beast bone over his shoulder, strode over, his sharp gaze sizing Chen Mo up. This was sure Lin Hu. He could sense a faint ripple of energy from Chen Mo, but it was not particularly strong, and the stranger's aura was indeed somewhat disordered, exactly as Chen Mo intended. Uncle Lin Hu. Little Sure How ran over and clung to the burly man's leg. An honored cultivator? The old village chief, Sure Yunfeng, also approached upon hearing the commotion. He was a man of broad experience, though his cultivation was modest, his judgment was keen. He studied Chen Mo carefully and sensed that, despite the stranger's faint aura, there was a calm restraint and a profound depth in his gaze, qualities far beyond those of an ordinary cultivator. Especially when Chen Mo glanced at the willow tree in the village, the fleeting flash of understanding and reverence in his eyes which Chun Mo revealed deliberately, stirred something in the elder's heart. When traveling the world, who doesn't encounter hardship? The old village chief said with a warm, kindly smile. Stone Village may be small, but we still have an empty house or two. If you don't mind, Mr. Chun, please stay and recover here for as long as you need. Thank you, village chief, and thank you all. Chun Mo cupped his hands in a deep, humble gesture of gratitude. At that very moment, in the heart of the village, a single tender, vibrant green willow branch on the charred old tree seemed to sway ever so gently, stirred by the faintest breeze, so subtle it was almost imperceptible. A wave of gentle yet immeasurably powerful divine sense swept across Chun Mo in an instant, like a trickling stream, soft but containing boundless might. This divine sense was exquisitely subtle. Apart from Chun Mo and a few of Stone Village's core members under the willow's protection, such as the old chief and Lin Hu, none of the villagers noticed a thing. Chun Mo's heart grew cautious, though his expression remained calm. He knew the willow god was probing him, this supreme being, who in its prime had reigned as a king of immortals, even after its rebirth, and grievous injuries, still possessed a realm and perception far beyond the ordinary. The disguise he wore might have fooled the villagers, but before this existence, it was as good as invisible. He met the probing divine sense with composure, making no attempt to resist or conceal himself further. There was little point. He simply drew in the essence of his golden immortal origin and the subtle trace of Tai Dao rhyme, leaving only the facade of wounds and weariness, while clearly conveying his peaceful intentions. He sought only shelter and healing, bearing no malice toward Stone Village. The divine sense lingered within him for a moment, pausing briefly as it sensed the vast yet dormant, refined power at his core, and that elusive thread of Tai Dao rhyme. Then, as quickly as it had come, it receded like the tide. The willow branch stilled, as if nothing at all had transpired. It seemed the old chief, Shi Yunfeng, had received some silent approval, for his smile grew even more genuine. Mr. Chun, this way, please. Little one, don't pester our guest. Go help your auntie with the firewood. Okay, chirped little Shi Hao, his voice bright and clear. Still, he couldn't help but steal a few curious glances at Chun Mo before bounding away with a skip in his step. Chun Mo followed the old village chief to an empty stone house in the heart of the village. He knew that although the willow deity had tacitly permitted his stay, she would certainly keep a close watch on this unexpected guest. And now, he had truly stepped into this magnificent, tumultuous, perfect world, forming his first bonds with Shi Hao, the future sovereign of ages, and the willow deity, a supreme immortal king reborn from nirvana. In this perilous yet opportunity-laden stone village of the great wilderness, the legend of this otherworldly golden immortal was about to embark on a new chapter. After settling into the rather humble stone house in the village, Chun Mo did not immediately display his supernatural abilities or powers. Instead, he chose to blend into this unfamiliar environment in a low-key and composed manner. Like a true cultivator in need of rest and healing, he spent much of each day sitting in silent meditation, regulating his breath and energy. Yet beneath this seemingly calm exterior, he was actually voraciously absorbing the rich spiritual energy and the profound laws of this world. In doing so, he not only acclimated himself to the new surroundings, but also steadily strengthened his golden immortal cultivation. Beyond his meditative practice, Chun Mo often strolled through the village, taking leisurely walks. He interacted with the simple, kind-hearted villagers, listening to their tales of the great wilderness, their local legends and customs. Through these conversations, he gradually pieced together the story of this little village, gaining a deeper understanding of every blade of grass and every tree. During this time, Chun Mo's gaze naturally lingered on the energetic, tigerish little boy who brimmed with vitality, as if he were a young beast from ancient times. Shi Hao. The child was bursting with energy and curiosity, always darting through the village, eager to explore every corner. Chun Mo watched him quietly, as if glimpsing endless potential and possibility in this small figure. Watching little Shi Hao each day, lugging a stone block larger than himself and tirelessly training his strength, Chun Mo could not help but admire the boy's tenacity and determination. Not only that, Shi Hao also followed the leader of the hunting party's children, Shi Dazhuang, and the others, dashing wildly across the mountains and fields, letting his energy and wildness run free. This most primal of methods, though it appeared simple and rough, was in fact forging Shi Hao's body, making him stronger day by day. What was even more astonishing was that the boy would sometimes sneak to the old willow tree at the village entrance, trying to imitate the swaying of its tender green branches. Even if his technique was far from perfect, his keen observation of nature and his attempts at imitation revealed a remarkable intuition and lively spirit. Chun Mo felt a surge of emotion in his heart. He knew that this small figure before him would one day become the peerless, desolate heavenly emperor, a ruler who would shape the fate of countless ages. His foundation was so solid, his vitality so vigorous, and his perception so keen that, even in this prehistoric world brimming with wonders and mysteries, he was undoubtedly a prodigious talent destined for the path of cultivation. The blood-moving technique practiced in Stone Village, though rough and primitive at first glance, actually embodied the profound truth that the greatest principles are often the simplest. This method did not rely on fancy tricks or complicated skills. Instead, it used the purest approach to strengthen the very roots of life itself. It was precisely this foundation that allowed little sure how to travel further along the road of cultivation, ultimately enabling him to ascend as the desolate heavenly emperor. Yet, with this alone, to reach the summit, the road ahead is still long and fraught with peril. Chun Mo pondered silently. Since he had already decided to establish himself in this world, and had forged a connection with Stone Village, sowing a seed of goodwill and offering a stroke of fortune would cost him little effort. And yet, it might add a bit of support to the future emperor's rise, while also deepening his bonds with Stone Village and the Willow deity. That evening, the setting sun poured molten gold across the charred trunk of the old willow tree at the village entrance. Little sure how was there, grunting with determination as he hugged a heavy stone block and practiced deep squats. His small face was flushed bright red, and sweat had soaked his animal hide shirt. Chun Mo strolled over, knelt down, and smiled warmly. "Well now, little one, you're stronger than you look." Uncle Chun, Sure How put down the stone block and wiped the sweat from his brow. His big eyes sparkled as he looked up at Chun Mo. "I'm training my strength. One day, I want to be as mighty as Uncle Linhu, so I can hunt the great wild beasts." "That's quite the ambition," Chun Mo said approvingly, nodding. Then he reached out and gently tapped Sure Hao's brow with his finger. "But strength alone isn't enough. How would you like to learn a technique that can make you even stronger, your body tougher, your bones harder than refined metal, and let you run faster, jump higher, become as formidable as a young primordial beast?" A gentle yet unfathomably profound energy seemed to ripple from Chun Mo's fingertip, as if some mysterious force from the depths of the cosmos was flowing into Sure Hao's awakening consciousness, like a cool stream slowly seeping into his mind. All at once, Sure Hao felt a refreshing current swirling through his thoughts. It brushed past like a soft breeze, bringing with it a comfort beyond words. As the current moved, countless strange symbols and images of tiny figures in various postures flashed before his mind's eye, as vivid as scenes from a film. To Sure Hao, these symbols and images were completely unfamiliar, yet he could sense the boundless mysteries and power contained within them. His eyes widened, fixed intently on the procession of symbols and scenes, as if willing them to be forever etched into the depths of his memory. At that very moment, as if driven by some deep-seated instinct, little Sure Hao's body moved on its own, unconsciously mimicking the posture of the first tiny figure in his mind. He stood with his feet firmly apart, rooted to the earth, as though he were a sapling drawing strength from the soil. His hands gently cradled his lower abdomen, as if he were holding the entire cosmos in his embrace. The instant he assumed this stance, a faint yet exquisitely pure current of energy stirred within him. Like an ancient dragon roused from slumber, it began to flow naturally through his small frame. Though subtle, this power brimmed with vitality and vigor, coursing through his body and leaving behind a gentle warmth, as if sunlight was streaming over him and driving away all fatigue. The energy and blood within Sure Hao seemed to respond to a supreme calling. No longer did they surge about in chaos. Instead, they started to circulate and gather along an intricate, mysterious path that resonated with the very principles of heaven and earth. Deep within his tiny body, there was a barely perceptible rumble, like distant thunder. A glow shimmered faintly beneath his skin, and his bones gave off soft but crisp sounds, crackling quietly as if imbued with new life. In that instant, his spirit, energy, and essence were all elevated to a new height. "Wow, that feels amazing," Sure Hao exclaimed in surprise, delighted to find that all the exhaustion from his earlier training had vanished. Warmth suffused his whole being, and he was filled with a newfound strength. This technique is known as the ninefold mystical art. Chun Mo withdrew his finger, his voice carrying the resonance of profound truth. It is not a path for the faint-hearted. Only those with immense strength, resilient bones and sinews, and unwavering will can truly master it. But you, I see, have an extraordinary foundation and a pure heart. Therefore, I will pass on to you the foundational methods of the first 3 cycles. Remember, practice diligently every day. Never grow lax, and above all, never share this lightly with others. Ninefold mystical art. Sure how repeated, half understanding, but he committed the name and Chun Mo's words to memory with all his heart. He nodded vigorously. Thank you, Uncle Chun. I promise I'll work hard at it. Not far away, beneath the old willow tree, the longest tender green branch shuddered once again, this time with a silent, wild intensity. No longer was it merely probing. Now it was filled with a shock beyond words. Within the willow deity's divine consciousness, she saw with perfect clarity the mark of inheritance that Chun Mo had imprinted upon Shurhao's mind. The Tao rhythm contained within that mark was ancient, vast, and unyielding. Its methods for refining the body, consolidating energy and blood, and forging one's very bones were so exquisitely profound that they pointed straight toward the supreme path, attaining sanctity through the flesh, overcoming all with sheer strength. The ambition and depth of this art were so immense that even she, an ancestral spirit who had once reigned supreme in the ancient immortal era, felt a chill of awe. This was no ordinary technique of the lower realms. Indeed, not something that should even exist within the 9 heavens or 10 earths. Who truly was this Chun Mo, to so casually bestow a technique with such terrifying origins? Shurhao had obtained the ninefold mystical technique, and it was as if he had just received his most beloved toy. Gifted with extraordinary intelligence and insight, he might have been too young to fully grasp the profound laws hidden within the technique, but by following the figures and postures imprinted in his mind, he could imitate the cultivation process without the slightest difficulty. From that day forward, a small and earnest figure could often be seen by the village gates, along the riverside, even under the willow trees, diligently practicing, never missing a beat. No longer did he simply lift stone blocks as before. Instead, he moved in accordance with the illustrated patterns of the mystical technique, adopting various stances that seemed strange to outsiders but were steeped in hidden meaning, his every motion paired with a unique rhythm of breath. Each inhalation and exhalation was like the bellows of a forge, subtly stirring the spiritual energy in the air. Every posture seemed to draw upon the power of heaven and earth, tempering his body anew. The results were nothing short of astonishing. In just a few short days, Shurhao's already exceptional vital energy grew even more refined and dense. His bones became much sturdier, and his strength surged with every movement. He could now hoist stone weights that once required his utmost effort with ease, sprint with the swiftness of the wind, and even navigate sheer cliffs as if walking on level ground. Most remarkable of all, it felt as if an invisible furnace had been ignited within him, constantly refining his energy, purging impurities, and imbuing his entire being with a new sense of steady strength and vibrant vitality. Good heavens! Did this little guy eat some sort of divine medicine? The burly hunters like Shirlene who stared in utter disbelief. This kind of strength, he's almost as powerful as a child who's just opened their own spiritual domain. Shi Feijiao exclaimed in awe. The old village chief, Shi Yunfeng, was so moved that his beard quivered with excitement. He had a hazy suspicion that this was all thanks to the cultivation method Chun Mo had taught, and when he glanced at Chun Mo's stone hut, his eyes brimmed with gratitude and reverence. Shurhao's progress was like a massive stone cast into the calm waters of Stone Village, sending ripples of excitement through everyone. The other children were full of envy and constantly pestered Shur how to teach them. Even the adults took notice, their minds abuzz with new possibilities. Chun Mo was not the least bit stingy. He could see that the villagers were honest and strong, their bodies full of potential, only lacking proper guidance. He approached the old village chief and said, "Stone Village has generously given me shelter. I see that many of your young folk are sturdy in body and pure in heart. Excellent material for cultivating physical strength. I have a foundational method for tempering the body and refining one's vital energy called the rock forging body technique. Though it cannot compare to the method I gave the little one, it is solid and systematic, perfectly suited for everyone in the village. Would you be willing to let the able-bodied youths give a try?" The old village chief, Shi Yunfeng, was so moved by these words that tears streamed down his face. Bowing deeply, he said, "Sir, your kindness to us is beyond measure. All of Stone Village will be grateful for generations to come." Thus, the rock-forging body technique began to spread among the able-bodied young people of Stone Village. While this method was not as heaven-defying as the ninefold profound art, it was still one of the top foundational techniques for tempering the mortal body in the primordial world. It emphasized drawing upon the dense, robust energy of the earth's veins and fusing it with the power of blood and chi to forge a body as solid as rock. The people of Stone Village, already brimming with vitality from years of hunting, experienced immediate results upon practicing the technique. Their strength grew tremendously, their physiques became several times sturdier, and their resistance to blows soared. Both hunting efficiency and safety improved dramatically. The entire village became infused with a vibrant, uplifting atmosphere of cultivation and self-betterment. At the center of the village, the charred willow tree stood silently. The consciousness of the willow deity quietly watched over everything. She saw how the villagers underwent a complete transformation, thanks to Chun Mo's techniques, especially the gradually forming furnace within young Shihao's body and the formidable, pure aura of the ninefold profound art. Waves of emotion stirred within her heart. This Chun Mo, with a mere wave of his hand, had bestowed two powerful techniques. One, the rock-forging body technique, was worthy of being the treasured foundational art of a great sect. The other, the ninefold profound art, was so unfathomable that even she found it hard to comprehend. His depth and power far surpassed her original estimation. At last, on a night when the moonlight flowed like water and all creation lay in deep silence, a gentle and clear ripple of divine thought washed through Chun Mo's mind like a spring of pure water. The arts you have bestowed reshape the very fabric of creation, truly extraordinary. Observing them has left many questions in my heart. Might I discuss the great Tao with you? Chun Mo, who had been sitting cross-legged in meditation, slowly opened his eyes. A hidden golden light flickered in his gaze, and a faint smile touched his lips. He knew that the time had come for his first true exchange with this nirvana immortal king. It is precisely what I wish for. I would not dare presume to ask. Chun Mo replied in kind, his divine sense calm and open. Invisible ripples of Taoist resonance spread above Stone Village. You were gently restrained so as not to disturb the slumbering villagers. The willow deity's spiritual thought condensed into a hazy green radiance, resembling the phantom of a towering willow tree. She spoke of her rebirth through nirvana, her insights into the mysteries of life's creation, of guardianship and the path through extinction. Her Tao sprang from the withering and flourishing of all plant life, began with the protection of all beings, and ultimately returned to birthing new life from silence. An endless cycle, full of the secrets of nature and reincarnation. In turn, Chun Mo's divine sense conjured visions of the primordial world, of Pangu splitting the heavens, pure energy rising, turbid energy sinking, and all things taking form. He spoke of the ninefold profound art, about forging an indestructible body and attaining sainthood through sheer physical might. He also shared his understanding of space, time, and the laws of causality, especially his insights on transcendence, gained when he brushed against the realm of the grand unity Tao fruit. There were no earth-shattering phenomena, only the most fundamental laws of the Tao meeting and merging in profound harmony. Lu Xun listened on, growing ever more astonished. Chun Mo's understanding of the world's primordial essence, his exposition on the nature of power, and especially the embryonic concept of the Tai Tao fruit, seemed to faintly touch upon realms that lay beyond even the greatest immortal kings. It was a transcendent state, one that stepped outside the river of time, seized control of one's own fate, and grasped the laws that govern the cosmos. Though Chun Mo's cultivation might not yet have reached such heights, the depth of his philosophy and the breadth of his vision were enough to shake Lu Xun to her core, a former immortal king herself. Such insight was simply unheard of in this world. At the same time, Chun Mo drew priceless insights from Lu Xun's own Tao, the mysteries of life's creation, the cycles of reincarnation and extinction. As an ancestral sacrificial spirit, Lu Xun's Tao was one of nature, devoted to the protection of all living things. Her principles gave Chun Mo's understanding of the Tao a broader, more harmonious dimension. Their philosophical exchange lasted through the entire night. When the first light of dawn crept across the sky, their communion of divine consciousness finally came to an end. Lu Xun's shimmering, ethereal figure turned toward Chun Mo and seemed to nod ever so slightly, a gesture more solemn and respectful than ever before. Your Tao is as vast as the sea of stars. I, Lu, am truly enlightened. In this moment, she was utterly convinced. The mysterious roots and unfathomable depth of this self-proclaimed wandering cultivator, Chun-mo, must surely hail from a world even grander and more ancient than she could imagine. His arrival might well bring unpredictable changes to this land, but for now, it was an extraordinary blessing for Stone Village and for little Sure How. Chun-mo returned her courtesy with a gentle smile. The Tao you walk, Lu Shun, brings forth endless vitality and guards heaven and earth. I, too, have gained much from it. Stone Village, a once unremarkable settlement on the wild frontier, had quietly begun to change beyond recognition with Chun-mo's arrival. The young future, desolate Sky Emperor was now exposed in advance to the supreme body-refining art of the primordial world, the ninefold mysterious technique, laying a foundation that would become even more formidable. The villagers of Stone Village all trained in the rock-solid body tempering method, raising the community's strength as a whole. And the profound, wordless exchange between Chun-mo and Lu Shun cast a mysterious and profound aura over this small village. These changes were like a massive boulder tossed into a serene lake. The ripples would inevitably spread, shaking the entire wildlands and even the 9 heavens and 10 earths. And Chun-mo, on the chessboard of this perfect world, had quietly placed a game-changing piece. The serenity of Stone Village was like a hidden paradise, suffused with peace and comfort. Yet beneath this tranquil surface, Chun-mo's heart surged like a stormy sea, unable to settle for a long time. After a night spent in philosophical discourse with Lu Shun, neither had spoken their thoughts aloud, but each had silently acknowledged the other's unfathomable depth. Lu Shun now regarded Chun-mo as a supreme figure from another world. Her initial wariness over his teaching Sure How the ninefold mysterious technique and strengthening the village gradually gave way to tacit approval, and even a faint sense of anticipation. On this very night, Chun-mo finally and completely confirmed the true identity of the Willow deity as a Nirvana immortal king, as well as her deep and selfless resolve to protect Stone Village and Little Sure How. Inside the stone hut, Chun-mo sat cross-legged, his eyes half closed, slipping into an ethereal state. At the pinnacle of the golden, immortal realm, his spiritual power surged through his body like a vast river of stars, endlessly nourishing both his flesh and soul. His spirit was as clear as a polished mirror, reflecting the laws and mysteries of heaven and earth with perfect clarity. Yet, despite having reached the peak of the golden immortal stage, the threshold to the next level, becoming a Tai golden immortal, stood before him like an insurmountable chasm, vivid and impossible to cross. Tai, when the 5 vital energies gather in the chest, and the 3 divine flowers unite atop the crown. Chun-mo silently recited this primordial axiom in his heart, as if he could sense the infinite profundities contained within. The so-called 5 energies gathering in the chest meant channeling the energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth within his body, converging them before the heart until they reached a state of perfection, unbroken and endlessly rejuvenating. These 5 elemental forces were the most fundamental components of heaven and earth, the wellspring of all life and power. Only by fusing these 5 energies within the chest could one lay the foundation for the Tai path, transcending the limits of time and space. To break through to the Tai level in this world, the foremost requirement was to gather the purest sources of the 5 elements, draw forth the quintessence of heaven and earth, and complete the foundational step of the 5 energies gathering in the chest. This was the essential difference between a Tai golden immortal and a golden immortal. Chun-mo understood all too well the difficulty involved. Although this world was rich in elemental essence, to draw upon enough of its pure power was no easy feat. Ordinary methods would likely prove ineffective. He would need to seek out something extraordinary. I must find rare treasures of heaven and earth that contain the purest elemental sources, or perhaps awaken the earth veins and spiritual roots that surge with the primal force of the 5 elements. Chun-mo mused silently. At that moment, his gaze was suddenly drawn to the charred willow tree standing at the center of the village. The tree appeared long dead, its bark blackened, yet its trunk remained upright and proud, as if silently bearing witness to a glorious past. A mysterious and powerful force emanated from it, intimately connected to the wood element of the world. The willow deity herself, a supreme immortal king reborn through nirvana, had, as her true form, the cosmic Jinmu, manifested as a willow tree, the ultimate source of the wood element, brimming with the endless power of creation and the purest essence of wood. The presence of the willow deity was like the very origin of wood in this realm, her vast and pristine energy utterly unique and unparalleled. If he could gain the willow deity's assistance and draw forth the purest wood essence, the barrier of gathering the wood energy within his chest would surely be shattered in an instant. However, reality often leaves one feeling powerless. The willow deity was now gravely wounded, her essence depleted after her nirvanic ordeal. To forcibly extract her origin under these circumstances would be nothing short of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Such an act would not only make her recovery a distant hope, but would also sever any bond between them, perhaps even provoking her to fight back with everything she had. Caught in this dilemma, a sudden glimmer of inspiration flashed in Shenmo's eyes. He thought of a solution, a trade. He would offer something the willow deity needed in exchange for what he sought. It was a choice fraught with risk, but one that might yield great rewards. Several days later, the moonlight flowed like water, once again bathing Stone Village in its gentle glow. With a solemn intent, Chun Mo extended his spiritual awareness toward the heart of the willow tree. Willow deity, I wish to discuss something with you. It concerns the great Tao, and it may also be a chance for your own restoration. The willow's branches quivered gently, and a warm, calm spiritual voice replied, Please speak your mind. I wish to ascend to a higher state of the Tao in this world. And for that, I must draw upon the pure essence of the 5 elements to lay the foundation for the gathering of 5 chi. Of these elements, the wood path is yours alone to command, for you are this realm's supreme source of wood. I ask, with all due respect, that you lend me your strength to guide the purest essence of wood in heaven and earth, and help me complete the wood chi's convergence. His words echoed through the space, carrying an irresistible weight. Then, shifting his tone, Chinamo continued, Of course, I would never ask you to help me for nothing. In return, at that moment, Chun Mo's spiritual presence turned deep and unfathomable, as though he held the mysteries of the cosmos in the palm of his hand. A passage of scripture brimming with supreme Taoist essence and illuminating the secrets of yin and yang, the genesis of life, and the immortality of the soul, began to flow from his consciousness like a gentle stream. This scripture was none other than a fragment from the Supreme Clarity Great Cavern Scripture. It contained the core insights on entrusting the soul to the void and the endless genesis of life, and Chun Mo imparted them to the willow deity without reservation. Every word of this scripture held boundless profundity, like a clear spring nurturing the willow deity's spirit. The moment she received this passage, it was as if the entire world brightened before her, and her consciousness began a transformation unlike anything she had ever experienced. This is but a small part of my sect's supreme inheritance, dedicated to the immortal soul and the endless vitality of creation. It may help you in your rebirth, restore your essence, and hasten your recovery. Chinmo's voice sounded in the willow deity's mind, carrying an earnestness that could not be refused. A resonant, low hum filled the air, trembling with power. The once charred willow tree shuddered intensely, as if suddenly awakened by a mighty force, its resurgence silent, yet filled with unmistakable energy. Each of its branches thrashed wildly, as if cheering in jubilant celebration, yet at the same time struggling and roaring in defiance. The tender green shoots, in particular, suddenly erupted with an unprecedented emerald radiance. Like the brightest stars scattered across the night sky, the light soared straight up toward the heavens, illuminating the entire stone village until it shone as bright as midday. This emerald brilliance was so dazzling that it was almost impossible for anyone to look at it directly. Bathed in this divine glow, every corner of Stone Village was painted in vibrant green, as though the entire village had been submerged in a boundless, thriving sea of life. At the same moment, an immense and pure breath of creation, brimming with infinite vitality, gushed forth from the willow tree like a clear spring, quickly spreading in all directions. The energy was so rich and untainted that even catching a hint of its fragrance made one feel utterly refreshed, as if every cell in the body had been awakened, charged with newfound vigor. Wherever this breath of creation flowed, all the slumbering villagers unknowingly began to wake. Faces that had grown tired and aged with exhaustion now became rosy and radiant, as though each person had shed years in an instant. As all of this unfolded, the willow god's divine consciousness surged with unparalleled shock and wild ecstasy. It had never anticipated that this cultivation technique would bring about such an astonishing transformation. So unexpected, the delight was almost beyond belief. This scripture, this philosophy, this method, The way of the primordial spirit it described allowed one to attempt to entrust a strand of the soul to the laws of the void, approaching true immortality. And its method of creation and vitality struck straight at the very origin of life, more efficient and closer to the essence of the Tao than even her own nirvana technique. Though only a fragment, it was as if a grand gateway to a higher realm had swung open before her eyes. Suddenly, she understood, guided by this method and fused with her own nirvana path. Her recovery would be more than 10 times faster. There was even hope of surpassing her former peak, of touching realms greater than ever before. This exchange was, for her, an unimaginable stroke of fortune. To summon the power of wood from heaven and earth was a mere gesture, for her. A trifling effort, barely any loss at all. Yet in return she would receive a sage's method that pointed directly to the source of the Tao. Fellow Taoist, this gift is too great. The willow god's voice trembled with rare emotion. All roads lead to the Tao, and each seeks what they need, Chunmo replied calmly. Your recovery, the peace of Stone Village, and the growth of the little one. These are all things I wish for. Very well. The willow god hesitated no longer. Leave the matter of wood to me. Whenever you are ready, I can summon the wood essence at will. With the agreement struck, both sides were filled with joy. What was now settled? Chunmo turned his gaze toward the remaining 4 elements: metal, water, fire, and earth. These 4 elemental treasures are rare wonders, their origins shrouded in mystery. They are scattered across the great wilderness and even into the upper realm, making them incredibly difficult to obtain. Chunmo pondered to himself. If I were to search for them personally, it would draw far too much attention, alerting all sides, and consume much precious time. Moreover, both Stone Village and the Willow Deity require my presence to guard against unforeseen dangers. His gaze once again fell upon the small figure who, every day at the village entrance beneath the willow tree, diligently practiced the 9-fold mystical arts, his vitality growing ever stronger and his eyes growing brighter with each passing day. Sure how. This child is the very incarnation of destiny in this world, favored by fortune itself. In the future, he is destined to stir up storms across the heavens and the earth, sending him out to temper himself, to seek opportunities, and, incidentally, to gather the 5 elemental treasures. Nothing could be more fitting. Not only will this hone him, but will also become an invaluable foundation for the path that lies ahead. However, the little one is still weak, and the great wilderness is unpredictable and perilous. A deep, thoughtful glint flashed in Chunmo's eyes. He must be protected on his journey. With that, his mind was made up. A few days later, Chunmo summoned little Sure how to stand before him. Little one, how is your practice of the 9-fold mystical arts coming along? Uncle Chun, I feel so much stronger. Even my bones are hard as iron. Sure how replied excitedly, gesturing animatedly. Very good, Chunmo nodded in approval. But if you remain behind closed doors, you will never achieve greatness. True strength is forged in the crucible of blood and fire. Only through life and death struggles can one comprehend the Tao and discover their own destiny. Sure how blinked his large eyes, seeming to understand. A look of eager anticipation spread across his young face. Uncle Chun, does this mean I can go out and explore? Indeed, Chunmo's expression grew solemn. I have a task for you. The great wilderness is vast, brimming with countless rare and precious treasures. I need you to find 4 things for me. A piece of primal fate stone infused with the aura of Gung Metal's destructive power. A single drop of Xianming true water, eternally frozen and imbued with the coldest Yin. A thread of solar refined goldborn from the very heart of the sun. And a handful of 9 heavens earth essence, the boundless, weighty earth that nurtures all life. Sure how listened, his mouth agape. He didn't know exactly what these things were, but they sounded incredibly formidable. He nodded vigorously. Yes, I'll definitely find them for you, Uncle Chun. The journey ahead is long and fraught with danger, Chunmo warned, his tone serious. I will leave a mark of my incarnation on you. It will not reveal itself unless you face a true life or death crisis. It can save your life 3 times and help you escape peril. But remember, external strength is still just external. True power must come from within yourself. As Chunmo finished speaking, he raised his hand like a sword and tapped Shurehao's brow. In that instant, a radiant golden light, brilliant to the extreme and imbued with a wisp of Chunmo's own soul essence and the power of a peak golden immortal, pierced into the depths of Shurehao's sea of consciousness. There, transformed into a golden, ethereal avatar, seated cross-legged with eyes closed in silent meditation, quietly suspended in the void. This avatar concealed its power to the utmost. Once activated, it would unleash a force great enough to shake the world. Yet, just as Chinemo warned, it could only be used 3 times. Thank you, Uncle Chun. Little Sure How felt a gentle warmth bloom in his mind, as if he suddenly had a mighty protector to lean on. His confidence soared. Chunemo then turned his gaze toward the old village chief and the Willow God, sending them a message through his divine sense. Village chief, Willow Daoist friend, I hope you'll support Little One's journey of tempering himself. This is a path he must walk, and a rare opportunity awaits him. I have left an avatar to safeguard him. His life will not be in danger. Though the old village chief was reluctant beyond words, he understood that every fledgling eagle must one day spread its wings. With tears in his eyes, he nodded slowly. The willow's slender branches swayed gently, and a stream of emerald light, imbued with protective intent, quietly merged into Little Sure How's body, intertwining with Chun Mo's golden avatar in harmonious brilliance. On the eve of departure, Chun Mo once again gave Sure How private instruction on the vital points of the ninefold mystical art. He also imparted several practical divine techniques from the primordial era: divine movement to greatly enhance speed, breath concealment for hiding one's presence, and piercing gold eyes, an introductory ability to discern through partial illusions. While such arts might be considered commonplace in the primordial world, in the lower 8 domains, they were nothing short of extraordinary. The next day, as the sun rose above the horizon, Little Sure How carried a small bundle made of animal hide on his back, filled with dried meat, fresh water, and a few herbs thoughtfully prepared by the old village chief. He stood at the edge of the village, behind him a crowd of villagers reluctant to part, and his friends, tearful, especially Pai-Ho the monkey. The old village chief, Shirlene Hu, and the other strong men looked on with hope in their eyes. In the village center, the willow tree's tender green branches danced in the morning breeze, as if waving a gentle farewell. Little one, take care on the road. Come back soon. If you can't win, just run. Don't try to be a hero. Sure How waved vigorously, his young face set with determination. Don't worry, everyone. I'll be much, much stronger when I return. He cast a final glance toward Chun Mo's stone hut, feeling as if that gentle, powerful gaze was watching over him even now. Turning away, the small figure strode resolutely into the vast, untamed wilderness, stepping beneath the newborn sun. Thus began his own legendary journey as the Wild Heaven Emperor, a path full of the unknown and endless opportunities, and his very first mission, to seek out the 5 elemental treasures crucial to Chun Mo's Tai Dao Foundation. Chun Mo stood at the window of his stone house, watching as little one disappeared into the depths of the forest. Deep within himself, he could sense the connection to that golden avatar within Sure How, like an invisible kite, strings stretching between them. The fate of the 5 elements now rests with this child. The storms of the great wilderness shall be stirred by his hand. Retracting his gaze, Chun Mo looked toward the charred willow tree in the village. Friend Willow Spirit, you hold the purest essence of wood. It is time to begin. The branches of the willow swayed gently, summoning the winds and clouds of heaven and earth. A vast and pure surge of ethereal wood energy, as if drawn from the very source of life itself, began to gather from all directions, from the deep veins of the earth, and from the heights of the heavens, pulled by an invisible force. It swept toward Stone Village, toward the stone house where Chun Mo stood, like a mighty tide. Above Stone Village, azure light shimmered across the sky, heralding the first signs of an extraordinary phenomenon. Chun Mo's path of supreme purity had officially begun. At the same time, under the influence of this fateful convergence of the 5 elements, the legend of Little Sure How was about to unfold on an even grander stage. In a vast desolation, towering ancient trees rose to the heavens, and ferocious beasts roamed unchallenged. Amidst the wilderness darted a small figure, barely over 3 years old, moving through the forest with the agility of a nimble gibbon. This was Sure How, embarking on his journey. He took Chun Mo's teachings to heart, rooting himself in the ninefold mystical art. He kept his blood and energy circulating at every moment, tempering his body. With the aid of his divine movement technique, he was swift as lightning, leaving even the fiercest beasts trailing far behind, unable to catch even a shadow. His golden eyes of insight scanned the land, discerning hidden dangers and the glimmer of precious herbs. With his breath concealment technique, he blended seamlessly into his surroundings, easily slipping past the territories of formidable beasts. Yet this wilderness was no well-trodden path. Suddenly, a terrifying beast with the form of a tiger, bone spurs bristling along its back and saber-like fangs jutting from its jaws, a saber-toothed demon tiger, caught his scent. With a thunderous roar, it lunged to kill. Its vitality was fierce, rivaling that of a cultivator at the cave heaven realm. Its breath carried a rank, bloodthirsty wind. Had this been the old Sure How, he might have had no choice but to flee in panic. But now, there was not a trace of fear in his eyes, only a flash of excitement. Without flinching or dodging, Sure How clenched his tiny fists. Following the trajectory of the first cycle of the ninefold mystical art, his blood and energy surged with a thunderous roar inside him. Beneath his skin, a golden and jade-like luster flickered, and in that small fist seemed to gather the weight of 1,000 mountains. A dull crash echoed. Sure How's fist slammed hard into the demon tiger's incoming paw. A sickening crack of bone resounded. The beast's massive forepaw was shattered on impact, and its hulking body was sent hurtling through the air by an overwhelming force, smashing through several ancient trees before collapsing in a heap, whimpering in agony. Sure How, exhilarated, shook out his slightly numb little fist. Staring at the fallen beast before him, his already large eyes shone even brighter, like the most brilliant stars in the night sky. Uncle Chin's cultivation method is truly incredible, he murmured with delight. His face radiated pride and satisfaction, for he had defeated this fearsome beast with the very technique Uncle Chin had taught him. Little Sure How worked swiftly and skillfully as he dealt with the wild beast. In no time at all, he had everything prepared. Then, unable to wait any longer, he eagerly began to feast on the sumptuous tiger meat. The tender, juicy flesh made every bite a delight, and, as he ate, his little belly gradually rounded out. After eating and drinking his fill, Sure How's attention was drawn to a den of baby one-horned fire rhinos not far away. To be precise, what really caught his eye was the mother rhino, for he'd heard that rhino milk was a rare tonic of tremendous nourishment. If I could just get a taste of that rhino milk, I'd definitely become even stronger, Sure How thought to himself, an impish grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. No sooner had the idea struck him than he set it into action. Sure How immediately employed his shadow step and breath concealment techniques. Like a ghost, he silently crept toward the one-horned fire rhino's nest. His movements were light and agile, not making a sound, just like a seasoned hunter. At last, Sure How found himself only a few steps away from the mother rhino. Holding his breath, he waited quietly for the perfect moment. Just then, a faint sound came from the distance, instantly catching the mother rhino's attention. Seizing the opportunity, Sure How shot forward like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he snatched up a stone jar filled with warm, fresh beast milk and dashed away at full speed. With a furious roar, the mother rhino realized her young's food had been stolen. The bellow was thunderous, shaking the very trees, as if the entire forest trembled at her wrath. The next moment, the ground itself quaked violently, a testament to the mother rhino's unleashed fury. But by then, Sure How had already vanished into the depths of a dense forest, swift as the wind, leaving only the echoes of the mother rhino's rage lingering in the air. This will last me days, Sure How crowed in triumph, clutching the stone jar as though it were a priceless treasure. After glancing around, he soon found a safe cave and hurried inside without delay. Once inside the cave, Sure How found a comfortable spot to sit and carefully pried open the lid of the stone jar. Instantly, a rich, creamy aroma wafted out, making his mouth water. Taking a deep breath, Sure How tilted his head back and gulped down great mouthfuls of the beast milk. The taste was exquisite, each drop brimmed with vitality, sliding smoothly down his throat and filling his body with a joyful energy, as if every cell were singing with delight. As the beast milk entered his body, it was swiftly refined by his internal cultivation art, the ninefold profound technique. This miraculous practice worked like a ravenous beast, devouring every bit of essence in the milk, transforming it into nourishment for his blood, bones, and sinews. Little Sure How felt his body growing lighter and lighter, his strength surging steadily. He laughed joyfully, savoring the delicious beast milk. And so, Sure How spent several delightful days within the mountain cave. Each day, aside from drinking beast milk, he devoted himself to practicing the 9 revolutions profound technique. Life was both fulfilling and filled with happiness. At last, when he had drained every last drop of beast milk from the stone jar, Sure How decided it was time to leave the cave and continue his journey. Based on the vague bits of information he'd gathered along the way, Sure How pressed onward, traveling far until he arrived at a place he had never seen before. The The very air here seemed to shimmer with a mysterious energy, setting his nerves tingling with excitement and a hint of unease. He looked closely and saw, to his amazement, a colossal projection before him. At the very center of this swirling vision was his destination, the entrance to the Void Spirit Realm. The Void Spirit Realm, a strange world built from pure consciousness, linking the 8 domains. At its entrance, radiant symbols glimmered, in shifting, dazzling patterns. Following Chun Mo's instructions, Shihao focused his mind and gently touched the runes with his intent. The scene before him changed in a cascade of lights and shadows, and his spiritual form appeared in a primordial land woven from falling rainbows of light. Here, shadowy figures mingled, spiritual projections from all corners of the 8 domains, gathering to converse, barter, and even clash. Primordial Fate Stone. Primordial Fate Stone. Shihao murmured his target's name, activating his truth-piercing golden eyes to scan the stalls and crowds. His spirit body mimicked the aura of the 9 Revolutions' profound technique, making it unusually solid and drawing curious glances from those nearby. At last, he spotted it on a stall guarded by several formidable disciples, clearly from a powerful sect, a fist-sized stone, gleaming silver-white, its surface flowing with a cold, sharp metallic energy, and within it, the illusion of stars being born and dying. This was the Primordial Fate Stone. That's the one. Shihao's eyes sparkled with excitement. But then he saw the price tag. The stone's cost was marked as several rare elixirs and bone tomes, things he didn't possess. What should I do? Shihao's eyes darted, and an idea flashed in his mind. Squeezing to the front of the crowd, he pointed at the Primordial Fate Stone and, in a clear but childish voice, called out, "Hey, I want to trade something for that stone." The sect disciples glanced over, saw it was just a runny-nosed little kid, and burst out laughing. "Little brat, go play somewhere else. What are you trading for it? Beast milk." Ha ha ha. The people nearby joined in the laughter. Sure, Hao wasn't the least bit upset. Grinning mischievously, he said, "I don't want to trade for the stone. I want to make a bet with you." "A bet?" One of the disciples perked up. "What kind of bet?" Sure, Hao pointed to a rune tablet near the entrance of the Void Spirit Realm, a monument said to be unbreakable since time immemorial, and declared, "I bet that I can break that tablet. If I do, you give me the stone. If I can't, you could do whatever you want with me." The moment these words were spoken, the whole crowd erupted in astonishment. He wants to break the primordial steel? Is this kid out of his mind? That steel embodies the laws of the Void God Realm. Even venerables can't shatter it. He's biting off more than he can chew. Those disciples from the great sects doubled over with laughter, barely able to contain themselves. "All right, we'll take your bet. If you really manage to break it, forget the stone. We'll kneel and call you grandfather." Little Shihao stepped up to the rune-engraved steel and took a deep breath. He didn't rely on any flashy techniques. Instead, he assumed the core stance of the first revolution of the ninefold profound technique, the primal fusion stance. Within his spirit body, his vital energy surged with the force of a mountain, dense and unmoving, yet brimming with explosive power, which radiated from him in waves. With a sharp cry, he clenched his tiny fist, channeling all his spiritual will and the domineering might of the ninefold profound technique into a single, unadorned punch, smashing it hard against the stone steel etched with countless runes. A thunderous boom resounded, shaking the very foundation of the primordial ground and sending showers of radiant light cascading everywhere. To the utter disbelief of everyone watching, the so-called eternally unbreakable rune steel of the primordial ground began to crack, spiderweb fractures spreading from a spot where little Shihao's fist had struck. Though the steel was not completely destroyed, the force and destruction was utterly unprecedented. It had cracked. Heavens! What kind of monster is this child? Look, it's being recorded. The Void God Realm has acknowledged it. The youngest to ever crack the primordial steel, Shihao. The rain of light gathered, forming words that hung high in the sky. The faces of the great sect disciples turned ashen, staring at little Shihao's triumphant, outstretched hand and the fractured stone in his grasp. They could only regret their wager. With the crowd's eyes upon them, there was no way out. Give it to him," the lead disciple ground out through clenched teeth, reluctantly tossing the Taichu life stone to little Shihao. Clutching the stone, smooth, cool, and laced with a piercing metallic energy, little Shihao beamed with delight. "Thank you," he called out, and before they could change their minds, he darted away toward the exit of the Void God Realm, his spirit body swiftly returning to reality. My first treasure is in hand." In the wilds of the great wilderness, little Shihao hugged the Taichu life stone tightly, absolutely thrilled. He knew it was unwise to linger, So he immediately activated his divine movement technique, racing toward the Stone Country. He planned to swing by the royal capital, Stone City, hoping to find clues about other rare treasures there. However, the commotion he caused in the Void God realm was simply too great. News of Sure Hao, the youngest ever to crack the primordial steel, spread like wildfire. The name Sure Hao, and rumors that he hailed from Stone Country, instantly caught the attention of certain powerful factions within the capital, especially those who, years ago, had orchestrated the theft of his supreme bone. As little Sure Hao approached the grand gates of Stone City, travel-worn and curious, he had no idea that an invisible net was already waiting for him. He had just started inquiring about the mystic nether true water in the city when a group of men in black, their presence chilling and sinister, locked onto him. Clearly convinced of his identity, they made their move without hesitation, aiming to capture him. But young Sure Hao's reactions were lightning quick. His body flashed as he unleashed his movement technique, weaving through the city's narrow alleys with desperate agility. Danger nipped at his heels at every turn. Yet for all his strength, he was still a child. Lacking experience, he soon found himself cornered with nowhere to run. You little wretch, hand over the supreme bone, and we'll spare your life. The leader of the black-clad assailants glared at him with venomous eyes, exuding the aura of someone at the spirit transformation realm. His palms shot out, fingers slicing through the air with lethal force. At that perilous instant, a dreadful, indescribable pressure swept through the alley like a tidal wave. Time itself seemed to freeze. The assailant's hand was halted mid-strike, his face twisted in a snarl that would be forever etched in that moment. Between Sure Hao's brows, a single, dazzling point of golden light suddenly burst forth. A hazy yet majestic golden figure, Chun Mo's avatar, slowly emerged. Though no more than a foot tall, the sheer authority in its gaze made the spirit transformation realm attacker feel as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. His very soul shuddered in terror. Worm, how dare you lay a hand on him? The avatar's voice was cold and distant, echoing like thunder from the highest heavens, exploding directly within the soul of the black-robed man. Without so much as a scream, blood spurted from every orifice of the man's face, as if struck by an invisible hammer. In the blink of an eye, his body erupted into a cloud of blood. Nothing left behind, not even a trace. This horrifying scene sent shockwaves through the very heart of Stone City. Outrageous! Who dares commit murder in Stone City? An aged voice boomed from the depths of the Stone Nation's royal palace, laced with terrifying, oppressive power. In an instant, a withered figure tore through the air, appearing above the alley, one of the venerated elders of the royal clan. Sensing the terrifying power that had annihilated a spirit transformation realm cultivator in a heartbeat, and seeing the golden avatar between Sure Hao's brows, the elder mistook it for some powerful protective artifact or demonic spirit. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He unleashed his full pressure as a venerable, a force as heavy as a mountain, slamming down upon Sure Hao and the golden avatar. At the same time, a colossal hand, formed of glowing sigils, entwined with chains of law, swept down from above. That one strike could annihilate even a king at the formation realm. The venerable had made his move. Stone City trembled in response. Sure Hao was nearly suffocated under the terrifying pressure, his young face pale as paper. Yet the golden avatar between his brows remained utterly calm. Facing the encroaching, rune-woven palm and the venerable's crushing might, the avatar merely raised a single, indistinct golden finger, gently pointing into the air. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no blinding flash of light. Only the delicate sound of porcelain shattering, like a faint, brittle crack. Centered on the fingertip of the Dharma body, space itself shattered like a broken mirror, instantly covered by countless fine black cracks. The fissures spread with terrifying speed. Wherever they passed, the giant rune hand vanished silently, dissolving like a soap bubble. The dreadful pressure radiated by the venerable one was swallowed up by the spatial rifts without resistance. Even that gaunt venerable himself was grazed by a sudden tear in space. His protective divine light shredded like paper, and an arm was severed at the shoulder, sending blood gushing forth. Ah! The withered venerable let out a heart-rending scream, his eyes brimming with boundless terror. What kind of power was this? Just a casual gesture, and space itself collapsed? This was not something a venerable, or even one at the divine flame level, could ever achieve. Could it be a true god? Utterly overwhelmed, he no longer dared linger. Not even sparing a thought for his severed limb, he burned his essence blood, tore through the fabric of space, and fled in panic, vanishing deep into the royal palace. The entire stone capital was plunged into a deathly silence. Every soul was struck dumb by this horrifying scene. A mysterious child, a phantom emerging from his brow, shattered. Space with a single finger and severed a venerable's arm. News of this incident spread like wildfire throughout the Stone Kingdom, shaking all 8 domains of the lower realm. Little Sure How, too, stood dumbfounded, staring at the fading phantom of the Dharma body at his brow. For the first time, he truly grasped just how terrifying the power Uncle Chunimo had left him could be. Uncle Chun is incredible. His heart surged with awe, but also with an unquenchable yearning to become stronger. He knew he had to leave the stone capital as soon as possible. Not daring to tarry, he clutched the primordial life stone, cast his divine movement technique, and like a startled bird, sped away through the labyrinthine streets, vanishing once more into the vast and wild wilderness. At that very moment, billions of miles away, in Stone Village, seated cross-legged, surrounded by a vast and pure aura of wood, Chun-Mo was at the final stage of channeling his wood energy. Suddenly, his body shuddered. The Dharma body he had left with little sure how had been activated, and had unleashed the power to rend space. The vision of that finger shattering the void, severing the venerable's arm, and the primal laws that rippled from the sundered space, all flashed across the boundless distance, imprinting themselves upon Chun-Mo's true spirit as clearly as a vivid painting. Space, shattering, Chun-Mo's consciousness instantly sank into the realization carried back by those laws. Before his eyes, the stone hut faded away, replaced by a tapestry of countless crisscrossing strings, woven from the very essence of the primordial laws. Space was no longer formless and intangible, but instead appeared as a network of resilient, elastic cords. The Dharma body's finger had not relied on brute force, but had struck several critical strings of space, destroying their balance and structure in an instant, causing a local collapse of space itself. This most direct, most fundamental vision of how space could be unraveled provided Chun-Mo with an unprecedented perspective on both the construction and destruction of spatial laws, deepening his understanding in a way he had never experienced before. So that's how it is. The stability of space lies in the balance of its structure, and the key to its destruction is at the nodes. In that instant, Chun-Mo's mind cleared, as if countless profound insights into the mysteries of space, folding, traversing, sealing, shattering, came pouring forth like an endless spring. His mana began to circulate automatically within him, and his comprehension of the laws of space soared at an unprecedented rate. The bottleneck at the peak of the golden immortal stage began to loosen. Even the process of nurturing the wood element within his core, due to this sudden epiphany about the laws of space, accelerated and became smoother, more harmonious than ever before. At the center of the village, the willow tree's tender green branches began to sway violently once more. The willow deity's spiritual sense, carrying a shock she could barely conceal, swept toward Chun-Mo's stone dwelling. She could sense it clearly. Chun-Mo's aura had undergone a dramatic transformation in that very instant. A presence more profound, more vast, as if capable of wielding the birth and destruction of space itself, was rising from within him. The depth of this Tao rhythm was so immense, it even caused her, a celestial king, to feel a trace of unease in her heart. Has broken through again? Or has he gained some new insight? Waves of astonishment surged through the willow deity's mind. This Chun-Mo from another world. Every ripple he caused far exceeded her wildest expectations. Sure Hao's first journey afar had come to a close in a manner that shook the entire stone capital, bringing back the all-important primal life stone of the metal element. Meanwhile, Chun-Mo, through the unexpected feedback caused by the rending of his Dharma body through space, had inadvertently touched upon even deeper secrets of the spatial laws. His cultivation and understanding had advanced once again, taking a solid and mysterious step closer to the realm of the great unity golden. Immortal, the winds and clouds of the great wilderness would only grow more tumultuous and wild, thanks to the growth of young Sure Hao and the breakthrough of Chun-Mo. Clutching the primal life stone tightly, Sure Hao's heart was uneasy, as if the stone in his arms were not a treasure, but a bomb ready to explode. At any moment, he dared not pause for even a breath. Like a startled young beast, he darted through the vast wilderness at breakneck speed. He pushed his movement and stealth techniques to their limits, moving as swiftly as lightning, yet masking his presence so thoroughly he seemed a wraith in the wilds. Not once did he dare look back, fearful that any enemy might be in pursuit. News of the stone capital's honored one losing an arm to a single finger spread through the 8 lower realms like a storm. The impact of this event was so great that countless people found themselves deeply intrigued by the name Shurhao. A mere youth, able to gravely wound a revered figure with a single strike. Such power left all who heard of it speechless. In that moment, Shurhao's name became an object of fear and fascination among countless factions. Yet none of this daunted Shurhao. Instead, it only fueled a fiercer determination within. I have to grow even stronger, strong enough to drive off those villains without Uncle Chin's Dharma body. A resolute light shone in little Shurhao's eyes as he clenched his fists, making a silent vow to himself. As he hurried along the path, Stonehao's mind kept turning over the profound secrets of the ninefold mystic art that Shun Mo had taught him. This cultivation method was incredibly deep and mysterious. Though Stonehao had not yet fully grasped its essence, he believed that with persistent practice, he would one day master it completely. Within his body, his vital energy surged like a roaring furnace, each breath resonating with the force of storm and thunder. Though his body was still small and fragile, the power contained within grew more formidable with every passing day. Piecing together the scattered information he had gleaned along the way, and guided by his extraordinary intuition, Stonehao gradually formed a clear goal in his mind: the Kuanping nest at the northernmost edge of the great wilderness. According to legend, this was the place where the Kuanping, one of the 10 ancient fiends, had fallen. The land brimmed with the ultimate forces of yin-yang and glacial ice. Perhaps, in that mysterious and perilous place, he could uncover clues leading to the Xianming true water. Yet the journey to the Kuanping nest was long and fraught with countless dangers. Along the way, Stonehao was beset by swarms of venomous insects and fierce beasts, creatures not only massive in size, but overwhelming in number, forcing him into a constant struggle for survival. Worse still, he once stumbled into a bizarre marsh that devoured spiritual energy. The mire seemed a bottomless pit, and no matter how he struggled, its grip refused to let him go. As if that weren't enough, he found himself hunted by a fearsome remnant of the ancient era, a frost demon ape. Its entire body was encased in thick layers of ice, and each of its attacks carried a bone-chilling cold that sent shivers straight to the soul. Despite these relentless dangers, Stonehao never once hesitated. He pushed his potential to the limit, drawing forth the full power of the ninefold mystic art with every trial. In battles against venomous beasts, he employed the art of ghostly movement, darting through enemy ranks with uncanny speed and agility, leaving his pursuers grasping at shadows. When trapped in the devouring marsh, he relied on the art of concealing breath, withdrawing his presence so completely that the swamp's consuming force could no longer sense him, allowing him to slip free at last. Confronted by the terrifying frost demon ape, Stonehao unleashed his piercing insight golden eyes, instantly discerning the creature's weakness, and struck with the force of a thunderbolt, bringing it down with a single, decisive blow. Through these life-and-death trials, Stonehao ceased to merely follow the diagrams of the ninefold mystic art by rote. He began to truly comprehend the flow of power within, weaving his insights into every instinctive move in battle. With each hard-won lesson, his strength grew by leaps and bounds. After months of arduous travel and countless brushes with death, Stonehao finally arrived at the legendary Kuanping nest, a desolate ice field locked beneath eternal frost. The biting wind cut to the bone like steel blades, and the very air was thick, with a chill that seemed to freeze the soul. At the heart of this icy wasteland, a colossal nest built from ancient black ice loomed in and out of the swirling snow, radiating an ancient and terrifying aura that seemed to weigh down the world itself. So cold, little sure how activated the 9 revolutions' profound art, making his blood and chi surge like a blazing furnace to fend off the dreadful chill. Cautiously, he edged closer, his piercing illusion golden eyes cutting through layer upon layer of icy mist as he examined the nest. At the very heart of the lair, within the core of a 10,000-year-old block of profound ice, he sensed an extraordinary wave of yin and cold, so intense it seemed able to freeze time and space itself. There he saw a single drop of deep blue liquid, as profound as the heart of the cosmos. It was the Xianming true water. Yet, guarding this treasure were countless ice spirit sprites, each born from the laws of frost, and an oppressive remnant will, a brand left by the Kuanping, etched into the core of the nest. A fierce battle erupted. The ice spirit sprites surged forth like a relentless tide, every strike imbued with a bone-chilling force that threatened to freeze his very blood. Shurhao unleashed the 9 revolutions' profound art to its fullest, his small fists blazing with radiant gold and crimson chi, each punch sending icy shards flying and waves of frost scattering. He charged through the horde like a beast incarnate, blood and chi boiling, forging a thin layer of golden flames across his skin that shielded him from the invading cold. At last, he reached the Xianming true water. The drop of true water seemed alive, radiating an aura of frigid resistance. Gritting his teeth, Shi Hao recalled the secret method from the 9 Revolutions' profound art for seizing things of ultimate cold. He surged his energy, conjuring a great golden hand, and lunged for the true water. Just as the golden hand touched the Xianming true water, the Kunpeng's lingering will, branded at the nest's core, was fully awakened. Suddenly, a piercing cry, the Kunpeng's ancient roar, echoing through the ages, exploded. Within Shi Hao's consciousness, an immense Kunpeng silhouette, wings spanning the heavens, appeared, suffused with overwhelming ferocity and the ultimate laws of yin and yang, launching a brutal assault on Shi Hao's soul. Shi Hao felt as if struck by lightning. Blood streamed from his orifices, and his mind was racked with searing pain. This residual will struck even more fearsomely than a sovereign's pressure, targeting the very core of his soul. At the threshold of life and death, the 9 Revolutions' profound art within Shi Hao's body surged to an unprecedented peak. The furnace of his blood and chi erupted with a blinding golden radiance. In that instant, as if guided by fate, vague rune patterns containing the ultimate truths of heaven and earth surfaced in his mind. Images he'd glimpsed on the walls of the Kunpeng's nest. Astonishingly, these runes resonated with both the circulating chi and blood of his 9 Revolutions' profound art and the yin-yang laws embodied in the Kunpeng's phantom. Yin and yang rotate. Power shatters all laws. Under immense pressure, Shi Hao let out a long, youthful cry, brimming with a profound sense of the Tao. His small body seemed to become a swirling vortex, forcefully absorbing a fragment of the Kunpeng Phantom's law, fusing it with the domineering might of the 9 Revolutions' profound art and the penetrating insight of the piercing illusion golden eyes. He unconsciously assumed a peculiar stance, like a koan sinking into the abyssal sea, yet also like a rock soaring to the highest heavens. An aura both primal and fierce, yet imbued with the supreme mysteries of the Tao, erupted from his body. The golden flames that had shrouded him instantly transformed into black and white, yin and yang intertwining, cycling endlessly in a dance of creation and destruction. The wraith-like shadow of the Kunpeng's lingering will, which had assaulted his sea of consciousness, was shattered in an instant by this surge of combined power. His own cultivation method fused with the true intent of the Kunpeng. At the same time, the wild and untamed drop of Xianming true water seemed to recognize its original master. It became docile at once, allowing Shi Hao's golden hand to grasp it firmly. The Kunpeng technique, under the pressure of life and death, the resonance of cultivation, and the stimulus of his surroundings, Shi Hao used the 9 Revolutions' profound art as a foundation, merging it with the Kunpeng's remnant Tao, and thus gained a preliminary understanding of the Kunpeng divine art, one of the legendary 10 fiends of ancient times. Though it was but the embryonic form, its power was already astonishing beyond belief. Black and white energies swirled around Shi Hao, yin and yang shielding his body, his resistance to cold increasing dramatically, and his speed so great that afterimages trail behind him. He collected the Xianming true water of the water element, and, carrying the weight of his newfound power and insight, swiftly departed from this place of turmoil. His next target, the 9 heavens resting soil of the earth element. This legendary treasure was said to be tied to the ancient and storied mountain of immortality. Shi Hao inquired along the way and set out toward the mountain. No longer did he conceal his presence. After the battle at the Kunpeng's nest, his confidence soared, and ordinary cultivators posed little threat to him. Passing through the ruins of an ancient battlefield, he unexpectedly encountered several young disciples from the mountain of immortality undergoing their own trials. A plan sparked in Shi Hao's mind. He deliberately revealed a fraction of his strength, restricted to the cave heaven realm, and, posing as a wandering cultivator, chanced upon the group. He accidentally displayed his astonishing physical prowess and combat talent, quickly drawing the attention of the elder leading the disciples. This child's foundation is extraordinary, his vitality surging like a dragon, truly a rare and precious talent. The elder from the mountain of immortality recognized his potential at a glance, and was moved to recruit him. With a show of modest reluctance, Shurhao allowed himself to be brought into the mysterious mountain of immortality. The mountain of immortality was shrouded in mist, immortal energy swirling everywhere, an otherworldly paradise. The spiritual energy was so dense. It seemed almost tangible. Rare flowers and strange herbs grew in abundance, and ancient formations guarded the land. Shurhao was led to the outer sector to undergo assessments. Carefully suppressing his true strength, he displayed a cave heaven realm cultivation far beyond that of his peers, though. In truth, he could break through at any time. When tested, his physical might made the stone steel blaze with dazzling light. He passed with ease. While cultivating on Mount Immortality and studying its unique runic arts, he secretly used his golden eyes of true sight and the occasional misguided wanderings to investigate information regarding the nine heavens' breathing soil. At last, on the outskirts of an ancient herb garden considered forbidden ground, he sensed an incredibly dense and pure aura of the earth element's primordial source. At the very heart of the garden, a small patch of dark yellow soil, no bigger than a palm yet radiating a boundless, weighty presence that seemed to support all things, was unmistakably the legendary nine heavens' breathing soil. The herb garden was protected by formidable wards, with even an elder of the esteemed level personally overseeing it. Attempting to seize the soil by force would be nothing short of courting death. So, Shurhao waited patiently for an opportunity. As fate would have it, the once-in-a-decade Intersect tournament was about to be held on Mount Immortality, drawing elites from every corner. On the arena, Shurhao dazzled the crowd. Using his cave heaven cultivation, the terrifying physique forged by the ninefold profound art, and a fledgling mastery of the Kunping speed, he swept through his peers and even defeated several inscription realm prodigies, causing a stir among the sect's higher-ups. He was granted special permission to enter the scripture pavilion and select a treasured technique as a reward. Shurhao had a clear goal in mind, a supportive earth element art that required proximity to the ancient herb garden to cultivate. As he wished, he entered the garden's vicinity. Under the guise of practicing the new art, he used his golden eyes of true sight to find a faint fluctuation at one of the ward's nodes. Then, harnessing the ultimate control over his power granted by the ninefold profound art, he transformed a wisp of his vital essence into an invisible key. In a flash, it pierced through the smallest gap in the wards, whisking away that precious patch of nine heavens' breathing soil and storing it in a spatial artifact given by Chunamo. Having secured the treasure, Shurhao quickly found an excuse to leave the area, his heart soaring with delight. The rare earth element treasure was finally in his grasp. With the successive acquisition of the gold, water, and earth element treasures, Shurhao felt the power stored within him reach an unprecedented critical mass. He sensed all 10 of his cave heavens, thanks to the ninefold profound art. He had solidified his foundation and opened 10 cave heavens, surpassing the usual limits, resonating and trembling, a mighty suction force arising between them. He realized the time for his breakthrough had come. Rather than attempt it on Mount Immortality, he found an excuse to descend the mountain for further training, seeking out a remote, uninhabited mountain range. Shurhao sat cross-legged, adjusting his state to its absolute peak. With a single thought, 10 brilliant and magnificent cave heavens erupted behind him like volcanic eruptions. Each one was vast, beyond compare, far exceeding those of his peers. Within them, vital energy surged, runes danced, and countless wondrous scenes unfolded, a testament to the unparalleled strength of his foundation. 10 cave heavens. Become one. A resolute light shone in Shurhao's eyes. He began circulating the profound method of unity of primal essence from the ninefold profound art, a path he deduced for himself by fusing the secrets of this world's cave heaven realm with the ultimate truths of his cultivation. A thunderous roar echoed through the mountains. Heaven and earth changed color. Winds and clouds gathered from all directions. 10 colossal domains, like 10 blazing suns, began to violently collide, compress, and fuse under Shurhao's indomitable will and the overwhelming power of his mystical arts. A terrifying storm of energy swept across the world. Mountains shattered, ancient trees were pulverized into dust. The process was fraught with peril. The slightest misstep could shatter the domains, leading to death and the end of the path. Shurhao's body was cracking apart, fresh blood staining the earth crimson. Yet his gaze remained unwavering. His spirit held steadfast as he channeled the ninefold mystical arts to their limit. With sheer brute force, he suppressed the rampaging energies within his flesh, guiding them toward unity. "Merge for me now," he thundered, his roar shaking the heavens. A deafening boom resounded, as if the world were being born anew. The 10 domains vanished without a trace, replaced by a single domain shrouded in primordial mist, a world unto itself, brimming with the aura of creation. This domain was vast beyond measure, exuding a majesty that seemed to suppress all under heaven, declaring its singular supremacy. Within it, the simple runes and vital essence had transformed. Now, earth, fire, wind, and water surged faintly, and the embryonic forms of sun, moon, and stars began to emerge. An overwhelming force, surpassing the domain stage and approaching the pinnacle of spirit transformation, erupted from Shurhao's small frame, soaring into the sky. 10 domains merged into one, the creation of the one and only true domain. This was a feat unmatched throughout the ages. The phenomenon it triggered shook the world. Chaotic mists billowed. Runes of the great Tao manifested, and in an instant, the mighty figures of the wilds and even heaven and earth changed color. The winds and clouds gathered. 10 immense cave heavens like 10 blazing suns crashed, compressed, and merged together under Shurhao's indomitable will and the immense power of his mysterious arts. A terrifying storm of energy swept across the world, shattering mountains, reducing ancient trees to dust. The process was fraught with peril. One misstep, and the cave heavens would explode, his body and soul obliterated in the aftermath. Shurhao's body began to crack open, fresh blood staining the earth beneath him. Yet his eyes blazed with unwavering resolve. He held fast to his spirit, channeling the ninefold mysterious art with all his might. With the sheer force of his domineering physique, he forcibly suppressed the rampaging energies, guiding them into union. "Merge for me," he roared, his shout shaking the heavens. A thunderous sound, as if the world itself was being torn asunder, reverberated through the air. The 10 cave heavens vanished without a trace. In their place appeared a single, colossal cave. Heaven, shrouded in primordial mist, as if harboring a nascent world within it. The one and only true cave heaven. This cave heaven was vast beyond measure, exuding an aura that seemed to dominate all realms, proclaiming its supremacy. Within, no longer were there just runes and surging vital energy. Now, the elements of earth, fire, wind, and water stirred faintly, and the embryonic forms of sun, moon, and stars began to take shape. An overwhelming force, surpassing the cave heaven realm and nearing the peak of spiritual transformation, surged skyward from Shurhao's small body. The unification of 10 cave heavens into one. The creation of the sole, true cave heaven. This was an unprecedented feat, never seen in the ages. The phenomena it unleashed were awe-inspiring. Chaos mist-spread. The runes of the great Tao manifested, startling every mighty figure in the desolate domain and even far beyond. Someone's broken through. That aura, never before seen. Chaotic mist? Could it be the birth of a supreme? The source, it's those barren mountains. Investigate at once. Shurhao, flushed with excitement, felt the vast and majestic power the single true cave heaven granted him. He knew he had achieved a miracle, but he also understood that this was not a place to linger. He quickly concealed his aura, employed his divine movement technique, and vanished into the endless mountains and forest. His next targets, the sun essence gold, element of fire, and to test his newfound strength in the virtual divine realm. Virtual divine realm, the starting ground. Shurhao appeared once again, immediately causing an uproar. The name, Shurhao, now resounded everywhere like thunder. Without concealing himself, he directly challenged the starting ground record. This time, he unleashed the full might of his true cave heaven, combining it with the ninefold mysterious art, and threw a single, devastating punch. A deafening explosion shook the realm. The monument of the starting ground, which he had once cracked, now shattered completely under countless astonished gazes, dissolving into a rain of shimmering light. The starting monument, it's broken. Heavens, is Shurhao even human? How old is he really? That power, is he at the peak of spiritual transformation? The light rain reformed, imprinting a new record, the youngest to shatter the starting monument, Shurhao. Just as Shurhao was basking in his triumph, a cold figure with eyes aglow with a strange double-pupiled phenomenon stepped out to block his path. Shurhao, are you the one who stole the glory that should have belonged to me? The newcomer was none other than Shur-E, the peerless prodigy born with innate double pupils. His presence was overwhelming, already standing at the very peak of the inscription realm. Each time his double pupils opened and closed, it was as though he could pierce through all illusions, runes swirling around him, exuding a formidable pressure. To him, Shurhao was a lifelong rival, the very person whose rise had stolen away the brilliance that ought to have been his. Double pupils? Shurhao narrowed his eyes, feeling the intense pressure, but even more so, his fighting spirit surged. Empty reputation means nothing. If you want it, come and take it if you can. There was no need for further words. In an instant, the battle erupted. Shiyi's double pupils flashed, unleashing a destructive divine light that tore through the very fabric of space. Countless runes of the inscription realm filled the air, transforming into ferocious beasts and mighty weapons, crashing down upon Shurhao like a relentless tide. His attacks were sharp, precise, and targeted to kill. Yet Shurhao stood his ground, utterly unafraid. Behind him, the only cave heaven floated in and out of sight, shrouded in swirling chaos, devouring and nullifying the oncoming runes and divine light. He unleashed the speed of the Kunpeng, black and white energies coiling around him, moving so swiftly he left afterimages in his wake, dodging lethal blows. At the same time, the ninefold profound arts circulated to their limit, his body radiated with divine brilliance, each punch and kick carrying the might to shatter mountains and rivers, meeting Shiyi's treasured techniques head-on. A thunderous clash erupted. Their fierce confrontation sent runes scattering across the ancient land, space itself shivering from the impact. Though Shurhao's cultivation was a step lower, with the only cave heaven and the ninefold profound arts as his foundation, he possessed terrifying strength, enough to fight Shur-yi, the pinnacle of the inscription realm, to a standstill. Double pupils, sky-splitting, unable to take Shurhao down after such a prolonged battle, Shiyi's anger finally boiled over. His double pupils erupted with unprecedented brilliance, as if tearing open the heavens themselves. A beam of light, imbued with the very essence of destruction, ripped through the void, locking onto Shurhao. This strike carried the primal power of the double pupils. Its terror was beyond compare. Xiao sensed mortal danger. With a long, resounding cry, his only cave heaven spun wildly, chaos energy surging to a boil. He gathered every ounce of strength, his mastery over the ninefold profound arts, the Kunpeng technique, and all his insights into the only cave heaven, into a single, earth-shattering punch. At the very instant his fist collided with that catastrophic beam of light. From the spot on his chest where his supreme bone had once been cruelly taken, a burst of radiance erupted, brilliant beyond compare. An awe-inspiring power, at once sacred and commanding, carrying with it the weight of the heavens themselves, awakened. In a thunderous instant, a new bone, crystalline and translucent, etched with mysterious runes and exuding a peerless, regal aura, began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Waves of vitality and supreme pressure filled the air. The new supreme bone, Reborn. A roar tore from Shurhao's throat. A surge of power like nothing he'd ever known flooded his entire being. Fist swinging, now bolstered by the might of the new supreme bone, he unleashed a blazing radiance, far surpassing the limits of his body. A deafening explosion shook the heavens. The beam of light from the dual pupils clashed violently with the fist radiance empowered by the new supreme bone. Blinding brilliance flooded the entire place of origin, while a terrifying tempest of energy swept through everything in its path. When the dazzling light finally faded, Shur-yi stood pale-faced, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He staggered backwards, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. His most powerful strike, rooted in the very origin of his dual pupils, had been forcefully scattered. Meanwhile, Shurhao stood proud and unyielding at the center of the field. The newly reborn supreme bone at his chest shimmered with a gentle yet commanding glow. Behind him, the singular celestial cave hovered in the air, wreathed in swirling chaos, making him appear like a young deity descended to earth. Dual pupils. So this is all they amount to? Shurhao's voice was calm, yet carried an unshakable confidence that could not be denied. Shiyi's expression turned ashen as he stared fixedly at the new bone in Shurhao's chest. At last, he said nothing, tore a rift in space, and vanished. Without a trace. He knew he could not continue the battle today. The cousin who had once taken his bone had now truly become a formidable rival. Once again, the void divine realm erupted with excitement over Shurhao. The new supreme bone had regenerated. The 10 celestial caves had united. He had overwhelmed Shur-yi, the possessor of the dual pupils. Any one of these feats would be enough to shake all 8 regions. Yet Shurhao embodied them all in one. His name now resounded through the heavens and all the lands below. Stone Village, Xianwei Pavilion. Chun Mo sat cross-legged at the heart of an intricate, mysterious formation. The array, centered on Stone Village, drew upon the power of the Earth's veins and the stars above. It was a formation he had devised, blending the core principles of the ancient Jiejiao sex arrays with the rune arts of this world, a refined version of the minor celestial star-gathering array. Array lines pulsed with light as countless starlit motes and rich spiritual energy from the land converged in a swirling vortex, all centering on the village's charred willow tree. Bathed in the torrent of pure spiritual energy, the willow's tender green branches grew and unfurled at a speed visible to the naked eye, their divine luster intensifying. Even the blackened trunk showed faint signs of newfound vitality. The willow deity's aura recovered far faster than anyone could have expected. Her divine sense, brimming with gratitude, echoed, "Friend, your mastery of formations rivals the very workings of heaven. My restoration is proceeding at a pace beyond all expectation." Chun Mo smiled softly and replied with his own divine sense. "Your recovery is a blessing to Stone Village." Even as he maintained the great formation, his fingers danced in the air, sketching out ever more profound rune patterns as he worked to develop a simplified prototype of the ninefold Yellow River array. At the same time, he did not forget the people of Stone Village. He taught the elders, such as the old village chief, Shi Yunfeng, and Shi Linhu, some basic but effective defensive and energy-gathering formations suitable for communal cultivation, like simplified versions of the Nine Palaces 8 trigrams array and the Minor Gathering array. He also instructed them on how to arrange these formations using spiritually resonant materials found in the wilderness, like beast bones and jade stones. Because of this, Stone Village took on an entirely new look. At the entrance to the village and around the houses, simple defensive formations had been set up, able to fend off the attacks of ordinary wild beasts. In the open area at the village center, a small spirit-gathering array was arranged, allowing the villagers to practice the rock-forging body technique with twice the results for half the effort. The whole of Stone Village now resembled a miniature paradise, a blessed land where the villagers' strength soared at a breathtaking pace. Even figures like Shi Linhu and the others had begun to faintly sense the threshold of the cave heaven realm. Their reverence for Chun Mo had long since reached the level of worshipping a deity. Chun Mo's divine sense was always attuned to Shi Hao, far away. When news arrived, be it through the sensing of the willow deity or from fluctuations in the virtual divine realm captured by Chun Mo, that Shi Hao had shattered the primordial tablet in the virtual divine realm, overpowered Shi Yi, and awakened a new supreme bone. A satisfied smile appeared in Chun Mo's eyes. Metal, water, and earth have been obtained. The fire element, solar true gold, is not far off. When the 10 cave heavens unite and the new bone is reborn. Such is this child's fortune, and such is the blessing of this world. Chun Mo murmured softly, before once more immersing himself in ever deeper comprehension of the laws of time and space. Every breakthrough Shi Hao made, every battle he fought, sent waves through the laws of heaven and earth, and these undulations became the most vivid lessons, which Chun Mo keenly captured, analyzed, and absorbed. Within his body, the power of a golden immortal became ever more harmonious and surging, guided by the aura of the 5 elemental treasures and his insights into the laws of time and space. The wood energy, the wood gained from the willow deity, was now complete, while the essences of Gong, metal from the primal fate stone, Xianming, water, and Shirong, earth, though not fully absorbed, had already been awakened within him, subtly, forming a cycle. Once the fire element was complete, all 5 energies would converge, and the Tao fruit of Tai would be within his grasp. While the legend of the Little One shook all 8 domains within Stone Village itself, under Chun Mo's protection and guidance, a silent power was gathering, destined to one day change the future. When Shi Hao returned home with the final piece of solar true gold, that would be the moment when both Stone Village and Chun Mo would officially step onto the grand stage of this perfect world. The royal capital of the Stone Kingdom, Stone City, was a grand, ancient metropolis, standing firm upon the earth like a slumbering giant beast. Yet today, an unusual atmosphere weighed heavily upon it, so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. At the city gates, 3 figures appeared like silent phantoms. A chilling aura of murderous intent and deep sorrow radiated from them, making the world itself seem heavy with their presence. These 3 were none other than Shi Xiling, Qin Yining, and Shi Hao. After so many years, this family of 3 had finally returned, not as exiles, but as avengers. Their steps were steady and resolute, with not a hint of hesitation. Each stride seemed to stamp upon the hearts of all who watched, sending a muffled thud echoing through the air. Without the slightest attempt to conceal themselves, they marched straight toward the massive square before the Stone Kingdom's royal palace. Sure Hao walked at the very front. His small frame, flanked by his parents, seemed rather slight and fragile. Yet each step he took was unwavering and sure, as if the crushing weight of the city bore no effect on him at all. His gaze was cold as ancient ice, betraying not the slightest flicker of emotion. There was only boundless indifference and a resolute finality in his eyes. Though there was no supreme bone aglow upon his chest, a weighty, mountain-like aura clung to Sure Hao, as if some primordial beast slumbered within him. This terrifying presence sent chills down the spines of every cultivator who crossed their path. It surged forth like a raging tide, compelling all who sensed it to instinctively keep their distance from this fearsome existence. Sure Xiling, Qin Yining, and that little wretch Sure Hao. They come back. The news spread like wildfire, infecting the city with panic in the blink of an eye. In an instant, all of Stone Capital was steeped in an atmosphere of fear and dread. Deep within the royal palace, the very faction that masterminded the bone extraction incident years ago was instantly thrown into turmoil. Never in their wildest dreams had they imagined the family of three would return. At such a time, and with such unyielding determination, the Rain King's manor grew shrouded in dark clouds, killing intent surging in the air, as if a bloody storm was on the verge of erupting in this ancient city. Sure Xiling, you betrayed your clan and fled all those years ago. Now you dare return seeking your own death. The furious roar crashed through the plaza like a thunderclap. As the words faded, several figures streaked from the palace like meteors, blocking Sure Xiling's path in the blink of an eye. Each of these men radiated overwhelming power, as deep as the ocean and as unfathomable as an abyss. Their strength was unmistakable. At their head stood a man whose aura was so commanding none dared meet his gaze. He was the chief culprit behind the persecution of Sure Xiling and his wife all those years ago, the elder of the Sure clan, Sure Yuan. Now, Sure Yuan held towering authority within the clan, his word law and command. Behind him stood several other clan elders, all at the inscription realm, along with a squad of battle-hardened guards whose fierce presence marked them as veterans of countless conflicts. Each and every one of them glared at Sure Xiling as if he were a sworn enemy, irreconcilable and unforgivable. Confronted by the accusations of Sure Yuan and his cohorts, Sure Xiling's anger blazed. His hair bristled, and it seemed as if fire might leap from his eyes at any moment. Yet, instead of being cowed by their pressure, his fury only gave rise to laughter, booming, thunderous laughter that echoed across the entire square. Traitor to the clan? Sure Xiling's laughter brimmed with boundless rage and biting scorn. The true traitors are you, beasts who, for your own selfish gain, dug out my son's supreme bone and drove my wife and me into exile. Today, our family has returned to settle this blood debt. His voice exploded like a thunderbolt in everyone's ears, sending a visible shudder through the crowd. Most shaken of all was Sure Yuan, whose face darkened at once. Sure Xiling's words were like a sharp blade, driving straight into his heart. Debt collection? Just you. Sure Yuan's eyes grew even colder and more menacing, his gaze locking onto Sure Xiling and his wife like a venomous serpent poised to strike. Yet, when his eyes fell upon Sure Hao, a fleeting trace of fear flickered within them, barely perceptible to the onlookers. Sure Hao, his name now thundered through the Sure clan like a legend. His feats in the Void God realm were nothing short of astonishing, single-handedly vanquishing mighty foes, cementing his place as an unparalleled genius. Though Sure Yuan himself was formidable, even he couldn't suppress a faint dread when faced with such a prodigy. A blood debt must be repaid in blood. Sure Hao's fury erupted, his hair bristling as if he wore a crown of flames. Though his body was small, he blazed with the fury of a volcano, unleashing a boundless aura that swept over the entire square. Behind him, his soul celestial cave shimmered in and out of view, like the swirling mists of creation, mysterious and unfathomably powerful. Sure Hao took a step forward, each stride pressing down on the hearts of those present, making them tremble involuntarily. His voice rang out deep and commanding, echoing across the plaza. I'll start with you. Where is Sure Yi? Tell him to show himself. My bone, it's time he returned it. Before his words had even faded, a chilling shout split the air, cracking like thunder overhead. The sound seemed to descend from the heavens, rattling the very eardrums of all who heard it. In the next instant, a figure tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning, materializing above the plaza. This figure stood tall and proud, resembling a lone pine standing defiantly against the wind. His black hair cascaded down his back, billowing with the breeze, lending him a striking and unrestrained presence. Most striking of all were his double pupils, eyes that flickered with runes flowing like water, radiating the terrifying aura of someone at the pinnacle of the inscription realm. This was none other than Shi, the very person Shi Hao had called out. Looking down from above, Shi fixed his double-pupiled gaze on Shi Hao, his eyes burning like twin suns, filled with coldness and a greed he could not quite conceal. Shi Hao, you simply got lucky and stumbled upon some fortuitous opportunity, and now you dare to boast before me? Shi's voice was icy, edged with disdain. That bone is now part of me, my destiny. If you want it back, you'll have to take it by force. With those words, Destiny's battle erupted in an instant. Shi struck first. His double pupils flared, unleashing twin beams of primordial destruction that tore through the void, aimed straight at Shi Hao. Simultaneously, his hands danced through a series of seals, summoning countless runes into the air. They whirled and converged, transforming into 9 ferocious beasts from the ancient past, each one roaring as it lunged down from the heavens with earth-shattering might. Shi Hao's eyes blazed with the fire of battle. He stood his ground, refusing to dodge. His celestial cave burst forth, manifesting as a newly born world descending into the fray. Chaotic mists surged effortlessly, swallowing and dissolving the destructive beams. Then, invoking the speed of the Kunpeng, Shi Hao became a streak of black and white lightning, plunging straight into the heart of the 9 savage beasts. A thunderous barrage of collisions resounded, shaking the very heavens and earth. Fists landed with thunderous force. Shi Hao's body radiated a dark, golden brilliance as the terrifying power of the 9 revolutions' profound technique, fused with the supreme bone, erupted in full. Every punch carried the might to split mountains and rend seas. Those ancient savage beasts, conjured from runic light, were shattered to bits like mere paper before his absolute strength. What? Shi's pupils shrank in shock. He had not anticipated that Shi Hao's power could be so formidable, so overwhelming that even his own divine double pupils and inscription arts could do nothing to resist it. Kunpeng splits the sea. Shi Hao roared, and as he spread his arms wide, currents of black and white energy transformed into vast Kunpeng wings, tearing the very fabric of space itself. In a blink, he appeared before Shi, his talons, infused with the revolving power of yin and yang, slashing fiercely for Shi's chest. Shi reeled in terror, his double pupils erupting with unprecedented brilliance as he managed to conjure a runic divine shield before himself. A sharp crack resounded. The shield shattered on impact. Shi was struck as though by a massive hammer, blood spraying from his lips as he was sent hurtling backward. His robes tore open at the chest, revealing a lustrous bone fragment within, radiating a gentle, sacred light. None other than the supreme bone, stolen from Shi Hao himself. My bone! Shi Hao's eyes blazed with a cold, piercing light. The Kunpeng's speed surged again, and in a flash, Shi Hao closed the distance, his golden hand reaching mercilessly for the supreme bone. Wretched child, stop this at once. Just as Shi Hao's fingers were about to close around the bone, a voice thundered from deep within the royal palace, ancient, yet filled with an awe-inspiring, oppressive power. A withered hand, massive and wrapped in chains of law, tore through the void, descending with the might to imprison all. The figure's presence was vast, far surpassing the level of runic arts. It was the true foundation of the Shi royal clan, an ancient ancestor of the Shi family, a venerable one who had secluded himself for years. Ancestor, Shi Yuan and the others broke into delighted smiles. Howard, be careful. Shi Xiling and Qin Yining's faces turned ashen with fear. They tried to rush to his aid, but were held back with all the strength the other Shi clan elites could muster. Shi Hao felt the suffocating force of that imprisoning power. His movement stalled, and it seemed he would be caught by that hand of law at any moment. At the very brink, a deafening roar burst from within him. The blood-forging furnace in his body, now fused with the supreme bone, erupted in a torrent of dark golden runes that covered him from head to toe. Incredibly, he withstood the suppression of a venerable's law. With undiminished speed, his golden hand closed tightly on the supreme bone at Shi's chest. Give it back, Shi Hao bellowed, summoning all his strength. With a sickening squelch, and to the accompaniment of Shi's anguished scream, the bone that had become one with his very flesh was wrenched free by Shi Hao, torn brutally from his body. Blood gushed in torrents. "You little beast! Courting death!" The Shur family's ancestor erupted in livid fury. Never had he imagined Shur how could seize the bone by force under his very suppression. Now, with no mercy left, that hand of law, vast enough to blot out the sky, descended with annihilating force, aiming to crush Shur Hao and the supreme bone together into dust. "Ancestor, please don't. Hao-ea." The Stone Clan was far from united. There were elders who had once sympathized with Shur Xiling's line, and they now cried out in shock. Shur Xiling and Qin Yining's eyes were bloodshot with desperation. Ignoring everything else, they burned their own lifeblood, broke free from those restraining them, and threw themselves toward Shur Hao, trying to use their own bodies to shield him from that fatal blow. Amid the chaos, a new upheaval erupted. The Stone Clan is in turmoil. What a gift from the heavens. Today, Shur Hao's life and the Supreme Bone are both destined to become the property of my Rain Clan. A chilling, sinister laugh rang out. From the direction of the Rain King's estate, several overwhelmingly powerful figures soared into the sky. At their head was the master of the Rain Clan, the Rain King himself. Beside him stood several old monsters of the Rain Clan, exuding an eerie aura of curses, and a mysterious figure shrouded in a black cloak, his face hidden, none other than the projected envoy from the Rain Clan of the Upper Realm. The Rain Clan had been plotting this for a long time, seizing the moment when the Stone Clan's ancestor attacked, and the clan fell into chaos. They launched a deadly ambush. Countless droplets of pitch-black poisonous rain, chillingly cold cursed runes, and a strange gray light imbued with the laws of the Upper Realm, unleashed by the mysterious black-robed man, flooded the entire square like a surging tide. Their targets were Shur Hao, Shur Xiling, and his wife, and even the enraged ancestor of the Stone Clan was caught within the attack's range. "Rain Clan, how dare you!" The Stone Clan's ancestor, shocked and furious, was forced to pull back the palm he had aimed at Shur Hao and instead defend against that ominous gray light. Shur Xiling and Qin Yining bore the brunt of the attack. In their desperate effort to protect Shur Hao, they left their backs fully exposed to the Rain Clan's sneak attack. With sickening force, several cursed, venomous runes pierced through the divine light, protecting their bodies. Blood sprayed from Shur Xiling's back as it burst into a crimson mist, a wound deep to the bone quickly, blackening and rotting. Qin Yining was struck by a chilling curse. Her face turned deathly pale, and her life force rapidly ebbed away. Both spat blood and crashed heavily to the ground, their fates hanging by a thread. "Father, mother!" Shur Hao watched helplessly as his parents, trying to protect him, were gravely wounded and left on the brink of death. His eyes nearly burst from their sockets in anguish. Grief, fury, despair, and murderous rage flooded his mind, overwhelming all reason. Clutching the supreme bone he had reclaimed, he let out a soul-shattering roar and charged headlong at the Rain Clan attackers, heedless of danger. "Kill him. Take the bone." The Rain King grinned wickedly, joining forces with the black-robed figure. Their terrifying power gathered again, intent on utterly obliterating the frenzied youth. The Stone Clan ancestor, entangled by the strange gray light, was unable to break free. Other Stone Clan elites were either held off by Rain Clan fighters, or watched coldly from the sidelines. The whole square had become a desperate battleground for Shur Hao and his parents, a dead end with no escape. At that moment, when heaven and earth seemed to mourn and all hope was lost, a deep, resonant hum erupted. An indescribable force, ancient and boundless, as if descending from the highest heavens or rising from the dawn of time itself, swept across the entire stone capital. For an instant, time and space seemed to freeze completely. At the center of Shur Hao's brow, that long-dormant speck of golden light suddenly erupted, unleashing a brilliance billions of times more dazzling than the sun itself. A hazy yet towering golden figure, Chun Mo's Dharma body, materialized from Shur Hao's forehead, radiating divine majesty as if a god of creation had descended upon the world. There were no words, no gestures. The mere act of this spectral form opening its indifferent eyes, eyes that seemed to harbor the birth and death of the universe, was enough. Thump, thump, thump. Across the entire plaza, with the sole exceptions of the gravely injured Shur Xiling and his wife, as well as Shur Hao clutching the supreme bone, every living being, be they the elders of the Shur clan, the powerful of the Rain Clan, the ancient forebear of the Shur family, or even the mysterious black-robed figure's projection, all collapsed to their knees as if an invisible mountain pressed upon them, sprawling flat against the earth. None could so much as lift a finger, their souls awash with boundless terror and insignificance, an utter crushing of life's very hierarchy. The sinister grin froze on the Rain King's face, giving way to unending dread. The black-robed projection shuddered violently, racked by a silent, agonized wail. Chun Mo's Dharma body swept its frigid gaze across the entire square. At last, its eyes settled upon a mortally wounded Shi Xiling and his wife. Raising a single finger wrought from pure golden light, the figure pointed gently toward Shi Xiling and Qin Yining. In that instant, two golden beams, brimming with the boundless power of life and creation, spanned the space and poured into the couple's bodies. A miracle unfolded. The ghastly, festering wound on Shi Xiling's back regenerated before the naked eye, fresh flesh growing in an instant as the golden radiance effortlessly cleansed away poison and curse alike. Qin Yining's ashen face bloomed with vibrant color, her withered life force reviving like a tree reborn in spring. In just a few heartbeats, all mortal wounds on the pair vanished without a trace, their auras now even deeper and more refined than before their injuries. Shi Xiling and Qin Yining slowly regained consciousness, staring in speechless awe at the miracle before them. The Dharma body's gaze turned to Shi Hao, who clung to the supreme bone, tears streaming down his face, grief and fury unresolved. Within those indifferent eyes, there now flickered a barely perceptible gentleness. Ignoring the crowds groveling like ants, the golden figure extended its radiant hand, gently lifting Shi Hao, Shi Xiling, and Qin Yining from the ground. A calm yet supremely authoritative voice echoed in the depths of their souls. With a flash of golden light, the Dharma body enveloped the three, tearing open space itself and vanishing without a trace, leaving behind only the suffocating dread that still weighed upon the plaza, and the masses prostrate as if their very souls had been drained away. The stone capital fell into a deathly silence. A long time passed before that terrifying pressure finally ebbed away, receding like the tide. Suddenly, the Rain King spat out a mouthful of blood. His face went as pale as paper, his eyes filled with unending terror and lingering fear. Ancestor Shi struggled to his feet, surveying the devastated square and the vanished Shi Hao family. His expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions, before finally settling into a deep sigh and a heavy sense of dread. Shi Yuan and the others were even more shaken, their faces drained of color as they collapsed helplessly to the ground. Everyone who had witnessed this scene would forever bear an indelible mark in their hearts, a memory of the young man named Shi Hao behind whom stood a supreme being, capable of summoning the ancient thunder god's projection and suppressing all the powerful with a single glance. The storm that had engulfed Stone City came to an abrupt and unimaginable end. Under the protection of Chun Mo's manifestation, Shi Hao's family set out safely on their return journey to Stone Village. The tranquility of the village stood in stark contrast to the shock that still reverberated through Stone City. Stone Village, once an ordinary and unremarkable place, was now bathed in a harmonious aura of Tao. This aura was not a product of nature, but a remnant left behind after Chun Mo's breakthrough to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Meanwhile, the small Zhou Sky Star gathering formation continued to draw in rich spiritual energy, transforming the village into a paradise set apart from the world. Thanks to the divine protection of Chun Mo's manifestation, Shi Hao's family returned safely to Stone Village. What they brought back was far more than the comfort of avenged blood feuds. They also reclaimed the lost Supreme Bone. Shi Hao clutched the Supreme Bone tightly, as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. Yet, when he stepped before Chun Mo, his gaze was both calm and resolute. "Uncle Chun, I have taken back my bone," Shi Hao said softly, his voice carrying a maturity far beyond his years. Chun Mo looked at Shi Hao, surprised. He understood what this Supreme Bone meant to Shi Hao, but he hadn't expected the young man to offer it up so willingly. As if sensing Chun Mo's thoughts, Shi Hao smiled gently and continued, "But I've come to understand that true strength doesn't come from this bone, but from my own effort and cultivation. For me, this bone is already part of the past. Perhaps, in your hands, it will serve an even greater purpose." With those words, Shi Hao handed the Supreme Bone to Chun Mo without hesitation. As Chun Mo took the bone, he could feel the immense power it held, and could not help but marvel at Shi Hao's growth and newfound understanding. Looking at the youth before him, whose clarity of gaze and transformed bearing spoke volumes, Chun Mo received the bone, still radiating its sacred brilliance, with deep satisfaction. He could sense the enormous vitality and the fragmented traces of the supreme law contained within, both of which would be invaluable for his research into the world's essence and his own path of cultivation. You've done well, little one, Chunmo praised him. To comprehend, using the body as the seed, and to fuse with the Supreme, your path has already surpassed those who came before. This bone, for me, is a window into the mysteries of this world. I will gladly accept it. In the days that followed, Shurhao devoted himself to consolidating his mastery of the soul cave heaven realm in Stone Village, while also absorbing and refining the insights gained from merging with the Supreme Bone. Both his physical body and cultivation progressed at an astonishing pace. Meanwhile, Chunmo turned his gaze toward the future of Stone Village. He knew well that he could not guard this place forever. Shurhao was destined to soar across the heavens, and the village would one day need the strength to defend itself. He summoned Shurhao to the Xianwei Pavilion and produced a jade slip etched with countless intricate and profound runes. Little one, your foundation is set, and your path is clear. Yet the great Tao is long and winding. It cannot be conquered by strength alone. Chunmo's voice was calm and measured. This is the introductory chapter of my Jiajiao sect's teachings on formations. It contains the principles of fundamental arrays, such as the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, duality of microscopic dust, and the lesser celestial star array, as well as the forms and meanings of supreme killing formations like the immortal slaughter, 10,000 immortals, and 9-fold yellow river arrays. With your exceptional insight, you should be able to draw inferences from these, and by integrating them with the rune arts of this world, carve out your own path in the Tao of formations. This path can protect yourself, safeguard your clan, and serve as a foundation for future battles. Shurhao accepted the jade slip with reverence. As his spirit delved into it, he was instantly awed by the vast, mysterious, and all-encompassing world of formations it revealed. He felt as if a doorway to an entirely new universe had been flung open before him, his excitement turning his cheeks bright red. Thank you, Uncle Chun, for sharing your wisdom. I will train diligently and never slacken. Chunmo also passed on several sets of detailed formation diagrams and control incantations, suitable for the village's current stage, covering defense, spirit gathering, and concealment arrays. He taught these personally to the old village chief, Shi Yunfeng, Shi Elinhu, and other villagers, guiding them as they practiced and set up the formations. With these new additions, Stone Village's defenses and cultivation environment were elevated yet again, transforming it into a true sanctuary, solid as a fortress, dense with liquefied spiritual energy. With all this accomplished, Chunmo knew the time had come to depart. He made his way to the center of the village, standing before the once-charred willow tree. After years of nourishment from the lesser celestial star array and the transformative power of the supreme purity Great Cavern Sutra, the tree had burst forth with astonishing vitality. Vivid green branches, shimmering with divine light, now sprouted from the blackened trunk, while a vast yet gentle aura, one befitting an immortal king, quietly revived within its bark. Willow God, my friend, Chunmo greeted with a respectful bow. Chunmo, my friend. The willow swayed as a gentle, divine thought answered, brimming with deep gratitude and respect. You have taught Shurhao, protected Stone Village, and aided in my revival. Such kindness and virtue I shall remember for all eternity. Fates meet and part. It is all destined, Chunmo replied with a smile. The karma of this place is resolved. My path lies ahead. I must continue on my journey. Stone Village and the little one will need your care in days to come. Rest assured, my friend, came the Willow God's solemn promise. Stone Village is my sanctuary, and Shurhao is as dear to me as kin. As long as a breath remains within me, I will protect them with all my strength. The road ahead is uncertain. Take care of yourself. Take care. Chunmo nodded. There was no need for many words between him and this Nirvana immortal king. Everything was understood in silence. Without disturbing the villagers, in the gentle light of dawn, Chunmo cast one last look at the peaceful and tranquil Stone Village. He glanced once more at Shurhao, diligently cultivating beneath the willow tree, his body radiating strength and vitality like a roaring furnace. Gradually, Chunmo's figure began to fade and blur. He took a single step forward. The space before him rippled like water, revealing the bizarre, dazzling corridor of time and space, where countless worlds shimmered in illusion. What will the next world be? With a hint of anticipation, Chunmo's figure merged completely into the corridor and disappeared from sight. Within the passage of time and space, fragments of strange and wondrous laws surged like a river of stars. With the power of a Tai, golden immortal, Chunmo steered through the corridor, following a direction sensed deep within his heart. Along the way, he detected faint ripples upon the corridor walls, branching paths to other worlds. With a single thought, he sent a sliver of divine sense probing into several of these ripples. Some worlds he found were barren of spiritual energy. Though technology thrived, the ways of Tao and cultivation had vanished, much like modern Earth. In others, martial arts flourished. Inner strength reigned supreme, yet there was no path to true immortality, similar to a low-magic martial world. One particular world, even, gave him a sense of familiarity, the world of demigods and semi-devils. Sweeping his divine sense across it, he found the old site of the carefree sect still there, but its legendary figures, Weazi, Tian Shan Tong Lao, and the rest, had long since vanished into the void, leaving only legends, fragments of inheritance, and a few disciples. With a thought, Chun Mo completed part of the Northern Darkness divine art and the secret of Lingbo microstep within those remnants, and also left behind a foundational Shangqing Qi refining technique, thus settling an old karmic debt owed to the wandering immortal he had once enlightened. With that task finished, his divine sense withdrew, lingering no longer. The corridor of time and space was far from smooth. No one knew how much time had passed when an even more violent region appeared ahead, chaotic energies and swirling spatial turbulence blocking his path. Chun Mo frowned slightly, sensing the space here was dangerously unstable. Forcing his way through might bring disaster. The barriers here are thin. Perhaps they can be broken. Gathering his power, Chun Mo summoned the purple lightning hammer, though not yet fully restored. It was enough to breach these fragile walls. Channeling a thread of Tai Dao power, he struck down with all his might upon the chaotic barrier. A crack of thunder split the silence. A surge of ancient, thunderous purple lightning tore through the raging currents of space, ripping open a gap in the fragile wall. In a flash, Chun Mo slipped through and vanished. In the next instant, a dizzying sensation swept over him. Chun Mo steadied himself, only to find he was now suspended high above a sprawling, modern metropolis. Below his feet stretched a dense array of skyscrapers, their glass facades glinting beneath a sea of neon. The streets teemed with endless streams of traffic, while dazzling lights painted the night. The very air vibrated with a peculiar blend of energy. There were the telltale electromagnetic signals of advanced technology mingled with faint but distinctly different threads of life energy, mutants perhaps, and even, just barely, a subtle trace of magic. A technological civilization, laced with extraordinary powers. Chun Mo mused inwardly, his thoughts racing. Like a bolt of lightning, his spiritual awareness swept across the globe. In that fleeting moment, a torrent of fragmented information surged into his mind. He saw the Statue of Liberty, a symbol of America's indomitable spirit. Stark Tower, the headquarters of Tony Stark, Iron Man, glowing with the promise of high-tech wonders. And S.H.I.E.L.D., that enigmatic and formidable organization, concealed within the world shadows. Then, names and images came tumbling forth. Mutants, the Avengers, the Battle of New York, familiar elements of the Marvel Universe, now vividly unfolding before his eyes. The Marvel Universe. Earth. A glimmer of understanding flickered in Chun Mo's gaze. This was a world with a vast, intricate web of power, technology, magic, mutation, divine might, all coexisting in ways starkly different from anything he'd experienced before. What surprised him most, however, was that he had arrived here even earlier than the moment he'd gained the Kryptonian bloodline and psychic abilities. What could that mean? As Chun Mo pondered these questions, chaos suddenly erupted in the city below. New York was thrown into turmoil. A thunderous roar split the air. The sky itself tore open, and above Stark Tower, a massive portal appeared, swirling like a cosmic wormhole. Swarms of menacing Chitauri soldiers poured out on alien gliders, descending like a plague of locusts. Energy blasts tore through the city. Explosions rocked the streets, skyscrapers crumbled, and terrified crowds scattered in panic. An alien invasion? Chun Mo quirked an eyebrow, watching the unfolding chaos with keen interest. He saw Iron Man, clad in his iconic red and gold armor, weaving through the air and firing repulsor blasts and mini-missiles to hold back the horde. Captain America rallying civilians and directing evacuations with his shield held high. Dr. Banner transformed into the Raging Hulk, tearing apart alien vehicles in a fury. They're summoning lightning with Mjolnir, sending bolts crashing into enemy ranks. And there, between distant rooftops, a figure in a sleek bodysuit, Black Widow, and another with a drawn bow, Hawkeye, fighting side by side. The world of Marvel had come to life before him. Avengers, assemble. Chun Mo quietly named these iconic figures. He didn't make a move right away. Instead, he floated high above, hovering in the air like a detached spectator, calmly observing this so-called battle for Earth. In these moments, he was sizing up the power levels of this world, adjusting himself to the local laws of energy, and at the same time, recovering some of the magical energy lost while traveling through the chaotic currents of space. But the battlefield never stays still for long. A sudden surge of powerful energy drew Chun Mo's attention. From the portal, a massive Leviathan mothership, a steel behemoth reminiscent of a whale, slowly emerged, its belly opening wide to unleash swarms of smaller aircraft and infantry. Meanwhile, at the edge of the battlefield, tucked away in a pile of ruins, an unremarkable ripple of magic was quietly gathering strength, its target locked on a Captain America, who was locked in desperate combat. Teleportation and dark magic. Chun Mo's gaze sharpened. He could sense the sinister and deadly nature of that magical pulse. Just as that hidden spell was about to erupt, Chen Montauk acted. He didn't attack outright. Instead, he brought his fingers together, as if wielding a sword, and traced intricate patterns through the air itself. Where his fingertips swept, golden lines of mystical light shimmered into being. In a fleeting instant, a simplified yet terrifyingly potent shadow of the celestial execution sword array materialized, a formation brimming with ancient, primordial killing intent. For blades, forged from pure will and the laws of the cosmos, flashed into existence and vanished just as quickly. A quartet of muffled sounds burst forth, swift and precise. The black magic nexus on the verge of activation, and the spatial anchor the hidden warlock was using, were instantly pierced and obliterated by the invisible sword intent. The magical disturbance was cut off, snuffed out in an instant. Somewhere in the shadows, the warlock gave a pained grunt as the spell backlash hit him, then fled in terror, vanishing into the gloom. This tiny intervention went unnoticed by all but the escaping warlock. The chaos of battle raged on. Yet at that moment, the space near Chun Mo rippled like water. A figure in yellow monk's robes, bald and radiating a tranquil depth of presence, seemed to step straight out of a painting and appeared not far away. In their hand was an ancient folding fan, perhaps a transformed sling ring. The newcomer studied Chun Mo with calm, searching eyes, waited with curiosity and a profound seriousness. Traveler from another realm, your power stands apart from the laws of this universe, and yet it is formidable enough to unsettle the soul. The Ancient One's voice was gentle, yet struck with direct clarity. The force you used to snuff out that black magic carried a killing aura, ancient and alien to our dimension. Who are you, and what is your purpose here? Chun Mo regarded the supreme sorcerer of Earth before him, sensing the vast power of the Time Stone, Agamotto's eye, and the pure force of the Vishanti's magic within her. Understanding flickered in his heart. He smiled faintly, responding with a calm and measured tone. I am Chun Mo, a wandering cultivator, seeking the great Tao and drawn here by destiny. I have no wish to disrupt the order of this realm. What I did just now was a mere gesture, removing some minor evil spirits. As for power, all methods return to the Tao. Every path leads to truth. His gaze swept over the fierce battlefield of New York below, then shifted to the space stone, the Tesseract, glowing with an eerie blue atop Stark Tower, before finally returning to the Ancient One. The matters of this world have their own heroes. As long as its very foundation is not threatened, I have no intention to interfere. You defend this realm. It is your duty, and I understand that. Perhaps you and I can coexist in peace. The Ancient One regarded Chun Mo with a deep, searching look. Her formidable senses told her that this so-called wandering cultivator was a being whose level of power and enlightenment surpassed her understanding. The vast, ancient presence he exuded seemed to make the eye of Agamotto in her hand grow warm to the touch. Yet she could sense no malice from him, at least, not for now. I hope you mean what you say, Mr. Chun Mo. The Ancient One gave a slight nod, her figure slowly fading, as though dissolving into the air itself. Earth cannot withstand too many unknown storms. I hope you will remain true to your heart. With that, she vanished, leaving Chun Mo alone, hovering in the smoky skies above New York. Below, the battle raged on, the cacophony of Iron Man's repulsor blasts, Thor's thunder, and the Hulk's furious roars forming a chaotic symphony. Yet Chun Mo's attention was drawn more to the blue gem atop Stark Tower, pulsing with alluring spatial energy. The Infinity Stone, the very embodiment of space itself. A thoughtful glint appeared in Chunmo's eyes. An unexpected discovery. Perhaps this is an opportunity to comprehend the mysteries of this world's laws of space and complete my own path. He did not act immediately, instead remaining like an invisible observer, gazing down on this battle that would decide Earth's fate. Within him, the power of a golden immortal flowed and adapted, attuning itself to this brand new universe, one brimming with endless possibilities, the Marvel Universe. The Marvel Universe arc begins. The smoke of the Battle of New York finally cleared. The Avengers had made their debut, and, for now, peace returned to Earth. At the Ancient One's invitation, Chun-Mo took up residence at Kamar Taj, perched atop the Himalayas. This ancient sanctuary of magic, steeped in the knowledge and power of countless dimensions, was for Chun-Mo the perfect window into the fundamental laws of this world. In the Ancient One's study, sandalwood incense drifted through the air. Chun-Mo and the Ancient One sat across from each other. There was no tea, only the subtle resonance of the Tao flowing between them. The Ancient One expounded on the origins of Vishani magic, speaking of tapping into the energy of the multiverse, the sacred duty of guarding the timeline, and the subtle arts of peering into and guiding the currents of time with the eye of Agamotto, the time stone. Her path was one of guardianship and balance, weaving barriers from the very rules that governed reality. Chun-Mo, with the bearing of a Tai golden immortal, began to expound upon the grand Tao of the primordial world. He explained the fundamental path of refining essence into Qi, refining Qi into spirit, returning the spirit to the void, and merging with the Tao itself. He spoke of using oneself as a universe, seeking truth within and striving to master the laws rather than merely borrowing their power. Moreover, he shared his insights into space and causality, as well as his profound understanding of transcendence at the threshold of attaining the Tai fruit of the Tao. The ways of the two were like great rivers in full flood. One harnessed external forces, achieving subtlety and precision. The other forged a path by splitting heaven and earth, proving the Tao through strength. Though their philosophies diverged, when they met, sparks of wisdom flew. The Ancient One was deeply shaken by Chun-Mo's concept of the inner universe, and the idea that the Tao resides within oneself, an outlook that utterly upended the foundation of a magical system built on reliance upon external power. In turn, Chun-Mo found invaluable nourishment in the Ancient One's meticulous control of the time stone and her understanding of the multiverse, especially in the microcosmic application of the laws of time. After more than a month of discourse on the Tao, Chun-Mo made a request. Master Ancient One, I have long yearned to comprehend the laws of time. Might I be permitted to observe the eye of Agamotto, so that I may experience the wonders of its flow firsthand? I give my word upon my Tao heart. I will not recklessly disturb the timeline, only seek insight, and will return it in but a moment. Chun-Mo spoke with sincere respect, his gaze clear and unwavering. The Ancient One regarded Chun-Mo for a long while. She could sense his immense strength and self-restraint, and knew that at his level, if he truly wished to take the artifact by force, she might not be able to stop him. At last, she nodded slowly, unclasped the eye of Agamotto glowing softly green at her chest, and handed it to him. Time is the mightiest of all powers, but also the most perilous river. I hope you will treat it with the utmost caution, fellow Taoist. Chun-Mo received it with grave respect. The instant his fingertips touched the smooth gem, the vast current of time's laws surged into his soul like a floodgate thrown open. It was not a destructive assault, but a pure and primal revelation of the law itself. Countless fragments of light and shadow, past, present, and future, flowed, intertwined, separated, and reunited before his eyes. The inexorable, interconnected essence of the river of time was laid bare before him with stunning clarity. Chun-Mo's soul became like the most intricate instrument, frantically analyzing and absorbing the supreme mysteries of time. His comprehension of the laws of time soared at an unprecedented speed. Stasis, acceleration, reversal, glimpses into the future. All these wonders coursed through his mind. Within him, the spectral threefold blossom that represented his Tai Tao fruit quivered, becoming even more substantial as faint runes of time began to flicker across its petals. His insights endured for 3 days and nights. When Chun-Mo finally opened his eyes and calmly returned the eye of Agamotto to the Ancient One, it seemed as though the birth and death of stars and the flowing river of time flashed for a moment within his gaze. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your generosity. Truly, This artifact contains the very essence of time. Chun Mo expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Gu Yi took the artifact and felt the lingering traces of an even deeper, more mysterious time aura upon it, her heart filled with silent astonishment. It seemed that Chun Mo's understanding of time had reached a level equal to hers, and perhaps even more fundamental. Yet, the harvest from the laws of time did not satisfy Chun Mo. His gaze turned to the cosmic cube, the space stone, tightly guarded by shield in a secure deep sea facility. The primal force of space contained within this gemstone was equally crucial for him to perfect the laws of space and to stabilize his Tai Dao fruit. This time, he did not inform Gu Yi. With the power of a golden immortal of Tai and his profound mastery of the laws of space, evading Earth's technological surveillance and magical defenses posed no challenge at all. The deep-sea base was under heavy guard, but to Chun Mo, its defenses were no more than an illusion. Like an invisible specter, he drifted through layers of alloy walls and energy barriers, appearing silently in the chamber where the cosmic cube was kept. There, the cube hovered serenely within a field of energy, its deep blue glow swirling with the illusion of an endless starry vortex inside. Chun Mo did not simply take it. Forming intricate hand seals, he began to softly chant the esoteric incantations of the Jejiao, while streams of pure Tai power flowed from his fingertips, transforming into countless delicate golden runes. These runes were not meant to attack, but instead to simulate, analyze, and resonate. Spatial transposition, mirage of water and moon. A phantom, nearly identical to the cosmic cube and radiating the same blue spatial waves, materialized in Chun Mo's palm. He unleashed a marvelously precise space-swapping spell, using his Tai power as the foundation, perfectly mimicking the space stone's primordial aura to create a mirror image indistinguishable from the real thing. In the next instant, the true cosmic cube was enveloped by invisible spatial forces and instantly transported into Chun Mo's hand. The conjured mirror image took its place flawlessly, continuing to emit stable spatial energy and deceiving all detection systems. With the authentic space stone in hand, Chun Mo vanished from the deep-sea base in a blink, returning to his private meditation chamber in Kamartaj. Clasping the cosmic cube, he felt an overwhelming surge of boundless spatial essence. Unlike the time stone, which revealed the flow of moments, the space stone unveiled the solidity of structure, the marvel of folded realms, the crisscrossing of dimensions, and the wonder of instantaneous travel. Chun Mo immersed himself again, his very soul delving into the ultimate mysteries of the laws of space. This enlightenment lasted far longer than before. When he quietly returned the genuine cosmic cube to its original place, using the same transposition magic, he realized that, in the silence, several years had already slipped by. The storyline of the Marvel Universe continued to unfold. The shadow of Hydra, the looming crisis of Ultron, the fall of Sokovia, the rift of the Civil War among heroes. Chun Mo wandered the world, like a true itinerant monk, sometimes engaging in philosophical debates with the Ancient One at Kamartaj, sometimes roaming the mortal world, observing with a cool detachment the joys and sorrows of heroes, the turbulence and transformation of the world around them. Within him, the Tao fruit of Tai grew ever more perfect and flawless, nourished continuously by the laws of time and space, its three blossoms becoming increasingly solid and brilliant. Yet he knew that between him and the even higher realm of the Luo, there remained a subtle, indescribable veil that separated them. Until this very day, without warning, Chun Mo's spirit was stirred by an extremely faint, yet unmistakably familiar fluctuation of time and space. The ripple originated from Earth, from New York. The moment was precisely the instant when he had first crossed over to this world. It's here. A brilliance unlike any before burst in Chun Mo's eyes. He understood at once that the moment he had waited for so long had finally arrived. This was the starting point of his journey through the river of time, and the crucial key to unraveling the greatest mystery of his own existence. Without the slightest hesitation, his figure vanished instantly from Kamartaj. New York, Stark Expo. The once grand dome, once a symbol of human technology and luxury, now stood as nothing but a grotesquely twisted steel skeleton, stubbornly thrusting upward into the filthy sky, stained a sullen orange by smoke and fire. The aftershocks of explosions battered Chun Mo's chest like the blows of a colossal hammer, wave after wave, each strike threatening to plunge his vision into darkness. The metallic tang of blood welled up in his throat, almost bursting past his clenched teeth. His ears rang with a piercing, maddening whine, the cruel echo left behind by energy weapons tearing through the air, utterly drowning out the distant cries of despair and the crumbling of buildings. The Chun Mo of this timeline hid in the seams of time, watching as his earlier self lay. Wounded, flicking the Kryptonian bloodline and the stone of telekinesis to his side, witnessing himself gain these powers. He watched, as his body and consciousness were utterly swallowed by a spatial vortex, vanishing into the smoke-shrouded chaos of New York. After his disappearance, the Chun Mo of this timeline manifested abruptly, ghost-like, in the exact spot. He stood there in silence, as if the entire world was within his grasp. It was only then that Chun Mo suddenly understood. The Kryptonian bloodline and the psychic power he had gained were gifts from none other than himself, and the ability to travel across worlds had been awakened precisely when he first crossed over into the Marvel Universe. This astonishing revelation sent shockwaves through Chun Mo's heart, making his body tremble uncontrollably. Deep within him, the once flawless Tai Dao fruit suddenly began to shudder violently, as if it too sensed the earth-shaking change in its master's state of mind. Meanwhile, the three blossoming flowers above Chun Mo's head seemed to be infused with boundless power, spinning and blooming wildly. In that instant, countless shadows and lights from the past, present, and future emerged and intertwined around him, ultimately converging into a single point. That point was himself. At that very moment, Chun Mo seemed to glimpse an invisible yet unbreakable thread running through all of his life's experiences. This thread connected every moment of his journey, from weakness to strength, from confusion to resolve, from dependence on external things to true self-understanding. Every difficult choice, every breathtaking breakthrough, every subtle mastery of power, each was like a knot along that thread, deeply imprinted into the core of his soul. And all of it was a continual affirmation and strengthening of his true self. So this is how it is, Chun Mo murmured, his voice resounding like a great bell through the river of time. Golden Immortal is undying. Tai transcends time and space, but Deluo. At this point, a sudden flash of enlightenment burst from Chun Mo's eyes, piercing through the ages. That brilliance was as deep and boundless as the very origins of the universe. His voice transformed, solemn and majestic, echoing with the resonance of the Tao itself throughout all of existence. Deluo, the one who is eternally free in all of time and space. Past, present, future, countless manifestations, all return to me. My thought is eternal. My will is the Tao. I am the very golden finger. I am the Tao itself. His words resounded like a sacred bell, reverberating through the endless void, shaking the heart of every living being. Chun Mo's voice brimmed with unshakable confidence and dominance, as if he had already broken every shackle and become the master of the universe. A sharp, crystalline crack rang out. With that clear, decisive sound, the invisible membrane that had always separated Tai from Deluo shattered like glass beneath the ultimate realization that the true self is the source of all power. In that split second, an aura beyond all universes, transcending dimensions and indescribable in words, erupted from Chun Mo like a volcanic eruption. That aura surged like a cosmic flood, sweeping across the entire world, making every living being sense an irresistible pressure. Under the impact of this aura, the three flowers above Chun Mo's head instantly merged into one, transforming into a chaotic-colored embryonic Tao fruit, as if it contained all worlds, all possibilities across past and future. This embryo radiated a dazzling light, completely enveloping Chun Mo's figure, making him appear both illusory and real, as if he now existed at every point in time, in every corner of space. At this moment, Chun Mo was no longer a mere individual. He had become both the cause and the effect, both the beginning and the end. His existence had transcended the boundaries of time and space, becoming something truly eternal. In that very instant, the lines separating time and space blurred beneath his feet. The boundless river of time itself seemed to shrink into a gentle brook, winding softly at his leisure as he strolled through it. The barriers of the multiverse, once insurmountable, now appeared before his eyes as nothing more than delicate, transparent membranes, fragile and easily shattered. At last, the fruit of the great Luo, golden immortal, the pinnacle of cultivation, was achieved in this very moment. Far away in Kamartaj, the Ancient One sat quietly in meditation. Suddenly, she snapped her eyes open, as if she had felt a powerful ripple surging from the distant fabric of space and time. The eye of Agamotto in her hand erupted in an unprecedented blaze of emerald light, so dazzling that the entire Camartage was awash in vibrant green. The Ancient One fixed her gaze on the beam of green light, her vision piercing through endless layers of time and space until she beheld a brilliant ray of enlightenment stretching across all reality. Within that radiant glow, a towering figure loomed, transcending the timeline itself, like the very master of the cosmos. In her palm, the time stone trembled fiercely, as if awestruck by this higher existence, quivering in reverence before such greatness. So, this is the truth. A look of profound realization and awe bloomed upon the Ancient One's face. She murmured softly, "The great Luo he spoke of, it is truly this powerful." In the crevice between timelines, Chunimo, the great Luo, stood like an immovable mountain. Slowly, he drew back the terrifying aura that had sent tremors through all the heavens. This force, immense as a cosmic torrent, gradually subsided under his control, as if it had never been unleashed at all. His gaze fell on the departing figure of his younger self, a vibrant shape filled with youthful vigor and infinite potential. Watching that version of himself walk away, Chunimo felt a surge of indescribable emotion. That young man carried all his former dreams and ambitions, now embarking on a path that belonged solely to him. Chunimo then turned his eyes toward the sea of Marvel Universe laws, now gently rippling from his breakthrough. This boundless sea was like an immense mirror, reflecting the mysteries and endless rules of the universe. He smiled faintly, a touch of transcendence at the corner of his lips, a smile that spoke both of satisfaction at his own achievement and a deep reverence for the laws that govern the cosmos. Karma has been settled. The fruit of the Tao has only just begun to ripen. Chunimo spoke softly, his voice echoing through the crevices of space and time, as if traversing endless ages. This world, too, is but a scene along the path of the Tao. He reflected with a sense of wonder. Though this Marvel universe was merely a stop along his long journey, it had granted him countless valuable experiences and insights. At last, Chunmo's gaze turned to the depths of the kaleidoscopic time-space corridor, where endless worlds shimmered like dazzling stars. Each world harbored its own unique mysteries and limitless possibilities. He understood that, deep within this multiverse, even greater challenges and opportunities awaited his exploration. "Sujin, wait for me." His voice resonated within the time-space passage, tinged with both tenderness and unwavering resolve. He thought of the woman who had accompanied him across countless years, and his heart brimmed with longing for her. With a sudden flash, Chunimo shot through the corridor like a bolt of lightning, stepping boldly into the vast, uncharted realms of the multiverse. His figure receded farther and farther into the boundless darkness, until at last he vanished into the mysterious depths of the cosmos. All that remained was the eternal legend of his free and unrestrained spirit, quietly echoing through the river of time in the Marvel Universe. At the moment he attained the great Luo Dao fruit, Chunimo felt as though he stood at the very heart of the cosmos. All laws and principles unfolded before his eyes. He comprehended the truth. I am the Tao. This was not merely an understanding, but an experience of resonating in harmony with the universe itself. He stood quietly above the dimensional flow of time and space, gazing down upon the myriad heavens. Countless stars revolved beneath his feet, glittering like precious jewels set within the endless dark. And yet, his heart was utterly free of confusion or doubt. A single, crystal-clear thought surfaced in his mind, the search for his master. The teachings of Lady Wudong, the legacy of Jie's sect, the title song of the Azure Sea on Jineo Island. These were the starting points of his long journey, and the anchors deep within his soul. Lady Wudong, that mysterious and powerful master, whose guidance resounded in Chunmo's heart like a bell at dawn or dusk. She had taught him how to perceive the Tao, how to keep his spirit clear amidst the complexities of the world. The inheritance of the Jie sect was also a responsibility he bore on his shoulders. He was determined to pass on its wisdom and strength, living up to his master's hopes. The Azure Sea's title song on Jineo Island was a pure land in his memory. There, the sea breeze once brushed gently against his face, and the waves lapped crisply against the rocky shore. In that tranquil place, he had spent many peaceful days, contemplating the Tao, and exploring the mysteries of heaven and earth alongside his master. Chunmo's gaze pierced through the mists of time and space, settling upon Jineo Island. It was as if he could see his master waiting for his return on that distant shore. a silent summons, a spiritual anchor calling him home. He drew a deep breath and stepped forward with unwavering resolve. He would seek out his master, fulfill his mission, and carry on the teachings of the Jijiao sect. No matter how treacherous the road ahead might be, he felt no fear, for his heart was set on a clear goal, brimming with boundless courage. At his thought, the purple lightning hammer, his loyal companion through countless battles, trembled faintly in his hand. Etched upon its surface, a veiled sigil, imbued with the primordial essence of the wilderness world, was awakened by the power of the great Luo Dao fruit and burst into radiant light. It was a beacon, a lighthouse, the indestructible thread of karma connecting master and disciple. Master, your disciple, has come. A glimmer of warmth and determination flashed in Chunmo's eyes. Without further hesitation, he summoned the might of the great Luo, locked onto the sigil's coordinates, and stepped forward. The passage through time and space, once a chaotic torrent, now unfolded beneath his feet like a stairway tamed to his will. Illusions of myriad worlds sped past in retreat. The origin power of a world, vast, ancient, and brimming with the wild energy of creation, grew ever clearer around him. It was as though he had pierced a tough call. Suddenly, Chunmo materialized above a boundless jade sea. The sky arched high and the earth stretched wide. Spiritual energy so rich it seemed to saturate the very air, tinged with a briny yet exquisitely pure scent. In the distance, immortal isles glimmered like jewels beneath a sky ablaze with radiant clouds. Here, at last, was the wilderness world, the eastern sea. Yet before Chunmo had time to steady himself, or even draw a single breath of this ancient air, an unprecedented, icy force, laden with the weight of judgment, descended upon him, locking him in place. The skies above the eastern sea, once clear and bright, darkened with astonishing swiftness right before his eyes. Heavy clouds, thick as molten lead, billowed into existence out of nowhere, layer upon layer, blanketing billions of miles of ocean in an instant. Within those clouds, lightning flashed. Not the usual silver, but chaotic, purple-black, streaked with threads of blood red and gold. Each bolt crackling with a terrifying, primeval power. The very air rang with the roar of that lightning, suffused with an aura of utter destruction, as if all things might collapse back into chaos. An invisible force of law descended, pinning Chunmo in the very heart of the storm. In that instant, Chunmo understood. Though he had attained the great Luo in another world, awakened to his true self, transcending time and space. In the eyes of the wilderness world's heavenly Tao, this great Luo, golden immortal, was a trespasser, an outsider who had not faced the trials or earned the approval of heaven and earth. This tribulation was his reckoning, the ultimate judgment of the heavenly Tao upon an anomaly. Its power far surpassed that of any ordinary great Luo tribulation. So fast, Chunmo's eyes grew grave. He dared not be careless. The instant the tribulation lightning locked onto him, he pressed his fingers together like a sword, sending forth a streak of crimson gold. Sword light, infused with his own essence blood and the profound resonance of the Luo, shooting across time and space like a meteor toward a distant point sensed deep within the eastern sea, Jineo Island. Master, your disciple Chunmo has returned. I am crossing the Luo heavenly tribulation over the eastern sea. Fearing vile interlopers may hinder my path, I beseech my master's protection. The message, carried within the sword light, sped across countless miles in a heartbeat. Having sent his plea for aid, Chunmo's gaze swept the surroundings with razor-sharp focus. The tribulation clouds loomed vast, their shadow covering even several nearby deserted islands, barren and thin in spiritual energy. In a flash, he fixed on one of the more stable islands. With a surge of Luo might, he tore himself free of a thread of the tribulation's lock and streaked down in a trail of light, landing upon the island. Form the array, Chunmo commanded in a low voice, his hands weaving through the air in a blur. No materials were needed. His Luo Dao fruit stirred the laws of heaven and earth. Supreme array marks embodying the essence of the ancient Jijiao's formation arts and insights from myriad worlds appeared out of thin air, blazing onto the island's ground and sky. In an instant, a simplified version of the immortal slaying. Sword formation for slaughter, the yin-yang microdust array for defense and illusion, and the minor star dipper array for channeling spiritual energy took shape. Though far from their original might, the three overlapping arrays, fueled by his Luo power, emanated a terrifying aura that changed the very color of the world, transforming the desolate island into a frontline fortress against the heavenly tribulation. A deafening crack split the air. The first wave of tribulation, lightning finally crashed down. Not a single bolt, but 9 chaotic streaks of lightning struck simultaneously, each as thick as a mountain, each carrying the power to shatter all laws and replay the cycle of earth, water, fire, and wind. Wherever they passed, space fractured inch by inch, and the sea beneath instantly vaporized, leaving behind vast, yawning voids. Slay the immortals and gods strike. Standing at the heart of the formation, Chun Mo pointed his sword skyward. The phantom of the immortal slaying sword formation erupted in response. For colossal swords, forged from the purest essence of slaughter, surged up with a peerless sharpness unique to Jiejiao, cleaving fiercely at the 9 bolts of chaotic lightning. A thunderous roar shook the heavens. Heaven and earth lost their color. The eastern sea quaked. A violent shockwave of energy swept in all directions. 3 of the lightning bolts were obliterated by the sword shadows. Yet the swords themselves shattered in the blast. The remaining 6 bolts crashed down upon the defensive barriers woven by the Inyang microdust and minor star dipper arrays. The protective screen shuddered violently, its intricate runes flickering in and out of existence, barely holding back this assault, though its glow had dimmed significantly. Chunmo's blood surged within him, but his eyes only grew sharper. What terrifying tribulation lightning! And this is only the beginning. As if provoked, the tribulation clouds churned even more wildly, gathering power for a second onslaught. This one even more fearsome than before. Purple-black lightning. Twisted like doomsday dragons, blood-red bolts carried a corrupting power that targeted the very soul, while golden ones gleamed with the will of judgment itself. At this critical moment, a sudden change erupted. Amipa, this child is tainted by the karma of a foreign world. His path does not belong to the true order of the great desolation. He must be purified. A mighty, solemn chant of Buddha thundered across the eastern sea, resonant yet laced with hidden intent. In the western sky, golden light surged magnificently. A colossal golden lotus platform tore through the heavens, upon which sat a bodhisattva exuding sacred dignity, cradling a crystal-clear vase. The medicine king, bodhisattva. Radiant Buddhist light streamed from behind him, and faint Sanskrit hymns hovered in the air. Well said, this tribulation is perilous, and I fear it may bring calamity upon the beings of the eastern sea. I, a humble monk, have come to protect, to help him ascend swiftly to bliss and spare him from suffering. From another direction, a clear and sonorous Buddhist chant echoed, accompanied by a piercing sword aura. Riding the clouds was another bodhisattva, the incarnation of Manjushri, wielding the sword of wisdom and mounted atop a blue lion. The tip of his sword pointed unmistakably at Chun Mo's defensive formation. The Buddhist order, here at last, and from the very beginning, 2 eminent bodhisattvas, or their incarnations, had arrived, cloaked in the banners of purifying anomalies and protecting the living. Their true intention was to take advantage of Chun Mo's weakness during his tribulation, to convert him to their faith, and if conversion failed, to block his path or even destroy him, seizing the secrets of his Deluo attainment. Shamaness by monks. How dare you try to bar a disciple of the Jie sect from attaining the way? A voice cold as the abyss and brimming with boundless fury rang out like a celestial phoenix's cry, cleaving through the solemn Buddhist chants. In the eastern sky, countless rays of dawn burst forth. 3 figures of peerless elegance, wreathed in murderous intent, ripped open the void as they descended. Leading them was a woman in plain palace robes, breathtakingly beautiful, her aura as icy as a 1,000-year glacier. In her hands, she held an ancient golden cauldron, none other than the direct disciple of the Jie sect, Lady Yin-Xiao. At her side, Qiao gripped the dragon-binding rope, and Bi-Xiao held the golden Jiao shears. The 3 sisters' eyes blazed with fury, and the killing aura of the Jie sect erupted unrestrained. Touch my little junior brother, and you'll answer to me. A thunderous roar shook the heavens. A burly man with a thick beard, wielding a golden whip in each hand and wreathed in crackling lightning like an ancient thunder god reborn. This was none other than Wenzhong, the grand preceptor. Behind him, the elite disciples of the Jie sect, Immortal Weiyun, Golden Hoop Immortal, Luo Xian, Lu Yu, and more, materialized, some brandishing magical treasures, others unleashing divine powers. In an instant, the overwhelming presence of 10,000 immortals eclipsed the Buddhist radiance. Sister Wudong's decree. Any who block our path shall be slain without mercy. Yunxiao's voice was icy as she spun the Hunyuan golden cauldron in her hand, its terrifying suction instantly locking onto the medicine king Bodhisattva's crystal vase. Bite monk, take my whip. Wan Zhong's beard and hair bristled as the twin gold whips summoned divine thunder from the heavens, transforming into two roaring thunder dragons that lunged toward Mun Jushri's incarnation. Form up. Protect our little brother. Immortal Wu Yun shouted, and in a flash, the immortals of the Jie sect assembled a fierce, albeit simple, formation of 10,000 immortals. The barren island where Chunmo stood was now tightly protected at its heart, cut off from the outside world. The faces of the two Buddhist bodhisattvas changed dramatically. They had not expected the Jie sect to respond so swiftly and so fiercely. Yunxiao's Hunyuan cauldron and Wen Zhong's lightning arts both radiated an aura of mortal peril. Remnants of the Jie sect. Incorrigible fools, roared the medicine king Bodhisattva, his voice thunderous. The lapis lazuli sacred vase. Tilted, pouring forth ambrosia imbued with the power to purify the world, striving to wash away the mysterious primordial golden cauldron. Manjusri's incarnation unleashed a surge of sword light, the embodiment of wisdom, slashing toward the thunder dragon. In an instant, the two sides were locked in fierce combat. Buddha's radiance bathed the world, lightning and fire collided, and sword energy crisscrossed the battlefield. The aftershocks of this battle, at the level of the great Luo immortals, stirred the East Sea into towering waves, causing countless immortal islands to tremble. Yet beneath the thunderclouds, Chunmo's ordeal had not eased. The second wave of tribulation thunder descended, even more terrifying than before. Bolts of purple-black, blood-red, and golden lightning intertwined, each crackling with world-ending might. Chunmo's gaze was as calm as still water. With his fellow disciples shielding him from danger, he was free from all distractions, pouring his entire mind and soul into facing the heavenly tribulation. Ninefold mystical art, power to shatter all laws. The furnace of his vital energy roared within him. Dark golden runes spread across his body as he braced himself against the purple-black, annihilating thunder. Law of time, eternity in an instant. The power of time flowed, slowing the corrosion of the blood-red, tainted lightning. Law of space, a step spans worlds. Space folded and bent, weakening the force of the golden judgment thunder. Slaughter immortal sword intent, sever the bonds of fate. His spiritual will became an invisible sword, cleaving through the heavenly judgment hidden within the tribulation lightning. Boom, 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 boom. On the desolate island, Chunmo's figure was like a lone boat battered by a raging sea, enduring the relentless bombardment of the three-colored tribulation lightning. The light of his protective formation flickered violently, on the verge of collapse time and again. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, his body cracked and battered, his soul shaken. Yet his eyes only grew brighter and more resolute. Each confrontation was a tempering of his own great Luo Dao fruit, a deeper comprehension of the primordial laws of heaven and earth. At last, after withstanding 81 earth-shattering bolts of tribulation lightning, the final strike descended, carrying the ultimate power of chaos, creation, and destruction. With a single punch, infused with insights from myriad worlds and the culmination of his life's cultivation, Chunmo shattered this last bolt head-on. Break! Chunmo threw back his head and let out a long, triumphant roar, his voice echoing through the primordial wilderness. The thunderclouds seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand, dispersing in an instant. From the heavens descended a seven-colored cloud of merit, radiant and indescribable, brimming with boundless vitality and fortune, enveloping Chunmo completely. This was the ultimate recognition and gift from the primordial laws for his achievement of the great Luo Dao fruit. Bathed in the cloud of merit, Chunmo's shattered body was instantly restored, becoming even more crystalline and flawless, imbued with the aura of immortality. His dim soul was nourished, shining brilliantly like a sun. Suspended in the sky, above his head, the embryonic chaos-colored Dao fruit became fully solid, transforming into a true great Luo Dao fruit, engraved with profound patterns, emanating an eternal and unrestrained presence. A single thought stirred within his mind, and the light of his primordial spirit illuminated the heavens. Beneath his feet, the phantom of a vast, surging river of time, stretching across past, present, and future, manifested in all its grandeur. With one decisive step, Chunmo's true soul leaped forth, transcending the river of time itself. He became like a traveler strolling along the riverbank, gazing down upon the countless beings drifting within the current, witnessing the rise and fall of worlds and the fate of all life. All his past experiences, the struggles in the realm of the undead, the pursuit of perfection, the intricate plots in the Marvel Universe, transformed into distinct ripples upon the river of time, flowing freely at his will, to be recalled or anticipated, but never again able to entangle him. He broke free from the river of time. His true soul became eternal and unfettered. The realm of the Grand Luo Golden Immortal attained. Congratulations to Junior, nephew Chun Mo, junior brother, or uncle, on attaining the Tao of Grand Luo. May you endure through all calamities, undying. At this sight, Yun Xiao, Wen Zhong, and all the immortals of the GS sect ceased their fighting, faces alight with unrestrained joy, and offered their congratulations in unison. Their voices thundered across the heavens, overwhelming the dismay written on the faces of the two bodhisattvas of the Buddhist sect. Seeing the tides had irrevocably turned, and realizing that not only had Chun Mo survived his tribulation, but also received the recognition of heavenly virtue, the GS sect disciples now eyed them like hungry wolves. If they lingered, the risk of perishing grew all too real. Casting a hateful glance at Chun Mo, now shrouded in seven-colored auspicious clouds, and at the fiercely determined immortals of the GS sect, the two bodhisattvas dared not utter another word. They transformed into golden streaks of light, fleeing in utter disgrace. Gradually, the rainbow-hued auspicious clouds merged into Chun Mo's body. The aura surrounding him became entirely subdued, returning to a state of natural simplicity. Yet in his deep, unfathomable eyes, it seemed as though the birth and destruction of countless worlds were contained. At that very moment, deep within the eastern sea, at the spot where the Golden Ao Island once stood, the void began to tremble violently. From beneath the waves, a surge of primordial spiritual energy, silent for eons, yet still vast and mighty, erupted with thunderous force. The emerald waves parted, and radiant clouds spilled forth in every direction. Slowly, from the depths, the ghostly outline of a massive, boundless island, wreathed in immortal mist and with its contours barely discernible, began to rise. Within the mirage, the Bo Palace stood tall and majestic. The peaks of the purple fungi, cliffs jutted skyward, and a familiar Taoist rhythm permeated the air. Golden Ao Island has reopened. Every member of the GS sect, including Chun Mo himself, gazed toward that direction, their hearts pounding with excitement. Then, a gentle yet supremely authoritative divine voice, as tender as a mother's whisper, echoed clearly within the hearts of Chun Mo and all the disciples of the GS sect. My foolish child, now that you have returned home, why do you not hurry to Bo Palace? It was the voice of the boundless Holy Mother herself. In that instant, Chun Mo's eyes grew moist. He straightened his robes, and, facing the ethereal image of Golden Ao Island, bowed deeply. His voice, carrying the weight of countless lifetimes and the longing of returning home, echoed across the eastern sea. Disciple Chun Mo today returns to the sect. He took a step forward, and golden lotuses blossomed beneath his feet, bearing him aloft. Surrounded by Yun Xiao, Wen Zhong, and the other immortals of the GS sect, he strode toward the slowly solidifying, resurgent Golden Ao Immortal Island, the place where his long journey had begun and now would end, the home that carried the hopes of all the immortals of the GS sect, walking with unwavering resolve and calm. The sky blazed with radiant colors as celestial music resounded in all directions. A new era was about to dawn upon the vast world of the Great Desolation, heralded by the return of a traveler who had endured countless tribulations across the heavens and finally attained the supreme Tao of the Luo. With the reappearance of Golden Turtle Island, a magnificent new chapter was ready to unfold. And as for Chun Mo, his story in this primordial world was only just beginning. Countless beams of rosy light and auspicious vapors unfurled like a dazzling tapestry across heaven and earth. Chun Mo, stepping upon golden lotus petals and cloaked in radiant clouds, appeared as if an immortal had descended to the mortal realm. Surrounded and escorted by Yun Xiao, Wen Zhong, and a host of other disciples from the GS sect, he became the center of attention amidst the crowd. They passed through the newly reactivated island protecting formation, a vast dome of light that shielded Golden Turtle Island with impenetrable strength. At last, Chun Mo set foot upon the sacred ground of the GS sect, a place rich with mystery and legend. No sooner had he entered the island than he was greeted by the refreshing aura of an immortal mountain, filling him with a sense of peace and clarity. The Bo Palace soared majestically before him, exuding grandeur, while the peaks of Ziji Cliff stood in fantastic array like a scene from a celestial paradise. Though the boisterous clamor of 10,000 immortals had faded, the reborn Golden Turtle Island, in its tranquil solemnity, now radiated a deeper warmth, one that spoke of coming home. Congratulations on attaining the Tao of the Luo, Marshal Nephew Chun Mo. From this day forth, you are indestructible through countless calamities, free and unbound. Lady Yanxiao put away her Hunyuan golden bowl, and, rare for her usually cold demeanor, a gentle smile blossomed on her face. That smile was like sunlight in early spring, warm and tender. Well done, little brother. That bald donkey deserved a good whipping. Wen Zhong's voice boomed like a great bell, echoing with vigor. He clapped Chun Mo heartily on the shoulder, his eyes sparking with lightning, a clear sign of his excitement and delight. Congratulations, Marshal Nephew. Congratulations, Junior Brother. With these cheers, the likes of Golden Hoop Immortal, Luo, Xian, Luyu, and many other GS sect disciples surged forward, their faces alight with joy and excitement. Their voices intertwined, swelling into a jubilant chorus that echoed high above Golden Turtle Island. With a smile, Chun Mo respectfully returned each greeting to his uncles, brothers, and sisters of the sect. A wave of warmth welled up within him, and his gratitude was unmistakable as he spoke. Thank you all, my elders and seniors, for safeguarding my path. I will forever remember this kindness and camaraderie. The immortals exchanged pleasantries for a while, the mood harmonious and spirited. However, some, like Wen Zhong and Yin Xiao, held positions in the heavenly court or elsewhere, and could not remain for long due to their duties. Looking earnestly at Chun Mo, Wen Zhong said with heartfelt seriousness, "Little brother, now that Golden Turtle Island has reopened, this is our true home. But the responsibilities of the heavenly court cannot be neglected, so we must take our leave soon. Stay here with peace of mind and heed the guidance of Uncle Wu Dang." His voice was low and steady, carrying both his concern for Chun Mo and his high hopes for the future. Yin Xiao nodded slightly in agreement with Wen Zhong's words, then added, "Take care, my young nephew. Should you encounter any difficulty, your uncle will surely come to your aid." Though her words were brief, they brimmed with genuine concern. Chun Mo looked at them gratefully and replied, "Thank you, uncle, senior sister, for your care. I will devote myself to cultivation and strive not to disappoint everyone's expectations." At last, the immortals took their leave one after another, transforming into streaks of radiant light that shot across the sky like meteors. In an instant, only Chun Mo and a few other disciples remained on Jingao Island. The lively atmosphere gradually faded, and tranquility returned, broken only by the steady rhythm of waves washing ashore, as if the sea itself was quietly recounting the stories of this island. Standing before the Bo Palace, Chun Mo drew a deep breath, as if he wished to take in all the essence of the world. He straightened his robes with solemn care, his every movement careful and deliberate, as if this were the most important moment of his life. As he approached, the palace doors slowly opened in silence, as if they too sensed the gravity and reverence of the occasion. Entering the palace, Chun Mo beheld the grand hall before him. Upon the cloud-cushioned throne sat the Holy Mother Wudong. The Holy Mother Wudong exuded an aura both profound and boundless, like the endless expanse of the starry sky, unfathomable to the eye. In her gaze one could sense the weight of her sex rise and fall, and the heavy responsibility she bore as its leader, a presence that inspired deep awe in all who met her gaze. Chun Mo approached the steps, dropped to his knees, and, as a Deluo golden immortal, performed the full disciple's ritual of obeisance. Every gesture was precise and flawless, without the slightest hesitation. His voice, filled with reverence and emotion that seemed to echo through all the worlds, resounded throughout the hall. Disciple Chun Mo pays his respects to Master. Every word Chun Mo spoke was laden with respect and gratitude for the Holy Mother Wudong, as if each syllable flowed straight from the depths of his heart. He continued, "Your disciple has been fortunate not to fail in his mission and has now attained the Tao of the Luo. Today I return to the sect to bow in thanks for Master's guidance and protection." The Holy Mother's gaze settled gently on Chun Mo. In her eyes flashed a trace of relief, a hint of sorrow, and finally, boundless affection. Looking at the disciple kneeling before her, her heart was filled with emotion. "My foolish child, quickly rise," she said, her voice warm and kindly, as gentle as a spring breeze brushing softly past Chun Mo's ears. Chun Mo slowly opened his eyes and saw the Holy Mother Wudong before him. A surge of indescribable warmth welled up in his heart. He knew that this gracious teacher had always watched over him with deep care, and now that he had safely returned, she too could finally set her worries to rest. Wudong's sacred mother smiled at Chun Mo and continued, "Though I have not witnessed your journey with my own eyes, through the karmic connection within the purple lightning hammer, I could sense the dangers and fortunes you encountered along the way. To comprehend the true meaning of I am the Tao itself, amidst the myriad worlds, and to attain the realm of great Luo freedom. This is a blessing to our GS sect. As your teacher, I am deeply gratified." She gently raised her hand, and a soft, gentle force flowed forth like a trickling stream, lifting Chun Mo steadily to his feet. This power was neither overwhelming nor abrupt, but instead conveyed the perfect measure of Wudong's sacred mother's care and protection. Chun Mo rose and looked gratefully at Wudong's sacred mother, saying, "Thank you, Master, for your constant concern. I have endured many hardships on this journey, but with the purple lightning hammer you bestowed, the dangers were turned aside at every turn." Wudong's sacred mother nodded, smiling as she replied, "Now that you have returned, you should know that the reappearance of Golden Turtle Island and the renewal of the GSX lineage are the fruits of our master's painstaking efforts within the Zixiao Palace. Though Master is bound by the Tao ancestors' decree and cannot easily descend in person, his thoughts are ever with us, and he continues to watch over the fate of GS sect." With that, Wudong's sacred mother rose to her feet. Facing the expanse above the summit of Purple Mushroom Cliff, her expression turned solemn and reverent. She drew a deep breath, and then, bowing respectfully, she called out in a clear voice, "Disciple Wudong, together with my student Chun Mo, humbly request the instructions of our master." As her words faded, an unusual hush fell over Bo Palace. For an instant, it seemed as if the entire world had frozen in time. Yet amid this profound stillness, a faint fissure quietly appeared in the void, like a streak of lightning flashing through the night sky. Brief, yet blindingly brilliant. In the next moment, a wave of sacred might surged out from the rift, rolling forth with the force of a mighty tide until it filled the entire Bo Palace. The overwhelming majesty of this holy power compelled awe and reverence in all who felt it. "Good." The voice of the Lord Tongtian rang out amidst the sacred power, clear, cool, and distant. Though it was but a single word, it seemed imbued with boundless significance and strength. Suddenly, two streaks of radiant light shot forth from the rift like bolts of lightning, crossing the sky in an instant and coming to hover steadily before Chun Mo, as though two meteors had traced their luminous arcs from the heavens. Chun Mo looked closely and saw that these two treasures were. The first was a peculiar artifact, pitch black throughout and shaped like a heart-shaped lock. Its surface was engraved with intricate, mysterious runes, each one glimmering faintly as though concealing endless secrets. This heart-locked treasure exuded an ancient and enigmatic aura, inspiring both curiosity and reverence. The second treasure was a golden talisman, formed entirely from the sword intent of sage. The sword aura inscribed upon it was sharp and peerless, as if it could slice through any obstacle in its path. Its brilliance was so dazzling, it resembled a golden sun, radiating a light so intense that one could hardly bear to look at it. At that very moment, the voice of the Lord of Heaven thundered in Chun Mo's soul, resounding like a great bell. "Chun Mo, after journeying through endless tribulations across myriad worlds, you have finally attained the Tao fruit of Deluo, and your foundation is now unshakable. Today, I bestow upon you these two treasures. May you use them to safeguard our lineage and forge ahead with perseverance on your path of cultivation." Hearing these words, Chun Mo was overwhelmed with emotion. He immediately knelt and bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude with heartfelt reverence. "Disciple Chun Mo, thanks, Grandmaster, for your generous gifts. I will never betray the hopes of my Grandmaster and Master. I shall devote myself to diligent cultivation and strive to bring honor to our Taoist tradition." As Chun Mo finished his bow, the sacred pressure gradually faded, and the surrounding space returned to its tranquil state. Madame Wudong watched as Chun Mo put away the treasures, her lips curling into a gentle smile. In a soft voice, she said, "All is settled here. You have only just returned to the primordial world, and are still unfamiliar with the island. Why not take a stroll to get accustomed to the changes, and at the same time, stabilize your new realm? Oh, and by the way, your senior sister Bai. She has been waiting for you for quite some time in my meditation chamber behind the mountain." Senior sister Bai? Chun Mo felt as though his heart had been struck by a heavy hammer. A torrent of intense and complicated emotions surged within him. There was the anticipation of a long-awaited reunion, the warmth of camaraderie, and buried deep within, a stirring that had endured ages and transcended the bounds of countless worlds. Baisujin. That name flashed through his memory like a bolt of lightning cleaving the night. She was his senior sister, an indelible presence in his heart. In a world of the White Snake, she had entered the immortal sect before him. Her nature was gentle yet strong, like a breeze in spring, soft and warm. When he first joined the sect, she had shown him much care and guidance. They had fought side by side, facing countless hardships and dangers together, forging a deep bond during those times. Yet the years flowed on, swift as an arrow. Later, Baisujin returned to the primordial world with their master, while Chunimo chose to wander the myriad realms. From then on, their paths diverged, each cultivating in different worlds. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye, but the feelings buried deep within his heart, like fine wine aged over time, only grew richer and more profound as the years went by. Chunimo drew a deep breath, striving to steady the turbulent emotions within him. Once more, he bowed respectfully to Madame Wudong, then turned and made his way towards the rear mountain of Bio Palace, where her meditation chamber waited. His footsteps were quicker than usual, as if an invisible force was urging him forward. Passing through the covered corridor, weaving around several mystical springs and curious stones, at last, an ancient wooden door appeared before his eyes. Chunimo stood in front of the door, took a deep breath, and gently pushed it open. Inside the quiet chamber, sandalwood incense drifted in graceful spirals, and the furnishings were elegant in their simplicity. A figure, in white, so familiar to him, stood with her back to the door, gazing out the window at the surging sea of clouds beyond. Her posture was graceful, her white robes purer than snow, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall, an ethereal aura enveloping her. Her cultivation had unmistakably reached the early stage of golden immortal. That silhouette, spanning 1,000 years, was still exactly as he remembered. Sensing the door open, she slowly turned around. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, features as delicate as a painting. Compared to years past, the innocence of youth had faded, replaced by an immortal's otherworldly grace and the gentle warmth that only time could bestow. In that pair of deep, limpid eyes, as soon as she recognized the figure at the door, ripples spread out like pebbles cast into an ancient well. Shock, joy, longing, and a trace of emotion too deep for words, all blending into a dazzling brilliance. Chen Montak, junior brother. Baisujin's voice carried a subtle, almost imperceptible tremor. Senior sister Bai. Chunmo's voice was tinged with a low resonance, as if it held within it the sorrows of a millennium and an endless yearning. Time slipped by like a fleeting steed, gone in a blink, but in this moment, 1,000 years and the vast distance between worlds seemed to collapse, drawn close by an unseen hand. Their gazes met, and for a heartbeat, the whole world seemed to fall silent. They stared at each other without saying a word, yet in that shared glance, it felt as though 1,000 unspoken feelings flowed between them. The camaraderie of former disciples, the delicate affection that blossomed on Qingqing Mountain, the longing and worry through a millennium apart. All these emotions surged forth in an unstoppable flood, sweeping away every barrier and hesitation. There was no need for doubt, nor for words. Almost at the same instant, the two of them stepped forward, moved by the same instinct. Chunimo opened his arms wide, a harbor, steadfast and safe, awaiting Baisujin's return. And Baisujin, like a weary bird finally finding its nest, flung herself into his embrace without a moment's hesitation. Chunimo wrapped his arms around her, holding her as though he might blend her into his very bones. He felt the warmth of Baisujin against him, so real, so comforting, that it seemed every moment of their 1,000-year wait was rewarded in this single instant. Baisujin held him tightly in return, her forehead pressed deep against his broad chest, listening to the steady, powerful beat of his heart. Tears, silent as a breaking dam, streamed down, soaking Chunmo's blue robe. "We're home. Finally, we're home." Baisujin's voice was thick with emotion, her words trembling with the overwhelming joy of regaining what was lost and the bittersweet release of 1,000 years of longing. "Senior sister, I'm back. I'm not leaving again." Chunimo gently rested his chin atop her head, breathing in that familiar, subtle scent of lotus. His arms tightened around her, as if to make sure this moment was real and not just a dream. After centuries of wandering and endless loneliness across countless worlds, All the emptiness was now filled and healed by the warmth and deep affection held in his embrace. Without anyone noticing, Lady Wudong had quietly appeared at the door of the meditation chamber. Watching the pair locked in a heartfelt embrace, a look of deep satisfaction warmed her eyes. She did not interrupt, but simply stood there in silence, looking on as these two disciples, finally reunited after all their hardships, shared a moment that needed no words. In her heart, she had already made a decision. It was a long while before the two reluctantly pulled apart, though still clinging to each other's hands, as if afraid that letting go would make the other vanish once again. Bye. Sujin lifted her tear-stained face to look at Shan Mo, her eyes brimming with unfathomable affection. Shan Mo raised his hand and gently wiped away the tears from her cheeks. Senior sister, it's been 1,000 years. You've suffered so much. As long as I could wait for your return, everything was worth it. Bai Sujin shook her head, her smile blossoming like a pure white lotus after the rain, radiant and serene. Only then did Lady Wudong step inside, her lips curved in a gentle smile. Enough now, you two foolish children. Don't get lost in your own world of longing. After 1,000 years apart, to be reunited at last. This is a cause for great celebration. Both Chun Mo and Bai Sujin hurriedly bowed to Lady Wudong, a faint blush coloring their cheeks, yet their hands still remained tightly intertwined. Lady Wudong's gaze softened as she regarded them, her eyes moving slowly from one to the other. Then, in a measured and solemn tone, she spoke. You have both studied under our sect, sharing a deep bond forged through countless trials and tribulations, yet you never wavered in your hearts. Now, Chun Mo, you have attained the rank of Grand Luo Golden Immortal, while Sujin has also reached the Golden Immortal realm. Truly, this is the perfect moment for your paths to unite and your hearts to become one. Today, here on Jinao Island, with your fellow disciples. As witnesses, I shall join you as Tao companions. From this day forward, you will walk the immortal path together, bound in life and death, never to part. So are you both willing? Chun Mo and Bai Sujin looked into each other's eyes, and in that gaze was a steadfastness and joy that words could never capture. There was no need for more. Just a single glance was enough for each to understand the other's heart. We are willing, they answered in unison, their voices clear and resolute, as if they had pondered this moment for a very long time. Good, 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 Lady Wudong exclaimed, repeating the word 3 times. Her smile grew even brighter. 3 days from now is an auspicious day. At that time, atop the purple Ganoderma cliff before the gates of Bo Palace, I shall personally preside over your wedding ceremony. The news spread across the newly reopened Jinao Island like a spring breeze. Disciples of the Jie sect, Wenzhong, Yun Xiao, Wu Yunxian, Jin Guxian, and others, whether they were stationed abroad or held official posts, were all overjoyed when they received Lady Wudong's summons. Without delay, they set aside their duties and returned immediately to Jinao Island. 3 days later, atop purple Ganoderma cliff, before Bo Palace, auspicious clouds paved the path, and radiant energies streamed in countless threads. Lady Wudong sat at the place of honor, a gentle smile gracing her features. To her left stood the elite of the Jie sect, led by Wenzhong and Yun Xiao, each one wreathed in immortal light, their presence commanding and dignified. To her right gathered the loyal old guard, Wu Yunxian, Jin Guxian, Luo Xian, Lu Yu, all beaming with joy. Chun Mo was clad in a brand-new dark azure Taoist robe, the mark of the Jie sect. He stood tall and steady, exuding a calm strength, the aura of a great Luo immortal faintly shimmering around him. Bai Sujin wore a flowing rainbow dress, woven from millennia-old ice silkworm threads, a gift from Lady Wudong herself. On her head rested a phoenix-feathered, pearl-studded crown. Her beauty was unparalleled, her presence ethereal, like a celestial maiden descending from the moon. Under Lady Wudong's guidance, witnessed by a multitude of immortals and deities, and surrounded by the spiritual resonance of the Jie sect's gathering, the ceremony began. Chun Mo and Bai Sujin stood side by side, hand in hand. Together, they bowed 3 times, first to Bo Palace, symbolizing their Grandmaster, the Lord of Heaven, then to Lady Wudong, their teacher, and finally to Heaven, Earth, and the Great Tao. They exchanged tokens of their bond. Chun Mo produced a shadow replica of the heart-piercing lock, a gift from the Lord of Heaven, and solemnly placed it around Bai Sujin's neck. In return, Bai Sujin took a jade pendant, formed from a strand of her own true spirit as the white she, the coiling serpent, and tied it to Chun Mo's waist. The tokens united, signifying their mutual protection and shared purpose. Together, They pledged their vow before the Tao. Let heaven and earth bear witness. Let the great Tao attest. I, Chun Mo, by Sujin, take you as my eternal companion. Together we walk the immortal path, sharing fortune and adversity. Our hearts united, never to part, through all eternity. Should this vow be broken, let heaven and earth forsake us. As their vows rang out, the heavenly Tao responded. A rainbow-hued light descended from the highest heavens, enveloping them both. The spiritual energy of Jinao Island surged, myriad. Blossoms bloomed in unison, and immortal cranes sang out in celebration. It was the blessing of the Tao itself, honoring these two who had endured so much to become joined in heart. Congratulations to junior brother Chun Mo, senior brother, and junior sister by Sujin, senior sister. May your hearts be forever united in your fortune. Endless. Wen Zhong, Yun Xiao, and the assembled immortals called out in unison, their voices echoing over the eastern sea, their joy filling the heavens and earth. Chun Mo and Bai Sujin exchanged a smile, their eyes reflecting only each other, the rest of the world fading away. Chun Mo gently raised his hand, brushing aside a stray lock of hair from Bai Sujin's forehead, his gaze filled with unwavering tenderness. Bai Sujin's eyes curved in delight, her smile radiant as the sunlight warming all of Jinao Island. She placed her hand in Chun Mo's warm palm. 10 fingers interlocked, hearts united in a way. From this moment on, as the tides rise and fall and the clouds drift and scatter across the blue sea, no matter how long and winding the road of the great Tao may be, you shall always have my company. Upon the golden Ao Immortal Island, before the Jade Sea Palace, a radiant glow stretches far and wide, bearing witness to the eternal beginning of this pair of disciples joined in the Tao. At the summit of Flower Fruit Mountain, the sea breeze has swept across the ages, bringing with it the lush fragrance of grasses and woods, along with a Phi Santitang. This gentle wind caresses a wondrous stone, born from the ancestral veins of the 10 continents and the vital energy of the 3 islands. The immortal stone gleams with a crystalline luster, as pure and flawless as the finest jade, a true masterpiece of nature. Bathed in the essence of sun and moon, it absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Deep within, the innate light of chaos, untouched and untamed, pulses slowly and steadily, growing in harmony with the rhythm of the universe. This divine radiance harbors boundless vitality and strength, quietly gathering a power that may one day shake the 3 realms to their core. Beside this celestial stone stands Chun Mo, his figure silent and elusive as a shadow. The aura of a perfected Taoist immortal surrounds him, so refined and natural that he blends seamlessly with the spirit veins of the land, as if he were always meant to be there. Dressed in a simple yet elegant blue robe, Chun Mo's gaze pierces through the mists of ages, fixed upon the surging, pristine essence of life within the stone. That source radiates a breathtaking energy, like the raw, primordial force at the heart of the cosmos. Spiritual stone monkey, a unique being born of heaven and earth, he murmurs softly, as if each word were laced with profound secrets and meaning. Though gentle, his voice resonates through his heart and soul like the tolling of a morning bell or the echo of an evening drum. Narrowing his eyes ever so slightly, he continues, the Buddhist order has prepared a golden circlet for you, granting you a hollow fame as the great sage equal to heaven. Yet, in the end, you are but a monkey beneath the lotus throne. In his words, there's a faint trace of disdain and regret. Suddenly, his fingertip rises, and a deep, chaotic energy quietly emerges. It is like the primordial chaos at the dawn of the universe, infused with countless calamities, but also hiding a single thread of hope. This is no ordinary immortal light. It is a profound force, refined and remade by the supreme sage of heaven from the ashes of the sect's millennia-old legacy. Within it lies not only the very essence of his teachings, but also his deep understanding of the fate and tribulations of the Great Cataclysm, the true seed of insight from the ninefold Primordial Cataclysm Sutra. This seed of truth was specially prepared by the Supreme Sage for Chun Mo, so that he might pass it on to the one destined to face the monumental trials of the journey to the West. This scripture is no ordinary cultivation method. It is a defiant art, created specifically to confront, endure, and command calamity itself. With each tribulation overcome, the practitioners' powers grow more profound. Their spiritual realm ascends another tier, an endless accumulation that, after countless tempests, leads at last to an immortal state unshaken by destruction. It could be said that the ninefold primordial tribulation sutra was tailor-made for the very protagonist destined to weather the great tribulation of journey to the west, one whose coming would sweep across heaven and earth. Yet, whether obtaining this scripture is a blessing or a curse, whether it brings transcendence from the mortal realm or eternal entrapment in the cycle of rebirth, depends entirely on a single thought in the heart of its cultivator. The Buddhist sects wish you to attain Buddhahood, but I offer you the chance to become the very embodiment of calamity. Will you consent to be a pawn, or will you upend the board and become the one who holds the pieces? Chun Mo's voice was low and resonant, carrying depths of unspoken meaning. In that moment, his eyes turned as sharp as an ancient blade newly drawn, radiating a sense of unwavering resolve. The rebellious Taoist aura of the GS sect, one that seizes a thread of life from the jaws of fate, surged from him like an unstoppable flood. Yet, in a heartbeat, that aura was reined in, subdued as if a wild stallion had been tamed, settling into a deep, silent composure. Chun Mo's words struck like a heavy hammer, echoing in the listener's soul and compelling deep reflection. This was a question of choice, a crossroads of destiny, to follow the will of the Buddhist order and become a manipulated piece on the chessboard, or to rebel, seize one's own sliver of hope, and become a master who moves the pieces. For an instant, time itself seemed to freeze. The entire world awaited the unveiling of the answer. Chun Mo's fingertips trembled ever so slightly, betraying a moment of hesitation, yet his resolve hardened swiftly. The wisp of chaotic tribulation, light, nimble as a swallow returning to its nest, darted through the seemingly unbreakable shell of the celestial stone without so much as a ripple. That tribulation light seemed to possess a mysterious power, slipping soundlessly past every barrier until it touched the very core essence of the stone. There was no earth-shattering phenomenon, no turbulent surge of spiritual energy. Everything remained still and calm. Yet beneath that tranquil surface, the deepest, most subtle resonance of the Tao's laws was unfolding. The mark of the scripture, intricate as the most exquisite talisman, layered upon itself and intertwined flawlessly with the innate spiritual light, as if heaven itself had ordained their union. This mark was not just an imprint, but a merging of life itself, destined to become part of the stone's original essence, awaiting the day its spirit would awaken and shatter the silence with thunderous revelation. At the very instant the mark was complete, it seemed as if the entire world trembled, sensing the birth of a power both immense and sublime. In that unseen realm, it was as if an invisible giant hand was wantonly plucking the strings of the cosmic laws. With a single motion, it unleashed a cataclysmic storm, sweeping the entire world into its chaos. Above Flower Fruit Mountain, the skies had been cloudless and bright just moments before. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a suffocating pressure, as heavy as a mountain, descended without warning. The wind, as though shackled by some immense force, abruptly ceased its dance. The birds and beasts, sensing this terrifying presence, fell instantly silent, not daring to utter a sound. Even the restless waves of the sea, caught in the wake of this power, seemed to freeze in place, stripped of all their usual vigor. This cold and immense will of rejection, born from the very essence of the world, swept over like an invisible tide. It mercilessly washed across the life-bearing immortal stone and the figure of Chun Mo standing beside it. This was heaven's instinctive response to the sudden intrusion of an anomaly into its ordained path, a primal fear and resistance to the unknown and to change. At that very moment, far away in the western Pure Land, atop the sacred Mount Ling, within the 8 treasures merit pool, the waters were crystal clear, like a vast mirror, reflecting the forms of Vajra guardians, arhats, and blooming golden lotuses. Along the edge, suddenly, without any warning, a faint yet distinct ripple spread from the center of the pool, as if something had lightly brushed the water surface. Though the ripple was slight, it caused the golden lotuses to sway gently. The Sanskrit glow that flowed across their petals flickered for a brief instant, like a shooting star flashing across the night sky, vanishing almost as soon as it appeared. Yet all this happened so quickly that the Vajra guardians and arhats, standing by the pool, failed to notice the fleeting disturbance. Only deep within the grand hall of great heroes, a pair of eyes that saw through the 3 realms in all directions, in the unending compassion of deep meditation, seemed to catch the faintest karmic disturbance from the direction of the eastern continent. This subtle shift was like a speck of dust dropped into an ancient well, utterly insignificant, yet it sent a ripple across the vast ocean of Buddha's radiance. But soon, that ripple was engulfed by the boundless light, its details and meaning impossible to discern. Meanwhile, Taoist energy flowed around Chunamo, his entire being suffused with a gentle glow that mingled with the world around him. His expression remained as calm as a still pond, utterly unruffled, as if all of this had long been foreseen. Finally, his gaze lingered on the immortal stone, his eyes seeming to pierce through centuries of time, glimpsing the future, a future where a defiant monkey would one day shake the very heavens. The seed has been planted. Whether it can break through the earth and reach for the sky depends on your own destiny. His face remained expressionless as he spoke, then slowly withdrew his gaze, as if he had lost all interest and attachment to this flower-fruit mountain. As he turned and walked away, even the gentle breeze on the mountain seemed to sense his determination and began to stir once more. Birds resumed their joyful calls, and waves continued to crash against the shore with a rhythmic roar. Life and vitality returned to every corner, as if everything that had just happened was nothing but a fleeting dream, never truly real. Yet, behind this seemingly tranquil scene, subtle changes were quietly taking place. Deep within the mysterious immortal stone, where no one could see, a wisp of innate spiritual light was nurturing something new, a trace of condensed, chaotic sharpness, waiting patiently to be kindled by a trial of fire. Though faint, this shard of chaos brimmed with boundless potential and possibility. Like a seed buried deep underground, it could not yet break the surface, but given the right conditions and time, it was destined to burst forth in dazzling brilliance. As for Chunamo, his figure faded away like blue smoke blown by the wind, gradually dissolving and vanishing atop the mountain. His departure was so silent and unnoticed that not a soul took heed. In the next instant, his presence had completely slipped away from the fabric of Dongsheng Divine Continent, as though he had never set foot there at all. His gaze was fixed far to the west, upon the towering, perilous peaks known as the Eagle Sorrow Ravine. There, in a gorge so deep its bottom could not be seen, a chilling mist hung thick in the air. The stream below was black as ink, a seemingly endless abyss. Resentment rose like storm clouds, billowing toward the sky, enough to send shivers down the spine. Within this shadowed chasm, a jade dragon was bound, its massive, regal body pierced by thick iron chains. Now, it appeared fragile and helpless. This jade dragon was none other than the third prince of the West Sea Dragon King, A.O. Run, a prince imprisoned for defying the mandates of heaven, condemned to endure, day after day, the soul-eroding agony of the weak water at the bottom of the frozen pool. Within the vast chessboard laid out by the Buddhist order, this jade dragon had long been fated to shed his scales and become a white horse, bearing the scripture seeker westward, the very first guardian to be subdued on the journey. But Chunmo's will surged forth like a cold, crystalline current, unhesitatingly severing the so-called threads of fate that seemed impossible to break. Guardian? Chess piece? He scoffed inwardly, his laughter cold and silent. Before the Buddhists make their next move, I'll make sure. This piece is taken off the board. West Sea Third Prince. Your tribulation may be the very chance I need to change my fortune. The ground beneath his feet seemed to lose all support, folding and shattering in utter silence, as if the entire world was being torn apart in that single instant. High above the Eagle Sorrow Ravine, the once tranquil air was suddenly ruptured. A faint, elusive aura belonging to a Deluo golden immortal spread quietly, like a stone cast into a deep, still pond, sending ripples through the void. Though this trace of energy was subtle, it brimmed with boundless power and oppressive force, as if seeping in from another dimension, impossible to ignore. It was like a flash of lightning hidden in the darkness, there and gone in an instant, but in that fleeting moment, it set the surrounding space violently astir. Thus began, in secret and without a sound, the deadly contest surrounding the cataclysm of journey to the west. In some unknown corner, the curtain was officially drawn. No one knew what conspiracies and calculations lurked behind this silent slaughter, and no one could foresee what chain of events it would unleash. Far below, deep within the cold pool at the bottom of the ravine, the enormous white dragon, pierced by heavy chains, seemed to sense the disturbance in that aura as well. Its eyes, once tightly shut, snapped open a crack, a murky glint flickering within. In the depths of those clouded eyes, a shadow of uncertainty and alarm flashed by, as if utterly astonished by this sudden upheaval. Eagle Sorrow Ravine, its very name is a blade. Towering cliffs, sheer and forbidding, pressed close on either side. Grotesque rocks jutted like the fangs of some spectral beast, nearly blotting out the sky. The chasm's depths were unfathomable, with only a narrow shaft of dim twilight falling in to illuminate a pool of still, lifeless water below. This was no ordinary water, black as ink, thick as oil, the incarnation of the nine heavens, weak water fallen to earth, soul-sapping and corrosive, impassable even for immortals and Buddhas. From the bottom of the pool, a bone-piercing chill and resentful miasma seeped outward, curling around the rocks and solidifying into layers of ashen frost. Suspended above this abyss was Chun Mo's figure, his blue robes unchanged, yet he stood like a lone reef, silently parting the suffocating cold and deathly stillness that filled the air. He lowered his gaze, his eyes piercing through the ink-like thickness of the weak water, ignoring the venomous spirits that boiled within, reaching straight down to the pool's deepest shadows. There, darkness reigned eternal. Only a few thick chains, dark gold, as wide as a child's arm, inscribed with faded Buddhist sigils, emitted a faint, restraining glow, coiling like venomous serpents around a vast, withered white dragon's body. These chains did not merely bind, they cruelly pierced through the dragon's neck, spine, and claws, sinking deep into bone and flesh, anchoring it to the icy bedrock below. Each feeble struggle brought a flare of Buddhist light from the chains. Karmic fire would lash back, scorching the dragon's soul, deepening its agony and weakness. This was Ao Lai, the third prince of the West Sea Dragon King. Once a jade-bright dragon, now nothing more than a heap of ruined flesh shackled at the bottom of a frozen abyss. At the very instant Chun Mo's gaze fell, the colossal dragon head, which had lain silent for countless ages, suddenly trembled. The tightly shut dragon eyes struggled open, revealing a narrow slit. Deep within those eyes, cloudy, weary, numbed by endless pain, an explosion of utter terror and disbelief erupted all at once. An overwhelming, icy pressure, primordial as the dawn of chaos, swept forth, ignoring the barriers of the weak water, defying the shackles of the Buddhist chains. Like an invisible lance of ice, it stabbed mercilessly into the very soul of the dragon, already on the brink of collapse. A voice, utterly devoid of emotion, thundered directly through Ao Lai's chaotic consciousness, each word ringing out like a hammer blow, striking at the humiliation accumulated during 10,000 years of captivity. Ao Lai of the Western Sea, your body is seared by karmic fire, your bones pierced by chains, suffering day and night, lost through endless ages. Yet would you accept one more shackle, resign yourself to eternal bondage, crawling at the feet of mortal monks, reduced to nothing more than a beast of burden? Those last two words, beast of burden, were like the spark that set off a volcano dormant for millennia. A roar, anguished, repressed to the extreme, burst forth from the depths of a lifeless, frozen pool, carrying with its soul-rending humiliation and unbridled fury. The thick weak water churned madly, whipped up by the sound waves. Ao Lai's withered dragon form erupted with a strength it had never known, thrashing in a frenzy. The chains piercing its bones rattled violently, dark golden Buddhist. Light flickered wildly, and karmic fire, like a plague clinging to the bone, blazed across the dragon's body in an instant, scorching flesh, searing soul. The agony was so intense that its body convulsed, but in those burning eyes, hatred and defiance surged, fierce and unyielding. It was the last vestige of the dragon's pride, set ablaze, ignited by those very words, beast of burden. Who are you? Ao Lai's spirit howled and twisted, burning in karmic fire, wild with blood and rage. Chun Mo's voice remained cold as ice, yet it cut with a force that shattered all illusions. You wallow in the sea of suffering, shackled by karma, and believe the Buddhist chains your final doom? Absurd. Karma is not poison. Weak water is not the end. Here lies the sutra of calamity and return. Even before his words faded, a speck of chaotic light appeared, unhindered by weak water, undeterred by distance, suddenly manifesting before Ao Lai's massive dragon head. Within that radiance floated a strange rune, not gold nor jade, not bone nor stone, turning in a light as if countless stars were born and perished within, all rivers returning to the sea, calamity and fate surging together. A vast, domineering, yet infinitely inclusive and transformative aura spread out, for a moment suppressing the corrosion of weak water and the burning of the Buddhist chains. This is the supreme secret art of the GS sect. Weak water can erode your very bones. Then let it become the nourishment that tempers your dragon's sinews and bones. Karma fire could scorch your soul. Then take that fire, turn it into tribulation flame, and use it to forge your soul and foundation. Out of calamity is rebirth. Only through shattering the old can the new arise. Break these Buddhist shackles. Protect the scripture seeker on his westward journey with your true dragon body. Accumulate boundless merit and wash away your ancient sins. When that time comes, the Tao fruit of the Tai, golden immortal, will be within reach. You shall be free and unbound, far beyond the fate of a mere mount for the Buddhist order. Chun Mo's words crashed into Ao Lai's sea of consciousness, long since overwhelmed by despair and karma fire, like thunder from the highest heavens. Tai, golden immortal, freedom and ease, true dragon body. Each of these phrases split the darkness of Ao Lai's world with blinding light. That radiance was so intense, so alluring, it pierced through ages of numbness in a flash, burning away the despair that threatened to consume him entirely. Buddhist chains? Karma, fire devouring the flesh? Weak water dissolving the soul? A prisoner for 10,000 years? Groveling as a beast of burden? No. The murkiness in Ao Lai's dragon eyes was swept away by a crazed crimson light. It was the ferocity bred through millennia of imprisonment, the pride of dragon blood, the utter terror and hatred for the fate of being a mount, and above all, a wild, consuming thirst for that unimaginable future, Tai, freedom. There was no hesitation, nor could there be, in such desperate straits. Even if what lay before him were poison, he would swallow it without fear. With a decisive roar, his massive maw opened wide, and in one breath, he devoured the hovering chaos scripture. A thunderous explosion tore through the silence. The instant the scripture entered his body, it was as if a star of chaos had detonated in the deepest abyss. Ao Lai's colossal dragon form went rigid, then erupted with a brilliance beyond imagination. This was no auspicious light, but the primal chaos of creation, tumult and rebirth in one. Weak water surged madly into his battered body, no longer eroding flesh and soul, but drawn by a domineering force, refined into the purest essence of water, merging with dragon sinews and bones. The karma fire that had twisted about him was wrenched away and devoured, transformed in the depths of his soul into a wild, yet now controlled, chaos tribulation flame, fiercely tempering his long-faded spirit. The Buddhist seals on his chains sensed dire threat, suddenly blazing with a blinding, dark golden light, their power solidifying into shackles that bit deep, and the backlash of karma fire doubled in fury. But at this moment, within Ao Lai, the scripture of all rivers returning to the abyss of tribulation, was already circulating. The power of the scripture was as sharp as a surgeon's scalpel, precisely slicing away the karmic prohibitions of the Buddhist that had wormed into his very bones and coiled about his soul. A roar, higher, fiercer, wilder than any before, burst from the depths of the ice-cold abyss, shaking the heavens above. Crack, crack, crack. A harsh, grating sound of metal snapping erupted, as if countless thunderbolts were exploding all at once in the dark, silent depths of eagle sorrow. Ravine. The dark gold chains, etched with Buddhist mantras, wound tightly around the dragon's spine, and piercing through its very bones, shattered, inch by inch under the combined assault of sacred scripture and the terrifying power unleashed by Ao Lai himself, a power now fused with the newborn flames of chaotic tribulation. Chain fragments, like soulless dead serpents, fell away, tumbling into even deeper darkness below. The shackles that had bound him for 10,000 years were broken. The surface of the weak water pool, thick and black as ink, suddenly erupted with a towering column of water. From within that column burst forth a colossal white dragon, grievously wounded and bloodstained, yet radiating an unstoppable, overwhelming presence, with seething resentment and tribulation fire swirling. Around him, he broke through the waters, head held high, his crimson dragon eyes locked fiercely onto Chonamo, who stood atop the ravine, his blue robes billowing. In the wind, the dragon's jaws opened and closed, his voice hoarse but carrying the resolve to sever all bonds, mixed with the wild fervor of new life. Disciple Ao Lai pays respect to master. With a solemn expression, Chun Mo spoke. I am a third-generation disciple of the sect of Severance. Today, I take you as my disciple, making you a fourth-generation member of our sect. Take this token as proof of your identity. Guard it well. He handed over a token imbued with a mysterious aura, then continued. The calamity of the journey to the west is about to begin. You must wait here patiently for the seeker of scriptures to arrive. When that time comes, You may take him as your master, but under no circumstances are you to become his mount. No sooner had Chon-mo finished speaking than a dazzling Buddhist radiance suddenly swept in from the west. The light, like a shooting star streaking across the heavens, sped straight toward Chun-mo's location. In the blink of an eye, the glow descended before him, fading to reveal the figure of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Guanyin, her face adorned with a gentle smile, spoke softly. "Nephew Chun-mo, how dare you interfere with the tribulation of the journey to the west and alter Ao Lai's fate? Are you acting on behalf of the sect of Severance, declaring your official participation in this tribulation?" Though her tone remained mild, an undeniable authority resonated within her words. Unfazed by Guanyin's questioning, Chun-mo replied with composure, "Please do not misunderstand, Bodhisattva. I accepted Ao Lai as my disciple out of sympathy for his tragic circumstances. There is no other motive. Besides, during the last Great Tribulation, your Buddhist sect took many of our disciples from the sect of Severance. The karmic debt from those events is long overdue for repayment." Meanwhile, deep within the dragon palace of the Western Sea, a crystal couch sat at its heart, upon which lay the dragon king Ao Run. His eyes were closed, as if in a light doze, but inwardly his heart was anything but calm. Suddenly, Ao Run's massive dragon form trembled violently, a jolt as though struck by some immense force, shaking him to his core. But what shocked him even more was the burning heat that suddenly flared beneath the reverse scale at his chest, the spot of his life's true dragon scale, now blazing with inexplicable intensity. Upon this dragon scale, there once lay an ancient rune, almost imperceptible, a mark etched from the deepest recesses of the bloodline. Yet now, this very rune glimmered with a faint but unmistakable crimson light, as if it had been set ablaze. With the emergence of that red light, a surge of agitation rose from the depths of his blood, crashing over Ao Run's heart like a relentless tide, seizing it. In an instant, the sensation was so overwhelming that he could barely draw breath, a nameless weight pressing down upon him, making every gasp a struggle. "Liar!" Ao Run clutched his chest in shock and disbelief, his face awash with confusion and incredulity. His eyes stared unblinkingly in the direction of Ingcho Ravine, as if he could pierce through the veils of water to witness the events unfolding there. For the first time, his clouded, aged eyes brimmed with helpless bewilderment, and a trace of terror long buried deep within. He had no idea what this sudden change portended, nor whether his son had encountered some unforeseen calamity. Meanwhile, Guanyin Bodhisattva was gazing at Chun-mo as though about to speak. At that very moment, however, a voice echoed by her ear. "The matter has changed, but the journey to the west remains unaltered. Return now." The voice seemed to come from the void itself, yet it also resonated directly within her mind. In the deepest reaches of the Western Sea Dragon Palace, Dragon King Ao Run pressed his hand against the burning reverse scale on his chest, his face clouded with uncertainty and alarm. At that same moment, deep within the primordial chaos, in the very heart of the Western Pure Land, by the 8 Treasures Merit Pool, the sage Jain sat in silent meditation. Suddenly, a fine crack appeared across the golden Bodhi mark at the center of his brow, a mark that had withstood countless eons unscathed. Though the fissure flashed for only an instant, it was enough to startle the venerable sage, who had weathered countless tribulations without ever wavering. In the blink of his sacred eyes, an immeasurable ocean of radiant light surged and crashed like a tempest, as though the entire world was shaken to its core in that very moment. Within that churning sea of light, the scene above Ingcho Ravine was reflected with startling clarity. Guanyin Bodhisattva stood facing Chun-mo, her expression grave, while at the water's edge, a dark golden true dragon raised its head high, exuding an awe-inspiring power, a blend of merit's golden glow and the ominous aura of calamity. This dragon was none other than Ao Lai. "A new variable has arisen." These 4 words thundered through the Western Pure Land, exploding like a peal of divine thunder. Though Jain's voice was calm, it carried boundless might, dimming the very radiance of Buddha in the Pure Land for heartbeat. In that instant, the entire world seemed to freeze. Every living creature was awed and subdued by this overwhelming power, none daring to move a muscle. Yet amid this profound stillness, there suddenly came a guttural roar, thick with unending fury. The sound seemed to well up from the depths of the void itself, suffused with majesty and wrath, sending a chill through the hearts of all who heard it. Immediately after, a dazzling stream of 7 treasure light burst forth from the void, churning the chaotic currents as it streaked through the air like a blazing meteor, racing straight toward the direction of the sage gene. Bathed in this brilliant radiance, countless phantom images of Buddhist kingdoms flickered in and out of existence behind it, sometimes appearing, sometimes vanishing, as if violently stirred by the emotions of Zhuan Ti, the other sage. Remnants of the GS sect. Zhuan Ti's furious roar thundered through the western Pure Land, his figure illuminated by the seven treasure. Light, appearing incomparably majestic. The aura of Buddha surrounding him flared up like a raging blaze. Audare Meridaluo. Juniors disrupt the fortune of our Buddhist order, steal the child destined for calamity, and even use wicked sorcery to help that. A cursed dragon escape its doom, twisting fate, turning a mount into a disciple. Such defiance of the heavens cannot be tolerated. His gaze, sharp as twin bolts of lightning, pierced through endless time and space, as if it could unravel the mysteries of the universe itself. These eyes, like two gleaming swords, stabbed straight into the very heart of the immortal stone atop Flower Fruit Mountain. There, hidden deep within, was a mysterious scripture, the true sutra of the ninefold rebirth through cataclysmic fate. This scripture was perfectly fused with the innate spiritual light, resembling a slumbering pearl that emitted a faint yet irresistible glow. Though this scripture was concealed with great care, it could not escape the saint's discerning eyes. The rebellious Taoist aura, unique to the GS sect and adept at seizing the secrets of heaven, shone out like a beacon in the night, impossible to ignore. Even more unnerving, within this scripture lay the stirring force of cataclysmic fate itself. This power, like a dormant behemoth, was momentarily suppressed, yet radiated a sense of danger that no one could dismiss. Not just one person, not just one child. Jane's voice remained deep and slow, with every word carrying unfathomable meaning. His gaze lingered on both the stone monkey atop Flower Fruit Mountain and the accursed dragon in the Eagle Sorrow Ravine, as if seeing through the intricate threads linking their destinies. The very origin of Flower Fruit Mountain stone monkey has been altered, and the accursed dragon has been reborn. All of this is inextricably connected to the same person. Behind it all, I fear, it is not just the tacit approval of the Wudong Holy Mother, but perhaps even the secret will of the Master Tongtian himself. Tongtian. Zhuan Ti's voice was filled with shock and rage. His eyes went wide, fixing intently ahead, as if he could penetrate the darkness to expose the hidden enemy. In his grasp, the seven-treasure wondrous tree suddenly blossomed with radiant light, burning hotter than the midday sun, its brilliance outshining even the heavens themselves. The old grudges from the investiture of the gods remain unresolved. The myriad immortals of the GS sect have long since perished, leaving only a handful of desperate survivors. And yet, they dare to step into calamity once more, coveting the opportunity for our Buddhist order to flourish. Zhuan Ti's voice echoed through the vast space like a roll of thunder, making one's eardrums ache from its force. Does he truly believe that our Buddhist order stands defenseless? Jae-yin's gaze, in contrast, was deeper and more composed. He quietly fixed his eyes upon the unfathomable depths of the chaos, as though perceiving secrets hidden from the eyes of ordinary beings. After a while, he spoke slowly. The heavenly Tao follows its own laws, yet even it harbors variables. His voice was calm and gentle, yet carried an authority impossible to ignore. And this variable is no longer something we can simply erase. The mark of Flower Fruit Mountain shares its origin with the stone embryo of the heavenly Tao. If we were to forcefully remove it, we would surely provoke the backlash of the Tao itself. Moreover, Ao lies now cloaked in merit and protected by the heavenly Tao. Any move against him would surely usher in dire omens. Jie-in paused for a moment before continuing. Only by finding the source of this variable can we truly avert future calamity. A cold gleam flashed in Zhuan Ti's saintly eyes, as if he suddenly understood Jie-yin's intent. You mean to say, senior brother, Zixiao Palace. Jie-in uttered these three words slowly, his voice piercing through the chaos. We must seek an audience with the Tao ancestor. In this upheaval, let the heavenly Tao pass judgment. If Tongtian dares to appear and shield them, then we shall settle both old and new scores together. In that instant, the boundless divine might of the two saints burst forth without restraint, shaking all the heavens. At Jae-yin's feet, the nine-petaled lotus of merit blossomed with infinite light, opening a golden path straight to the heart of chaos. Zhuan Ti, wielding the seven treasure mystic tree, was adorned in strings of gems and pearls that chimed melodiously, resonating with the stars of eternity. The two saints of the West, carrying the wrath of the boundless Buddha, strode through chaos with force, heading straight to the very source of all Tao, the Zixiao Palace. Zixiao Palace stood like an everlasting monument, proud and unyielding above the chaos and primordial fog, suppressing all the myriad Tao of the heavens. Its gates were ancient and dignified, forged not from gold, nor carved of jade, but exuding a mystery beyond words. Tao patterns flowed across its surface, tracing the movements of stars in the cosmos, embodying the laws of birth and destruction, the endless turnings of the ages. At this very moment, outside the tightly closed gates of the palace, the turbulent streams of chaos surged like a raging sea, parted by two opposing currents of terrifying saintly might. These two auras were like immovable mountains, facing off in silent confrontation, creating a strange and absolute vacuum between them. On one side stood Jane and Junyi, bathed in radiant Buddhist light. They seemed like a golden sun suspended in the heart of chaos, dazzling and resplendent. There, chanting thundered across the void, so powerful it seemed to pierce the very barriers of chaos and echo to the ends of the universe. The glow of the 9-grade golden lotus, intertwined with the brilliance of the 7-treasure mystic tree, shining together like two magnificent pearls, illuminating the chaotic expanse as though it were broad daylight. And hidden within the layered, shifting shadows of the boundless Buddha realms appeared endless lands of ultimate bliss, filling every heart with yearning. Yet beneath this seemingly serene Buddhist radiance, a searing fury simmered at the forceful distortion of destiny itself. This wrath blazed like a raging inferno, scorching, wild, as though it could consume the very fabric of chaos. At the same time, their wariness of Jiejiao's resurgence clung to them like a shadow, deep and grave, as if Jiejiao's remnants were a persistent thorn in their hearts, impossible to ignore. On the other side stood a solitary figure. Clad in blue robes, his bearing was upright and resolute, like a lone peak left behind after the collapse of Mount Buzhou, the Lord Tongtian. Around him, there was no blinding radiance. Only a thread of sword intent distilled to its purest form, sharp enough to pierce through the eternal chaos. This sword intent was neither blue nor white, but carried an aura of annihilation, ending all things and returning them to nothingness. As he stood before the gates of the Purple Cloud Palace, he resembled a legendary sword sealed for countless ages, its edge unseen, yet its invisible sharpness had already split the overwhelming Buddhist light and holy power of the Western saints, forming an unbridgeable chasm between them. Tongtian, Junyi's fury blazed, his hair and brows bristling with rage, and the 7-treasure mystic tree in his hand pointed straight at the Lord Tongtian, as if to pierce him through. Your disciple, Chun Mo of Jiejiao, has acted with reckless audacity, tampering with the threads of fate, and used forbidden sorcery to steal the destiny of the chosen one meant for the journey to the west. Worse yet, he has abetted the wicked dragon Ao Lai, helping him escape his destined ordeal, seize the form of a dragon, and forcibly claim the sacred office of a Buddhist guardian. This is outright defiance of the heavens, a disruption of the ordained prosperity of our Buddhist order. Junyi's voice reverberated across the world, brimming with boundless anger and authority. And you, as the leader of Jiejiao, have failed to restrain your disciples, letting them run amok, even indulging these remnants to stir up chaos in the great tribulation. For such conduct, what punishment do you deserve? Junyi's accusation was as sharp as a blade, striking straight at the Lord Tongtian's heart. Yet, faced with Junyi's reproach and questions, the Lord Tongtian remained remarkably composed. His eyelids lifted ever so slightly, and his gaze, cold and piercing as the first flash of lightning at the dawn of creation, instantly cut through the myriad shadows of Buddhist realms encircling Junyi, reaching directly to the very core of Junyi's sacred heart. That look, utterly cold, detached, and merciless, carried the weight of ages of suppression and the profound sorrow of the decline of the Jie sect. In that single glance, all the fury, resentment, and despair of the Lord Tongtian were ignited in full, blazing forth as the boundless defiance that belonged to the supreme Lord of Shangqing. The old grudge of the investiture. Back then, you conspired with Yuan Shi and Laozi, ganging up against me, destroying my teachings, slaughtering my disciples. This enmity remains unavenged, festering for 10,000 years. Tongtian's voice was not loud, but it rang out like a million divine swords clashing in the chaos, shattering every trace of Buddhist chant and celestial hymn. Now, With the tribulation of journey to the west upon us once more, this is the turning of heaven's wheel, not a private feast for your Buddhist order alone. If my disciples of the GS sect strive for a sliver of hope in this calamity, what crime is that? Where's the rebellion in that? He stepped forward, and in that instant, the aura of annihilation from his sword surged abruptly. Even the Taoist patterns upon the gates of Zixiao Palace flickered, struggling to remain stable. As for that Chunimo, Tong Qian's lips curled in a cold, contemptuous arc, his arrogance towering above the ages. His actions are my will made manifest, the brand of Flower Fruit Mountain, the true dragon of Eagle Sorrow. Ravine, these are the banners of my GS sect in the tribulation. If you have the power, go and break them yourself. To come weeping and pleading in Zixiao Palace? Huh, you only make yourself a laughingstock. Insolence. Sun erupted in fury. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he swept his seven treasures wondrous tree at Tongtian with a violent motion. In that instant, chaos itself dimmed. 7 radiant streams of light transformed into 7 world-ending torrents, each embodying the supreme forces of conversion, dissolution, annihilation, and reincarnation. That defined the Buddhist path. Wherever they passed, the chaotic energies were forcibly transformed into crystalline Buddhist light, spawning countless phantom Buddha realms that crumbled in an instant, playing out the terrifying cycle of birth and destruction on a grand scale. This was a saint's attack, fueled by wrath, enough to shatter an entire universe. Confronted with this heaven-rending, earth-shattering blow, the look of annihilation in Tongtian's eyes grew even more intense. He did not even draw the Qingping sword. Instead, he simply brought his fingers together like a blade, and, facing those 7 cataclysmic torrents, traced a gentle line through the air. A faint, barely perceptible sword energy burst forth from his fingertips. This sword had no light, no sound, no shape. It was nothing but the purest embodiment of the end, as if it had existed since the dawn of creation, waiting for the final moment when all things would cease. Where the sword energy passed, those resplendent, ever-changing torrents of destruction vanished as snow melting in a boiling pot, silent and complete. They were not shattered. They were not resisted. Instead, the gray sword energy erased the very notion of their existence from the deepest laws of reality itself. The 7-hued brilliance was snuffed out, the phantom Buddha realms collapsed, and even the newly transformed chaos glass Buddhist light faded into utter, lifeless void. With a single stroke, all laws were broken, and even the foundation of those laws was wiped away. The sword intent of a mortal execution. For the first time, the face of the sage Jin, usually as calm as an ancient well, changed color. He realized that this was not a tangible sword chi, but rather the ultimate intent, comprehended by the Lord Tongtian during 10,000 years of suppression and oblivion, an essence purer than even the 4 immortal execution swords themselves. This intent was already approaching the very source of the Tao. Tongtian, enough of your violence. Jin's voice was low and grave. Beneath him, the 9-petaled golden lotus of merit blazed with resplendent light. Boundless rays of merit condensed into a tangible barrier, shielding both himself and Zhuanti. At the same time, his withered hand lifted, and an ancient swastika-shaped Buddha seal appeared in his palm, slowly pressing forward. As this seal emerged, it was as if chaos itself paused. Time, space, causality, destiny. All the laws grew viscous and sluggish, imbued with an eternal power to withstand endless tribulations and ferry souls across the sea of suffering. It sought to forcefully freeze and transform that sliver of annihilating sword intent. At last, the 2 sages of the West had joined forces. Yet, in the very instant before the swastika seal collided with the gray sword chi, the ancient gates of the Zixiao Palace, which had stood closed for eons, parted soundlessly by a mere crack. No blinding light, no overwhelming pressure, only a will, indifferent to the point of coldness, as if it encompassed all the rules, cycles, and very essence of the chaotic universe. Like an unseen tide, it quietly spread forth. As this will swept over the battlefield, the eternal swastika seal in Jin's palm crumbled away like a sand sculpture, vanishing without a sound. The lingering Buddhist radiance from Zhuanti's 7-treasure tree was snuffed out in an instant. Even the gray sword chi at Tongtian's fingertip, capable of annihilating all things, was erased by an invisible hand, dissolving into nothingness. Before this will, the overwhelming power of the 3 sages seemed no more than specks of dust. In a heartbeat, the chaos returned to utter silence. Only the ineffable, indifferent will emanating from the crack in the Zhixiao Palace gate, enveloped the three sages standing outside. Then, an ancient, even-tempered voice, devoid of all emotion, as if it were the Tao itself, resounded like a great bell in the deepest part of their souls. The calamity of a journey to the West is an inevitable turn of destiny. Within this tribulation, much is preordained, yet there are countless variables. The actions of Chunemo, disciple of the GS sect, have not overstepped the bottom line of the Tao, and thus the consequences will naturally follow. The protectors of the Buddhist path are not limited to mere forms or steeds. If their hearts are sincere in upholding the Dharma and their conduct is upright, they too may be counted as disciples of Buddhism. As for the GS sects, entanglement in this tribulation, it is permitted by the Tao. The rise of the West is a fixed matter of fate, but within the greater pattern, small currents may yet shift. The voice paused for a moment. That indifferent will seem to pierce through endless time and space, a cold beam sweeping over the immortal stone atop Flower Fruit Mountain, across Aolai at Eagle Sorrow Gorge, and finally settling firmly upon the Lord Tongtian himself. Within it lay an ineffable meaning, at once a scrutiny and a warning. The fate of the GS sect, entering the tribulation, this is both permitted by the mandate of heaven and compelled by the cycle of calamity. Tongtian, you must restrain your disciples and followers. In the midst of this tribulation, struggle with all your might to cross it, but under no circumstances may you transgress the boundaries set by heaven. The final words thundered in the ears of the two Western sages, as if struck by a great bell. Heaven's will has its own number, forcing. The issue will only bring chaos. You may leave now. Tongtian, your confinement is over. You may return to Golden Turtle Island. As these words fell, the palace doors began to close, the once open gap slowly shrinking until it sealed completely with a faint click. The all-encompassing, indifferent will that had loomed over everything vanished in that instant, as if the support holding it up had been withdrawn. It had come without warning, and now it disappeared just as suddenly, as though it had never existed in this world at all. Outside the Zhixiao Palace, the churning mists of chaos continued to surge and flow, utterly unchanged. Everything that had just transpired seemed nothing more than a fleeting, illusory dream. Yet at that moment, Jean and Junie stood frozen in place, as if immobilized by an unseen force, unable to move for a long time. Their saintly faces clouded over, flickering between shock, anger, and a disbelief they could not conceal. The Tao ancestor's words on the surface struck a balance, as if meting out even-handed judgment, but in truth, he had acknowledged the legitimacy of the GS sect's participation in the tribulation. This meant that everything GS sect had gone through, including Chun Mo's subtle machinations, was now recognized as part of heaven's design, tacitly approved by the Tao ancestor himself. Even more crucially, the Tao ancestor had allowed Ao Lai to enter the fray as a guardian disciple. This was nothing short of tearing a gaping wound in the grand vision the Buddhist sect had for their own ascendancy. They had believed that as long as they could prevent the GS sect from entering the tribulation, their own rise would be unchallenged. But now, with the Tao ancestor's pronouncement, all their careful plans were dashed to pieces. In the eyes of the Tongtian sect leader, the cold intent of extinction within his sword slowly faded, but the icy curve at the corner of his lips grew ever more pronounced. He spared not a single glance at the two Western sages. Instead, he faced the tightly shut doors of the Zhixiao Palace and bowed deeply. Disciple Tongtian humbly obeys the master's decree. With the rite complete, he turned away, his azure robes brushing through the chaos. With a single step, his figure vanished into the vast, primordial void, leaving behind only a frigid sentence that pierced the hearts of Jean and Junie like an invisible blade. The tribulation is only just beginning. The ones who should worry are you. Before the Zhixiao Palace doors, only the two Western sages remained. Junie's fingers tightened around his seven-treasure tree until his knuckles turned white. Jean gazed first, in the direction where Tongtian had disappeared, then back at the tightly closed palace doors. For the first time, a deep and heavy gravity clouded his usually tranquil face. The swirling currents of chaos slowly knit themselves together, swallowing the palace gates from view. Only a lingering wisp of gray, ethereal sword intent, remnant of the immortal slaying sword, hovered where Tongtian had just stood, refusing to dissipate. Beneath it, a small patch of stubborn chaos stone silently crumbled to dust, taking with it a faint trace of Buddhist radiance, both vanishing utterly into nothingness. Deep within the Zhixiao Palace, atop a dust-laden meditation cushion, it seemed as though ancient dust, untouched for eons, stirred ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly. Outside Zixiao Palace, the echoes of the chaotic battle had yet to disperse, yet Tong Tian's figure had already appeared, soundless and sudden, in the heart of Bo Palace on Jinao Island. Once the ancestral seat of the Jie sect where myriad immortals once gathered, it now stood empty and deathly silent. Only the endless scars left by sword Qi lingered among the shattered walls and broken stones, whispering laments of the tragedy that befell 10,000 years ago. Tong Tian took a step forward, his form solidifying from shadow and mist, settling onto the dust-covered cloud bed. The aura of annihilation, the sword intent that had contended with the two Western saints in the chaos and stirred the will of Zixiao Palace, slowly receded from around him. It did not fully dissipate. Rather, like an iceberg sinking into the deep sea, it cast the entire ruin of Bo Palace into an unnerving, chilling calm. Wudong, Chen Montak. His voice was not loud, yet it cut cleanly through the silence of the ruins, echoing through the void. Two streaks of light answered his call, arriving swiftly. Wudong Xingmu, draped in simple white Taoist robes, retained her clear, graceful beauty, though her brow held the weight and resilience of 10,000 years spent safeguarding the sect. She landed below him and bowed with utmost respect. Master. Her gaze brushed over the lingering aura of annihilating sword intent around Tong Tian, and her heart trembled. She understood at once that some earth-shattering event had just taken place outside Zixiao Palace. Chen Mo followed closely behind. Clad in azure robes, his bearing was upright and unyielding, and his presence even deeper and more restrained than centuries before, the Tao fruit of a perfected golden immortal radiating from within. He bowed deeply. Disciple Chen Mo pays respects to Grandmaster. In his heart, he already understood. The Grandmaster's confrontation with the Western saints at Zixiao was surely for the sake of his two secret moves. Tong Tian's gaze swept over them both, finally settling on Chen, but deep in his eyes flickered a trace of approval, so faint it was almost unnoticeable. He did not dwell on the details of what had transpired before Zixiao Palace, but instead, with the utmost brevity, set the course of fate. The Tao ancestor has spoken. Jie sect faces tribulation, ordained by heaven, driven by destiny. Only 12 words, yet they cracked through Wudong and Chen Mo's hearts like a thunderclap. Wudong's body shuddered almost imperceptibly, and in her eyes erupted a blazing light that had been suppressed for millennia. The Tao ancestor himself had granted permission. What did this mean? It meant that the remnant orthodoxy of the Jie sect was no longer a band of struggling survivors, but had, in this new era of calamity, obtained the heaven-sanctioned right to contend openly and honorably. 10,000 years of humiliation. Finally, a crack had split it wide open. Although Chen Mo had anticipated this, his heart could not help but stir at this moment. He drew a deep breath, suppressing the surge of emotions, and his voice remained steady as ever. I understand, Master. The moves of Huaguo Mountain and Yingqiu Ravine are now set. Wukong's foundation has been transformed, and Ao Lai's karmic burdens have been dissolved. He has attained the Tai Tao fruit and entered. The game is a protector of disciples. These two shall be the twin wings of our Jie sect's great chess match on the journey to the west. Tong Tian nodded slightly, his gaze shifting toward Wudong. You have managed the sect affairs and safeguarded our traditions with diligence. For this tribulation, Chen Mo shall bear the banner, and you must give him your full support. As you command. Wudong answered solemnly, his eyes resting on Chen Mo with not only the deep bond between master and disciple, but also a grave sense of entrusting the future of the Tao to him. Tong Tian turned back to Chen Mo, and with a gesture of his fingertip, a beam of azure light, densely inscribed with countless mysterious runes, shot into the center of Chen Mo's brow. In an instant, a torrent of information surged into Chen Mo's mind. The supreme purity true solution for breaking seals. This was not a mere technique, but the ultimate compendium derived from Tong Tian's unparalleled cultivation at the saintly realm, a key to unraveling the secret prohibitions and seals of all heavens and myriad sects. Contained within were the core nodes, operating principles, and, most crucially, the breaking incantations for the very restraints the Buddhist sect used to control Jie sect disciples. The golden fur immortal, Jin Mao Ho, the cloud-darkened immortal, Baobeki spirit beast, the winged immortal, Peng King of Shichuoling, and others. The Buddhist prohibitions are rooted in the soul and bound to their incense of fate. To break them by force would bring backlash and alert the saints. Tong Tian's voice echoed cold and clear within Chen Mo's spiritual mind, What this true solution reveals is the fundamental flaw at the source of these seals. When the tribulation of a journey to the west reaches its tangled peak and destiny is shrouded in chaos, use the true solution to awaken the suppressed GS sect origins within them. Only by attacking from within and without will there be a sliver of hope for escape. Timing and measure. You must judge them yourself. A great shock rippled through Chun Mo's spirit as the arcane runes of the true solution flowed ceaselessly within his mind, resonating with his own insights into the fate of the calamity. This gift from his master was nothing less than a key to break the shackles binding his fellow disciples. He bowed deeply. "Thank you, Grandmaster, for your gift of the law. I will do all in my power to rescue my uncles and brothers." Tong Tian's gaze swept over the empty, deathly stillness of Bio Palace. A flash of indescribable loneliness and resolve flickered in his eyes. Slowly, he raised his hand, fingers together like a sword, and drew a line through the void. A single, ringing sword note, clear and piercing, as if echoing from the dawn of creation itself, resounded across Golden Turtle Island. Instantly, the countless sword marks left upon the island blazed with light, and billions of strands of sword energy soared skyward like loyal subjects paying homage to their king. An ancient, unadorned radiance burst forth from Tong Tian's fingertip, instantly coalescing into the shimmering outline of a 3-foot-long sword. The blade, neither metal nor jade, gleamed with a translucent green, as if it held the boundless vitality of the emerald sea, yet also seemed to harbor the silent vastness of the eternal heavens. At the hilt, the phantom of a primordial green lotus slowly unfurled, its petals opening and closing as though worlds were being born and perishing in their dance. Even before the sword intent was unleashed, a surge of Taoist power, capable of severing karma, shattering all laws, and ending entire eras, swept through the air, utterly suppressing all lingering sword auras within the ruins of the Bio Palace. The Qingping sword, the primal treasure that anchors the fate of the GS sect. Tong Tian's very instrument of enlightenment. With a single flash, the sword's shadow hovered before Chen Mo. It was not a physical sword, but a manifestation of Tong Tian's own primordial sword energy forged at the height of his saintly cultivation. Within it was a sliver of the Qingping sword's true intent, branded with the supreme imprint of Tong Tian's sword Dao. Bear this sword intent. Tong Tian's voice was deep, imbued with an unyielding authority. It may sever the karma of even the highest immortals, shatter the golden bodies of bodhisattvas, and command, throughout the vast wilderness, every last disciple who still carries a trace of the GS sect's original mark. To see this sword is to see me. Lady Wudong gazed at the emerald sword shadow, her heart trembling as visions rose before her eyes. A memory from millennia past, when her master wielded the Qingping sword and laid down the immortal slaying array. His peerless presence defying all other saints. This gift of the sword meant that Chun Mo had now truly become the master's agent in this tribulation, bearing the cutting edge of the GS sect's remaining fate. With solemn reverence, Chun Mo cupped his hands, offering them in silent support. The emerald sword shadow slowly merged into the center of his brow. In that instant, a vast, solitary, world-ending sword intent surged within his mind. Though it was but a single strand, he felt as though he had become a blade capable of piercing the heavens themselves. Simultaneously, a subtle connection awakened within him. Across the wild expanse, faint yet kindred traces of the GS sect's original power flickered like distant stars in the darkness, resonating with the Qingping sword intent in his consciousness. One of those lights, blazing and untamed with a wild, demonic energy, was coming from the direction of western Oxhead Mountain. "Thank you, Ancestor, for bestowing this sword." Chun Mo bowed deeply once more, his voice ringing with new-found power. Tong Tian's gaze turned westward, as though piercing through endless time and space to rest upon that demon-haunted land. Guinyu. At the mention of that name, both Lady Wudong and Chun Mo stiffened in recognition. Tong Tian's own mount, Guinyu, a primeval beast of legend, had vanished without a trace after the investiture of the gods. He did not betray us. Tong Tian's tone was calm, carrying the weight of omniscience. 1,000 ages ago, I sent him down to the mortal realm to lie low as a demon, waiting for the right moment. His heart remains unchanged, and his strength may yet be of use. In a flash, Chun Mo understood. His master had planted this hidden piece on the board millennia ago. Guinyu's descent was no betrayal, but a calculated act of subterfuge. At once, his mind conjured up the fearsome figure who ruled Western Oxhead Mountain, the mighty Demon King, Bull Demon King himself, the great sage equal to heaven, who commanded an army of 1,000,000 demons and wielded overwhelming power. If it truly was him, I will depart for the Western Ox continent at once to seek out Uncle Master Quinny. A sharp light flickered in Chun Mo's eyes. Tong Tian said no more. His figure slowly faded, merging once again into the ancient silence and sword scars of Bo Palace. Only the lingering intent of the Qingping sword remained, drifting within Chun Mo's consciousness, radiating a solitary and formidable presence. Wudong glanced at Chun Mo, conveying everything without a word. Chun Mo gave her a slight nod. In the next instant, his form blurred and transformed into a beam of pure sword light, infused with the essence of Qingping. He tore through the lingering barriers above Jinao Island and shot straight toward the west. Time flew like an arrow. In the boundless chaos, years slipped by unnoticed. More than 5 centuries had passed in the mortal realm. On the summit of Flowerfruit Mountain, in the eastern continent, a deafening crash shattered the silence. A brilliance beyond description burst forth from the mountaintop, where a celestial stone had absorbed the essence of sun and moon for centuries. The golden light soared into the heavens, stirring the clouds across all 33 layers of the sky. Radiant clouds and auspicious mist swept over the mountains and rivers for thousands of miles. The sacred stones split open, fragments scattering like meteor showers. Amid the billowing dust, a nimble figure leapt out, covered in golden fur, with a thunder god's beak and blazing eyes that could pierce the firmament. He swept the world with 2 beams of piercing golden light. This was the Lingming stone monkey, Sun Wukong. No sooner had he landed than he began to jump and caper, scratching his head, his eyes alight with boundless curiosity about everything around him. Yet, as his fiery gaze instinctively swept across the land and happened to fall upon the west, where the Buddha's light shone without end, in the deepest reaches of his mind, the imprint of the 9 revolutions primordial tribulation scripture, dormant for centuries, suddenly ignited as if dry tinder had caught a spark. An arcane and profound scripture, seemingly tailored for him alone, surged into his newborn consciousness, carrying with it the unruly spirit of the Jiejiao, seizing the secrets of heaven, growing stronger through tribulation. At that very moment, a surge of bloodline instinct erupted within him, a fierce aversion and rejection of that radiant western land, as if it were a prison, a shackle, a barrier fated to be shattered. Golden light flared in Sun Wukong's eyes. He bared his teeth toward the direction of Spirit Mountain, releasing a low, wild growl, instinctive and vigilant. The strangeness passed in a flash, so quickly that even he failed to notice, submerged instantly beneath the joy of his new existence. With a leap, he plunged into the forest below. Deep within the veins of Flowerfruit Mountain, a single drop of blood, dark red and sparkling like a ruby, inscribed with the runes of the blood secret pact, was swept deeper into the bedrock by the torrent of spiritual energy awakened by the stone monkey's birth, vanishing from sight. Western Ox Continent, Green Cloud Mountain, Planting Cave. Deep within the cave, it was nothing like the filthy dens of demons one might imagine. Instead, jagged stones towered, clear springs trickled, and the air shimmered with pure demon power and the breath of the earth. Upon a vast bed of mysterious jade, a figure sat cross-legged, mighty and unmoving as a mountain. This man stood over 12 feet tall, his head crowned with a gleaming silver helmet polished to a mirror shine. He wore a resplendent suit of golden armor lined with brocade and velvet, and on his feet, he sported pointed, powder-white deerskin boots. His face was as dark as forged iron, his eyes bulged like bronze bells, his nose rose in a lion-like arch, and his mouth was wide and crimson as a blood-drenched maw. Most striking of all, a pair of massive, twisting ox horns jutted from his head, their surface knotted and glinting with a deep obsidian sheen, lending him an aura of inexhaustible ferocity. This was none other than the legendary Bull Demon King, whose name resounded across the land of western Nyoha continent. A formidable demonic aura surged around him like a boundless sea, the pressure of a peak Tai golden immortal filling his cavernous lair. Clearly, he was in the midst of comprehending some profound magical art. Yet at this very moment, his bell-like eyes snapped open, a murderous gleam bursting forth, not due to any setback in cultivation, but because from the depths of his bloodline, an ancient, terrifying tremor surged up. It was a force long dormant, so ancient he had nearly forgotten it. A chilling sword intent swept in, aloof, annihilating, and ending all things, yet laced with a Taoist resonance that struck him with uncanny familiarity. Like an invisible awl, it pierced through the lair's wards, stabbing straight into the core of his demonic soul. The sword intent was cold, vast, and carried an undeniable will to rule. The bull demon king's massive body shuddered violently. The jade bed beneath him creaked and groaned, straining under his weight. In his eyes, disbelief mingled with ecstatic joy, deep-seated reverence, and a hint of long-buried grievance. "My lord, it's my lord's sword intent." His voice rumbled like distant thunder, quivering with overwhelming emotion. 10,000 years of hiding, 10,000 years of waiting. At last, the moment had come. With a mighty crash, he leapt to his feet, his heavy armor clanging resoundingly. Without a second's hesitation, he turned toward the east, the direction from which the sword intent had come, and, with the force of mountains toppling and pillars collapsing, he fell to his knees. His enormous head bowed deeply, touching the cold, dark jade floor. "Quinniu humbly welcomes the decree of my lord." His voice reverberated through the cavern, thrumming with soul-deep submission. At the entrance to the cave, a captivating figure burst in, her head crowned with a phoenix-winged golden coronet, her dress woven with golden threads. Princess Iron Fan, startled by the never-before-seen sight of the bull demon king in such a posture of reverent prostration, her beautiful face paled in shock. "Great king, you—" Before she could finish, a beam of clear light, unconstrained by the lair's wards, quietly appeared at the very center of the hall. As the light faded, Chun Mo's figure emerged in a simple blue robe. He spared not a glance for Princess Iron Fan. His gaze fell upon the bull demon king, who trembled in excitement upon the ground. Within Chun Mo's mind, the intent of the Qingping sword swirled, singing a silent, ethereal note. "Uncle Quinniu," Chun Mo spoke calmly, though his words carried the innate authority of the Qingping sword's intent. "By decree of my master, the Lord of Tong Tian, the Jejiao sect returns to the cycle of fate. The 10,000 years you have waited and endured, uncle, are meant for this day." He raised his hand. A point of clear sword light, condensed from the essence of Qingping, formed at his fingertip and entered the bull demon king's brow. The journey to the west has begun, and the air grows thick with tribulation. The stone monkey, Sun Wukong, has come into the world, and soon there will be a farce. Of the 7 great sages sworn to brotherhood. Uncle Master, this is your chance to enter the game. Befriend that monkey, swear brotherhood with him, and you may truly give him your trust. Chun Mo's tones suddenly turned cold, edged with an irrefutable sharpness. He is the key piece for the revival of our Jejiao sect, and also the blade that will disrupt the fortunes of the Buddhist order. Uncle Master, you must see your own place in this. Be the player, not the pawn. With a surge of sword intent from the Qingping sword, the message flowed into the bull demon king's mind. The birth of the stone monkey on Huagua Mountain, his karmic entanglements with the Buddhist order, Jejiao's intricate plans, and the pivotal moments of the journey to the West Tribulation. The bull demon king's massive frame trembled once more. The emotion in his eyes was swiftly replaced by ferocity and cunning honed over 10,000 years. He lifted his head, and fire blazed in his copper bell-like eyes, a flame of hope and vengeance finally flaring after an age of dormancy. "Quinniu will obey your command, my lord." His voice was deep as thunder, resolute and unwavering. "Please set your mind at ease, nephew, on behalf of the sect master. This old bull knows what must be done. That monkey, I'll make sure to take good care of him. As for the title of Big Brother, I'll be claiming that for myself." Outside the cavern, faint echoes of the earth-shattering birth of the monkey reverberated in the air. Chun Mo gazed eastward, as if his eyes could pierce thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, settling upon the golden-haired monkey frolicking amidst the woods of Huagua Mountain. A cold, subtle smile played at the corner of his lips. The pieces are in place. Atop Huagua Mountain, the dazzling golden light from a monkey's astonishing birth had long since faded, leaving only the jubilant cheers of the monkey horde as they crowded around their newborn king. Since receiving his name, Sun Wukong had been like a fish returned to the sea, leading his troop in exploring mountains and streams, ever curious, ever delighted. When hungry, he feasted on fruits and wild herbs. When thirsty, he drank from sparkling springs and cascading waterfalls. His golden fur gleamed in the sunlight, and his lively, fiery eyes swept over the domain that was now his. Yet, no one knew that in the stillness of night, when the others were weary and slumbering, he would leap alone atop the lonely peak above the water. Curtain Cave, facing the bright moon in the west, a stirring from deep within his soul would quietly arise. It was not homesickness, nor was it fear, but a strange impulse, a blend of longing and inexplicable restlessness. Somewhere far to the west, it seemed, there existed something vast, cold and radiant with golden light. It was like an invisible magnet, drawing him in, even as his instincts recoiled in aversion and defiance. Immortality, never dying, the monkey scratched his head and bared his teeth at the moon, repeating words he'd heard in the deathbed mutterings of an old monkey. Like a spell, they had taken root in his newly awakened mind. For all the delights of the water, curtain cave, and the sweetness of wild fruits, nothing could stave off the relentless blade of passing years. An unnameable urgency simmered in his heart, as if something vital, something that tugged at his restless spirit, awaited him in that vexing, far-off west. This restless anxiety grew stronger with each passing day. At last, on a night bathed in silvery moonlight, Sun Wukong, unable to contain the turbulent mix of longing and revulsion in his chest, turned toward the western. The burning anxiety grew stronger with each passing day. At last, on a night when the moonlight flowed like water, Sun Wukong could no longer contain the turmoil in his chest, a heady mix of yearning and revulsion for the western paradise. It burst forth as a wild, defiant howl that seemed to shake the very heavens. Roar! His cry reverberated through the mountains and forests, startling countless birds into flight and sending waves of panic through the monkeys huddled in the water curtain cave below. And in that very instant, when every fiber of his being was swept up in longing, his thoughts wholly turned toward the western paradise. A deep, resonant hum echoed within his consciousness. In the deepest recesses of his mind, the long-dormant imprint of the ninefold primordial tribulation sutra was suddenly ignited, like a barrel of gunpowder set alight. It erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, a profound and cryptic scripture, each word a polished gem, brimming with the rebellious spirit unique to the Jiejiao. Seize the secrets of heaven, grow stronger through tribulation. Like a great flood bursting through a dam, the scripture overwhelmed his unguarded heart, etching itself with perfect clarity into his newly awakened mind. Countless arcane runes began to flow, describing how to draw the energy of tribulation into oneself, how to temper body and soul, how to transform and ascend through the fires of disaster. Its core principle was bold and absolute. Tribulation is not a calamity to be dreaded, but nourishment for strength. Only by surviving countless ordeals can one attain true transcendence. The scripture felt as if it had been inscribed in his very blood from birth. The moment it surfaced, it resonated perfectly with the innate gifts of the stone monkey. An irresistible pull, born from the depths of his being, drew him into its mysteries. He forgot his howl, forgot the restless longing for the western paradise, forgot even his feverish pursuit of immortality. He sat cross-legged atop the lonely peak, eyes tightly shut, as his breath and energy began to flow, slowly, haltingly, exactly as the scripture described. Invisible strands of tribulation energy mingled with the moonlight and starlight, stirred by the awakening of this ancient practice. Silently, they gathered and seeped into him through every pore. At first, it was barely noticeable, just a chill, sharp prickle in his muscles and bones. But as his cultivation found its rhythm, that prickle swiftly turned into a strange mix of itch and heat. Like countless tiny needles threading through his body, refining every inch of his flesh and scouring the raw soul within him. The night passed in silence, and the sun rose. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's eyes snapped open. From his gaze shot two beams of golden light, sharper and more condensed than ever before, each tinged with a hint of primordial chaos. The beams pierced straight through a boulder in front of him, leaving not a sound behind. He lowered his head and gazed at his hands, now covered in golden fur, clenching them into fists. A surge of overwhelming, pure power, far beyond what he had felt yesterday, coursed through his muscles and bones. This was not merely a simple increase in strength, but the first leap to a higher plane of existence. He could now clearly sense a cold energy in the air, something he had never noticed before, known as calamity chi. This energy instinctively put him on guard, yet, strangely, it also felt familiar, as though this sharp, icy force was the very weapon he was truly meant to wield. Marvelous! What a profound technique! Sun Wukong cried out in excitement, leaping to his feet. He flipped and danced atop the mountain peak, his movements swifter and more agile than yesterday, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. The agitation that had haunted him from the west was now greatly diminished. washed away by a night of cultivation. Deep down, he felt that this technique, more than the elusive promise of immortality, might be the true cure for the restlessness in his heart. Immortality. Yes, I want it. But this power, I desire it even more. Golden light flashed in the monkey's eyes, and a single, clear thought emerged, to cross the seas in search of the secret to everlasting life, and beyond that, to discover where, in this vast world, he might find a path that truly resonated with him. On the shore of the eastern sea, wild waves crashed against the sky. A rough wooden raft, propelled by Sun Wukong's magic, shot through the boundless waves like an arrow loose from a bow, slicing straight toward the legendary immortal islands said to lie beyond the seas. The sea wind cut at his face like a blade, stinging his skin, but it could not dampen the blazing fire of longing that burned ever brighter within his heart. Immortality, power, the tangled web of aversion. Toward the west, and a nameless yearning deep in his soul lashed at him like an invisible whip, driving him headlong toward the unknown. The raft drifted for countless days and nights across the vast ocean. Hunger, thirst, storms, sea monsters. Again and again he skirted the edge of death. Yet these ordeals did not break his spirit. Instead, they hammered his muscles and will as if forging steel. Deep within his mind, the runes of the ninefold primordial calamity scripture would circulate on their own whenever he neared despair, greedily absorbing the calamity chi and transforming it into a cold, unyielding strength that sustained him. The golden light in his eyes grew ever more focused, and that hint of chaotic sharpness, honed by hardship, began to shine forth like a precious gem revealed from stone. At last, one day, the raft crashed against a shore shrouded in immortal mists. Jagged peaks soared into the clouds, sacred springs and waterfalls adorned the scene, while cranes called and auspicious beasts appeared in glimpses. The spiritual energy in the air was so thick it almost seemed tangible, and a single breath filled him with vitality and ease. High atop the misty mountain, half hidden amid the clouds, stood an ancient temple. On its plaque, for powerful characters gleamed, mountain of mind and spirit, cave of 3 stars beneath the slanting moon. Sun Wukong's heart pounded wildly. His fiery golden eyes pierced through the swirling clouds and mist, revealing a cave manor of boundless grandeur, natural Tao resonance, coursing through it, utterly incomparable to his flower fruit mountain. This must be the abode of an immortal. He suppressed his excitement, straightened his tiger-skin skirt, bleached pale by the sea, and bowed respectfully at the mountain gate. His voice rang out, clear and steady, tempered by his trials upon the waves. With sincerity and steadfast will, I have crossed vast oceans to seek a master and a true way. I humbly beg the immortal elder to accept me as a disciple. Silently, the mountain gate opened. A young attendant dressed in green poked his head out, sized up the monkey from head to toe, surprise flickering in his eyes before he spoke. The patriarch already knows your purpose. Follow me. Deep within the cave, Patriarch Bodhi sat serenely upon a cloud-cushioned seat. His hair was as white as a crane's, his face youthful, his entire form wreathed in pure, gentle energy. His gaze, calm and kind, seemed vast enough to embrace all things. Looking at the kneeling Sun Wukong, he could clearly see, hidden deep within his eyes, a faint thread of karmic fate spun from the great Tao itself. This monkey was destined to be the key figure in the flourishing of the Buddhist path, his disciple by fate's decree. Since you seek the way with true devotion, you may enter my school, Patriarch Bodhi said, his voice gentle and soothing, carrying a power that settled the restless heart. I bestow upon you a Dharma name, Sun Wukong. Thank you, Master. Sun Wukong exclaimed with joy, bowing deeply in gratitude. Yet just as Patriarch Bodhi began to impart the orthodox and profound, grand celestial immortal scripture, a sudden change erupted. The Taoist tones of the immortal scripture were deep and mysterious, expounding the principles of purity, non-action, following the heavens, drawing upon the essence of sun and moon, nurturing the 5 vital energies within. This was a path of enlightenment, open, upright, and righteous, a true road to immortality. Yet, as each word reached Sun Wukong's ears, it was as if boiling oil had been poured into cold water, instantly rousing a fierce, violent resistance from the dormant, ninefold primordial tribulation sutra hidden deep within his mind. A resonant vibration surged. The characters of the Tribulation Sutra flared wildly in the depths of his consciousness, unleashing a fierce and untamable will. The domineering Tao intent of seizing the secrets of heaven, using calamity as nourishment, and defying fate itself, clashed head-on with the immortal scripture's creed of following the Tao, embracing tranquility, and aligning with the cosmic order, as if fire and ice were thrown together. Sun Wukong felt as if his head would split apart. The two utterly opposed great Tao truths battled furiously within his mind, tearing at his very soul. The gentle teachings of Patriarch Bodhi, once soothing, now weighed on him like shackles, leaving him utterly miserable. Instinctively, he circulated his power according to the method of the Ninefold Primordial Tribulation Sutra. A cold, razor-sharp aura of tribulation surged from his body, driving away the harmonious immortal energy that filled the cave. Patriarch Bodhi's gentle gaze suddenly sharpened. He could clearly see, within Sun Wukong's body, a hidden, chaotic force, subtle, yet marked by the unique heaven-cutting Tao of the Severing sect, ravenously devouring and distorting the very foundation of the immortal scripture he had just imparted. This power was tyrannical beyond compare, as if it were born to reject all orthodox, gentle, and heaven-following paths, acknowledging only that slender thread of hope born from calamity and destruction. This child's very foundation has actually been tampered with. Within Bodhi Patriarch's heart, turbulent waves surged. He attempted to suppress the chaos with a deeper, more profound Taoist resonance, even secretly guiding a thread of Buddhist wisdom to forcibly calm the agitated primal force. Yet, the aura of tribulation within the scripture grew fiercer in response to pressure, like sharks roused by the scent of blood, turning wild and devouring that wisp of Buddhist light in an instant. On the surface of Sun Wukong's body, a faint sheen of chaotic golden light flickered and vanished, dissolving the Buddha's radiance as if it had never existed. Bodhi Patriarch's expression shifted subtly, and he withdrew his hand at once. He gazed deeply at Sun Wukong below, whose face was twisted by the clash of these two forces, yet who still gritted his teeth in stubborn endurance. The look in his eyes was complicated, hard to decipher. The threads of fate entwined with this child had taken a vast and uncontrollable turn. The power that had altered his foundation was so profound, so deeply plotted, that even Bodhi's insight could not yet grasp the full extent of it. Forcefully removing it, that would risk harming the boy's very core and ruin the grand design of the Buddhist order. So be it. Bodhi Patriarch sighed inwardly, making his decision in a single breath. Maintaining a calm exterior, he shifted the tone of his teachings. He no longer tried to force the essence of the great celestial sutra into Sun Wukong, but instead began to instruct him in the arts of transformation, weather manipulation, and the somersault cloud. Divine abilities for safeguarding the way, like splendid branches growing from the trunk of cultivation, yet relatively independent. As expected, Sun Wukong immediately felt the pressure ease. These arts, focused on practical application rather than the root Taoist resonance, did not clash so fiercely with the true scripture of the ninefold tribulation and primal chaos. His unparalleled intelligence allowed him to grasp them at a touch, and, bolstered by the scripture's gift of a powerful physique and acute control over energy, he mastered these abilities at breathtaking speed. The 72 transformations became as easy as turning his hand, and with a single somersault on his cloud, he could travel thousands upon thousands of miles in a flash. Bodhi Patriarch watched all this, but felt not a trace of joy. The more peerless the monkey's talent, the faster that hidden force of chaotic tribulation within his roots seemed to grow, like a flawless porcelain vessel concealing a bomb that could explode at any moment. A vague foreboding gripped Bodhi's heart. The uproar this monkey might one day cause could far exceed anyone's predictions. When it came time to teach the final divine art, vast as the heavens and earth, Bodhi quietly wove an extremely subtle Buddhist restriction into the incantation, not for control, but as a last resort, a faint tether for this wild stallion, should all else fail. But as soon as the restrictive force brushed against the core of Sun Wukong's spirit, the dormant, true scripture of the ninefold tribulation and primal chaos perceived it as an invading calamity. In a flash, it lashed out. The runes of tribulation flared with dazzling light, ravenous as a mythical beast, tearing apart, devouring, and refining that pure Buddhist seal. Not only did the restriction fail to take hold, but it was absorbed as nourishment for the scripture, making its resonance even deeper and more domineering. The fingertips of Master Bodhi quivered ever so slightly, a movement so subtle it was almost imperceptible, yet his keen awareness caught it. Instantly, Slowly, his gaze shifted to Sun Wukong. The eyes that had been as calm as a still lake now seemed to ripple, stirred by an unseen force. For the first time, he looked upon Sun Wukong with a gaze so deep and grave, laced with an unspoken caution. This trace of wariness was like the faintest ripple upon a tranquil lake, barely visible, yet undeniably real. Inwardly, Master Bodhi sighed. This monkey had become a variable among variables. His growth was astonishingly rapid, his insight extraordinary, and his grasp of magic nothing short of remarkable. With such a being, even Master Bodhi could no longer predict what path the future might hold. Time flowed on, and in the blink of an eye, 7 years had passed. On this day, Sun Wukong, eager to show off his newly learned spells, performed them before his fellow disciples, drawing gasps of admiration. Yet, Master Bodhi's face suddenly darkened. He rebuked Sun Wukong sternly, denouncing his display as a violation of the sect's rules. Though Sun Wukong felt aggrieved, he bowed respectfully and admitted his fault. But Master Bodhi's heart remained unmoved. Seizing this moment, he decided to expel Sun Wukong from the sect and warned him never to reveal where he had learned his skills. Left with no choice, Sun Wukong bid farewell to his master through tears, leaving behind the place he had called home for 7 years. Burdened with confusion and sorrow, he set off on the road back, eventually returning to Flower Fruit Mountain. Meanwhile, deep within Plantain Cave on Jade Green Mountain, in the land of Shinyo-Hajou, upon a massive bed of black jade sat the imposing figure of the Bull Demon King, his form as unyielding as a mountain. Eyes closed, demonic energy surged around him like a rising tide. The aura of a golden immortal at its peak ebbed and flowed throughout the cavern. But today, he was not cultivating. Instead, within the sea of his mind, he was repeatedly contemplating the sword intent of Qingping, etched upon his very soul, and the edict of heavenly might brought by Chunamo. Beneath the dense demonic aura that had slumbered for 10,000 years, a fierce and primal savagery, rooted in the ancient bloodline of the Kuei-Nyo, was being ignited and refined by that frigid sword intent and the burning flame of vengeance. Stone Monkey, Sun Wukong, the sharp blade destined to stir the fortunes of the Buddhist order. The Bull Demon King exhaled 2 jets of scorching white air from his massive nostrils, branding faint marks into the black jade floor. It's time to use him. Huh. Excellent. Truly excellent. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, huge and gleaming like bronze bells, no longer revealing the brashness of his usual demeanor, but instead a depth born of 10,000 years of plodding impatience. My lady, his voice boomed out like muffled thunder, echoing through the cavern. Princess Iron Fan answered the call, entering adorned in her phoenix crown and flowing robes, beauty tinged with an alluring hint of enchantment. My king, prepare generous gifts. Select our finest warriors. The Bull Demon King sprang to his feet, the heavy plates of his armor clashing with a deep, resonant clang. An invisible pressure filled the room, making Princess Iron Fan's heart skip a beat. I will personally pay a visit to Flower Fruit Mountain. Flower Fruit Mountain? Princess Iron Fan was momentarily taken aback. Is that where the stone monkey was born, the one creating such a stir across the eastern continent? Exactly. The Bull Demon King bared his long, white fangs in a smile that was cold as ice. This monkey was born of heaven and earth, his origins extraordinary. It's only a matter of time before he shakes the halls of heaven. With such a hero on the rise, how can I not make his acquaintance? Besides, it's time the friends in the East heard the name of the great sage who levels the heavens. Seeing the rare glint of ambition in the Bull Demon King's eyes, Princess Iron Fan's doubts only deepened. But she dared not probe further, and quickly replied, I will see to it at once. Several months later, in Flower Fruit Mountain's Water Curtain Cave, Eastern Continent, a grand banquet for the Demon Kings was in full swing. Inside the cavern, rare fruits and delicacies were piled high, and the rich scent of monkey brewed wine drifted for miles around. At the head of the table sat the newly crowned handsome Monkey King, Sun Wukong, golden crown and armor gleaming, his spirits soaring with pride. His blazing, golden eyes sparkled with intelligence and power. Though his cultivation as a fledgling immortal of the Tai rank was not yet fully stabilized, the chaotic aura from the ninefold primordial destiny sutra faintly radiated from him, enough to make the assembled demon kings below secretly shudder in awe. At the place of honor among the guests sat the Bull Demon King himself, towering and broad as a mountain, with great, jet-black horns curling from his brow. Clad head to toe, in shining silver armor, his presence was deep and vast, like an unfathomable abyss. Though he had deliberately restrained his overwhelming power as a peak Tai Golden, Immortal, it still pressed upon the hall like an invisible mountain, commanding the room. Standing behind him were other imposing demon lords, the Jiao Demon King, the Peng Demon King, the Lion Camel King, the Monkey King, and the Baboon King, each one radiating fierce, turbulent energy, all peerless figures at the Tai Golden Immortal level. The Bull Demon King raised a colossal jade goblet, amber nectar swirling within. His eyes, wide and bright as bronze bells, fixed on Sun Wukong at the head of the table. His voice boomed through the cavern, brimming with admiration and heroic vigor. "Brother, well met. What a wondrous, heaven-blessed being you are. No sooner do you appear in this world than you stir the three realms, and you have turned Flower Fruit Mountain into an impregnable stronghold. I, the old bull, have roamed the western continent for 10,000 years and claimed the title Great Sage who levels the heavens. Yet, meeting you today, I see that the spirit of equal to heaven was meant for someone like you." Equal to heaven? Sun Wukong was drinking deeply, but at those words, his golden eyes lit up. The phrase resonated with him perfectly, as though it struck a chord deep within his heart. Ever proud and ambitious by nature, and now empowered by the domineering arts of the Ninefold Primordial Destiny Sutra, his longing to challenge the very heavens itself had already taken root. Now, hearing the Bull Demon King, none other than the great sage who levels the heavens, speak aloud the words equal to heaven, was like throwing oil onto a blazing fire. Ha ha! Excellent! What a fitting title, equal to heaven. With a sudden movement, Sun Wukong sprang to his feet, flinging his wine bowl aside. His golden eyes blazed as he stared up at the heavens. From the moment I leaped out of that stone, I knew this world gave me life not to bow my head in humiliation. I desire immortality, and I claim the name equal to heaven as well. Who dares to challenge me? What a spirit! The Bull Demon King slammed his fist on the table, his voice echoing through the cavern. Since my worthy brother has such ambition, how can we be left behind? Today, the 7 of us have gathered at Flower Fruit Mountain, heroes all unmatched and unyielding. Why not swear brotherhood here and now and raise our banner together? Leveler of heaven, ruler of the seas, Jiao Demon King, master of the skies, Peng Demon King, mover of mountains, Lion Camel King, Lord of the winds, Monkey King, commander of spirits, Yuan Demon King. And now, you're equal to heaven. Let our brotherhood of the 7 sages shake the 3 realms, so that even the immortals and Buddhas of heaven know that we demons of the mortal world also aspire to hold up the sky. 7 sages. 7 sages. Fired up by these bold words, the assembly of demons raised their arms and roared, their voices nearly toppling the cavern's waterfall-draped ceiling. Sun Wukong's blood surged with excitement. The steely glint in his golden eyes burned even brighter. He had never feared the heavenly court, and now, spurred by the Bull Demon King's challenge and swept up in the brotherly fervor, he felt as if the world belonged to him alone. The Ninefold Primordial Tribulation Sutra thrummed faintly within his mind, as if adding its own cheer to his wild ambition of being equal to heaven. Very well. Today, I, old Sun, shall swear brotherhood with my 6 elder brothers. From now on, I claim the title Great Sage, equal to heaven. Sun Wukong let out a long, piercing cry that seemed to pierce the clouds. There and then, the 7 demon lords mingled their blood in alliance, burning incense and swearing their oath to heaven and earth, becoming sworn brothers not by birth, but by choice. The Bull Demon King, eldest and mightiest, became the first brother. Sun Wukong, youngest yet boldest, became the 7th, taking the title of Great Sage, equal to heaven. In that moment, demonic energy soared above Flower Fruit Mountain, and the news of the 7 sages' pact swept across the 4 continents like a gale. The Bull Demon King turned his gaze on Sun Wukong, whose spirit burned with boundless ambition. Deep within his massive, bronze bell eyes, a glint of coldness, the mark of having tempered himself against. The azure blade flashed and vanished. Raising his giant bowl, he clinked it heavily against Sun Wukong's, his voice booming like thunder, carrying the unmistakable authority of an elder brother. 7th brother, bearing the title equal to heaven, means you must possess strength to match it, and you must accomplish feats worthy of it. Why confine yourself to this corner of Flower Fruit Mountain? The weapons of Aeoli are worthless, yet the Dragon Palace overflows with treasures, and the heavenly court is resplendent beyond compare. 7th brother, your golden staff, your chainmail armor, your phoenix-plumed crown, all the divine weapons and treasures of this world are yours for the taking. Let the 3 realms witness the prowess of my brother, the great sage, equal to heaven. That's right. Big Brother speaks true. The Jiao Demon King and the other sages all chimed in, painting the heavenly court and the dragon palace as if they were their own backyard, their treasures just waiting to be claimed. Sun Wukong was stirred to his very core by the title, Great Sage Equal to Heaven, and the urging of his brothers. The scripture of the ninefold primordial tribulation surged through his mind, and a domineering intent welled up within him. When fate brings calamity, seize what you must. All the deep-seated aversion to the West, written in his blood, now transformed into a ravenous greed and a burning urge to challenge the treasures of the heavenly court in the East. Excellent. My thanks for your guidance, Big Brother. Sun Wukong's eyes blazed like golden flames, and all hesitation vanished. Old Sun will storm the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea and ascend the lofty halls of the Jade Emperor. We'll soon see whose fist is harder, mine or the heavenly court's gate. As Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of golden light and shot straight toward the Eastern Sea, the Bull Demon King slowly set down his wine cup. The bold smile faded from his face, replaced by a subtle, chilling curve at the corner of his lips as he gazed toward the western Spirit Mountain. The plan to provoke had succeeded. Seventh brother, this path of being equal to heaven, let your big brother spark the first blaze for you. The fiercer this fire of tribulation burns, the more restless the lotus throne of the Buddhist order will become. Heavenly Court, hall of miraculous loftiness. The Jade Emperor sat high upon his throne of 9 dragons, ceremonial crown veiling his face, his expression cold and unreadable. Below him, the immortals stood in orderly ranks, but a sense of unease filled the hall. The clairvoyant and the keen-eared messengers reported in terror. On Flowerfruit Mountain in the eastern continent, the stone-born monkey Sun Wukong has somehow acquired earth-shaking powers. First, he broke into the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea and seized the Rui Jingu Bang, the great iron staff that calms the seas. Then he rampaged through the underworld, stormed the Hall of Souls with his golden staff, and forcibly struck out the names of all the monkeys of Flowerfruit Mountain from the ledgers of life and death. The 4 Dragon Kings and the 10 Kings of the underworld have jointly petitioned your majesty, pleading for heavenly troops to be dispatched and this lawless demon to be subdued. An uproar swept through the immortals. To seize the sea-calming treasure and tamper with the fate of life and death. These were crimes that shook the very foundations of heaven. The demon monkey runs wild. I beg your majesty to let me lead troops to the mortal realm and capture this fiend. Li Jing, a pagoda-bearing heavenly king, stepped forward, his voice echoing like thunder. Behind him, his son Nez's eyes gleamed with battle fervor. The Jade Emperor was about to speak, when from the ranks, an elder with snow-white hair and beard, dust whisk in hand, stepped forward with measured calm. It was the Star Lord Tai-Bai Jinxing. With a warm smile and a clear, gentle voice, he instantly soothed the tension in the hall. Your majesty, calm your anger. Fellow immortals, let us not be hasty. The Jade Emperor turned to Tai-Bai Jinxing. What wisdom have you to offer? If I may, your majesty, Tai-Bai Jinxing bowed respectfully. This stone monkey, Sun Wukong, though born of heaven and earth with an untamed nature, is truly extraordinary. His powers vast and formidable. As for his seizing of the golden staff, the sea-calming treasure itself chose its master. The Dragon King attested that in his hands, the staff bends to his will, its size and weight shifting as he desires. This is the decree of fate, concerning the erasure from the ledger of life and death. While it was an overreach, the monkeys were never part of the orthodox cycle of the 3 realms and 5 elements. Such an omission can be corrected by the kings of the underworld. This is not an irreparable breach. He suddenly changed the subject, his eyes glinting with a deep understanding of the ways of the world. This monkey possesses such extraordinary powers. If we only try to suppress him by force, his unruly nature will resist all the more fiercely. He'll rise in rebellion, throw the heavens into chaos, and all that effort will drain our strength and diminish the dignity of the celestial court. Instead, your majesty could extend your vast imperial grace, issue an edict of amnesty, and summon him to heaven. Bestow upon him an official position, be it great or small. First, it would show the celestial court's magnanimity, embracing all beneath the sky. Second, it would bring him under the watchful eyes of heaven, binding his actions by celestial law. Third, we could harness the monkey's power to awe those restless spirits below who are itching for trouble. This is the art of restraining and employing, transforming hostility into harmony. Is that not better than meeting force with force? His words were clear and well-reasoned. weighing the pros and cons, and they subtly aligned with the Jade Emperor's desire to avoid open conflict and maintain the appearance of peace in heaven. The Jade Emperor pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly. "Loyal minister, your wisdom serves the realm well. Let be as you suggest. You shall be my envoy. Descend to the mountain of flowers and fruit, and summon son Wukong to heaven to receive his appointment." "I accept your command." Tai Bai Jinxing bowed deeply, a faint, unnoticed smile flickering across his lips. The chess piece was about to enter the board. Mountain of flowers and fruit, water curtain cave. Banners emblazoned with great sage, equal to heaven, snapped and fluttered in the wind. Sun Wukong sat in majestic splendor upon a tiger-skin throne, his head crowned with phoenix-feathered gold, his body clad in shining golden mail, his feet in cloud-stepping lotus shoes, and in his hand the Rui Jingu Bang, glowing with dazzling light and as thick as a bowl. He radiated power and confidence, a true figure of awe. Below him the 72 demon kings bowed their heads, and thousands upon thousands of monkey soldiers roared their allegiance, their cries shaking the very heavens. Since his return from the Dragon Palace and the underworld, his name had thundered across the 4 seas. The mysteries of the ninefold, primordial catastrophe scripture revealed themselves ever more wondrously to him. His power surged like the mighty Yangtze, every gesture brimming with the strength to split mountains and cleave seas. That old sense of resentment from the West now seemed almost meaningless in the face of absolute strength, replaced instead by a boundless ambition to pit himself against heaven itself. "Your Majesty, urgent news." The long-armed ape tumbled into the cavern in a frantic rush. "Great King, the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court has sent an envoy. They say it's an imperial edict from the Jade Emperor, inviting Great King to heaven to take office." "Take office?" Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed as he let out a derisive laugh. "That old Jade Emperor, seeing that he can't defeat your old Monkey King, he'd rather win me over?" "Seventh brother, you're mistaken." A deep, thunderous voice rang out from the entrance. In strode the towering Bull Demon King, followed by the Jiao Demon King, Rock Demon King, and their 5 sworn brothers. Bull Demon King's face beamed with hearty admiration. "This is heaven admitting defeat. Seventh brother, your powers shake the 3 realms. Even the Jade Emperor must bow his head. This post you should take. Not just take, it ought to be grand. Let all the gods and Buddhas above know. The title of Great Sage, equal to heaven, borne by our 7th brother, is no empty boast." "Big brother is absolutely right," the Dragon Demon King chimed in, his voice smooth yet brimming with agitation. "Seventh brother, your journey to the heavenly court is the perfect chance to see what that realm is truly like. If the Jade Emperor has any sense, he'll grant you a high office. If he dares look down on you, the 7 of us brothers could just storm the celestial palace, overturn his dragon throne, and let you take a seat as Emperor of Heaven yourself. That's right. Let's march on the heavenly court. The great sage, equal to heaven, should stand level with the scales of the cosmos." Roused by the cheers of the demon masses and spurred on by the fervor of the great sages, the crowd's blood boiled. Wild shouts echoed endlessly through the cavern. Sun Wukong's heart surged with pride at the title equal to heaven and his brother's bold declarations. Within his mind, the scripture of cataclysmic fortune buzzed, louder and louder, as if urging him on to embrace even greater challenges. An overwhelming sense of destiny. When fortune comes, seize it, took hold of his spirit. "Ha! Excellent. I, the great sage, will go see what title the old Jade Emperor has in mind for me." Sun Wukong burst out laughing, slamming his golden staff to the ground. The force sent tremors through the entire cave. "If it pleases me, so be it. If not," his golden eyes swept over his sworn brothers, brimming with a wild arrogance that looked down upon the world. "Then I have my golden staff, and with your powers, brothers, we'll make our case to the heavens." Thus, Sun Wukong mounted the clouds with the grand white star lord and ascended to heaven, where he was granted the title Keeper of the Heavenly Horses. But the drudgery of the stables and the mockery of the celestial officials hit him like a bucket of icy water. When he learned that Keeper of the Heavenly Horses was a post of no rank or repute, the Monkey King's fury erupted in full force. "Jade Emperor, how dare you insult me?" Sun Wukong overturned the imperial desk in a single sweep, his eyes blazing with golden chaos. The humiliation ignited the scripture of cataclysmic fortune within, unleashing a tempest of destructive energy. He snatched up his golden staff, smashed the stables to ruins, and fought his way out through the southern heavenly gate, heading straight back to Flower Fruit Mountain. There, he raised the banner of Great Sage equal to heaven, and openly rebelled against the celestial order. The heavenly court was enraged. Li Jing led an army of 100,000 heavenly soldiers to suppress the uprising. The mighty spirit god fell, Neza fell. Sun Wukong's golden staff swept through the ranks like a whirlwind, displaying unmatched might. The scripture of cataclysmic fortune roared within him, fusing his wrath with the murderous energy of the battlefield. With every fight, his aura grew ever fiercer, the edge of chaos ever keener. A second attempt at appeasement followed, this time with the empty title, Great Sage equal to heaven. Yet, when he was not invited to the Grand Peach Banquet, it became the final straw that broke the camel's back. In the palace of supreme purity, he devoured all the ninefold golden elixirs. In the peach orchard, he consumed every rare and ancient fruit. The vast energies of immortal pills and the very essence of the peaches exploded within him, only to be devoured and refined by the domineering scripture of cataclysmic fortune. Sun Wukong's body blazed with golden light, his power surging higher and higher, until fed by boundless rage and the energy of calamity, he broke through all limits and stepped into the realm of the Golden Immortal, and not an ordinary Golden Immortal, either. His foundation was incomparably deep, his magic power wild and untamed, surpassing all others of his rank. Jade Emperor, Lao Jun, the grand gift you bestowed upon your old son, I accept it. Sun Wukong could feel the world-shattering power coursing through his body. His golden eyes blazed red like fire as he threw back his head and laughed wildly, his voice echoing through all 33 heavens. Now that he had risen in rebellion against the heavenly court, there was no turning back. At the very peak of Flower Fruit Mountain, beneath the banner of the Great Sage equal to heaven, the 6 great demon kings, Bull Demon King, Jiao Demon King, Rock Demon King, Lion Camel King, Macaque King, and Yuan Nao King, had all gathered together. Sun Wukong sat at the place of honor, his presence radiating the overwhelming aura of a Tai Golden Immortal, still wild and untamed after his breakthrough. The savage aura of calamity and the sharp edge of chaos swirling around him made even his sworn brothers secretly uneasy. Well done, 7th brother. You truly are extraordinary. You devoured both immortal peaches and elixirs, stood your ground against 100,000 heavenly soldiers, and shattered the heavenly court's dignity. The title Great Sage equal to heaven is yours by right. The Bull Demon King was the first to clap his hands and laugh heartily, his voice as booming as a great bell, brimming with unabashed admiration and infectious fervor. Now that heaven has suffered such a defeat, they surely won't let this go. Next time they come, it'll be like thunder crashing down. The 7 of us brothers must unite our strength and resist heaven together. Big brother speaks the truth, the Jiao Demon King replied, his smile sly and gentle. With a twist of his wrist, he produced a dark, triangular banner swirling with bitter cold. 7th brother, this is the Xian Yuan water control banner, replica. Though not an innate treasure, it holds a trace of the North Sea's primordial ice. Wield this banner, and you can command a sea of weak water and freeze 1,000 miles. I give it to you to help you fend off your enemies. A subtle calculation flickered in his eyes. The Dragon Clan of the North Sea had long been at odds with the Buddhist sects. Gifting this banner not only forged a bond with the promising 7th brother, but also served as a way to test the true limits of heaven and Buddhism. The Rock Demon King spread his enormous golden wings, so vast they seemed to block out the sun, and declared boldly, 7th brother, your 2nd brother has nothing else to offer but sheer speed. Should the heavenly court dare come again, I'll sweep the battlefield for you. Not a single hair on your head will they touch. His words were brash and spirited, though his eyes shone with a discerning light as he quietly gauged Sun Wukong's current strength. The Lion Camel King let out a roar as deep as a lion's call. Moving mountains and filling seas is my life's power. Don't worry, 7th brother. If those heavenly troops dare set foot here, I'll bring 10 mountains crashing down and flatten the lot of them. His mind was straightforward, valuing above all the terrifying destructive force his sworn brother had just revealed. The Macaque King, the sage of the whistling wind, twirled his eyes slyly and chuckled. Keeping an ear on heaven's every move? Leave that to your 5th brother. Nowhere in the 3 realms can a secret be kept from me if I wish to hear it. Master of listening across worlds, his statement was both a pledge of alliance and a display of his worth. As for Yuan Nao King, the sage of spirit command, he remained silent and reserved. He simply produced an ancient talisman, engraved with strange beast patterns, and handed it to Sun Wukong. Seventh brother, this charm can command mountain spirits, wild beasts, ghosts, and demons. It may help you gather more soldiers for your cause. Skilled in commanding spirits and ghosts, the gift of this talisman was a clear sign of his support. Sun Wukong gazed at the gifts presented by his sworn brothers, listening to their bold words of shared enmity, and felt his own spirit soar with even greater vigor. Truly, united in brotherhood, their combined might could cut through steel. With such powerful allies by his side, what had he to fear from the heavens? Excellent. My heartfelt thanks for your generosity, brothers. Sun Wukong accepted the Blackwater banner and the spirit-driving talisman. With a resounding thud of his golden staff against the ground, his fighting spirit surged to the heavens. Let the celestial court send whomever it dares. My staff, together with your divine powers, will make sure none return once they face us. The title of equal to heaven. Today, we'll forge it in the blood of the heavenly soldiers. The 7 demon kings swore an oath in blood, their momentum sweeping like a raging storm. Demonic energy mingled with Sun Wukong's calamity. Aura, rising above the mountain of flowers and fruit to form a mighty force that churned the very clouds, reaching straight to the stars. The bull demon king looked on at Sun Wukong, flushed with pride and brimming with murderous intent, and at the other demon kings, each with their own calculations, yet united, for now, by Sun Wukong's overwhelming presence. Deep within the giant, bronze-bell eyes of the bull demon king, a glint of icy, abyssal brilliance, honed by the intent of the azure blade, flickered coldly. The fire of calamity now blazed fiercely. Seventh brother, the louder your banner of equal to heaven flies, and the harder your fist strikes the celestial court, the sooner the Buddhist monk, that reincarnation of the golden cicada, will come for his quest. The murkier these waters, the better. Quietly, he crushed a jade talisman hidden in his sleeve to send a secret message. High above, in the ninth heaven, the Grand White Star Lord was anxiously reporting to the Jade Emperor about the wild and uncontrollable Monkey King. Beneath his lowered eyelids, a sliver of icy, inscrutable smile flickered for an instant, seen by none. Within the ruins of the Tusita Palace, a barely perceptible strand of primordial sword energy swept away some lingering essence of the 9-turn golden elixir, vanishing into the void. In the depths of the peach orchard, beside the roots of the largest mother tree, a single drop of blood, dark red like a blood diamond, inscribed with the runes of this secret pact of the blood sea, hungrily absorbed the primal energy scattered by Sun Wukong, lurking like a venomous serpent, waiting for its moment to strike. The chessboard of the journey to the west was now set with murderous intent at every turn, each move echoing with the clang of fate. Within the Lingxiao Hall, the air was as cold and severe as tempered iron. The wails of pain from the giant spirit god's severed arms still echoed in the ears of all, and the sight of Neza, his golden body dimmed, forced to retreat in defeat, stung the eyes of every immortal minister. Atop the 9-dragon throne, the Jade Emperor's face, usually unreadable beneath his beaded crown, was now shadowed by an inescapable gloom. The demon monkey Sun Wukong, a mere stone monkey from the mortal realm, had indeed become, as the Grand White Star Lord warned, a poisonous thorn in the very heart of the celestial court. 100,000 heavenly soldiers had been routed, the equal to heaven banner flew high, and the prestige of the court had been shattered by that golden staff. The demon monkey's insolence has reached this point. What can be done? The Jade Emperor's voice revealed neither anger nor joy, but struck the hearts of all the immortals like a heavy hammer. His gaze swept across the assembly below. Li Jing's face was as dark as still water. Neza simmered with indignation, and the rest of the immortals either bowed in silence or exchanged uneasy glances. Not one dared to promise victory. Just as the suffocating silence was about to solidify, from the front ranks of the celestial assembly, the venerable elder with white hair and beard, his face gaunt yet dignified, none other than the supreme Lord Laozi, stepped forward in measured pace. Holding a jade scepter, he appeared as composed as ever. His clear and resonant voice shattered the heavy stillness. Your Majesty, I beg your pardon, but I must offer one more word of counsel. The Jade Emperor's gaze, sharp as lightning, fixed upon him. What further strategy do you propose, my loyal subject? I dare not claim to have a perfect strategy, replied Laozi, bowing ever so slightly. His tone was calm, yet each word resonated with immense gravity. The demon monkey Sun Wukong, his powers have now ripened, his fortune is at its zenith. Consider his deeds. He seized the sea calming treasure with effortless ease, erased his name from the book of life and death, as if it were child's play, consumed the peaches of immortality and elixirs to achieve a surge in strength, and defeated 100,000 heavenly soldiers as though it were nothing. Such a being can no longer be compared to ordinary demons. His origins are enigmatic, his gifts extraordinary. There may well be the shadow of several ancient sages' machinations at work here. At these words, the entire hall was thrown into shock. The maneuverings of sages? Such a suggestion was truly alarming. But Laozi paid no heed to the shifting expressions of the immortals. He continued, to continue attacking by force will only waste troops and generals, and worse, may provoke his ferocity, bringing calamity upon the three realms and shaking the very foundations of heaven. The urgent need now is not to send more armies to wage desperate battle, but to define his place, restrain his actions, and redirect his strength. He lifted his head, his eyes clear and penetrating, as if seeing through all things. Among the four sovereigns of heaven, each governs myriad beings and upholds celestial order. Yet, ever since the investiture of the gods, the seat of the great emperor of Gaochen in the upper palace has remained vacant. This role commands all military force and divine hosts. Its status is exalted, its authority immense. Why should your majesty not follow the example of the ancients and appoint a new sovereign to this post? To enthrone a new emperor of Gaochen, the Jade Emperor's brows drew together in thought. Precisely, Laozi's voice rang out, suddenly forceful, leaving no room for doubt. This office cannot be filled by any ordinary deity. It demands the power to suppress all conflict in the three realms, the ability to tame the wildest and most unruly heroes, and, moreover, a deep mastery of the rise and fall of fate and the art of balancing the grand design. By establishing this new emperor, first, you can rightfully command all military power. In the three realms, restore the might of heaven's armies, and awe the myriad demons below. Second, by granting Sun Wukong the title of equal to heaven, under the dignity of the great emperor of Gaochen, his name may claim equality with heaven, but in reality, he would remain under heaven's law and the sovereignty of the four sovereigns. This is to remove the wood from under the cauldron, breaking the root of his wild arrogance. And third, he paused, his gaze sweeping over several powerful figures in the hall whose faces had subtly changed, his voice dropping to a lower, more somber register. If there truly are ancient powers behind the scenes, using this demon monkey to stir up chaos, then this new emperor of Gaochen will be your majesty's sharpest sword and stoutest shield. He will command all military affairs, watch over all disturbances. In the three realms, be it the demon monkey himself or any shadow lurking behind him, all will fall under the emperor's authority. The hall fell utterly silent, so quiet that the drop of a pin could be heard. The Jade Emperor sat upright upon the dragon throne, his fingertips unconsciously drumming against the armrest. Chun Mo's words, like a breeze parting the fog, revealed a path he had never considered before, laid out before him with startling clarity. To send more troops? The outcome remained uncertain. It would merely exhaust their strength. Offer amnesty? The great sage equal to heaven already held an empty title, and the demon monkey's wild nature was not easily tamed. The only way forward was to establish a true sovereign, one whose rank and prestige could suppress the very name Great Sage, wielding the ultimate power over life and death. Through the position of emperor, he could rule, divide, and balance the powers at play. This would also allow him to consolidate the fragmented military commands scattered across the heavenly court since the great enfeoffment. But as for the candidate, the Jade Emperor's gaze once again fell upon the composed, profoundly astute Lao Jun sitting below. Your words, my loyal subject, echo the thoughts within my own heart. The Jade Emperor spoke slowly, his voice tinged with resolve. Yet the seat of Gochun is no trivial matter. In your view, who could shoulder such a heavy responsibility? The Grand Supreme Elder, emotionless, lifted his head ever so slightly. His deep, tranquil eyes were like the surface of a still lake as they met the Jade Emperor's gaze. Yet he did not answer immediately. Instead, with deliberate calm, he raised his right hand and extended his index finger, pointing below. All eyes followed the direction of Lao Jun's hand. There, amid the crowd, stood a man clad in a simple green robe. He was tall and slender, with a refined countenance and an air of quiet steadiness in his brow. This man is Chun Mo, a disciple of the Jie sect. Lao Jun's voice was not loud, yet resounded through the hall like a great bell, striking the ears of all present. His words fell like a thunderclap, exploding in the minds of everyone assembled. Since the Great Enfeoffment, the relationships among the three sects, Run, Chan, and Jia, had remained delicate, with the Jia sect especially viewed as heretical. Now, for the Lord of Rin Sek himself to recommend a disciple of Jia came as a shock to all. The crowd glanced at one another, their hearts brimming with confusion and disbelief. Had the Rin and Jia sects reached some secret accord? Or did Lao Jun harbor plans known only to himself? In a moment, speculation and whispered debate rippled through the assembly, and the once solemn hall grew restless. A clear, resounding note, long and piercing, as though echoing from the dawn of creation, suddenly cleaved through the sacred light of the Lingxiao Palace. A flash of sword energy, pure and solitary as jade, erupted from Chun Mo's fingertip, instantly coalescing into the spectral form of a 3-foot blade. The sword's body was ancient and simple, as vast as the blue sea and sky. At its guard, a shadowy lotus of primordial chaos, slowly unfurled, its petals opening and closing, radiating an awe-inspiring aura of finality and renewal, as if all laws ended and a new era began. The legendary Qingping sword revealed itself. A metallic resonance rang out, sharp and clear, vibrating through the hall. The sword's cry rang out once more. Within the entire Lingxiao Palace, every suspended immortal blade and divine weapon, regardless of their grade or power, began to tremble and hum uncontrollably. It was as if they were all bowing in reverence to their sovereign. A wave of supreme Shui Jing's sword intent, ancient, primordial, able to sever fate and shatter all magic, swept invisibly across the hall like an overwhelming tide. The radiant pagoda in Lijing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly kings, hand dimmed abruptly. Even the flames beneath Nez's wind and fire wheels faltered for a heartbeat. The immortal officials who had secretly studied the way of the sword felt their own sword intent ruthlessly suppressed, on the verge of collapse. The Qingping sword, an elder immortal, his voice trembling with disbelief, cried out in shock. The Jia sect. For some among the celestial officials, fear spread like a plague through their hearts. The Jade Emperor's pupils shrank in an instant. The beaded curtains of his crown swayed violently. He fixed his gaze on that silhouette of pure jade-green swordlight, sensing the supreme sword intent that belonged to the Lord Tong Tian, someone from a Jia sect, wielding the Qingping sword's might. What did this mean? Had the Lord Tong Tian returned? Your minister, Chun Mo. Chun Mo's voice resounded, calm yet thunderous, echoing in the mind of every deity present. Light swirled around him, revealing a figure clad in green robes, his visage stern and his aura as deep and boundless as the sea. The overwhelming power of a great Luo golden immortal radiated from him, blending seamlessly with the Qingping sword's intent, and even faintly contending against the might of the entire heavenly court. By the decree of the Saint Tongtian of the Jia sect, I enter this era of karmic tribulation to raise the banner of revival for the Jia sect and assume the post of commander of Gaochen in heaven. Chun Mo's gaze, sharp as lightning, swept over the stunned and speechless immortals, finally coming to rest on the Jade Emperor himself. His voice carried an irrefutable majesty and strength. He stepped forward. The image of the Qingping sword followed, singing softly, not aimed at anyone, yet its edge, capable of ending all things, sent a chill down every immortal's spine. I, Chun Mo, by the order of the sages of the human and Jia sects, take up the Gaochen imperial seal, command the armies of the three realms, and for your majesty, quell this demonic scourge. For the heavenly court, restore order to the cosmos. Silence. A deathly silence fell. The Jade Emperor's expression flickered through shock, wariness, calculation, until at last, a glint of cold determination replaced all else. The Jia sect's involvement was now inevitable, sanctioned by the Tao ancestor of Zhixiao Palace. The man before him, wielding the Qingping sword's intent, stood for Tongtian himself. With Taishang's own recommendation, the wisdom, strategy, and power he displayed made him the best candidate to subdue the demon monkey, integrate the military, and even balance the influences of the Buddhist and Taoist factions. Most importantly, placing him in the position of Gaochen Emperor was like locking a tiger in a cage, putting him squarely under the watchful eyes of heaven. Far better than letting him stir up chaos from the shadows. Very well. The Jade Emperor's voice rang through the grand hall, heavy with authority and power. Chun Mo of the Jia sect, who understands the heavenly Tao, possesses both wisdom and courage, and is trusted by both the Supreme One and the Lord of all heavens. Now, as the demon monkey throws the heavens into chaos, the balance of the three realms is shaken by war, and the throne of Gaochen stands vacant. I, in accordance with heaven's mandate and the will of the people, hereby appoint Shun Mo as the great heavenly emperor of Gaochen Palace. You shall command all warfare and strife within the three realms, lead the gods in their campaigns, oversee the heavenly armies of all divisions, and monitor disturbances caused by demons below. I bestow upon you the imperial seal and edict, authorize you to establish your own court and command, with power equal to the four sovereigns. May you, Emperor, live up to my trust in the heavenly Tao. Rally the troops without delay, quell the demons, and restore order. As the Jade Emperor's decree echoed through the air, auspicious clouds surged across the nine heavens, and the heavenly Tao itself responded. From a void appeared an ancient imperial seal, wrought as though from countless divine weapons, wrapped in a fearsome aura of battle. It carried the grand authority to rule over all gods, and slowly descended toward Chunmo. At the same time, a golden decree, imbued with the supreme will of the celestial court, floated down into Chunmo's hands. Chunmo's expression turned solemn as he raised both hands in reverent acceptance. The shadow of the Qingping sword transformed into a streak of light, merging into the ancestral point between his brows. Steadily, he received the weighty Golften Imperial Cell. The instant it touched his hands, the vast, martial aura and commanding power surged into his body, clashing and merging with his own Deluo magic, the intent of the Qingping sword and the essence of the GSX Tao. Your subject, Chun Mo, accepts the decree and offers thanks. Though his voice was not loud, it carried the imposing presence of a newly crowned emperor, resonating through the highest reaches of the heavens. Beyond the 33 heavens, within the Gaochen Imperial Palace. This was no newly built structure, but the ancient palace left behind by the previous Gaochen emperor, long sealed in dust. The palace stood, majestic, forged entirely from a dark, iron-like substance known as profound fiend divine metal. Its sharp angles and edges were scarred by the marks of blades and axes, evidence of ancient battles, exuding an aura of iron and blood from the primordial era. Above the palace gates, the plaque bore 4 ancient divine characters, Gaochen Upper Palace, each character sharp as a bloodstained spear, radiating an intimidating force. Deep within the palace, the main hall lay vast and empty. There, Chunmo sat upright upon the imperial throne, carved from a single massive slab of god-slaying stone. The throne was cold and unyielding, its angles severe, offering no comfort, but serving to magnify and crystallize the will of its occupant. He wore a dark imperial robe embroidered with the turning of the celestial stars and the mustering of myriad gods. The robe billowed about him, though there was no wind, echoing with the distant clash of arms and the thunder of cavalry. Below him, instead of immortal officials of the celestial court, stood several figures, their presence ranging from deep and reserved to sharp and formidable. At the foot of the steps, Lady Jinling stood in the place of honor. Her plain white Taoist robe seemed utterly out of place amid the stern, martial grandeur of the imperial palace, and yet she fit into the scene with a strange and perfect harmony. She gazed at Chun Mo, seated upon the imperial throne, whose presence grew ever more unfathomable and profound. In her eyes, there was both relief and solemn gravity. "Nephew." "No, your majesty," she corrected her address, thus acknowledging his authority over Gaochen. "Of those from Golden Turtle Island who yet remain, except for a few recluses who must hold fast the roots of our tradition. The rest have all received the decree of the Azure Apple Sword, and now await your majesty's command." She presented him with a jade slip, the register of the surviving disciples of their sect, along with their cultivation ranks. Chun Mo received the jade slip, swept it with his spiritual sense, and nodded slightly. Though the era of 10,000 immortals paying homage had passed, the foundation of their lineage still endured. His gaze shifted to the other side of the steps. There stood Ao Lai, clad in armor of deep gold. The aura of a true dragon was restrained within him, and the power of a Tai golden immortal radiated from his being, steady and whole. He knelt on one knee, his voice ringing clear and resolute. "Disciple Ao Lai, by my master's command, has swept away the lingering demonic miasma across 10,000 miles of the Eagle Sorrow Ravine, guiding the earth's veins and dispelling calamity, accumulating merit and dissolving karma. Now, hearing that my master has ascended to the throne, I have come to await your orders. I pledge myself as your vanguard, to sweep away all evil, In his eyes burned fierce loyalty and the will to battle, mingled with a glimmer of pride at Chun Mo's ascension. Well said, Chun Mo nodded. Your dragon lineage is unique. For now, it is not fitting for you to take a place in the Celestial Court's official ranks. The journey to the West is soon. To begin, the role of Protector Disciple will be your chance to earn recognition. Continue to accumulate merit and solidify your realm. When the pilgrims arrive, follow the plan. Your disciple obeys. Ao Lai saluted with both fists clasped. At last, Chun Mo's gaze fell upon the center of the Grand Hall. The air shimmered and twisted, and the towering figure of the Bull Demon King took shape. Gone was his usual boisterous swagger. Instead, he bowed deeply before Chun Mo's throne, showing utmost respect. Quinyu pays homage to the Emperor, he declared, lifting his head. His great, coppery eyes gleamed with excitement and awe. Over at Flower Fruit Mountain, as you instructed, I have sworn brotherhood with a monkey and stoked the flames of rebellion, helping him raise the banner against heaven. Now, all 7 sages are sworn, and their alliance is at its height. You have done well, Chun Mo replied, his voice calm and measured. Keep them steady, especially Sun Wukong. Your task is to fan this equal to heaven. Fire, making it burn ever brighter, so that all the eyes of the Buddhist order are drawn to Flower Fruit Mountain. And if the situation demands, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Sacrifice the pawn to protect the king. I understand. The Bull Demon King nodded heavily, a ruthless determination flickering in his gaze. Chun Mo raised his hand, and the imperial seal of Gaochen hovered above his palm, radiating a deep and somber divine light, sharp as the edge of a weapon. This is my first time commanding the armies. Across heavens. Court, there are many who pay lip service while acting in secret. The urgent task is not to strike at the monkey, but to reform the troops. His voice grew cold, bearing the iron will and authority of an emperor. Elder Jinling. Chun Mo turned to Lady Jinling. Carry my imperial seal and decree to the divisions of battle, thunder, fire, plague, to every heavenly office charged with arms and warfare. Summon the rosters of their elite forces, the diagrams of their formations, and a full inventory of their armories. If any defy this order, subdue them. With the might of the imperial seal, should they persist, let the Azure Pine's sword cut them down. Chun Mo's voice was cold as iron. I must know exactly how much fighting strength remains in heaven's legions. As the Emperor commands, the Lady of Golden Spirits solemnly accepted the charge, took up the decree wrought from the shadow of the imperial seal, and turned. In an instant she transformed into a streak of pure white sword light, tearing through the void. Within that gleaming arc, the phantom of the Azure Pine's sword flickered, radiating a supreme intent to kill. Disciple here, you shall take my decree to the Celestial River. Chun Mo tapped his fingertip, and a talisman imbued with the Emperor's authority shot forth. Review the records of Marshal Timping's 800,000 water troops, their drills, deployments, and casualties through the years. Pay special attention to the records of their joint exercises with the 8 legions of heavenly dragons from the Buddhist order. Leave nothing unexamined. Report everything to me. A sharp glint flickered in Chun Mo's eyes. Tianpeng, a key player in the journey to the West, was a 3rd-generation disciple of the human sect, perhaps one he could truly put to use. Your disciple obeys. Ao Lai caught the talisman, turning into a stream of dark golden light that vanished in a flash. Uncle Kuainyo, Chun Mo finally turned to the Bull Demon King. This old bull is here. You are to return at once to the Western continent. At Chun Mo's touch, an obscure, intricate sigil, infused with the guidance of the Azure Pine's sword, condensed and shot into the Bull Demon King's brow. With this mark, secretly contact the old followers of Uncle Yui Immortal from Lion Camel Ridge. Lie low and await orders. When the journey to the west reaches the Lion Camel Kingdom, this sigil will awaken the intercepting sect's suppressed essence within them, allowing them to act in concert from within and without to break the Buddhist wards. This is the crucial step to rescuing Uncle Yui. Failure is not an option, and see that none of them harm mortals. Within the Bull Demon King's mind, the sigil surged and mingled with the will of the Azure Pine sword. He could feel the immense force and meticulous planning woven within. Trembling inwardly, he replied in a deep voice, "Rest assured, Emperor, this old bull will see it done. Lion Camel Ridge shall be the moment the golden-winged rock regains its freedom." Once the company had dispersed, silence settled over the vast god-slaying Emperor's throne. Chun Mo slowly closed his eyes. Within his consciousness, the Gaochen imperial seal hovered, radiating endless martial fury, the power to command all gods rising and falling. The azure pine, sword's intent stood firm as the axis of the world, suppressing, untangling, and merging this boundless force. Under this dual onslaught of imperial might and sword's will, even the barrier of the Luo, golden immortal, the highest realm, began to tremble and loosen ever so slightly. He sank his mind deep into the imperial seal, connecting with the river of martial fate that spanned the three realms. Countless fragments of images surged forth. The laxity of the celestial soldiers during their drills, the arrogance and extravagance of the heavenly generals, the infighting and obstruction among the various divisions, the subtle infiltration of Buddhist radiance across the four continents, the restless stirrings of monsters in the lower realms, emboldened by the 7 great sages of Flower Fruit Mountain, and the anguished cries of the golden-whiskered Ao fish, the cloudy immortal, roots entwined at the bottom of the 8 treasure merit pool of Spirit Mountain in the west, bound tightly in layers of Sanskrit chains. And that golden-furred hound, the golden light immortal, its fur dulled and eyes empty, chained by the lotus pond in the purple bamboo grove of Mount Luajia in the South Sea. With command of the troops in hand, only then can I make my moves without regret. Shinmo's heart was cold as ice. Buddhists, you use my fellow disciples as mounts and guardians, undermining the very foundation of our sect. This game, I shall accept it. He snapped his eyes open. 2 razor-sharp beams of chaotic light pierced the gloom of the imperial palace. The Gauchian imperial seal thrummed. In his palm, murderous martial energy twisting in his snarling, shadowy black dragons that coiled around the imperial throne, roaring in fury. Send my orders. Chun Mo's voice rang out like clashing steel, echoing through every hall of the Gauchian palace, and through the authority of the imperial seal, resounding in every military camp of the heavens, every mountain god and earth deity below, and even among the ghostly legions of the underworld. From this day forth, all celestial armies shall drill according to the new system, the celestial star-slaughtering formation, the netherworld immortal trapping map, the 9-bend, Yellow River weak water troops. Any who slack or lag behind, execute. Any who feign loyalty while betraying in secret, execute. Any who leak secrets or collude with the enemy, annihilate them body and soul. The imperial decree rolled forth like thunder. Above the Gauchian palace, martial energy condensed. Within the Gauchian palace, killing intent coiled like dragons. Deep within the halls forged from black gold divine metal, Chun Mo sat upright on the god-slaughtering throne. The Gauchian imperial seal hovered before him, its dark light of weaponry flowing, casting his cold, sharp features into stark relief. Upon his imperial robe, the patterns of celestial stars and warring deities seemed to come alive, flickering with each of his breaths. Report. A message arrow, formed of starlight, tore through the air and hovered before the steps. The voice of Lady Jinling, tinged with urgency, rang out. Your Majesty, the Supreme Tao Ancestor has sent the Grandmaster Xuandu to Gauchian Palace. He says, he brings a memento from an old acquaintance. Chen Montauk SK sharpened. The Supreme One has finally made his move. With a single step, he appeared outside the Doshui Palace, 33 heavens above. The scent of scorched alchemy still lingered amid broken walls and fallen beams. There, the Grandmaster Xuandu stood silently amidst the ruins, dressed in a simple Taoist robe, a horsetail whisk in hand as motionless and steadfast as a pine tree. When Shinmo approached in full imperial regalia, Xuandu inclined his head in a calm, measured salute. Greetings, Emperor Gauchian. By my master's command, I present this to you. Chun Mo returned the greeting with equal respect. Greetings, Uncle Master. A gentle flick of Xuandu's horsetail whisk sent 3 rays of exquisitely refined, pure light sweeping forth from his sleeve, hovering before Chun Mo. These were not magical artifacts, but rather 3 talismans, each condensed from the purest Taoist essence. One shimmered with the colors of chaos, shifting into the interplay of yin and yang. One gleamed a fiery crimson, containing within it the power to incinerate heavens and boil seas. The last flowed with vibrant azure green, brimming with the force of boundless vitality and creation. The Taiji seal, it can stabilize yin and yang, anchor cause and effect, and conceal fate for a fleeting moment. The original flame of Lu Ding, it grants mastery over the sacred fire of Doshui, to be wielded at will. The 9-fold elixir invocation, it draws upon the power of elixirs, turning calamity into fuel. Xuandu's voice was calm and measured, yet each word carried the weight of a mountain. The teacher once said, the fire within the furnace is for the emperor to govern. Calamity, like the elixir, must not be in excess nor in want. With these words, he fell silent, and, turning into a beam of clear light, vanished. With a wave of his hand, Chun Mo collected the 3 talismans. The moment they touched his palm, he felt a subtle resonance with the alchemical Taoist aura of Doshui Palace's grand furnace. The meaning of the Supreme One was self-evident. These 3 talismans were the very keys he needed to seize control of the 8 trigrams furnace and complete the crucial trial of tempering calamity in the crucible. His gaze fell upon the furnace, and a glint of primordial sharpness flashed in his eyes. "My deepest thanks, Grand Uncle Master." Chun Mo bowed solemnly in the direction where Xuandu had disappeared. Though the enmity between the Jie sect and Laozi ran deep since the days of the investiture of the gods, in this era of great tribulation, with the Buddhist order looming large, even if divisions remained among the 3 pure ones of Taoism, none wished to see the Buddhists monopolize fortune. This, after all, was the foundation for their alliance. The river of weak water in the heavenly realm stretched vast and boundless, its surface reflecting starlight that flowed like streams of shattered silver. Yet within the residence of Marshal Tianpeng, chaos reigned. Fine jade wine was spilled everywhere, shattered glass goblets littered the floor. Tianpeng Zhu Ganglai, bare-chested and belly exposed, staggered drunkenly, his rake, the precious golden rake, waving wildly as he slurred vulgar tunes, feet unsteady as he crashed into the tables. "Marshal, please, Marshal, restrain yourself. This is Lady Nikhang, attendant to the ferry of Guanghan. She must not be insulted." Several close subordinates of the Navy, faces full of worry, tried to step forward and intervene, but were forced back by the overwhelming, tempestuous aura of a peak Tai golden immortal emanating from Tianpeng. In the midst of the chaos stood a celestial maiden clad in plain, white, feathered robes, her beauty cold and unearthly, Nikhang herself. Though cornered by Tianpeng, her frosty expression betrayed little fear. Instead, a subtle, discerning gaze flickered in her eyes. "Heh, fairy, you look so familiar," Tianpeng hiccuped, lecherous light glinting his eyes as he reached out to touch the maiden's cheek. "Come, drink with your marshal, just 1 cup. Impudent." With eyebrows arched in anger, Nikhang erupted with a surge of frigid moonlight. Yet the moment her lunar radiance touched Tianpeng, it was instantly swallowed up, dissolved by the mingled, drunken haze and the righteous power of the human sect Tao that surged from his body. Just as Tianpeng's pig-like hand was about to brush the hem of her feathered robe, a thunderous, chilling will, carrying the supreme authority of the Gaotian Emperor's seal, crashed into Tianpeng's consciousness like a bolt of lightning from the 9th heaven. Heavenly Marshal Tianpeng's entire body trembled violently. In an instant, the lustful haze clouding his eyes was swept away, replaced by a rare clarity, and a desperate resolve. He bit down hard on the tip of his tongue. The stabbing pain jolted him fully awake, allowing that clarity to take complete control. "Ah, what have I done?" he cried out in terror, staring at his own outstretched hand, then at the fairy Lady Nikhang, whose face had gone deathly pale in fright, and finally at the chaos strewn across the floor. He let out a howl of utter remorse. Suddenly, as if losing all control, he brandished his jeweled rake, which burst forth with a blinding golden light. Yet instead of striking at the fairy, he swung the rake with all his might toward the domed roof of his own residence. There was a deafening crash. The sturdy dome, formed from the weak waters of the heavenly river, was shattered by the blow. The furious golden energy tore through layer upon layer of protective barriers, shooting straight up into the heavens. Its target was unmistakable, the distant, cold, and solitary palace of Guanghan. "Marshal, no!" cried the water army officers in utter panic. But it was already too late. The terrifying golden energy, like a roaring dragon, slammed into the outer defense array that protected the palace of Guanghan. Though the barrier absorbed most of the force, the waves of power that escaped still caused several ancient laurel trees to shed their leaves. A stray gust even brushed dangerously close to the hair of Lady Chang'e, who was admiring the moon at the palace gates. The palace of Guanghan blazed with a brilliant, icy light. In an instant, a deadly, bone-chilling lunar aura locked onto the direction of the heavenly river. "Zhu Ganglai, do you have a death wish?" Lady Chang'e's cold voice, trembling with fury, rang out across the heavenly river. Tianpeng seemed to be completely shocked sober by her furious outcry. He stared at the disaster he had caused, then at the rake in his hands, and let out a howl of despair. In a fit of apparent madness, he flung the rake from him and hurled himself headlong into the depths of the weak waters of the heavenly river. Quickly, save the marshal. The water army officers fell into chaos. Within the hall of miraculous loftiness, the atmosphere turned grim and severe. Eyes and ears, the two immortal informants, reported the scandal at the marshal's residence, his drunken assault on a ferry and his wild attack on the palace of Guanghan. With trembling voices, the assembled immortals erupted in an uproar. The female immortals, especially those aligned with the lunar deity, were livid with indignation. Outrageous Tianpeng! As commander of the heavenly river, you neglect your duties in drunken debauchery, defile a ferry, and even dare to attack the sacred palace of Guanghan. Such crimes cannot be forgiven. Li Jing was the first to step forward. His rebuke thunderous, though a glint of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. Tianpeng, relying on his Rinjiao background, had always treated Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, with disdain. Now was the perfect chance to strike him down. We beg your majesty for strict punishment. The immortals all echoed in unison. The Jade Emperor's face was as dark as storm clouds, his gaze icy beneath the beaded curtain of his crown. He fixed his eyes on the silent Shun, Mo among the ranks of immortals. Emperor Gaochen, Tianpeng is your water army marshal. For crimes this grave, how should he be dealt with? Chen Mo stepped forward, solemn and composed, his voice deep and steady. Your Majesty, Tianpeng got drunk and behaved disgracefully, offending the palace of Guanghan. The evidence of his crime is irrefutable. I failed in my duties as a superior and did not detect his misconduct in time. I beg your Majesty to punish me as well. He bowed deeply, his posture humble and contrite. The Jade Emperor's gaze flickered slightly. Chun Mo's straightforward admission of guilt caught him somewhat off guard. Chun Mo went on. However, Tianpeng has commanded the 80,000 water troops of the Heavenly River for many years. Even if his merits are debatable, his hard work is undeniable. His drunken misconduct and attack on Guanghan are indeed inexcusable, but if we trace the root of the matter, it lies in his wavering doubt heart. He was lost in wine and lust, his powers spiraled out of control, and thus he caused a grave disaster. Then, with a shift in tone, he continued, Yet I observe in him a sense of deep remorse. He now confines himself to the depths of the weak water of the heavenly river, suffering in anguish and regret. Lifting his head, his eyes swept over the assembled immortals before finally resting on the Jade Emperor, his voice ringing with decisive authority. In my opinion, Tianpeng's life should be spared, but punishment is unavoidable. He should be stripped of his post as Marshal of the Heavenly River, the supreme golden rake reclaimed, and subjected to 3,000 lashes of the Thunder Whip. Furthermore, he should be banished to the mortal realm, to endure tribulations and cultivate anew. Only after he cleanses his heart and tempers his flaws might he be allowed to return to serve the celestial court once more. Banished to the mortal world, the Jade Emperor pondered. On the surface, this punishment was severe, yet in truth, it left room for redemption. It would appease the palace of Guanghan, but not entirely cut off Tianpeng's future. More importantly, Tianpeng was a disciple of the human sect. Sending him to the mortal world would allow him to be woven seamlessly into the saga of the journey to the West. This was tacitly approved by the Grand Supreme Elder, and the Buddhist order would welcome it as well. So be it, the Jade Emperor proclaimed, his words carrying the weight of gold. Let the Department of Thunder carry out the sentence. Banish him to the mortal world at once. The tribulations he faces there are destined by the heavens. Chinemo bowed low. Your subject obeys. Beneath his downcast eyelids, a cold, subtle smile appeared. The crucial chess piece of a human sect, Tianpeng, had finally been set in place. Pig's body? That was merely a disguise to fool the world. When he awakens on the road to the west, this pig will become the sharp fang aimed straight at the heart of the Buddhist order. The gale of the 9 heavens howled, as sharp as blades, tearing at the banners of 100,000 heavenly troops. Emperor Gaochen, Chanamo, stood atop his imperial chariot, drawn by 9 fierce, jet-black dragons, his dark imperial robes billowing in the wind. Before the chariot, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king Li Jing and his son Neza, the Great, god of the 3 altars, led the newly reassembled, battle-hardened elites of the celestial court, arrayed in a formidable battle formation, their weapons aimed squarely at Flower Fruit Mountain, where demonic energy surged skyward. Demon Monkey, Sun Wukong. Li Jing's voice thundered across the land, shaking mountains and rivers. You have defied heavenly authority, disrupted the peach banquet, and stolen the elixir. Your crimes are beyond pardon. By decree of Emperor Gaochen, the celestial troops have surrounded you. Surrender at once. Before the water curtain cave, banners stood thick as a forest. Beneath the banner of great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong stood, proud, clad in golden chainmail, crowned with a phoenix feathered cap of purple gold, and wielding his staff with confidence. Behind him, the 6 great demon kings, including the Bull Demon King and the Jiao Demon King, stood in a line, their demonic aura towering into the sky. Thousands upon thousands of demon soldiers beat their drums and shouted, their voices surging like a tidal wave. Ah! Sun Wukong threw his head back and let out a wild, thunderous laugh. The chaotic golden light in his fiery golden eyes blazed forth, shooting straight at Chunmo, enthroned high above the clouds. Go Chun, you little brat. Did that old Jade Emperor send you here just to die? Today I, the great sage equal to heaven, will baptize my name in your imperial blood. He wasted not a single word more. The fury he'd harbored toward heaven, his defiance in the face of the Go Chun imperial palaces, oppressive aura, and the ferocious will of the ninefold Transcendence Calamity Sutra. All these exploded in a storm of unbridled power. Kill! The golden staff in his hands transformed into a colossal pillar that seemed to prop up the sky itself, wrapped in chaotic, world-shattering force. It tore through the heavens, coming down with unstoppable might upon Chunmo's imperial chariot. This strike bore no embellishment, only the purest force and the absolute will to destroy. Form up, defend. Li Jing's face changed, and he shouted sharply. The Linglong Pagoda blazed with dazzling light, joining with Neza's universe ring and his mystical scarf, weaving their divine powers. Together, drawing on the strength of 100,000 celestial soldiers, they instantly conjured a shimmering phantom of the celestial star formation, rising to shield the imperial chariot. A deafening crash split the sky. The golden staff smashed into the starlit barrier with earth-shattering force. The shockwave exploded like a world-ending tidal wave. Several peaks of Mount Huagua were instantly reduced to dust. Below, all 100,000 celestial soldiers groaned in unison as their ranks trembled violently and the starlight dimmed. Li Jing and Neza felt their blood surge and faces pale from the impact. This monkey, he's even stronger than last time. Far beyond all reason. What a monstrous ape. On the imperial chariot, Chunmo's voice was cold as steel as he finally moved. He did not rise, but pressed his fingers together like the blade of a sword and pointed lightly toward the void below. A chilling note rang out, sharp as a drawn blade. A concentrated, grayish sword aura of annihilation burst forth from his fingertip. Caught by the wind, it expanded in a breath, manifesting as 4 colossal, phantom swords that spanned the horizon. Slayer of immortals, Butcher of immortals, Trap of immortals, and Severance of immortals. Though these were but phantoms, the terrifying sword intent, capable of ending all things, returning them to nothingness, made the very heavens tremble. The immortal-slaying sword formation. Phantom. The 4 sword phantoms anchored the 4 corners of the world, exuding a murderous aura that soared to the skies. Countless gray sword threads wove instantly into a deadly net, sealing off the entire battlefield of Mount Huagua along with Sun Wukong himself. In the instant the formation unfolded, time and space seemed to freeze, and a chilling sense of doom filled the air. With a roar, Sun Wukong felt an unprecedented crisis of annihilation envelop him. The ninefold Transcendence Calamity Sutra within him sensed mortal peril and roared to life, pushing his power to the limit. Chaotic golden light burst from his body, morphing into a fearsome armor of calamity. The golden staff spun in a wild dance, impenetrable, as it clashed head-on with the omnipresent, all-cutting gray sword energy. A storm of clashing metal resounded across heaven and earth, each blow ringing out like a downpour on iron. Sun Wukong was trapped in a hurricane of blades. Every parry made his arms go numb. The immortal-slaying sword intent seeped everywhere, even piercing toward his very soul, seeking to sever his life at its source. The pressure was leagues beyond that of 100,000 celestial soldiers. 7th Brother. The Bull Demon King and the other great sages, faces twisted in shock and anger, rushed forward to join the battle. Chunmo snorted coldly, his imperial robe sweeping out in a grand arc. The imperial seal of Gaochen blazed with divine radiance, invoking the authority of the celestial court. An overwhelming, invisible force descended, one that could imprison all the gods in its grasp. In an instant, Bull Demon King and the others felt as if 10,000 mountains had crashed down upon them. Their demonic power froze, anchoring them firmly in place, unable to move a muscle. They could only watch helplessly as Sun Wukong, faced the imperial might alone within the sword formation. Ah! Sun Wukong let out a furious, anguished roar. The murderous edge of the immortal slaying sword sliced into his tribulation armor, its intent slashing not only at his body, but invading his very mind, seeking to shatter his indomitable will to fight. The agony and threat of death seared him like the hottest flames of a celestial forge, burning his resolve and strength to their limits. The ninefold primordial tribulation sutra spun faster than ever before, ravenously devouring the killing aura that suffused the formation. Under this crushing pressure and wild consumption, his own magic began to undergo a savage transformation. The golden light within him deepened, and that thread of primordial chaos, honed by the sword's intent, grew razor-sharp, sharp enough to pierce the very order of heaven. Chun Mo sat regally upon his imperial chariot, his gaze icy as he watched Sun Wukong's desperate struggle within the sword formation. Almost imperceptibly, his fingertips trembled, causing the power of the immortal slaying sword array to surge and ebb like a divine hammer forging a weapon. Each blow struck precisely at the nodes and limits of Sun Wukong's strength. Meanwhile, threads of pure, potent energy, drawn from the roots of the peach tree mother and the essence of the ninefold golden elixir from the palace of Do Shui, were quietly stripped away by the sword formation. These invisible nutrients, carried on the wild sword energy, slowly seeped into Sun Wukong's body. This was not destruction, but rather, using the immortal slaying sword as a hammer, tribulation as the flame, and the golden elixir as fuel, to temper his edge. Still not enough. The fire's not quite hot enough, Chun Mo murmured to himself, and the sword's killing intent blazed even fiercer. With a sudden gasp, Sun Wukong could endure no more. He spat out a mouthful of pale golden blood, which, as it left his body, transformed into sparks of primordial chaos. His eyes flashed with wild, desperate light, and with reckless abandon, he thrust the golden staff directly at the main shadow of the immortal slaying sword. This is the moment. Chun Mo's eyes blazed with keen anticipation as he swept his hand sharply through the air. In that instant, the four sword shadows vanished. The immortal slaying sword array was withdrawn, and in the very same breath, Vajra ring descend. An ancient, aloof voice echoed, as if from the 33 heavens above. A pale, unremarkable, perfectly round ring appeared out of nowhere above Sun Wukong's head, heedless of all distance and space. The moment it appeared, a terrifying force erupted, a suction that could bind all things and seize all treasures. Not good. Sun Wukong felt his golden staff shudder violently in his grip, threatening to tear itself free and fly away. Instinctively, he summoned the full force of the ninefold primordial tribulation sutra to resist with all his might. However, the suction force of the Vajra bracelet was far stronger than anyone could have imagined. It contained the supreme laws of the Tao of artifact refinement from the Taishang sage himself. The golden-banded staff let out a defiant hum, transforming into a streak of golden light, and in a flash, it was drawn away by the bracelet. Even the surging chaotic golden radiance and tribulation armor enveloping Sun Wukong were ruthlessly suppressed by the white light emanating from the ring. With a furious roar, Sun Wukong felt as if half his strength had been drained the moment he lost the golden-banded staff. His body froze in mid-action, seized by sudden weakness. Demon Monkey, if you won't submit now, then when? Li Jing seized the moment, his voice thundering with authority. The exquisite pagoda in his hand transformed into a towering structure, its base radiating blinding golden light. A mighty, irresistible suction swept down from above. Neza, now! Li Jing commanded with a shout. At your command, Neza shouted back. He stamped down on his wind-fire wheels, gripped his fire-tipped spear, and his body split into 3 heads and 6 arms. The universe ring tore the sky apart as the red armillary sash lashed. Out like a furious dragon, the divine light of the 3 treasures intertwined, bolstered by the pagoda's overwhelming pull, instantly engulfing Sun Wukong, who had already lost his staff and was suppressed by the Vajra bracelet. Seventh brother, cried the Bull Demon King and the other great sages, eyes wide with rage and desperation. They struggled to help, but the imperial might held them tightly in place, rendering them powerless. When the radiance faded, Sun Wukong was trussed up tight by the red armillary sash like a bundled zongzi, with the exquisite pagoda floating above his head, cascading golden light that pinned him down with unyielding force. He fought to break free, chaotic golden light flickering madly in his eyes and his savage fury surging from him, But the combined suppression of the three divine treasures and the Vajra bracelet left him utterly trapped. Chun-Mo rose from the imperial chariot and, with a single stride, approached the subdued Sun Wukong. From above, his imperial black robe billowed, and the weight of his authority pressed down like a prison. "Demon monkey, will you submit to your punishment?" His voice was cold as ice, utterly devoid of emotion. "Huh." Sun Wukong spat, baring his fangs, his eyes filled with unyielding defiance. "Go Chembrat. If you want to kill me, then do it. If I, the great sage equal to heaven, so much as frown, then I am no true great sage." Insolent to the end, Chun-Mo gave a cold snort and swept his sleeve. "Heavenly Kingly, take this wretch away. Deliver him to the Tushita Palace, the old lord's alchemy furnace. That shall be his final resting place. By your command." Though a suspicion flickered in his heart, the appearance of the Vajra bracelet had been all too convenient. Li Jing suppressed it, activated his pagoda, and, while Sun Wukong continued to hurl curses, whisked him away in a beam of golden light straight towards the ruins of Tushita Palace. Chun-Mo stood with hands clasped behind his back at the heights of the sky, his gaze sweeping over the Bull Demon King and the other demon sages below, all silenced beneath the might of the Emperor. His voice rang out across Flowerfruit Mountain. "The great sage equal to heaven has been subdued. Any of you monsters who dare gather in the mountains or defy the will of heaven again will be utterly annihilated, body and soul." With a flash of divine light from the Go-Chun imperial seal, the oppressive force was lifted. The Bull Demon King and the other demon sages instantly felt the weight leave their bodies, but there was no joy, only the terror of hunted beasts and a faint undercurrent of hidden resentment. They glanced at the captured Sun Wukong, then at Chun-Mo radiating imperial majesty, and at last transformed into streaks of demonic light, sweeping up the remnants of their forces and fleeing in panic toward the land of Western Continent, vanishing without a trace. With the fall of the tree, the monkeys of Flowerfruit Mountain scattered. Chun-Mo turned around as the imperial chariot rumbled across the shattered heavens, returning to the Gauchan imperial palace. Behind him, all that remained was the ravaged landscape of Flower and Fruit Mountain, and that tattered great sage equal to heaven banner, its poles severed by sword energy, now stood slanted atop the summit, whimpering in the wind. The massive body of the 8 trigrams furnace was mottled with age, yet inside, the blazing 6-ding divine fire roared to life. The flames were not the usual azure, but a chaotic shade of dark gold, with a faint aura of calamity swirling within. Bound tightly by the red silk of heaven and suppressed by the exquisite pagoda overhead and the Vajra ring, Sun Wukong was hurled into the mouth of those raging flames. "Old Taoist, Goshenbrat, your grandpa's son will be back." Sun Wukong's furious, indomitable roar, thick with venom and defiance, was swallowed by the inferno. With a thunderous crash, the lid of the furnace slammed shut. Countless intricate trigrams and mystical runes lit up, beginning their slow, inexorable rotation. Outside the furnace, Li Jing and Neza, having reported back, withdrew with lingering doubts clouding their hearts. In the shadows of the ruined court, Chun-Mo's figure quietly emerged. With a subtle flick of his finger, 3 talismans soared out. The Taiji seal transformed into a curtain of chaotic light, instantly enveloping the entire 8 trigrams furnace, severing all heavenly insight from within and without. The very essence of the 6-ding divine fire merged into the furnace's blaze. The dark gold flames boiled furiously, their color deepening to a somber, chaotic crimson. As the heat surged wildly, wisps of the annihilating sword intent left behind by the immortal slaying sword formation were drawn forth, fusing seamlessly into the fire. The Tao-guided essence of the ninefold elixir, gleaming with a verdant light, pierced through the furnace lid and sank into the inferno below. Inside the furnace, it was a true purgatory. The chaos tribulation flames, potent enough to incinerate even the highest immortals, mingled with traces of that deadly sword intent, relentlessly searing Sun Wukong. The bindings of the red silk and the Vajra ring melted away in an instant under this terrifying onslaught. Sun Wukong let out a heart-rending scream as his golden body began to melt. Yet in the very heart of this destruction, the true classic of ninefold chaos tribulation surged into motion with unprecedented speed. The guiding power of verdant Tao light, like a beacon, deftly steered the rampaging flames and sword intent, not merely to destroy, but to refine, temper, and purify the immense medicinal power that had clogged his being after he devoured the peaches of immortality and golden elixirs. It harnessed the edge honed by the immortal slaying sword array, the latent power squeezed out by the Vajra ring, and, even deeper, the chaotic seed of tribulation hidden within his bloodline and spirit, awakening and fusing it completely. Tribulation fire consumed his flesh. Sword intent tempered his soul. The Tao's guidance led the way. The immortal peaches and golden elixirs became fuel. Sun Wukong howled and fought amid destruction and rebirth. His life force, rather than diminishing, grew ever more concentrated, pure, and fierce under the relentless tempering of the chaos flames, like divine steel forged over 1,000 trials. The chaotic golden light gradually shed its impurities, transforming into the purest, most intense shade of dark gold. At its core, a spark of indomitable will remained unextinguished, a phoenix rising from annihilation, a demon god born anew from the heart of tribulation's fire. Outside the furnace, Chun Mo sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Using the Gaochen imperial seal as the axis and the intent of the Qingping sword as the guide, he connected his mind with the furnace's flames. Like the most accomplished alchemist, he controlled every subtle shift in the blaze within. Wisp by wisp, the martial might and chilling aura contained in the imperial seal were drawn into the furnace, becoming catalysts for the tempering process. Time slipped by, and the 49th day of the cycle was drawing to its close. Within the furnace, Sun Wukong's furious roars had long since faded away. Now only the endless, chaotic dark gold divine light flowed ceaselessly, and a terrifying power was quietly brewing. A power so fearsome that even a Deluo golden immortal would feel their heart tremble. It was like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Atop the furnace lid, the primordial Bagua runes, formed at the dawn of creation, could no longer withstand the mounting pressure. From within, they began to emit a strained, cracking sound, and fine, hairline fractures silently spread across their surface. Chun Mo's eyes flew open, and he fixed his gaze on the furnace lid, which teetered on the brink of shattering. A cold, subtle smile curled at the corner of his lips. The time was just right. Within that mysterious and solemn abode, the palace of Do Shuai, the Grand Supreme Elder Lord made an excuse to depart, entrusting the famed Bagua furnace to Chun Mo so that he might subdue and temper the rebellious Sun Wukong. In the midst of utter silence, the Bagua furnace suddenly gave a deep, resonant hum, a sound that sent a chill straight to the bones. It was as if an inhuman fury, suppressed to the breaking point, was about to burst forth. The ancient and intricate runes etched along the furnace's body now glowed a deep, oppressive crimson, flaring and fading like heated iron, casting an eerie light that set one's nerves on edge. Even more astonishing, cracks like a spider's web raced across the lid at a shocking pace. With each tremor of the furnace, the very aura of war and killing that filled the 33 heavens seemed to shudder in response. It was as if the Bagua furnace could no longer contain the frenzy brewing within and might shatter at any moment. Yet at this heart-stopping moment, Chun Mo remained astonishingly composed before the furnace. Draped in a dark imperial robe, its hem fluttering as if caught by a phantom wind, he stood unmoved. At his fingertips, 3 mysterious talismans hovered and circled, each shedding a soft, ethereal glow. These 3 talismans were the Taiji sigil, the source of the Lu Ding divine fire, and the 9-fold elixir's guiding charm. Interwoven, they guided the wild, chaos fire and the lingering force of the immortal slaying sword within the furnace, allowing Chun Mo to orchestrate the final, most exquisite adjustments, just as a master alchemist fine-tunes the fire, every subtle change entirely within his command. The 47th day was almost over, time slipping past like a white horse galloping through a crack in the wall, swift and unstoppable. Then, a faint crease appeared between Chun Mo's usually serene brows, as if he had sensed something. Slowly, he lifted his head, his gaze piercing through endless layers of the heavens, until it finally rested upon the direction of the Gaochen imperial palace. At that very moment, an incredibly faint yet pure and ancient wave of Shanqing Dao rhythm rippled from the imperial seal of authority. Though this fluctuation did not originate from the primordial chaos, it carried with it the scent of the mortal world below, and within it, there seemed to be a trace of a long-lost sense of familiarity. Chun Mo's eyes narrowed slightly, a flash of chaotic brilliance passing through them, as if he had made a pivotal decision in that instant. His body remained perfectly still, not even the slightest change in his expression, yet his fingertip moved ever so subtly, almost imperceptibly. The Taiji talisman seal, which had been radiating a bright light and maintaining a delicate balance within the furnace, now dimmed ever so slightly under Chun Mo's discreet control. This change was minute, almost impossible to notice, but in that moment, deep within the furnace, between the raging tribulation flames and Sun Wukong's chaos forged power teetering on the brink, a razor-thin crack silently split open in the barrier that sealed off fate and suppressed any eruption. Report! A desperate, hoarse cry rang out, and a divine general clad in black armor shot through the void like a falling star. He moved so fast that as he tore through space, a violent surge of energy erupted, making the entire world seem to tremble. The divine general dropped to one knee, terror etched across his face, his voice carefully urgent. Your Majesty, a spatial turbulence has suddenly appeared outside the southern heavenly. Gotha, there are signs of an extraterrestrial demon. The gatekeepers are struggling to suppress it, and the safety of the gate is at risk. Please, Your Majesty, return to the palace at once. Upon hearing this, Chun Mo's expression darkened instantly. An invisible emperor's might radiated from him, making the very air around him seem to freeze. He glared at the divine general, a flash of anger in his eyes. Fools! At such a critical moment, you allow an outer realm demon to slip in? What are you gatekeepers even good for? Yet, his gaze was soon drawn back to the roaring Bagua furnace, which trembled with furious howls and bellows from within. It was clear that the demon monkey had not yet been fully refined and was still fiercely resisting. Chun Mo frowned, musing to himself, though most of the demon monkey's strength has been burned away, it's still formidable. If I leave now, unforeseen trouble might arise. His eyes flicked back and forth between the Bagua furnace and the divine general, and at last he sighed in resignation. He addressed the general. Enough. The demon monkey within the furnace is nearly subdued and won't make much of a stir. You are to guard this place with utmost vigilance. No slacking off. Once I resolve the threat outside, I'll return at once. With those words, Chun Mo swept his wide sleeve with decisive resolve, and his figure shot out like a bolt of lightning. A dazzling sword light flared around him, laced with the killing aura of the imperial seal, and he soared straight toward the southern heavenly gate like an arrow tearing through the fabric of space. At the very instant Chun Mo's figure vanished into the void, the talisman sustaining the six-ding divine fire flickered ever so faintly, as if echoing his departure. Chun Mo had been gone for less than half a moment. A sudden, cracking roar erupted, an earth-shattering crash. With the critical suppression of the Taiji talisman and the precise guidance of the six-ding divine fire lost, the destructive force accumulated in the Bagua furnace over 47 and a half days broke free like an apocalyptic dragon unleashed, spiraling completely out of control. At the very center of the furnace lid, a gaping fissure split open with explosive force. An indescribable pillar of dark golden light, laced with the remnants of chaotic tribulation flames and the sword intent of the immortal executioner, burst forth with a thunderous roar. In a heartbeat, the sturdy lid shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. From within that blazing column, the body of the demon god, forged from chaotic dark gold, the tribulation warlord Sun Wukong, emerged, striding through fire. A howl thundered out, laden with agony that seared flesh and soul, and burning rage at the shattering of his shackles. Sun Wukong's golden eyes, born of tribulation fire, swept across the heavens above. All his loathing and hatred, purified by the flames, burned with blinding clarity. Go Chun, you wretched brat. You dare abandon the furnace and flee? Come and face your death at the hands of your elder son. With this furious bellow, he shot toward the Hall of Supreme Harmony like a burning, dark gold meteor, his momentum unstoppable as thunder. Each step he took shattered the very fabric of space, his body tearing through the void itself, as if the world could no longer bear the weight of his might. His flaming, dark golden form radiated a devastating aura, a true harbinger of doomsday. Heavenly soldiers and celestial generals along his path were as fragile as ants before him, instantly reduced to ash. Even the grand jade palaces of the heavens trembled and groaned under the onslaught of his terrifying power, threatening to collapse at any moment. Li Jing, Lord of the Pagoda, saw the scene unfold, and his heart sank. Realizing the dire crisis, he wasted no time in summoning forth his treasured pagoda in a desperate attempt to block the oncoming assault. Yet to his utter disbelief, his pagoda crumpled beneath that dark gold fist as if it were made of paper. With a thunderous crash, the treasured tower was sent flying, disintegrating in midair into a shower of fragments that rained down like shattered stars. At the same moment, Li Jing himself was hurled backward by the overwhelming force, his body flung through the air like a kite with its string cut. Blood sprayed from his lips as he tumbled helplessly, battered and broken, a clear sign of grievous injury. In that split second, Neza, standing nearby, tried to rush to his father's aid, but the shockwave from that tremendous blow was too powerful to evade. Caught in its path, Neza's body shuddered violently, then collapsed to the ground as if struck by a mighty hammer, falling limp and powerless beside the battlefield. After Neza fell to the ground, he instinctively wiped his face and found his hand stained with fresh blood. Silently cursing his luck, he thought to himself how truly difficult this performance was. Not only did he have to feign defeat, but he also had to endure real pain. It was far from easy. Before the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the nine-dragon golden gates, a symbol of the highest authority, began to warp and groan under the destructive aura of the Tribulation Fire Fist. Inside the palace, the face beneath the imperial crown of the Heavenly Emperor finally changed dramatically. He clenched his fists tightly, as if preparing to intervene and suppress this terrifying power. Yet, just as the apocalyptic dark gold fist was about to shatter the symbol of supreme authority, time itself froze. A cold, final will descended. A figure in a blue robe and imperial garb stepped out of the void, placing himself between the oncoming meteor of destruction and its target. Shinemo had returned. His expression was calm, as if the so-called demon from beyond the heavens could be swept away with a mere gesture. Yet deep within his eyes lay a glacial sense of absolute control. He turned his palm downward, 5 fingers slightly curved. The phantom of the Gauchian imperial seal manifested, expanding into a vast, shadowy seal that blotted out the sky. Upon its surface appeared visions of collapsing stars, the yellow springs overflowing, gods and demons locked in bloody battle, and entire eras returning to chaos. The supreme pressure of dominion and finality thundered down. A deep, thunderous boom resounded. The dark gold fist clashed with the shadowy imperial seal. A tidal wave of annihilation swept forth. Sun Wukong's tribulation-forged body trembled violently, the dark gold flames of tribulation forced into submission, his very bones shrieking in protest. "I won't be suppressed." Sun Wukong roared and struggled, dark gold brilliance flashing in his consciousness, trying to summon an even deeper force of tribulation. Shinmo's gaze turned icy cold. He pressed the imperial seal down another inch with his right hand. A deafening crash followed. The power of the seal surged. Amid the shadowy divine radiance, 4 hazy sword shadows appeared, the immortal slaying swords, whose annihilating sword intent merged perfectly with the seal's force of finality. Sun Wukong spat out dark gold blood, his body sinking further under the crushing weight. At that moment, a distant chant echoed, Amit Ba. A long, sonorous Buddhist invocation rang out. Boundless Buddhist light from the west shone everywhere as the golden, ethereal form of the Tathagata appeared. In his palm, the swastika-shaped Buddha seal crossed time and space, radiating a power that soothed wrath and guided souls, descending upon Sun Wukong. "Lingshan, you've overstepped your bounds." Chun Mo's face darkened, and his voice rang out like thunder from the highest heavens, exploding across the world. With his left hand, fingers joined like a sword, he made a gentle slash toward the void. The movement seemed casual, yet contained unfathomable mysteries. In that instant, a clear, metallic resonance rang out, as if the very world trembled at its core. A sword aura, condensed to its utmost, shrouded in hazy gray, suddenly burst forth like a colossal gray dragon, clawing and snapping as it surged forward. Wherever this immortal slaying sword chi passed, whether it was Buddhist light, sacred chants, or the mighty swastika seal, all were silently torn apart and dissolved, as if cast in the void of an unraveling painting. The lingering force of the sword's energy swept toward Mount Ling like a raging storm. Even the ancient Bodhi tree, which had stood for countless millennia, was reduced to ashes in an instant, as fragile as paper before this terrifying power. At that very moment, far atop the summit of Mount Ling, the golden phantom of the Tathagata seemed to sense the dreadful intent of the immortal slaying sword. His fingers, poised in the gesture of holding a flower, trembled ever so slightly, and the smooth flow of his movement came to an abrupt halt. The Buddha's gaze lingered deeply on Chun Mo and the fiercely suppressed demon monkey. At last, he gave a long, heavy sigh. "Karma, Master, is this truly the one you have chosen?" With that sigh, the boundless radiance of Buddha withdrew like a receding tide. The Tathagata's golden form gradually faded until it vanished completely into the void. Seeing this, Chen-mo gave a cold snort and quickly focused his mind on the imperial seal. With a sudden, forceful motion of his right hand, he pressed down. Sun Wukong, for your reckless chaos in the heavenly court, by the decree of the celestial emperor, you are to be sealed beneath the 5 elements mountain to reflect on your misdeeds. A thunderous crash resounded as the imperial seal, enveloped in dark golden light, plummeted like a falling star. It smashed into the border where the eastern continent met the western ox-headed land, striking the desolate 5 elements mountains. Mountains crumbled and the earth shook. 5 peaks, representing the elemental forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, sprang up from the ground, connecting end to end to form the towering 5 elements sacred mountain. The mountainside was imprinted with the sigils of the imperial seal and the runes of the immortal slaying sword. Divine mandates drifted down from the heavens, and the 6-syllable mantra settled atop the highest peak, sealing it all. The great sage, refused to yield. Beneath the mountain, only the anguished roar of defiance echoed on. Chen-mo withdrew the imperial seal, his face slightly pale. He cast a cold glance over the battered heavenly court and the terrified immortals, saluted Hao-Yin with a curt nod, then vanished in a flash of sword light, returning to the imperial palace of Gaochen. After Chen-mo departed, a new Buddhist inscription appeared, affixed to the mountain in the lower realms. The imperial palace brimmed with a chilling, oppressive aura. Chen-mo had only just taken his seat upon the god-slaying throne when one of the guardian generals hurried in with urgent news. Your Majesty, outside the southern heavenly gate, mortals from the lower realm, Hazi, Wiazi, and others, have come bearing a fragment of a jade disc. The disc. It emits a faint aura of the pure azure way. Bring them in, Chen-mo replied, his voice calm and indifferent. Moments later, several cultivators clad in wide-sleeved robes were ushered inside. At their head was Zayozi, an elderly man with white hair, who cradled an ancient, jade-green disc, its edges chipped and cracks spreading across its surface. Though its light was faint, it radiated a pure, unmistakable brilliance of the pure azure Tao, resonating subtly with the sword intent of the green lotus in Chen-mo's spiritual sea. Behind him stood Wiazi, gentle in demeanor, and the rest of his disciples, some elegant, some spirited. All wore expressions of awe and nervous excitement. Surrounded by the martial grandeur of the imperial palace, they felt as insignificant as dust. Zaihuzi, Zi, etc., disciples of the Wudong sect in the lower realm, pay our respects to the great emperor of Gaochen. The group bowed low as Zayozi raised the jade disc high in offering. Chen-mo's gaze lingered on the ancient, broken seal character carved into the jade disc, then slowly swept across the assembly below the steps. As his eyes passed over Zayozi's weathered yet still lucid gaze, and Wiazi's gentle eyes tinged with curiosity, his fingers holding the imperial seal, curled ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly. Memories of master and disciple passing down arts in the world of heavenly dragon, of carefree soaring. Upon the wind, each flashed vividly before him. Yet now they stood separated by the abyss of the imperial throne and the chasm of primordial times. Suppressing the faint ripples in his heart, Chen-mo radiated an imperial majesty as suffocating as a prison. His voice betrayed no emotion. This jade disc carries the scattered Dao lineage of my Jijiao. It is no easy feat for you to ascend. Since you hold this relic, fate has brought you here. His gaze fell upon Zayozi. Zayozi, at your command, my lord. Zayozi responded at once, feeling that the emperor's gaze was as deep as the sea, strangely familiar, yet boundlessly authoritative. You ascended from the lower realms Wudong sect. You follow the way of natural law, are skilled in reading the stars and the earth's veins, and understand the flow of all things. As Chen-mo tapped his fingertip, a profound ray of mystic light, laden with the secrets of the imperial palace's patrol wards, shot into Zayozi's brow. From this day forth, you shall hold the post of celestial surveyor. Lead your disciples in patrolling the outer celestial nodes around the Gaochen imperial palace, monitor the movements of earth veins and spiritual currents, and discern the flow of martial and murderous auras across the 3 realms. This is the eyes and ears of the palace. No negligence will be tolerated. A flood of immense information surged into Zayozi's mind, making him keenly aware of the weighty responsibility. He bowed solemnly. Your servant receives the emperor's edict. I shall do all I can and never fail your trust. Chen-mo's gaze shifted to Wiazi. Wiazi. Here, master, Wiazi replied respectfully, sensing a hidden meaning in the way the emperor looked at him. Your mind is tranquil and profound, your knowledge vast, and you excel in deduction and analysis. Another stream of mystic light, brimming with the secrets of the palace archives and the essence of ancient rune parsing, poured into Uyazi's mind. Pick up the post of archivist. Scribe, collate, and verify all diagrams of celestial formations, atlases of myriad realms, and ancient incomplete warding scripts stored within the palace. For all obscure runes and exotic Tao resonances, document and analyze them thoroughly, and submit regular reports. I accept your command, Uyazi replied, understanding at once that this role suited his scholarly pursuits perfectly. Finally, Chinemo looked to the remaining Xiaoyao sect disciples, whose eyes brimmed with both hope and anxiety. Each of you has your strengths. For now, you will serve under Zayayozi and Uyazi. Fulfill your duties diligently, and merits shall follow. Once you have proven yourselves, further promotion will be considered. Thank you, your majesty, for your grace, the disciples chorused, bowing as one. With a sweep of his sleeve, Chun Mo commanded, guide them to their posts, bestow upon them their identity tokens, and grant them the privileges for patrol and archival access. The Black Shade Divine General accepted the order, and with a sense of relief and eager anticipation, the Xiaoyao sect disciples followed him out of the solemn and imposing Great Hall. Atop the vast and empty Godslayer Emperor's throne, only Chun Mo remained. He slowly lifted his hand. At his fingertip lingered a faint, wispy aura, one that had only just now slipped quietly away from Zayoko, a familiar trace born of the lower. This thread of energy curled around his finger, carrying with it the breeze and moonlight of the heavenly dragon world, the mists atop Mount Wuliang, the lingering warmth of master and disciple in philosophical debate. For a fleeting moment, the frozen lines of his face beneath the imperial aura seemed to soften, only to be swiftly overlaid by an even deeper layer of iron-blooded resolve and cold calculation. With a subtle closing of his fingers, that wisp of energy vanished in utter silence. Master, senior brother, his barely audible murmur faded into the oppressive air of the imperial palace, leaving only the sword intent of the chinking blade to ring out in his consciousness, an almost imperceptible, crystalline note. His gaze shifted beyond the hall, toward the deep, boundless night sky. It was as if he could pierce through endless void and settle his eyes beneath the newly erected Five Elements Divine Mountain. From below that mountain, the distant, unyielding roar of defiance seemed to reach his ears, and once more his thoughts drifted westward, to the sacred Spirit Mountain, where, at the bottom of the 8 treasures merit pool, the sorrowful cry of the golden-whiskered Ao fish echoed in his mind. His knuckles tapped lightly against the cold, stone armrest of the Godslayer Emperor's throne, each knock a dull, resonant thud. Celestial Survey. Archives. A cold smile curled at the corner of Chun Mo's lips. The calamity eye is sealed, the senses newly awakened. It is time for the Buddhist order to make their move. He closed his eyes slowly. The imperial seal hovered before him. The murderous aura of countless battles coiled about him like a dragon. A wisp of divine thought slipped quietly from his mind, linking to a newly established Celestial Survey mirror star platform at the palace's perimeter. Upon that star platform, Zayoko, just beginning to familiarize himself with his surroundings, was cradling a fractured jade disc in his palm, gazing into the endless sea of stars, attempting to sense the stellar nodes and the battlefield aura spoken of by the Emperor. In his hand, the faint blue glow of the jade disc seemed a touch brighter than it had been outside the southern gate of heaven. Gaochen Imperial Palace, Celestial Survey Mirror, Star Platform. Zayoko's hair was white as snow, and his wide robes billowed in the biting gale of the ninth heaven. In his hand, the ancient jade disc, with its cracked, battered edges, rested, its core marked by the archaic and incomplete character for sever, shimmering with a weak yet unyielding spiritual light beneath the starlight. He was wholly absorbed in sensing the mysteries of the stellar nodes and battlefield aura the Emperor had imparted, striving to blend his own lower realm technique, the Xiaoyao windwalking art of qi observation, into this profound flow. Suddenly, a sharp tremor seized his heart. Without warning, the jade disc in his hand began to quiver violently. It wasn't an outside force, but rather, deep within the disc, a dormant imprint, one that had lain silent for centuries, faint yet intimately tied to his own essence, was suddenly stirred. The cause, a barely perceptible breath, inadvertently leaked from some unfathomable presence deep within the imperial palace. That aura, vast and untouchable, imbued with the sword intent to end all things, Yet, at its very core, it concealed a trace of something he had sensed countless times atop Mount Wuliang and within the Jade Cavern of Longhuan. The true meaning of Xiao Yao. Could it be his disciple from another world, taken in before he returned to the realm of cultivation? Chinamo? Impossible. Xiao Yaozi's heart shook violently, and the jade disc in his hand nearly slipped from his grasp. He jerked his head up, his gaze piercing through layer upon layer of imperial palace wards, fixing unwaveringly upon the direction of the Hall of Slaughter, where the murderous aura was densest and imperial authority most forbidding. An absurd yet overwhelming thought thundered through his mind, exploding like a bolt of lightning in his sea of consciousness. Almost at the same moment, deep within the archive pavilion, Wuyazi was fully absorbed in deciphering a mottled jade slip containing a fragment of the ancient nine-fold Yellow River array. His fingertips traced out intricate runic patterns, channeling mystical energies as he immersed himself in the study. Suddenly, the ring, an ethereal shadow on his consciousness, bestowed by Chunimo, and bearing the primordial imprint of the Northern Sea divine art of the Xiao Yao sect, reacted as if a shard of ice had been cast into boiling water. It unleashed a stabbing, bone-chilling tremor. Yet this sensation was not a warning. It was a powerful summons, a resonance of shared bloodline and martial heritage. The call pointed straight to the very heart of the imperial palace. Little junior brother, Wuyazi shot to his feet, disbelief and shock written all over his gentle, jade-like features. The jade slip in his hand tumbled to the floor with a sharp clatter. Atop the emperor's throne in the Hall of Slaughter, Chinemo was utilizing the imperial seal to bind the Five Elements Mountains. Seal, overseeing the progress of medicinal refinement. Part of his mind was immersed in the profound mysteries of the Qingping. Sword's intent, his aura held in perfect check. Unbeknownst to him, the Tao resonance of the Xiao Yao sect's true meaning of the Northern Sea, originating from the lower realm, subtly flowed along with his sword intent, ever so faintly leaking out. Just then, the voice of the palace guard outside the hall sounded, tinged with rare unease. Reporting to your majesty. Inspector Xiao Yaozi and Archivist Wuyazi request an urgent audience. They speak of matters from your majesty's past. Chunimo slowly opened his eyes, the sharpness within them receding into misty calm. Instantly, he sensed the two familiar, turbulent auras just beyond the hall, and the Xiao Yao sect's primal imprint. Now awakened within them. Memories sealed away for centuries surged up. The swirling mists of Boundless Mountain, the scrolls of the blessed land of Longhuan, the freedom of riding the winds. All of it settled into a profound stillness upon the emperor's throne. Let them enter, he said, his voice as indifferent as ever. Xiao Yaozi and Wuyazi nearly stumbled as they rushed into the grand hall. Xiao Yaozi clutched the still trembling jade disc, his aged eyes locked onto the awe-inspiring figure on the throne. Wuyazi's fists were clenched, his gaze burning with intensity, searching that cold, regal face for any trace of the little junior brother he once knew. Your Majesty, Xiao Yaozi's voice was dry and trembling as he raised the jade disc, now glowing ever brighter. This disc, just sense your Majesty's presence, and deep within, is the unique Northern Sea aura of our Xiao Yao sect's Grandmaster. This mark was personally bestowed by me, many years ago, upon my final disciple, Chunimo. I wonder if your Majesty. He dared not finish the question, but his meaning was as clear as daylight. Wuyazi immediately bowed deeply, his voice trembling with excitement and longing for confirmation. Disciple Wuyazi, may I ask your Majesty do? You still remember the Jade Grotto beneath Wuliang Mountain? Do you recall the saying, in the Northern Sea there's a fish, its name is Koan? A heavy silence filled the grand hall. The divine General Xiansha stood motionless, head bowed, as if he were a statue carved from clay. Chunmo's gaze slowly swept over the two old friends at the foot of the steps. The hope and curiosity in Zaiyozi's eyes, the excitement and nervousness plain on Wuyazi's face, all were vivid and unmistakable. He paused in silence, the overwhelming imperial aura that commanded gods, gradually receded like the tide. At his fingertip, a strand of pure, deep blue magical energy, imbued with the devouring vastness of the northern sea and the spirit of freedom, quietly condensed into the shape of a nimble, ethereal Koan fish, which darted playfully around his finger. Master, senior brother. Chunmo's voice shed the icy chill of the emperor, revealing instead a long-lost warmth and emotion that belonged to Chunmo himself. It's been many years since we parted. I hope you have both been well. Montakea, it truly is you. Tears streamed down Zayozi's weathered face as the jade plate in his hand slipped free, only to be caught gently by a soft current of magic. Wu Yazi's eyes, too, turned red with emotion, his words choked by excitement. "This is not the place for reunions," Chunimo said, raising a hand. An immense yet gentle force lifted the two to their feet. "Come with me to Jinao Island." Deep within the eastern sea, Jinao Island. Immortal mist curled through the air, auspicious clouds unfurled in countless threads. This ancestral seat of the GS sect had lain dormant for 10,000 years since the great investiture of the gods, but today a new vitality stirred beneath its ancient silence. Though the former glory of myriad immortals gathering was no more, in the depths of Bo Palace, a sword intent that had slumbered for ages, profound and oppressive as an abyss, was slowly awakening, causing the boundless waves of the eastern sea to bow in silent reverence. In the main hall of Bo Palace, the Lord Tongtian sat high upon a cloud-born throne, the Qingping sword resting across his knees. His presence was ethereal, as if he had become one with the very laws of heaven and earth. Below, several remaining disciples of the GS sect stood in solemn ranks, their auras either deep and steady or sharp as blades. Among them was the immaculate Mother Wudong, her gaze resting on Chunimo at the side, filled with pride and hope. At Chunmo's side stood two men. One, with white hair and a long beard, his features thin and refined, exuded an air of effortless freedom, yet his eyes were as deep as the ocean. This was Zayozi. The other, bearing the aura of an immortal sage, was Wu Yazi. Despite their efforts to remain composed, standing in one of the most exalted Taoist sanctuaries of the primordial age, face to face with the awe-inspiring presence of a saint, their very souls quivered, as if treading on thin ice. Zayozi, you, and the others ascended from the lower world and were once disciples of the sect founded by Wudong. You once accepted Chunimo as your disciple, but now that Chunimo has formally entered Wudong's tutelage, he can no longer be your disciple. Lord Tongtian's voice was not loud, yet it rang clear and melodious, like the chime of jade and gold, resonating directly within the hearts of all who heard it. He continued, "Zayozi, your path is one of entering the Tao through martial arts, drawing upon the energies of heaven and earth for your own use. This principle subtly resonates with my Jie sect doctrine of seizing a thread of life amidst calamity. However, your foundation is still too fragmented, not yet reaching the level of true essence. Are you willing to enter my tutelage as a registered disciple? If so, you will stand as an elder uncle to Chunimo, and I believe he would welcome that." Zayozi's heart trembled violently. He had pursued the great Tao his entire life, traversing countless worlds, all in search of the one true authenticity. Now, with a sage personally offering him this chance, even as just a named disciple, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Of cosmic proportions, without hesitation, he prostrated himself in deep reverence, his voice tinged with excitement yet unwavering in resolve. "Disciple Zayozi pays respect to master. I vow to follow you in seeking the Tao, never regretting even in the face of death." The Lord Tongtian nodded slightly, and with a flick of his fingertip, a clear light shot forth, merging into the center of Zayozi's brow. In that instant, currents of energy surged around Zayozi. Within him, the northern sea true qi, drawn from the myriad heavens, began to merge and transform with a strand of supremely pure, sword-filled, shanxing, immortal light. His cultivation bottleneck began to loosen. Although Wu Yazi was not formally taken as a disciple, simply by being bathed in the aura of this sage's domain, he gained immeasurable benefit, especially as he sensed the pervasive, mysterious Tao resonance. An undercurrent as if time and space itself were faintly pulsing. He felt a strange familiarity and a stirring in his heart, as though he was touching the very origin of his own art of carefree, wind-borne movement. Well done. Lord Tongtian's gaze swept over the gathering, finally landing on Chunimo, his look carrying a deeper meaning. The great tribulation is about to begin. The will of heaven turns once more. Today, I shall expound to you all the Tao within this calamity, what it means to seize, and what it means to attain primal unity. The sage began his discourse, his words flowing with the truth of the great Tao. In an instant, the entire Bo Palace was awash with celestial wonders, flowers cascading from the heavens golden, lotuses blooming from the earth. In the void above, scenes of chaos splitting open, the collapse of worlds, the trials of myriad beings striving for transcendence, and a single sword severing the ages, unfolded in breathtaking succession. What Tong Tian imparted was far from ordinary methods of cultivation. It was the primal Tao at the heart of calamity and cosmic rotation. Drawing upon his own experience, he explained how the essence of the GS sect seeks survival amidst destruction, and how, in the crucible of countless tribulations, one tempers the indestructible foundation of primal unity. Sitting cross-legged, Chun Emo emptied his mind, fully immersing himself in the boundless Tao. Deep within his spiritual core, the Daoluo fruit, formed from the fusion of the nine-turn primal calamity sutra and his own path, shook violently under the baptism of the sage's Tao sound. Across its surface, countless fine runes, each representing a different law, spun, collided, and fused in a wild dance. And when the Lord Tong Tian spoke of using calamity as fire to forge the true gold of primal unity, using fate as the catalyst to cast the immortal foundation of the Tao, Chun Mo's whole being quaked to his core. He subdued Sun Wukong, using the five elements mountain as a crucible, the Buddha's radiance as a seal, and alchemical fire as his hammer. Wasn't this precisely the act of tempering true gold in the flames of tribulation? In his own path, wasn't it about leaping beyond the barriers of severed selves, pointing directly to that primordial chaos when all laws return to unity, the realm of Hunyuan? So that's it. In Chun Mo's heart, surging waves crashed endlessly. In an instant, everything became clear. The secret of Hunyuan that had troubled him for so long was, under his Grandmaster's words that struck at the very core of the Tao, suddenly and wholly illuminated. A deafening rumble. At the very moment of his epiphany, deep within his soul, a mark born of traversing countless worlds, a mark that had long lain dormant yet was unbreakably resilient, was set ablaze by the resonant Tao of Hunyuan. This was the primordial imprint of the laws of time and space. All his experiences, traveling through endless realms, enduring the flow of different timelines, comprehending the folding of space and fragments of the river of time, all of it was ignited at once, bursting forth like a galaxy set aflame. A flood of profound insights about an instant and eternity, a step away, and the ends of the world, the past and the future, surged into his now boiling spiritual sea, as if a dam had burst. This power was so vast, so pure, so ancient, it even surpassed the very framework of time and space that governed the world of the Great Desolation. It was not a gift bestowed by the heavenly Tao of this realm, but rather the culmination of Chun Mo's own soul, his vessel, navigating across infinite heavens, tempered through his unique journey, forging a power that belonged to him alone, the laws of time and space across all worlds. In an instant, this force fused seamlessly with his evolving Tao of tribulation and destiny. Time and space became his bones, destiny his soul. The dormant mana within him thundered along a path more mysterious and profound than ever before. His Luo Tao fruit, under the triple force of the Grand Tao's cleansing resonance, his personal enlightenment, and the sudden awakening of the laws of time and space, abruptly began to collapse inward. A surge of energy, far surpassing even the Luo golden immortal, now brushing the very threshold of the true Hunyuan, burst from within Chun Mo. It was a blend of the primordial chaos unique to Hunyuan, the entangled aura of fate and tribulation, and a strange fluctuation that seemed able to freeze time and fold space. This composite force was so extraordinary it could barely be contained, threatening to break free of Bo Palace and soar to the highest heavens and deepest earth. In the chaotic depths beyond the 33 skies, the purple cloud palace lay in ancient silence. Upon his cloud bed, the Tao ancestor Hongjun, eyes closed in communion with the heavenly Tao, seemed to twitch his eyelids ever so slightly. Facing the Bagua furnace and traveling beyond the mundane, the Grand Supreme Elder Lord suddenly arched his white brows. The dust whisked in. His hand stirred without wind, tracing a mysterious arc through the air. In a low, resonant voice, he intoned stillness. Instantly, a vast and boundless aura of the supreme ultimate Tao suffused everything, crossing infinite distance in a heartbeat to envelop Bo Palace on Janeo Island. The shadow of the Taiji diagram spun slowly, as if drawing all turbulence into its eternal balance and silence. Primordial Lord of Heaven twirled his three treasures jade scepter between his fingers as he expounded upon the Tao. Suddenly, his voice came to an abrupt halt. He lifted his head sharply, gazing toward the direction of the eastern sea. For the first time, clear astonishment and gravity appeared on his face. usually as serene and inscrutable as an ancient well. Golden Turtle Island? Such a Tao resonance. This is not the path of body severing. Space and time? Cataclysmic fate? Could it be Hunyuan itself? His eyes flashed with a piercing brilliance, doubt, scrutiny, and a profound, inexpressible tremor at that strange ripple through space and time. Almost simultaneously with the Supreme Elder's intervention, the jade scepter in his hand radiated a soft, pristine light. 12 phantom golden lotuses, brimming with the vitality of creation, flew forth and merged into the chaos shrouded by the Taiji diagram. The Lord of Heaven Cutting's eyes erupted with an unprecedented, dazzling divine light, filled with boundless satisfaction, unwavering resolve, and a hint of astonishment at the awakening laws of time and space. He brought 2 fingers together like a sword and pointed toward the void where Chan Mo stood. Heaven's secrets, severed, space and time bound. The sharp, peerless intent of the immortal slaying sword surged skyward, not to kill, but transforming into a supreme sword web that severed all prying eyes, confounded all cause and effect, and obliterated every trace. Within this web, the absolute intent of the immortal extinguishing sword fused in, so potent it seemed to freeze the ages themselves, targeting precisely those leaking ripples of space and time. 3 saintly powers, born from the same source yet entirely distinct. The Supreme's Taiji, stasis, Primordial's jade purity, protection, and Heaven-Cutting's severance, termination, and immortal extinguishing. Binding, at this moment, united without reserve to guard a single secret. This fused power was so mighty that, in an instant, it shrouded the heavenly mechanisms, locked away the ripples of time and space, and utterly erased, confounded, and concealed all the primal Tao resonance Chan Mo exposed his breakthrough to Hunyuan Golden Immortal, especially those perilous fluctuations of space and time, along with all the myriad threads of cause and effect that might have stemmed from his very existence in the moments to come. Thus, they created a realm of absolute chaos and a temporal void, a domain even saints could not easily glimpse. In the Western paradise of ultimate bliss, beside the 8 treasures merit pool, the guide of the West sat with eyes closed, mind drifting in meditation, golden lotuses swaying gently. In the water, suddenly, the sacred relic at the center of his brow, a vessel of boundless wisdom, flared with intense, flickering light. A powerful sense of foreboding seized him, as if some unimaginable variable had just been born in the East. He snapped his eyes open. For a fleeting instant, the rise and fall of 3,000 worlds within his gaze blurred and twisted. He cried in alarm, Amitabha Buddha, the East, the river of space and time. How has it become so chaotic? The aura of calamity boils like a tempest, and some foreign disturbance is churning the flow. He exerted all his power to divine the cause, but found only that the heavenly secrets, churned like a cauldron, time's threads shredded by an incomparably formidable force, making it impossible to discern their true source. Within the sacred grounds of Mount Ling, the 7-treasure wondrous tree in Juni Dao's hand trembled wildly, its 7-colored radiance flickering. Chaotically, nearly slipping from his grasp, his face changed drastically, and caring nothing for the astonishment of the bodhisattva was seated. Below, he rapidly formed the supreme Bodhi seal with both hands, striving to connect with the river of time and the greater Tao. Yet all he could see was a void, twisted and ever-shifting, forcefully stitched together by primordial sword chi, the Taiji Tao diagram, and the Yuqing golden lotus. From that void, a faint aura drifted forth, so sharp it seemed to pierce even his primordial spirit, a breath of catastrophe, mingled with a trace of a Tao resonance seemingly alien to this world and time. Senior brother, the 3 pure ones have joined forces. They are forcibly mending a temporal rift. Whatever they're concealing, it's no ordinary Hunyuan being. Junti Daoist's voice was graver than ever, tinged with a subtle, hard-to-detect dread. The aura of catastrophe seeping out. It's identical to the one from the myriad immortals formation of the Jiejiao in days past. And there's a strange force, almost as if it can twist the very fabric of time. The Taoist guide's expression grew even more bitter, and he heaved a long sigh. A great calamity is brewing, and anomalies abound. This one may prove the greatest variable in the eastward spread of our Buddhist faith. We must be cautious, more cautious than ever. The 2 Western sages exchanged a long look. Gone was any trace of tranquil compassion in their eyes, replaced only by deep worry and vigilance. Within Bio Palace, under the absolute protection and confinement of 3 vast saintly powers, Chun Mo's erupting aura and awakened laws of time and space were forcibly suppressed within his body, pushing him through the most critical transformation. Deep in his purple mansion, the Luo Dao fruit, collapsing inward upon itself, was battered by endless Dao resonance, sudden flashes of enlightenment, and a surging torrent of awakened time-space laws, until at last it completed its metamorphosis. A seed was born, colored with primal chaos, as if holding within it every possibility before heaven and earth began. It spun slowly, and at its core, a dazzling rune of time and space shimmered like a star. Countless tiny vortices, each representing a thread of catastrophe, swirled around the rune, each vortex like a miniature tribulation, while the rune of time and space anchored their flow, stabilizing the tumult so that, in their cycle of birth and death, they drew in power without falling into chaos and destruction. This was the unique embryonic Dao fruit of a Hunyuan golden immortal, Chun Mo's space-time calamity Dao seed. The moment the Dao seed took form, Chun Mo felt his connection to the vast world of the great desolation shift utterly. It was as if he now stood on a higher plane, able to see, with crystalline clarity, the mighty river of tribulation rushing through the ages, bearing countless sentient beings with it. More wondrous still, with a mere movement of thought, he could faintly sense the ripples in time and space around certain crucial moments in this river, such as the escape of Sun Wukong or the reincarnation of the golden cicada. Though the visions were hazy and drained his strength, it was nonetheless an extraordinary omen, led by calamity, and with time and space as his eyes. He could now sense with remarkable clarity the newly awakened power of Hunyuan within him, although its sheer quantity was far inferior to that wielded by late-stage quasi-saints who had severed their three corpses. The quality of his power brimmed with the unfathomable mysteries of time and space, as well as the unpredictable force of calamity. A powerful premonition welled up inside him. Law of time and space asterisk now, having grasped 70% of its essence, he knew that if he could fully comprehend it, reach complete mastery, he could attempt to use it as the core. To attain true Hunyuan de Luo Jinxianhood, become a saint. The path was perilous, but it led straight to the source, unbound by the constraints of the primordial Hongmeng purple qi. Combat power at early Hunyuan golden immortal level asterisk, owing to the unique Dao fruit of time, space, and calamity now in his possession, he had already gained the ability, under certain circumstances, especially when standing at the heart of calamity, to contend with, and even make wary, the mighty late-stage quasi-saints. His strength lay in 1. Disturbance of time and space asterisk. He could twist the fabric of time and space around him, slowing or even redirecting enemy spells and magical treasures, causing fatal flaws in attacks from late-stage quasi-saints, attacks powerful enough to shatter stars. 2. Eye of Calamity asterisk. He could perceive, though vaguely, the calamity points, weaknesses or places of decline in the flow of an opponent's fate, allowing him to strike with pinpoint precision together with his mastery of time and space. 3. Embracing calamity asterisk. When engulfed in a great tribulation, he could channel some of the power of the calamity to temporarily enhance his own offense and defense, though the price was a deepening taint of calamity upon himself. 4. Mark of all heavens asterisk. He possessed a natural resistance and deciphering ability against foreign powers not originating from the primordial world, such as the extinction force of Buddhism or the corruption of demonic paths. Of course, to challenge such foes was unimaginably dangerous. A single misstep, and he would be crushed by the boundless might of a late-stage quasi-saint. Yet this, in itself, was already a battle prowess that defied the very laws of the primordial era. Chun Mo slowly opened his eyes, the chaotic light within them receding. Yet it seemed, for a fleeting instant, as if countless shards of time and space and whirlpools of calamity flickered through his gaze. Looking up at Tong Tian, seated high upon his cloud bed, Chun Mo bowed deeply. Disciple Chun Mo offers grateful thanks to Grandmaster for your guidance and protection. The Tao of time and calamity. My foundation is formed. Tong Tian gazed at the light in Chun Mo's eyes, a radiance unlike any quasi-saint's, imbued with the supreme Tao of both time and calamity. For the first time since the end of the investiture of the gods, a broad and delighted smile broke across his face. He saw it. He saw the severed future of the Jies sect. Now, against all odds, a crack had been forced open in the heavens, leading towards Supreme Hunyuan, by his grand disciple, marked by the myriad heavens and time. Good, good, good. Tong Tian exclaimed 3 times, while the azure lotus sword sang with a resonant hum. With time and space as wings, and calamity as your blade. This Tao fruit is a marvel never before seen in the primordial world. With Hun Yuan attained and your path now clear, let this matter be known. Heaven knows, earth knows, and the 3 pure ones know. As for the rest, they are of no consequence. In the great game of the calamity, act without restraint. Chun Mo rose to his feet, feeling within himself that mysterious primordial force, an energy that subtly opposed the laws of heaven yet formed its own cycle, infused with the powers of time and space and the enigma of fate. A surge of pride welled up in his heart, the thrill of mastering his own destiny and seizing boundless vitality. He gazed westward, his eyes seeming to pierce through the barriers of Bo Palace and the boundaries of time and space, beholding those 2 saintly figures shrouded in solemn mist atop Spirit Mountain. The game of chess had only just begun, yet in his hand, he already held a piece powerful enough to overturn the board and reverse the course of time itself. A fierce, cutting wind howled, causing the starry patterns on Emperor Gaoqian's dark robe to flicker in and out of sight. Chun Mo lowered his gaze, his eyes penetrating the 9 layers of clouds to rest upon the towering, radiant 5-finger mountain, wreathed in Buddhist light. Deep within the mountain, a wild and unyielding aura pulsed stubbornly. With every struggle, the earth veins trembled, and the Sanskrit mantras, Om, Ma, and I, Pad, Me, Hum, carved into the mountain's face blazed even more fiercely, as though countless chains were being drawn tighter and tighter. It was none other than the great sage, Sun Wukong. Chun Mo took a single step, and in an instant, he appeared atop 5-element mountain. Under his feet, the cold, unyielding brown stone was etched with Buddhist seals. To touch it was to grasp frozen iron. With a sweep of his sleeve, a section of rock, about a yard across, vanished without a sound, revealing a dark, bottomless pit beneath. A wave of scorching, violent air, thick with the scent of sulfur and indomitable will, surged up to meet him. Below the cave mouth lay absolute darkness. Only a pair of eyes, burning with golden flames, pierced through layer upon layer of seals, fixing on him with unwavering intensity. "Gaoqian, you old dog!" came a hoarse voice from the depths, brimming with a hatred that seemed to gnaw bone and drink blood. "Come to laugh at your grandpa's son? Or do you think those bald monk's talismans aren't heavy enough, and you want to add a few more strokes of your imperial seal?" The words echoed off the stone walls, reverberating through the mountain. Chun Mo's expression remained indifferent, as if he hadn't heard a word. With a flick of his finger, a stream of light, refined and red as jade, shot from his sleeve, ignoring the layers of Buddhist restraints that could erode even the golden bodies of the greatest celestial immortals. The beam plunged straight into the darkness below. Wrapped within the light was a pill, the size of a dragon's eye, its surface etched with swirling patterns and seething with wild fire energy. The Doshui Burning Heaven Pill, forged from the ashes of the 8 trigram furnace in the palace beyond the 33 heavens, and reforged by Chun Mo's own primordial force. It was brutally potent, enough to incinerate any but the most powerful of immortals. A piercing scream erupted from the depths, 100 times more agonizing than before, as if flesh and bone alike were being burned away inch by inch. By true fire. Scarlet gold flames burst from the cave, the heat twisting the air and making the rocks atop the mountain crackle and spark, some even beginning to melt. Amidst the blaze, the faint outline of a great ape could be seen rolling and thrashing in agony, golden fur singed and curled to black, only to be instantly healed by a surge of indomitable vitality from within. And so the torment repeated again and again, like an endless punishment. "Chen Montak, I swear I will skin you alive and grind your bones to dust." Sun Wukong's roar, saturated with soul-searing pain, pierced straight through the clouds. Chun Mo stood at the edge of the raging flames, hands clasped behind his back. His robes whipped wildly in the heat, yet his expression was utterly calm. His gaze was locked onto the figure struggling and transforming within the inferno, eyes deep and inscrutable. Only he knew that every lick of fire burning the Monkey King's flesh and blood was branding the true essence of the ninefold primordial. Calamity Scripture, the secret of forging destiny through tribulation, of sowing the golden lotus in the heart of fire, deeper into Sun Wukong's very bones and every drop of his blood. These 500 years of suppression, while they appeared to be Buddhist punishment, were in truth a crucible uniquely crafted by Chun Mo himself for this stone-born monkey. A furnace both cruel and extravagant, beyond imagination. The The Buddha's light served as a cage, the five elements mountain as the anvil, and the divine alchemical fire as the hammer, all to transform a lump of primordial chaos stone into a weapon mighty enough to cleave through the fog of destiny. To endure the hardest suffering is the only way to become a sage amidst calamity. Chun Mo's voice was quiet, yet it cut through Sun Wukong's wrath and the roaring flames, cold and unyielding as a decree from heaven, etching itself into the Monkey King's turbulent mind. This agony that burns your body and shatters your bones, that is the only path to reach the highest realm. Survive it, and the horizon will open wide before you. Phelan, he paused, his tone chilling. You'll become nothing but dust, no longer an eyesore to this emperor. Sun Wukong's golden pupils shrank sharply in the fire. The pain that gnawed at his very marrow was momentarily suppressed by a surge of primal fury. He no longer howled in anguish. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the blurred yet imposing figure at the cave entrance. With fangs clenched and a beast-like growl rumbling in his throat, he summoned every last ounce of strength to resist the devouring force pressing in on him from within and without. The mountain itself groaned under the impact of his surging power, the 6 sacred Buddhist characters etched upon its surface flashing violently, as if on the verge of shattering at any moment. A barely perceptible glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Chun Mo's eyes. Without lingering further, his form blurred into a stream of starlight and vanished from above the 5 elements mountain in a heartbeat. Not long after he departed, a subtle ripple stirred the shadows beneath a clump of vines at the mountain's foot. An old man, clad in a gray-blue Taoist robe with indistinct features, quietly emerged. His presence was faint, blending seamlessly with the stones and grass, a mere wisp of Chun Mo's divine consciousness left behind near the mountain. The elder lifted his gaze toward the lingering waves of heat at the summit, then lowered his head to examine the smooth jade box in his hands. Inside lay 3 golden pills, each the size of a dragon's eye, radiating a gentle, mellow glow. These were the 9-fold jade elixir of soul restoration. This elixir nourished and stabilized the vital energy, soothing the violent surges of power that threatened the soul, making it the perfect counterpart to the fierce, burning alchemical fire. The Emperor's schemes are painstaking and ingenious. The old man's incarnation sighed softly. With a flick of his fingertip, the jade box transformed into a gentle blue light. It silently followed the path Chun Mo had just opened, slipping soundlessly into the depths of the shadowy mountain. Soon, amid the raging aura at the bottom of the cave, a new presence emerged, a barely restrained, yet unmistakable sense of greedy absorption, as if parched earth had finally received its life-giving rain.